Get out of here. The Gu family doesn't need someone as useless as you. In the study, Gu Jinting, dressed in a military uniform, was loudly berating a young man who bore some resemblance to him. The young man looked innocent, scratching his head helplessly after being scolded, and quietly slinked out of the study. Master, should I escort the young master back to the academy? A man who appeared to be a butler asked cautiously. He knew that the head of the Gu family, despite his stern and harsh demeanor, was actually soft-hearted and deeply hoped that Gu Luochang would achieve greatness. Leave him alone. As long as he stays within the safe zone, the big oaf won't die. Gu Jinting, still visibly irritated, cut him off mid-sentence. He turned and sat back at his desk, taking a sip of tea as his expression softened slightly. Chen Ping, bring me the latest tactical map of the exotic beasts distribution. I need to plan tomorrow's operation. Understood. Just as Chen Ping was about to fetch the map, a resigned voice interrupted him. Forget it, just take him back to the academy. Don't let him wander around. Understood, master. The young man seemed innocent entirely because of the actions of his predecessor. His predecessor, named Gu Luochang, was the sole hope of the Gu family. 2 months ago, he had just been admitted to number 3 ability college. But on the very first day of classes, he played truant. Although it had been 2 days since the incident, the academy still sent a report back home. Just now, his predecessor had been harshly reprimanded by his father. His predecessor caused trouble, and now he had to clean up the mess. What kind of situation was this? And as for him, he had just arrived in this world last night. At first, he thought he had unconsciously taken over someone else's body. But it didn't seem that way, since the last memory of that person showed he hadn't died from possession but had instead taken his own life due to depression. He wasn't overly concerned with why his predecessor had been depressed. Instead, he was perplexed as to why he had ended up in this body. Could it simply be because they shared the same name? After all, he was the son of an immortal emperor, a being above all mortals. But now, his identity, status, and strength were all gone. What made it even more despairing was that this world was entirely cut off from the immortal realm. Not only was cultivation impossible here, but the world had been suffering from a century-long invasion by exotic beasts. Fortunately, people here had awakened supernatural abilities, allowing them to gradually resist the beasts. But for now, none of that mattered. He had tried every possible method, but he couldn't return to the immortal realm. Screech! The heavy sound of brakes kicking up a cloud of dust interrupted his thoughts. A modified Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a halt in front of Gu Luochang. Young master, it's time to head to the academy. Chen Ping said respectfully, opening the back door. Ah, all right. Awkwardly relying on muscle memory, he clumsily got into the car. On the way, through the car window, he saw tall, mountain-like metal walls in the distance. Heavily armed soldiers hurriedly moved along the streets. Massive holographic screens on either side of the road were broadcasting the morning news. Strong energy fluctuations detected at the Qingbai Mountain monitoring point on the outskirts of the 3rd safe zone. 3 A-class ability hunting teams have been dispatched for urgent investigation. This unfamiliar world, combined with the memories of his predecessor, left him feeling increasingly confused. Oh well, since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. As the son of an immortal emperor, he understood well that identity and status meant nothing without strength. His pride did not allow him to remain weak and spineless like his predecessor. So, he had to carefully plan how to survive in this world. First and foremost, he needed to strengthen his body. This body only bore traces of basic training, far from what Gu Luochang's standard should be. After some thought, he remembered a top-tier immortal technique that could help him temper his body. It was a visualization method called the Universal Form Immortal Technique. In the heavens and earth, there are traces of the Tao, everything possesses a form. By comprehending the imagery of the universe, even mortals can achieve immortality. The first stage, observing mountains to forge form. By observing mountains and drawing traces of the Tao into one's body, one could achieve a physique as solid as a mountain, possessing immense strength in every movement. The second stage. This visualization and body tempering technique was highly suitable for Gu Luochang because it required only an understanding of the world's Tao essence, without the need for complex or rare materials. However, there were no mountains within the safe zone. To achieve observing mountains to forge form, he would have to leave the safe zone. China had 9 safe zones, and Gu Luochang was in the 3rd safe zone. Based on his predecessor's memories, the closest and most suitable location outside the 3rd safe zone was Qingbai Mountain. But for someone like him, who hadn't even awakened an ability, leaving the safe zone was essentially a death wish in others' eyes. Fortunately, he still had the identity of the Gu family's eldest young master. Rubbing his forehead, Gu Luocheng felt he needed to come up with an excuse to take a trip to Qingbai Mountain. After being dropped off at the academy, he found his way to the familiar classroom. As he took his seat, his classmates cast strange glances his way. I heard Gu Luocheng skipped class again. Well, he's the Gu family's young master. He doesn't need to worry about his future at all. The ability awakening ceremony is in 2 days. I wonder what kind of ability he'll awaken with the way he is now. If he ends up with a D-rank ability, that would be the ultimate joke. Ha ha ha. The hushed murmurs of his classmates reached Gu Luocheng's ears, making him realize for the first time how others saw him. A slacker who shirked responsibilities, someone everyone was waiting to see embarrass himself during the awakening ceremony. This class was about the basics of ability arrays, and the instructor was droning on about boring theories. It reminded him of the times when his immortal emperor father had invited elders to lecture him on formations. He'd nearly grown calluses in his ears from listening. The class had barely started, and he was already dozing off. It wasn't that he couldn't understand, the content was just too elementary for him. Listening to 1 + 1 = 2, who wouldn't want to take a nap? Finally, the class ended. Lying on the desk out of boredom, his gaze suddenly fell on a pair of long, slender, fair legs. Hello, Gu Luocheng. He looked up and met a pair of clear, bright eyes. Golden hair and a face so delicate it resembled an angel's. The girl wore the same uniform as everyone else, but her aura was completely different. Sunlight streamed through the window, slanting across her figure, wrapping her in a soft, glowing halo. Her demeanor was graceful, exuding an indescribable elegance. If memory served him right, she was the goddess of this year's freshman class. She smiled and, fearing that others might have forgotten her name so soon after the start of school, added, I'm Su Mushiwei. Gu Luocheng's expression turned slightly strange. Wasn't it just yesterday that this playboy had handed her a love letter? Recalling the cringeworthy words in it, he wished he could slap himself a few times. The letter was anything but serious, filled with blatant teasing and nonsense. Even worse, he had gotten her name wrong, writing Su Muyu instead of Su Mushiwei. If Su Mushiwei exposed him in public, it'd be a catastrophic blow to his reputation from the very start. Excuse me, Su. Su classmate, did you see that, letter? Yes, I saw it. Her voice was gentle, her gaze calm and unflinching, carrying a composure that seemed beyond her years. For now, I can't respond to your feelings, because before I indulge in romance, there's something more important I need to accomplish. Gu Luocheng blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected her not to reject him outright. Instead, her words left room for interpretation. There was even a hint of ambiguity? Something more important? He latched onto the implied meaning in her words and pressed further. Yes. Su Mushiwei nodded slightly, sunlight dancing around her. I need to become a 9th-tier ability user as quickly as possible, too. Her words trailed off, but Gu Luocheng understood. Reaching the pinnacle of human ability was no simple feat. After speaking, she gave Gu Luocheng a polite yet slightly apologetic smile, her expression as pure as freshly fallen snow. Before he could respond, Su Mushiwei turned gracefully, the hem of her dress tracing an elegant arc as she walked away lightly. Gu Luocheng watched her departing figure and rubbed his nose thoughtfully. Her words were clearly bait, a hook she'd laid out for him to bite. He couldn't figure it out. Why would someone like Su Mushiwei be interested in him, with his current frail and unimpressive state? Could it be because of his status as the eldest young master of the Gu family? Time at the academy seemed to pass both quickly and slowly. Before long, the sun was already nearing the horizon. Gu Luocheng stood at the entrance of Ability Academy No. 3, waiting for Chen Ping to pick him up. Brother Chen. A young man approached, slinging an arm around his shoulder in greeting. Information about this person immediately surfaced in his mind, his best friend, Gao Tian. In just 2 more days, we'll awaken our abilities, Brother Chen. I really hope I inherit my family's electricity-based powers. That'd be so cool. Gao Tian. Aren't abilities inherited through the family line? Well, my family all have enhancement-type abilities. Electricity-based powers are a genetic mutation, and the chances of inheriting it are really low. Gu Luocheng stared at Gao Tian, his gaze so intense it made the latter squirm with discomfort. What's wrong, Brother Chen? Nothing. Gu Luocheng could sense the dormant electrical energy within Gao Tian, but he chose not to say anything. As the two chatted, Gao Tian suddenly leaned closer, his tone taking on a mischievous edge. Brother Chen, isn't that the goddess you're after? Following Gao Tian's gaze, Gu Luocheng spotted Su Mushiwei pushing an old bicycle as she walked out of the academy, politely declining the offers of several boys who wanted to escort her home. She stepped onto the pedals, riding away slowly until she vanished from view. Bicycles were a rare sight in this world. Not because they were valuable, but because they were outdated, relics of the past. Before long, Gu Luochen climbed into a modified luxury car that garnered plenty of envious looks as it merged into the traffic. Leaning back in the spacious rear seat, his fingers unconsciously stroked an ancient ring. The ring was jet black and icy to the touch, forged from interdimensional stone, a storage ring. Such rings were incredibly rare, and no one would dare to trade them lightly. "So, this is the pinnacle of craftsmanship in this world," he murmured, his gaze flickering to Chen Ping, who was driving in the front seat. Chen Ping's hands gripped the steering wheel steadily, his wrists faintly glowing with what looked like energy circuits. These were marks left behind after awakening in ability. "Uncle Chen, I've been thinking of taking a trip to the outskirts of Changbai Mountain. Could you help me arrange it?" Chen Ping, assuming Gu Luochen was still unsettled from this morning's events and wanted to clear his mind, tried to dissuade him. "Young master, the area around Changbai Mountain hasn't been very safe lately. There've been reports of high-level energy fluctuations. Then hire a hunting team to accompany me." Hunting teams were mercenary squads employed by various guilds. "But, young master, your awakening ceremony is just around the corner." "Then schedule it for after the ceremony." "But, young master, I said I'm going to Changbai Mountain," Gu Luochen interrupted, his tone impatient. Realizing the tension, he quickly added, "Uncle Chen, don't worry. I'll just explore the perimeter and won't go too deep." "Very well, young master. I'll make the arrangements when we get back." After Chen Ping agreed, Gu Luochen said no more and closed his eyes to rest. Just then, a chilling sensation washed over him. Through the car window, he thought he glimpsed an icy blue figure streaking across the sky, disappearing in an instant. Recalling the sensation of plunging into an icy abyss, his gaze deepened. It seems this world isn't as simple as it appears. Someone out there has honed their ice-based ability to the level of approaching natural laws. Today marked Gu Luochen's third day in this world and the day of the awakening ceremony for the freshmen at Ability Academy No. 3. At this moment, he stood with his peers in the awakening plaza of the academy. As he entered, he noticed the observation platform was packed with spectators, each dressed uniquely and exuding distinct auras. At the forefront of his vision stood the awakening stage. On the stage was a massive energy crystal. The instructors had explained earlier that this crystal was used to channel energy, stimulate potential, and assist in the awakening of abilities. "Silence!" A booming voice echoed through the loudspeakers, reverberating across the plaza. The sound made Gu Luochen's ears buzz. He looked up to see an elderly man in a deep blue instructor's robe ascending the stage, his gaze stern. "Welcome, distinguished guests, to Ability Academy No. 3. I am Vice Principal Shiryu," the old man introduced himself, his voice steady. "Today marks the freshman's awakening ceremony. Before we begin, I have a few words to say. Now, those whose names are called, step onto the stage." The ceremony officially commenced. The freshmen stepped onto the elevated platform one by one, placing their hands into the central crystal's groove as instructed. Projected into the sky were various images. A howling azure wolf, splashing water droplets, a massive black bear. The mentors beside the awakening platform announced the results. Azure wolf transformation. B grade, not bad. Water element control, C grade. Black bear transformation, D grade. The awakening ceremonies of each academy always attracted representatives from various guilds. They observed closely, seeking out talents to recruit and cultivate early. Gu Luochen noticed someone excitedly reporting back, clearly having found their target. As the line shortened, his nervousness gradually subsided. At that moment, he saw Lin Xiaoyu, standing at the front of the line, turn back to glance at him. There was no doubt about it, she was looking at him. She had grown up with the original owner of this body. Lin Xiaoyu liked him. But because the Gu family and the Lin family were closely connected, she hadn't been snatched away by that scoundrel of a former self. Next, Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu, with her ponytail swaying, stepped forward with an air of ease. She placed her hand in the crystal groove, and the crystal ball emitted a gentle emerald green glow. The projection revealed several tender vines unfurling slowly, exuding vitality. B grade. Plant manipulation. Geared towards accelerated growth and sensory perception, the mentor announced excitedly. The audience began murmuring. This student is worth attention. Plant manipulation abilities are rare, the Exotic Plant Academy would definitely want her. Gu Luochen noticed several individuals in white lab coats pointing at Lin Xiaoyu, busy discussing something. Her ability was clearly well received. Next, Zhang Tao. A slightly chubby boy stepped onto the awakening platform. A grade. Earth rock armor, geared towards physical enhancement. Wow! An A-grade enhancement ability, with control over Earth elements, this kid has a bright future. The audience erupted in amazement, and many enhancement-focused mentors nodded repeatedly, their eyes filled with admiration for this rising star. Next, Su Muxue. The moment this name was announced, the square erupted with cheers, mostly from the male students. After all, she was widely acknowledged as the new goddess among freshmen. Even many senior students had come specifically to catch a glimpse of her radiance. Gu Luochen also quietly observed from the crowd. Although he had only recently arrived in this world, Su Muxue had left a strong impression on him. At this moment, Su Muxue stepped onto the awakening platform. Bathed in the morning light, her profile appeared serene and focused. Her gaze was clear, carrying an almost devout seriousness. When her jade-like, fair hand gently touched the crystal groove, buzz! A beam of pure light instantly enveloped the entire awakening platform. In the sky, an image of a radiant goddess with 3 pairs of pure white wings appeared. The image of the light goddess seemed almost alive as she gracefully walked towards Su Muxue, extending her hand. Instinctively, Su Muxue raised her arm as well. Their fingertips, smooth and flawless, lightly touched. At that moment, the sky erupted with dazzling rays of light. As the brilliance faded, countless specks of light slid elegantly down Su Muxue's arm, vanishing into her body as they reached her shoulders. Finally, a faint golden mark appeared on her wrist. This was the mark of an awakened ability. The entire crowd fell silent, stunned by the spectacular scene. Even Shiryu, standing nearby, was silent for a long moment before his trembling voice broke through. S-grade elemental ability. Light Dominion, Holy Angel. The last few words were practically shouted by Shiryu. Currently, there were only 18 individuals in all of China with S-grade innate abilities. No, now there were 19. The witnesses on the observation platform erupted into chaos, with representatives from various guilds nearly breaking past the barriers. An S-grade ability user of this caliber was a once-in-a-century treasure. Su Goddess! Su Goddess! Su Goddess! Look at me! Marry me and I'll give you everything. You? What can you give her? If I can win her over, what does it matter what I give? The S-grade aura only solidified her title of goddess. Shiryu steadied himself and once again spoke into the amplifier. Silence. Next, Gu Luochen. As soon as the name was announced, countless eyes turned toward him. Unlike the awestruck gazes directed at Su Muxue, the looks aimed at Gu Luochen were filled with anticipation for a spectacle. After all, it had only been a few days since the semester began, and he had already been skipping classes flamboyantly. The reputation of the Gu family's young master had spread quickly. I remember the Gu family's ability is A-grade mutation series flame armor, right? If the Gu family's young master awakens a D-grade support ability, do you think he'll still hold his head high? Wouldn't that just make him a spoiled rich kid riding on his family's coattails? Ha ha ha. Being born with a silver spoon often came with its own pressures. Gu Luochen shrugged. As the center of attention, this level of scrutiny was barely a ripple to him. As for the commotion caused by Su Muxue, he felt nothing in particular. It was just that, nothing more. Still, with the bar set so high by those before him, he naturally couldn't afford to embarrass himself. He strode forward confidently. As the two passed each other, Gu Luochen's lips curled into an amused smile, and he quipped, "Looks like I wrote my love letter to an S-grade talent." Su Muxue smiled faintly in return. "Classmate Gu, you'll need to work harder too." They brushed past each other. Though it was only a brief pause, to the male students watching, it felt like an eternity. Especially with Gu Luochen's smacking lips and savoring expression, it was as if he were a love-struck fool relishing his exchange with the goddess. But in Gu Luochen's mind, he thought, this woman's talent isn't bad, she might just be worthy of following me. If those male students knew what he was thinking, Gu Luochen likely wouldn't make it out of the third academy alive. Gu Luochen ascended the awakening platform, his gaze fixed on the energy crystal before him. A subtle sense of anticipation welled up in his heart. He didn't need an extraordinary ability, just something practical, something useful. With his skills, even if his ability wasn't strong, he was confident he could carve out a path for himself. Shaking off distracting thoughts, he reached out and placed his hand into the groove. Instantly, he felt a surge of pure energy rushing up his arm and into his body. The energy brought an indescribable heat, transferring from his hand into the crystal ball. Looking up, he saw a small flame projected in the sky, no bigger than a green bean. The square erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, the Gu family's young master really did mutate his ability. Well, it seems to have changed downward. Such a tiny flame, probably just a D rank at best. Anyway, there's no F rank. Ha ha ha. In this world of supernatural abilities where strength reigns supreme, the strong are revered while the weak are mocked. But unlike the mocking voices in the square, Shiryu, standing beside Gu Luochen, wore a completely shocked expression. A rank? No, impossible. Could it be another S-rank prodigy is about to emerge? He could feel the temperature emanating from Gu Luochen's hand. It was definitely not an ordinary D-rank flame, let alone the heat of an A-rank fire ability like flame armor. This flame seemed as if it could ignite the soul itself, an ancient, primal heat from the dawn of creation. This flame's temperature, something seems off. Even the instructor responsible for recording the results sensed the anomaly, his voice trembling. The crowd in the square, waiting for the results to be announced, began to jeer. Hey, why haven't they announced the result yet? Are they roasting potatoes with that little flame? I wouldn't even bother roasting potatoes with such a tiny flame. Ha ha ha. On the awakening platform, Gu Luochen seemed to have shut off all his senses, completely ignoring the mocking voices from the viewing platform. He focused entirely on the raging flame within him, as if it was trying to break free from its shackles, and his heart stirred slightly. Interesting. He sensed a stronger will awakening deep within the core of the crimson flames. It was like a dormant volcano, silently accumulating power beneath its fiery surface. Finally, that will, compressed to its limits, erupted explosively, bursting forth like a chick breaking out of its shell. In the previous moment, the audience on the viewing platform were still jeering, their impatience evident. If Shiryu hadn't been present, they might have already thrown eggs. The next moment, the flame reflected in the sky above the square began to dance wildly, exploding in an instant. A crimson glow filled the sky. The very air of the square seemed to freeze. A suffocating tension gripped everyone's hearts. All eyes were fixed on the red glow, which seemed ready to ignite at any moment. Scree! A cry, like the call of a phoenix descending from the heavens, suddenly echoed across the square, piercing through the clouds. The next moment, a massive flaming divine bird, its wings spanning wide enough to cover half the square, tore through the spatial constraints of the crystal ball, reborn in endless flames. It lifted its head proudly, its eyes gleaming with the fiery truths of creation at the dawn of time. Shiryu's hands tightened unconsciously, his lips trembling as he spoke. Gu Luochen's ability turns out to be the sovereign of flames. Is this the power of a bloodline inheritance? Compared to Shiryu's earlier premonition, the spectators on the platform who had been mocking were utterly dumbfounded. My God! What did I just witness? That flame turned into a fire phoenix? Today, I've seen two elemental sovereigns, the holy angel and the fire phoenix. Am I dreaming? Someone finally broke the silence, and the crowd gradually came to their senses. The people in the square rose to their feet again, cheering to commemorate this historic moment. Looking at the massive bird in the sky, its every wingbeat scattering flames, Gu Luochen breathed a sigh of relief. This opening wasn't bad at all. However, he wasn't content for his ability to merely manifest as a big, molting bird, even if it was an elemental representation. So, he began attempting to alter the bird's form with his mental energy. Unconsciously, he recalled the interaction between the holy angel and Su Muxue earlier. His style had to surpass Su Muxue's. And speaking of the highest style, it had to be that immortal emperor's throne, the symbol of his father, the immortal emperor, which made everyone bow their heads in deference. Turning the fire phoenix into a throne, and then sitting on it himself. Perfect plan. Having made up his mind, Gu Luochen began attempting to reshape the fire phoenix. Gradually, the cheering crowd also noticed something unusual in the sky above the square. Everyone, look! The fire phoenix seems to be acting strangely, someone said from the viewing platform. Indeed. The phoenix seems to be transforming. The crowd didn't understand. Was there another surprise? As they spoke, the fire phoenix let out an unwilling cry, its fiery feathers beginning to disintegrate into light particles. Then, they reassembled. The next second, a massive throne of flames appeared in place of the fire phoenix, suspended in midair. Looking up at the throne projected in the sky, Gu Luochen frowned. He felt something was off, as if he had overlooked something. Soon, his expression soured. He slapped his forehead in regret, utterly vexed. He realized a flaw in his plan: he couldn't fly yet. In other words, he had created the throne, but could only watch helplessly, unable to sit on it. And now, the position he stood in made him look more like a vassal beneath the throne. This was bad, his image had completely shifted. Feeling dispirited, Gu Luochen quickly retracted his mental energy, and the throne vanished from the sky. The crowd, witnessing everything, fell into a stunned silence once more. The square was frozen in a tableau of open-mouthed faces from their earlier cheers. The expressions on those faces were diverse and complex. After a long while, someone finally spoke slowly. Young Master Gu thought the fire phoenix wasn't imposing enough, so he turned it into a throne of flames? I don't know what to say, but this level of control is definitely S rank. Don't you think it's a bit pretentious? Well, maybe a little, but it is S rank. Standing to one side, Shiryu's eyes held a hint of admiration as he spoke earnestly. It's good for young people to have drive, but don't push too hard, too much force, and it'll snap. Gu Luochen nodded woodenly. Outwardly, he appeared to take the advice, but inwardly, he was filled with regret for failing to sit on the throne. Gu Luochen, S-rank elemental type. Fire Sovereign, Fire Phoenix. As the instructor announced the results, the mocking, disdainful, and scornful gazes from earlier all transformed into astonishment and awe. The awakening ceremony was broadcast live to the outside world. Reactions from viewers across the screens varied. One media editor shouted in their office, "Quick! Change all the headlines. It's not one S rank, it's two." Meanwhile, a prominent figure analyzed the implications. The Gu family actually has an S rank heir. In the Gu family estate, inside the study, a middle-aged man with a commanding presence was watching everything happening in the awakening square through a projection screen. "Ah, this kid does remind me a bit of myself. Master, about the young master's earlier mention of going to Changbai Mountain," Chen Ping asked from the side. Let him go. Haven't you already arranged for an elite team? It'll be a good chance for him to experience the outside world and hone himself." After Chen Ping left, Gu Zhenting paced back and forth in the room. In the past, he felt more disappointment than anything else toward Gu Luochen. But now, he was full of hope, along with a trace of imperceptible worry. The Ice King should still be around Changbai Mountain for now, so there shouldn't be any danger. Still, Gu Zhenting picked up the phone on the desk and made a call. "I need to apply for a Demon Slayer slot in advance." After his awakening, Gu Luochen received a call from Chen Ping. Apart from congratulations, Chen Ping informed him that a hunter squad had been assembled for him and was ready to depart at any time. Gu Luochen didn't want to endure being watched any longer, so he requested leave from his instructor and slipped away quietly. While others were still reeling from the appearance of 2S levels, he was already seated in an armored vehicle heading toward Changbai Mountain. The vehicle's engine roared, a low and powerful sound grinding over the uneven asphalt road. The fortified alloy walls of the city slowly faded from view, replaced by undulating hills and twisted, abandoned buildings. The ground beneath seemed clawed and torn by some giant beast, riddled with cracks and overturned rocks. In some areas, remnants of past prosperity could still be glimpsed, now overtaken by wildly growing mutated plants. The air was thick and murky, carrying the smell of rust and decaying vegetation. This was the world outside. First time stepping out of the circle? A burly man cradling a shotgun broke the silence with his booming voice. He glanced at Gu Luochen and figured this pampered young master was just looking for a thrill, having never experienced true hardship. Gu Luochen withdrew his gaze from the window and murmured softly, "The outside and the inside, they're truly two different worlds." His voice wasn't loud but was exceptionally calm. The burly man, whether Gu Luochen was pretending to be profound or not, chuckled lightly. "Exactly. Remember, out here, softness and hesitation will only get you and those around you killed. Anything that moves, assume it wants you for dinner first." As soon as he finished speaking, the armored vehicle suddenly braked hard. The screech of metal grinding against metal pierced the air. Left side. A pack of mutated wolves. The co-pilot shouted a warning. Almost simultaneously, several gray-black shadows launched from the overgrown thorns by the roadside, slamming into the side of the armored vehicle with a heavy thud. Sharp claws screeched against the metal exterior, leaving deep white marks. These wolves were several times larger than pre-apocalypse wolves, their fangs protruding, drool dripping everywhere, and their eyes filled with nothing but a frenzied hunger for flesh. Damn it, did they smell fresh blood? They're courting death. The burly man immediately entered combat mode, shoving open a shooting port cover and extending his hefty shotgun. "Be careful. 12 of them, fast movers. 2 are flanking from behind," the squad's lanky intelligence officer quickly reported. A low, thunderous sniper shot rang out from the roof. A mutated wolf attempting to leap onto the sunroof had its head blown apart like a smashed watermelon, splattering blood across the bulletproof glass. The sniper on the roof had made their move. These modern weapons had been modified, and their ammunition contained energy stones, resulting in massive explosive power. "Hold steady. Speed up and charge through." The driver slammed the accelerator, and the armored vehicle surged forward like an enraged steel rhinoceros. Gu Luochen remained unflustered. The moment the wolves pounced, his mental energy instinctively expanded outward, scanning the surroundings like an invisible radar. He could clearly sense the violent life energy coursing through these creatures. One particularly massive wolf, seemingly the pack leader, lunged at the bulletproof glass of the driver's cabin from the front left side. The immense impact caused the entire vehicle to jolt violently. The wolf's massive maw, filled with sharp teeth, opened wide, its thick saliva smearing across the glass. "Zhou Qi!" the driver cried out in panic. "Relax, leave it to me." A man in black didn't hesitate to extend his hand out of the vehicle, his fingertips beginning to gather energy. The surrounding metal instantly bent and melted, forming an invisible spike that targeted the most chaotic energy point in the wolf's head. It pierced through with ferocity. "A whoa!" The ferocious wolf let out a sharp, pained howl, as if struck by an invisible sledgehammer. Its lunge became rigid mid-air, and it plummeted to the ground, its limbs twitching uncontrollably as black blood gushed from its mouth and nose. Its brain had clearly been destroyed. "Well done, Zhou Qi." The burly man, while firing his shotgun wildly out the window, gave the man in black a thumbs up. The man in black's face was slightly pale. That brief burst of energy had evidently taken a toll. Gu Luochen was also somewhat surprised. This man in black could manipulate metal. His power and control were at least at the level of a fifth-tier ability user. The armored vehicle bumped over several wolf carcasses as it finally broke through the pack's encirclement. But the lingering smell of smoke and blood inside the vehicle was a stark reminder of the intense battle that had just unfolded. "How about it? Scared yet? The deeper we go into the mountains, the more dangerous it gets. If you want to turn back, now's your chance," the burly man teased Gu Luochen while wiping down his shotgun with a cloth. Gu Luochen glanced at the shining barrel of the gun and said, "No matter how polished the barrel is, it won't illuminate this treacherous wasteland." The burly man's hand paused for a moment before he broke into a grin, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "The kid's got some backbone. That's good. But..." His tone shifted, and his expression grew serious. "That was just a warm-up. The pine forest at the foot of Changbai Mountain is the real danger zone. It's crawling with mutated creatures that use the trees and mist to conceal themselves. Old Lei is right." The lanky man adjusted his glasses and studied the tactical map. 3 kilometers ahead is the edge of the pine forest. 3 days ago, a teleportation rift appeared in the mountains, causing unusual energy fluctuations. In the area, lifeforms there are highly active and chaotic, with several large unknown signals detected. His voice was calm and professional, like someone reading out data. The burly man, Old Lei, loaded his shotgun with a solid click. His tone steady and firm. "Kid, as long as we steer clear of that teleportation rift, the rest of us here guarantee to bring you back safe and sound, not a single hair out of place." The driver let out a low growl, yanking the steering wheel sharply, causing everyone in the vehicle to be violently thrown to one side. "Old Meng, have you lost your mind?" someone shouted. "This road's full of mutated plants." "Old Lei, if you think you're better, why don't you drive?" another person snapped. "Who'd dare sit in a car driven by Old Lei? The man only knows how to play with shotguns and that little pistol of his," someone retorted. "Zhou Qi, what the hell did you just say?" Laughter erupted in waves inside. The car outside, however, the scene was far grimmer. Barren and twisted wastelands blurred past the windows at breakneck speed. The leaden gray sky pressed down heavily, making it hard to breathe. Nightfall was fast approaching. In the distance, the snow-covered, plant-infested peak of Changbai Mountain loomed faintly through the ashen fog. Gu Luochen withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes, and began regulating his breathing. He recalled the crucial concept of observing mountains to shape forms from the Wanxiang immortal method. To truly understand the essence of a mountain's form, one must ascend to its summit and overlook the world. But before leaving, Qin Pinglin had specifically warned them against venturing deep into the mountain. If only he could fly up there, it would save so much hassle. No matter. Once these people escorted him to the mountain's base, he could sneak up on his own. Gu Luochen had immense confidence in his powerful mental abilities, believing he could avoid most dangers. As the pine forest came into view, Gu Luochen and his group approached the foot of Changbai Mountain. The laughter inside the vehicle was suddenly interrupted by the screech of metal grinding and violent jolting. Clang! Creak! The vehicle lurched sharply to the left front, as if yanked by an invisible giant hand. Old Ming's face turned pale. He gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands and slammed on the brakes. "Damn it, Old Meng, what the hell are you doing now?" the burly Old Lei roared, his massive frame nearly thrown into the front windshield. Of ground spikes. Mutated vine ground spikes. Old Meng screamed, pointing to the left front. A thick, dark purple vine covered in barbs had pierced through the left front tire of the armored vehicle and then dug deep into the frozen ground. The vehicle spun out of control, crashing through several serrated leaf dark green shrubs before coming to a tilted stop. A smoke billowed from the vehicle's hood. The 8 people in the armored vehicle all disembarked to assess the situation. "Stay alert," barked a middle-aged man in brown leather armor with a buzz cut. He then turned to Gu Luochen and asked, "Boss, are you alright?" Gu Luochen shook his head, recognizing the man as Lu Hu, whom Uncle Chen had mentioned. Lu Hu, a 7th-rank ability user specializing in physical enhancement, was the captain of the advanced hunting squad number 72. Scared the boss, Lu Hu apologized hastily before directing the others to clear the obstructing vines. Old Meng stared grimly at the damaged left front tire, his face darkening. "The tire's ruined. We've got to change to the spare. But there's too much vegetation here, we can't move the car." Lu Hu quickly made a decision after hearing this. "We'll retreat from this area first and find a safe spot to camp overnight. Leave the car here for now. We'll figure out a way to reach the mountain base tomorrow morning." Lu Hu's ability to become a 7th-rank ability user stemmed from years of hard-earned experience surviving outside the safety zones and handling emergencies. Understood. The team responded in unison, and the atmosphere grew tense. "Boss, stay close to me. No matter what happens, don't stray more than 3 steps away from me," Lu Hu instructed Gu Luochen before calling out in a low voice, "Move out. Stay in formation, keep a steady pace, and don't wander off. Old Lei, lead the way." "Got it." Old Lei took a deep breath, gripping his shotgun as he charged forward. The team began moving, their heavy footsteps echoing loudly in the silence. Lu Hu positioned himself slightly ahead and to the left of Gu Luochen, wearing a pair of dark golden gauntlets. They hadn't even covered 50 meters. Eek! A sharp, piercing screech erupted from behind a weathered boulder. Suddenly, 3 mutated rats the size of stray dogs, their filthy gray fur matted, eyes blood-red, and teeth and claws razor-sharp, leaped out. "Fire!" Lu Hu ordered immediately. Bang! 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 Old Lei's shotgun thundered, blasting the first 2 mutated rats into pieces on the spot. The scent of blood drove the remaining rat into a frenzy, and it let out another ear-piercing eek. The ground began to tremble, and more sounds emerged from where they had appeared. It was an entire swarm of mutated rats. "Stay together, follow me," Lu Hu shouted. For an ordinary low-rank hunting squad, this situation would be a death sentence. Lu Hu swung his gauntlet fists, smashing through several charging rats with each punch, sending blood and flesh flying. Before long, the swarm began to scatter, and the group steadily advanced under Lu Hu's lead. Unexpectedly, one particularly cunning mutated rat feigned death, lying flat on the ground. When Gu Luochen approached, it suddenly rolled over and lunged, targeting the seemingly weakest member. "Gu Luochen, boss, watch out." Zhou Qi darted from the flank, positioning himself in front of Gu Luochen, his metal dagger gleaming coldly as it struck toward the rat's neck with precision. But the rat was astonishingly quick and seemed to anticipate Zhou Qi's move. It twisted its body sharply, causing the dagger to only graze its back fur. The mutated rat opened its foul-smelling maw, its sharp claws reaching straight for Gu Luochen's calf. Lu Hu's heart sank at the sight, realizing he wouldn't make it in time to assist. In a flash, Gu Luochen didn't even look down. As the stench hit him, his right hand, hanging at his side, suddenly clenched and spread open. A whoosh. No incantation, no build-up, a fist-sized orb of pure white flames burst forth from his palm like a cannonball. The fireball wasn't aimed at the rat but struck the ground less than half a meter in front of Gu Luochen's feet. The lunging rat was caught directly in the blast. Scorching flames engulfed it instantly. It didn't even have time to screech before its body curled up mid-air, crackling. As it turned to ash in an instant, Lu Hu, who witnessed the entire event, displayed a mix of shock and relief in his eyes as Zhou Qi froze mid-strike, staring dumbfounded at the scorched marks and ashes on the ground. That burst of flame. The precision of that split-second decision. It was nothing like a novice ability user. Lu Hu quickly suppressed his emotions, glancing at Gu Luochen's slightly pale face, and asked, "Do you need to rest for a moment?" "I'm fine," Gu Luochen rasped, his voice hoarse. This body was too weak. Even such a brief fight had nearly drained him. Understood. Lu Hu refrained from further questions, his sharp gaze sweeping over the team. "Stay alert, everyone. If anything happens to the boss again, none of us are going back alive. Move out." A brief interlude heightened everyone's vigilance. The team quickened their pace and finally arrived at a partially collapsed concrete building. Faintly visible were a few words. "Ticket office." The walls here were thick, and the windows had long been shattered. Inside, it was pitch black. Lu Hu didn't rush in, but signaled Zhou Qi and Old Lei to guard both sides of the entrance. Cautiously, he poked his head inside, scanning quickly with a flashlight to confirm there were no large creatures, only a few startled insects fluttering away. Safe. Old Lei, set up a firepower point at the door. Zhou Qi, patrol the surrounding area. The rest of you, come in and clear out the rubble and debris. Boss, stick close to me. Lu Hu's orders were clear and methodical. Before long, a relatively safe temporary stronghold was established. Old Meng retrieved a lighter and solid alcohol from his storage ring and lit a small campfire in a wind-sheltered corner, the orange-red. Flames flickered to life, dispelling some of the darkness and cold, and illuminating the exhausted, tense faces of the group. Gu Luochen leaned against a wall that was still relatively intact, closed his eyes, and began to regulate his breathing. "Hey, kid." Old Lei's voice carried a hint of hesitation but couldn't mask his curiosity. "That strike earlier, was that really you? That fireball? Wow! It blasted a crater in the ground. That rat didn't even leave a trace." Old Meng, who was whittling jerky with a small knife, also looked up. "Yeah, boss. The temperature, the sound. Even Old Lei's shotgun would have only made a dent, but your move vaporized it instantly. That's definitely not something a regular Tier 1 fire user can do." Old Meng gulped, lowered his voice, and probed incredulously. "Captain Lu once said only those mysterious, legendary S-ranked ability users could unleash such insane power." Lu, who sat across the campfire, heating a pot of water on a small stove. He didn't interject, however. He hadn't considered the possibility of S-rank. Only he and the team knew their employer's identity, and he was well aware that the inherited abilities of such a prominent family were anything but simple. They had no idea what had happened earlier at the Awakening Plaza of the Ability Academy. The news hadn't spread yet. Gu Luochen had already joined them and departed. Gu Luochen shook his head slightly, replying in a casual tone, "No matter they rank, right now I'm just a Tier 1 ability user." Gu Luochen understood well that the precise combat intuition he displayed earlier was far beyond what a newly awakened rookie could possess. That was the instinctive response honed through years of training. After all, being the son of the immortal emperor wasn't something ordinary. Lu, who picked up his cup, took a sip of hot water, and stared at the flickering flames of the campfire. "Everyone, rest up and regain your strength. Old Lei, stay sharp on the first watch. The second half of the night, who knows what trouble might come." Hearing this, the group ceased their chatter, closed their eyes, and began to recuperate. Gu Luochen's mind grew tranquil once again as he immersed himself in comprehending the majestic shape of Mount Changbai through the visualization technique. Even though there was a dilapidated building in the way, the mountain's grandeur still captivated his spirit. Visualizing the mountain to forge its form, the mountain range coiled like a giant dragon, its ridges protruding as though tearing through the heavens. The mantra surfaced in his mind, allowing him to grasp the true essence of this celestial technique once more. He had to ascend to the summit. Only by standing there could he truly integrate this shape into his own being. By the campfire, Old Lei, on watch, began to nod off. Gu Luochen quietly opened his eyes. His spiritual sense detected an unusually strong energy fluctuation emanating from the summit of Mount Changbai. Glancing at his still sleeping companions, he silently decided, since he had planned to ascend the mountain alone anyway, he might as well set out now and investigate the disturbance. At the summit. Gu Luochen rose without a sound, his toes lightly touching the ground as he evaded his companions and stepped outside. Following the mountain path, he sprinted toward the summit. From time to time, he retrieved a recovery potion from his ring to replenish his stamina, while others reserved recovery potions for emergencies. Gu Luochen used them to hasten his journey. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of terrifying, pure icy energy erupted from the summit of Mount Changbai like an invisible tsunami. A storm imbued with bone-chilling cold swept relentlessly down from the mountain. Gu Luochen frowned and quickened his pace. Along the way, he saw several ability users scrambling to retreat from the storm inside the dilapidated building. The campfire's flames flickered violently, as though struggling against the storm's residual force. Nearly snuffed out, on the walls and ground, a thin layer of frost rapidly formed, visible to the naked eye. The air temperature plummeted. "What's going on? Everyone, stay alert." Lu Hu opened his eyes and shouted, "Captain, the energy fluctuations from the mountain are intense. From what we're sensing here, it's at least B-level," Zhou Qi reported. Holding a tactical board, suddenly, there was a commotion. Old Lei rushed over to Lu Hu. "Captain, bad news, the boss is gone." Lu Hu was startled and quickly issued orders. "What?" "Search for him immediately. He's the eldest son of the Gu family. If something happens to him, we're all doomed." Hearing this, the team sprang into action. Lu Hu felt the violent energy emanating from the mountain and his heart sank. He thought to himself, could it be that he went up the mountain alone? Realizing this possibility, Lu Hu hastened to organize the team and prepared to investigate the summit personally. At this moment, the summit of Mount Changbai had transformed into an otherworldly scene. A massive dark red vortex, over 100 meters in diameter, hovered in the sky. Bolts of electricity crackled at the vortex's edges, strikingly vivid against the night. The area was engulfed in a destructive storm. At the storm's center stood a veiled figure, like an unyielding ice blue beacon in the midst of a blizzard. Within a radius of several hundred meters around her, the world had turned into a frozen hell. Towering ancient trees were encased in ice, twisted into grotesque sculptures. She was the ninth-tier Frost King, and opposing her was a terrifying entity that had crossed over from a special-grade dimensional portal, an icebone dragon. Its massive body was composed of countless pallid bones, its sprawling wings blotting out the sky. From its hollow eye sockets, two ice-blue flames burned like abyssal eyes, fixated on the human monarch standing resolutely below. This had originally been a purple-black dimensional portal, manageable for an advanced hunting squad. However, just as 3 seasoned advanced hunting squads had established a perimeter at the mountain's summit and were preparing to enter the vortex for a hunt, suddenly, disaster struck without warning. The vortex's center violently collapsed. An indescribable torrent of terrifying energy suddenly erupted from the collapse point, directly striking everyone preparing to cross dimensions. The team of 30 was instantly reduced to just 18. Those standing at the vortex's edge disappeared without even leaving behind shreds of their clothing. The originally purple-black energy vortex was instantly dyed a chilling dark red. The energy level surged from high grade to supreme grade in an instant. Amid the group's grief, a massive frostbone dragon suddenly emerged from the vortex. The overwhelming aura it exuded caused the remaining survivors to feel their very souls tremble. Fortunately, the Ice King received an urgent warning just in time. The vortex energy fluctuation had escalated to supreme grade. Rushing to the scene, the Ice King managed to save the rest from certain death. Even so, the Ice King had been locked in a fierce battle with the Frostbone Dragon for 3 days. Damn monster. A cold, sharp voice pierced through the storm. There was no dramatic display, only a faintly visible blade of ghostly blue light slashing silently toward the Frostbone Dragon's skull. The dragon sensed the deadly threat, its massive head jerked to the side, and at the same time, its barbed bone tail swept horizontally like a giant hammer. The target wasn't the blade, it was the Ice King. The Ice King's right hand clenched in midair, and a colossal sword, entirely forged from pure ice, materialized out of thin air. The blade shimmered with deep blue light, the tip trembling slightly, and the surrounding air instantly crystallized into countless ice shards. Roar! The Frostbone Dragon let out a roar so fierce it seemed to shatter the void. Diving down with its gargantuan body, its barbed bone tail tore through the air, viciously sweeping toward the Ice King. The Ice King's eyes flashed with icy radiance. Gripping the giant sword with both hands, they unleashed an extremely concentrated aura of ghostly blue sword energy, colliding head-on with the world-shattering bone tail. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated across Changbai Mountain, triggering avalanches in its wake, but the Ice King didn't notice that in the instant the sword clashed with the bone tail, an ominous, dark green venomous breath followed close behind, glimmering with a sinister light. It was nearly about to engulf her ice blue silhouette completely. The Ice King's pupils contracted sharply. At that moment, she was gravely injured, and making a reckless move would only expose greater flaws. Her left arm shot up swiftly, instantly conjuring a thick, massive ice shield etched with countless intricate frost runes. Boom! The venomous breath collided fiercely with the ice shield. The Frostbone Dragon's deep blue hellfire burned wildly in its eye sockets. Its enormous head lunged forward again, spewing another torrent of venom imbued with the dual powers of corrosion and freezing. The tremendous force caused the ice shield to emit a mournful wail as cracks rapidly spread across its surface. The terrifying impact penetrated the shield like an invisible sledgehammer, slamming into the Ice King's body. A muffled gasp of pain escaped from the Ice King's tightly clenched teeth as her body was flung like a kite with a broken string. She crashed through several massive icebound rocks before barely stabilizing herself at the edge of a steep icy cliff. Kneeling on one knee, her once magnificent and powerful ice armor was now riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. Unnatural greenish blood flowed from her chest and abdomen, the wounds left behind by the Frostbone Dragon's venom, relentlessly eroding her willpower. Bright red blood dripped from the corner of her mouth, freezing into tragic, beautiful blood crystals as it hit the icy ground. At this moment, Gu Luocheng had already arrived near the summit of Changbai Mountain, hiding behind a massive boulder and observing silently. Though the night shrouded the scene, the battle unfolded vividly in Gu Luocheng's mental perception. With every clash, the Ice King's aura grew weaker, while the Frostbone Dragon's arrogance only intensified. In Gu Luocheng's eyes, this war of attrition was highly unfavorable to the human warrior. Given that both the Ice King and the dragon were of the ice attribute, her elemental attacks could hardly inflict substantial harm on the beast. If this continued, she was destined to lose. Boom! The collision of two extreme ice attribute energies erupted again, the deafening sound shaking the heavens. This time, the Ice King suffered even greater injuries, struggling to maintain her stance in the air as she fell backward amidst the residual energy shockwaves. Luckily, she landed right beside the boulder where Gu Luochang was hiding. Just as the Ice King was about to hit the ground, a warm body suddenly pressed against her from behind. Strong arms reached under her arms, tightly embracing her wounded figure with an unyielding, resolute grip. The Ice King's entire body trembled. Never before had anyone dared to so brazenly disregard her dignity. A surge of anger and killing intent instinctively arose. "Don't move. Trust me." A low, urgent voice exploded in her ear, filled with determination. The Ice King turned her head with difficulty, her blurred vision focusing on the figure behind her. What met her gaze was Gu Luochang's face, dusted with icy fragments yet strikingly focused. "Transfer your energy to me. Your ice attribute is ineffective against it. I'm fire type, S-class." Gu Luochang pressed against her back, his voice urgent, feeling the warmth of his breath near her ear. Even the Ice King, a 9th-tier elemental master, couldn't help but feel her face flush and her heartbeat quicken. "If I wanted to harm you, I would have done it already. Don't hesitate, its attack is coming." Gu Luochang stared at the icy storm descending from above, his head pounding with tension. If this woman didn't trust him, would his life end just a few days into his journey? Fortunately, the Ice King was decisive, understanding hesitation was not an option now. The Frostbone Dragon's attack was already closing in. Though she still had her trump cards, she had no choice but to momentarily trust the ally behind her. With this in mind, she immediately channeled the last remnants of her energy into Gu Luochang, but the energy essence of a 9th-tier master was far too powerful and pure. Gu Luochang's frail body could barely withstand such overwhelming energy, thus, he had to release the transferred energy through his abilities the very instant it entered his body. Manipulating supernatural powers was akin to performing celestial spells, something that came effortlessly to Gu Luochang. Yet, even so, his body let out a desperate scream, as if on the brink of collapse. His skin began to crack inch by inch. Gu Luochang couldn't afford to care about such things at this moment. It had been a long time since he had faced such a dangerous situation. He shouted desperately in his heart, clenching his teeth, enduring the soul-tearing agony. His immense willpower acted as a furnace core, forcibly converting energy into supernatural power, activating a celestial spell **** celestial art, flame demon god, ***. Before the pair embracing tightly, a towering giant of flames appeared. Gu Luochang's voice was hoarse and broken, yet it carried an unshakable determination that could move heaven and earth. In front of the Frost King, his hands formed seals at lightning speed, then fiercely launched an attack at the all-encompassing, frost-emitting skeletal ice dragon, ***. Boom. It was as if space itself ignited. This wasn't ordinary flame combustion, it was the complete replacement of all force laws within 100 Zhang radius around Gu Luochang by a more powerful flame force. In an instant, these flames didn't burn chaotically, instead, they rapidly coalesced into form. In an instant, they transformed into a giant entirely enveloped in crimson golden flames, ***, the flame demon god, ***, roar. The moment the flame demon god appeared, it let out an earth-shattering roar. This was not a sound but a wave of scorching heat that obliterated all the frost rushing toward them, ***, sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The icy blue soul flames within the frostbone dragon flickered violently, radiating unprecedented fear. It sensed a fatal threat, not just an elemental counter, but a suppression on the level of life itself. Instinctively, it opened its massive jaws, spewing forth torrents of frenzied, despair-driven frost energy, launching a desperate assault on the flaming giant, ***, buzz. Gu Luochang's gaze was unwavering, fixed on the incoming frost. Experience told him that the Ice King's supernatural power was nearing depletion. He had only this one chance. He didn't command the flame demon god to move its massive body but instead slowly raised its enormous hand, composed entirely of pure destructive fire. In its palm, a violently rotating blazing white energy sphere formed instantly, as if holding the core of a sun poised to explode at any moment. He hurled it directly at the frostbone dragon. The frostbone dragon's breath was blocked by the flame demon god's immense body. That blazing white energy sphere, carrying the power to melt everything, struck the frostbone dragon directly. In an instant, there was not even a ripple. The frostbone dragon was silently and completely erased by the terrifying blazing white energy sphere, reduced to nothingness. This was the celestial flame law that incinerates all things. There was no sound of explosion, only the purest, most absolute annihilation. After unleashing its apocalyptic strike, the flame demon god's towering fiery body began to fade rapidly. Eventually, it dissolved into billions of crimson golden sparks. These sparks bloomed like fireworks, then vanished into the scorching air amid the rolling flames. Silence reigned like death, but soon, that silence was broken by Gu Luochen. "Hey, beautiful. These fireworks. Are they pretty?" He spoke with a teasing tone, yet his voice trembled weakly. Clearly, he was utterly exhausted. Before the Frost King could respond, he lost consciousness. At that moment, Gu Luochen seemed completely drained of strength, his body stiff and unmoving. His hands were still raised, frozen in the position of forming seals while holding the Frost King. The Frost King's eyes, which seemed to hold millennia of frozen ice, now trembled violently. Fireworks. Indeed. It had been a long time since she'd seen any, and not just her. The entire safe zone number 3 hadn't seen fireworks in ages. She lowered her head slightly. The sight before her made her heart tighten. The arms embracing her were nearly unrecognizable, the skin charred and cracked, the head resting on her shoulder. Its gaunt side profile was pale and lifeless. She couldn't help but recall the frostbone dragon that had pushed her to the brink of despair, vanishing almost instantly. In the roaring flames of that fiery giant, the entire process was as swift as lightning, yet, in her eyes, it seemed drawn out. Every scene was deeply etched into her heart, forever unforgettable. How had he managed to do it, and all of this, at the cost of his own life, just to unleash that world-destroying strike? To save her, the Frost King's fingertips unconsciously tightened ever so slightly. She had always been a solitary figure, accustomed to standing above others, used to exploiting everything. Trust? In this era of upheaval, it was an exceptionally rare and dangerous concept. The energy she transferred to Gu Luochen, calling it trust would be a stretch. It was more like a desperate gamble in the face of hopeless odds. She had even prepared herself for the possibility that he wouldn't withstand it, that his body might collapse, or that an even worse outcome could occur. Never had she imagined that the result would be this. This mysterious yet fragile man had not only withstood her ninth-tier energy but had also surpassed all expectations to accomplish this. A strange emotion, like a warm current flowing beneath the ice of early spring, began to grow deep within her frozen heart. Was it guilt? Or perhaps a faint trace of a feeling she refused to admit? Who exactly was this man, who dared to tease her? After the Frostbone Dragon's disappearance, the remaining members of the hunting team quickly gathered around. Seeing the Frost King carrying a man on her back, they could hardly believe their eyes, yet no one dared to look up and confirm. Each of them pretended as if nothing had happened. The Frost King's expression was cold and impassive as she gave her orders. The otherworldly lord is dead, and the vortex passage is about to vanish. There should still be plenty of valuable items inside. Once we return, the Ice River Guild will not shortchange you. Understood. We live to serve you, Frost King. The remaining ability users were all veterans and had long understood the intent of the Ice King. After her words, they bowed to her one after another and immediately rushed into the vortex. The Ice King ignored them. She had more pressing matters to attend to. That was to ensure that the man who had just saved her life could stay alive. Supporting her somewhat weakened body, she gently placed Gu Luochen, who was on her back, onto a stretcher brought over by the guild's medical team. She personally fed him a bottle of restorative potion. Her cold fingers hovered lightly over his cracked lips, and as she felt his faint breathing, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Gu Luochen's eyelashes quivered slightly, and he opened his eyes. Seeing the veiled Ice King staring at him, their eyes met. The Ice King immediately felt her face flush and her heart race. She hurriedly turned around, pretending to leave, but then heard Gu Luochen weakly call out, "Beautiful sister, wait." The Ice King stopped in her tracks but did not turn back, leaving only a silhouette that stirred the imagination. Her voice carried a hint of coldness. "What is it? If someone comes to pick me up, tell them not to leave. Wake me up again after daybreak." These few brief words were the last of Gu Luochen's strength before he passed out. All right. The Ice King didn't dwell on whether the task he entrusted her with was strange. At this moment, only one thought kept repeating in her mind: as someone would come to pick him up, wouldn't I be able to figure out who he is if I just ask later? After the storm passed, Lu, who ascended to the summit of Changbai Mountain, looking a bit uneasy. Standing before him was none other than the legendary figure of the third safe zone, the Ice King. The Ice King slightly raised her chin and pointed at the unconscious Gu Luochen lying on the stretcher. Her voice was cold, with a hint of urgency. "Who is he, exactly?" Lu Hu replied respectfully, "My lady, this is indeed the eldest young master of the Gu family, Gu Luochen." The Gu family's eldest young master? The cold air around the Ice King suddenly grew more intense. Her fingers, which were gripping an ice crystal, unconsciously tightened. Sensing the hostility in the Ice King's gaze, Lu Hu hurriedly added, "My lady, I originally had no intention of venturing deep into the mountains. Our squad's mission was merely to escort him near Changbai Mountain and then ensure his safe return. But later, when I suddenly discovered the young master was missing, I had to." "You what?" Your mission was to bring a young master on a sightseeing trip to such a dangerous place? Feeling the displeasure in the ice King's questioning, Lu Hu wiped the sweat from his brow. With all due respect, my lady, it seems that's exactly what it was. The Ice King, realizing she wouldn't get more useful information from him, waved her hand dismissively. Leave him here for now. Wake him up after daybreak and let him leave. Ha? My lady? Shouldn't we send him back for treatment first? I said what to do, and that's what you'll do. Yes, yes. Lu Hu's face was filled with tension. The biting wind atop Changbai Mountain had always been unrelenting, but the strong physiques of the ability users made it tolerable for them. When Gu Luochen woke up, it was already midday the next day. He opened his eyes with difficulty, the excruciating pain still tearing through his consciousness. Looking around, he realized he was still atop Changbai Mountain. Thankfully, he hadn't been sent back, otherwise, he'd have to endure the ordeal all over again. Captain Lu. Ah, young Master Gu, you're awake. How are you feeling? Here, drink this energy supplement, it's warm. Lu Hu, deeply worried about his injuries, promptly handed him a slightly warm vial of potion. Gu Luochen swallowed the warm liquid and asked, Captain Lu, how long have I been asleep? Since we set out, it's now already midday of the second day. If you hadn't woken up by now, even if the Ice King forbade it, I'd have had to send you back for treatment. The way you looked at the time. Your breath was so faint, it was almost undetectable. I heard it was the Ice King herself who saved you. Lu Hu's voice was full of lingering fear. Gu Luochen's body was gradually recovering, and his senses were becoming clearer. Captain Lu, thank you all for guarding me all this time. But now, don't rush to descend the mountain. Lu Hu was stunned. Young Master Gu. Your body. Gu Luochen interrupted him, his gaze fixed on the endless mountain ranges before him. Slowly, he said, I need you all to do me a favor, carry me around this mountaintop. What? Old Lei and Old Meng, who were nearby arranging their gear, exclaimed in disbelief, their faces full of shock. To carry an injured man, who had just woken up, around the freezing mountaintop. It sounded utterly insane. Could it be that young Master Gu really came here for sightseeing? Suppressing his doubts, Lu Hu thought to himself that, since even the Ice King had made her arrangements, there must be reasons unknown to them. Lu Hu waved his hand in order to do as he says. Carry the stretcher steadily. Make sure to keep warm and stay protected. We'll accompany the young master on a stroll around the Changbai Mountain summit. The icy wind howled on the mountaintop, and ice crystals mingled with the wind, lashing against their bodies with a rustling sound. Old Lei and the others carried the stretcher, each step sinking deep into the soft snow, leaving clear footprints. Gu Luochen's gaze extended beyond the edge of the stretcher, locking tightly onto the majestic mountains cloaked in wind and snow. In the distance, the ranges stretched like the ridges of a giant dragon, covered in white snow. Their hard, ancient lines exuded a sense of timeless grandeur. To observe the mountains is to forge form. He silently chanted in his heart, his eyes reflecting the majestic landscape of the mountains. This was not merely looking, it was merging his entire spirit into the snowy mountain ranges. Gu Luochen roared inwardly, forcibly imprinting the grand shape of the mountains before him into his mind. This imprint was not just the external form of Changbai Mountain, but also its unique mountainous aura, centered on Gu Luochen. An invisible momentum emanated outward, causing the energy in the air to gradually solidify. The dormant aura of Changbai Mountain, slumbering for millennia, was now awakened. A weighty, ancient force invisible to the naked eye began to converge around him. Buzz. The air around the stretcher suddenly became thick and heavy, as if pressed down by the weight of a massive mountain. Lu Hu and the others felt their breathing tighten, their blood surging uncontrollably. Instinctively, they stepped back, their faces filled with shock. Not far away, hidden within the clouds, the Ice King's icy blue pupils suddenly contracted. She acutely sensed the flow of that intangible energy. This was no ordinary power, it was the primordial energy of the earth and mountains. How had he managed to summon such a force? This method of cultivation was unlike anything she had ever seen. The Ice King instinctively channeled a strand of her glacial energy, attempting to perceive it more clearly, but her profound ice power had barely approached the invisible mountainous force field surrounding Gu Luochen when it was as if she had collided with an indestructible iron wall. The ancient and heavy aura shattered her power instantly. She fixed her gaze on the figure lying weakly on the stretcher, a figure that seemed to have merged seamlessly with the entirety of Changbai Mountain. Her heart trembled, unable to regain its calm. The methods of the eldest son of the Gu family far exceeded her understanding. No one knew how much time had passed, but the force field around Gu Luochen gradually dissipated. He exhaled a long, deep breath, which lingered in the air for some time. Although his complexion was still pale, the aura of frailty on the brink of life and death had completely vanished. His gaze swept over Lu Hu and the others, who were too stunned to speak, and he calmly said, "Now, we can descend the mountain." His body still felt somewhat heavy, but this weight was no longer from pain. Instead, it was the power brought by the initial success of his mountain shape casting technique, which had infused him with the essence of Changbai Mountain. It seemed he would need to train diligently to slowly digest this newfound strength. Gu Luochang was in high spirits. Despite the many twists and turns of this journey, the goal had finally been achieved. "Boss, was the cultivation you just performed ancient martial arts?" Old Lei, who was carrying the stretcher, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Testing the waters, ancient martial arts?" Gu Luochang did not deny it. There was no need to explain events that were beyond their comprehension. They could interpret it however they wanted. Smiling faintly, Gu Luochang said, "Thank you all for your hard work on this trip. Once we return, I'll instruct Uncle Chen to double your rewards." Wow! Long live the boss! Deep within the Gu family manor, the study room of Gu Jinting was filled with the rich aroma of premium cigars. Gu Jinting, dressed in military attire, stood by the window with his back to the door, his figure as steady as a mountain. A large screen hanging in the study silently scrolled through the latest news. Breaking news: 2 SS ranked talents appear at Academy Number 3, Gu Luochang and Su Mashuet. Once-in-a-century phenomenon. This pair of exceptionally gifted individuals shakes the world with their arrival. Knock, knock. The door to the study was knocked upon. "Enter," Gu Jinting said, his deep voice betraying no emotion. Uncle Chen walked in briskly. "Master." Uncle Chen stood at attention, his tone slightly subdued. "Young master has been brought back." Gu Jinting slowly turned around. "What's the situation?" "Uncle Chen's Adam's apple bob is he replied. "The young master was severely injured but is not in life-threatening condition." Taking a deep breath, he reported in detail. The young master suffered severe burns over multiple areas of his body, particularly his arms. His body has been pushed to extreme limits. According to the medical team, the young master went through a life-or-death battle. However, the hunting squad that brought him back was unclear about the specifics. Gu Jinting's eyes narrowed, a hint of questioning in his gaze. According to Captain Lu Hu's report, the young master secretly bypassed everyone in the middle of the night and went up the mountain alone. At the summit, a special-grade teleportation portal appeared. By the time they found the young master at the peak, he was already in his current state. As for what exactly happened, Lu Hu said only the Ice King knows. "Oh, and the young master specifically instructed that their rewards be doubled. How is he now?" Gu Jinting nodded and asked. "He was immediately taken to the underground medical facility, where Elder Qin and his team are doing their utmost to save him. The highest grade life support and energy stabilizing systems have been activated," Uncle Chen replied promptly. "Seal all information. Not a single word about Luochang's injuries is to be leaked," Gu Jinting commanded firmly. "To the outside world, the official statement is, Luochang has just awakened, and his power is still unstable. He needs to recuperate in the family's secret grounds and will not be seeing any visitors for the time being. All visits are to be refused without exception." "Understood," Uncle Chen responded respectfully. Only 4 days had passed since the S-rank awakening. That had shaken the entire family. For Gu Luochang, the 3 days spent in the underground medical chamber of the Gu family manor were crucial for allowing his body to gradually adapt to the changes brought about by the mountain shape casting technique he had just formed. During this time, his father, Gu Jinting, had visited him several times. Their conversations were brief, and Gu Jinting did not press for details, only confirming his son's physical condition. In truth, Gu Jinting had initially intended to have a heart-to-heart talk with his S-rank son about higher principles. However, seeing the state Gu Luochang was in after returning from Changbai Mountain, all those words were swallowed back down. After all, the lessons others preach are worlds apart from the insights one gains from personal experience. And now, Gu Luochang, dressed in the Academy's standard uniform, once again stepped onto the cobblestone pathway of Academy Number 3. Is that Gu Luochang? He's back," an observant girl shouted. All eyes immediately turned toward Gu Luochang. "My goodness, is this the aura of an S-rank? It feels like the air around him is heating up. Lu Ting, are you fangirling right now? TCH, stop acting so aloof. So what if he's awakened as an S-rank? Without hard work, he's still just a spoiled brat riding on his family's coattails." Though the voice wasn't loud, the words were clear enough for those nearby to hear. The speaker was a boy with dyed yellow hair, accompanied by several similarly defiant companions, clearly the leader of a small clique. Exactly. Just awakened as an S rank, and he vanished for 4 days. What a waste of a heaven-given talent. Another tall, skinny boy chimed in, raising his voice. Deliberately so Gu Luochang would hear. We trained tirelessly just to gain a bit more strength. And him? With all the best resources handed to him, he goes AWOL right at the start? Humph, a delicate flower grown in a greenhouse. S rank or not, without effort, he'll still be trampled by those who come after. Gu Luochang paid no attention to the sour remarks. Tom, these words were childish and laughable. After all, it was only the freedom of speech that gave them the courage to utter such things. In the real celestial realms, without protection, they wouldn't dare to step outside alone. At that moment, a figure parted the crowd and walked directly up to Gu Luochang, blocking his path. The newcomer was tall and well-built, with sharp features and piercing eyes. The emblem on his shoulder indicated his status as a senior elite of the academy. It was none other than the student council vice president and second-year top student, a fourth-tier A-rank wind element user, Zhao Ning. Junior Gu Luochang. Zhao Ning said with an official smile, welcome back. A fire element S-rank awakening, it's truly something to celebrate, bringing great honor to our academy. His loud voice attracted even more attention. Gu Luochang stopped in his tracks, raised his eyes slightly, and looked at Zhao Ning with a calm gaze. He did not respond to the courtesy. Zhao Ning seemed unprepared for such an indifferent response. His smile froze momentarily, and his tone immediately took on a slightly lecturing edge. Junior, you've been resting for 4 days since your awakening. Many teachers are worried about you. You know, the first few days after an ability awakens are critical for stabilizing it. Missing this period can greatly affect future development. He spoke earnestly, but the implicit suggestion of wasting talent in his words stung even more sharply than his earlier passive-aggressive remarks. Gu Luochang glanced at Zhao Ning, a faint sneer tugging at the corners of his mouth, a fleeting expression. My affairs are none of your concern. With that, he didn't linger further, striding past Zhao Ning as though he were nothing more than air of the smile. On Zhao Ning's face completely froze, a trace of shock and embarrassment flickering in his eyes. From the office window of the distant teaching building, Gu Luochang's homeroom teacher, Mr. Li, observed the scene in the square. Nudging his glasses, he gave a wry smile and said to his colleague, Mr. Zhang, the S-rank young master is back. Having 2 S ranks in one class, what a heavy burden. Mr. Zhang watched Gu Luochang with a contemplative expression. I feel like he hasn't been slacking off these past 4 days. His aura seems very steady. Mr. Li chuckled. Who knows? The world of a young master is beyond our understanding. Let's hope he's genuinely consolidating his strength and not slacking off just because of his S-rank status. Otherwise, the higher the expectations, the harder the fall. Gu Luochang returned to the classroom he hadn't seen in a while. The S-rank young master Gu is back, someone exclaimed loudly. In an instant, the entire class erupted in excitement. After all, Class 3 now boasted 2 S ranks. With the return of the second S rank, first-year Class 3 truly lived up to its name. Such an accolade brought numerous benefits, allowing the entire class to reap the rewards. Mr. Li stepped onto the podium, cleared his throat, and silenced the chatter in the classroom. Quiet down. Let's welcome Gu Luochang back to school. Now, I have an important announcement to make. He surveyed the room solemnly. Before continuing, in 7 days, we will begin the specialization exams. These 7 days have been designated by the Academy as the Cognitive Enhancement Week, primarily to help you understand the core content, development directions, and evaluation standards of each major and minor discipline, enabling you to make the most suitable choices for yourselves. There are 3 main disciplines to choose from. They are telekinesis, enhancement, and perception. As for the minors, there are many options, but you can only choose one. These are primarily divided into close-range weaponry, long-range weaponry, military strategy, formation arts, and each category has further subcategories, such as attention. Mr. Li's tone grew more serious. Your main discipline determines 70% of your training resources and mentorship direction for the next year. The minor discipline is key to compensating for weaknesses or enhancing strengths. Make your choices carefully. Next, each of the subject instructors will give focused presentations and basic demonstrations. Afterward, you will take your specialization exams based on your selected courses. As Soon as the announcement was made, the atmosphere in the classroom became both tense and filled with anticipation. Choosing a specialization meant truly embarking on the distinct paths of ability users. The following 7 days unfolded under a subtle yet oppressive atmosphere. During the instructor's lectures, their gazes unconsciously gravitated toward Gu Luochang and Su Muxue, as if they wanted to give these two special attention. After all, teaching an S-rank student would undoubtedly bring great prestige. Gu Luochang attentively listened to every presentation. However, his purpose wasn't to learn the basics but to quickly grasp the framework of this world's ability system. In class, he was always the quietest, least noticeable S-rank. In private, Gu Luochang spent every day silently cultivating the Tao rhythms of Changbai Mountain, strengthening himself. 7 days later, all the presentations concluded, the students began filling out their specialization preference forms. In the office, the instructors gathered to discuss, with the two S-ranks choices remaining the center of attention. Su Muxue chose telekinesis paired with archery. Not surprising at all. Combining light-based shaping with precise long-range strikes, they complement each other. Her light arrows will undoubtedly be formidable. That's the kind of clear planning an S-rank should have, an instructor favoring Su Muxue said enthusiastically. Exactly. Muxue is steady and talented, and her choices are pragmatic. Her future potential is limitless, another instructor agreed. What about Gu Luochang? What did he choose? The telekinesis instructor was the most concerned, his tone filled with nervous anticipation. After all, Gu Luochang was also his student. The assistant responsible for collecting the preference forms revealed an odd expression. Gu Luochang chose telekinesis as his main discipline and swordsmanship as his minor. What? Swordsmanship? He chose swordsmanship? The office erupted into chaos. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. The enhancement instructor was the first to slam the table and stand up. Telekinesis as his main discipline is fine, but he's an elemental S-rank and chose swordsmanship as his minor? Close combat isn't that simple. Without the physical foundation provided by the enhancement discipline, no matter how skilled he becomes in swordsmanship, it's just for show. Against a true close combat expert, he'd be flattened in seconds. Who does he think he is? A mage warrior hybrid? What a waste. Such a waste. The perception instructor was equally distraught. If he had chosen a perception-based minor, he could enhance his battlefield awareness, perfectly complementing telekinesis. Swordsmanship has no direct synergy with fire abilities. Wielding a flaming sword? That's far less efficient than simply launching fireballs. I heard he showed no reaction during the swordsmanship presentation, not even trying the basic sword grip. Completely zero foundation, an informed instructor chimed in. The swordsmanship instructor, Ouyang Chuan, must be overjoyed, another instructor said wryly. His course has struggled to attract top students for years. Now, an S-rank appears, though one with no foundation. It's still a huge selling point. Overjoyed? More like stressed out, another teacher shook their head. Ouyang Chuan is notoriously strict and doesn't tolerate mediocrity. If Gu Luochang can't keep up with the training, S-rank or not, he'll be scolded mercilessly. That'll be a spectacle worth watching. Almost no one in the office believed in Gu Luochang's combination of telekinesis and swordsmanship. In their eyes, it was a capricious and unwise decision. At this moment, Gu Luochang stood by the window, his gaze piercing through the campus buildings, fixed on the direction of the principal's office. There, he sensed a presence he was all too familiar with. In the principal's office of the Third Ability Academy. An elderly man with sparse hair sat behind a desk piled high with documents. The Frost King sat across from him, his fingers gently stroking the warm surface of the coffee cup. Through the veil, his bright eyes carried a hint of deep blue. Your Excellency Frost, are you here because of particular interest in those two S-class freshmen? The Frost King did not respond directly. Dean Wu did. This time, among the 9 academies in Huaxia, a total of 12 S-class students have emerged. Dean Wu put down the document in his hand, leaned back in his chair, and couldn't conceal the excitement on his face. We've always envied others for having S-class students. Who would have thought it's our turn this time? And not just one, but two at once. Several academies that failed to produce S-class students have already submitted applications to the central authority. Essentially, they're claiming that Academy number 3 lacks the resources to properly train the 2 S-class students. Dean Wu's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a grim expression. What? They actually have the nerve to say that? Cloaking it in noble reasoning, but in reality, They just want to snatch either Gu Luochang or Su Muxue from us. Such blatant poaching, how shameless. In 3 months, the Central Authority will arrange for all academies to hold the Freshman League. The Frost King paused, his tone growing heavier, using strength to shut them up as the best response. Upon hearing this, Wu Di immediately stood up and solemnly saluted the Frost King. Rest assured, Your Excellency Frost. Our Academy number 3 is no pushover. The Frost King nodded, then rose and walked to the window, saying, Oh, one more thing, Dean Wu. I want regular reports on Gu Luochang's progress. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Frost King disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only a faint trace of frost by the window. The room was now left with only Wu Di. He touched his sparse hair and muttered under his breath, Never thought the Frost King would set his sights on Gu Luochang instead of Su Muxue. The psychokinesis exam was divided into 2 parts. The first part was a mental control test. The air in the examination room was so tense it felt as if water could be wrung out of it. On the cold, rigid metal desks lay a complexly structured Rubik's Cube and 30 alloy wires shimmering with a cold light. The sound of students adjusting their breathing occasionally broke the silence. The Rubik's Cube was specifically designed for this test. As soon as an alloy wire passed through its holes, it would be specially marked. The exam required candidates to hold the Rubik's Cube in their hands and use mental power to guide the alloy wires through tiny, randomly appearing holes within 5 minutes. I heard last year's freshmen only had to thread 25 wires? A boy in the front row spoke hoarsely, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk. Now we have to thread 30 wires in 5 minutes, and it has to be precise. This is pure torture, a pale-faced girl next to him said, staring at the Rubik's Cube. A student wearing glasses adjusted his frames and murmured softly, Don't try to thread too many at once. Bite off only what you can chew. Take it steady and aim to exceed 25 wires. Silence. A cold, metallic voice blared through a loudspeaker. A stern-faced examiner walked into the room and directly announced, You should all be familiar with the rules. 5 minutes. Begin preparation. Beep. A sharp buzzing sound pierced through the tense atmosphere like a starting gun for Gu Luochang. This exam couldn't have been easier. He casually tossed 5 alloy wires into the air, which merged into a streak of silver light and swiftly threaded through the newly illuminated holes. A soft click echoed from inside the Rubik's Cube. His movements were smooth, without a hint of hesitation. In less than 2 minutes, all 30 alloy wires in front of him had passed through the holes and were marked. Meanwhile, apart from Su Muxue, the others had only managed to thread about 10 wires at most. Having finished, Gu Luochang leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed, appearing completely at ease. By the 4th minute, Su Muxue also finished, though she could only thread 3 wires at a time. She exhaled softly, the intense mental focus required to control such delicate objects proving to be a significant drain on her energy. She stole a glance backward at Gu Luochang, only to find that he seemed to have finished long ago. A ripple of emotion flickered through Su Muxue's clear eyes. She knew that completing the task within 4 minutes was already an impressive feat, nearly the limit of her current speed. Yet Gu Luochang had finished even earlier and appeared to have expended less effort than she had. Pressing her lips together, she quickly averted her gaze and sat upright again, though a newfound sense of rivalry toward Gu Luochang stirred within her. The classroom was filled with the sound of alloy wires scraping and the occasional sigh of frustration from failed attempts. Some students had their alloy wires freeze midair as the holes closed. Others applied too much force, bending the wires against the Rubik's Cube. A few, trying to control multiple wires at once, ended up with a tangled mess. Soon, the 5 minutes were up. A few. My eyes were seeing double in those last 3 minutes. A boy slumped back into his chair, rubbing his aching temples. Scattered on his desk were a few bent wires and 22 marked ones. Hey, I got 25 wires. Another A-class student exclaimed in exhausted excitement. By the end of the exam, only a handful of top-tier A-class students managed to thread between 25 and 30 wires, though their speed was far behind the 2 S-class students, and they clearly lacked the stamina to sustain their efforts. Most of the others hovered around the 20-wire mark. The 360-degree surveillance in the examination room captured every student's performance in detail. After an hour's break, the exam moved into its second phase. The second part tested the students' ability to control their abilities. The objects on the desks were cleared away, replaced with unstable energy sources. The task was to use their abilities to guide, stabilize, and ultimately reconstruct the chaotic energy. The more stable the energy, the more intricate the reconstructed object would be. Simply put, the task was to give the candidates a lump of clay and have them sculpted into a piece of art. The examiner swept his gaze across the room with a blank expression and announced the start of the test. The time limit was 30 minutes. Time slipped away quietly while others had already begun to stabilize. The energy with their abilities, Gu Luochen was still scratching his head, feeling utterly distressed because, to him, the difficult part wasn't stabilizing the chaotic energy but figuring out how to turn it into an artistic masterpiece. Another throne, too simple. No challenge. A celestial pavilion, or divine beasts and birds, though intricate in structure, it might be hard to explain in this world and could even invite trouble. The IT was truly a headache. Gu Luochen glanced around the examination hall, which was filled with the light and energy fluctuations of various abilities. Occasionally, explosions and muffled sounds of clashing energies could be heard. Soon, his attention was drawn to Su Muxue, who had already entered her focused state. Her hands hovered slightly in front of her, and her expression was one of deep concentration. Pure light flowed gently yet resolutely from her fingertips, entwining the chaotic energy in a delicate embrace. Second by second, the time passed, and a blurry yet sacred silhouette gradually took shape. Su Muxue was sculpting a six-winged angel radiating divine grace. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck like lightning, tearing through the fog in Gu Luochen's mind. He realized that Su Muxue's focused and gentle figure, illuminated by the holy light, possessed an otherworldly beauty. A bold idea flashed through his mind. Gu Luochen's lips curved upward slightly. Got it. Finally, he began to act. His approach was entirely different from Su Muxue's meticulous weaving and guiding. His method was pure S-class fire ability, domineering and blazing. With a virtual grip of his palm, flames erupted, instantly enveloping the chaotic energy into a fiery furnace. In just a few minutes, the unruly energy was smelted into a glowing red sphere. Gu Luochen's spiritual energy, like a searing chisel, began to carve furiously into the molten energy. A silhouette quickly emerged at an astonishing speed, a slender and elegant female figure, flowing hair, a slightly raised chin. It turned out to be Su Muxue's profile, but his Su Muxue's sculpture carried an entirely different aura. The lines were sharp and brimming with a sense of power. Her long hair resembled flames, flying upward as if burning. Her posture was not one of holy prayer but more like a queen preparing for battle. The final 5 minutes began. Su Muxue's six-winged angel had taken its complete form. 3 pairs of light wings spread wide, emanating pure and flawless holy light. Although its face was indistinct, the aura of sanctity and compassion had already permeated the hall, causing the examiners to nod in approval repeatedly. Meanwhile, Gu Luochen's sculpture was in its final stages. He condensed his spiritual energy into an ultrafine flame needle, carving the final essence into the face of the statue. This wasn't Su Muxue's gentle and clear gaze but one laced with cold indifference and wild dominance, as if overlooking all creation. Gu Luochen slowly withdrew his hands, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Such intricate carving had consumed a tremendous amount of his mental energy, even for him. Ding! The examination timer chimed, signaling the end. All the creations were solidified in their forms by the energy arrays on the desks. Everyone's attention was drawn to the two drastically different energy artworks. Su Muxue's six-winged angel, pure and sacred, a symbol of light and order, representing ultimate stability and divine beauty. Gu Luochen's fiery goddess, wild and blazing, exuding power and mystery, a masterpiece intertwining destruction and creation. As Su Muxue completed her six-winged angel, her heart brimmed with a sense of accomplishment, but this satisfaction was quickly disrupted by a sudden surge of scorching energy. Instinctively, she turned toward the source of the energy fluctuation, Gu Luochen's station, and then she saw it, the crimson sculpture. Time seemed to freeze. Su Muxue's clear eyes widened sharply as she recognized the strikingly familiar yet foreign profile. An indescribable emotion surged through her body like an electric current. That is me? The ridiculous thought erupted in her mind. She reflexively raised her hand, her fingers lightly brushing her cheek, as if trying to confirm whether the wild lines of the sculpture truly mirrored her own face. The holy light around her wavered faintly, reflecting her inner turmoil. Her gaze then fell upon the eyes that Gu Luochen had imbued with a unique essence, those cold, indifferent eyes, gazing down at all creation with a wild dominance, like a blade of ice piercing her heart. A flush of embarrassment and anger crept up her fair cheeks, spreading all the way to her ears. After the test ended, Su Muxue walked up to Gu Luochen, her gaze filled with questions. Before she could speak, Gu Luochen said, "First, art should express what's within, not just a facade, don't you think?" His words struck directly at her core, leaving her momentarily stunned. That sentence echoed like a spell in her mind. Before she could dwell on it further, Gu Luochen had already turned and left the examination hall without looking back. "Hey! Wait!" Snapping back to reality, Su Muxue seemed to have something to say. She stepped forward, her graceful legs in motion, chasing after him. Inside the examination hall, the deathly silence was finally broken, replaced by a series of gasps and exclamations. "Am I seeing this right? That's Su goddess? Sculpted by Gu Luochen with that kind of energy? A six-winged angel. Oh my, Su goddess is truly divine grade. So beautiful, so pure. Now this is what you call art. Shut up. Look at Gu Luocheng's work. Goddess. Su of the flame? Damn, that look in her eyes, it's making my legs go weak. That aura, scarier than a real ferocious beast. How dare he? He actually sculpted Su Mushue like that? Does this count as insulting the goddess? A die-hard fan of Su Mushue's voice trembled, as if their entire world was collapsing. Insult? Are you kidding me? This is art, damn it. This is a miracle. Just look at that energy. Look at the details. The strands of hair. The flowing dress. That gaze. If Su Mushue reaches the 9th tier, her aura might just be like this. Do you think young Master Gu is trying to court Su Mushue? Anyone with eyes can see it. S-Class to S-Class, TSK. TSK, by the morning, the exams for the 3 major disciplines had all concluded, but the test for the manipulation department had turned Gu Luochang and Su Mushue's names into the most heated topic within the academy once again. At this moment, the two focal figures came across each other on a quiet, tree-lined path. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, painting intricate patterns. On the stone-paved road. Gu Luochang leaned against an old tree, idly toying with a leaf that burned with a faint golden flame between his fingers. The sound of light, quick footsteps came from the distance. Gu Luochang didn't lift his head, but the corner of his mouth curved upward slightly, revealing a knowing smile. Su Mushue stopped 3 steps away from him. The glow of the setting sun outlined her delicate profile. She raised her head slightly, her gaze fixed on Gu Luochang, carrying the scrutiny of someone who had been offended. Why? Su Mushue's voice was soft. Gu Luochang, I need you to explain the sculpture from the manipulation test. Gu Luochang raised his head, the flaming leaf at his fingertips dissipating into a puff of smoke with a quiet poof. His face wore a lazy yet teasing smile. Explain? Gu Luochang drew out the word, his tone playful. Explain what? Why did you use my image to sculpt such a piece of work? Su Mushue's voice rose a few notches, carrying an undeniable chill. Gu Luochang shook his head, leaning forward slightly to close the distance between them. His gaze roamed over her stunning face, as though appreciating a piece of art, causing Su Mushue to instinctively tense up. What I sculpted wasn't Su Mushue's appearance. He stared into her pupils, which contracted suddenly, and enunciated each word clearly. I sculpted the soul hidden behind your radiance. A flash of light burst from Su Mushue's body, but she forcibly suppressed it. Her face reddened slightly from a mixture of anger and embarrassment. Gu Luochang, is that your excuse? Stop with your ambiguous nonsense. You're just using your S-Class talent to trample on others' feelings at will. Ambiguous? Gu Luochang chuckled quietly, as though he'd heard something amusing, an air of dangerous excitement in his tone. Miss Su thinks this is ambiguous? So, you're not entirely clueless, after all. Those words completely ignited the pride Su Mushue had been suppressing, along with the anger she felt from his constant provocations. Gu Luochang. Su Mushue's voice turned icy cold. Your strength is indeed impressive, but that's no excuse for doing whatever you please. The auxiliary discipline exam is tomorrow. Su Mushue's words came out quickly, her tone resolute. After the exam, on the Academy's dueling platform, you and I will have a proper match. She took a step forward, and the light around her lost its gentle glow, becoming sharp as a blade, as if countless invisible swords of light had gathered around her. Su Mushue locked eyes with him, her words clear and firm. If you lose, you must publicly apologize to the entire Academy for distorting my image during the manipulation test. And you will stop those ridiculous antics, including those troublesome love letters you sent before. Promise never to toy with me again. Oh? Gu Luochang seemed unconcerned about the mention of love letters, instead asking with interest, and what if you lose? He showed no anger at Su Mushue's provocation, instead, his eyes burned with even greater intrigue. He liked this version of Su Mushue far more vivid than the perfect angelic statue he'd crafted. Su Mushue took a deep breath, her tone frosty, carrying a desperate determination. If I lose, do with me as you wish. Gu Luochang's grin widened, his smile growing deeper. All right, but I don't want much, just come to my house and be my maid for a week. Rubbing his fingers together playfully, Gu Luochang added, if I lose, I'll apologize in front of the whole school. If you lose, you just have to be my maid at home. Of course, I promise not to do anything against your will. How about it? Seems like a fair deal. Gu Luocheng's gaze locked onto Su Mushue, as though laying a trap for her. Humph. Feeling uneasy under his gaze, Su Mushue let out a cold snort to cover her emotions and said, "You won't win. Remember your promise. Deal." Gu Luocheng extended his pinky finger in a childish gesture of a pinky swear, though his smile brimmed with mischief. "Miss Su, I'm looking forward to it. It will be very artistic, I'm sure." The playful gesture enraged Su Mushue so much that a small, dazzling burst of light appeared at her fingertips. But she suppressed her anger, only glaring coldly at him before leaving with an icy remark, "Tomorrow at the dueling platform. Don't be late." With that, she turned and walked away, watching Su Mushue, wrapped in a cold aura, disappear at the end of the path. Gu Luocheng's smile gradually faded. "Looks like I'll need to hire another maid," he murmured to himself. "Just you wait, my dear maid-to-be." Deep into the silent night, inside the training hall of the Gu family estate. Gu Luocheng stood bare-chested, his physique well-defined and evenly proportioned, his muscles as steadfast as mountain ridges. He gripped a wooden sword in his hand, his arms taut like drawn bowstrings, ready to release. At last, when all his strength converged at the sword's tip, shoo! The sword sliced through the air, producing a faint but razor-sharp sound ahead of the sword tip. A visible white vortex of air flashed briefly. No flames, no glowing abilities, purely the force of his body and the speed of his blade tearing through the air. Gu Luocheng knew many sword techniques, but this body of his could only handle so much for now. He had just been practicing one of the most fundamental sword techniques, severing mountain. The technique was powerful and vigorous, as if capable of destroying mountains, perfectly complementing his current body refinement method. For Gu Luocheng to choose swordsmanship as a minor discipline might seem odd to others, but to him, it felt entirely natural. Beyond concealing his true skill in swordsmanship, there was an even more important reason. No matter how powerful supernatural abilities were, they were merely a system of power granted by this world. Swordsmanship, however, carried the freedom and elegance that belonged solely to Gu Luocheng, transcending two worlds. When he held a sword, he seemed to feel the gentle breeze and bright moonlight of his homeland, reclaiming the carefree essence of an immortal. After finishing his practice, Gu Luocheng walked out of the training room, his bare upper body still radiating the heat of intense exercise. He ignored Uncle Chen, who was hiding in the shadows, and headed straight back to his room to rest. He had to maintain peak physical condition. Tomorrow, besides the swordsmanship exam, there was also a duel awaiting him. "Master, the young master, has just finished his training." Even though it was late at night, Chen Ping still reported Gu Luocheng's status to Gu Jinting. "How is he? Since returning from Changbai Mountain, has he shown any abnormalities?" Gu Luocheng's return from Changbai Mountain left Gu Jinting feeling perplexed. Chen Ping took a deep breath, striving to make his report sound professional and objective. "A master, the young master is in an unprecedented state. He chose swordsmanship as his minor discipline, and tonight's practice left even me astonished." Gu Jinting's brows furrowed slightly. Swordsmanship? That didn't seem to align with Gu Luocheng's awaken S-grade fire ability. Chen Ping quickened his pace. The young master didn't use his ability at all. He wielded the sword purely with physical strength. His physical strength and control over power surpass even fifth-tier enhancement ability users. For the first time, a trace of emotion appeared on Gu Jinting's usually composed face. Chen Ping paused, his tone filled with deep admiration. "Master, the young master is truly extraordinary. That kind of unwavering conviction forged through life and death trials. I've only seen it in seasoned veterans who've experienced brutal combat." The incident at Changbai Mountain, he didn't elaborate further, but the implication was clear. The two of them locked eyes in silence. After a while, the stern expression on Gu Jinting's face gradually softened, his tightly furrowed brows easing. A glimmer of relief and a barely perceptible sense of comfort emerged. After a long pause, Gu Jinting spoke in a deep tone. "Good, good, good." He repeated the word "good" 3 times, each one like a weight lifted off his chest. "Through trials and tribulations, brilliance will eventually shine." He paused, his tone resolute. "Chen Ping, at your service. Keep a close watch on him for me. Don't interfere, just ensure he has no distractions. I want to see how far the S-grade bloodline of our Gu family can go in this world." "Understood. I won't let you down." Both main and minor disciplines allowed for only one subject each, with all exams scheduled for the morning following the academy's instructions. Gu Luocheng made his way to the swordsmanship examination hall. This was a training hall Forgotten in the corner of the academy's rapid development, unlike the popular venues equipped with the latest energy shields and simulated environments, this hall had only simple wooden flooring and a few ancient-style swords hanging on the walls. In the center of the venue, there were no elaborate mechanisms, just a 5-meter diameter circle drawn with fine white sand. There were only 6 examinees in total. The others had rather mixed expressions when they saw Gu Luochen. No one had expected an S-grade telekinetic user to show up here. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered. He was dressed in a black traditional swordsmanship uniform, faded from many washes, with an open collar and casually rolled-up sleeves. This was their examiner, Ouyang Chuan. Ouyang Chuan walked to the center of the hall and, without wasting words, announced directly, "You will use wooden swords to duel against each other. 6 participants, 5 matches in total. As long as you push your opponent out of the circle or make them concede, it's considered a win. Note: long-range ability attacks are strictly prohibited." Ouyang Chuan's eyes swept over to Gu Luochen, and he said, "Gu Luochen, you're up first." Gu Luochen nodded and picked up a wooden sword. "Who's first?" Gu Luochen asked, his voice not loud but clearly audible in the quiet hall. Ouyang Chuan lazily glanced at the remaining 5 participants, all of whom were clearly enhancement ability users. "You," he said casually, pointing. The first to be called out was Kaduan, who possessed a B-grade enhancement ability, Crocodilian Transformation. "Gu Luochen, with the exam rules forbidding abilities, do you really think you can block my sword?" Kaduan taunted. The moment the words left his mouth, relying on his resilient skin, he ignored Gu Luochen's probing strikes and charged forward with a roar. Gu Luochen shifted lightly, sidestepping like a ghost, and with a swift motion of the wooden sword, struck the most vulnerable tendon at the back of Kaduan's ankle. Kaduan instantly lost his balance and crashed heavily out of the circle, kicking up a cloud of dust. The other examinees stared in disbelief, shocked at how quickly the match had ended. Their own rudimentary grasp of swordsmanship left them unable to discern much, and they simply assumed Kaduan's recklessness had caused his downfall. But Ouyang Chuan raised an eyebrow, sensing a maturity in Gu Luochen's swordsmanship that belied his age. "Do you need a break?" Ouyang Chuan asked. "No need," Gu Luochen replied calmly. "All right, the rest of you, step up in order." 3 more participants entered the circle one after another, but their swordsmanship was superficial at best. Even with the aid of enhanced abilities, Gu Luochen found their flaws and sent them all out of the circle one by one. The last to step forward was Shirley, the most physically imposing participant, whose ability was B-grade bear form enhancement. Having watched the others fall one by one, Shirley knew Gu Luochen was no ordinary opponent. He immediately focused all his attention. Gripping the wooden sword tightly, he strode to the center of the ring to face Gu Luochen. "Begin, Ouyang Chuan," announced in a calm voice. Shirley moved his shoulders, the sound of joints producing a muffled crack, as though steel rods squirmed beneath his skin. Bear transformation. He immediately activated his ability. His already robust body instantly grew larger, his muscles hardening, as if they were made of stone. "As long as I don't move, you can't break through my defense. Let's see how you force me out of the ring." "Sure." Lei didn't employ any fancy tricks. He simply raised the wooden sword high and aimed a powerful strike at Gu Luochen's head. Gu Luochen's eyes sharpened, sensing the immense strength behind the blow. He had no intention of meeting it head-on, sidestepping to avoid the brunt of the attack. Shirley didn't care. He swung the wooden sword like a blade, slashing repeatedly. Gu Luochen's patience was nearing its limit. As Shirley swung down again, Gu Luochen neither dodged nor blocked. Instead, he performed a move that made everyone hold their breath. Facing the deadly strike head-on, he slightly rotated his body, angling the broken sword to press against the wooden sword's spine. The sword seemed to carry the weight of a mountain as it thrust forward, but it wasn't over yet. 2 bursts of flame suddenly erupted beneath Gu Luochen's feet, propelling him into the air. The distance that Shirley had carefully maintained was instantly closed. Bang! It wasn't just the sound of wooden swords clashing but also the sharp crack of wood splintering. Shirley felt a sharp pain in his palm as the wooden sword in his hand was blasted away. As the wooden sword clattered to the ground, everyone was stunned to discover Shirley's sword had broken. Ouyang Chuan rubbed his forehead, thoroughly caught off guard by the situation. He had assumed this would be a battle of endurance. "Stop. Gu Luochen wins," Ouyang Chuan announced loudly. "What? I haven't admitted defeat yet." Shirley protested in frustration. "Sorry, but a broken sword means a loss. Though, I admit it's rare. I forgot to mention that earlier." "Shirley, any objections?" Ouyang Chuan's gaze was like a venomous snake, making the atmosphere tense. No, none, Shirley quickly waved it off. Good. Go grab another wooden sword and take a rest. Gu Luochen, don't forget to settle the repair fees for the floorboards after the match. Ouyang Chuan moved to one side, taking a piece of white chalk and drawing a 5-meter diameter circle on another part of the floor. Creighton and whoever's up next for the second round. Get ready. Archery class was immensely popular, whether one belonged to the manipulation, enhancement, or sensory disciplines. Archery was a complementary skill that fit them all well. At this moment, though the archery examination was still ongoing, the archery hall was already bustling with excitement. Elemental students have such an unfair advantage in archery. They don't even need physical arrows. The goddess Su just compresses light into arrows. It's so cool. And the best part? She fired 10 arrows in a row, all hitting the bullseye. S-class. Students really play by their own rules. Even their secondary skill exams are this spectacular. Meanwhile, Gu Luochen stood silently at the center of the martial stage, waiting. The martial stage at the Ability Academy was equipped with holographic projections capable of simulating various combat environments of this time. The simulated environment was one most advantageous to light abilities, the Dawn Sanctuary. The entire arena was shrouded in a faint golden mist, with soft, omnipresent light exuding a sacred aura. Gu Luochen knew Su Mushue's competitive nature wouldn't let her back down easily, but he didn't care in the slightest. A true powerhouse never complains about their environment. As time passed, the spectator stands surrounding the martial stage grew increasingly packed, forming a dense crowd. This wasn't the freshman examination venue. Those first years were still struggling through their individual trials. Most of the audience here consisted of upperclassmen, with even a fair number of instructors in their uniforms scattered among them. The air was filled with hushed murmurs, and countless eyes were fixed on the large screen displaying the figure sitting motionless in meditation. Is that the newly promoted S-class? Fire student, Gu Luochen? Yeah. The guy who refined chaos energy into a statue of the goddess Su during the manipulation exam. But doesn't this environment seem a bit odd to you? Right? Why did the martial stage's holographics suddenly turn into this misty, light-filled scene? It didn't take long for someone to uncover the reason. The mastermind behind it all was none other than Zhao Ning, the vice president of the student council. At this moment, Zhao Ning stood at the edge of the martial stage, in a spot with an excellent vantage point. His face bore a confident and smug smile, but his eyes gleamed coldly as he stared intently at Gu Luochen. Gu Luochen's public display of disdain for Zhao Ning had previously caused the latter to lose face, and now, Zhao Ning had found his opportunity for revenge. When Su Mushue had applied to use the martial stage through the student council, Zhao Ning had seized the chance. Using his authority as vice president, he secretly hyped the duel as an S-class showdown. Who is the strongest freshman, drawing the attention of numerous upperclassmen and instructors? Even more insidiously, Zhao Ning had tampered with the martial stage's environmental settings, configuring it to favor light abilities by simulating the Dawn Sanctuary. At that moment, a commotion erupted near the entrance of the martial stage, accompanied by gasps of astonishment. The goddess Su is here. Look! The light curtain at the entrance rippled like water, and a graceful figure slowly emerged. It was none other than Su Mushue. A highly anticipated S-class freshman duel officially began, broadcast live across all of Huaxia. Neither Gu Luochen nor Su Mushue had any idea about the live broadcast, nor that all the revenue it generated was being pocketed by Zhao Ning. Su Mushue stepped into the golden mist, walking steadily toward the center of the martial stage. A sacred halo circled her as her cold, piercing gaze locked onto Gu Luochen like icy daggers. Gu Luochen, she said in a voice that wasn't loud but carried clearly through the mist, laced with an icy chill. Did you want the whole world to know about our duel? Su Mushue was referring to the crowd drawn by Zhao Ning's deliberate hype, and it completely extinguished any goodwill she might have had for Gu Luochen. Gu Luochen slowly stood up, stretching lazily, a nonchalant smile on his face that made Su Mushue grit her teeth in frustration. If I told you this had nothing to do with me, you wouldn't believe it, Gu Luochen said, his gaze piercing as if it could see through everything. But I do know one thing: whoever prepared this setting is the one who orchestrated this spectacle. Do you think twisting the narrative like this is amusing? Su Mushue, recalling his prior behavior, had already equated Gu Luochen with someone who sought attention through ostentation. Gu Luochen didn't bother to explain further. Instead, he deliberately teased Su Mushue, you can take your time investigating this later. But as for you, don't forget to provide me with those 3 measurements. I'll arrange for someone to tailor a uniform for you. Su Mushue's fair cheeks instantly flushed. With anger. Smooth talker. We'll see if you can still laugh later. Without wasting more words, she gently raised her hand and gestured toward the weapon rack. Buzz, a beam of light shot out from the rack, landing in her hand. The radiance coalesced into an elegantly designed longbow. Oh, a bow? Gu Luochen raised an eyebrow but didn't approach the weapon rack. Instead, he casually picked up the wooden sword he had brought from the examination hall. Too bad this wooden sword can't be imbued with fire attributes anymore. Gu Luochen twirled the sword effortlessly. A man shouldn't bully a woman too much. Before he could finish speaking, Su Muxue had already made her move. She gently tapped her toes. Her figure floating backward as though weightless simultaneously, her left hand drew the bow into a full arc, her right hand mimicking the action of pulling a bowstring. Without using a physical arrow, she purely relied on light energy to condense an immensely concentrated energy arrow. Whoosh! The bowstring thrummed, and the light arrow shot forward, leaving only a blinding streak of light in its wake. It tore through the glowing mist, hurtling straight for Gu Luochen's face. The match had officially begun. Faced with the lightning-fast arrow, Gu Luochen's eyes sharpened. With an almost impossible sidestep, he evaded it. Shhhrrk. The light arrow skimmed past his temple, stirring the air and tousling his hair before exploding into a dazzling burst of light behind him. But it wasn't over yet. Su Muxue's assault was relentless. She moved rapidly across the spacious dueling platform. Using the glowing mist as cover, her silhouette flickered, creating the illusion of multiple figures. The bowstring vibrated repeatedly, a barrage of light arrows, as dense as a torrential rainstorm, rained down on Gu Luochen from various directions. Principal Wu De, seated in the front row, nodded in approval. Su Muxue's combat talent was indeed extraordinary. Despite the overwhelming onslaught, Gu Luochen remained unperturbed. His movements were as agile as a phantom, weaving deftly through the gaps between the light arrows. Occasionally, he raised his wooden sword to deflect the unavoidable projectiles. Clang! 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 Each clash released bursts of blinding light from the sword's surface, and, with every collision, fine cracks spread along its blade. Gu Luochen knew he couldn't solely rely on defense. Amidst his dodging and parrying, his left hand swiftly formed a series of gestures. Whoosh! Blazing white fireballs, like cannonballs, erupted forth, tearing through the luminous mist as they roared toward Su Muxue. Su Muxue spun sharply, narrowly. Dodging the incoming fireballs, the fireballs crashed into the distant ground, leaving behind charred craters yet dissipating soundlessly. Su Muxue's speed surged once more. She increased the distance, and the glow of her bowstring intensified abruptly. No longer firing in rapid succession, she began to charge her attack. A massive light arrow, far thicker than the previous ones, gradually took shape. The surrounding luminous mist frantically converged at its tip. Seeing this, Gu Luochen ceased his evasive maneuvers. He sheathed the wooden sword at his waist and began forming seals with both hands, preparing his own counterattack. Holy lights dawn! Su Muxue's crisp voice rang out as she released the bowstring. The enormous light arrow, carrying energy compressed to its absolute limit, shot straight for Gu Luochen. Great Fire Spear. Gu Luochen casually named the fiery spear he had conjured before hurling it with all his might. Boom! Light and fire, purification and combustion, the pinnacle attacks of two top-tier ability users clashed violently at the center of the dueling platform. Blinding white light and searing flames instantly engulfed the center, while energy ripples surged outward like tidal waves. Amid the chaos of the explosion, a shadow silently pierced through the turbulent energy. Braving the residual shockwaves, it charged in swiftly, without a sound. The wooden sword was placed against Su Muxue's neck on the other side of the explosion center, where she stood bathed in holy radiance. The rough blade touched her smooth skin. You've lost, classmate Su. Gu Luochen's voice carried a hint of exhaustion from the intense battle. However, under the sword's edge, Su Muxue suddenly disintegrated, dissolving into countless points of light like bubbles, vanishing into the air. My goodness! An energy decoy. It turned out that Su Muxue had used the glowing mist on the battlefield and the cover of their earlier clash to create an energy decoy imbued with traces of her aura, serving as bait. Her real body. Gu Luochen detected an energy surge from behind him, one as potent as the massive light arrow. Earlier, at the edge of the glowing mist, where the explosion's residual effects had yet to dissipate, the real Su Muxue stood firmly. Her longbow was once again fully drawn. The light on the bowstring was even more concentrated, and another light arrow was ready to be unleashed. Its tip firmly locked onto Gu Luochen's back. Her gaze was icy and razor-sharp. Gu Luochen, you've lost! Exclamations erupted from the audience. That was incredible. Both Gu Luochen and Su Mushue have given us unbelievable surprises. The combat talent of these two young people is truly remarkable. The mentors in the stands began an animated discussion. The match can be declared over, one mentor remarked, but at this critical moment, with his back to Su Mushue, Gu Luochen showed no trace of panic at being outmaneuvered. Instead, he revealed a triumphant, radiant smile. Is that so? His voice, laced with amusement, rang clearly in Su Mushue's ears. Su Mushue's heart sounded alarm bells. But it was too late. Buzz. Centered around her feet, several meters of the ground suddenly lit up with 7 blazing golden red points of light. The specks of light rapidly extended into intricate flame patterns, interconnecting to form a flaming cage. These were precisely the landing points of the fireballs Gu Luochen had seemingly tossed around randomly while dodging earlier. Fire spirit, 7 luminaries confinement array. Gu Luochen silently recited in his heart. The moment the cage took shape, fiery chains emerged from other pits in the ground, resembling lively fiery serpents, swiftly binding Su Mushue's arms and legs. The scorching restrictive force erupted instantly. Not only did it firmly immobilize her, but the glow on her bowstring also began to fade. Ugh. Su Mushue let out a muffled grunt, struggling desperately, yet the flaming chains were unyielding. The light emanating from her body barely attempted to dissolve the chains before being melted away in an instant. Gu Luochen turned around unhurriedly, his face still carrying that infuriating smile that riled Su Mushue. Dragging his severely damaged wooden sword, he swaggered up to the immobilized Su Mushue, pressing the tip of the blade against her fair neck. The two were so close that they could almost feel each other's breaths. Slightly leaning forward, he drew closer to Su Mushue's beautiful eyes, which were widened in shock and anger, completely ignoring the fiery rage she was glaring at him with. According to the terms of our bet, you've lost. Gu Luochen's lips curled into a provocative smirk as he whispered softly in her ear. Seeing the mixture of shame and anger on Su Mushue's face, Gu Luochen's smile grew even more triumphant. My dear maid. You. Su Mushue trembled with rage. Holy light surged violently as she tried to break free from the chains, but to no avail. The flaming chains only tightened further, outlining her curvaceous figure even more clearly. The ambiguous scene within the sparring arena was out of view from the crowd outside. To the spectators, this battle brought nothing but awe and admiration. He won. Gu Luochen actually defeated Goddess Su? A monster. A mere freshman is this powerful? It's utterly demoralizing. Incredible. He actually used the fireball explosions to mask the activation of the ability array. This kid's mastery of arrays is insane. A mentor on the stands clapped his hands repeatedly. I must recommend him to the principal. Such talent shouldn't be confined to swordsmanship alone. Luofei, you're only focusing on the array. That decided the match, but you're overlooking his precision and confidence when using the sword. Gu Luochen's choice to minor in swordsmanship says it all. The speaker was Ouyang Chuan, who had just arrived. As he spoke, he gave the ability array mentor, Luofei, a sharp glare. Without unparalleled swordsmanship, Gu Luochen wouldn't meet the standards of a demon slayer. Hearing this, Luofei seemed to recall something. He sighed softly and refrained from further argument. The evening sunlight streamed through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows of the Gu family estate, casting long shadows on the floor. The doorbell rang, crisp and lingering. The butler, Uncle Chen, who had been notified in advance, personally opened the heavy, intricately carved doors. Outside, Su Mushue stood in her academy uniform, her figure appearing frail and solitary. Her face was expressionless, but the tightly pressed lips betrayed a hint of nervousness. Miss Su, please come in. The young master is expecting you, Uncle Chen said, bowing slightly, his eyes filled with a mix of curiosity and complexity. Su Mushue followed Uncle Chen into the estate. The mansion was spacious and opulent, from the lapis lazuli flooring to the suspended night crystal chandeliers. Every detail was crafted from rare materials of another world. Accustomed to the simplicity of her apartment, Su Mushue couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the extravagance. Gu Luochen was lounging against a sofa in the living room, dressed in comfortable black loungewear, barefoot, exuding a lazy air. The moment he saw Su Mushue enter, his lips curved into that teasing smile again. Well, you're punctual, my dear maid. Gu Luochen walked up to Su Mushue, sizing up her school uniform that seemed out of place. Don't wear your uniform at home. He snapped his fingers, and immediately, someone approached carrying a delicately crafted box. Put this on, Gu Luochen said, nodding toward the box with a mischievous grin. This suits your new identity better. Suppressing the urge to throw the box at his face, Sumushue took a deep breath and accepted it. Inside was a classic black and white maid outfit. Gu Luochen. You. Sumushue's cheeks flushed instantly, her trembling fingers betraying her fury. A bet is a bet. Or, does the eldest Miss Su family not honor her? Losses? Sumushue froze, the fire in her eyes subdued by a deeper sense of humiliation and determination. She bit her lip tightly, said nothing, and carried the box as she followed Madame Su toward the changing room. When she reappeared in the living room, Gu Luochen whistled loudly. He had to admit, beautiful people looked good in anything. The well-fitted maid outfit highlighted her slender waist, and the black and white contrast complemented her cold, aloof demeanor in an intriguing way, yet, her face still bore 2 streaks of tears. My room is upstairs, first door on the left. Go warm the bed for me. Sumushue raised her head, her eyes widening in disbelief. Though she seemed somewhat prepared, she nodded slightly and was about to head upstairs. Ji Luochen quickly reached out to stop her, looking into her reddened eyes as he said, relax. Since you dared to come, I won't go back. On my promise. He reassured her slightly, then added, to the room I just mentioned, it's specifically prepared for you. You can ask Madame Su. Sumushue glanced at Madame Su. Madame Su nodded firmly, seizing the opportunity to say, a poor child, that room has just been cleaned, it's all for you. I promise you'll sleep soundly. I may not know what's going on between you 2 young folks, but if our young master dares to bully you, I'll be the first to stand up to him. I'll even report him to his father. Hearing Madame Su's indignant words, Mushue froze, turning to look at Gu Luochen, only to see his helpless yet amused expression. In that moment, Sumushue seemed to understand something. Her already red eyes turned even redder. Standing there, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Ji Luochen's smile faded. He knew Sumushue must have been suppressing a great deal, which explained her intense drive to become stronger, and now, under his relentless provocation, her psychological defenses had collapsed, and all her pent-up pressure was pouring out with her tears. Ji Luochen walked over, patted her shoulder, and handed her a handkerchief. I'm going to rest. There's a training room in the house, Aunt Su will take you there. Oh, and my room is the first one on the right upstairs. Don't forget. Tomorrow morning at 5, don't forget to wake me up. Watching Gu Luochen's retreating figure, Sumushue clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms. Late at night, heavy breaths from intense training echoed from the training room in the Gu family estate, occasionally accompanied by a few soft grunts. Uncle Chen walked to Gu Luochen's room and knocked on the door. Come in. Young master, I've found the information you were looking for. Oh, tell me about it. Gu Luochen sat up from his bed. Sumushue is currently living alone. Her life is quite difficult, mainly relying on government aid. Her parents were both 7th-rank ability users. They perished together during the campaign against the 32nd Special Level Otherworld. The creatures in that otherworld were too powerful. Not only her parents, but everyone who entered didn't make it out alive, including even a 9th-rank ability user. Because the creatures in the 32nd Otherworld are so strong and pose no external threat for now, the portal has been preserved and remains unhunted. Gu Luocheng rubbed his temples. Hatred can indeed make someone stronger, but it can also destroy them, he thought. This explains why Sumushue could tolerate his frivolity and kept approaching him. To become stronger, resources are essential. Even with S-grade talent, without sufficient resources, growth is slow, and within Sumushue's reach, he happened to have those resources. More importantly, he not only had resources but also the ability to help her seek revenge. Besides, he himself was an S-rank powerhouse. He guessed that when Sumushue agreed to the bet, she was already prepared to give everything, even if he had no trump card at the time. Her last arrow would have intentionally missed. After all, the two were somewhat fated. He couldn't let her stray down the wrong path. He had to find a way to help her. By the way, Uncle Chen, tell Aunt Su to prepare the same potions I take daily for Sumushue as well. Understood, young master. It was late at night. Some drooled, while others sweated. No one is born strong. If someone is, then Gu Luocheng will be the one to teach them a lesson. Before dawn, there was a knock on Gu Luocheng's door. No response. Wearing a maid outfit, Mushue gently pushed the door open. She had assumed that the eldest young master Gu would still be in bed, but unexpectedly, he was sitting cross-legged on a mat by the window. The window was open, and as the door moved, the breeze blew in, stirring his flowing long hair. Since arriving in this world, Gu Luocheng had resumed his morning meditation habit. Although he couldn't cultivate immortality here, meditation could help circulate the energy within his body. After all, this body was still too weak. He opened his eyes, his gaze falling on Su Muxue. The dark fabric of her outfit paired with white lace seemed to complement her well. "You're punctual. Come, follow me to the training room," Su Muxue said. Nothing, silently following him to the training room. "From today onward, you'll learn swordsmanship from me," Gu Luocheng said, picking up a wooden sword. "But I've never learned swordsmanship before," Su Muxue replied, standing a few steps behind him, suspicion creeping into her heart. "No problem, I'll teach you." Hearing his casual tone, Su Muxue found it amusing, as though he was toying with her. This maid who had come because of a bet.at that moment, Gu Luocheng knew it was time to demonstrate. He raised his sword slightly, adopting the starting stance of the flowing cloud sword art. The flowing cloud sword art, which he had previously dismissed as flashy and impractical, now found its purpose. Flowing cloud's starting stance emphasizes form first. Gu Luocheng's voice remained lazy. Su Muxue couldn't help but smirk, imagining his clumsy sword movements, but as his wrist gave a gentle flick, the trajectory of the lightweight wooden sword suddenly became profound and unpredictable. Gu Luocheng's form moved like drifting clouds, elusive and agile. The sword's tip sliced through the air, producing a faint yet distinct hiss, as if it were cutting through something invisible. Thud! 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 A series of sharp, muffled sonic booms echoed, dense and rapid like raindrops striking banana leaves. The demonstration concluded. Gu Luocheng looked at Su Muxue's shocked expression and knew the fish had taken the bait. A sleek black luxury car cruised steadily along the tree-lined avenue leading to the academy. Su Muxue had changed back into her academy uniform, her gaze drifting. As she watched the scenery speed past the window, sunlight streamed through the car window, casting a soft glow on her flawless profile. Gu Luocheng sat beside her, idly playing with a fireball that kept shifting shape in his hand. Su Muxue. Gu Luocheng suddenly broke the silence. Su Muxue snapped back to attention, softly responding with an without saying more. "Why are you pushing yourself so hard?" The fireball in Gu Luocheng's hand stopped its transformations. "Is it just to beat me? Or is there another reason?" Su Muxue's body stiffened slightly, her hands clenching tightly on her lap. She avoided Gu Luocheng's gaze, looking out the window again, her tone distant. "Do I need a reason to become stronger?" "You do." Gu Luocheng's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. "You've turned becoming stronger into a form of self-torment, almost an obsession. There must be an extraordinary reason behind it." Su Muxue abruptly turned her head, her clear eyes showing genuine emotion for the first time. "What do you know?" Her voice was sharp, but she quickly realized her outburst and forced herself to calm down, her chest heaving slightly. Gu Luocheng paid no mind to her panic, his gaze remaining serene and profound. A 7th rank ability user, perishing on that yet-to-be-conquered otherworld battlefield, not even their body could be brought back. His voice was soft, but it struck Su Muxue's heart like a hammer. Her face instantly turned pale. She looked at Gu Luocheng in disbelief, her lips trembling slightly. How do you know?" Gu Luocheng shrugged, casually toying with the fireball in his hand. "That intense desire to grow stronger, the occasional flashes of hatred in your eyes. Other than a blood-deep vendetta, I can't think of anything else that could drive a girl with top-tier talent and beauty to live like a taut bowstring. The 32nd special-level otherworld, am I right?" The car fell silent, as if death itself had entered. Only the low hum of the engine and the gentle breeze from the air conditioning could be heard. Su Muxue lowered her head, her long lashes casting shadows that hid the turmoil of pain and hatred in her eyes. After a long while, just as Gu Luocheng thought she wouldn't respond, she squeezed 2 words through clenched teeth. "Yes." Su Muxue raised her head, her eyes no longer flustered but filled with a resolute determination so palpable it could almost be touched. "So, do you understand now? I live to become stronger, strong enough to conquer that place. For this, I am willing to pay any price." Her tone was unwavering, carrying a tragic sense of devotion to her ideals. Gu Luocheng gazed at the flames of vengeance burning in her eyes and fell silent for a moment. Then, he suddenly smiled. But this time, his smile lacked the usual teasing quality and instead carried a strange sense of approval. "However, relying solely on hatred and brute strength, even if you reach the 9th rank, you won't defeat that level of otherworldly realm. Your power needs transformation. If you're willing to trust me, I can help you." "What's the condition?" "I already told you." "What?" "Trust me." Su Muxue froze. At that moment, the luxurious car slowly stopped in front of the solemn gates of the academy. Uncle Chen stepped out and opened the rear door. Su Muxue took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent emotions within her, regaining her calm expression as she prepared to step out of the Car. Wait. Gu Luochang called out to her. Su Mushue turned back. Puzzled, she saw Gu Luochang, as if performing a magic trick, take out an exquisite thermal food container from beside his seat and hand it to her, his face wearing that annoying grin. Here, my dear maid, this is your breakfast. For today. Aunt Su specially prepared it for you, worrying that your intense training might leave you too skinny from hunger. Su Mushue glanced at the food container, then at Gu Luochang's expectant waiting for thanks expression. Her previously complex emotions were instantly replaced by shame and annoyance. She snatched the container, gave Gu Luochang a fierce glare, and stormed out of the car without looking back. Seriously? What kind of maid walks ahead of her young master? Gu Luochang muttered under his breath as he slowly got out of the car. Now, countless shocked, curious, envious, and jealous gazes were directed their way. The iconic luxury car of the Gu family, and Su Goddess had just stepped out of it, holding a food container that was clearly from home. This news was explosive. Hey, did you hear? Su Goddess has been won over by Gu Dashao. What? Tell me more. This morning, Su Goddess stepped out of Gu Dashao's luxury car. They got out one after the other. Lots of people saw it. Are you serious? Su Goddess? Coming out of the Gu family's car? A male student was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out. The classmates were bursting with gossip, but Lin Xiaoyu, who sat silently nearby, remained quiet. Shu, quiet down. Su Mushue is here. Su Mushue could feel the malicious murmurs around her. She ignored them and walked straight back to her seat. If any of you have the skills, you can come be my sparring partner. I promise I won't kill you. A voice filled with anger rang out from the classroom door, instantly silencing all the chatter. Gu Luochang had regained his arrogant air, his gaze sweeping across the room. The students who had been gossiping quickly lowered their heads, avoiding his eyes. Su Mushue glanced at Gu Luochang, their eyes meeting in a moment filled with unspoken meaning. This was a public class, so everyone returned to their respective classes afterward. Only during specialized courses were the classes divided. The morning classes passed quickly. After the swordsmanship class, Gu Luochang was intercepted by a group of senior students. Leading them was a tall, arrogant young man, none other than Qinyu, who hailed from another elite family. He was also a top-tier second-year student, possessing an A+ level Wind Thunder Leopard and a 4th-tier superpower. It was rumored that he had long harbored feelings for Su Goddess, and his strength and tactics far surpassed those of people like Zhao Ning. Gu Luochang? Qinyu's voice was calm, but his sharp gaze was like a blade. Gu Luochang stopped in his tracks, his expression still carrying that lazy indifference, as though he hadn't taken the other parties seriously. He gave Qinyu a casual glance and said lightly, "What is it?" Qinyu, angered by his attitude, frowned and stepped forward, his presence growing stronger. "I'm here to tell you, Su Mushue is not someone you can touch." Gu Luochang remained silent. One of Qinyu's lackeys stepped forward and added harshly, "Before my UAGE graduates, you'd better show some respect and not cause yourself trouble." Hearing this, Gu Luochang not only remained unbothered but chuckled softly, his laughter dripping with sarcasm. The soundless mockery instantly ignited the anger of Qinyu's lackeys. A burly student with a scar on his face stepped forward, almost pressing against Gu Luochang's face. "Hey, freshman brat, are you deaf? UAGE is speaking to you. S-class talent? Ha, just a newly awakened first-tier weakling. What's there to be arrogant about?" Gu Luochang waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies. "You won't be jumping around for long." He deliberately emphasized the words "won't be jumping," his voice calm but instantly tightening the atmosphere. "Arrogant." Qinyu's face darkened as small arcs of electricity and gusts of wind began emanating from him. He had never been humiliated like this by a mere freshman. The immense power of his wind and thunder ability was on the verge of exploding. "Enough!" At this critical moment, a commanding voice boomed like thunder. A figure appeared instantly in the middle of the scene. It was none other than the swordsmanship instructor, Ouyang Chuan. Qinyu and his lackeys, upon seeing Ouyang Chuan, immediately looked as though they'd been doused with cold water. They hurriedly bowed in respect. "Instructor Ouyang." Gu Luochang, however, appeared puzzled, not understanding why they feared Ouyang Chuan so much. Ouyang Chuan's gaze lingered on Qinyu for a moment, carrying both scrutiny and a faint trace of disappointment. "Qinyu, with your abilities, instead of fighting otherworldly creatures out there, you're bullying a first-year student here? Is this how the academy trained you to oppress the weak?" Yu's face turned pale, then flushed. He opened his mouth to explain, "Instructor Ouyang, enough." Ouyang Chuan's voice wasn't loud but carried an undeniable authority. Take your men and leave immediately. If this happens again, I won't hesitate to have a talk with the Qin family. Head myself. Qin clenched his fists, forcing out a single word through gritted teeth, leave. Gu Luocheng's lips curled into a cold smile. Instructor Ouyang, I'd like you to bear witness. Ouyang Chuan paused and looked at him, puzzled. Senior Qin Yu. At the end of the semester, on the Academy's dueling platform, I, Gu Luocheng, will be waiting for your challenge. Qin Yu, who was just about to leave, suddenly froze mid-step. The few remaining students nearby also gasped sharply in shock. A first-year freshman dared to publicly challenge a top third-year student? This was utterly unheard of. Qin Yu spun around abruptly, rage almost bursting from his eyes, yet a twisted smile spread across his face. Fine. Gu Luocheng, you've got guts. At the end of the semester, on the dueling platform, we'll settle this. Then, I'll show you just how insurmountable the gap is between an S-class talent at the first and fourth tiers. Don't regret your arrogance today. With that, Qin Yu turned and disappeared. From Ouyangchuan's sight, his group following behind him. 4 months. Ouyangchuan murmured to himself, his gaze sweeping over Gu Luocheng's indifferent expression. Do you have the confidence? Gu Luocheng replied ambiguously, performing a swordsmanship salute to Ouyangchuan. Thank you, mentor, for stepping in. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Watching Gu Luocheng's departing figure, Yangchuan muttered to himself, this guy, he's even more arrogant than I am. Gu family manner. Gu Luocheng didn't give the morning's commotion a second thought. He changed into his training attire and waved at Su Muxue, who had just returned from the academy. Come here, I'll teach you something new. Su Muxue approached with a blank expression, though a hint of complexity flickered in her eyes. She already knew about Qin Yu causing trouble for Gu Luocheng because of her. Watch closely. Gu Luocheng wasted no words. He pressed his fingers together like a sword, and suddenly, a pure flame ignited at his fingertips. This flame emitted no scorching heat, instead, it was restrained and solid, almost like a tangible entity. Light energy may appear sacred, but it's actually about disintegration and purification. However, when facing tougher enemies, like certain creatures from other realms, the flame at his fingertips began to shift, no longer burning like fire but condensing into a highly concentrated beam of light. What you need is annihilation, stronger than purification. Gu Luocheng's eyes turned cold as the beam of light shot forth from his fingertips. There was no deafening sound. The beam silently pierced through a special alloy target in the training field. At the target's center was a perfectly smooth, round hole. The alloy around the hole had turned ashen and lifeless, its energy structure completely obliterated. Total annihilation. Su Muxue's pupils contracted sharply. This energy form was far more advanced than any flame she had ever seen. What is this? Isn't your ability fire? Her voice trembled, though it was more out of shock than fear. Though paths differ, they all lead to the same end. This is the annihilation form of fire. Gu Luocheng dispersed the beam, a thin layer of sweat appearing on his forehead. Seeing the fiery admiration in Su Muxue's eyes, Gu Luocheng smiled with satisfaction. Want to learn, my dear maid? This time, Su Muxue didn't get upset at the title. She looked up sharply at Gu Luocheng and said, teach me. Gu Luocheng smiled, good. The fish had taken the bait. Over the next few days, the two maintained a strict routine: morning sword practice, attending school, returning home, practicing their abilities, and then resting. On the 5th morning of Su Muxue's stay at Gu Luocheng's home, Gu Luocheng broke through. He could feel as though a door within his body had opened. In the basic ability courses, it was taught that the first gate of the genetic locks within the human body was called the rest gate. Once an ability user awoke and opened this gate, they could advance to a second-tier ability user. The first 5 gates, rest, life, injury, do, and view, could be opened through physical training and mental fortitude. However, the last 3 gates, death, shock, and open, came with extremely stringent conditions for unlocking. As a result, many ability users were stuck at the 6th tier. Gu Luocheng felt that his physical and mental attributes had increased by about 1.5 times. Nearby, Su Muxue was wielding a wooden sword, practicing the most basic sword techniques, completely unaware that Gu Luocheng had quietly advanced to the 2nd tier. Gu Luocheng didn't disturb her. He simply sat cross-legged and watched the scene. Before him in silence. In the morning light, Su Muxue moved gracefully, every action exuding a unique beauty. Sweat dampened a few strands of hair on her forehead, sticking to her smooth skin. She turned her head and noticed Gu Luocheng watching her with a cheerful smile. Planting the wooden sword into the ground, Su Muxue asked bluntly, Gu Luocheng, what are you smiling at? After spending the past few days together, Su Muxue had let down her guard around Gu Luochen and spoke more naturally now. I've advanced to the second tier. What? Su Muxue's eyes widened. I said, I've advanced to the second tier. Gu Luochen's smile grew even brighter. At Ability Academy No. 3, Class 5's training ground, students were engaging in free practice. Gao Tian leaned against a training apparatus, exaggeratingly recounting the S-class showdown between Gu Luochen and Su Muxue from a few days ago to a group of classmates. Just as Gao Tian was getting animated, a student came rushing out of the teaching building. Appearing to deliver urgent news, Gao Tian paused his storytelling and went to investigate. From afar, the crowd seemed to grow excited, and a cry of astonishment rang out. What? Gu Luochen from Class 3 has already advanced to the second tier? Hearing this, Gao Tian dashed over and squeezed into the crowd. Is it true? My big bro really advanced to the second tier? It's true. Many teachers have confirmed it. Wow, he hasn't even awakened for a full month, has he? Gao Tian excitedly rubbed his chin. To be precise, it's been 25 days. I think the fastest record in Huaxia for advancing to the second tier is 45 days. Someone added. Ha ha ha. Gao Tian suddenly burst into laughter, leaving his classmates puzzled. Then, he smugly declared, brothers, from now on, I've got your backs. Gu Luochen advancing to the second tier doesn't mean you've got our backs. My big bro's got my back, which means I've got yours. That actually makes some sense. 2 days later, on the 7th day of Su Muxue's stay at Gu Luochen's home, the school board has decided that this afternoon, Class 3 will conduct practical training outside the safety perimeter. Standing on the podium, homeroom teacher Mr. Li made the announcement with solemnity. The students below grew tense. Everyone knew what going beyond the perimeter entailed. Death it was the most common and terrifying word associated with the outside. Teacher, isn't this too sudden? We're not prepared. Your academy training is the best preparation. Mr. Li's gaze was firm, his tone sharp. What about weapons? The academy will provide weapons and protective gear. No one questioned further, and Mr. Li continued. Next, I'll divide the 15 members of our class into groups. The stifling wind swept across the withered grassland, pressing heavily on everyone's hearts. This time, the academy's armored vehicle was even more imposing than the one Gu Luochen had ridden last time. Its weaponry was more advanced, and its armor thicker. Yet the tense atmosphere inside the vehicle was inescapable. After all, for most students, this was their first time leaving the safe zone, their first time witnessing the apocalyptic scenes beyond the boundary with their own eyes. Gu Luochen's group consisted of 7 members. There were 2 strength-type ability users, 4 manipulation-type ability users, and 1 perception-type ability user. Su Muxue's group had 8 members. With a similar arrangement, the dimensional vortex that appeared this time was different from the crimson vortex Gu Luochen had seen in the skies of Changbai Mountain before. This one was light blue, lacking the oppressive energy of the violent storm. It wasn't in the sky but on a rocky plain, scattered with broken stones. The academy had already sent personnel to maintain order. A burly instructor stood before the dimensional vortex and wasted no words. Of the Tier 3 beasts in this dimension have already been cleared by the academy. Now, only 2 Tier 2 beasts and some Tier 1 beasts remain. Beyond the gate lies another world. Don't treat it as a training ground. Every step could cost you your life. Once inside, gather with your group immediately. When encountering enemies, strength types at the front. Perception types, focus on scouting. Manipulation types, follow commands and don't act recklessly. Understood? Understood, came sparse and somewhat feeble responses. On my signal, begin. Gu Luochen stepped forward first, while the students behind him hesitated nervously, as if being driven forward like ducks to water. These fresh recruits, setting foot on the battlefield for the first time, quickly vanished into the vortex. Will these rookies manage? Didn't you see the duel between those 2 S-class freshmen? I think even if they encounter a Tier 3 beast, they can handle it. Besides, Gu Luochen has already broken through to Tier 2. The academy staff murmured among themselves, standing guard to prevent the freshmen from being ambushed the moment they emerged from the vortex. As Gu Luochen stepped into the vortex, he felt a solid sensation beneath his feet, but it was definitely not soil. He knelt on one knee, steadying himself, and ignited a flame in his palm to serve as a light source. He abruptly raised his head. The sight before him took his breath away. The sky hung oppressively low, and in the distance, 3 towering, steep mountain ranges pierced through the clouds. A vague sense of familiarity washed over Gu Luochen regarding this place. Although this dimension isn't very large, clearing out all the beasts will still take considerable time. We should split into 2 groups, it'll be more efficient that way. Sumushua calmly analyzed the situation and spoke to Gu Luochen, who was still in thought. Gu Luochen snapped out of it and nodded, saying alright. Then, with a lazy grin, he leaned closer to Su Mushua's ear and teased, seems like my dear maid wants to ditch her young master as soon as possible. You! Su Mushua's cheeks flushed slightly, and she glared at him fiercely. Lin Xiaoyu silently observed this interaction, gripping the hem of her clothes tightly. In others' eyes, the two's interaction was undeniably ambiguous, but since they were the team leaders, no one dared to comment. The 2 groups soon arrived at a fork in the road and parted ways. The journey went smoothly, with Gu Luochen hardly needing to take action, with the perception type scouting, the strength type tanking, and the manipulation type providing offense. These lone tier 1 monsters were no match at all. Wait! Lin Xiaoyu suddenly called out. Hearing her, Gu Luochen seemed to sense something as well. The usually languid Gu Luochen now had flames flickering on his fingertips. Everyone turned to Lin Xiaoyu, waiting to hear what she had discovered. She was the only perception type in the group capable of using plants to gather information. There's movement in the forest ahead. A large number of them. Enemies incoming. Whoosh! Before Lin Xiaoyu finished her sentence, a fireball shot from Gu Luochen's hand toward the forest. The fireball landed, erupting in a heatwave that blasted open a gap in the forest. Only then did everyone see clearly that hidden within the forest was a horde of beasts. No, it was a swarm of beasts. Each creature resembled an oversized lizard, its entire body covered in ghastly white bone armor. They had no fur, only sharp bone spikes protruded from their joints and spines, exuding ferocity. What are those monsters? Zhang Tao's voice trembled involuntarily. Bone lizards. Peak tier 1. Extremely fast. Weak points are at the neck joints and the soft membrane of their abdomen. A student who paid close attention in class quickly provided the intel. Zhang Tao. Hold the line. Everyone else, prepare your ability attacks. Gu Luochen barked sharply, snapping Zhang Tao out of his fear. Zhang Tao took a deep breath, suppressing his terror, and slammed his palms onto the ground. Ha! Boom! A thick earthen wall rose from the ground, blocking the path of the charging bone lizards. Although the wall slowed the bone lizards, it was soon breached. Almost immediately after the wall was destroyed, the first wave of multicolored ability attacks slammed into the leading bone lizards. Keep going. Suppress them. Focus on the neck, joints and abdomen. Gu Luochen's eyes were sharp, and the flames on his fingertips no longer flickered faintly. Instead, they condensed into fiery orange fireballs, which he fired continuously like a barrage of artillery shells. Boom! 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 The fireballs exploded within the bone lizard swarm, sending several of them flying with the forceful shockwaves. Zhang Tao! Fall back! Gu Luochen shouted, but it was too late. From Zhang Tao's side, a larger bone lizard with tier 2 energy fluctuations suddenly appeared. With a single swipe of its claw, it sent Zhang Tao flying. His ability was a B-level earth rock bone, with rough skin and thick flesh, so being sent flying didn't cause him any major injuries, but this created a huge gap in the formation. Roar! The tier 2 bone lizard seemed to be the leader. With a furious roar, the bone lizard swarm immediately changed direction. They all charged fiercely toward the opening. In the blink of an eye, 2 or 3 bone lizards broke into the formation. Gu Luocheng knew they couldn't delay any longer. The battle had to end immediately. First, eliminate the leader. Cover me. Gu Luocheng growled lowly, flames suddenly spiraling around his left arm as energy began to condense at his fingertips. This wasn't just an ordinary fireball anymore, but a powerful beam compressed to the extreme. This was the ultimate form of fire. He aimed at the belly of the tier 2 bone lizard, exuding an overwhelming aura. Boom! The energy beam at his fingertips exploded in an instant. It carried an incredible force capable of incinerating everything. Roar! The tier 2 bone lizard let out a piercing, distorted scream. Its massive body suddenly went rigid, and from the penetrated abdomen, bright red cracks resembling a spiderweb rapidly spread. Then, with a muffled sound, the entire bone lizard exploded into pieces. Gu Luocheng's charged attack had instantly annihilated the tier 2 bone lizard. The momentum of the bone lizard swarm's charge came to an abrupt halt. The next second, their survival instincts completely overtook their will to attack. Hiss screech! No one knew which bone lizard let out a sharp cry first, but it suddenly turned around and retreated. This was like toppling the first domino. The entire swarm of bone lizards collapsed. In an instant, their massive bodies pushed and shoved against each other, the friction of their bone armor creating panicked noises. Like a Receding black tide, they left behind a scene of devastation and a deathly silence. At this moment, a suppressed and agonized groan came from Lin Xiaoyu and the team. She had been attacked when the bone lizards broke through the defensive line. Lin Xiaoyu clutched her calf tightly with both hands, her knuckles tense and white. Her body trembled like a leaf in the wind. Xiaoyu, are you okay? Zhang Tao's voice trembled. If he had been braver earlier, perhaps Xiaoyu wouldn't have been hurt. It hurts. It hurts so much. Lin Xiaoyu's face was pale, and blood seeped through her fingers as she clutched her calf. Move aside. Let me take a look. A short-haired girl suddenly pushed past the onlookers. It was Chen Wei, the only one in the team with healing abilities. She quickly knelt beside Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, try to relax. Let me see the wound. Chen Wei carefully pried apart Lin Xiaoyu's tightly clenched hands to reveal the injury. Out on the outer side of her calf were 2 holes that reached deep into the bone. The edges of the wounds were jagged, with the skin and flesh turned outward, and the surrounding skin had taken on a grayish-black hue. This is bad. Chen Wei gasped sharply. The wound is deep, and the toxin is spreading. As she spoke, she hovered her hands above the wound, her palms emitting a green light filled with vitality. Zhang Tao's face turned ashen. Then Xiaoyu's leg. He recalled what the teacher had said in class: if the toxin from a bone lizard wasn't treated promptly, it could lead to muscle necrosis, or even amputation. Shut up, Zhang Tao, stop scaring people. Shi Wan, who had previously identified the bone lizards, shouted sharply to stop him. Damn it. This is all my fault. Zhang Tao slammed his fist against the ground. If only I had reacted faster. Zhang Tao, go find a crystal core for Lin Xiaoyu. Absorbing it might suppress the spread of the toxin, Gu Luocheng said calmly, arms crossed. Gu Luocheng, are you sure this will work? If it doesn't, it'll waste precious treatment time. Chen Wei questioned, do you have a better idea? Chen Wei was momentarily speechless. I remember now. Shi Wen suddenly shouted. The teacher mentioned that a homologous crystal core can absorb and neutralize the corresponding negative effects. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao didn't hesitate. He quickly ran to find a crystal core that still had some filth on it. He wiped it clean with the corner of his shirt and returned to Lin Xiaoyu, carefully placing the white crystal core into her hand. Lin Xiaoyu bit her lip, enduring the ever-spreading pain, and focused all her willpower on the crystal core. Buzz. The crystal core emitted a faint glow. The energy contained within it surged into Lin Xiaoyu's body as if it had found an outlet. Lin Xiaoyu groaned, her body trembling violently. However, just as the energy began to cleanse her injured calf, the situation suddenly changed. The toxin, writhing like parasitic maggots, reacted immediately upon contact with the crystal core's energy. It was like encountering its nemesis. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The faint sound of burning seemed to echo within her bloodstream. An indescribable sense of relief replaced the earlier sharp pain, as Lin Xiaoyu's tightly furrowed brows began to relax. Her violent trembling also eased. The gray-black toxins surrounding the wound visibly began to disappear under the combined effect of Chen Wei's green light and the energy from the crystal core. It's working, Chen Wei whispered excitedly, her green light glowing even brighter. After a while, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly opened her eyes. Her gaze carried a newfound strength, born from enduring great pain. She could feel that the toxin had been completely eradicated and that her injury was healing. She opened her hand, revealing the crystal core, now devoid of its glow and energy. It had turned into a dull gray stone, which crumbled into powder with a gentle squeeze, falling softly through her fingers. Gu Luocheng scanned the now reorganized team and said, Xiaoyu's healed. Let's move out. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao immediately stood up. Alright, I'm going to crush the rest of those bone lizards into dust. The sky of the other world was shrouded in a heavy, oppressive crimson hue. Time here flowed indistinctly, with only specialized timers to mark its passage to it. Was now the second day since they had entered the other world. Gu Luocheng's team continued clearing out any bone lizards they encountered, their actions seemingly fueled by anger over Lin Xiaoyu's earlier injury. Aside from the bone lizards, they also eliminated over a dozen Tier 1 corrupt poison beetles and shadow claw monkeys. Now, every skirmish was swift and clean. Their teamwork seamless. Zhang Tao charged at the forefront, his earth rockbone ability making him akin to a walking fortress. At this moment, Zhang Tao was growing steadily through combat and reflection. Gu Luocheng, though not making frequent moves, brought a sense of stability to the team. With every spark of flame at his fingertips. Finally, they arrived at the core area marked on the map. It was the entrance to a massive cave. Bottomless and seemingly leading straight to the Earth's core, the entrance was covered with jagged, eerie rocks. The air was thick with the stench of sulfur and a strong energy fluctuation. Just as they were preparing to investigate, another team emerged from the shadows on the side. Gu Luo Chang? A clear and melodious voice rang out, carrying a hint of surprise. Hearing this voice, Gu Luochang immediately understood Su Mushue and her team had arrived. The team led by Su Mushue had clearly just experienced intense battle. Every member's aura was faint. She had her golden hair tied up in a neat ponytail, her features appearing especially gentle under the dim light. A pure light energy emanated from her body, bringing a sense of peace even in this alien world. Su Mushue, Gu Luochang's gaze rested on her. What's the situation? Just got here. Su Mushue approached him, glancing at the team behind him. Her eyes paused on Lin Xiaoyu's bandaged calf, showing a trace of concern that quickly turned serious. I've sensed it. The energy inside the cave is complex. In the core area, I detected 2 or 3 second-tier energy fluctuations, but she furrowed her brow slightly. I have a feeling there's something else deeper inside, something hidden, something that makes me particularly uneasy. Gu Luochang's gaze sharpened as he stared into the depths of the cave. I feel it too. Something is lurking, and its energy level might be even higher. With his heightened senses, far sharper than Su Mushue's, he caught a ferocious aura almost blending with the darkness, but revealing this now would only instill fear. It was better to investigate further. After merging the two teams, their strength significantly increased. With both Gu Luochang and Su Mushue, 2 S-class talents, leading the group, everyone's confidence soared. After a brief exchange and adjustment of their formation, they began exploring the cave. The interior of the cave was even larger and more complex than it appeared from the outside. Massive stalactites crisscrossed, forming a natural labyrinth, while the ground was wet and sticky, heightening their tension. The perception-type members positioned themselves in the center of the formation, extending their mental senses like antennae. 30 meters ahead to the left, 2 monsters. Second-tier energy fluctuations, likely rock armor bears. Movement detected in the passage behind us on the right. 1. Speed-type second-tier shadow bat. Stick to the plan. Zhang Tao, Li Chang, hold off the rock armor bears. Manipulation-type users, focus fire on suppressing the shadow bat. Gu Luochang, I'll assist you in targeting the enemy's weak points. Aim for a one-hit kill. Su Mushue swiftly issued orders, her voice echoing through the cave. The battle erupted instantly. Zhang Tao roared, his muscles tensing as his skin took on a yellowish glow. He charged fearlessly at the massive rock armor bear. His heavy punch slammed into the thick rocky armor, producing a dull thud as fragments of stone scattered. Li Chang moved nimbly, skillfully drawing the other monster's attention. Sharp stone spikes and icy water arrows flew through the air, bombarding the shadow bat as it darted around at high speed, restricting its movements. Holy light arrow. Su Mushue's clear voice rang out as a dazzling light arrow formed at her fingertips, piercing precisely into the crevice of the rock armor bear's shell, its weaker point of defense. The light arrow carried purifying power, burning the monster's flesh as the rock armor bear roared in agony. Flame burst. Gu Luochang flicked his fingers, launching a condensed crimson fireball that struck the vulnerable base of the shadow bat's wings. With a deafening explosion, the shadow bat screeched and plummeted. Their coordination was nearly flawless. The 2 S-class talents were like the anchors of the team. Su Mushue's light-based abilities provided powerful purification and healing support, while Gu Luochang's flames delivered devastating offensive power. The other team members also performed at their peak. Although the 3 second-tier exotic beasts were fierce, their tight coordination and overwhelming firepower quickly subdued them, leaving only energy crystals behind. Phew, it's done, someone sighed in relief. The coordination was amazing. With Brother Gu and Goddess Su here, I feel so much safer. The team was filled with the joy of victory and admiration for their powerful leaders. They began clearing the battlefield, collecting energy crystals, while Chen Wei swiftly tended to the injured members. Su Mushue approached Gu Luochang, her palm glowing softly with white light as she helped him dispel the filth accumulated during the battle. Her movements natural and practiced. Gu Luochang didn't refuse. His gaze remained vigilant, scanning the deeper, darker sections of the cave. That thing is still there, he murmured, audible only to Su Muxue. Su Mushue's mental senses once again picked up that faint, chilling fluctuation, like a slumbering beast slowly awakening. Yes, it's very close. While the group was still elated over the energy crystals, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the depths of the cave. The sound wave struck their minds like a hammer, causing several weaker members to black out and nearly collapse. The entire cave shook violently as rocks rained down from the pitch-black darkness, two blood-red eyes suddenly lit up, resembling lanterns from hell in the eyes of the rookies. Then, a massive figure, so immense it felt suffocating, slowly emerged before them. What kind of monster was this? It resembled a giant lizard but was as large as a small truck. Its body was covered in dark scales that absorbed light, its limbs thick as pillars, and its back bristling with menacing bone spines that extended all the way to the tip of its robust tail. The most terrifying part was its head, riddled with bony tumors. Its enormous mouth opened and closed, revealing sharp fangs dripping with foul saliva that corroded the ground with a harsh sizzling sound. The third-tier beast's overwhelming pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, plunging everyone into an icy abyss and making it hard to breathe. A third-tier bone lizard has evolved. Bone Lizard King. Chi Wen's voice trembled with despair. Everyone, retreat immediately. Fall back to the cave entrance. Notify the instructors for support. Guluwacheng's roar sliced through the haze of fear like a thunderclap. Without hesitation, he took a step forward, positioning himself at the forefront of the group. Blazing flames erupted from his body, forming a scorching firewall that temporarily blocked the terrifying pressure. Guluocheng. Yu Su Mushua called out urgently. Go. Now. If you stay, you'll only hold me back. Guluocheng didn't turn around, his voice resolute. Find the instructors. That's an order. He was fully aware that against a third-tier beast, no one but him could withstand the pressure. After all, he was the only second-tier ability user in the team. Reason triumphed over emotion. Su Mushua clenched her teeth. Everyone, retreat with me. Quickly. She swiftly stabilized the panicked team, shielding them as they retreated toward the cave's entrance. Before leaving, she cast a deep glance at the lone figure engulfed in flames. Standing against the terrifying beast, the usually pampered man showed such decisiveness and courage. Soon, only Guluocheng and the Shadow Venom Lizard King remained deep within the cave of flames, and corrosive energy clashed fiercely, creating crackling explosions. Gu Luocheng unleashed the full power of his S-class fire ability and the foundation of his second-tier strength of flaming whips, explosive fireballs, fiery dragon surges. He continuously deployed powerful fire-based techniques, causing dazzling sparks to erupt on the Lizard King's tough scales. Gu Luocheng's only regret was not having his long sword with him. It would have made the battle significantly easier, but the gap between their tiers was simply too vast. The Lizard King possessed astonishing defense and terrifying strength. Each claw swipe came with a shrill whistle, ripping through the air, while the dark green venom it spewed had an incredibly corrosive force. Relying on his vast experience and astounding speed, Guluocheng dodged continuously in the cramped space, his situation exceedingly perilous. Although his flames could injure the creature, they couldn't deliver a fatal blow. On the other hand, his stamina was depleting rapidly, his breathing growing heavier. He had to find an opportunity to retreat, but as he dodged another venomous spray, his foot caught on loose stones, and his movement faltered. Not good. Guluocheng's pupils contracted sharply. The Lizard King seized the chance, its massive bone tail swinging like a 1,000-pound hammer, tearing through the air with devastating force toward his waist. If this blow landed, Guluocheng would be gravely injured or dead for sure. At this critical moment, Holy Light Barrier, a pure and resilient wall of light, materialized instantly beside Guluocheng. Like a shield, it stood between him and the destructive bone tail. Boom! The massive impact was forcibly blocked, scattering light fragments everywhere. A white figure was sent flying, crashing heavily against the cave wall with a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of their mouth. Although the light wall shattered in an instant, it bought Guluocheng precious time to dodge. Seizing the opportunity, he rolled to safety and turned sharply to see Su Mushue, his eyes filled with shock and fury. Su Mushue, why did you come back? Didn't I tell you to retreat? He rushed to her side, helping her up, his voice hoarse. Gu Luocheng hadn't expected Su Mushue to risk returning. The Venom Lizard King, its attack thwarted, let out a furious roar. Su Mushue's face was pale, her chest heaving, but her gaze was steadfast and full of defiance. She wiped the blood from her lips, her golden eyes staring directly at Gu Luocheng. How could I leave you here alone, young master? She deliberately emphasized the words young master, as though voicing her grievances. Over the past 7 days, looking at her stubborn expression, Gu Luocheng felt a mix of emotions but knew now was not the time for an argument. Idiot! Then let's finish it together. Yes. Su Mushue nodded firmly, determination blazing in her eyes. The two stood back to back, flames and holy light intertwining. One was scorching and wild, capable of burning everything. The other was pure and resolute, capable of shielding and dispelling. Darkness. Two entirely different powers created a seamless synergy at this moment. The battle gradually reached a stalemate, and the Lizard King's attacks began to slow. Soon, the two found its weakness. Chains of light. Sumushu formed hand seals, and several light chains shot out at high speed, binding the Lizard King's limbs and neck, attempting to restrict its movements. From her practiced execution, it was clear this technique had left a deep impression on her. Flame Dragon Strike. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Luocheng unleashed a ferocious flaming dragon that roared as it surged toward the Lizard King's relatively vulnerable abdomen, now bound by the chains of light. Roar! The Lizard King howled in pain, its abdominal scales shattered and charred, dark green blood splattering everywhere. Their teamwork was flawless. Sumushua's light abilities naturally countered the Lizard King's dark scales and venom. Her purifying light significantly weakened the Venom Lizard King and created perfect openings for Gu Luocheng to attack. Gu Luocheng unleashed his full power, concentrating all his firepower on the Lizard King's weak spots. Under the relentless assault of their combined might, the Lizard King's aura quickly waned, and its wounds multiplied. The scales of victory seemed to have tipped in their favor, just as Gu Luocheng gathered energy for a final strike to completely defeat the third-tier beast. An unexpected development occurred. The dying Lizard King's eyes flashed with madness and greed. It suddenly opened its massive maw, emitting a distorted and piercing howl. A terrifying suction force erupted from its mouth. The scattered crystal core fragments of the previously slain second-tier beasts and the energy-laden minerals deeper within the cave were all sucked into its gaping maw. It's forcibly absorbing energy. Stop it quickly. Gu Luocheng's face turned pale, and he launched fireballs in rapid succession. Mushue also fired light arrows continuously, attacking desperately, but it was too late. After devouring the chaotic energy, the Lizard King's body underwent a horrifying mutation. Its size expanded again, dark scales now etched with eerie crimson patterns. Its bone spines grew thicker and sharper, and the tip of its tail morphed into a bone hammer radiating ominous black light. Its previously weakened aura surged like a volcanic eruption. Instantly reaching the peak of the third tier, it even faintly touched the threshold of the fourth tier. The overwhelming energy pressure made it hard for both of them to breathe. The reborn Lizard King roared toward the heavens, its blood-red eyes locked onto Gu Luocheng and Sumushu. Gu Luocheng's heart sank to the bottom. A third-tier peak. This was no longer an opponent they could face. Mushue, run! Now! Gu Luocheng shoved Sumushu away with unprecedented severity. Go find the teacher. Hurry! No! I'm not leaving. If we die together. Sumushu struggled, her light abilities surging wildly as she tried to form a barrier. Sumushu! Gu Luocheng roared, his voice cold and resolute. Look at me. The 7-day wager is over. You have no obligation, no right to stay here and die with me. Sumushua's entire body trembled, staring at him in disbelief. That phrase, not qualified, pierced her most hidden depths like a knife, suffocating her more than the oppressive aura of the Bone Lizard King. She had never imagined that he would drive her away in such a cold and ruthless way. Go! Have you forgotten the mission you must complete? Gu Luocheng roared with all his strength. At the same time, he turned sharply, shielding Sumushu behind him. He crossed his arms, unleashing the full power of his flame ability, which condensed into a massive crimson gold flame shield, as hard as iron. In front of him. Fire element combat technique, Flame Sun Shield. At the very moment he shouted, the Bone Lizard Lord's massive bone hammer, enveloped in a black light of destruction, tore through the air and came crashing towards them with immense force. Its range was vast and unavoidable. Using his body in the final line of defense, Gu Luocheng fought to buy Sumushu a chance at survival. Sumushu's face was streaked with tears. She finally understood that behind his cold words was a heart of protection, burning hotter than any flame. While his words pushed her away, his body erected the final barrier for her. This resolute act tore her heart apart. Boom! The bone hammer slammed into the Flame Sun shield with devastating force. The enormous impact transmitted through the shield, causing Gu Luocheng's arm bones to creak violently. Blood spurted from his mouth as his body was forcefully slammed to the ground. The shockwave from the collision of shield and hammer propelled Sumushu back into the corridor. The last thing she saw was Gu Luocheng's battered figure lying on the ground and the Bone Lizard Lord's ferocious, gaping maw. Gu Luocheng, she cried out, her voice heart-wrenching, echoing throughout the corridor, but she knew staying would only cause his sacrifice to be in vain. With tears in her eyes, she abruptly turned around, forcing herself not to use her spiritual sense to perceive the carnage within the cave. Clenching her teeth tightly, her entire being erupted with radiant energy, transforming into a streak of light that tore through the Darkness, racing toward the cave entrance. At this moment, Gu Luocheng felt as though every bone in his body was about to shatter, his mouth filled with the metallic taste of blood. The bone lizard lord's monstrous, foul-smelling, and greedy jaws were already upon him. The aura of death had never been clearer. However, Gu Luocheng's gaze became eerily calm, even igniting a flame of near madness. "You want to devour me? Then let's see if you have the guts." With a low growl, the storage ring on his finger glowed fiercely. Clatter, dozens of crystalline cores spilled from the ring like stars, spreading across the ground in front of him. First-tier bone lizard cores, second-tier rock armor bear cores, shadow bat cores, there were even a few stones radiating unique energies. A chaotic and violent mix of multicolored energy emanated from the scattered treasures. These were all their spoils from this expedition, as only young Master Gu possessed a storage ring. Absorb it all. Gu Luocheng slammed his palms onto the ground, unleashing a terrifying suction force from his hands. The energy from the dozens of crystalline cores surged into his arms like a raging flood, flooding into his body. Arg! The familiar, excruciating pain instantly swept through his entire being. It felt as if countless searing hot needles were piercing and churning inside him. His skin began to crack open, seeping tiny beads of blood. At this moment, his body resembled a balloon filled to the brink of bursting, poised to explode at any moment. Yet Gu Luocheng's gaze remained steadfast, suppressing the agony with his indomitable willpower. His spirit was like unyielding rock, firmly controlling the destructive torrent of energy within him. His body was already on the verge of collapse, but the energy inside him surged violently. The bone lizard lord clearly sensed the threat, letting out an uneasy roar as it accelerated its charge. Gu Luocheng's 7 orifices were bleeding, his face twisted in agony, resembling a vengeful ghost. The flames on his body shifted from crimson to a dark golden hue, exuding an aura of infernal depth. He struggled to lift his seemingly unresponsive left hand, his fingers twitching slightly before quickly forming a series of seals, locking onto the charging bone lizard lord. The violently suppressed energy within him had found its single outlet. Immortal art. Flame demon spear. The raspy, low voice sounded like an incantation from another world. The space before Gu Luocheng suddenly warped and collapsed. Endless dark golden flames erupted from his palm, not forming a spear but instead creating a rotating vortex in front of him, like a black hole leading to a hell of molten lava. At the vortex's center, an ultimate point of destructive black light began to form. The next second, boom! A torrent of destructive dark golden demonic flames burst forth, like a flame demon lance piercing through the heavens. The immortal art, flame demon spear, using the body as a furnace, blood as the fuel. The demonic flames were harnessed to slay gods and annihilate demons. This was a forbidden technique from the immortal realm. The destructive torrent of dark purple flames instantly engulfed the bone lizard king before it. Its impenetrable shadowy scales melted upon contact with the demonic flames, like snow-meeting fire. The massive body beneath the scales was violently torn apart by the chaotic energy. Left in tatters, the bone lizard king struggled desperately, spewing venom and swinging its bone hammer in a bid for survival. But against this unparalleled destructive force, all resistance was futile. The torrent of dark golden flames lasted for only a few seconds, yet the evolved Bone Lizard King was utterly obliterated. As the last wisps of demonic flame dissipated, the spatial vortex closed. The cave fell into a deathly silence, with the acrid stench of scorched remains lingering in the air. The ground was left with a massive, charred pit, molten lava still trickling within. The center of the pit lay a fist-sized third-tier crystalline core, its surface glowing faintly with intertwined pale and crimson patterns. Gu Luocheng remained in his ceiling stance, his body covered in blood and his aura faint to the point of near extinction. He glanced one last time at the crystalline core, the emblem of victory. His lips twitched slightly, as though he wanted to say something, but in the end, darkness completely consumed his vision. His body collapsed backward, landing heavily on the searing, scorched earth. Utterly motionless, the mentors rushed into the depths of the cave, their breaths catching at the scene before them. The remains of the beast were strewn everywhere, rubble scattered, a pit gaping ominously, with embers still smoldering. Every detail silently narrated the brutality of the battle. At the center of the pit lay the pale third-tier crystalline core, quietly glimmering. "Over here!" a mentor shouted hoarsely, urgently overturning a pile of rubble. Beneath the debris, the blood-soaked and barely breathing figure of Gu Luocheng finally came into view. Instructor Li's eyes were bloodshot as he rushed forward, his trembling fingers reaching for Gu Luocheng's pulse. The faint, flickering pulse, as weak as a candle in the wind, allowed her heart to feel the weight slightly lifted. If something happened to Gu Luocheng, she could imagine the sheer fury that would erupt from the Gu family. Quickly! Use the highest grade life preservation pod. Medical team, get ready, she commanded loudly, injecting the life elixir with precision while wrapping Gu Luochun's fragile body in a warm, earthy yellow energy. Staggering closely behind, Su Muxue also rushed over unsteadily. When her gaze fell on the lifeless body, her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the rubble. Tears poured out like a flood breaking through a dam. She struggled to stand and rushed toward Gu Luochun, looking at his scarred face, recalling the final, resolute look in his eyes and the words "you're not worthy" when he had pushed her away. Her heart was instantly torn to pieces. The immense grief consumed her. Her trembling hands reached out to touch his face but stopped before the cracked skin. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have left you alone." As she wept, crystalline tears fell onto the back of Gu Luochun's bloodstained hand. But what good was it to stay? It would only mean one more corpse. Student Su. Teacher Li hurriedly crouched down, gently pressing her trembling shoulder, shaken by her sobs. "Don't do this. Gu Luochun is still alive." Su Muxue abruptly looked up, her hollow eyes staring at Teacher Li. Horror. Lips quivered, but no sound came out. "That's right, he's still alive." Another instructor approached, his tone firm. "He's still alive?" Su Muxue finally found her voice, though it was hoarse and almost inaudible. The surrounding instructors exchanged glances, not expecting Su Muxue to react. "This way. As someone experienced," Teacher Li comforted her, adding, "although his injuries are severe, Gu Luochun's vital signs are still present. The medical team is ready." Su Muxue bit her lip hard, standing silently as she listened to the faint, nearly imperceptible sound of breathing. Horror. Nails dug deeply into her palms. As her tears gradually dried, Su Muxue wiped away the last trace of weakness. She lifted her head, and in her eyes burned a determination stronger than ever before. After the instructors finished clearing out the remaining stragglers in the alien realm, the vortex to that world disappeared as well. Those inside the alien realm were automatically transported out. When the waiting students outside saw Gu Luochun being carried out on a stretcher, everyone's hearts tightened. Although Gu Luochun had awakened an S-rank ability and was incredibly strong, to them, he was still the carefree, unruly scion. However, the image of him staying behind alone to buy them time was deeply etched into everyone's minds. Gu Luochun's image quietly began to shift in their hearts. "Sister Shui, what exactly happened in the cave at the end?" Zhang Tao cautiously asked. Looking at the silent Su Muxue inside the armored vehicle, they had followed Gu Luochun all the way to the cave and knew what he was capable of. While they weren't sure he could defeat the third-tier alien beast, they believed Gu Luochun would have had a way to escape. "I don't know exactly what happened in the end. Gu Luochun told me to leave first." Su Muxue didn't say much, though her heart was filled with despair. She vividly remembered the scene where the Bone Lizard King mutated and struck Gu Luochun down heavily. However, the traces left at the scene showed that Gu Luochun had ultimately used his powerful ability and combat techniques to eliminate the Bone Lizard King. She thought of the things Gu Luochun had taught her back at the Gu family. Whether it was swordsmanship or his understanding of abilities, it far surpassed what she had known before. It felt as if Gu Luochun was shrouded in a mysterious, formidable aura. No matter how close she got, it always felt like she was merely watching someone else's story. By the time the exhausted trial team returned to the familiar academy square in the armored vehicle, they saw other freshmen from different classes, who had come to hear the news, lining up on both sides of the vehicle, cheering enthusiastically. The noisy cheers, though loud, finally released the emotions everyone had kept suppressed for so long. At the front of the group, Su Muxue, her face pale as snow, held tightly onto a specially made lead-sealed box. Inside was the crystal core of the third-tier Bone Lizard King. She refused to let anyone else take it, insisting that when Gu Luochun woke up, she would personally hand it to him. It was his trophy. The medical team had long been prepared. Several high-ranking healing instructors quickly stepped forward, their expressions grave as they took Gu Luochun, wrapped in the life support pod, straight to the academy's medical center. "Look! The one being taken to the medical center, is that Gu Luochun? What on earth did Class 3 go through this time? I heard a third-tier alien beast showed up in this trial, and it was Class 3 who took it down. That box Su Muxue is holding, is that the third-tier crystal core? The energy fluctuation is so strong. Oh my god, they really killed the alien beast. A double S-rank lineup really is different." At this moment, news of Gu Luochun's severe injuries and Su Muxue bringing back the third-tier crystal core spread like a hurricane across the entire Ability Academy. In the dean's office, the atmosphere was equally tense. Dean Wude, usually a chubby old man with a kind smile, now wore a grim expression, his presence making the air feel taut. Sumushue, Dean Wu took a deep breath, trying to steady his voice. What exactly happened in the depths of the cave? Sumushue raised her head, her golden eyes bloodshot, her voice hoarse yet exceptionally clear. As Dean Wu and Teacher Li listened to her account, their expressions grew increasingly grim, cold sweat running down their backs. The Bone Lizard King forcefully devoured and evolved, reaching the peak of the third tier. Dean Wu muttered to himself, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Who was initially in charge of clearing the alien realm? It was the cleanup team led by Teacher Wang Meng, Teacher Li replied gravely, standing to the side. He had just finished handling the aftermath and hurried over. Based on Sumushue's description and the cleanup records, it can be concluded that the Bone Lizard King broke through to the third tier after the cleanup team left. The team's report indicated that the highest energy fluctuation in the area was only at the early stage of the second tier. When they left, the Bone Lizard King was in a critical breakthrough hibernation period, its energy suppressed to the extreme, evading standard detection. This is just an excuse. A complete excuse. Dean Wu couldn't contain himself, slamming his fist against the wall with a dull thud. Is the second tier level not dangerous anymore? The detection equipment malfunctioned, but the person is still alive. Why wasn't a more thorough investigation conducted? It was their negligence that nearly cost our academy one of the most outstanding S-level students in history. Teacher Li remained silent. This trial was indeed a decision personally made by Dean Wu De to leave a few second-tier exotic beasts in the field. Mobilize all resources immediately. Spare no cost to save Gu Luocheng's life. Dean Wu De was exceptionally agitated. What Teacher Li and Su Mushue didn't know was that, in Dean Wu De's mind, Gu Luocheng had already been chosen by the Frost King, although the exact nature of their connection was unclear. If something happened to Gu Luocheng, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Knock. 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 The urgent knocking on the door broke the tense atmosphere. Enter. The door opened, and the director of the medical center walked in, his brows furrowed with bitterness. Huojie, how is Gu Luocheng's condition? Dean Wu De locked eyes on Huojie and asked directly. Gu Luocheng is not in immediate danger now, his bodily functions are gradually recovering. But, Huojie paused for a moment, but what? Dean Wu De's voice was filled with urgency. We've tried various methods to wake him, but Gu Luocheng just won't wake up. Perhaps he's just too exhausted from the battle and is experiencing some fatigue? Teacher Li speculated. No. If it were just shallow rest, our instruments would have been able to detect it. The results show that Gu Luocheng has entered a much deeper state of sleep. To put it simply, he's become a vegetative state. Is there no other way? Dean Wu De asked. There is. Then tell me, Huojie, since when did you learn to keep people in suspense? The only method now is to find the Frost King. After her second awakening, she possesses the ability of Soul Whisper. Only she can possibly wake Gu Luocheng. What? Dean Wu De rubbed his temples and ran his hand over his sparse hair, clearly distressed. All right, everyone out. Dean Wu De waved his hand to dismiss everyone, as if shooing away flies. He was on the verge of breaking down. Originally, he didn't want the Frost King to know about this, but now he had no choice but to seek her help. Time was of the essence. And he knew it clearly once the room was empty. Wu De trembled as he pulled out his phone and called the Frost King. Respected Frost Sovereign, this is Wu De. There's been an issue here, Gu Luocheng. I understand. Give me 2 days. Once I've dealt with matters in the alien realm, I'll be there. If anything happens to Gu Luocheng in the meantime, prepare for a new dean at Academy 3. As soon as Wu De hung up the call, the atmosphere on campus suddenly grew tense. Had someone broken into the academy? It was just as Wu De was reporting to the Frost King. A pitch-black military car screeched to a halt at the entrance of the medical center. The car door slid open, and a tall figure stepped out. He was dressed in a tailored dark gray suit, exuding an oppressive aura. Ji Yuzhenting made no effort to conceal his overwhelming presence. Gu Zhenting? Wu De exclaimed in shock, his scalp tingling, and it seemed as though a few more strands of his sparse hair fell out. Ji Luocheng's father, the man who could shake the third safe zone 3 times over, had arrived at the worst possible moment. Wu De had originally planned to notify the Gu family after Gu Luocheng woke up, but the news had leaked far faster than he anticipated. Wu De darted forward, instantly appearing in front of Gu Zhenting. Ji Yuzhenting spoke first to Wu De. His simple address was laden with suppressed fury. Is this how you care for my son under your charge? Wu De's throat tightened as he forced a smile onto his face. Gu, Commander Gu. You've come in person? Please, come inside so we can discuss this. Wu De feared that Gu Zhenting would create a scene, risking exposure to the outside world. Gu Yuzhenting remained motionless. Cut the nonsense. Where is Luo Chang? He's in the top level, highest grade medical pod. His vital signs are stable, but his consciousness is in deep slumber. Wu De replied at lightning speed. Deep slumber? Gu Yuzhenting let out a cold snort. On your grounds, during an operation you organized, my son ends up in this state. Wu De, you're truly a model dean. Commander Gu, this was an accident. Luo Chang was protecting other students. Protecting others was his choice, and I'm proud of him, Gu Yuzhenting interrupted. But that doesn't absolve your Academy 3 from responsibility. He was gravely injured here. Is the Academy only responsible for his treatment? Hearing this, Wu De immediately understood that Gu Yuzhenting was here to hold him accountable. He quickly calculated his options, knowing that ordinary explanations wouldn't suffice. Gritting his teeth, he made a decision. Commander Gu, please calm your anger. I, Wu De, will not shirk responsibility for the Academy's mistakes. He took a deep breath. First, the cost of Gu Luocheng's treatment will be fully covered by the Academy. Second, his voice carried both pain and resolve. The Academy will provide, free of charge, a star origin stone excavated from Alien Realm 32 and assist him in forging a weapon of his choice. You know its value. The star origin stone from Alien Realm 32 was a treasure coveted by all in the world of superhumans. This was not just compensation, it was an investment. What an old fox. Wu De. Gu Yuzhenting's tone softened slightly, though it still carried the weight of authority. There's one more thing I need you to agree to. Wu De's heart tightened, knowing the critical moment had arrived. Commander Gu, please speak. As long as it's within the Academy's power. I want priority selection rights. Gu Yuzhenting's words were clear and deliberate. When Gu Luocheng forms his hunting team, I want the right to secure one member in advance, even if it's Su Muxue. Wu De finally understood. This was an attempt to poach talent from the Academy. If Su Muxue became a member of Gu Luocheng's team, she wouldn't be able to form her own hunting team, and the Academy would lose a talented captain. Not to mention, if the two of them developed feelings for each other, Su Muxue would undoubtedly follow Gu Luocheng. These two old foxes, one scheming for Gu Luocheng, the other for Su Muxue. Gu Yuzhenting had a natural advantage. After all, Gu Luocheng was his son, while the other student had nearly been swayed away. Wu De knew he had no room to negotiate. His facial muscles twitched a few times before he finally let out a heavy sigh. Fine. Commander Gu, as the Dean of Academy 3, I, Wu De, agree to your terms. Gu Yuzhenting was clearly surprised by the swift agreement. After a few seconds of silence, his voice carried a trace of parental anxiety. The matter of compensation ends here. Now, tell me, how can my son be awakened? Commander Gu, rest assured. We've found a solution. Wu De spoke rapidly, his tone carrying the relief of having survived a catastrophe. Just before you arrived, I got in touch with the Ice Sovereign. Her language of the soul is the key to awakening Gu Luocheng. The Ice Sovereign has agreed. She will personally come within 2 days to treat Luocheng. The Ice Sovereign? Gu Yuzhenting's brows furrowed, clearly aware of the weight that name carried. A flash of astonishment and seriousness crossed his eyes. You managed to persuade her? No problem. The cost is negligible, it's all worth it. Wu De nodded vigorously, his face showing not the slightest trace of shame. Hearing that the Ice Sovereign would personally intervene, the tension in Gu Yuzhenting's nerves finally eased. He exhaled a long breath. Luocheng's safety is paramount. Notify me immediately of any developments. With that, he turned and got into the car, his movements quick and decisive. Gu Yuzhenting resembled the ancient figure of Yu the Great, his son, gravely injured at his doorstep, yet he dared not linger. Ever since 2S rank students emerged among this year's freshmen, the news about Academy number 3 had been getting more sensational by the day. 1. Headline reported the duo teaming up to slay a third-tier bone lizard king. The next announced that the strongest S rank, Gu Luocheng, had been gravely injured and was now in a vegetative state. On the training field, a group of senior students had just finished a battle and were resting together. Gu Luocheng. I always thought he was just exceptionally gifted, but to face a third-tier beast and still charge forward alone, unbelievable, marveled a student from the enhancement department. He's the eldest of the Gu family. If he pulls through this. Another student's gaze was complicated, filled with reverence. No wonder he dared to challenge Qin Yu to a duel. Many said he was overestimating himself, but he's been here only a month and already claimed a third-tier pinnacle core. If Gu Luocheng really ends up a vegetable, won't Qin Yu breathe a sigh of relief? Ah, you might have a point, The medical room where Gu Luochen lay was the most advanced one in the facility. Inside, it was eerily quiet, as though time itself had slowed, with only the rhythmic beeping of medical equipment echoing through the space. For the past few days, Su Muxue had been spending all her time outside of class keeping vigil here, her eyes filled with hope for a miracle. Su Muxue, step outside for a moment, Hua Jie said softly as he pushed open the door. Su Muxue opened her golden, glowing eyes. Usually resolute, her expression now seemed fragile. Behind Hua Jie stood Dean Wudi and a woman entirely veiled in gauzy robes. The woman's face was covered by a veil, her deep blue eyes occasionally glancing at Su Muxue with a hint of scrutiny. Su Muxue, this is the ice sovereign. She's here to assess Gu Luochen's condition. Please wait outside for a while, Dean Wudi introduced. All right. No need, she can stay, the woman said coldly. Her voice carried a transcendent and aloof quality. The ice sovereign approached Gu Luochen. The face that often surfaced in her mind now overlapped with the one before her eyes. She extended her spiritual senses, probing Gu Luochen's physical condition. What a fool, he knowingly courted danger and still got himself injured. Exactly like that day. The ice sovereign slowly raised her hand, shrouded in gauzy sleeves, her fingers spreading slightly as her palm hovered over Gu Luochen's forehead. In the medical room, everyone felt an unspoken chill spreading, as though emanating from the depths of a glacier. Then, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded, the sound of shattering ice crystals resonated in the void, clear and chilling. The sound didn't travel to the ears but reverberated deep within consciousness. The language of the soul had begun. It was as if a goddess from the heavens was chanting, using a power beyond mortal comprehension to knock on the deeply slumbering door of Gu Luochen's soul. Awaken, return here, the world still needs you. Gu Luochen's fingertip twitched slightly, a minuscule movement, yet it shook the entire medical room like thunder. Then, his eyelashes began to tremble, his chest heaving violently. Gu Luochen was waking up. At that moment, the ice sovereign withdrew her hand from his forehead and walked over to Su Muxue. For some reason, Su Muxue felt that the ice sovereign harbored a certain hostility toward her. You must be Su, correct? Before Su Muxue could answer, Dean Wudi interjected, that's right, ice sovereign. She's the other S-rank freshman in our academy, Su Muxue. I was speaking to her. Wudi immediately chuckled awkwardly and refrained from interrupting further. Would you like to join my Ice River Guild? The Ice River Guild was a top-tier guild co-founded by the Ice Sovereign and another 9th-tier ability wielder. Su Muxue shook her head. Ice Sovereign, I think it can wait until I reach the 5th tier? The 5th tier was the threshold for ability users to join a guild. The Ice Sovereign's willingness to make an exception for Su Muxue was already a tremendous honor. Su Muxue was still in her growth phase. By joining the guild, she could avoid missions and receive regular support from guild resources. Only those with extraordinary talent and potential enjoyed such treatment. That's truly a pity, the Ice Sovereign said, losing interest in lingering further. By the way, she leaned in closer to Su Muxue and whispered, when he wakes up, make sure to tell him that those fireworks were utterly dreadful. Within the medical room, the tense atmosphere was finally broken by a soft cough. Gu Luochen slowly opened his eyes. The pair of eyes that once saw through the world now held a trace of confusion. Instinctively, he tried to turn his neck, but a muffled groan escaped his lips as a wave of weakness surged through him. Fragments of memory began to resurface. He recalled the brutal battle when he unleashed his celestial power, followed by the darkness that consumed his consciousness. Then, a cold yet familiar figure suddenly appeared deep within his soul. She had forcibly broken into his sealed awareness and pulled him back from the abyss. Who was she? As his vision gradually focused, he took in the sight of the medical room. Su Muxue knelt by the bedside, her eyes red-rimmed. Beneath her long lashes, her golden eyes looked weary. Gu Luochen, you're finally awake. Her face radiated the joy of reclaiming someone thought lost. Gu Luochen opened his mouth to speak, but only a hoarse sound emerged from his throat. Water. Su Muxue immediately understood and hurriedly poured a glass of water, carefully handing it over. Gu Luochen took a couple of sips, his gaze sweeping towards the elder and the doctor standing nearby, a questioning look in his eyes. Wudi, seeing that Gu Luochang had awakened, let out a sigh of relief. Gu Luochang, I'm Wudi, the principal of the number 3 Ability Academy. Now that you're awake, we can all rest easy. Suddenly recalling something, Wudi added, you young folks, chat among yourselves. We have matters to attend to and won't disturb you. Hua Jie had originally intended to take this opportunity to get acquainted with the young S-class genius. Before he could say a word, Wudi dragged him away abruptly, causing him to stumble. Outside the medical room, Hua Jie's eyes were full of confusion and helplessness. Hua Jie, at your age, you should know better than to linger and be a nuisance. What's the atmosphere here? Gu Luocheng just woke up. Huojie tried to argue. Wu Di interrupted him with a shake of his head. Go home first and do a paternity test with your son. Principal Wu, what do you mean by that? Ha ha ha. Wu Di chuckled as he walked away, his laughter fading into the distance. Outside the door, everything returned to silence. Only then did Gu Luocheng notice the fatigue on Su Mushue's face. Mushue, why are you here? Su Mushue paused in the act of offering him water, lowering her head. As if summoning her courage, she raised her golden eyes, staring intently at Gu Luocheng. Gu Luocheng, why did you say I wasn't qualified to stay by your side that day? And now, you're asking why I'm here. Am I, Su Mushue, so insignificant in your eyes? A string of questions choked Su Mushue's voice with emotion. Over the past days, Gu Luocheng's power and mystery had made her feel a sense of reliance, but that same reliance made her feel distant and cold, a feeling both familiar and terrifying. Writing love letters to her, yet making her his maid, both being S-class, yet deeming her unworthy. Am I, in your heart, just someone you can discard at will? At this moment, Su Mushue's pent-up grievances erupted, large tears streamed down her pale cheeks, leaving visible tracks. The last time Gu Luocheng saw Su Mushue cry like this was on her first day as a maid. The confident and resolute Su Mushue in front of others was, in his presence, like a crybaby. At this point, Gu Luocheng finally realized the mistake in his earlier words, although his original intention was merely to ask why she hadn't gone home so late. Gu Luocheng reached out and gently stroked Su Mushue's head, his hand running through her soft golden hair. Silly girl, do you still remember the condition I mentioned to you? What condition? Trust me. This familiar dialogue stopped Su Mushue's tears, leaving her stunned in place. She recalled the scene of Gu Luocheng teaching her about her ability traits. What she had thought was a casual joke by the young master now seemed sincere in his earnest gaze. Gu Luocheng was serious. She didn't speak, only nodded. If you can't trust the person closest to you, who else can you trust? Lying in the hospital bed, Gu Luocheng smiled. His smile blossomed without restraint. It had been a long time since he had been this happy. Mushue, if possible, I hope you can always stay by my side. Hearing these words, Su Mushue's eyes widened instantly, as if receiving an unexpected surprise, but Gu Luocheng didn't seem to notice the ambiguous undertone of his words. Instead, his expression shifted back to the unyielding confidence of the son of the immortal emperor. His gaze was firm, staring straight at Su Mushue. One day, I will take you to stand at the pinnacle of this world, to overlook all the realms and make them bow before us. At this moment, Su Mushue was utterly stunned. Time seemed to freeze, unwilling to interrupt this scene. Mushue? Mushue, what's wrong? Gu Luocheng stood up, walking closer to the still-dazed Su Mushue, waving his hand in front of her face. Ah, it's nothing, nothing. I was just feeling a bit tired. Su Mushue snapped out of it, realizing how close Gu Luocheng's face was to hers, close enough to hear his breathing. Her golden eyes flickered with a trace of panic, though her heart was racing like a startled deer. Gu Luocheng chuckled and asked, Mushue, how long was I unconscious? It's been 3 days already. I didn't expect so much time to pass. By the way, haven't you reached the second tier yet? Do you think everyone's a monster like you? Su Mushue had calmed down and returned to her familiar bantering tone with Gu Luocheng. But I should be close to breaking through. Gu Luocheng could sense it too. Su Mushue's energy had nearly reached its limit. She was just one step away from the second tier. Mushue, call Uncle Chen and have him pick us up and take us home. Right now, Gu Luocheng only wanted to return home quickly and spar with Su Mushue, helping her make that final breakthrough. Young Master Gu, didn't you say I'm no longer your maid? And yet you're still ordering me around. Su Mushue asked angrily. Mushue, I'm still not used to it. It's okay, I don't mind. Since you're ordering me around, young Master Gu, you'd better show some sincerity. Su Mushue's pouty expression melted Gu Luocheng's heart. This girl was simply too adorable, he immediately declared with grandeur. Mushue, what kind of sincerity do you want? This young master has plenty of crystal coins. Humph, who wants your lousy crystal coins? I have hands and feet, I can earn my own. Then what do you want? I don't care. You figure out your sincerity yourself. Oh, by the way, Mushue, do you live alone? Young Master Gu, didn't you investigate that already? Why are you still asking? Mushue, then would you be willing to come home with me? Can I take that as an invitation? Of course. Full of sincerity. I, the great young master, guarantee you'll eat, drink, and have fun. Let me declare this first, you, Gu Dashao, are the one who invited me. If you make me wear those ragged clothes again, I'll tear your mouth apart. No, no, Miss Sue, you're exaggerating. Then I'll reluctantly agree. But I don't eat spicy food, I want something sweet. Alright. I'll have Aunt Sue make something sweet for you. At this moment, Sumushue had long thrown out of her mind the task given to her by the Frost King. Of course, even if she remembered it, she wouldn't speak of it. She still needed to find an opportunity to ask about the relationship between the Frost King and him. 7 days later, in the third safe zone, at the Gu family manor, the morning breeze was cool, gently rustling the willow leaves in the manor. Gu Luochen leaned lazily against a reinforced alloy training stake, a mischievous smile lingering on his lips as his gaze fell on Su Mushue, who stood not far away, graceful and elegant. She was dressed in a white training uniform, her pale golden hair cascading down, her skin as fair as snow. As Su Mushue turned around, she caught Gu Luochen's wolfish gaze. With a mix of anger and shyness, she said, Gu Luochen, even if you've now reached the peak of the second tier, do you believe I won't use light binding to tie you up like a zongzi and hang you on a drying rack? Over the past few days, Gu Luochen's body had undergone intense energy refinement, elevating him to the peak of the second tier. Upon hearing Su Mushue's threat, he wasn't concerned in the slightest. Instead, he deliberately moved closer, lowering his voice, hee, now I'm a bit curious how I'd become Miss Sue's zongzi. His fingers moved, intending to gently brush the tips of Su Mushue's fluttering hair. Suddenly, he stopped. Not good. What's wrong? Su Mushue noticed his changed expression and asked urgently. Gu Luochen remained silent, focusing intently to confirm a signal. It was a surge of abnormal energy, identical to what he had sensed back on Changbai Mountain. At that time, a special grade otherworld had emerged on Changbai Mountain, later designated as number 39. This meant that the abnormal energy now was from another special grade otherworld. More importantly, Gu Luochen could feel that this otherworld was very close to the third safe zone. The clarity of the energy fluctuation was unnerving. It seems, a major problem is on its way, Gu Luochen murmured under his breath, gazing at the distant sky. Let's go. We need to head to the academy. The academy has already issued a notice for us to gather there. In safe zone number 3, the tallest structure was a watchtower, filled with instruments and terminals used to monitor energy fluctuations. The Frost King leapt lightly, her toes landing on the tip of the tower, a faint layer of cold mist swirling around her. Suddenly, her tightly closed eyes snapped open, her icy blue pupils contracting sharply. She let out a soft hum, and the cold mist around her instantly solidified. Using her mental power to sense the distance, her gaze locked onto the grayish sky beyond the safe zone. The next second, the alarm inside the watchtower blared abruptly. The on-duty staff jumped to their feet, eyes fixed on the data flashing on the screen, frantically recording and analyzing. The energy threshold is still breaking through. In no more than 3 minutes, the otherworld vortex will fully form. The staff member's face was grave. Is the energy level special grade? The Frost King stepped into the room, addressing them. Frost Sovereign, based on the current data, this otherworld is far more challenging than the number 39 otherworld. A trace of solemnity crept into the depths of the Frost King's icy blue eyes. At the outermost edge of the safe zone, atop a towering steel wall, a temporary military command center had been erected. Ji Yuzhenting, clad in a military uniform, stood firmly in front of a massive strategic map, exuding an imposing aura of authority. Suddenly, he trembled slightly, a fleeting trace of tension and fear crossing his resolute face. This was an instinctive alertness honed through countless life and death experiences. Any updates from the watchtower? Gu Jinting inquired of a communications officer. The watchtower reports that the energy fluctuation is less than a kilometer away. Danger level, special grade. Full military alert. Immediately notify all internal units to assemble. Also, contact the 5th safe zone to request firepower support. Understood, Commander. While many in the 3rd safe zone continued their lives at their usual pace, the world outside had already begun to change quietly. Gu Jinting stepped out of the command center, standing atop the steel city wall, looking into the distance roughly a kilometer beyond the safe zone. The space shattered with a piercing cracking sound, like fragile glass. Pitch-black fissures appeared inexplicably in the night sky, lightning streaking across, illuminating the desolate land. About 2 hours later, the center of the fissure collapsed abruptly, forming the embryonic shape of a vortex as deep and dark as a black hole. At first, it rotated slowly, exuding a suffocating, viscous pressure. Then, abruptly, a scarlet glimmer flashed at the vortex's core. It was not the warm red of the setting sun, nor the fiery red of flames, but a dark crimson that seemed to embody all despair and violence. Finally, a massive, spinning scarlet vortex, like a bloodthirsty giant eye in the sky, fully took shape, but It wasn't over yet. Gu Jinting suddenly noticed two black dots appearing near the ground beneath the scarlet vortex. The black dots gradually expanded, eventually forming two smaller vortices. Damn it! Companion. Otherworld vortices. Companion otherworlds were different from ordinary ones. Companion otherworlds prohibited those with energy levels higher than the otherworld itself from entering. Moreover, if the beasts in a companion otherworld weren't exterminated within the specified time, the beasts from the main otherworld could enter the human world through the companion vortex, unless a top-tier ability user could clear all beasts. In the main otherworld within the time limit, the main battlefield would likely spread from the otherworld to the surface. This was a situation no one wanted to face, but battles of this level, without overwhelming advantage, often turned into wars of attrition. Commander Gu, energy readings suggest these are merely 3 low-tier otherworlds. Low-tier otherworlds had energy levels of Tier 3, only allowing individuals of Tier 3 or below to enter. The situation hasn't hit its worst yet. The number 32 otherworld once had 5 high-tier companion vortices. After that battle, many comrades never returned. How much preparation time do we have left? Gu Jinting interrupted his painful memories, regaining his composure as he asked the officer beside him. Commander, if we don't send in a team to stop them, based on past experience, within 2 days at most, the beasts from the main alternate realm will emerge through the accompanying realms and step out of the vortex. Gu Jinting paced along the city wall, his face etched with a contemplative expression. In other words, we must clear out these 3 accompanying realms within the next 2 days. He gazed at the crimson vortex so close to the safety zone, his heart heavy. If the first team to enter couldn't hold the line, the battle would spill onto the ground, making the situation even more dire. As the primary commander of the 3rd Safety Zone military district, he had to prepare for both outcomes. After all, the safety zone was far too close to the alternate realm. Notify Academy Number 3 to organize a hunting team. They must be on standby near the city wall within an hour. Received. At this moment, the people within the safety zone could all see the crimson vortex hanging ominously in the sky. All non-combat personnel, immediately head to the nearest underground shelter and gather. The soldiers' shouts pierced through the deathly silence of fear, shattering the quiet. The long streets had long lost their usual appearance. The crowd, driven by terror, surged blindly like an uncontrollable flood. Thankfully, the troops stationed along the streets were still working hard to maintain basic order. What is that thing? An elderly man, pressed to the edge of the crowd, his eyes cloudy with age, stared fixedly at the vortex in the sky. His voice trembled as he asked those nearby, but no one could answer him. Without strength, one could only passively await death in this apocalypse. Stop staring. Keep your head down and move quickly. At Academy Number 3, all students were urgently summoned to the training grounds. The freshmen appeared somewhat panicked. Having grown up within the safety zones, they had very little real combat experience. The upperclassmen were entirely different, though they had already formed hunting squads and stood in orderly ranks. Attention, the entire academy. Though Principal Wu did not appear on stage, his voice reverberated directly in everyone's minds through his psychic power. Everyone should already know that a special great alternate realm has appeared right on our doorstep. But the danger doesn't stop there. This time, 2 accompanying realms have also emerged. Their energy levels are low. In other words, all students below Tier 3, you must completely clear out these 2 accompanying realms within 46 hours. If you fail to complete the mission within 46 hours, the beasts from the main realm will enter the lower-level realms and kill you outright. Your mission is extremely urgent and directly determines whether our homeland can be defended. You are all highly trained ability users. You can only win, failure is not an option. Anyone who retreats without fighting or disobeys orders will no longer be part of Academy Number 3. Principal Wu's words carried the immense psychic pressure of a Tier 7 ability user, hammering relentlessly into the hearts of the freshmen. Upperclassmen, you will work in hunting squads to assist the military in eliminating the beasts that slip through the vortex. I believe that you can protect our homeland. Please, everyone, Gu Luocheng. The principal was in the middle of his speech when someone suddenly called out behind him. Turning around, he saw Ouyang Chuan waving at him. Ji Luocheng quickly walked over to him, noticing the half-man-high black case strapped to Ouyang Chuan's back. This is something special the academy prepared for you. Open it and see. Ouyang Chuan smiled, handing over the black case. With a soft click, the case opened. Inside lay a pitch-black longsword. A dark gold pattern ran along the blade, stretching from the hilt to the tip, faintly pulsating with energy. When Gu Luocheng gently touched it, The blade felt ice cold, less like ordinary metal and more like some kind of mysterious material. Gu Luocheng's eyes lit up, not because the sword was particularly precious, but because he finally had a weapon that suited him, one that could help him fully unleash his potential. After all, he'd been relying on throwing fireballs before, nearly burning his hands off in the process. Instead of storing the sword in his spatial ring, he swung it twice and then strapped it to his back. This sword is called Stardust. It's specially forged by the Academy using Star Essence Stone and can easily penetrate the defenses of beasts below Tier 7. How much damage it deals depends entirely on you. Seeing Gu Luocheng's satisfaction, Ouyang Chuan patted him on the shoulder. Be careful on this mission. There are plenty of Tier 3 beasts in the accompanying realms. Don't act impulsively like last time. Understood, teacher. I know my limits. After speaking, Gu Luocheng hurriedly bid farewell to Ouyang Chuan and quickly returned to his squad. It was time for them to depart. At this point, only 45 hours remained, 41 hours left. Armored vehicles lined an open area near the vortex of the low-level alternate realm. Gu Luocheng stepped out of the vehicle and immediately spotted his cheap old man, Gu Jinting, hovering in mid-air with a group of high-tier ability users, preparing to enter the Crimson Vortex. Seemingly sensing Gu Luocheng's gaze, Gu Jinting nodded slightly before stepping into the vortex. Doesn't worry about his son at all. I'm only Tier 2, and I have to fight a bunch of Tier 3 beasts. Gu Luocheng muttered. Just then, Gao Tian excitedly ran up behind him. What are you doing here? Brother Chang. You can't forget your brothers just because you have a girlfriend. Gao Tian clung to Gu Luocheng like he was trying to hold on to a golden ticket. Girlfriend? Whose girlfriend? Ha? Where's the sister-in-law? Gao Tian looked left and right but saw no one. Who are you looking for? Su Muxiue? She went into the vortex over there a while ago. Gu Luocheng rolled his eyes and pointed to another vortex. What? Brother Chang, aren't you going to protect her? Protect my ass. Gu Luocheng smacked Gao Tian on the head in exasperation. You think I don't want to? The academy instructors are way too cunning. They deliberately separated us and sent us to different vortexes. They claim it's to distribute S-class combat power and improve efficiency, but it's really just to make us babysit all you newbies stuck at Tier 1. Newbies? Gao Tian scratched the back of his head awkwardly, then quickly puffed out his chest. Brother Chang, watch closely. I'll transform into the Thunder King and clear the way for you. Gao Tian, don't go jumping around recklessly once we're inside. The situation is unclear, safety comes first. Gu Luocheng waved his hand, took a deep breath, and locked his gaze on the unstable, blue-glowing vortex entrance to the alternate realm. After inspecting the protective gear issued by the Academy, Gao Tian's eyes brimmed with envy. Gu Luocheng, without hesitation, raised the Stardust sword from his back end, strode toward the swirling blue light, his figure darting forward like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. Gao Tian, keep up. Got it. Puff. It felt as though he had passed through a cold, viscous membrane of water. When Gu Luocheng reappeared, he was already standing on unfamiliar ground. The air was heavy, carrying a pungent, metallic smell, as if exuded from the glands of some alien beast. Gu Luocheng had barely landed when the vortex behind him ceased its undulating motion. It seemed that everyone had arrived for this low-level otherworldly realm. The Academy had dispatched 44 Tier 1 trainees, 3 Tier 2, and 8 Tier 3 students. Apart from Gu Luocheng, the Tier 2 and Tier 3 students were all second-year seniors. Each Tier 2 and Tier 3 student was assigned 4 Tier 1 freshmen, forming exactly 11 groups. Following the Academy's combat strategy, everyone began to advance methodically toward the outer perimeter of the realm's core area. The task of the Tier 1 freshmen was to clear out the wandering Tier 1 alien beasts on the periphery, while the second-year seniors were responsible for protecting them. This way, when they ventured deeper into the core region, the second-year students could conserve enough energy to face the Tier 3 alien beasts. Huff. Huff. Luocheng bro, a classmate's voice, panting like a bellows, reached him from behind. This place. Even breathing is exhausting. Gu Luocheng didn't turn around. His sharp gaze scanned the dense alien forest ahead like a hawk, leading the team deeper into the woods. Control your breathing. His voice was low. Stick close, step. Exactly where I step. Don't veer off. Jojia, if you stray, the wolves will be waiting for you. The visibility ahead was poor, and even mental perception struggled to penetrate the dense foliage. Not long after they entered the alien forest, Lin Xiaoyu whispered a warning into Gu Luocheng's ear. Luocheng bro, there are 3 Shadowclaw wolves in the trees ahead. Boom! Almost the moment Lin Xiaoyu finished speaking, a fireball erupted. Instantly, incinerating the 3 Tier 1 Shadowclaw wolves poised to pounce from the branches into nothing but ash. These Tier 1 alien beasts on the outskirts posed no threat whatsoever to Gu Luochen. Luochen bro. You're amazing. Gao Tian. Don't just flatter me. Scout the flanks. You're fast, it's a perfect job for you. If you spot anything, report back to me immediately. Don't act rashly. Understood. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Gao Tian's figure flickered and disappeared into the dense forest on the left flank. The periphery of this realm was primarily inhabited by Shadowclaw wolves, with occasional appearances of the bone lizards they had encountered previously under. The students organized in coordinated attacks with their abilities. These alien beasts fell one after another, posing minimal threat. There were still 35 hours remaining. At this point, Gu Luochen could already feel the intense energy pressure emanating from ahead. This indicated they were nearing the core region of the realm. Before entering, they had to ensure they were fully rested. The core region would undoubtedly be teeming with Tier 3 alien beasts. Gu Luochen stopped in his tracks and issued a decisive order: arrest here. Hearing the command, the team members felt their tense nerves relax and sat down to rest. The continuous battles along the way had taken a toll on their stamina. Gu Luochen scanned the surroundings and leaned against a sturdy ancient tree. With a flick of his wrist, the Stardust sword emitted a low hum as it was plunged into the black rocky soil at his feet, standing firmly in place. A faint energy field emerged between the sword and Gu Luochen as he rested, attuning himself to the surrounding energy fluctuations. After about half an hour, Gu Luochen and Lin Xiaoyu's gazes simultaneously shifted in the same direction. Lin Xiaoyu leaned closer and said, Luochen bro, it seems like someone's coming. 3 people. 3 people? Gu Luochen frowned. The numbers didn't add up. The groups were all supposed to consist of 5 members. Soon, Gu Luochen saw them clearly: a Tier 3 and 2 Tier 2 students, all second-year seniors. Senior Zhao Gang, where are your teammates? Gao Tian asked curiously. Zhao Gang was a Tier 3 ice ability user and one of the top combatants in this expedition. They stayed back near the core region to check if any Tier 1 alien beasts were missed, Zhao Gang said with a faint smirk. Not like they'd be of much help here anyway, right? As Zhao Gang finished speaking, Lu Shuang, standing beside him, coldly remarked, Gu Luochen, you're an S-class, but your classmates aren't. Are you seriously planning to lead them to their deaths? Lu Shuang toyed with her clawed blade, her words sharp and biting. However, her remark made Zhou Jia, who had already been struggling to breathe earlier, visibly waver. Continuing forward was indeed fraught with danger. Gu Luochen shot Lu Shuang a cold glare but didn't respond. He knew he could move more freely on his own, but since he had promised Teacherly to take care of his classmates to the best of his ability, he was determined to see it through. Of course, if anyone wanted to leave, he wouldn't stop them. Sensing the tension in the group, Gao Yuan quickly spoke up. We followed Luochen bro this far, and he's never let us get hurt. We're a team, how can we abandon each other at such a critical moment? Gao Yuan's voice was impassioned. Even if we're not strong enough, we can still contribute in other ways. Even if it's just providing support and information. Hearing this, Lu Shuang twirled her clawed blade between her fingers, exchanged a glance with Zhao Gang, and then smiled. Alright. If you're so eager to die, we won't stop you. How about we go together and protect you along the way? Sound good? That's fantastic. That would be perfect. With you around, our team can move much faster. Zhou Tao exclaimed, grasping at what seemed like a lifeline before Gu Luochen could respond. Gu Luochen felt a twinge of discomfort but chose not to object. After resuming their journey, their pace did noticeably quicken. Many of the alien beasts didn't even have time to react before Zhao Gang launched his ice spears, effortlessly taking them down from a distance. The rookies in the team were primarily tasked with gathering the spoils of these victories, yet Gu Luochen remained on high alert the entire time. That he could clearly sense several hostile gazes, like needles, fixed on him. Luochen bro, those people keep sneaking glances at you, eh? Gentle yet wary female voice whispered in his ear. It was Lin Xiaoyu speaking. Gu Luochen stayed silent, his fingers brushing over the cold spine of the Stardust sword. A brief spark flared before fading away. The most important thing right now is to clear out the beasts. There's no time to worry about anything else. He turned to look at Lin Xiaoyu, giving her a reassuring glance. If these people really wanted to court death, he wouldn't hesitate to let the Stardust sword taste bloodshed for consecration. There were less than 30 hours left before the forced opening of the main dimensional rift. At this moment, Gao Tian, who was scouting ahead, suddenly exclaimed, a third tier. It's the Bone Lizard King. A massive creature crashed through the dense, dark red tree trunks, emerging into view. It was over 5 meters long, its back covered in sharp bone spines that gleamed with a metallic sheen. It's barbed tail lashed out, easily cracking the ground beneath it. Gu Luochen, seeing the Bone Lizard King again, no longer had the cautious demeanor he once had. Over this period, his mastery of his abilities had grown increasingly refined, and he discovered many elements that resonated with the laws of nature. More importantly, he hadn't yet found a suitable opponent to test his sword. So, when he saw the Bone Lizard King, he felt a twinge of excitement. Gao Tian, take everyone back and set up a defensive formation. Gu Luochen shouted, his voice booming, and without hesitation, flames of blazing orange-red erupted from his hands. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of fire, charging straight at the Bone Lizard King. A cold glint flickered in Zhao Gang's eyes. Exchanging a glance with Lu Shuang and another person, he followed closely behind without hesitation, shouting, Junior Gu, watch out for its tail. Though his words were a warning, his actions were merely poised for attack, waiting for the right moment. The battle erupted in an instant. Gu Luochen unleashed the explosive power of his fire ability to its fullest. Fireballs shot out like fountains, one after another among Tier 3 beasts. The Bone Lizard King was top-notch in both strength and defense. Its gray-white bone armor provided some resistance to flames, but when Gu Luochen's Stardust sword struck its body, it easily pierced through its defenses. Thus, he had no intention of using fire to harm it. Instead, he used the fireballs as a distraction to get closer. Gu Luochen skillfully weaved through the Bone Lizard King's ferocious attacks, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Sword art, flowing clouds. Though the Bone Lizard King's attacks were fierce, they were completely ineffective against the agile Gu Luochen. The Stardust sword traced elegant arcs, striking with precision at the joints where the Bone Lizard King's armor was weaker. The Bone Lizard King roared in fury each time he broke through a section of its bone armor. Gu Luochen immediately unleashed a fireball at an odd angle. The flames exploded, scorching the beast's flesh, filling the air with sizzling sounds and the acrid stench of charred meat. Under Gu Luochen's successive, flawless attacks, the massive Bone Lizard King gradually slowed down. It wasn't long before the beast was pushed to the brink of death. This kid's got some real skills, Lu Shuang muttered to Zhao Gang in a low voice. Yeah. Watch out for his sword, it can easily pierce through the Bone Lizard King's armor. What they didn't realize was that their conversation was entirely overheard by Gu Luochen's mental senses. From the very beginning, Gu Luochen had spread his mental energy around the area to guard against any treachery. He would never entrust his back to those with ulterior motives. Just as Gu Luochen seized the moment when the Bone Lizard King was stunned from spewing venom to prepare for a decisive blow, now's the time. Zhao Gang's eyes gleamed with malice as a sinister grin spread across his face, but instead of attacking the Bone Lizard King, he thrust his hands forward. An ice spike as thick as an arm shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at Gu Luochen's unguarded back. At the same time, Lu Shuang gripped his claw blade tightly, his muscles tensing as he lunged toward Gu Luochen's lower body for a sneak attack. The last of the group, a second-tier senior, raised both hands. Two sharp wind blades, accompanied by a piercing whistle, sealed off Gu Luochen's escape routes from the left and right. He was, unexpectedly, a wind element ability user, a triple-layered ambush executed with ruthless precision. Sensing the commotion behind him, Gu Luochen remained utterly unflustered. How could he possibly leave himself unguarded? In his plan, he had already prepared to redirect the charged-up battle technique, ensuring at least one of his enemies would be taken by surprise. But just as Gu Luochen was about to counterattack, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A delicate figure appeared in front of him at the same time as the attacks. It was Lin Xiaoyu. The fiery battle technique he had been ready to unleash dissipated instantly. Thud, splat. The ice spike pierced through Lin Xiaoyu's frail left shoulder, while the clawblade plunged mercilessly into her abdomen. She fell in front of Gu Luochen like a kite with a broken string. Lin Xiaoyu's plant-based sensory abilities had detected the cold killing intent, targeting Gu Luochen almost instantly before the ambush was launched. At that moment, her mind went blank. Her body, however, instinctively reacted, using herself to shield Gu Luochen from the attacks. This scene shocked everyone present to their core. Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu's warm blood splattered onto Gu Luochen's cheek. The glaring crimson ignited a long-suppressed fury and bloodlust within him. You have a death wish. A roar, as if from the depths of hell, erupted from Gu Luochen's throat. He no longer suppressed his energy. The flames surrounding him were no longer the usual orange-red but suddenly turned into an intense, deep blue. Even the Stardust sword in his hand was engulfed in the same deep blue flames. Weapon augmentation. A power only 6th-tier ability users could unleash. Without sparing the Bone Lizard King a glance, which was so close to him, Gu Luochen swung the Stardust sword, now blazing with deep blue flames, in a ferocious horizontal slash. A concentrated streak of deep blue fire shot forth, silent and swift, slicing through the Bone Lizard King's thick neck. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. The ferocious Tier 3 beast's movements came to an abrupt halt. In the next instant, its head, along with half its neck, fell silently to the ground. The severed area was charred black, with no blood spilling out, as if the deep blue flames had instantly incinerated and vaporized everything. The massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. One strike, instant kill. Gu Luochang didn't pause for even a moment, nor did he spare a glance at the fallen beast. The figure, engulfed in ghostly blue flames, resembling a demon god, suddenly turned toward the three ambushers, his eyes brimming with nothing but icy killing intent. The sinister smiles on Zhao Gang and his comrades' faces were instantly replaced by sheer terror. They had witnessed the Bone Lizard King being killed in a flash and were now suffocating under this overwhelming murderous aura. Are you a demon? Lu Shuang's voice trembled as he spoke, being the closest to Gu Luochang. At the moment, no. Gu Luochang, listen to me. It was Qin who. Lu Shuang's face was filled with panic, as though he wanted to reveal the mastermind behind it all. Explain? You can do that after you're dead. Gu Luochang gave Lu Shuang no chance, advancing on him immediately. Before Lu Shuang could even react, the Stardust sword plunged down from above, piercing straight through his skull. His body split in two, and the sight made the onlookers nauseous. This scene terrified Zhao Gang and the others to the point where their souls seemed to flee their bodies. Gu Luochang showed no mercy, his figure transforming into a streak of ghostly blue light as he charged at the remaining two. Zhao Gang snapped out of his fear, hastily forming a thick wall of ice in front of him in an attempt to block Gu Luochang, but the moment his ice wall touched the flames surrounding Gu Luochang, it began to melt away. Instantly, in the blink of an eye, Gu Luochang had passed through the wall. The ice wall was left with nothing but a human-shaped outline. This was the difference in strength, a third tier crushing his second tier. Gu Luochang clenched his left hand, and two cages of ghostly blue flames instantly trapped Zhao Gang and the other person. In the next moment, a beam of flames shot directly into the chest of the wind element user. Now, only Zhao Gang remained from the trio. He could never have imagined that he would end up in such a pitiful state at the hands of a second-tier ability user. Zhao Gang gave it his all, but every ice-based combat technique he used evaporated instantly before the ghostly blue flames, leaving him completely powerless. Please, spare me. Zhao Gang could feel death closing in, his face full of terror. I'll never do it again. If you let me go, I swear I'll never provoke you again. Gu Luochang shook his head slowly. Zhao Gang, it's too late to beg for mercy now. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of the sword illuminated the air, and a crimson line appeared across Zhao Gang's neck. His face still bore an expression of horror, but his eyes gradually lost their light. A gust of wind blew past, and his body collapsed to the ground with a thud. Motionless, the ghostly blue flames gradually receded from Gu Luochang's body, leaving his face slightly pale, a sign of exhaustion. After unleashing immense power, without sparing a glance at the three corpses on the ground, he rushed toward Lin Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, hold on. Gu Luochang anxiously examined her injuries. A frost had formed around the wound on her shoulder, and the injury to her abdomen was even more severe. Carefully, he placed his still warm hand against the edges of her wounds while swiftly retrieving emergency medical supplies issued by the academy from his storage ring. Just then, other teams arrived, only to witness the scene before them. Gu Luochang, covered in blood, stood next to the corpse of the third-tier Bone Lizard King. Not far away lay the lifeless bodies of Zhao Gang and his two second-year comrades, bearing obvious signs of fatal attacks. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Oh my god. Senior Zhao and the others. It's Gu Luochang. He killed them. Zhou Tao was so flustered that he could barely form coherent words. Gu Luochang killed his own teammates here? What? Gu Luochang committed murder? The faces of the arriving students were filled with fear and disbelief. Some instinctively took a step back, their fingers trembling slightly. Gu Luochang carefully bandaged Lin Xiaoyu's wounds, temporarily stabilizing her condition. Then he raised his head, coldly scanning the frightened students. The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smirk, full of disdain. Explain? Explain to these people, who were already terrified by appearances alone, the truth about Zhao Gang and his group's ambush? Explain how Lin Xiaoyu had taken a blow for him. He had neither the time nor the inclination for that. Gaotian. Gu Luochang's voice carried an undeniable command. Present. Brother Chang. Gaotian rushed over immediately, his eyes red but holding back his emotions. Take Xiaoyu and evacuate the alternate realm at once. Contact the academy's medical team. Ensure her safety first. Gu Luochang entrusted Lin Xiaoyu to Gao Tian. Yes. Don't worry, Brother Chang. Gao Tian nodded firmly, hoisting Lin Xiaoyu onto his back. He cast a fierce glare at the hesitant students nearby before turning to sprint toward the vortex's exit. Only then did Gu Luochang slowly rise to his feet, the blood on the Stardust sword gleaming ominously in the dim light. Ignoring the complex gazes Directed at him, he extracted the crystal core from the Bone Lizard King's corpse and stored it in his ring. After finishing, he turned around, his eyes like sharp blades sweeping over the gathered students. I have no intention of explaining anything. But if anyone harbors ill intent, Zhao Gang's fate will be yours. He paused, his gaze shifting toward the core of the alternate realm. From there, faint roars of more alien beasts could be heard. The main realm gate won't open for another 28 hours. Guluwachang's voice suddenly grew louder. Your only choice now is to follow me and slaughter every beast inside. How you explain yourselves afterward is up to you. With that, he stopped looking at anyone, gripping the Stardust sword tightly as he strode toward the core of the alternate realm, alone, that resolute and solitary figure, under the crimson sky and twisted shadows of trees, resembled an unsheathed, blood-stained blade, emanating an oppressive aura. Behind him, only a group of students remained, exchanging stunned and terrified looks. Ji Luocheng had no interest in explaining, nor did he have time to waste on baseless doubts. For now, clearing the alternate realm was the only objective. As for the schemes and troubles lurking behind the scenes, he'd deal with those after making it out alive. Gu Luocheng chose not to bring his team along, instead venturing into the alternate realm alone. The news of him killing Zhao Gang and his group spread like wildfire among the teams advancing toward the core of the realm. Finally, with mixed emotions, they all gathered at the core, where Gu Luocheng arrived fashionably late. Ji Luocheng cast a glance around, noticing everyone gathered around a massive pit. The pit had a diameter of several dozen meters, its edges jagged with uneven stones, and nearby crystals appeared to have been gnawed by some enormous beast. An oppressive aura wafted from the depths of the hole, accompanied by a foul stench. Of the second-year seniors, only Zhao Gang's 3 slain comrades were absent. Everyone else was present. Out of the original 44 first-year students, only 12 remained, most of them support-type ability users. Clearly, the rest had either retreated due to injuries or been stopped from advancing by the seniors. Gu Luocheng. He looked up and saw a senior with fresh claw marks on his face shouting at him. It was evident that his team was in a perilous situation. Before they entered, the mentor had introduced this person, Hujin, a Tier 3 ability user from the enhancement category. Hujin strode forward, questioning bluntly and without hesitation, why did you kill Zhao Gang and the others? Give everyone an explanation. They were the main force against the Tier 3 exotic beasts. Now there's internal conflict. Are you trying to get us all killed? Although the other Tier 3 seniors did not step forward, their eyes were fixed intently on Gu Luocheng, waiting for his response. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. A few Tier 1 freshmen nearby instinctively clenched their weapons, nervously watching him. Killing in the alternate world was strictly forbidden, whether in the safety zones or the academy. Ji Luocheng stopped walking, letting his Stardust sword hang by his side, and met Hujin's gaze with calm indifference. He showed no anger, no defense, only cold detachment. Lin Xiaoyu's injury had forced him to make his first kill upon arriving here, and because of that, it awakened a buried part of him, an attitude of aloofness and disregard for others, a remnant of his once lofty past. An explanation? Gu Luocheng's voice was not loud, but it was clear enough for everyone to hear. Zhao Gang and his 2 companions attacked me from behind while I was fending off the Tier 3 Bone Lizard King. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone, lingering for an extra second on the faces of a few second-year seniors whose expressions flickered with unease. Lin Xiaoyu shielded me from their attack and was critically injured, almost died. He continued in a flat tone, though a flash of barely suppressed fury flickered in his eyes when he mentioned Lin Xiaoyu. That is why I killed them. As for why they tried to ambush me, I didn't ask. Nor do I care to. Gu Luocheng's eyes finally settled on Hujin. When we return, I'll give the academy an explanation. But for now, as he spoke, Gu Luocheng raised his hand and pointed to the cave entrance, where the roars of beasts echoed constantly. We have only 22 hours left. Do you want to keep questioning me here, or figure out how to deal with the Tier 3 exotic beasts in the cave? His words were like a splash of cold water, instantly extinguishing the chaos of anger and suspicion among the group. It was true, the most important thing right now was to survive and get out. Once the portal to the alternate world opened, forget Tier 3, even Tier 9 exotic beasts could charge through, and then everyone would be doomed. Hujin's anger dissipated immediately. He stared into Gu Luocheng's eyes, searching for any flaw or excuse, but all he saw was composure. He recalled Zhao Gang's usual conduct, as well as Gu Luocheng's background. With a heavy snort, he stopped pressing the matter. Fine. You can explain this to the academy when we get out. Hujin turned to a freshman with an ability specialized in reconnaissance and asked, have you scouted the situation inside? Senior, preliminary detection shows at least 20 Tier 3 exotic beasts inside. After hearing this, Hujin slapped his forehead and sighed. Over 20 Tier 3 beasts, and we only have 7. Tier 3s here. Charging in is impossible, it'd be suicide. Lure them out and take them down one by one, Gu Luocheng said decisively, voicing the plan everyone knew but hesitated to suggest. Who's going to lure them? Another Tier 3 senior, Sun Miao, a water-type ability user, asked. Gravely luring the beasts was the most dangerous task. Any mistake could lead to being overwhelmed. At this moment, Gu Luocheng's brow furrowed. Slightly earlier, during the fight, the energy suppressed within him had been surging against his life gate. The invisible barrier between Tier 2 and Tier 3 was thinning at an astonishing rate. Now, he needed an intense battle to fully ignite the energy within and break through the limitations of Tier 3. I'll lure the beasts, Gu Luocheng declared firmly, his voice unwavering. I'll handle the luring and take care of the first wave. You all lay in ambush and, at my signal, annihilate the targets that follow. By yourself? Hu Jin and Sun Miao exclaimed almost simultaneously. Although Gu Luocheng was rated as Tier, he was still just a Tier 2 ability user. As if seeing through their doubts, Gu Luocheng added, I'm the only Tier 2 here. My energy fluctuations are weaker, making me a more likely target for Tier 3 exotic beasts. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already transformed into a streak of crimson light, darting straight into the cave. His speed was even faster than before, and an orange-red cyclone of flames faintly surrounded his body, his momentum climbing higher and higher. Roar! Soon, a Tier 3 stone roar beast, its body covered in sharp spikes, was drawn out by the powerful fire energy Gu Luocheng deliberately unleashed. It bellowed as it charged at him. Hot on its heels came a lightning-fast two-headed wind wolf. The third was a massive centipede capable of spewing poisonous mist. Gu Luocheng did not back down. The flames on his Stardust sword surged violently. One man, one sword. The battle erupted instantly. The stone roar beast was the first to close in. Using his speed and agility, Gu Luocheng evaded its repeated strikes. Seizing an opening, he drove his Stardust sword, surrounded by a wave of scorching heat, straight into the relatively softer underside of the beastie. Flames erupted from the tip of his sword, detonating inside the beast. The Tier 3 stone roar beast fell. The two-headed wind wolf, though initially farther away, was incredibly fast. Barely 2 seconds after the stone roar beast collapsed, the wolf's attack was upon him. Its method of attack resembled that of the wind-type student Gu Luocheng had previously killed, sharp wind blades, raining down like a storm. Gu Luocheng had no time to dodge and received several slashes, blood streaming from his wounds. Despite the injuries, his gaze burned even more fiercely. Fireballs continuously formed in his hands, hurling toward the two-headed wind wolf. Though the fireballs hit their mark, they failed to penetrate its defense. The energy density of Tier 2 was still insufficiently powerful. Seeing this, the two-headed wind wolf roared defiantly, its attacks becoming bolder. Another seemingly ordinary fireball appeared in Gu Luocheng's hand. Faint blue sparks flickered within the orange-red flames. The two-headed wind wolf ignored the attack, seemingly intending to trade injury for injury, and unleashed a wind blade just as Gu Luocheng's fireball was launched. The wind blade struck Gu Luocheng's shoulder as his fireball landed on one of the wolf's heads. The moment it made contact, the two-headed wind wolf sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. The raging flames, carrying hellish heat, instantly charred one of its heads. The wolf howled in pain, collapsing and rolling on the ground. Gu Luocheng's sword flashed. With a single slash, he severed the remaining head. The second Tier 3 exotic beast, the two-headed wind wolf, was down. All of this happened in just a few minutes. The third poison mist centipede finally reached Gu Luocheng's side, bringing with it a cloud of toxic fog. The poisonous mist disrupted his vision and breathing, yet Gu Luocheng, with his rich combat experience, was not fazed by such minor tricks. He held his breath and compressed flames around his body, forming a thin protective shield. His figure weaved through the toxic fog. Seizing the right moment, the starlight sword transformed into a fiery drill, piercing through the centipede's thick shell and pinning it to the ground. The third Tier 3 beast, the poison mist centipede, fell. At this moment, the obstacle within his body blocking the path to Tier 3 was now as thin as a cicada's wing. While sensing the energy fluctuations within his body, Gu Luocheng continued onward. Soon, he encountered 2 more Tier 3 beasts. They also noticed Gu Luocheng at the same time. A massive firebat took to the skies, opening its mouth and spitting a fireball directly at Gu Luocheng. Meanwhile, a burrowing beast instantly tunneled underground, preparing to ambush him from below. Faced with the combined assault from air and ground, a sharp glint flashed in Gu Luocheng's eyes. Now's the moment. Break, for me. At this instant, he no longer suppressed himself nor held back. He channeled all the boiling energy within his body, along with the killing intent accumulated from battle, into the starlight sword in his hand. The blade instantly radiated a dazzling, ghostly blue light. Celestial sword technique, falling 1,000 stars. Gu Luochen leapt into the air, and the starlight sword unleashed. Streams of light centered on the blade's tip, countless ghostly blue flaming meteors, carrying destructive heat, rained down furiously toward the fire bat. In the sky and the burrowing beast emerging from the ground, boom, a series of deafening explosions erupted. The fire bat in the air was struck by over a dozen ghostly blue meteors in an instant, unable to even let out a cry before it became a heap of burning charcoal, plummeting to the ground. As for the burrowing beast, its massive body was stuck at the hole it had just dug. Facing the fiery meteors raining down from above, it had no way to dodge and was directly riddled with holes. The 5th Tier 3 beast had fallen. Gu Luochen steadied himself, sensing the door within his body was about to completely open. Buzz, a low hum resonated. In the air, the flames surrounding Gu Luochen's body no longer flickered chaotically but instead stabilized and returned to his core. Immediately after, a surge of life essence erupted from the depths of his being. The door had broken. Gu Luochen had successfully advanced to Tier 3. From awakening his abilities to reaching Tier 3, it had taken less than 2 months. He had shattered the record for ability user breakthroughs across all of Huaxia. This meteoric rise instantly stunned the 7 Tier 3 senior students, including Hu Jin and Sun Miao, who were lying in wait nearby, as well as the Tier 1 sensory ability students. Wow. Tier 3 already? He actually broke through at a time like this? My god. Less than 2 months? How is this possible? He's still a first-year student. The aura of an S rank. It's overwhelming. Shock and envy immediately replaced the earlier doubts and tension, especially for the Tier 3 seniors. They knew just how difficult the breakthrough from Tier 2 to Tier 3 was. Some had been stuck for a year without any progress, yet Gu Luochen had managed to achieve this breakthrough in such a perilous situation. This talent was simply unparalleled. Gu Luochen stored the starlight sword back into his spatial ring. He felt the energy within him multiply several times over, but he also felt the fatigue from the intense combat. It seemed he needed to leave and stabilize his newly attained realm. Allowing his body to rest, his gaze swept toward the depths of the cave, where the remaining dozen or so Tier 3 beasts had been thoroughly enraged by the earlier battle and his unleashed aura. More ferocious roars echoed one after another, with energy fluctuations growing stronger and heavier footsteps approaching faster. Clearly, several Tier 3 beasts had been drawn over and were charging toward him madly. Without hesitation, Gu Luochen turned and bolted. He had already taken down 5 Tier 3 beasts. The remaining ones would be dealt with one by the others outside. This cleanup operation was essentially secured. When he reached the cave entrance, he ignored the various emotions in the eyes of the others and said calmly, "The rest is up to you." With that, he decisively stepped aside, found a flat rock, and sat cross-legged to stabilize his realm and recover his strength. At the same time, he began adapting to his newly strengthened body. "They're coming. Execute the plan and eliminate them," a senior shouted urgently at the cave entrance. "Damn it. I can't wait any longer." Hu Jin was the first to react, his face full of excitement and battle intent. "Tier 3s, charge with me. Everyone else, provide support. Take down these beasts. Don't let Gu Jr. down." The fierce battle erupted instantly. At this moment, the group no longer felt the previous pressure. Their fighting spirit brimmed with confidence. Gu Luochen, at this point, had become the stabilizing force of the entire operation. An S-rank Tier 3 ability user, in a low-tier alien realm, was as effortless as a child playing a game. There were still 21 hours remaining. The true final battle had just begun. He needed to master the full potential of a Tier 3 ability user as quickly as possible. Special alien realm, core region. The scenery here was entirely different from that of the low-tier alien realms. In low-tier alien realms, the overlords typically hid within caves, but the core of this special alien realm was vastly different. The land was dyed a sinister purple-black, with molten lava flowing through its cracks. Enormous, twisted plants, seemingly composed of skeletal remains, grew rampantly, exuding a nauseating stench. Amid this desolate landscape, a massive palace loomed behind the forest of skeletal plants, emanating an eerie, malevolent aura. But this unsettling silence was shattered by the sounds of battle. Thunderous explosions resounded like apocalyptic thunder, unceasing and deafening. "I seal the world." A cold, commanding female voice rang out across the battlefield. Of the Frost King hovered in midair, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. Her icy blue eyes were devoid of any emotion, while a bone-chilling frost radiated around her, cold enough to freeze even souls. She was not alone. Beside her coiled an enormous creature, over 100 meters in length, its body covered in diamond-like glimmering ice crystal scales, the ice-scaled dragon. This was the Frost King's contract beast. Many believed the Frost King's ice abilities came entirely from herself. In reality, only top-tier powerhouses knew the truth. Her power over ice was derived from forming a contract with this unimaginably powerful ice-scaled dragon, granting her an almost infinite source of icy strength. The ice-scaled dragon and she were of one mind, sharing honor and disgrace. As it opened its mouth, it unleashed an icy breath capable of freezing space itself, instantly transforming the area ahead into a transparent, frozen crystal in hell. Several 7th-tier beasts that dared to approach were instantly turned into ice sculptures. On the other side, the battle was even fiercer. Gujinting was clad in a heavy suit of flaming armor, its surface etched with flowing patterns of dark red magma. Each breath he exhaled released scorching white mist. He resembled a god of flames, rampaging wildly across the battlefield. His 8th-tier ability, Flame Armor, granted him terrifying defense and explosive power. At this moment, his fists, wrapped in deep crimson flames, slammed violently toward the head of an 8th-tier giant beast as massive as a mountain, the black obsidian demon rhinoceros. Boom! The demon rhinoceros bellowed in pain as cracks appeared on its hardened skull, but it was ferocious beyond measure. Its massive horn emitted an ominous black glow as it shot straight at Gujinting with terrifying force. Commander Gu, dodge quickly. Wuda's voice was steady and resolute. He suddenly appeared in front of Gujinting, his hands forming strange gestures. The space ahead twisted and crumpled, as if it were a piece of paper being wrung. The demon rhinoceros's attack seemed to sink into an invisible quagmire, its speed and power abruptly diminished. At the same time, a streak of white light shot out from Wuda's fingertips, striking the tip of the rhinoceros's horn with pinpoint accuracy. A sizable portion of the terrifying black glow on the horn vanished silently. Thanks, Wuda. Gujinting seized the opportunity to retreat, then unleashed another fiery punch with his backhand, slamming it into the comparatively vulnerable side of the rhinoceros's abdomen. Zing, the crisp sound of a sword resonated as countless tangible sword auras rained down like a storm, targeting the beast's eyes, joints, and other weak points. Ouyang Chuan moved like a phantom, flitting around the enormous beast. Each strike he delivered was precise and ruthless, although, as a 7th-tier fighter, he couldn't deal a fatal blow. He greatly disrupted the rhinoceros's movements. With seamless teamwork among the group and the coordination of other powerful fighters, the heavily armored 8th-tier black obsidian demon rhinoceros finally let out a reluctant wail. Its colossal body toppled under Gujinting's final flaming punch, a heart-piercing flame explosion fist, and was engulfed in roaring flames. Phew! It's down. Wudi exhaled lightly, though his face showed little relief. Although they had temporarily dealt with the 8th-tier threat, the most terrifying enemies still lay ahead. Above the palace at the deepest part of the battlefield, 2 suffocating auras of 9th-tier power weighed down on everyone like tangible hammers. One of the presences was familiar to all, the 9th-tier Star-Eater beast, a creature resembling a grotesque fusion of an oversized centipede and scorpion. Its carapace shimmered with dark purple starlight, and its countless writhing limbs seemed capable of tearing apart stars. A massive venomous stinger at its tail exuded an eerie, terrifying glow. The source of the other oppressive aura made every human stronghold feel a heavy dread. It was not a ferocious beast but a humanoid entity. Humanoid beasts were far superior to regular beasts in both intelligence and energy. It hovered before the Star-Eater beast, its figure slender and covered in dark golden scales, with sharp spines protruding from its joints. Its face bore faint traces of human features, but its golden vertical pupils were cold and emotionless. What shocked everyone the most was that it could speak. Its voice was hoarse but cut through the battlefield's clamor like a blade. Humans, your struggles are meaningless. Ice King. Its golden eyes locked onto the figure, emanating an extreme chill in the sky. Your ice cannot stop the inevitable destruction. The Ice King's face remained stoic as the ice-scaled dragon under her let out a deep, threatening roar. She said nothing, but the surrounding cold intensified, and a massive spear of ice crystallized in her hand. Everyone, follow the plan. Gujinting's voice boomed across the battlefield. Wude, you and the others with me, hold back the Star-Eater beast. Ice King, leave the humanoid beast to you. Without hesitation, the Ice King drove the ice-scaled dragon forward, becoming a streak of icy blue light hurtling toward the terrifying humanoid 9th-tier beast. The frigid cold and the humanoid beast's corrosive dark golden energy clashed violently, distorting and shattering the space around them with deafening explosions. This was a peak confrontation between 9th-tier elites. Meanwhile, Wudi, Gujinting, Ouyang Chuan, and several other top-tier 7th-tier fighters charged at the equally fearsome 9th-tier Star-Eater beast. Powerful bursts of energy collided with the Star-Eater Beast's space-tearing limbs and corrosive venomous stinger. In a fierce, chaotic clash, the battle instantly escalated to a fever pitch, with every second fraught with peril. As for the humanoid beast fighting the Ice King, it appeared effortless in its defense, while deflecting the ice-scaled dragon and the Ice King's ferocious and relentless attacks. It spoke in a hoarse, icy tone. Heh. Do you really think sealing the main rift to the otherworld will lead to your victory? Do you think time is on your side? How naive. With a sudden wave of its arm, it deflected an icy spear hurled by the Ice King. Its golden vertical pupils swept across the battlefield, landing on Guzhenting and his team fighting valiantly in the distance. A cruel smile crept across its lips. Before you even arrived, I gifted one of the low-tier accompanying world's lords a little surprise. What? Guzhenting's heart sank, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. Ha! It's a disruption crystal, capable of temporarily altering the rules of that low-tier realm. The humanoid beast's voice dripped with malicious glee. In other words, it allows that lord, originally capped at the 3rd-tier peak, to break through and ascend to the 4th tier. 4th tier? Wu De's expression shifted dramatically, his hands controlling the spatial barrier trembling. Slightly. A 4th-tier beast appearing in a low-tier accompanying realm was tantamount to a death sentence for the trainees trapped within. By now, the humanoid beast's golden vertical pupils seemed to pierce through space, staring toward the accompanying realm. That creature has likely completed its ascension. The people inside must be crying out in despair right about now. Ha! Wu De's mind reeled, and his actions faltered ever so slightly, a gap the Star Eater beast nearly exploited. He couldn't fathom how a group of trainees, at best capable of reaching the 3rd tier, could possibly fend off swarms of 3rd-tier beasts, let alone a 4th tier. Lord! Steady yourselves! Guzhenting's sharp command shattered the group's rising panic. Wu De forcibly regained control, stabilizing the spatial barrier that had nearly been breached by the Star Eater beast. The veins on his forehead bulged with effort. The humanoid beast's laughter grew more grating. When the time comes, your efforts to seal the rift will be pointless. Can you even enter the low-tier realms? Ha ha ha. In just a little while, I will descend upon your fragile world through the already open companion alien realm. By then, I will do as I please. Crush every human I encounter into dust. Slaughter them all until there's nothing left. Turn your so-called safe zones into ruins. These malicious words struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. If this humanoid beast were to escape from the alien realm, there would be no stopping it with their current strength. Moreover, it could launch devastating attacks on humanity. At any moment, everyone couldn't help but recall the brutal scenes from the battle with Alien Realm number 32. Soon, my master will descend. You stubborn humans, prepare to face your doom. Ha ha ha. The crowd keenly caught the mention of my master in its words. This was clearly an announcement that an even more powerful special-grade alien realm was about to emerge. Those few words, mingled with its piercing laughter, plunged everyone into despair in an instant. The despair was so overwhelming that it caused their coordinated assault on the Star Eater beast to falter momentarily. The Ice King's gaze turned as sharp as a blade, and the ice-scaled dragon beneath her let out an enraged roar. Her attacks became even more ferocious, desperately suppressing the humanoid beast to prevent it from further shaking their morale. However, the strength of the humanoid beast was unfathomable. Even under the full-force attacks of the Ice King and her ice-scaled dragon, it managed to divert its attention and continue unsettling the others. Don't listen to its nonsense. It just wants to shake our resolve, the Ice King shouted sternly, her strikes growing even more relentless. As long as we can take it down here, I'd like to see how its corpse plans to escape. Exactly. Guzhenting gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fiery determination. Kill it. Let's first deal with these two beasts before us. His flame armor erupted in a blaze of fiery red light, like a burning sun. As he unleashed a punch towards the Star Eater beast, taking advantage of the moment, Wu De moved to Ouyang Chuan's side, whispered a few words, and then joined Guzhenting in battle. Did you explain everything to Ouyang Chuan? Guzhenting asked while fighting, then retreated to Wu De's side. Yes, I've already instructed him to get prepared. If the companion alien realm couldn't be cleared within the set time limit and connected to the main alien realm, Wu De's expression grew solemn like never before. Time flew by amidst the fierce battle, and now, only 14 hours remained. In the core cave of the companion alien realm where Gu Luochen was located, the ground was littered with the remains of several 3rd-tier alien beasts and shattered crystalline ores. The senior 3rd-tier students had successfully killed over a dozen 3rd-tier alien beasts that had been lured out. Now, they were gathered at the cave entrance, awaiting the results. of a probe. Gu Luochen approached. He had just stabilized his third-tier realm, and his aura was even more refined than before. He didn't say a word, instead pulling out the Stardust sword from his storage ring and letting it hang at his side. Moments later, a first-tier student, sweat streaming down his forehead, suddenly opened his eyes. He withdrew the sensory tool, emitting ripples on the ground. Confusion and doubt written all over his face. "How does it look?" someone asked. "There are only 5 energy signatures left inside. But one of them is very strange. When I got close, my senses were disrupted, as if the signal were being strongly jammed. But I can confirm that the other 4 are definitely third-tier peak beasts. They seem dormant? Jammed? Dormant?" Hujin wiped the blood off his face, his brows furrowed. "What's going on here? Could it be some kind of special ability from an alien beast? Whatever it is, son." Niao's eyes flashed with ruthless determination. "Only 5 of them remain. We have 8 third-tier fighters. That's an advantage. Time is running out, less than 4 hours. We have to get in there and take them out." "Exactly. No more delays." The other senior students nodded in agreement. Their confidence had reached an unprecedented peak, thanks to consecutive victories in Gu Luochen's breakthrough. With no more than 5 third-tier beasts in the cave, they posed no threat against this team. Gu Luochen scanned the group. Though everyone was exhausted, their fighting spirit remained high. His gaze then locked onto the pitch-black cave entrance. He seemed to sense something unusual, but time was pressing, leaving no room for hesitation. "Move in. Finish this quickly," Hujin ordered in a low voice. Stepping first into the cave that resembled the gullet of a giant beast. Gu Luochen raised his Stardust sword, following closely. Behind the cave interior was larger and deeper than expected, the walls embedded with strange minerals emitting a faint, eerie glow that provided minimal light. Finally, they reached the deepest part of the cave, a massive underground cavern. What lay before them made all of their battle-ready spirits vanish, replaced by a cold sweat. At the center of the cavern, it wasn't the scattered 5 third-tier beasts they had anticipated. 4 alien beasts, each with distinct forms and exuding a ferocious third-tier aura, were crouched submissively on the ground, and at the center of their protective circle, in the area where the cavern's energy was most concentrated, coiled a colossal figure. Its entire body was covered in dark red chitin, with a surface that glowed like molten lava. Its grotesque horns and the bone-like spines on its back sparked with terrifying arcs of electric energy. The most horrifying aspect was the aura and energy it radiated, far beyond what anyone could comprehend of a third-tier peak beast. It was even stronger than any third-tier beast they had previously faced. "Together. Fourth tier?" Hujin's voice trembled, his face turning deathly pale. "Impossible. Aren't the rules of low-tier alien realms capped at third tier?" Sun Miao exclaimed, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. That interference. It was masking its true energy level after breaking through to the 4th tier. Gu Luochen's pupils contracted sharply as he instantly understood the reason behind the earlier detection anomalies. This alien beast lord, stabilizing its newfound 4th tier power, had used some method to disrupt the rules, disguising its energy fluctuations as those of a 3rd tier peak. Roar! Sensing the intruders, the lava lord slowly opened its eyes. Its pupils were not the vertical slits of a beast but crimson compound eyes. A surge of 4th tier pressure, like a tidal wave, swept through the entire cavern. The 4 crouched 3rd tier beasts simultaneously raised their heads, growling threateningly. As they locked onto the group, of the morale that had soared just moments ago was now completely deflated, like a punctured balloon, facing a 4th tier lord and 4 3rd tier beasts. Their numerical advantage was utterly meaningless. At that moment, the space above the cavern suddenly trembled violently. A micro-vortex, whose edges continuously shattered and reformed, appeared midair like a hideous wound from nowhere. Chaotic spatial currents spilled out, emitting an ear-piercing screech. Could this be the passage connecting the primary otherworld with its parasitic otherworld? It's over. Even if we manage to defeat this tier 4 beast together, there's no time left. One senior's legs gave out as he collapsed to the ground, his face pale as a sheet. The shadow of despair instantly enveloped everyone except Gu Luochen Dai and the primary otherworld, the core battlefield. The space trembled just as violently. Space is destabilizing. Something's gone wrong with the parasitic otherworld. Wu Di shouted, the ominous premonition in his heart reaching its peak. Ha ha ha, do you feel it? The wailing of space. The humanoid beast engaged in an intense battle with the Frost King let out a triumphant laugh. As if everything was under its control. It suddenly broke free from an attack by the ice-scaled dragon, its golden vertical pupils scanning the pale-faced Frost King, Guzhenting, and the others. With its other hand, it grabbed at the void, a bizarrely shaped, rhomboid crystal key appeared in its grasp. Foolish humans! Allow me to let you taste the despair of its approach, step by step. Ha ha ha. The humanoid beast sneered as it infused the key with energy, then raised its hand and pointed, *buzz, *. The key projected an image that vividly displayed the depths of the parasitic Otherworld's cavern where Gu Luochen was before everyone on the core battlefield of the primary Otherworld. Shanur. Gu Zhenting's eyes widened in fury as he saw Gu Luochen about to face a Tier 4 overlord far beyond his level. His heart felt as if it were being torn apart. The flames of his armor fluctuated violently, nearly allowing the Star Eater beast to land a critical hit. F4th tier? A Tier 4 beast has truly appeared in the parasitic Otherworld? Wu De couldn't believe that the humanoid beast's earlier words had turned out to be true, completely shattering their understanding. Do you see it clearly? This is despair. The humanoid beast's voice pierced their ears like a demonic chant. The power of the disruptive crystal allows you insignificant ants to witness higher powers. Your hope will be destroyed by an ant itself. Once the time is up, I can descend at any moment. Ha ha ha. In the projection, the lava overlord roared angrily toward the sky, its massive molten claws rose high, carrying an overwhelming force of destruction, and slammed down fiercely toward the small human team before it. Back in the primary Otherworld, Guzhenting and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats. At this critical moment, Gu Luochen moved. Not only did he not retreat, but he took a step forward, advancing with unwavering determination. The ethereal blue flames surged around him again, enveloping him like a demon god emerging from the depths of hell. I'll handle this Tier 4 beast. You all deal with the 4 Tier 3 ones. Gu Luochen's voice was calm, but it exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. As soon as his words fell, the Starfire sword, blazing with ghostly blue flames, slashed fiercely toward the enormous molten claw blocking the sky. Boom. A deafening explosion reverberated through the cavern, shaking the entire underground space violently. Everyone initially thought Gu Luochen would be crushed into pulp in an instant, but instead, he only staggered back a few steps. Although Gu Luochen was at a disadvantage in this clash, he successfully blocked the attack. What? Gu Luochen can actually withstand a Tier 4 beast head-on? Exclamations erupted both within the cavern and in the primary Otherworld. On the surface, he seemed a tier below the lava overlord in terms of power, but Gu Luochen's body was enhanced by a visualization technique. Attack! Now's our chance. Hu Jin was the first to react, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Junior Gu is held off the Tier 4 beast. Let's quickly take down those 4 Tier 3 ones. Sun Miao snapped back to his senses, roaring, go all out. The other Tier 3 seniors, their eyes now red with determination, unleashed their strongest powers and threw themselves at the 4 Tier 3 beasts. A chaotic battle erupted instantly. The cavern was filled with flashing lights of various abilities. Despite the oppressive aura of the Tier 4 beast, the 7 Tier 3 seniors, pushed to their limits in a life-or-death situation, demonstrated combat strength far beyond their usual levels. The 4 Tier 3 beasts were completely tied down. Useless fools. You can't even kill a Tier 3 human. What use are you? The humanoid beast's golden vertical pupils glared fiercely at the projected image of the lava overlord, which was failing to defeat Gu Luochen. Its voice twisted with rage. Humph. So what if he barely holds on? When the time comes, I'll slaughter them myself. It had initially intended to leisurely watch the humans struggle in despair, using the projection to torment Guzhenting and the other's spirits, but now, it was more eager than ever to see that ant disrupting its plans torn to shreds. Crush them for me. Immediately, at once. It clutched the key, injecting another surge of energy into it. Through the projection, it sent a mental command brimming with killing intent to the lava overlord. At this moment, the humanoid creature's focus was entirely drawn to the confrontation between Gu Luochen and the lava overlord. Its once arrogant demeanor had shifted into the fury of a wounded predator, desperate to obliterate its adversary in one blow. Ice Soul, Heaven-Sealing Mark. The Frost King's eyes flashed with cold light as the long-awaited opportunity finally arrived. The ice-scaled dragon beneath him let out an earth-shattering roar. The accumulated extreme cold energy condensed into an ice-blue seal that seemed to pierce through space, slamming fiercely into the humanoid beast's chest. The humanoid beast's chest was instantly covered in ice crystals that quickly spread across its entire body. Its movements froze in an instant. This was the chance, on the core battlefield. Of the primary otherworld, a fleeting, decisive opportunity for a fatal strike had appeared. Gu Jinting and the others decisively abandoned their entanglement with the Star Eater beast, channeling their strongest abilities to launch a fierce assault against the immobilized humanoid beast. There were less than 2 hours left. Now's the time. Focus fire. Wu De, the Dean, shouted sharply. His space-folding ability activated instantly, locking the ice-sealed humanoid beast firmly in place. Icy slash. The Frost King drew his longsword, relying on the extreme cold power provided by the ice-scaled dragon, and slashed fiercely at the humanoid beast. Flame Fist of Annihilation. Gu Jinting seized the moment, soaring upward like a meteor, gathering all his fiery energy into a devastating punch aimed at the icebound beast's head. Other powerful fighters also unleashed their strongest attacks, and beams of destructive light instantly engulfed the humanoid beast trapped in ice. Boom. An unprecedented explosion erupted above the core region of the primary otherworld. The space was torn apart, revealing countless tiny black fissures. A chaotic energy surge swept across like a tsunami. When the dazzling light faded away, the humanoid beast was left barely resembling its original form. Half its body and arm were completely obliterated, vaporized into nothingness, leaving only a charred, broken limb. Its ferocious head was missing half, and the golden vertical pupil in its remaining eye had dimmed, filled only with hatred and disbelief, accompanied by a profound weakness. It plummeted from the air like a pile of rotten mud, its aura so faint it was on the verge of death. Did we succeed? Wu De was overcome with wild joy. Is it dead? King Xuanbing's hand, gripping his sword, trembled slightly. Ji Jinting landed back on the ground, panting heavily. The glow of his flame armor had dimmed significantly, yet his gaze remained fixed on the barely breathing figure. However, just when everyone thought the terrifying ninth-tier humanoid beast was about to perish, something unexpected happened. The star-eroding beast caught the seemingly barely alive humanoid beast with its broad back. Then, everyone saw that the sole remaining golden vertical pupil of the humanoid beast flared with a frenzied light. Its one relatively intact claw lashed out like lightning, plunging viciously into the back of the star-eroding beast. Roar! The star-eroding beast let out a howl of excruciating pain, its massive body writhing uncontrollably. The humanoid beast's claw precisely seized the ninth-tier crystal core within the star-eroding beast. A maniacal grin spread across its face. Fool! Your power is mine now. With a sickening squelch, it forcibly ripped the ninth-tier crystal core from the star-eroding beast's body. The massive body of the star-eroding beast froze instantly, and the light of life in its eyes extinguished in a flash. Its colossal form collapsed to the ground with a deafening crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. It was evident it was utterly dead. The humanoid beast, meanwhile, greedily pressed the crystal core, containing the lifelong essence of the star-eroding beast, into the gaping wound in its shattered chest. Buzz! A storm of dark purple, violent energy erupted from within its body. Its broken form began to rapidly regenerate within the storm, visibly reconstructing itself with frenzied speed. The severed arm and half-missing head grew back in an instant. The humanoid beast's aura immediately soared back to its peak. Roar! A ferocious roar erupted from its newly reconstructed head. Its golden vertical pupils burned with bloodthirsty desire as it fixed its gaze on the human warriors below, whose faces were now filled with dread. You pathetic ants! How dare you push me to this point? It laughed in fury. When I leave this place, my first target will be your so-called safe zone. I will turn it into the first monument of my conquest of the human world. A monument built from corpses and despair. Its words were brimming with a destructive malice that sent chills down the spines of all present. If it were allowed to escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the suffocating tension, Wu instinctively glanced at the projection of the companion dimension. The scene in the projection made their nearly despairing hearts suddenly skip a beat. It turned out that, while the Lava Lord had been driven into madness by its directives, relentlessly bombarding Gu Luochang and the struggling Hu Jin and others with devastating attacks at the entrance of the cave, several familiar presences were rapidly approaching. Luochang! Hold on! A frantic cry rang out. A beam of pure white light was the first to burst into the cave. It was Su Mushua. At this moment, her entire being radiated with pure light energy, channeling healing power toward Gu Luochang and the others. Boom! Following Su Mushua, 5 powerful third-tier auras quickly stormed into the battlefield. Move! Take down these beasts first. Then we'll back up Junior Gu. Understood. Hujin, we're here to assist you. These 5 third-tier seniors had just finished clearing another companion dimension and had rushed over at full speed after receiving Ouyang Chuan's urgent summons. The reinforcements had finally arrived at the most critical moment. Without wasting a word, they dove straight into the fray. Originally, Hu Jin and his team of 7 had been barely holding off 4 third-tier beasts, teetering on the edge of collapse, and now, with 5 fresh third-tier powerhouses joining the battle, the tide was instantly turned. Boom! Bam! Slash! In less than half an hour, the 4 third-tier beasts were utterly annihilated under the combined assault of 14 third-tier warriors and an S-rank light-type support. The cave was left with only the 4th-tier lava lord. Everyone couldn't help but admire Gu Luocheng for his ability to hold out for so long against a 4th-tier beast. Now, with 13 third-tier warriors, plus the light-type support of Su Mushua, this force was more than enough to challenge a 4th-tier lord. Gu Luocheng took a deep breath, suppressing the churning blood within him. The ethereal blue flames on his stardust sword reignited, though not in peak condition. His resolve remained unwavering. He glanced at Su Mushue, who gave him a firm nod, her holy light continuing to flow into him, mending his injuries. The final battle in the companion dimension erupted with a thunderous roar. With less than an hour left, the human warriors in the main dimension, witnessing this scene, felt hope reignite in their hearts. Come on, you beast! A hot-tempered 8th-tier warrior, watching the turning tide in the projection while hearing the humanoid beast's arrogant words, couldn't help but laugh in anger, attempting to rally morale. Look at you, running with your tail between your legs to escape from us. Ha! Once the companion dimension disappears, let's see how I deal with you. The taunting laughter seemed to infuriate the humanoid beast. To escape? You ignorant humans! Its voice rose sharply, filled with the wrath of being mocked by lesser creatures. Its golden vertical pupils swept over the projection, locking onto Gu Luocheng and the others battling the lava lord. Who told you I have to foolishly wait 48 hours to descend upon the companion dimension? What? Wu's pupils contracted sharply, a chilling premonition seizing him. A terrifying speculation formed in his mind. Ji Yuzhenting and King Xuanbing's expressions darkened instantly. Don't listen to his nonsense. Another 8th-tier warrior shouted sternly, trying to stabilize morale. If he could leave, he would have done so already, instead of tangling with us until now. Clearly, he's weak and just wants to disrupt our minds, buying time. Humph. The humanoid beast snorted coldly, raising its arm riddled with sinister bone spikes. A surge of purple energy frantically gathered around the key it held. The space began to tremble violently, accelerating. The descent nearly comes at a higher cost. Its voice was icy, like a pronouncement of doom. But now, with less than an hour left and the rules restrictions so weak, what does that cost even matter? Use the flesh and blood of these ants to make up for the energy I consumed forcing my descent. As it finished speaking, it swung the hand holding the key sharply in the direction behind it. A scarlet vortex, about 2 meters in diameter, instantly formed. The surrounding space was torn apart, accompanied by deafening thunderclaps. Upon witnessing this, Gu Zhenting abruptly turned his head, the flames on his fiery armor flaring violently in response to his agitation. Wu Da! Hurry! Send someone back immediately to deliver the message. Tell them, no matter what, they must escape. Move! In the companion realm, deep within the cavern, the fierce battle continued. Molten lava surged violently over the body of the lava lord, its massive claws swinging with maddened ferocity. Even under the siege of Gu Luocheng and the others, its eyes were still filled with unbridled rage. Push harder. Victory is within reach. Hu Jin roared, delivering a strengthened whip kick directly to the vulnerable carapace on the lava lord's neck. The lava-drenched carapace on its neck shattered under Hu Jin's kick, spraying fresh green blood. Ji Luocheng deflected a blast of molten lava with his stardust sword. Seizing the moment when Hu Jin retreated, he hurled a fireball directly at the lava lord's neck wound, which exploded fiercely. The lava lord let out a pained howl, its movements growing sluggish under the relentless attacks from Gu Luocheng and the others. Its aura visibly weakened. The scales of victory were slowly tipping in humanity's favor. But at that very moment, an ice-cold, bone-chilling aura of terror descended abruptly and without warning from the unformed vortex. Thump! Thump! Several individuals, unable to withstand this malevolent pressure, collapsed to their knees. Rumble! The space shook violently, and the rocky layers at the top of the cavern shattered like fragile glass. They didn't fall, they completely vanished. From the vortex opening, the apocalyptic scene of the core battlefield of the primary realm became distinctly visible, along with the humanoid Tier 9 beast radiating an aura of pure destruction. Its gaze, filled with mockery, locked directly onto Gu Luocheng, who was struggling to hold his ground. To my surprise, you insects managed this far, but the game ends now. A voice utterly inhuman, like the whisper of death itself, echoed directly in the minds of everyone within the companion realm. Tier 9? A humanoid beast. Hushin screamed in terror, his voice trembling with uncontrollable fear. The records of humanoid beasts in the Academy's history lessons were clear. Their appearance spelled catastrophe for humanity. The third-tier seniors, who had just been passionately attacking the Lava Lord moments ago, now had nothing but boundless terror and despair in their eyes. That feeling was a complete suppression born of the gap in lifeforms and energy levels. Forget fighting back, the sheer pressure alone left them nearly suffocating, their internal abilities seemingly frozen. Sumushue knelt on the ground, hands pressing into the earth, her golden eyes flickering with hatred. She wanted to move closer to Gu Luochang, but her body refused to budge. At this moment, Gu Luochang gritted his teeth, standing motionless, his tightly gripped Stardust sword deeply embedded in the ground, his knuckles cracking audibly. He struggled to lift his head, his eyes burning with the fire of defiance, staring fixedly at the humanoid beast at the vortex entrance. There was no fear, only boundless fury. He was the son of the immortal emperor. Did they truly expect him to kneel before a beast under such pressure? What a joke! Gu Luochang's anger was not only directed at the beast but also at his own helplessness in this moment. In the primary realm, despite everyone's desperate attempts to stop it, they were powerless. All they could do was watch as the humanoid beast stepped through the vortex passage. Ji Yuzhenting had previously sent people to locate the passage connected to the companion realm, but to no avail, not even finding any irregular spatial anomalies. It wasn't until he saw the humanoid beast take out the key that he realized the location of the passage seemed to be arbitrarily designated. Ji Yuzhenting darted toward the vortex entrance. The moment he touched the vortex entrance, it turned semi-transparent, and his body was directly repelled, appearing on the opposite side of the passage. It seemed the rules of this passage prohibited humans from entering. Damn it! Are we really just going to stand here and watch? An 8th-tier powerhouse glared furiously at the swirling vortex, his eyes brimming with rage. Within the companion realm, the projection faded entirely as the humanoid beast departed, leaving everyone ignorant of what was happening inside. The crowd was left in confusion, each second feeling like an agonizing eternity. In the midst of this tense silence, a calm voice arose. Iceland. The Frost King silently approached the vortex entrance, tilting slightly as she gently placed her hand on the massive ice-covered head of the ice scale dragon by her side. Her fingertips lightly traced the dragon's scales, her movements tenderer. Then, she gazed deeply into the ice scale dragon's eyes, a trace of hidden sorrow and determination in her own, as though she were asking, or perhaps entrusting, something. The ice scale dragon's eyes shimmered briefly, and its enormous head nodded softly. It spread its wings and flew resolutely toward the vortex entrance. It's going in? Wu Di exclaimed in shock. The rules. Those rules only restrict humans. The ice scale dragon is the Frost King's contracted beast. It doesn't count as human. Exactly. The rules of this passage are likely species specific. The ice scale dragon has a chance. Another powerhouse reacted, his voice trembling with excitement. Under the expectant gazes of all, the massive body of the ice scale dragon did not pass through the vortex entrance as Gu Zhenting did. Instead, it stepped firmly into the passage. Finally, there's hope. Wu De watched as the ice scale dragon was gradually swallowed by the passage. His excitement only lasted for a moment before being replaced by deep worry. He raised his head to look at the figure in the air, surrounded by Frost Sovereign. Can the ice scale dragon withstand that humanoid beast? The Frost King's proud silhouette appeared somewhat frail at this moment. She did not respond, her eyes closed tightly, her lips pressed in a firm line. The ice scale dragon was her contracted beast, her most steadfast companion throughout her journey. Sending it alone to face such a powerful foe as the humanoid beast was not a decision she made lightly. Yet, it was the only option. Fortunately, not all hope was lost. The Frost King couldn't help but recall the day when that figure embraced her from behind. Stop hesitating. Gu Zhenting's hoarse voice shattered the crowd's reverie. He swung his arm sharply, his voice resolute as he shouted, "There's no point in staying here any longer. Everyone, evacuate the primary otherworld immediately. We must prepare in front of where the humanoid beast emerges. Only by laying down a tightly knit trap at the vortex between the primary and companion otherworlds, and capturing the humanoid beast the moment it appears, can we minimize the damage." The people in the companion otherworld were still unaware of the specific situation in the primary otherworld at this moment, but the shadow of death, under the pressure of a 9th-tier aura, weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. The humanoid beast that crossed from another world emitted unstable energy fluctuations, forcing its way to open a passage to get here must have cost it dearly. It looked down at the humans beneath its feet, as insignificant as ants, especially at Gu Luochen, who was still resisting its oppressive aura, its face twisted into a cruel and ferocious grin. It relished the sight of its prey struggling in despair. "TSK, TSK, TSK." The humanoid beast sneered mockingly with a voice that carried the harsh sound of metal scraping. What a touching scene. A group of ants actually thinks that defeating a cockroach can stop my arrival? Ha ha ha. The people in the cavern had long grown accustomed to its speaking. Most of them were already forced to their knees by the oppressive aura, struggling to breathe. The humanoid beast's gaze finally locked on Gu Luochen, filled with disdain. "Especially you, little bug. What gave you the courage to look me in the eye?" After saying this, it raised a claw covered in purple chitin, a glowing energy orb slowly forming at its fingertip. It deliberately let the terrifying energy gather gradually, savoring the escalating fear of the humans below. When the energy orb at its fingertip reached its peak density, the aura of destruction made the entire cavern space begin to collapse. It lifted its finger, aiming at the still defiant Gu Luochen. "Little ants, this boring farce should come to an end. Starting with you." Gu Luochen's pupils contracted, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Even as the son of an immortal emperor, without power, in the eyes of others, he was still just a bug. Though he had always been indifferent to life and death, he couldn't help but lament that his journey in this life was coming to an end so soon. Just as everyone thought the conclusion was sealed, boom! A pure, ice-blue light exploded from the vortex behind the humanoid beast, shooting toward it in an instant. Its body flickered, dodging to the side. As it frowned and looked toward the vortex, a colossal ice-scaled dragon forcibly burst out of the passage. "What?" The mocking grin on the humanoid beast's face froze instantly. It spun around abruptly, its dark purple vertical pupils locking onto the massive creature squeezing through the passage. "An ice-scaled dragon? Looks like I missed this big reptile." The ice-scaled dragon ignored its taunts. With a flap of its wings, it immediately formed an impenetrable icy force field, enveloping the struggling Gu Luochen and the others below. Buzz, the ninth-tier oppressive aura began to dissipate under the impact of this equally ranked dragon's might. "Ugh!" Hu Jin felt the pressure suddenly lift. He gasped sharply and looked up at the ice-scaled dragon that nearly filled the cavern. "What kind of monster is this now? It doesn't seem like an enemy." Sun Miao struggled to stand, still carrying traces of fear on his face. Roar! A deafening dragon roar shook the cavern as the ice-scaled dragon's massive wings flapped violently. Countless enormous ice shards, formed from pure icy energy, rained down like a storm. At the same time, the dragon's jaws opened wide, unleashing a frost breath directly at the humanoid beast. The attacks were as swift as lightning, leaving the opponent no room to react. "Damned reptile!" The humanoid beast snapped out of its shock, seething with rage. The destructive energy orb it had aimed at Gu Luochen quickly shifted, transforming into a thick energy beam that collided fiercely with the ice-scaled dragon's frost breath. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the cavern. The terrifying shockwave swept through the surroundings in an instant. After enduring numerous battles, the cavern finally gave way under the clash of these two extreme forces. Completely collapsing, the pillars supporting the dome began to crack and break piece by piece, massive boulders crashing down as the entire underground space caved in. "The cavern is collapsing. Run!" Hu Jin's eyes turned red as he roared desperately. Just as everyone was about to be buried alive, the ice-scaled dragon seemed prepared. Its enormous crystalline wings suddenly flapped downward. A gentle yet powerful gale formed instantly, precisely lifting the human trainees below. The windstorm, like an invisible hand, blew them all out through the massive fissure leading to the surface. As they landed, they saw the once intricate cave system had turned into a massive crater several hundred meters wide, filled with rubble. Boom! Another intense energy collision erupted. The aftermath of the battle was ferocious, and only then did everyone look up, spotting the towering humanoid beast in the sky, locked in combat with the winged ice-scaled dragon. "Run! We can't do anything here!" a senior student shouted urgently as he retreated. "Su Mushue, don't just stand there, hurry up and leave." Su Mushue's expression was frantic, but she couldn't see the familiar figure she was looking for. "Gu Luochen! Gu Luochen!" She shouted his name with all her strength, but her voice was feeble amidst the deafening roars and explosions. "It's over. Gu Luochen doesn't seem to have made it out." Hu Jin also couldn't find any trace of him, his heart sinking. "This is a ninth-tier battle. Even touching a bit of the aftermath would turn us to dust. While the humanoid beast is being held off by the ice-scaled dragon, we need to retreat now." Sun Miao grabbed Hu Jin's arm, no longer concerned about anything else. "Su Mushue, go now. Forget about it. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late." Urgent shouts came from behind her. "You go first." Sumushue's gaze continued to search frantically through the smoke and dust. She would not allow herself to abandon Gu Luochen once again. Yu, Sai, Hu, Jin and the others watched as the aftermath of the fierce battle between the Iceland dragon and the humanoid beast grew increasingly intense. Staying any longer would only mean pointless sacrifice, and they had no choice but to retreat. Reluctantly, in front of the massive crater of rubble, only Sumushue was left behind. She paid no attention to the apocalyptic clash of energies above her, focusing solely on moving aside the massive stones in the direction they had emerged. From when her abilities were exhausted, she used potions to recover. When the potions ran out, she dug with her bare hands. After struggling to remove what felt like countless boulders, she finally uncovered the figure clutching the star. Dust soared, his breath was faint, his body covered in blood. As Sumushue bit her lip, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth, she shrank her holy light shield to its smallest size, just barely protecting the area above her and Gu Luocheng's heads. Kneeling beside him, she ignored the reverberations from the shield being struck by falling rubble. Her hands, glowing faintly with holy light, desperately dug away the stones and dirt burying the lower half of his body. Luo Cheng. Hang in there, hang in there. She murmured softly as she dug with her hands, pouring what little holy light she had left into Gu Luocheng's body, trying to ease his injuries. At some point, Gu Luocheng slowly regained consciousness. Seeing Sumushue before him, her hair disheveled, her face covered in dust, he spoke weakly. You fool. Why are you trying so hard? I knew you'd survive. Wah! Having narrowly escaped death together again, Sumushue couldn't hold back her tears. You crybaby, I can't even help wipe your tears right now. Still joking at a time like this. Sumushue rubbed her swollen eyes, pinching Gu Luocheng's arm as she scolded, stop talking and focus on recovering. Hearing her words, Gu Luocheng closed his eyes and concentrated on regulating his breathing, saying no more. Earlier, like everyone else, he had been swept up by the storm and was about to be flung out of the cave. But suddenly, an oppressive, chilling force pressed down on his shoulders, pulling him out of the storm. And then, he was buried by falling rubble. There was no need to guess. The humanoid beast was surely behind this. It had clearly had the chance to kill him but chose instead to toy with him. Gu Luocheng clenched his fists, anger surging within him. After a while, Sumushue dragged Gu Luocheng to a corner blocked off by a massive stone. Stay here and recover. Once you're feeling better, we can figure out a way out, Sumushue said softly, looking at Gu Luocheng's pale face. All right. Boom, another deafening explosion echoed. The Iceland dragon and the humanoid beast were still locked in combat in the sky. The clash of frost and destructive energy turned the entire space upside down. Gu Luocheng could sense a familiar aura emanating from the Iceland dragon, and a thought formed in his mind. Mushue, what's the deal with that ice dragon? Why is it defending us against the humanoid beast's attacks? I'm not sure either. Its aura is different from the other beasts. Sumushue looked up at the ice Lin dragon hovering in the air and added, my abilities naturally repel beasts, but this ice dragon doesn't feel tainted at all. In fact, it feels unusually pure. Oh, then it seems it's not a beast. It might be a contract beast of a human expert. A contract beast? There's such a thing? Looks like you didn't pay attention in class. Sumushue shot him a glare and continued, some people's abilities have a very small chance of resonating with powerful beings from other dimensions. If recognized, they can form a summoning contract. That explains a lot. Gu Luocheng touched his chin, casting a contemplative glance at the Iceland dragon. It seems that channel limits humans, and those beings from the other world can't directly send reinforcements. Just then, the tide of the battle in the sky suddenly shifted. Roar! The Iceland dragon let out a roar filled with pain and fury. The humanoid beast had seized a fleeting opening, using its dark purple, armored claw to avoid the dragon's frontal frost breath and viciously tear into the base of its left wing. Crack! A large section of the Iceland dragon's brilliant, diamond-like scales was ripped away, its massive body shuddered violently, losing control of its flight as the tremendous force of the blow sent its enormous form hurtling through the air. Crawl at my feet. You're so fragile. The humanoid beast floated in the air, gazing at the wounded Iceland dragon with a cruel smile. It did not pursue its advantage but instead flexed its blood-stained claw, as if savoring its victory. That woman really thought sending this lizard to its death would help? What a joke! The humanoid beast sneered, glancing into the distance. TCH, most of the weaklings have fled. But you're far more entertaining than those pathetic creatures. The Iceland dragon steadied itself with a low, furious growl. Its left wing drooped noticeably, and dark purple energy churned at its wound, obstructing its self-healing, losing patience for its games. The humanoid beast turned its gaze back to the Iceland dragon and then to the hiding Gu Luocheng and Su Muxue, its lips twisted into a sadistic grin. Alright, time to clean up the battlefield. I'll finish off this eyesore of a lizard first, then crush those two insects. Hovering mid-air, the humanoid beast clasped its hands together. Another surge of destructive energy gathered before it, and a torrent of purple energy erupted instantaneously. The Iceland dragon hastily unleashed its frost breath, but it was no match. Its massive body was blasted backward, smashing into a rock wall. Though its injuries weren't severe, it was completely suppressed. At this rate, the ice dragon is doomed to lose. Gu Luocheng's heart sank like a stone. His mind raced, analyzing the situation and searching for a way to turn the tables. The humanoid beast and the Iceland dragon were of similar energy levels, but the beast's mastery of energy far outstripped the dragon's. If he could once again bear the power of the Frost King, he might stand a chance of defeating this humanoid beast, but his current condition was dire. He could barely stand, let alone withstand the power of a ninth-tier being. Wait! In a flash of inspiration, an audacious, nearly insane idea sparked in Gu Luocheng's mind. Beast master immortal art, This secret technique allows the caster to ignore the disparity between themselves and the beast, establishing a mysterious connection that makes the beast's power obey their command, but the prerequisite is that the beast must willingly comply. If the beast resists, the caster will suffer a backlash. In the celestial realm, the celestial emperor's father kept many celestial birds, controlling them for amusement. Precisely with this secret technique for him, as the son of the celestial emperor, mastering this technique was as simple as breathing. Watching the ice-scaled dragon retreat step by step under the enemy's attack, its body covered in wounds, Gu Luocheng understood that he could no longer hesitate. Muxue. He suddenly turned his head, his voice hoarse but resolute. Guard me. No matter what happens, don't interrupt me. Guard you? Luocheng, you. Su Muxue couldn't comprehend it. Gu Luocheng was barely able to protect himself. What else could he possibly do? But seeing the near madness in his eyes, she suppressed all her doubts and nodded firmly. Alright. She immediately pushed her abilities to their limit, creating a thin barrier of light in the corner where they hid, like the last flicker of a lamp in a storm. Gu Luocheng said no more. He sat cross-legged, steadied his mind, and focused his spiritual energy into invisible tendrils, cautiously reaching toward the area where the fierce battle raged above, attempting to make contact with the ice-scaled dragon's consciousness. However, how terrifying were the shockwaves of a battle between ninth-tier beings. The chaotic torrents of energy were like an invisible meat grinder. As soon as his spiritual energy left the barrier, it was immediately torn to shreds, once, twice. Every time his spiritual energy was destroyed, his vision darkened, and he spat out blood. Ha! A puny insect that doesn't know its limits, trying to play tricks? The humanoid beast, keenly aware of the faint spiritual probing, didn't even bother to halt its attack. It merely diverted a sliver of attention and sneered at Gu Luocheng's newly extended spiritual energy. Pfft. It was as if an invisible giant hammer had struck his head. Gu Luocheng convulsed violently, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his vision went entirely dark. This time, the damage struck his soul, a wound far more dangerous than physical injuries. Just as his consciousness was about to fade completely. Buzz. From the depths of his soul, a faint, icy wave surfaced. A blurred yet majestic and stern female figure slowly emerged within his sea of consciousness. The Ice Sovereign, this is. Gu Luocheng was utterly shocked. This is a trace of soul essence I left in the depths of your soul. The Ice Sovereign's figure, cold and imposing like an ice sculpture, spoke directly into Gu Luocheng's consciousness. When your soul suffers a severe injury, it will protect your last thread of true spirit and help repair the wounds on your soul. This essence is independent of my main body and will dissipate on its own once its task is complete. So that's how it was. It must have been left as a safeguard the last time she treated him. Thankfully, it wasn't connected to her main body, otherwise, his next move. Ice Sovereign, my lady. Under the protection of the soul essence, Gu Luocheng's condition rapidly stabilized, but he urgently called out, don't use the entire soul essence to heal my injuries. Spare a portion for me. I'm facing a powerful enemy right now, I desperately need this strength. Lend it to you? The Ice Sovereign's figure wavered slightly, revealing her doubt. You know how to wield soul power? This wasn't a domain ordinary ability users could touch, especially for someone as low-level as him. There's no time to explain. Trust me. Gu Luocheng conveyed an overwhelming sense of urgency. The Ice Sovereign was silent for a moment, recalling how he had once made a similar plea to her, and ultimately set aside her reservations. Very well. A cold intent descended. Gu Luochen felt a pure surge of soul power. Imbued with the Ice Sovereign's unique aura, separate from the soul essence and merge into his own soul, this power was instantly under his firm control. At that moment, Gu Luochen cleared his mind of all distractions, wielding this formidable soul power with the unyielding will forged through countless trials. Silently, he directed it toward the ice-scaled dragon locked in the fierce battle above. Soul power was formless and intangible, far surpassing the level of mere spiritual energy. It effortlessly pierced through the chaotic torrents of energy, arriving instantly near the colossal body of the ice-scaled dragon, and entered its consciousness without resistance. The ice-scaled dragon was struggling to fend off another space-tearing claw strike from the humanoid beast. Suddenly, a familiar yet unfamiliar soul force intruded into its mind. Then, it saw Gu Luochen's ethereal figure appear in its sea of consciousness, a human youth? The sight of Gu Luochen surprised and puzzled the ice-scaled dragon. I recognize you. You once helped Yuxing defeat a formidable enemy. But how can you enter my consciousness? Being closely connected to the Ice Sovereign, it naturally remembered this human youth who had aided her. Yuxing? Was that the Ice Sovereign's name? Gu Luochen had no time to ponder further. He quickly transmitted his intent, deliberately invoking the unique aura of the Ice Sovereign within the soul power. I came under the guidance of Lady Ice Sovereign. She sensed your dire struggle and sent me to assist you. Please, lend me your power temporarily. I can help you win this fight. He cleverly leveraged the ice-scaled dragon's absolute trust in the Ice Sovereign. The ice-scaled dragon could indeed sense the Ice Sovereign's aura within the soul power, which quickly dispelled most of its doubts. If you agree, then no matter what happens next, lower your mental defenses and don't resist. Alright. I trust you. Without hesitation, the ice-scaled dragon completely opened its mind to Gu Luochen's soul power. Beast Master Celestial Art, Soul Resonance Pact. Gu Luochang whispered fiercely, and the supreme immortal art of his past life instantly activated. A wave of profound and unfathomable energy immediately established a connection between him and the core consciousness of the ice-scaled dragon. This energy carried an aura of mystery that transcended the mundane. The ice-scaled dragon felt its bond with Gu Luochang grow deeper, even surpassing the contract it had with the Frost King. It was as if it had become a part of his very being. What kind of miraculous contract is this? The ice-scaled dragon was shaken to its core. Yet it chose to trust completely, relinquishing control over its own power. Success. In an instant, Gu Luocheng's consciousness took command of the ice-scaled dragon's boundless icy energy. At this moment, he seemed to transform into the frost dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. Roar! Outside, the ice-scaled dragon, which had been at a disadvantage, suddenly tilted its head back and roared towards the sky. Its dragon roar was filled with an unprecedented majesty. Its enormous pupils gleamed with a domineering light that looked down on all creation. Though its current special ability was fire-based, its mastery of various laws had long reached perfection. Having just taken over the ice-scaled dragon's power, Gu Luocheng's control over ice energy was already far superior to the dragon's own. An even purer frost aura erupted. Centered on the ice-scaled dragon, it opened its mouth to unleash a beam of energy composed of pure, profound ice power, instantly freezing the dark purple energy torrent shot by the humanoid beast. The smirk on the humanoid beast's face froze instantly, replaced by a look of incredulous shock. The ice-scaled dragon, which had been easily toyed with before, had actually blocked its attack. Igniting its fury, the humanoid beast gathered an energy sphere at its fingertips, launching a series of attacks at the ice-scaled dragon, but all were blocked by the dragon's icy breath. The IT finally realized something was different. The ice-scaled dragon's strength and the profound ice energy had undergone a fundamental transformation. Gu Luocheng's lips curled into a faint smile, while the ice-scaled dragon bared its massive teeth in a victorious grin. So this is the power of the 9th rank, Gu Luocheng silently mused in his heart. Come, now, let me see who the real insignificant insect is. What's going on with this guy? The humanoid beast, seeing the ice-scaled dragon's grinning maw, felt as though it was being mocked and instantly flew into a rage. Its attacks became even fiercer, but under Gu Luocheng's precise control, the ice-scaled dragon's boundless 9th rank profound ice power erupted with a terrifying might far beyond its own. Roar! The dragon roar shook the heavens, no longer a cry of pain but a battle cry filled with razor-sharp killing intent. Its massive wings spread wide, and its colossal body lunged towards the humanoid beast in an instant. No longer clumsy breaths, but exquisitely precise battle techniques. The profound ice claws that forced the enemy to dodge, the ice blade storms that could tear through space, the freezing domain that could instantly immobilize everything. The smirk on the humanoid beast's face had long been replaced with terror. Its once proud energy manipulation techniques now seemed pale and powerless in the face of its opponent's suddenly elevated combat prowess. with each clash, the bone-chilling frost seemed to penetrate its energy defenses, freeze its body, and even solidify the energy flowing within it. Impossible. How can an ice dragon possess such precise control? The humanoid beast was both shocked and furious, dodging the ice-scaled dragon's attacks in a pathetic state. The dark purple glow on its body flickered erratically, clearly having fallen into a disadvantage. At this moment, Guluwacheng's combat instincts were like the most precise instrument, analyzing the enemy's weaknesses at high speed even amidst the fierce battle. With every energy burst and defensive maneuver the humanoid beast made, its energy flow patterns gradually became exposed to Guluwacheng's perception. Right there, in the seemingly solid connection between its chest and abdomen, just slightly lower, that was the source of its power, and also its greatest weakness, found it. The core is in its abdomen. Guluwacheng's heart surged, and his killing intent condensed. He maneuvered the ice-scaled dragon, aiming every strike at the enemy's vital point, attempting to create an opening. You worm, don't get cocky. The humanoid beast was utterly enraged, sensing the lethal threat. It let out a sharp, piercing screech, clenching its right hand in the void. Buzz, a terrifyingly sinister aura erupted instantly. A dark purple spear materialized out of thin air in its hand. The spear was covered in vicious barbs, resembling the spine of some horrifying creature. Its tip gleamed with an eerie light, tearing through the surrounding space with its mere presence, exuding a nauseating wave of destruction. This is my dominion, the supreme power granted to me by the great Void King. This spear is formed from his bone spurs. The humanoid beast gripped the bone spear, its aura surging, eyes burning with fanaticism and cruelty. Today, let my lord witness firsthand the harvest of you lowly lives. The spear seemed to empower it, its speed suddenly skyrocketing. In Guluwacheng's vision, it transformed into a blurred dark purple afterimage, and each thrust of the spear was accompanied by a sharp, space-rending screech. Too fast. Guluwacheng's heart tightened, even with his rich combat experience allowing him to predict the enemy's attack trajectory. The ice-scaled dragon's massive body appeared cumbersome and slow in the face of such astonishing speed. The dragon's attacks covered a wide range, but it struggled to land precise hits on the high-speed target. Each dodge and parry was fraught with danger, and the dragon's tough scales were etched with fine cracks from the spear's tip. To make matters worse, Guluwacheng could clearly feel the pure soul energy left by the Frost King deep within his soul rapidly depleting. Maintaining the beast-taming immortal technique was already a massive burden on the soul, let alone under such high-intensity control. No. At this rate, I won't have enough soul power left to strike its core with precision before I'm drained. I have to limit its speed. Guluwacheng was filled with urgency, his mind racing. Any binding immortal technique cast through the ice-scaled dragon would be too slow to catch such a swift opponent. It would evade before the spell even activated. At this moment, a figure appeared in his dragon eyes. In the corner, Su Muxiue, her golden hair disheveled and her face pale, was desperately maintaining the light barrier. Got it. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Guluwacheng. Muxiue. Guluwacheng's voice directly transmitted into Su Muxiue's mind, filled with urgency. Drop the holy light barrier. Don't block the ice dragon's movements. Quickly. Although she didn't understand why, Su Muxiue had absolute trust in Guluwacheng and immediately withdrew the barrier. At the same time, the ice-scaled dragon's massive wings swept around abruptly, stirring up a gentle, icy wind that precisely enveloped Su Muxiue, lifting her up and placing her steadily on its broad back, as vast as a frozen plain. Ah! The sudden lift and the cold sensation beneath her feet made Su Muxiue cry out in surprise. She clung tightly to one of the dragon's scales on its back to stabilize herself. Don't be afraid, listen to me. Guluwacheng's voice echoed in her consciousness. Again, gather all your light energy. Don't worry about causing damage, just focus on brightness. Condense the largest and brightest light sphere you can create. Then throw it toward the humanoid beast. Quickly. The largest light sphere. Although Su Muxiue didn't understand the purpose, Guluwacheng's urgent tone left her no room for hesitation. She closed her eyes, fully activating the light energy within her. With her palms facing each other, an orb as dazzling as a miniature sun rapidly took shape. At this moment, the humanoid beast, wielding its bone lance with immense speed, forced the ice-scaled dragon to retreat continuously when it noticed Su Muxiue's actions and the light sphere emitting only second-tier energy fluctuations. A trace of disdain and mockery flashed in its eyes. Humph, a futile struggle. That puny thing isn't even worthy of scratching me. It didn't even bother intercepting the attack, merely scoffing coldly and continuing to focus on tearing through the ice-scaled dragon's defenses. Just as the massive light sphere, radiating all of Su Muxiue's power and reaching its peak brightness, was about to approach within a few meters of the humanoid beast, detonate. Guluwachan's voice whispered commandingly in Su Mushue's mind. Pop, the loose light sphere burst softly, like a balloon. There was no explosive force, only an extreme, blinding light. It was as if a supernova had erupted in the depths of a dark abyss. Arg! The humanoid beast's vertical pupils, accustomed to the darkness, were instantly blinded by the intense brilliance. Sharp pain radiated from its eyes, and its vision was consumed by a glaring white light. Damn it! You wretched insect! The humanoid beast howled in pain, hurriedly covering its eyes. In its frantic rage, it immediately mobilized powerful mental energy to locate the ice-scaled dragon, but this brief blindness and panic provided Guluochan with a fatal opportunity. Now! Immortal Array, Ice Burial Formation. The ice-scaled dragon's massive claws traced intricate patterns in the air, instantly unleashing overwhelming ice elemental power. The temperature around the humanoid beast plummeted to an extreme low. Countless ice crystals materialized out of thin air, forming a six-pointed star-shaped ice array beneath its feet. Crack! In mere moments, a coffin of bone-chilling ice crystals materialized, completely sealing the humanoid beast, which was still relying on its mental energy to perceive its surroundings. Roar! Break it open! The humanoid beast exploded in fury, dark purple energy surging wildly from its body. The ice coffin trembled violently, its surface instantly webbed with cracks. After all, it was a ninth-tier entity. This ice coffin could only trap it for a very short time, but this brief moment was precisely the key for Guluochan to prepare his ultimate strike. Immortal Art, Ice Emperor Annihilation. Finger! The ice-scaled dragon roared toward the heavens, its maw wide open as boundless primordial ice energy frantically gathered before it. This was no ordinary dragon breath, it coalesced into a colossal hand-like structure, as though sculpted from ancient ice crystals. This finger contained the ultimate annihilation power, one of the ancient forbidden techniques hidden by the immortal court in Guluwachan's memories from his past life. With a single point, all would freeze, life would utterly perish, tyrannical and ruthless, leaving no chance of survival. Just as the ice coffin shattered with a deafening crash and the humanoid beast broke free, its face still twisted in anger and terror, the Ice Emperor Annihilation Finger, radiating a soul-freezing aura, struck directly at the crystal core in its abdomen. Splurt! The fingertip struck with pinpoint accuracy on the beast's abdomen. Time seemed to freeze. There was no sound of an explosion, only an overwhelming, deathly chill emanated from that single point, spreading instantly. No! Fear and disbelief filled the humanoid beast's eyes. Crack! Crackle! Crack crack! A faint, piercing sound of shattering began at the core of its abdomen. The dark purple, hardened skin, the resilient muscles, the flowing energy pathways, all of it succumbed rapidly to the annihilating force of the extreme cold. Losing all vitality, like a shattered ice sculpture, it began to crumble bit by bit. The collapse was swift. Within the blink of an eye, it spread across its entire body. Damned reptile! You ruined my master's grand plan. The humanoid beast's final consciousness was filled with venom and resentment. Struggling, it reached toward its waist, clutching tightly at a key that glowed ominously. If I perish, you won't escape either. Let this prison be your eternal grave. Ha ha ha! Perish with me! With the last of its strength, it squeezed tightly. Crack! The key shattered instantly. All buzz! The entire otherworldly space began to shake violently. The sky tore open with massive black fissures, the ground fractured and collapsed, and turbulent spatial currents surged wildly, devouring everything in their path. No good! Guluochan immediately realized the key's function. It wasn't just a tool to open the space but also the critical element maintaining its stability. With the key destroyed, the space was on the brink of total collapse. Go! He commanded the ice-scaled dragon, whose massive wings flapped with all their might, carrying Su Mushue in his own body, transforming into a streak of blue light as they raced toward the vortex entrance. The spatial storm raged uncontrollably, with countless spatial fragments slashing at the ice-scaled dragon's body like sharp blades, leaving deep wounds. The ice-scaled dragon let out a pained roar but still pushed forward with all its strength toward the rapidly shrinking vortex. Finally, the vortex was within reach. Bang! The ice-scaled dragon's massive head collided forcefully with the vortex's edge, only to be violently repelled by an invisible force. What? Guluochan exclaimed in shock, his consciousness already returned to his physical form. In that instant, he understood. Key. This key not only stabilizes the space, but also determines which high-level creatures can pass through. The ice-scaled dragon is 9th tier. Without the key, it simply can't leave. Yet, he and Su Mushue, being low-tier humans, might not be restricted. Roar! The ice-scaled dragon let out a sorrowful roar. It glanced at the increasingly fierce spatial storm approaching, then looked at the two tiny figures on its back before Finally making a decision, it suddenly lowered its massive head and gently touched Gulawachan's forehead with its enormous dragon horn. At the same time, a palm-sized ice scale fell off automatically, radiating its original essence, and slowly floated into Gulawachan's hand. "Young man, you both should go. It seems I can't make it out." A gentle voice echoed directly in Gulawachan's mind. Sensing Gulawachan's silence, the ice-scaled dragon rubbed him again with its massive head. "If fate allows, we will meet again. Oh, and please, send my regards to Yuxing. I won't be able to accompany her in the days to come." The voice was filled with reluctance and regret. Gu Luochan tightly gripped the cold ice scale in his hand. He was someone who rarely gave up. Yet at this moment, he had to face parting. A parting that might be eternal. He raised his head and looked at the ice-scaled dragon, his eyes shining with unprecedented determination. "You must stay alive. Trust me. I will find you and safely bring you back to Yusheng." The ice-scaled dragon's massive dragon eyes gazed into his, as if trying to confirm something from his expression. It could not discern whether this promise was true, but it chose to believe. Roar! A deafening dragon roar resounded. The ice-scaled dragon fiercely swung its tail, stirring up a gentle icy wind that wrapped around Guluochen and Su Muxue with precision. Like an arrow released from a bow, it shot them toward the space vortex, now just the size of a single person. "Wait for me!" Guluochen's shout was shredded by the raging spatial storm. He and Su Muxue only felt dizzy, their bodies pushed by an immense force, violently crashing into the spiraling vortex. At the very last moment before being completely engulfed, Guluochen looked back amid the boundless spatial storm. The enormous body of the ice-scaled dragon resembled a lone boat in a tempest. Ruthlessly battered by the chaotic spatial currents, it raised its head high to the shattered sky and let out a defiant dragon roar. Before being swallowed by a massive spatial rift, vanishing from Guluochen's sight, the next moment, thud, thud, two figures tumbled down from midair, crashing hard onto the cold, solid ground. Familiar air once again filled their lungs. They had finally returned. Outside the companion realm, time felt like thick, viscous tar, stretching unbearably slowly. Energy churned chaotically at the edge of the massive vortex's entrance, emitting a low, ominous hum. It had been nearly half an hour since Hu Jin, Sun Miao, and the last group of students escaped the companion realm under the ice-scaled dragon's protection. To those waiting anxiously outside the vortex, every second of this half-hour felt like torture. Leading the group were Gu Jinting, Wu De, and a few other 8th-tier powerhouses, all hovering in midair. Many high-tier ability users, academy mentors, elite soldiers, and reinforcements who had rushed to the scene had set up layers upon layers of ability arrays around the vortex. Their eyes were locked onto the continuously distorting vortex entrance. "Why haven't they come out yet?" A military officer in charge of energy monitoring, noticing a decrease in the energy fluctuations within the vortex, broke the silence with his hoarse voice. "Yeah, it's been almost half an hour since Hu Zhen and the others got out." A mentor clenched his fists. "Gu Luochen and Su Muxue. Could it be?" Another spoke in a low tone. "They're both S-class. Their potential is limitless. Could it be that we've lost them in there?" He didn't finish the sentence, but his meaning was clear. The words died in there, hung in the air like cold stones, pressing heavily on everyone's hearts. Soft sobbing rose from the crowd. It was one of Su Muxue's companions. "Enough, Dean." Wu De suddenly turned around, his normally gentle face now frosty, his sparse hair standing upright as he swept his gaze across those spreading pessimism. "Don't speak recklessly without confirmation. The enemy is right in front of us. Anyone who disrupts morale will be severely punished under wartime regulations." Though his tone was stern, it carried a trace of unease. .2. S-class freshmen, the Academy's future, humanity's hope. The cost of losing them was unbearable. Time ticked by second by second. Not only did the vortex entrance fail to stabilize, but it also contracted further, its edges dimming as if it could vanish entirely at any moment. The expressions on everyone's faces gradually shifted from initial worry and anticipation to heaviness and gloom. Clad in his flame armor, Gu Jinting stood at the forefront of the defensive line, his back to the crowd. His posture was as upright as a spear, representing the highest will of the 3rd Safe Zone's military district. He neither turned to reprimand anyone nor joined in the discussion. His unwavering gaze remained fixed on the vortex, his tightly clenched fists turning white, veins bulging on the backs of his hands. And there was his son. His pride, the Frost Ice Queen, stood silently a short distance away, her long hair motionless in the turbulent energy winds. Her gaze also rested on the vortex, but deep within her icy blue eyes seemed to reflect the events unfolding in another dimension. Through her connection with the ice-scaled dragon, She could sense some of what was happening inside, but half an hour ago, at the most perilous moment, her link with the ice-scaled dragon had been severed. Despite her deep concern, she could only wait patiently for the outcome. Just as this heavy atmosphere enveloped everyone, buzz, the violently contracting vortex entrance suddenly trembled intensely. "They're coming out!" Everyone tensed immediately, though they couldn't yet discern whether it was friend or foe emerging. However, the most likely candidate was that terrifying humanoid beast. This creature had fought against the Frost Ice Queen and her allies for a full day and night. Everyone knew how fearsome it was. Thud, thud, two figures, accompanied by the final fragments of space turbulence, were flung out in a disheveled state. They landed heavily on the cold, hard ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Silence, absolute silence. All eyes instantly locked onto the two blood-covered figures. After a brief pause, Chunur, a voice filled with ecstatic joy, erupted from the crowd. Gujinting's figure shot forward like a burning meteor, carrying a wave of scorching heat as he rushed toward the curled-up figure on the ground. "They're out! They're out! It's Gu Luochen and Su Muxue! Oh my god! They're still alive! Hurry! Medical team, come quickly!" The crowd transitioned from shock to disbelief and then to overwhelming joy, exclaiming loudly in excitement. Dean Wudi immediately rushed over, his face full of exhilaration and relief. "Gu Luochen! Su Muxue! This is wonderful! Just wonderful!" Meanwhile, the Frost King remained standing motionless in place. She watched Gujinting hold Gu Luochen tightly, watched Wudi examine Su Muxue, and listened to the excited cheers of the crowd around them. Her gaze ultimately fell on Gu Luochen's tightly clenched left hand. Between his fingers, a faint glimmer of icy blue light shone through, a light imbued with an intense, primordial coldness. Die in the depths of her ice-blue eyes, complex and unreadable emotions surged forth at her face, as cold and stoic as eternal frozen ice. Concealed waves of turmoil that no one could perceive, quietly churning beneath her exterior. Just as Gujinting and Wu De were preparing to ask what had happened, the Frost King silently stepped forward, stopping in front of Gu Luochen. At this moment, her gaze toward Gu Luochen became extraordinarily complicated. There was scrutiny, investigation, and even a trace of subtle concern, but above all, there was profound anxiety and sorrow. She didn't speak, for she had already seen what she needed to confirm. A shard of an ice dragon's scale was clutched tightly in Gu Luochen's palm. With his foster father supporting him, Gu Luochen lifted his head and met the Frost King's ice-blue eyes, which seemed capable of peering into one's very soul. His heart tightened suddenly, and a deep sense of guilt surged within him. Taking a deep breath to suppress the turmoil in his chest, he spoke in a hoarse and feeble voice. "Later, that humanoid beast turned out to be incredibly strong, but fortunately, an ice dragon appeared and fought it. Their clash of powers was so intense that it shattered space, causing the entire otherworld to begin collapsing. In the end, the humanoid beast was torn apart by the spatial rift." Torn apart by space? That thing is dead? That's great. It deserved to die. Gujinting patted Gu Luochen's shoulder, his eyes filled with both elation and lingering fear. However, Gu Luochen's mood remained heavy. The ice dragon, to ensure we could escape, it got swept into the spatial tempest, and ended up lost in another dimension? Wudi exclaimed in shock, his face full of disbelief and sorrow. The ice-scaled dragon was not only the Frost King's most trusted companion but also humanity's most powerful force. He couldn't help but steal a glance at the Frost King. "Your Excellency Frost King, this," but she continued to stand silently, as though the surrounding commotion had nothing to do with her. Both Gujinting and Wu De could feel the sadness and solitude emanating from her. At this moment, Gu Luochen also recognized the woman before him as the formidable figure he had encountered up close on Changbai Mountain. Hearing Dean Wu De address her as "Your Excellency Frost King," he naturally understood her identity. Gu Luochen immediately broke out in a cold sweat, especially with his foster father standing right beside him. If she decided to cause trouble now, it would spell disaster. This dragon scale was left to me by the ice dragon at the very end. Maybe I should give it to you, Your Excellency Frost King, for safekeeping." Gu Luochen quickly found a topic to diffuse the awkwardness. The Frost King didn't say a word. She simply raised her hand slowly. Her movement immediately drew everyone's attention, and even the cheering subsided into silence. Her hand was as white as jade, her fingertips exuding a faint chill. She didn't take the dragon scale directly from Gu Luochen's hand but instead lightly rested her fingers on his wrist, where he clutched the scale. This scale was the ice-scaled dragon's reverse scale. It had once said that this scale contained all of its essence and was connected to its very bloodline. Even the Frost King had only touched it a few times. For the ice dragon to entrust it to Gu Luochen in its final moments signified that something extraordinary must have happened, something that had earned its immense trust in him. As her fingertips made contact with his wrist, the persistent chill caused Guluwachan's entire body to shudder. A pure soul energy, laced with a hint of icy coldness, silently flowed from the Frost King's fingertips into Guluwachan's body. This energy carried no ulterior motive, it was simply meant to help him recover from his spiritual exhaustion. Feeling this comforting sensation, Guluwachan understood its intent. A rush of guilt surged in his heart. He indeed felt deeply remorseful for failing to completely destroy the humanoid beast before it destroyed the key. This failure had prevented the ice dragon from escaping alongside them. It was possible he would never see Yushing again. He was still far too weak. If he had been stronger, this wouldn't have happened. In the past, others had always protected him, and as the son of the immortal emperor, he never had to worry. But this was the first time he felt an overwhelming urge to protect someone. Meanwhile, the Frost King was also lost in her thoughts. Using her abilities, she could clearly sense that her companion, the ice-scaled dragon, was not dead, it was merely trapped in the depths of another dimension. But she knew Guluwachan was lying. The ice-scaled dragon could not possibly have defeated that beast-like enemy, even with so many people working together. They had barely managed to injure it seriously. He must have been the unexpected factor. Just as she had suspected, the seemingly young boy harbored secrets even she couldn't fathom. As this realization struck her, her fingertips resting on his wrist trembled slightly. Her ice-blue eyes bored deeply into Guluwachan. Guluwachan raised his head to meet her gaze. Time seemed to stand still. No questions were asked, only a heavy silence lingered between them. The Frost King withdrew her hand and turned away, her azure hair swaying gently in the wind. Her solitary and resolute figure seemed to carry the weight of the world's cold and burdens. Keep this dragon scale for now and safeguard it for me. The Frost King spoke coldly, her tone devoid of any emotion. Without another glance at anyone, her figure transformed into a streak of ice-blue light, vanishing into the distant sky. Sumushu silently watched the Frost King disappear into the horizon. She then turned her gaze to Guluwachan's hand, which still tightly gripped the dragon scale, and bit her lip gently. The other world has been cleared. This place isn't safe to stay any longer. Return to the safe zone immediately. Guzhenting's command rang out, and the massive group, filled with the joy of victory, swiftly made their way toward the third safe zone. The third safe zone, atop its towering steel walls, when the silhouettes of the strong and the faculty and students of the Ability Academy appeared on the horizon, the soldiers on the city walls erupted into deafening cheers. Although the main battlefield was in the other world and the safe zone was not directly affected, the fear of unknown disasters that weighed on everyone's hearts finally dissipated. Their tightly strung nerves relaxed at last, filled with the joy of surviving a catastrophe. One armored vehicle after another passed through the massive alloy gates and entered the interior of the safe zone. The streets on both sides were already crowded with people pouring out from the shelters. Everyone was filled with admiration and reverence. For ordinary people living in the safe zone, all they needed in life was to have enough to eat, stay warm, and protect their homes. After all, those who could awaken abilities made up only a small fraction of the vast population of Huaxia. Guluwachan's injuries this time were not severe. The primary issue was the excessive outburst and overconsumption of his soul energy. His face was still a little pale, with an indelible weariness between his brows. At this moment, he was sitting in Principal Wuda's armored vehicle with Su Muxue and several other freshmen, heading toward the academy. On the way, Guluwachan explained in detail to Principal Wuda about the incident where he had acted to kill. Principal Wuda did not blame him. Instead, he praised Lin Xiaoyu for being loyal and righteous. At this moment, Guluwachan noticed Su Mushue's low spirits. She, who usually sat with him, was now sitting alone by the car window. Her golden eyes gazed at the increasingly lively streets outside, her expression somewhat dazed. Mushue? Guluwachan asked softly, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Su Mushue turned her head, and, in her clear eyes, there was a trace of scrutiny and a hint of grievance. Guluwachan thought she was upset because of the matter with Lin Xiaoyu and was about to explain to me and Lin Xiao. Before he could finish, Su Mushue interrupted him, her tone carrying a questioning edge. "Guluwachan, be honest. Do you have some kind of relationship with the Frost King that no one else knows about?" Guluwachan was stunned, completely at a loss. Huh? Frost King? That top-tier powerhouse? How could I possibly have any kind of relationship with her? What kind of joke is this? A joke? Su Mushue became somewhat agitated. "You also know that she's a 9th-tier powerhouse, yet she came over specifically to heal you? And at the other world's exit, the way she looked at you, it was practically glued to you." Su Mushue spoke faster and faster, recalling the words the Frost King had entrusted her to pass on when Guluwachan was unconscious. Those words were utterly baffling. "And in the other world, the mental connection you used to communicate with me, it came from the ice-scaled dragon. The ice-scaled dragon is the Frost King's contracted beast. Putting all these things together, do you still dare say there's nothing between you two? A woman's intuition, combined with the details she personally witnessed, made Su Mushua's suspicions grip her heart like vines. Gu Luochen was both amused and exasperated. Where was all this coming from? Just as he was about to explain that he and the Frost King were completely innocent, a voice, filled with gossiping intent, interjected, "Ahem, I also think there's something fishy going on between them." Gu Luochen and Su Mushue turned their heads simultaneously, only to see Principal Wu De stroking his chin with a look that said he had uncovered a big secret. Gu Luochen's face instantly darkened, the veins on his forehead bulging as he roared inwardly at this old man. Why does he have to latch onto this and stir up trouble? Su Mushue's heart suddenly clenched, practically in her throat. Even the principal said so? Could there really be some hidden truth? Wu De, watching their dramatic reactions, leisurely took a deep breath and slowly said to Su Mushue, "I suspect the two of them are master and disciple." Put. Gu Luochen nearly choked on his own spit. Mas. Master and disciple? Su Mushue was completely dumbfounded. This guess sounded a bit insane but was exactly what Wu De truly believed. After Gu Luochen's awakening, the Frost King's special attention to him, combined with Gu Luochen's mature combat skills, Wu De couldn't help but suspect that the Frost King had pulled some strings to get Gu Luochen a personal trainer. All the signs seemed to be explainable under the premise of a master-disciple relationship. Su Mushue thought carefully and felt this made more sense than those rumors. Seeing Gu Luochen's stunned expression, Wu De nodded in satisfaction, a look of "my judgment is unparalleled" on his face. "Young man? Trying to fool me? You think I wouldn't know about the Frost King taking you as her disciple? Are you really the Frost King's disciple?" Su Mushue suppressed her excitement, her voice lowering with a touch of embarrassment. Gu Luochen rubbed his forehead, pretending to be nonchalant. "Master and disciple, so be it. At least it's better than being misunderstood for something else. Besides, for his future grand ambitions, what were a few wives and concubines?" The others in the vehicle held their breaths. First, Su Mushue's assertive questioning to claim her territory, followed by the shocking secret of the Frost King taking a disciple. Looking at Gu Luochen's calm demeanor, everyone's eyes turned red with envy. Gu Luochen, born into a prominent family, with an S-rank ability, and a top-tier powerhouse as his mentor. He was practically a protagonist straight out of a novel. Although Gu Luochen didn't speak again, the ears of the other freshmen perked up like rabbits, afraid to miss even the slightest bit of gossip. At the Ability Academy, Central Plaza, the faculty and students returning from outside the safe zone regrouped. The Academy's logistics team had already prepared the venue along the way, because Wu De had notified them in advance. A battle achievement summary conference was to be held. On the high platform, Vice Principal Shiryu wore a solemn expression as he read out the battle report from the Otherworld operation. Word by word, the senior division, years 3 and 4, were tasked with clearing escaping beasts and maintaining outer perimeter security. Task completion, excellent. Results, none. Casualties, none. Shiryu's tone was calm and objective. This outcome was expected, as the main battlefield was at the core of the Otherworld, and the scattered beasts on the outskirts posed little threat. The junior division, years 1 and 2, were responsible for clearing the accompanying Otherworld. Shiryu's gaze swept over the junior students below, pausing briefly on Gu Luochen and Su Mushue. Results: successfully cleared Otherworld beasts within the time limit. Specific gains: 98 first-tier crystal cores, 53 second-tier crystal cores, and 18 third-tier crystal cores. A wave of low murmurs rippled through the crowd, especially among the second-year students, whose faces brimmed with pride. This was a genuine achievement. Most of the credit belonged to them. However, Shiryu's voice suddenly turned cold, carrying a weight of grave seriousness. Casualties: 3. Zhao Gang, Lu Shuang, and Wang Yan. These 3 second-year students, for betraying the human faction and attempting to attack their comrades in the parasitic alternate realm, were executed on the spot. As soon as these words were spoken, the square fell silent. The cause of death for these 3 had been the subject of rampant rumors within the academy over the past few days, with numerous versions swirling around. And now, with the Vice Dean officially confirming their betrayal and attack on comrades, the speculation was validated. Many uninformed students cast complex glances at Gu Luocheng, filled with reverence, but also a subtle, almost imperceptible sense of alienation and fear. Gu Luocheng remained expressionless, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. He had already provided a detailed report to Dean Wu De, with Lin Xiaoyu's near-fatal injuries serving as evidence. At the time, Wu De not only refrained from holding him accountable but also explicitly stated that the culprits behind the scenes would be thoroughly Investigated Lin Xiaoyu was now in a critical care unit. Word was that she was out of life-threatening danger, which had been a relief to him. Sure. You continued, the Academy will reward those who participated in this operation and performed outstandingly, based on their contributions. Specific details will be announced later. As Gu Luochang listened, he frowned. It felt like something was missing when he heard 18 third-tier crystal cores. He suddenly slapped his forehead. Damn it! I forgot. That 9th-tier crystal core. Su Muxue looked at him in confusion. Gu Luochang wore a pained expression. That humanoid beast's crystal core. 9th tier. It must have been swept away by the spatial turbulence. What a huge loss. He was not accustomed to collecting spoils himself, as these trivial tasks were always handled by others in the past. The thought of the immense energy and value that the 9th-tier crystal core might contain made Gu Luochang now regret it so much that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. As sure you concluded his report, Dean Wu De ascended the platform. At this moment, Wu De donned an expression of excitement, his voice resonant. Students. He swept his gaze across the crowd, his eyes sharp. This alternate realm operation put us through unprecedented challenges. A 4th-tier beast lord. A 9th-tier humanoid enemy. Spatial collapse. Life and death hanging by a thread. But Wu De abruptly raised his voice, brimming with power and authority. We triumphed. Through courage and wisdom, we defended the safety zone and repelled the threats of the alternate realm. This is not just a mission's success but a testament to our Academy's and humanity's indomitable willpower. All students who participated in this operation, especially the lower year students, have proven through their actions that you are the pride of the Academy and the rising stars of humanity's future. The Academy is proud of you. Thunderous applause erupted like waves. The young students' faces were filled with even stronger determination. Wu depressed his hands downward, signaling for quiet, his face beaming with an expectant smile. Victory is worth celebrating, but we cannot stop moving forward. In 1 month, the Huaxia Newcomer Ability League will commence. This is the most prestigious stage, specially prepared by the central authorities, for showcasing the abilities of new students. This next month will be a crucial time for you to consolidate your gains and push your limits. The Academy will also initiate the most rigorous special training program, especially for you, 2S ranked students. At this, Wu De's gaze locked onto Gu Luochang and Su Muxue. I hope you seize this opportunity, train diligently, and, on the league stage, bring glory to Safety Zone Number 3 and to the Academy. The Huaxia Newcomer League. The crowd below instantly erupted into excitement, especially the newcomers, their eyes filled with anticipation and exhilaration. Gao Tian clenched his fists tightly and shouted with enthusiasm, "Watch as my boss smashes them all." Gu Luochang's lips curled slightly. The newcomer league, was he really about to babysit a group of kids in some game? Still, this expedition had made him realize his shortcomings. If his physical resilience had been sufficient, he would have been confident enough to take down that 4th-tier lava lord soloed. It seemed that relying solely on the first stage of the universal immortal method was no longer enough. The commotion in the Academy's central square gradually subsided, although it was still early. Following the intense battle, the Academy instructed the students to return and rest well. Gu Luochang walked along, piecing together the state of his inner condition since advancing to the 3rd tier, and after a series of battles, he felt his aura had become somewhat unstable. In his heart, he resolved to dedicate the next few days to stabilizing and improving his cultivation. Then he recalled his body refinement visualization method. At this moment, the first stage of his universal immortal method, observing the mountain and forging the form, had already reached great completion. It was time to prepare for cultivating the second stage. The second stage. Hearing the sea and shaping the veins through controlled breathing to evoke the wind, and observing the power of tides, the blood transforms into profound heavy water, surging like thunder. The cultivation of this immortal method required observing the raging seas. Finding the sea was not difficult, but the key to cultivating the second stage was to locate the center of a storm within the sea. This was not as simple as climbing a mountain peak. Finding the storm's eye was entirely down to luck. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone rang. It was a call from his homeroom teacher, Mr. Liat. He was told to immediately head to the dean's office with Su Muxue. Gu Luochang cursed internally. That old man, hadn't the battle just ended? Wasn't he tired? Why was there always so much to do? Inside the dean's office, Wu De was holding a pot of tea, beaming with delight. As he watched Gu Luochang and Su Muxue walk in side by side, his yellowed teeth were fully exposed in a grin that he couldn't seem to contain. Sit, sit. Wu De gestured for the two of them to sit down, his gaze lingering on Gu Luocheng for quite a while. Your performances in the alternate realm operation were nothing short of exceptional. Su Muxue successfully led a team to clear a parasitic alternate realm, and as for you, Gu Luocheng, he stood up and circled Gu Luocheng, as if appraising a treasure. You went one-on-one against a 4th-tier beast lord. And in the dire situation of a 9th-tier humanoid beast descending, not only did you survive, but you also brought back critical intelligence. Truly incredible, just outstanding. He gave Gu Luocheng a heavy pat on the shoulder, the force so strong that it made Gu Luocheng wince and grin immediately afterward. Wu De's expression of amazement was tinged with a trace of concern, however. Luocheng, I just carefully sensed your aura. You've already broken through to the 3rd tier? Yeah. Gu Luocheng nodded casually, as if mentioning a trivial matter. Wow. Wu De drew in a sharp breath. 3rd tier? In just a few days? I remember when you broke through to the 2nd tier, it only took you 22 days, breaking Huaxia's 40-day record, and now, from awakening your ability until today, let's calculate. 34 days? You reached Tier 3 from the peak of Tier 2 in just 12 days, 34 days. That's another unprecedented record. Wu De spoke with excitement, as if he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Gu Luochen smirked and thought to himself, you've been riding in the same car with me this whole time, and you're just realizing this, though he was criticizing. Inwardly, he still responded politely, you're exaggerating, Director. It's all thanks to the Academy's meticulous training that I've been able to reach this level. Ha, at least you have some gratitude. Wu De laughed, but then his brows furrowed slightly. However, Gu Luochen, I know your talent is extraordinary, but you still have to progress step by step and build a solid foundation. Your speed, it's too fast. In the future, you must not take any supplements that forcibly boost your level. This kind of quick success will harm your foundation and affect your future development. Gu Luochen looked up, knowing that Wu De had misunderstood, and explained, you worry too much, Director. I know my own limits better than anyone else. Hearing Gu Luochen's confident tone, Wu De's words got stuck in his throat. He opened his mouth, looked at Gu Luochen's calm expression, and then thought about the special attention he received from the Frost King. Suddenly, he smacked his head as if he'd had an epiphany. Oh, my brain must be muddled. I completely forgot. You have the Frost King personally mentoring you. She must understand the situation clearly. It's me who's overthinking. He let out a sigh of relief, his face brightening as though he had found the most logical explanation. Having a Tier 9 powerhouse as a mentor made rapid progress perfectly reasonable. Gu Luochen's lips twitched slightly, but he couldn't be bothered to correct the misunderstanding. Wu De straightened his expression and said seriously, the reason I called you both here is to inform you about the upcoming China Freshman League in a month. He took a sip of tea and continued, this league is of a very high standard. Every academy will participate, and it essentially gathers the most elite freshmen across all of China. However, Wu De's expression turned grave as he paused. The league, on the surface, is for sparring and discovering talent, but one of its true purposes is poaching. His gaze swept over the two of them, lingering on Su Muxue for a moment, carrying a hint of heaviness. You two are both S-class, rare talents. But the higher-ups in other safety zone academies generally believe that our Academy number 3 has limited resources and cannot nurture two S-classes at the same time. This time, if our Academy's overall performance is subpar, especially if the two of you don't shine, then it's very likely the higher-ups will use resource optimization as an excuse to forcibly transfer one of you. Wu De paused and looked at Gu Luochen. Gu Luochen, your background is solid, with the Frost Sovereign and your father backing you. They might not dare to touch you. But Muxue, he trailed off, but the meaning was clear. Bang! Gu Luochen slammed the table, standing up abruptly. A fiery, fierce aura instantly filled the office, causing the documents in front of Wu De to tremble slightly. His gaze turned icy, his anger unrestrained as he said, poaching? Su Muxue is under my protection. Whoever dares to touch her, I'll make sure those academies and their so-called rising stars pay the price. His words were outrageously bold and domineering. If anyone else had said it, they'd have been ridiculed. After all, who in the world had the audacity to claim they could protect an S-class peer? But this was Gu Luochen speaking, another S-class, a monster who had broken through to Tier 3 just 34 days. After awakening, Wu De silently praised Gu Luochen's protective stance. This was the kind of presence an S-class should have. Su Muxue, hearing This felt a sudden warmth in her heart, as if something had gently nudged it. Her lips unconsciously curled into a slight smile, but she had a fiercely competitive spirit and absolutely refused to be a pawn in the Academy's power struggles, nor did she want to be protected by anyone. She had her own pride. Director. Su Mushue's voice was crisp, carrying a firm fighting spirit. What are the rules of this freshman league? Hearing her question, Wu Di explained in detail. The league is divided into two parts: individual competition and team competition. The central government has prepared extremely generous rewards for the top 3 in both the individual and team competitions. They haven't disclosed the specifics yet, but it's definitely something valuable that can be used for a long time. The individual competition is simple, an elimination-style arena battle that decides individual rankings. The focus is on the team competition. Woo! Does expression turn serious again? The team competition follows the standard hunter squad configuration, 5 members per team. 2-4. The strengthen category, offense/defense, 2 for the manipulation category, elemental, psychic, or other ranged/control types, and 1 for the perception or support category. The competition includes not only battles between teams but also survival, exploration, and hunting designated targets in special otherworldly environments, with rankings based on overall scores. Don't worry. With the two of us, it'll be hard for other teams to cause trouble. Gu Luochen didn't take this freshman league seriously. In his eyes, it was just kids playing games. Wu De glanced at him and said helplessly, also, the other academies jointly proposed to the central government to add a new rule to the league. What rule? Su Mushue asked curiously. You 2S classes can't be on the same team. Interesting. Gu Luochen wasn't finding the league itself interesting but mocking the absurdity of their actions, claiming to compete for talent-based on strength while simultaneously restricting the strongest duo from teaming up. It was laughable. A confident smile appeared on Gu Luochen's lips as he turned to Wu De. No need to worry about the individual competition, Director. I've already claimed the championship. He then looked at Su Mushue, meeting her golden eyes, his smile carrying a hint of provocation. As for the team competition, to prevent others from targeting you, I'll make sure to take that championship as well. Su Mushue's clear eyes met his without backing down, her fighting spirit brimming. For me? Young Master Gu, don't get ahead of yourself. I'm going for the team competition championship too. You'd better work hard. Don't let my team surpass yours. I might not be able to beat you in the individual competition, but leading a team? I won't lose. Su Mushue slightly raised her chin, exuding the unique confidence and pride of a young woman. Wu De watched the two of them. Although their words seemed full of tension, he felt more like they were teasing each other. He subconsciously touched the few sparse hairs on his head, muttering silently to himself, it's over. Judging by this situation, it seems Su girl is really about to be taken away by that boy from the Gu family. But if so, the promise made to that old fox Gu Jinting won't be in vain after all. He recalled the past negotiations with Gu Jinting over land concessions and reparations. All right. Wu Du waved his hand, interrupting the invisible sparks flying between the two of them. Having fighting spirit is a good thing. But the league is no joke. Starting tomorrow, the academy will conduct a month-long intensive training for all freshmen, from which individuals and teams will be selected to participate in the league. You two are the leaders among the freshmen, the role models for everyone. During the training camp, you must lead by example and showcase top-tier strength. Understood? Yes, headmaster. Su Mushue nodded earnestly, her eyes brimming with determination. Gu Luocheng, by contrast, leaned lazily against the chair, his posture casual, as if to say, got it. But deep within his eyes, he was contemplating how to elevate the myriad phenomena immortal technique to its second realm. Once he achieved the second realm, even when facing the lava lord of the accompanying otherworld, he was confident he could secure victory in a battle of third rank against fourth rank without relying on immortality techniques. Alright, go back and rest well. Restore your energy. The real test begins tomorrow. Wu Du waved his hand, signaling for the two to leave. Gu Luocheng stood up, grabbed Su Mushue's hand, and turned to walk out without hesitation. This old man, calling us over just for this trivial matter, does he think I'm some tool at his beck and call? With his hands in his pockets, Gu Luocheng strolled leisurely, complaining to Su Mushue as they walked. Wait, why did that sound so familiar? He turned his head to look at Su Mushue, only to meet her meaningful gaze. Third Ability Academy. On the first day of resuming classes after the great battle, headmaster Woody instructed the first-year class teachers to notify the freshmen to prepare 30 days' worth of luggage and to gather at 6 a.m. The following day, although the notice came suddenly, no one was surprised. After all, this was a nationwide competition. Other safe zones had already issued announcements long ago. Only the third safe zone had been delayed due to the campaign against the 40th grade special. Otherworld.gu Luo Cheng took the opportunity to visit Lin Xiaoyu. On her hospital bed, Lin Xiaoyu no longer wore her ponytail, her hair fell messily across the pillow, her face was pale. Gu Luocheng sat by her side and asked Xiaoyu, "Are you feeling any better?" Lin Xiaoyu's eyelashes trembled slightly. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw Gu Luocheng and tried to muster a smile, but it appeared frail and weak. "Brother Cheng, it's good that you're all right. That day I heard things were very dangerous." Her voice was light and ethereal, like someone exhausted after surviving a great ordeal. "Don't speak for now. Focus on recovering." Gu Luocheng could sense that Lin Xiaoyu's injuries were under control and that she was gradually healing. Only then did his heart find some relief. Once the training camp was over, he was determined to uncover the mastermind behind it all. The next morning, before dawn, a piercing assembly whistle shattered the tranquility of the academy. All the freshmen, regardless of their backgrounds, even Gu Luocheng, were unceremoniously crammed into several specially designed heavy military transport vehicles. The bumpy ride led them to a specialized training base on the outskirts of the safe zone, protected by towering walls and energy shields. "This training base is almost out of bounds," someone exclaimed. "Maybe Headmaster Wu wants to put some pressure on us. After all, life in the academy has been too comfortable." The freshmen began to sense that the hellish training Wu Did had mentioned was no empty threat. The interior of the base was vast and desolate, exuding a cold metallic atmosphere. The enormous training ground was lit with flickering runes, and a variety of strange training equipment stood imposing silent pressure on the freshmen. Once the instructors organized the formations, they immediately gathered the freshmen to prepare for the training. Upon arriving at the training site, Gu Luocheng spotted the balding old headmaster standing ahead, holding something resembling a loudspeaker. After the freshmen line up, Wu De began his speech. "From this moment on, your hellish training officially begins. Anyone who can't endure the training will be eliminated and sent away with their luggage immediately. In the end, only 10 will be chosen to participate in this year's Freshman League. Good luck. If you're selected for the league, this experience will become an unforgettable memory for the rest of your life. During this period, I will personally oversee the training." After his passionate speech, Wu De handed the stage over to the special training instructors. The first daily training exercise, extreme physical endurance. The instructor in charge of physical training was a bronze-skinned, muscular 7th rank enhancement type ability user named Taizhan. He wasted no words, immediately activating the gravity array at the center of the training ground. Buzz! A heavy pressure descended instantly, starting at double gravity. 4 freshmen accustomed to normal gravity, it felt like suddenly carrying dozens of pounds of weight. Even breathing became difficult. "Follow me. Run 50 laps around the field. No abilities allowed." Tieshan's command thundered like a roar. "Anyone who can't complete 20 laps will be eliminated immediately. Start." At the signal, the freshmen shot off like arrows, but as the gravity intensified, their running soon turned into a struggle. Sweat poured like streams, muscles ached to the brink of explosion, and lungs burned with scorching pain. Gu Luocheng and Su Muxue persisted as well. Su Muxue's light-based ability belonged to the elemental category, offering limited physical enhancement. But her will was resolute. She gritted her teeth and relied on the powerful self-recovery of her S-rank ability to stay in the lead group. As for Gu Luocheng, it was as if he wasn't affected at all. After 30 laps, most of the freshmen were barely able to stand. Some began vomiting, others collapsed to the ground. The enhancement-type students were still holding on with their robust bodies, but their faces were flushed, veins bulging. Only Gu Luocheng remained unfazed. His running was still light and smooth, his breathing steady, and his pace even faster than some enhancement-type students. Beneath his seemingly ordinary muscle definition hid immense explosive power. Sweat soaked through his training uniform, outlining his firm muscles, but his strides remained effortless. "Damn! Is he even human?" A freshman from the enhancement category watched in disbelief as Gu Luocheng effortlessly overtook him, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. "Almost 40 laps now, and there's still someone running like it's nothing? Look at that Gu Luocheng up front. Isn't he a fire type? How could his physical stamina surpass even us enhancement types? Another enhancement-type student panted heavily, his face full of doubt. Monster. Gu Luochen is definitely a monster. This was the shared sentiment of all the freshmen. In the end, when Taizhan led the group in completing the 50 laps, Gu Luochen was in the best condition, his breathing steady and unhurried. Close behind him were Su Muxue and a few other top enhancement-type freshmen. By the end of this training, 2/3 of the freshmen had collapsed, some unable to move even their fingers, and had to be carried away by the medical team. The students who hadn't finished stared at the few still standing on the field, their eyes filled with disbelief and a deep sense of defeat. It had been less than 2 months since they started school, yet the gap was already this vast. Wu De and several instructors were pointing at the projection on the screen, discussing amongst themselves. Unexpectedly, there are a few promising ones among them, one instructor said, stroking his chin. That Zhang Tao, he looks bulky, but he actually made it to the end, another instructor pointed out, referring to the sturdy figure on the screen, panting but still standing. What's his ability again? A-level earth rock armor. Ah, indeed a good endurance-type candidate. Wu De nodded, his gaze sweeping across the screen to the most prominent figure in the center. His voice suddenly heightened. Whoa, look at that kid, Gu Luochen. His finger tapped excitedly on Gu Luochen's close-up shot. The young man's forehead glistened with a faint sheen of sweat, but his expression was exceptionally calm. 50 laps, and he's not even red-faced or out of breath. This condition, it's like nothing happened. His stamina and recovery ability are simply monstrous. After the physical training ended, everyone finally welcomed an hour of rest. Gu Luochen sat casually beside Gao Tian. This level of training was far from pushing his limits, just as he was considering whether to add extra training. A familiar figure approached him. At the same time, a round of teasing shouts erupted from the boys' group. Without looking, Gu Luochen knew it was Su Muxue. She had a white sweat towel draped casually over her shoulder, her slim training shorts revealing a stretch of fair, slender legs radiating youthful energy. She seemed to carry her own halo. Su Muxue sat lightly beside Gu Luochen, hugging her knees with her arms and leaning slightly toward him. Her voice was low and probing. Gu Luochen, can I ask you something? Gu Luochen turned to look at her. You? Su Muxue lifted her clear eyes and asked seriously, are you really a monster? The sudden question left Gu Luochen momentarily stunned. Seeing her genuinely serious face, he couldn't tell if she was joking or being earnest. What do you think? Gu Luochen raised an eyebrow and countered playfully. If you're not a monster, Su Muxue said with a mischievous smile, then why do I always feel like nothing can ever challenge you? Seeing her lively expression, a faint smile played at the corners of Gu Luochen's lips. This girl daring to tease him. He leaned in slightly, his face drawing closer to hers. Their noses almost touched as he pretended to gaze deeply into her golden eyes, his voice low and deliberate. If you're not there when I reach the peak, then I'd be in big trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Muxue's fair face turned crimson all the way to her ears. She sprang up like she'd been shocked, too embarrassed to say a word, and threw the towel on her shoulder forcefully at Gu Luochen's face. Then, like a startled deer, she ran off without looking back. Gu Luochen raised a hand to pull the towel off his face, revealing a victorious, smug grin. Humph, little girl, trying to flirt with me? You're still not on my level. Whoa, brother Chen, that's so unlike the tone you use when you write love letters, Gao Tian teased, as he leaned over. My brother Chen has millennia of experience in this department. Gu Luochen wasn't exaggerating, this was solid, accumulated expertise. Then doesn't that make you, brother Chen, an old bull eating young grass? Gao Tian joked. Don't say such nonsense. We're both 18. The physical training was just the appetizer. After the break, the exhausted freshmen dragged themselves to the ability enhancement training grounds, the second part of the daily training, ability enhancement. The training began. The area was divided into several zones, each overseen by seasoned instructors specializing in different ability types. The freshmen chose their instructors based on their own ability type. The focus of this training was comprehension and refinement. Comprehension involved the instructors sharing their knowledge, with students listening attentively. The instructors spared no effort in sharing their lifetime of research into abilities. Of this could be considered a special tutorial offered to the freshmen during this training. Additionally, the instructors would teach treasured ability combat techniques. The special training instructor for the elemental types was named Xiu Lei, a 7th-tier water attribute ability user of the combat technique she taught this time was called Water Gunfinger. Everyone watched as a droplet of water, crystal clear and spinning continuously, hovered at Xiu Lei's fingertip. It was as pristine as the purest glass, yet emanated a sharp aura. She scanned the room, her voice clear and cutting through the air of the training ground. Water gun finger. The name is simple, but it's a foundational technique for elemental ability users to hone control, shaping, and piercing skills. This move allows us to inflict maximum damage with minimal energy. As soon as she finished speaking, the water droplet at her fingertip shot out like a bullet. The next second, a 10-centimeter thick slab of special alloy in front of her bore a translucent hole right at its center. The practical effect was comparable to a firearm, but with the unique lethality of elemental abilities. Hiss! A collective gasp spread through the crowd. All the elemental freshmen, regardless of their specific attributes, were awestruck by the effortless display. The demonstration lit up everyone's eyes. This wasn't as simple as forming an elemental orb and throwing it. It required condensing the element into a high-pressure elemental bead, using powerful mental focus to control it precisely, and firing it like a bullet. At the same time, the elemental bead had to remain stable and intact at high speeds. This was the key to mastering the technique. The core of water gun finger lies in the rotation and compression within the elemental form. She once again gathered a stream of water in her palm, this time slowing her movements to let the students see how the water flowed in high-speed rotation while being compressed to its limit by an invisible force. As the volume shrank, its density and rotational speed continued to increase, eventually forming that water droplet just now. No one expected that the water droplet could complete such a complex process in an instant. Rotation grants it both stability and tearing power, while compression gives it immense penetrating force. Our mental power must operate like a remote control, precisely mastering every ounce of rotational force and every inch of compression limit. A slight mistake, she flicked her fingertip, and the stream of water suddenly lost control and burst apart into a fine mist, and the result would be entirely different. Alright, everyone, try it yourselves using my method. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately began to attempt it. Various shapes of beads began to appear throughout the elemental training area. However, not everyone was suited for this technique. A freshman with wind attributes tried for half the day but couldn't even condense a small wind bead. Feeling a bit discouraged, he turned to his classmate and said, "Ligia, your ice attribute, help me give it a try. This wind attribute is too difficult." An ice element male student heard him and immediately started to experiment. At his fingertips, a small ice bead quickly formed. Though it was not perfect, with a soft pop, it left a clear ice mark on the testing target, drawing a few murmurs of admiration from those nearby. Ice abilities don't necessarily need to force themselves into a bead shape. Ice is more suited to condense into an ice spike. With added rotation, its power is even greater. Xiao Lei walked over, giving him gentle guidance. Li Jia immediately understood and began repeatedly attempting to condense a rotating ice spike. At this moment, Su Muxue also stood up, preparing to give it a try. She raised her hand slightly, her fingertips surrounded by an almost tangible, milky white radiance, highly condensed light. Elements. Xiao Lei's voice echoed softly beside her. A light, though formless and intangible, can still take shape. You can use your mental power to guide it, compressing it into a beam of light. As Su Muxue listened, the radiance at her fingertips began to contract inward. Its brightness rapidly intensifying, the originally soft glow was stretched thinner and thinner, transforming into what resembled a light needle undergoing refinement. For the first time, Instructor Xiao Lei's eyes truly lit up, watching Su Mushua's steady fingertips with anticipation. She could keenly sense the astonishing energy that had been forcibly compressed within that strand of light by mental power. It was a force of extreme restraint, poised to erupt at any moment, sharp and devastating. Excellent! There was a faint trace of admiration in Xiao Lei's voice. Su Muxue, you've grasped the key. Different elemental combat techniques must reference their principles, not merely mimic forms. The light attribute inherently excels at high-density concentration. The concept behind the water gun combat technique aligns naturally with your light attribute characteristics. Deepen it further, focus on mental guidance, and pursue the ultimate limit of energy density. When your light strand is condensed enough, it will possess unparalleled cutting and pinpointing capabilities. Even. She paused briefly, her tone meaningful. It could become the light of dawn on your path of light abilities. The blinding strand of light at Su Mushua's fingertips gradually dissipated. She nodded thoughtfully. A flash of understanding gleaming in her eyes, she realized she needed to continue refining the application of her abilities. Seeing Xiao Lei's explanation, Gu Luochen couldn't help but admire the instructor's profound understanding of elemental manipulation. At this moment, he too fell into deep thought. He realized that condensing his fire element ability into a bead might not be the best choice. Gu Luochen recognized that he had fallen into a misconception, whether it was water, ice, or light type elements. When manifesting in physical forms, they were better suited for the combat technique the instructor had just demonstrated. However, his flame was intangible. Unless he elevated the level of his flame, he would need to condense a larger bead to give it physical properties. Gu Luochen opened his palm, and a ball of fire emerged. He began to control its rotation with his mental power. As the fireball's energy condensed intensely, the rapidly spinning fireball trailed a crimson tail of flame, its aura breathtaking, drawing the attention of everyone around him. Wow, this scene seems familiar. You've definitely seen it before, but that one was wind attribute. I got it, it's a Rasengan. The fireball shot out from Gu Luochen's palm like a spinning cannonball, heading straight for the target range. At the moment the fireball made contact with the target, its rotational structure collapsed instantly. The compressed energy broke free of its restraints, expanding violently. A muffled explosion sounded, not the sharp, penetrating noise of a successful strike, but an orange-red fireball of chaotic, scorching heat that erupted into an explosion. The searing heat wave spread rapidly, forcing several nearby students to step back hurriedly to avoid the blast. Cough, cough. What a monster! A water attribute student, overwhelmed by the stifling heat, covered his nose and complained. Xiao Lei waved her hand, and streams of water appeared, dispersing the heat wave and creating a mist. Her expression remained calm, as if she had anticipated this all along. Fire attributes are primarily about eruption and combustion. Its nature is fiery and difficult to control, making penetration effects impossible. Forcing it to mimic the water attributes' compression and shaping techniques will certainly yield suboptimal results. She gave Gu Luochen a smile and continued. However, Gu Luochen, you truly have talent to realize the combat technique suited to your abilities so quickly. An S-class talent indeed. Gu Luochen did not respond. Ordinary flames indeed couldn't achieve penetration, but if they advanced to annihilation form, it would be an entirely different matter. This was something he had already taught Su Muxue. Classmates, Gu Luochen's technique may not suit everyone, but if you calm your minds and find the combat technique that fits your abilities, you too can become formidable warriors. Xiao Lei's evaluation brought silence to the training ground. Whether ice spikes, light strands, or fireballs, everyone began adjusting their combat techniques based on their own abilities. If they continued blindly imitating the instructor's beads, they might only perform superficially without truly mastering the essence. Realizing this, the students all lowered their hands that had been trying to form beads, a contemplative look in their eyes. Wake up, extreme physical training, rest, ability enhancement training, rest. Half a month passed in this rhythmic cycle. Although physical training remained at 50 laps, the gravity field had increased from twice the normal level to 5 times. From time to time, Wudu would throw in a few surprises for the freshmen. Just as the newcomers were maintaining their breathing and steady running pace, they would suddenly find several mutated wolves chasing after them. The command from Wu Di echoed in their ears, no using supernatural abilities to attack. Simultaneously, the bloodthirsty howls of the wolf pack resounded. Being chased by these creatures indeed pushed many to their limits, but for most, it also became the final blow. They couldn't withstand more than 300 freshmen were gradually eliminated, leaving only 50 remaining. Although those with non-enhancement abilities naturally had disadvantages in physical endurance, the academy treated everyone equally, showing no mercy. If someone couldn't hold out, they were immediately disqualified. On the battlefield, your physical weakness would not earn you special treatment. On the contrary, it would make you a burden to the team. This hellish training, however, was not without its rewards. Su Muxue had already reached the 3rd tier. Gu Luochen had even stabilized at the peak of the 3rd tier. The remaining students all advanced their supernatural abilities to the 2nd tier. There was no denying that this extreme training was immensely beneficial to everyone. This batch of freshmen far surpassed previous generations. Wow, are we up against monsters this year? They're all 2nd tier, and both S ranks have reached the 3rd tier. At the edge of the training field, someone massaged their sore muscles, sucking in a sharp breath. Exactly. Even many of the 2nd-year seniors are stuck at the 3rd tier or so. Still, I didn't expect that young Master Gu could surpass Su Muxue. Now that you mention it, it's really infuriating. Goddess Su worked her heart out to reach the 3rd tier, while he always, acting so lazily, managed to outdo the goddess? Talk about favoritism from the heavens. If you had that talent, maybe you could even win over the goddess. Shu. That jerk Wu Dai is coming. The murmurs at the training field instantly ceased. Dozens of jealous gazes turned simultaneously toward the figure strolling leisurely into the center of the field. Dean Wu seemed oblivious to the freshman's stares. With a smile on his face, he walked straight to the middle of the training ground and stood still. "Students, congratulations." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the tense faces. One by one, his smile deepened. "Congratulations for not being defeated by monotonous training. The results of the past half-month are truly outstanding, far exceeding expectations." There was no response from the crowd, only the sound of heavy breathing and sweat dripping. Having experienced surprises before, the freshman had already guessed that Wu De wasn't bringing good news. Sure enough, Wu De shifted his tone. "Starting now, training will be upgraded. Physical and supernatural training will continue as usual," but he deliberately dragged out his words, watching with satisfaction as the freshman tensed up. "Before daily physical training, a new component will be added: one-on-one individual combat training." Wu De's tone was resolute. "No restrictions on supernatural ability types, no restrictions on combat methods. The only rule is this: under the condition of not causing permanent harm to your opponent, give it your all to knock them down. Remember, during combat, don't see your opponent as a classmate. Treat them as a representation of an enemy you might face on the battlefield in the future." At the end of this devilish training, the Academy will conduct a comprehensive evaluation and select 15 participants. All the freshmen knew that Gu Luochen and Su Muxue, with their third-tier abilities, were certain to be selected regardless of their S-rank status. This meant that out of the remaining 48 students, only 8 slots were available, roughly 1 out of every 6 would be chosen. A fiercely competitive scenario. The one-on-one combat arena was equipped with energy shields for real combat. Initially, the rules were to draw lots for random matchups, but just as everyone received their numbers, Wu De suddenly changed his mind, forcibly altering the rules. He had Gu Luochen and Su Muxue stand on 2 separate arenas, instructing the others to challenge them in order until either Gu Luochen or Su Muxue was defeated or conceded. Odd-numbered challengers would face Gu Luochen, while even-numbered ones would go up against Su Muxue. This training session was abruptly turned into a battle of defending the arena. Gu Luochen and Su Muxue became the center of everyone's attention. Using so many freshmen as practice for those two, only Dean Wu could come up with that. After all, other academies think we can't cultivate 2 S ranks. Only when both of them grow stronger will we have the best proof. Amid the murmurs of the special training instructors, the arena battles officially began. Standing on the stage, Gu Luochen resembled an insurmountable mountain. His third-tier aura hadn't fully erupted, but everyone knew he was the strongest among the freshmen. The first challenger was a fire ability student, but he was visibly nervous. He seemed to want to boost his own courage, immediately unleashing a well-practiced special move, summoning several fire serpents to attack. Flaming Serpent Frenzy. Gu Luochen didn't even lift his eyelids. With a flick of his finger, a slender golden-red flame sliced through the air like a surgical scalpel. All the fire serpents were instantly severed into pieces as if their throats had been slit, and the challenger was sent flying backward by the shock. One moment, he had just stepped onto the stage, the next, he had already lost. Don Wei was too careless, he didn't drain Gu Luochen's energy at all. The second challenger, muttering complaints, stepped onto the stage. Gu Luochen was already forming a fireball in his hand, ready to fight. Rock Wall Shield. This student, wielding an earth-based ability, erected thick walls of rock on the stage, attempting to block Gu Luochen's attacks. Gu Luochen smiled faintly. The fireball in his hand dissipated, and flames engulfed his fist. In a flash, he appeared directly before his opponent. Startled, the earth ability student hastily raised another rock wall in front of himself, but Gu Luochen's flaming fist, like a battering ram, smashed through the wall with overwhelming force. The residual impact of the punch swept the challenger off the stage. It was overwhelming, utterly one-sided. Gu Luochen's efficient combat left the other freshmen dumbfounded. My God, how are we supposed to beat this monster Gu Luochen? Direct confrontation is impossible. We'll have to follow the plan and gradually wear him down. The students preparing to face Gu Luochen began whispering strategies, as though plotting how to defeat a boss in a game. After a series of effortless victories, Gu Luochen finally faced his last challenger, a burly student. His name was Zhang Tao, an A-rank ability user specializing in earth armor, a physique-enhancing powered. He was the last hope to defeat Gu Luochen. Leaping onto the stage, Zhang Tao glared at Gu Luochen, his expression defiant, and shouted to Gu Luochen, "What's so great about bullying us with your third-tier ability? If you've got the guts, don't use your ability, let's fight with raw strength. Do you dare? Zhang Tao was clever. With his robust physique, he had an absolute advantage in close combat, even without supernatural abilities. Gu Luochang, though physically capable, was undoubtedly fatigued after such a prolonged battle. So, would the proud Gu Luochang be willing to accept this challenge? All eyes focused on Gu Luochang, awaiting his response with bated breath among the crowd. Su Muxue knew Gu Luochang best. She was certain that if Gu Luochang resorted to his swordsmanship, Zhang Tao would lose even more miserably. As expected, she noticed a faintly playful smile curling at the corners of Gu Luochang's lips. Oh, no. Abilities? Gu Luochang nodded lightly. All right, I'll humor you. To everyone's astonishment, Gu Luochang extinguished the blazing flames surrounding him. Then, he leisurely retrieved a seemingly ordinary wooden sword from his storage ring. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tao's heart leapt with joy, thinking his opportunity had arrived. With a roar, his muscles tensed as he charged toward Gu Luochang like a raging bull, his fist whooshing through the air as it aimed fiercely for Gu Luochang's face. Confident in his own physical strength, he believed there was no way he could lose. However, in the face of the oncoming punch, Gu Luochang simply shifted his body gently, his movements as light as a falling leaf. With an exceptionally tricky angle, the wooden sword in his hand darted like a nimble snake, striking precisely at the joint of Zhang Tao's wrist. Ah! Zhang Tao felt his arm go numb and powerless in an instant, halting his attack mid-strike. Gu Luochang's footsteps glided like a phantom's, and with a flick of the wooden sword, its body lashed against the soft flesh beneath Zhang Tao's ribs with a crisp snap. Hiss! The sharp pain made Zhang Tao suck in a cold breath, his movements stiffening and faltering. Next, with a delicate flick of his wrist, Gu Luochang's wooden sword became a blur, each strike landing accurately on the vulnerable joints of Zhang Tao. Thwack! Smack! Thud! Ouch! The sound of the wooden sword striking flesh, accompanied by Zhang Tao's cries of pain, echoed across the stage. Despite his considerable strength, Zhang Tao couldn't even graze the corner of Gu Luochang's clothing. Completely at the mercy of that wooden sword, he resembled a cumbersome elephant being toyed with by an agile deer. In less than a minute, Zhang Tao was left bruised and staggering under the relentless strikes of Gu Luochang's wooden sword. Finally, Gu Luochang executed a seemingly casual sweep of his leg, tripping Zhang Tao and sending him sprawling face-first into the ground, eating dirt in a most humiliating fashion. Zhang Tao couldn't muster the strength to stand, as he felt the tip of the wooden sword lightly touch the back of his neck. The entire arena fell silent, so still that even the sound of breathing could be heard. Gu Luochang withdrew his wooden sword, casting a dispassionate glance at Zhang Tao, who lay sprawled on the ground. Strength isn't meant for blunt force clashes, Zhang Tao. You should take some time to practice your footwork. With that, he descended from the stage gracefully. This battle shattered the last shred of wishful thinking in the hearts of the trainees. Immediately after, Su Muxue, the reigning champion, stepped onto the stage. In her hands, the light element abilities displayed an astounding level of prowess. Though her victories weren't as effortlessly dominant as Gu Luochang's, she remained undefeated as well. It could be said that her brilliance was not entirely overshadowed by Gu Luochang. This grueling, high-intensity training persisted for a full 20 days. Their physical endurance, elemental abilities, and combat skills were tempered as though being refined by relentless waves. Every day, some trainees were ruthlessly eliminated for failing to keep up with the pace. On the training grounds, it was a common sight to see trainees collapsing in exhaustion. Why is the gap so vast? I've worked so hard already, I can't accept this. How can my enhancement ability lose to a fire type in a sprint? His fire manipulation technique. I can't even comprehend it. How am I supposed to fight that? They finally understood that there was an insurmountable chasm between S-class elites and ordinary prodigies. In the end, after layer upon layer of elimination, the list of 10 finalists was determined. Dean Wu stood at the center of the training grounds, his gaze sweeping over the young individuals who had endured the harsh training, their eyes now filled with resolve. Congratulations to all of you for earning your ticket to the league. Wu's voice brimmed with encouragement. But the real test is just beginning. Over the next 10 days, you will undergo team coordination training. You will be divided into 2 5-person teams, configured according to the league's standard team competition rules, 2 enhancement types, 2 control types, and 1 sensing or support type. His gaze lingered meaningfully on Gu Luochang and Su Muxue as he continued to remember. The league's team competition doesn't just test individual strength, it also tests teamwork, tactical coordination, and adaptability under pressure. Tomorrow, the team rosters and the first phase of team missions will be announced. Tonight, rest well. And replenish your energy. Teams? Competition. Gu Luocheng stroked his chin, his eyes glinting with intrigue. He and Su Mushua would certainly not be placed on the same team. This would be the perfect opportunity to assess just how much she had improved during their training. Turning his head, he found himself meeting Su Mushua's golden eyes. Seeing the battle spirit blazing within her gaze, Gu Luocheng sighed inwardly. Silly girl, catching up to me is not such an easy feat. He at the special training base, in the team combat arena. Dinwu stood at the front, holding the list of team assignments. Looking at the 10 freshmen who had made it through to the final selection, he appeared satisfied. Of course, this was largely thanks to the presence of two S-class powerhouses. After a comprehensive evaluation, you will be divided into 2 5-person teams for team coordination training. But before announcing the teams, you'll first need to choose your weapons. Wu De paused briefly, gesturing toward the nearby armory as he said, "Oh, over there, you'll find standard weapons identical to those used in the league. Select yours and then come back here to register." After a while, Wu De reviewed the completed weapon registration list, nodding in approval as he spoke. "Attention, everyone. I will now announce the team assignments. Look at the projection screen." As soon as he finished speaking, a large projection screen appeared above the training grounds, clearly displaying the team information. Team A, Captain Gu Luocheng, main attacker, Tier 3 S-class, elemental ability, Fire Dominator. Weapon: standard longsword. Member Sun Niu, main defender, Tier 2 A-class, elemental ability, Giant Rhinoceros Transformation. Weapon: standard gauntlets. Member Ning Yun, secondary attacker, Tier 2 B-class, elemental ability, Wind Shadow Leopard. Weapon: standard daggers. Member Dongwei, auxiliary attacker, Tier 2 B-class, elemental ability, Fire Element Manipulation. Weapon: standard staff. Member Shenwei, support, Tier 2 A-class, elemental ability, Mental Link. No weapon. Team B, Captain Su Mushua, main attacker, Tier 3 S-class, elemental ability, Light Dominator. Weapon: standard longbow. Member Zheng Tao, main defender, Tier 2 A-class, elemental ability, Earth Rock Armor. Weapon: standard heavy shield. Team member Gao Tian, secondary attacker, Tier 2 Grade A, ability, Electric Element Control. Weapon: standard short blade. Team member Zhao Rui, supporting attacker, Tier 2 Grade B, ability, Wind Element Control. Weapon: standard staff. Team member Wan Lu, support, Tier 2 Grade A, ability, Fog Illusion. Weapon: standard staff. Wu De also assigned 2 experienced Tier 7 mentors. Li Yan was responsible for guiding Team A, while Zhou Ying guided Team B. Over the next 3 days, under the leadership of their respective mentors, the 2 teams underwent intense synchronization training. Team A focused on powerful offensive coordination, while Team B emphasized flexibility and maneuverability. The styles of the 2 teams were starkly different. 3 days later, on the massive simulation battle platform at the center of the training grounds, Teams A and B stood opposed to each other across the space, tension thick in the air. Gu Luocheng quickly analyzed the situation. They had to take out Su Mushua first, otherwise, the rest of the team wouldn't be able to withstand her attacks. He drew his standard long sword, the tip angled downward to the ground, and stood at the forefront. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. Crimson gold flames instantly spread from the hilt to the blade. The flames clung tightly to the sword's surface, burning fiercely but not detaching. Weapon empowerment? How is this possible? Mentor Li Yan, observing the battle, was the first to cry out in shock, his voice trembling. He's only Tier 3. Mentor Zhou also shot to her feet, her face filled with disbelief. Nearby, Dean Wu's pupils contracted sharply, a gleam of understanding flashing in his eyes. He muttered under his breath, "Shen Bing King, so it really is you. What a special case this is. Empowerment at Tier 3? Unprecedented." The other mentors seated below erupted into a commotion, exclamations of astonishment echoing through the air. Weapon empowerment was an advanced technique that ability users typically mastered only after breaking through the Jing Gate and reaching Tier 6. At that stage, ability users gained such precise control over their powers that they could seamlessly attach their abilities to their weapons, greatly enhancing their power and even bestowing the weapons with special attributes. This was a hallmark skill of high-tier powerhouses. Because of this, before Tier 6, ability users specializing in object manipulation had a clear advantage over those with physical enhancement abilities. Manipulation users could attack and restrict opponents from a distance, without needing to engage in close combat. However, once they reached Tier 6, physical enhancers could enchant their weapons, achieving a dramatic leap in power. Additionally, they could learn levitation techniques, nullifying the advantage of manipulation users. The battle begins. Wu did decisively interrupted the wave of astonishment, preventing it from spreading further. Sumu Xue was the first to act. Drawing her bow to full tension, silver light shimmered as a dazzling arrow of light shot forth. Her target was not Gu Luocheng in the front row, but Sun Niu. Instead, if Sun Niu fell, Team A's flank would be exposed. Sun Niu roared, his body rapidly expanding and transforming. His skin became covered with a thick layer of keratin, and faint shadows of a rhino horn appeared atop his head. He swung his fist, smashing the incoming light arrow with a loud crack, but staggered back several steps. Clearly, taking a direct hit from a Tier 3 ability attack was still taxing. Sumu Xue can empower her attacks too? A nearby student exclaimed in surprise. These students hadn't made it into the 10-member squad but still participated in routine training sessions. No, that's not it. Mentor Zhou clarified. This isn't empowerment. Her light arrow is purely a condensed form of her ability, not a physical arrow she's shooting. The students finally understood, though their admiration for Sumu Xue remained undiminished. To wield a light element ability so skillfully was a clear mark of genius. At that moment, Sumu Xue drew her bow again. The bowstring trembled, and a more concentrated light arrow was loosed, this time aimed directly at Ning Yun. The arrow sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, its speed astonishing. Gu Luocheng raised his hand, predicting the trajectory of the light arrow, and shouted in a low voice, "Follow me." With that, he propelled himself like a rocket towards Team B's formation. His target was none other than Team B's core, the equally S-ranked Sumu Xue. The aura of a fire-dominating presence erupted as crimson flames coiled around his body, and a roaring fire dragon surged forth. Sun Niu followed closely, his massive fists deflecting electric arcs shot by Gao Tian to clear the path for his teammates, while simultaneously preparing to clash head-on with Zhang Tao's heavy earth shield. Ning Yun moved like a pale green afterimage, his speed second only to Gu Luocheng's. The Wind Shadow Leopard's special ability made him exceptionally agile, allowing him to attempt a flank maneuver to disrupt Team B's rearline ability. Casters. Dong Wei, positioned slightly further back, waved his staff, launching several fireballs past his charging teammates to strike directly at Team B's Zhao Rui and Wang Lu, aiming to suppress their ranged support and auxiliary spells. Chen Wei stood firm, her eyes closed. Invisible threads of mental energy instantly linked her four teammates, sharing positions and intentions to synchronize their attack rhythm. Team A's offensive was fierce, aiming to tear through the opposing team's defenses. But in the face of such aggression, Team B remained exceptionally calm. Create fog. Sumu Xue spoke coldly as she knocked another arrow of light, aiming not at Gu Luocheng, who was charging at the forefront, but elsewhere. At the same moment, Wang Lu's staff glowed faintly with a hazy white light. She waved it gently. In an instant, dense white fog spread rapidly, covering the majority of the battle platform. The fog not only severely obstructed vision but also disrupted mental perception. Team A's mental links were immediately severely affected. Chen Wei let out a muffled groan, her face pale. The information she was transmitting to her teammates became unstable. Damn it! The mental link is being disrupted. She shouted urgently, but her voice sounded weak and distorted within the mist. At that moment, Sumu Xue's light arrow was loosed. This time, it didn't travel in a straight line but traced an eerie arc in the air, striking precisely in the path between Sun Niu's charge and Zhang Tao's heavy shield. The light arrow exploded, transforming into a blinding curtain of light that not only temporarily blinded Sun Niu but also pushed him back with a powerful shockwave, forcibly separating him from Gu Luocheng. Zhang Tao seized the opportunity. With a deep growl, he thrust his heavy shield forward, a burst of earthen light erupting from it. The yellow glow firmly suppressed the disoriented Sun Niu, preventing him from rejoining the fight in time. Meanwhile, Gao Tian had vanished from his original position. The electric element granted him astonishing speed. Under the cover of the illusionary fog, he appeared ghost-like. Behind Ning Yun, who had slowed due to the disrupted mental link. ZZZZT. The harsh sizzle of electricity sounded as Gao Tian's short blade, crackling with blue-white arcs of lightning, stabbed viciously toward Ningyun's lower back. Though Ningyun was fast, with his perception impaired and caught off guard, there was no way for him to evade this ambush. The electric current pierced through his defenses. With ferocity, Ningyun let out a miserable scream, his entire body convulsing as he was flung away by the powerful shock. He crashed heavily outside the mist, completely losing his ability to fight. Zhao Rui's wind element staff glimmered with a greenish light within the mist. Wind blade frenzy. He growled lowly, and dozens of sharp wind blades roared out. These blades didn't strike blindly but instead precisely targeted the area where Dong Wei and Chen Wei were positioned, with Sun Niu down and Ning Yun restrained, coupled with the mist and mental interference. Tima struggled to pinpoint Zhao Rui's position for an effective counterattack. Dong Wei could only hastily raise a fire shield to defend himself, but there were too many wind blades, and their angles were too cunning. They shattered the fire shield in an instant, leaving several gashes across Dong Wei's body. His staff flew from his grip, and he was declared out of the match. Chen Wei had no capability for close combat. Against the high-speed wind blades, her feeble mental barrier was utterly ineffective. She was blown off the field by the impact wave in an instant. In mere seconds, Team B, leveraging Wang Lu's mist, successfully dismantled Team A's most crucial tactic, mental linkage with Su Muxue and Gao Tian, two swift and precise core members, working in perfect harmony. They managed to divide Team A's battlefield and execute precise eliminations flawlessly. The spectators at the sidelines erupted in astonishment. It's over. Team A's backline has completely collapsed. What is Gu Luochen doing? If he had gone all out earlier and charged with his teammates, Team B wouldn't have had the chance to divide them. Exactly. All he's doing is waving that flaming sword around, looking cool, while his teammates are getting pummeled. No sense of teamwork, just showing off. Wu Du frowned, unable to understand Gu Luochen's approach. Although Gu Luochen's flaming dragon was overwhelmingly powerful, by the time he broke through the mist barrier, only Sun Niu was still standing behind him. Every other teammate had fallen. Surrounded by flames, Gu Luochen evaporated the mist around him, revealing his lone figure and the 5 members of Team B standing opposite him. Team B's formation remained intact. Zheng Tao stood at the front with his massive shield, while Gao Tian and Zhao Rui flanked him on either side. Wang Lu held her position at the rear, maintaining the edge of the mist and restricting Gu Luochen's range of movement. Su Muxue once again drew her bow, the bowstring now holding an even brighter, more dazzling arrow of light. Her calm gaze locked onto the lone opponent on the field. The training ground fell deathly silent. Both instructors and students were stunned by this sudden reversal. Team A's formidable firepower seemed so fragile in the face of Team B's seamless coordination. Gu Luochen looked at his fallen teammates, then at the well-prepared Team B. Instead of panicking, a faint, excited smile played on his lips. Raising his flaming longsword slowly, he pointed it at Su Muxue, his voice low and steady. Good. Now, it's finally getting interesting. This was the result he had anticipated. Turning slightly, he glanced back at Sun Niu. Sun Niu, protect yourself and just watch from the side. With those words, crimson flames erupted around him, surging wildly. The alloy flooring beneath his feet began to heat up and glow red. Seeing the violent fire energy emanating from Gu Luochen, everyone understood. This time, he was truly going all in. Su Muxue's gaze remained icy, and she drew her bowstring fully, the radiant arrow emitting a blinding light. She said coldly of Gu Luochen, "Come on. Show me if your flames can break through our defenses." Behind her, Wang Lu's staff shimmered faintly, ready to cast illusions at any moment to provide cover for her teammates or disrupt Gu Luochen's senses. Zhao Rui's wind element swirled at the tip of his staff, while Zheng Tao planted his massive shield firmly into the ground, solid as a rock. Electric sparks flickered around Gao Tian, who was poised to strike at any moment. As Gu Luochen's most steadfast supporter, Gao Tian was the only member of Team B who did not underestimate him. The center of the training ground was a stark contrast. On one side, a well-coordinated team of 5 led by a third-tier S-class light dominator. On the other, a solitary fire dominator. Gu Luochen. Flames and light clashed vividly. Dean Wudu observed the scene, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. He murmured to instructor Li Yan beside him, "Do you see? Wang Lu's ability is the key to winning this battle. A brilliant support can sometimes be more formidable than raw offensive power." "Indeed," Li Yan replied gravely, his gaze fixed on the lone Gu Luochen. "Gu Luochen may be strong, but the power of a single individual always has its limits. Su Muxue understands how to harness every ounce of her team's strength. Li Yan's expression grew serious as he continued watching the solitary Gu Luochen. Over the past 3 days of training, Team A had already devised a contingency plan for this extreme scenario. When facing a team-adapted battlefield division, the other 4 members would huddle together in defense, leaving everything else to Gu Luochen. This plan was Gu Luochen's own suggestion. At the time, Li Yan knew that while Gu Luochen's words seemed arrogant, if he dared to propose such a strategy, he must have the confidence to back it up. Recalling this, Li Yan looked at Gu Luochen with a mix of anticipation. He, too, was curious about the source of Gu Luochen's confidence. Gu Luochen stood tall, his flaming longsword in hand, resembling a deity of fire. He did not launch an aggressive assault but instead moved strategically, parrying Team B's attacks while seeking vulnerabilities. In their formation, with a casual flick of his hand, he hurled 5 fireballs, each aimed at one of Team B's members. This maneuver visibly caught the instructor's attention. Gao Tian dodged the fireball with his lightning-fast speed, maneuvering to flank Sun Niu, who was completely unguarded. On opening, Gao Tian, fall back. Su Muxue shouted urgently, but it was too late. In a flash of lightning, Gao Tian's short blade was aimed at Sun Niu. Just as it was about to strike, Gu Luochen's figure materialized like a phantom. With a precise swing of his flaming sword, clang, a sharp, metallic clash rang out, sparks flying. Gao Tian felt a searing force surge through his palm, leaving it numb. The next moment, he was sent hurtling backward. You're too impatient, Gao Tian. Gao Tian steadied himself, only to hear Gu Luochen's voice, tinged with a hint of reprimand. He then sensed an intense heat at his back. A fireball was already closing in on him, boom, before Gao Tian could react, the fireball exploded, blasting him out of the arena. Gu Luochen had exploited Gao Tian's eagerness to capitalize on an advantage, using Sun Niu as bait to lure him out of formation. Seizing the moment, Gu Luochen struck with precision, sending Gao Tian flying. He even preempted Gao Tian's escape path, launching a fireball in advance to secure the elimination. The entire sequence was smooth and natural, leaving Team B with no time to rescue Gao Tian. Brilliant! Instructor Li Yan couldn't help but murmur in approval, his eyes alight with excitement. All right, Gu Luochen declared, his tone calm yet commanding. The fastest one is out of the way. Now, it's your turn. Gu Luochen's cold voice reverberated in the center of the arena, making Su Muxue and her team's expressions grow even graver. Having faced Gu Luochen multiple times, Su Muxue was well aware that his methods far surpassed the imagination of everyone present. Zhang Tao, hold steady. Don't give him any openings. Zhao Rui, use wind pressure to restrict his movements. Wang Lu, keep using the mist to obscure his vision. Su Muxue gave orders swiftly, her voice calm and resolute. The luminous arrow on her bowstring glowed even brighter, locking tightly onto Gu Luochen, searching for the perfect kill shot. Thick mist spread out once more, and howling winds formed an invisible wall, pressing in on Gu Luochen from all directions, restricting his range of movement. Zhang Tao let out a roar, his body and heavy shield covered in an earthy yellow glow, standing like a moving mountain in front of Su Muxue and Wan Lu, ready to withstand the fiery impact. Within the mist and wind pressure, Gu Luochen's lips curled into an excited smile. Wind pressure? Mist, he murmured, plunging the flaming longsword in his hand into the ground with force. Boom! A blazing red ring of fire erupted from his position, rapidly spreading outward and instantly evaporating all the mist. The moment the fire ring exploded, Zhao Rui, who was fully focused on maintaining the wind pressure, froze momentarily under the sudden burst of heat. His ability required intense concentration, and this abrupt interruption caused a mental backlash. His vision darkened, and his movements stalled for nearly a second, and that fraction of a second was all it took. Using the fire ring as cover, Gu Luochen's figure vanished like a phantom, only embers remained where he had stood, his target now clear. Zhao Rui, watch out! Su Muxue's fully charged light arrow finally shot forth, aimed directly at the path Gu Luochen had to take. But as if anticipating this, Gu Luochen's sprinting trajectory drew an eerie zigzag in mid-air. Narrowly avoiding the light arrow, in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Zhao Rui. Zhao Rui! Zhang Tao roared, trying to turn back to provide aid, but his movements were cumbersome, and he was too late. Zhao Rui, just recovering from the mental backlash, saw the flaming sword of destruction rapidly enlarging in his vision. He didn't even have time to summon a windshield, all he could do was instinctively raise his staff to block his chest. Chhh. The standard issue staff snapped like dry wood against the flaming long sword. The sword did not slow, its spine struck Zhao Rui's chest with brutal force. Ugh!
Zhao Rui's body flew like a kite with a broken string, landing
heavily at the edge of the arena, unconscious.
Gu Luochang isn't even a strength-based ability user, how does he have such power? Did you forget the physical assessment report from Iron Mountain? Gu Luochang ranked first. Li Yan explained excitedly to Zhou Ying, recalling how this guy had eagerly placed a bet with him yesterday, 3 tier 5 energy crystals on his team be winning. Li Yan couldn't help but grin. Look out! Zhang Tao fixed his eyes on the advancing Gu Luochang and smashed his heavy shield into the ground, sending out a ripple of earthy yellow shockwaves in an attempt to repel him, but Gu Luochang used the force to perform a nimble flip, landing precisely between Wang Lu and Zhang Tao. This is bad. Zhang Tao immediately grasped Gu Luochang's intent and rushed forward to block him. Gu Luochang ignored him entirely, his gaze locking onto Wang Lu, who was maintaining the mist. The biggest flaw in your formation is your over-reliance on this layer of mist, Gu Luochang stated calmly, his tone almost instructional. Zhang Tao, if you can't protect Wang Lu, your team will be like a turtle without its shell, completely defenseless. Wang Lu's heart tightened, and she instinctively tried to retreat from Gu Luochang, but he gave her no chance. This time, he didn't charge forward. Instead, he slashed his flaming longsword through the air. In Wang Lu's direction, a fiery sword aura formed instantly, screaming through the air as it shot toward Wang Lu. Rock armor shield. Zhang Tao immediately dropped his heavy shield, his rock-armored figure moving sharply to shield Wang Lu. Boom! The immense force of the impact caused even Zhang Tao, a strength-based defender, to groan as he was pushed back, carving 2 deep grooves into the ground. But just as Zhang Tao's stance faltered from the block, Gu Luochang leapt into the air, appearing above Zhang Tao. My real target is you. Gu Luochang's calm voice came from overhead. Holding the sword with both hands, he infused it with violent fire energy as he plunged downward. Blazing mountain breaker. Zhang Tao's pupils contracted sharply. He raised both arms over his head to block, but just before impact, Gu Luochang adjusted the sword's angle, striking with the back of the blade against Zhang Tao's arms. Clang! The raging fire energy surged along the sword, slamming into Zhang Tao and knocking him to the ground despite his rock armor. Zhang Tao's eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness, shield broken. Defender defeated. Amid the swirling smoke and scattering sparks, Gu Luochang's flaming longsword pointed toward the last 2 standing figures on the field. Su Mushua, poised and ready, and Wang Lu, too drained to use her abilities. Now, it's just the 3 of us, Gu Luochang said, his voice carrying the exhilaration of battle. Wang Lu looked at the approaching Gu Luochang, who seemed more like a monster than a man, then glanced at Su Mushua standing protectively in front of her. With a bitter smile, she raised her hand in surrender. I yield, she said. She knew full well that with her energy depleted, staying on the field against a fully powered Gu Luochang was pointless. The crowd fell into a deathly silence. Wu De, who had previously been extolling the virtues of teamwork, now stood dumbfounded by the overwhelming display of Gu Luochang's individual strength. Of course, it wasn't just Wu De, no one had anticipated such a dramatic reversal in the battle. Mushua, why aren't you making a move? Or are you waiting for a real duel between us? Gu Luochang asked with a faint smile, his gaze fixed on the figure glowing with radiant light. You already know the answer. Why ask? Su Mushua replied, her expression solemn as the light on her longbow flickered. Her face showed nothing but focus and sharp fighting spirit. Very well. Sun Niu, I'll leave the rest to you. Hearing the implied meaning in Gu Luochang's words, Sun Niu conceded and left the field. And now only Su Mushua and Gu Luochang remained. Blazing white flames danced around Gu Luochang, his figure resembling a fire god descended to the mortal realm. Opposite him, Su Mushua slowly raised her longbow. Not just 1, but 3 light arrows formed on the bowstring simultaneously. Each arrow was imbued with highly compressed light energy, their tips all aimed at Gu Luochang. No holding back, Su Mushua said coldly, releasing the 3 light arrows. They tore through the air in a triangular formation, shooting straight toward Gu Luochang. Excitement flared in Gu Luochang's eyes as he burst into laughter. Bring it on. He no longer dodged, nor did he look for flaws. Facing Su Mushua's battle intent, Gu Luochang chose the most direct and fierce response. This was his way of respecting her. He spread his left hand, and blazing flames rapidly gathered within his palm, finally forming a long spear of fire. A step forward, a turn. He concentrated all his strength into his arm and threw it fiercely at the 3 light arrows. Flame Dragon Strike. This was the ultimate skill taught to him during his special ability training. Gu Luochang now wielded it with ease. The fiery spear roared as it shot forward, transforming midair into a ferocious crimson flame dragon, colliding violently with the three light arrows. Light and fire, the strongest powers of S-class dominators, clashed, erupting with a deafening boom at the center of the training ground. Boom! The energy shockwave spread out as if solidified, and the turbulent energy wreaked havoc. Gu Luochen stood amidst the fiery storm, the blazing red flame protecting his body, spinning rapidly, layer by layer dispersing the impact force. His gaze pierced through the chaotic energy, locking onto Su Muxue, who was still surrounded by lingering holy light. Before the energy had fully dissipated, Gu Luochen moved. The flames beneath his feet suddenly erupted. At an incredible speed, he dashed through the aftermath of the explosion, charging straight at Su Muxue. It must be said that as a fire element ability user, Gu Luochen's speed was astonishing. No, it was beyond astonishing, it was lightning fast. Su Muxue's pupils shrank. Her energy and spirit were in a brief transition phase. Facing such a lightning-fast assault, she could only barely raise her longbow to block in front of her. Clang! The fiery red flames burning on the longsword slashed precisely at the bow's frame. A massive force and burst of flames erupted instantly. Su Muxue felt a powerful force hit her, pain searing through her palms, and her longbow was shockingly knocked out of her grip, flying away. Ah! A wave of gasps erupted from the sidelines. Everyone was gripping their seats in tension for Su Muxue. Having lost her weapon and with Gu Luochen now in close range, this was almost a desperate situation. Muxue, be careful. Wang Lu from Group B couldn't help but shout. Wu De and Zhou Eng were also on edge, their hearts in their throats. Gu Luochen had taken advantage of the chaotic moment after the clash of battle techniques to launch a sneak attack. After disarming the longbow with his sword, Gu Luochen didn't hesitate. With a flick of his wrist, the fiery longsword sliced through the air, its back striking toward Su Muxue's shoulder. He switched to a blunt strike, assuming Su Muxue was already unable to retaliate, preparing to end the battle. However, just when everyone thought Su Muxue was about to be declared defeated, a sudden twist occurred. A streak of sword light appeared silently. Cling! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Gu Luochen's decisive strike was unexpectedly blocked by another longsword. The crowd was stunned, their eyes wide, unable to believe what they were seeing. Su Muxue's right hand, at some unknown moment, had gripped a standard-issue longsword. Her stance with the sword was steady, showing no signs of the panic from losing her longbow earlier. My swordsmanship, Su Muxue spoke calmly, breaking the tense atmosphere. Did you forget who taught me? Wow! After a brief silence, a wave of exclamations as loud as a tidal wave erupted. A sword? Goddess Su knows swordsmanship too? The students were visibly shocked. On the instructor's bench, Li Yan and Zhou Eng exchanged astonished looks. They had never expected Su Muxue to have concealed such a skill. Judging by her stance and the way she drew her sword, it was clearly not something she had learned on a whim. A flicker of surprise flashed in Gu Luochen's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by an even stronger fighting spirit. A wild smile appeared on his lips. Heh, not bad. You've learned well enough. But, before he could finish speaking, his wrist exerted force, and the flames on the fiery longsword suddenly surged, coiling like a venomous serpent, making his swordplay both ferocious and unpredictable. You're still far from it. Gu Luochen's sword rained down like a storm. No longer the wide, sweeping flame slashes from before, his strikes now were filled with intricate, basic sword techniques. He deliberately showcased his swordsmanship, each strike precisely targeting the flaws in Su Muxue's swordplay. Su Muxue gritted her teeth, her long sword moving like the wind. It was evident to everyone that her swordsmanship was solid, her reaction swift, and she had clearly put in a great deal of effort. But in front of Gu Luochen, a master of swordsmanship, her moves were riddled with openings. Gu Luochen's sword seemed to predict her actions, and every block left Su Muxue's arm numb. Rip! Gu Luochen seized a tiny opening, his sword darting like a venomous dragon, piercing through Su Muxue's sword defense with a tricky angle, and the back of the blade struck her wrist with pinpoint accuracy. If no one were watching, he might have been willing to spar with Su Muxue a bit longer. But with so many spectators, dragging it out would only create unnecessary trouble. Ugh! Pain shot through Su Muxue's wrist, and her longsword fell from her grip, flying away. Her face turned pale as she decisively used the momentum to retreat at lightning speed, instantly widening the distance. It's over.
Gu Luochen was about to press his advantage when he suddenly stopped, feeling a sense of danger. In her rapid retreat, Sumushue had formed a complex and sacred hand seal in front of her chest. Her eyes were completely engulfed in dazzling golden light, her entire being surrounded by a holy radiance. A divine aura capable of purging all filth and darkness from the world erupted from her. Judgment of light. It was as if a voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth. A feeling that shook one's very soul surged forth in an instant. Behind Sumushue, a solemn and sacred figure slowly emerged. It was an angel adorned in holy armor. With 6 massive, radiant wings spread behind them, the angel's face was blurred, but carried an aloof indifference as if gazing down upon all beings. She raised her hands high above her head, and a massive sword forged from holy light was rapidly taking shape in her grasp. The entire training ground seemed to be engulfed by the light of this enormous sword about to descend. It's the signature move of an S-Class Light Dominator. The Sword of Judgment. I thought this move required a 6th tier level to perform. Gu Luochen can already empower weapons. It's not unreasonable for her to have learned a simplified version of it. True enough, the surrounding instructors exclaimed in awe. Could this truly be the fearsome power of an S-Class Light Dominator? Gu Luochen's pupils contracted sharply, the relaxed expression on his face vanishing in an instant, replaced by an unusually grave demeanor. He could feel it clearly and overwhelming. Sacred pressure pinned him down like nails, locking him in place. There was nowhere to escape. Gu Luochen. Sumushue's voice descended from above, carrying an air of absolute authority. If you can take this strike, I will concede. Gu Luochen didn't respond, his gaze fixed intently on the giant sword of holy light above. He took a deep breath, his eyes igniting with fierce flames. Flame Dragon Strike! He roared, conjuring a fiery spear, and hurled it with all his might at the forming sword of holy light. Sky-searing slash. Following that, he gripped his sword with both hands, releasing his fire-based abilities, and unleashed a massive wave of fiery energy upward. Too powerful. Fire-based techniques collided in succession with the lower part of the holy light blade. Boom! Boom! A violent explosion erupted, and the giant sword of holy light trembled slightly. Its descent momentarily slowed, but the sword of judgment still exuded an unstoppable force, descending steadily and relentlessly toward him. It's no use. The power gap is too great. Instructor Li Yan cried out in alarm. It's over. Gu Luochen can't withstand this. Dean Wu clenched his fists, ready to step in at any moment, just as the giant sword of holy light was less than 10 meters away from Gu Luochen. Gu Luochen did something that shocked everyone. He suddenly drove the burning flame sword fiercely into the now softened, glowing red alloy ground beneath his feet. At the same time, he spread his arms wide, no longer releasing his wild flames outward but instead frantically drawing them back into his body. What's he trying to do? Take it head on? He's asking to die, someone shouted in surprise. No! His flames are being absorbed. A sharp-eyed instructor noticed the anomaly. Gu Luochen's body seemed to turn into a black hole, madly absorbing all the fiery energy, even pulling the flame sword from the ground into himself. In an instant, his blazing red flames vanished, replaced by a deep, restrained dark red glow on his skin, as the giant sword of holy light was about to engulf him. Break for me! Gu Luochen roared. A concentrated, deep crimson pillar of flame erupted from within him, piercing the heavens like a spear. This flame pillar, so deep it was nearly black, carried no roaring sound, only a profoundly destructive intent. The pillar of flame actually held off the giant sword of holy light. The flames completely obscured Gu Luochen's figure. All the crowd could see was the intense clash between the flame pillar and the holy light sword. Sumushue's golden eyes were fixed forward, exhaustion evident, and the angelic silhouette behind her began to blur. From this moment, the giant sword of holy light gradually started to dissolve under the impact of the flame pillar. To maintain such an energy pillar, the power Gu Luochen is releasing has already reached the 4th tier. Truly worthy of S-Class, his energy reserves alone far exceed the norm. Finally, Sumushue's energy was exhausted, and she could no longer sustain the angelic silhouette. The giant sword of holy light was gradually pierced through, its golden radiance shattering like glass, scattering throughout the training ground in a golden hue. The crowd watched with curiosity as the shrinking energy pillar faded. As Gu Luochen's figure began to emerge, everyone held their breath. This man, who had directly confronted the light's judgment, was he now on the verge of collapse, or was he still standing tall, at the center of the field? The last remnants of the raging flame pillar receded like a tide, revealing the ground, now glowing red from the intense heat. The scene before them plunged the training ground
Into an eerie silence that lasted several seconds. Everyone's eyes widened, their mouths agape. Gu Luochen was sitting calmly, contrary
to everyone's expectations. He did not appear drained but instead looked utterly at ease. His arms were casually crossed, one leg rested leisurely over the other. Beneath him was a throne, entirely composed of flames, with an astonishingly regal design. The style of the throne was all too familiar. Its high backrest rose imposingly, with burning flames forming a crown-like pattern reminiscent of thorns. The armrests were shaped like roaring dragon heads made of fire, while the base was a blend of searing white and dark red flames. Intertwined, this design, this presence, this aura, it was identical to the flame throne he had first manifested when showcasing his S-class ability. But someone couldn't hold it in and let out an untimely laugh, instantly shattering the deathly silence. Soon after, the training ground was filled with suppressed coughs and muffled laughter. On the instructor's platform, Dean Wu's mouth twitched visibly. While Li Yan clutched his forehead in exasperation, Zhou Ying turned his face away, his shoulders shaking as though struggling to contain his amusement. The students' expressions below the platform were even more colorful. Their shock and admiration quickly turned into a mix of awkwardness and amusement, excitement, thrill. Sure, those emotions were there. After all, he had just pulled off an extraordinary reversal, but more overwhelming was a sense of as expected, we saw this coming, and this is so over the top exasperation. Gu Luochen seemed entirely oblivious to the odd atmosphere. Seated on his flaming throne, he slightly raised his chin, his gaze locking onto the pale-faced Su Muxue. He adjusted his posture to appear even more like a true king, then spoke in a deliberately deepened voice. Su Muxue, are you ready to admit defeat? That tone, that pose, paired with the ridiculously flamboyant flame throne, it was the epitome of showing off to the extreme. Su Muxue, having just suppressed her anger and stabilized the chaotic light energy within her, heard his words. She lifted her head, her golden eyes fixed on the flame monarch seated on his throne, surveying his domain. The trace of unwillingness in her eyes from her defeat quickly faded, replaced by sheer exasperation and disbelief. Su Muxue stood up, staring at Gu Luochen, who sat upon his fiery throne like a king, with a look that could only be described as one directed at an utter fool. Gu Luochen, do you think this makes you look cool? She paused briefly, as if her words hadn't fully conveyed her feelings, and coldly added, really boring. After speaking, she didn't even spare Gu Luochen another glance, ignoring the reactions of the crowd below. Patting the dust off her combat uniform, she turned decisively on her heel and walked out of the competition arena without looking back. Her retreating figure was the clearest declaration of surrender. A murmur of whispers immediately arose among the crowd below. Ahem. That young Master Gu's hobbies really are as unique as ever. But handsome, yes, but way too deliberate, don't you think? Too pretentious. I feel second-hand embarrassment for him. Shoo, keep it down. Did you see how fierce he was just now? When you're strong, you can do whatever you want. Is it wrong to show off? I think it's kinda cool. Sitting on his fiery throne, Gu Luocheng's crossed arms stiffened slightly as he listened to the murmurs. The response to the spectacle he'd painstakingly crafted seemed completely different from what he'd anticipated. Shouldn't they be cheering, watching Su Muxue's figure disappear at the edge of the arena, and feeling the mixed atmosphere of awe and suppressed laughter below? He couldn't hold it in any longer. He rubbed his nose, and the smug "I'm number one in the world" expression on his face instantly collapsed, revealing a barely perceptible trace of embarrassment. TSK. He muttered under his breath, tinged with frustration. With a single thought, the flamboyant flaming throne vanished with a whoosh, like a soap bubble being popped. All that remained on the ground was a darker scorch mark, proof of its brief existence. Gu Luocheng scanned the arena, and his gaze finally settled on Dean Wu De. Ahem. Dean Wu De coughed twice at just the right moment, diffusing the awkward atmosphere in the arena. He stood up, his face returning to its usual seriousness, and began clapping first. Clap 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 clap. The sound of applause, tinged with amusement, echoed across the training ground. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Dean Wu De's booming voice overpowered the applause. Both Team A and Team B exceeded expectations with their performance. This practical combat match was priceless. His gaze swept across the two teams, lingering slightly longer on Gu Luocheng and Su Muxue. Especially Gu Luocheng and Su Muxue. Your mastery and exploration of S-level abilities have left us old folks astounded. With the Freshman League approaching, the potential you've displayed fills us with confidence in the Academy's performance this year. Dean Wu De's tone lightened. In half a month, the Freshman League officially begins. Your two squads need to refine your tactics and resolve all issues during this period. Understood? Understood. The members of both squads immediately straightened their backs and responded in unison.
And finally, I hereby declare the 1-month hell training officially over. Hoo hoo! The students erupted into genuine cheers, the tense atmosphere finally easing Yigao. Tian adjusted his lapels and nudged Wang Lu with his elbow, his voice filled with relief. Finally, no more running around with Iron Mountain.
Wang Lu rubbed her slightly sore eyes, her voice carrying a soft nasal tone.
Ugh, yeah. This month's finally over.
I'm even starting to miss my pet, Yuan Bao. Gu Luochang and Su Muxue stepped off the academy's arranged vehicle and onto the familiar cobblestone path leading to the Gu family
estate.
Young master, Miss Su, this way please.
The master is waiting for you in the study.
Chen Ping, already standing at the door, cast a discreet glance between Gu Luochang and Su Muxue, a warm smile on his face. Su Muxue followed behind Gu Luochang, her steps slower than usual, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the hem of her garment. She felt a bit nervous. Just the thought of meeting Gu Luochang's father, a man who commanded the military authority of Safe Zone Number 3 and was renowned for his formidable reputation, made her heart race.
Relax, Gu Luochang seemed to notice her tension.
He turned back with a smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. It's not like he's a man-eating tiger. He's just a grumpy old soldier.
He probably just wants to check if I'm still in one
piece since we haven't seen each other for over a month. He didn't think much of it, assuming his old man simply missed him. Passing through the corridor, they arrived at the study door. Chen Ping knocked lightly, and Gu Jinting's steady voice came from inside.
Come in.
Pushing the door open, Gu Jinting stood with his back to them, gazing out the large floor-to-ceiling window overlooking
the estate's training grounds. Hearing the door, he slowly turned around. Gu Jinting's gaze first landed on Gu Luochang, scrutinizing
him, then shifted past him to lock onto Su Muxue standing behind I. In that instant, a surge of anger flared up in Gu Jinting's heart.
Well, this brat gone for a month, and instead of making significant progress, he's out messing around with romance? And has the audacity to bring a girl home?
Absolutely outrageous. His face darkened, and his voice carried the authority of a soldier,
mixed with a hint of anger. You little brat. I thought awakening an S-level ability would make you work harder. And yet? You can't even stay focused for long. Gu Luochang. Before he could finish, Gu Jinting finally got a good look at Su Muxue's face. A face that carried a hint of nervousness but was undeniably full of spirit. This face was far too familiar. Wasn't she the one from the news? The S-level light ability user who had survived a near-death experience in the other world alongside his son, Su Muxue? Gu Jinting's expression froze instantly. Then, as if flipping a switch, his anger vanished without a trace, the furrowed brows smoothed out. The anger in his eyes disappeared entirely, replaced by undisguised delight. Even the corners of his mouth turned up into a rare smile. Good kid. Damn impressive. Gu Jinting praised inwardly. To think this boy quietly brought home another S-level genius, and to think he had been worried about him before. What efficiency. What tactics, way better than when he'd pursued his own wife back in the day. Ahem. Gu Jinting cleared his throat and quickly replaced his expression with a gentler one. So, this is one of Luochang's classmates. Please, come in and have a seat. Chen Ping, bring tea, make it properly. He warmly invited them in, his gaze lingering on Su Muxue for a few extra seconds, growing more and more satisfied. This girl was beautiful, poised, and exceptionally gifted. A perfect match for my son, truly a union made in heaven. Gu Luochang was momentarily stunned by the sudden change of demeanor. Feeling somewhat bewildered. Su Muxue was taken aback by the unexpected kindness and quickly bowed slightly. Commander Gu, hello. I'm sorry to disturb you. Her voice carried a faint trace of nervousness, almost imperceptible. No disturbance at all. It's our family's honor to have you here, Miss Su. Gu Jinting waved his hand grandly, his smile growing even brighter. He walked over to Gu Luochang, casually patting his son on the shoulder. His eyes were filled with a knowing look as he lowered his voice, winking exaggeratedly. Kid, not bad. Young people shouldn't just focus on honing their abilities, you've got to pay attention to other aspects of life too. Gu Luochang stared blankly at this cheap father of his. Just moments ago, he had been scolded for not working hard enough. He quickly clarified, Muxue is here because I brought her along to be my sparring partner. If there's nothing else, she'll probably stay at our place for a while. We won't begrudge her a few meals, will we? Gu Jinting's smile froze for a brief second, and he almost couldn't resist knocking his son's head. Taking a deep breath to suppress his impulse,
he turned to Su Mushue with a warm, fatherly smile.
Miss Su, you are a guest in our home. If Gu Luochen dares to bully you, come straight to me, I'll personally deal with him. He even shot Gu Luochen a stern glare as he spoke. As long as you're in our house, we won't let you suffer in the slightest. Then, turning to Chen Ping, who stood nearby, he gave an order. Chen Ping, make arrangements immediately. During Miss Su's stay at the estate, she is to receive the same treatment as Luochen. No, even better. Whatever she needs, fulfill it without hesitation. Gu Jinting's tone was magnanimous
and commanding, leaving no room for doubt. Su Mushue was completely taken aback. She had expected the atmosphere to be serious, perhaps even oppressive, when facing such a powerful and resolute military commander, but she never imagined she would be greeted with such warmth. Even a hint of familial intimacy, the protective tone in Gu Jinting's voice reminded her instantly of a man who had once spoiled her. Unconditionally. A wave of sadness welled up in her chest, and Su Mushue quickly lowered her head to hide her emotions.
Thank you, Commander Gu. I really appreciate it. It's no trouble at all. Not in the slightest. Standing off to the side, Gu Luochen couldn't help but twitch his lips. By now, he fully understood what Gu Jinting was implying. To prevent further misunderstandings, he quickly interrupted his father's over-enthusiastic behavior. All right, if there's nothing else, we're going to rest now. Gu Luochen spoke hastily. If this conversation continued, he feared Su Mushue might truly melt under his father's overwhelming enthusiasm. All right, you young people can handle things yourselves. Gu Jinting waved his hand with a beaming smile, watching Gu Luochen drag an utterly confused Su Mushue out of the study. He rubbed his chin, a gleam of paternal pride in his eyes. Chen Ping, Gu Jinting said leisurely, do you think I should start preparing to be a grandfather? Chen Ping paused. Master, while you were away, there's something I didn't mention. What is it? Actually, Miss Su has already been staying at our house for some time. That boy moves fast? Well, it fits his style. Master, you misunderstand. As the young master said, she's truly just here as his sparring partner. Miss Su usually rests in a separate room. He's managed to restrain himself? This is really something. Might as well say the sun rose from the west. After the grueling devil training, Gu Luochen and the other contestants were granted 3 precious days of rest. During those 3 days, Gu Luochen and Su Mushue trained tirelessly in the estate's training room. However, Gu Luochen's methods differed from others. Each day, he would meditate in silence for 1 to 2 hours. Su Mushue assumed he was refining his internal energy flow, but in reality, Gu Luochen was using a visualization method to temper himself. After finishing his meditation, he would practice swordsmanship to adapt to his enhanced physical capacity. This puzzled Su Mushue greatly. Despite possessing S-class elemental abilities, he spent little time honing combat techniques and instead focused on swordsmanship, which didn't seem to benefit his elemental powers. If it weren't for this peculiarity, Gu Luochen's level of effort definitely rivaled her own. She pushed herself to train harder to exact revenge. So why was Gu Luochen working so hard, with his strength already surpassing most ordinary people? What was his goal? 3 days passed swiftly. At the break of dawn, under the first rays of sunlight, the first-year elites preparing to participate in the Freshman League had already gathered at the designated location. Aside from their mentors Li Yan, who oversaw Group A, and Zhou Eng, who guided Group B, their escort also included the dean, Wu De, who sported only a few strands of hair atop his head. Let me share some news with you all. This year's Freshman League will be held in the 5th safe zone. Standing at the front of the group, Wu De paused briefly, as if gauging the students' reactions. What? The 5th safe zone? That isolated island in the sea? Sun Nyo's face changed drastically upon hearing the news, his voice trembling. Clearly, he had heard of the 5th safe zone's reputation. In Huaxia, there were 9 safe zones, and the 5th was the only one not on the mainland. It was located on an offshore island. I heard the 5th safe zone was primarily established to monitor and eliminate interdimensional creatures appearing in the Black Dragon Sea. Not entirely, Gao Tian, who seemed well informed, clarified. The 5th safe zone is adjacent to the 1st safe zone. Without it acting as a barrier in the Black Dragon Sea, the 1st safe zone would directly face those sea-dwelling beasts. Doesn't that mean the competition site will be very dangerous? Wang Lu asked with a worried expression. The most dangerous places are often the safest. Gao Tian winked, leaving the others in suspense before adding, I've heard that all major guilds have outposts there,
so the area is constantly patrolled by high-level ability users.
It's perfectly safe. Gao. Tian is right. Besides, the two mentors and I will personally escort you to the 5th safe zone.
There's no need to worry.
Hearing Wu
De promised to accompany them, the participants felt significantly more at ease. As an experienced 8th-tier ability user, Dean Wu's presence ensured their safety. Screech while they were speaking, two military-grade armored vehicles pulled up before the group. It was time to depart. The armored vehicles quickly passed through the thick steel defenses of the 3rd safe zone. As the number of excursions increased, these first-year students became more accustomed to the tense atmosphere outside the safety zones. The armored vehicle headed south, bumping along for about 3 hours before stopping in a desolate and dilapidated area. As soon as they got out of the vehicle, everyone noticed the ground ahead was riddled with massive craters left by intense battles, faint traces of energy fluctuations lingering in the air. It was precisely because of these conditions that the armored vehicle could not proceed further. What on earth happened here? Sun Nyo shivered involuntarily as he gazed at the scene before him. Lin walked up beside Sun Nyo, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "You all probably have no idea what happened.
I was still a kid back then. The aftermath of the battles and explosions here could even be felt in the 3rd safety zone."
Hearing Li Yan's words, the students couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The armored vehicle had driven for 3 whole hours, at least 300 kilometers. I heard that before the world changed, the seaside was a favorite vacation spot for everyone. But now, even the air here carries a filthy stench. Zhou chimed in, reminiscing with Li Yan. "Alright, don't scare them anymore. We'll be walking for 10 minutes before we reach what used to be Huaxia's Grand Jean port." Wu's tone carried a hint of familiarity, suggesting he knew this place well. Crossing one deep trench after another, everyone
soon saw an abandoned harbor. The salty sea breeze hit them head-on, making the freshmen, who were seeing the sea for the first time, feel nauseous. This harbor is now a base for the Glacier Guild.
I've already contacted the person in charge. In a while, we'll take the shuttle boat here to travel to the 5th safety zone. Dean Wu looked confident and assured as he explained the arrangements. The base's manager, Tian Dabin, was a weathered man with a lean build and a face marked by years of hardship. He personally came to greet them. Ji Luochen could sense the energy emanating from him. It wasn't weak. He was likely a 5th-tier ability user. Dean Wu respected instructors. "Students, welcome to the glacier base." Tian Dabin greeted them warmly. "The conditions here are a bit basic. Please find a spot to rest, and I'll arrange for some hot water to be prepared." "Old Tian, no need to be so polite. We'll be leaving right away." Wu De, acting like an old friend, casually found a stool to sit on, but as soon as he looked up, he noticed Tian Dabin's hesitant expression and asked, "Old Tian, what's the matter?" "There's been a change in plans. The shuttle boat you reserved won't be coming for now." Wu De's graying eyebrows immediately shot up, his voice tinged with clear dissatisfaction. "Dabin, we booked that boat half a month ago. The freshman tournament is around the corner. We can't afford delays." Tian Dabin sighed and pointed toward the sea outside the harbor, which glimmered with an eerie light. Just a day ago, 3 small vortexes suddenly appeared near the coast of the Black Dragon.
See, they've been confirmed as low-level interdimensional rifts.
Although they're not large, their positions block the regular shipping route.
To prevent creatures from the interdimensional rifts from emerging and disrupting the route, I sent people to clear them out.
As a result, only the shuttle boat you reserved stayed here.
Tian Dabin spread his hands, signaling that there was nothing he could do. "How long until they come back?"
Wu De was already visibly anxious by this point, his speech quickening. 2 days.
Low-level interdimensional rifts? It takes 2 days to clear them? Dean Wu, we truly have a manpower shortage here. I could only send out a low-tier hunting squad.
A low-tier hunting squad, with its highest members only reaching the 3rd tier. Most of them were just a ragtag group of freelancers. Hearing this, Wu De's expression darkened, his temper visibly on the verge of erupting. At this moment, Mentor Zhou
Ing, who had remained silent, stepped forward and quickly intervened. "Dean, don't get worked up."
He turned to Tian Dabin, his gaze sharp.
"Tell us the exact location of the rifts. We have 3 high-tier ability users here.
If we step in to help, the clearing process will undoubtedly be much faster." Wu De shot Zhou a cold glance. As an 8th-tier ability user, he hadn't done this kind of low-level rift clearing work in ages, but at the moment, the only ones who could be sent to assist were the 3 of them. That would be
fantastic. I'll fetch the tactical map right away.
Tian Dabin had just finished speaking when someone suddenly burst in, panting heavily.
And looking panicked, Brother Bin. Bad news. Another low-level interdimensional rift has been discovered. What? Where? How long has it been there?
It's right behind our base, in one of the trenches.
Judging by the energy fluctuations, it's already been there for over a day. Tian Dabin's expression darkened instantly. He looked toward Wu Di, his eyes filled with a plea for help. Wu Di immediately understood what he was asking for, his beard trembling with anger. Tian Dabin, do you think we're that easy to exploit? Are you trying to use our academy as free labor?
He had a suspicion in his heart Tian Dabin must have done this on purpose, clearing low-level interdimensional rifts was a task that high-tier ability users could solve quickly, but for low-tier ability users, it would take significant effort and might even cost them their lives. And now, with interdimensional rifts popping up one after another, it seemed likely that Tian Dabin had deliberately waited for their arrival to ask for help. Such cunning tactics from a seasoned opportunist disgusted Wu Di, but there was nothing he could do.
Dean
Li Yan spoke up, his voice resolute.
Low-level interdimensional rifts are the perfect opportunity
for these students, who've just completed special training, to gain real combat experience.
With Gu Luochen and Su Mushue around, nothing major will happen.
It's far better to let the students take action and stay sharp than to sit around here waiting for 2 days.
He glanced at Gu Luochen and Su Mushue and added, they're fully capable of leading the team to complete this kind of cleanup. Zhou Ying nodded in agreement. Exactly. This is also a great chance to test the results of their special training.
With the tournaments so close, opportunities for real combat like this are rare.
Wu Di glanced at the two instructors, then swept his gaze over the young trainees.
Behind him he noticed that everyone's faces were filled with eager anticipation. He let out a heavy snort, suppressing his anger, and said to Tian Dabing with a sharp tone of fine,
we'll handle clearing the alien realm at sea. The alien realm on land will be left to our trainees.
But, Tian Dabing, you'd better have the ferryboat brought back immediately.
Otherwise, the meaning in Wu Di's words was clear. To Tian Dabing.
The worry on his face instantly vanished, replaced by a flattering smile.
Don't worry, Dean. As long as these alien realms are cleared, I guarantee there won't be any delays to everyone's schedule. Tian Dabing patted his chest with assurance, speaking earnestly as he handed the tactical map to Wu Di. Wu Di glanced at it briefly, said nothing further, and turned to face the trainees, including Gu Luocheng. Did you all hear that?
The plan has changed.
Your target is to clear a low-level alien realm about 20 kilometers away. Group A and Group B will cooperate on this mission.
Stay sharp and treat this as a warm-up before the league competition.
Any questions?
No. The trainees responded in unison, their voices brimming with excitement.
Good. Gu Luocheng and Su Mushue, come over and copy the tactical map, then lead the team out immediately.
The cold, salty sea breeze swept through the abandoned port, brushing past the varied expressions on their faces. Dean Wu Di, accompanied by instructors Li Yan and Zhou Ying, emitted a faint burst of energy, transforming into 3 streaks of light that disappeared into the vast Black Sea in an instant. The base's overseer, Tian Dabing, rubbed his hands together, a professional smile plastered on his face as he handed a simple yet clearly marked tactical map to Gu Luocheng and Su
Mushue. Captains, the map is ready. The entrance to the alien realm is at the bottom of the wreckage of a large, abandoned cargo ship.
The internal situation is unknown, so please proceed with caution.
Thank you.
Gu Luocheng took the map, his fingers brushing over the
rough paper as his sharp gaze scanned every marked point. Standing beside him, Su Mushue's cool face seemed to glow faintly under the dim
sky. She nodded slightly, her voice as clear as falling jade. The target is confirmed.
No time to waste, let's move out now.
Yes, Captain.
Su.
Both teams responded in unison, their fighting spirit igniting instantly. After rigorous training, the naivety in their eyes had faded, replaced by a hunger for real combat. The teams quickly departed the base, stepping into this forgotten battleground of ruins. Beneath their feet were cracked, hardened cement and twisted scraps of metal. Although the energy residue lingering in the air had thinned, it still evoked caution in anyone who sensed it.
Man, this place is intense.
Sun Nyo muttered as he walked. His rhinoceros-based ability made him the most physically imposing, tasked with leading the way and maintaining vigilance. A faint, earthy glow emanated from
beneath his skin, ready to react to any sudden threats. Stay alert, Sun Nyo, Gu Luocheng's calm voice rang out. Ning Yun, scout the fan-shaped area ahead.
Zhao Rui, monitor any changes in the sidewinds.
Understood. Ning Yun's figure blurred, blending seamlessly with the wind as he silently darted ahead. Zhao Rui, meanwhile, focused on manipulating the surrounding airflow, attuned to any abnormal fluctuations. Gao Tian sidled up to Gu Luochang, lowering his voice, his face showing his usual clever smirk. "Boss, I'm telling you, Tian. Dabing's definitely up to something. So many low-level alien realms popping up out of nowhere? Too coincidental. He's probably dragging this out, waiting for us to play free labor." Gu Luochang's footsteps didn't falter, his gaze steady as he surveyed the broken steel jungle ahead. "No matter his intentions, clearing alien realms is our mission." Su Mushua's cool gaze also swept over Gu Luochang, silently agreeing with Gao Tian's comment. The 20-kilometer journey wasn't far for the ability users, but in this perilous wasteland, every step demanded caution. About half an hour later, a derelict shipyard resembling the carcass of a steel behemoth appeared before them. Massive metal structures lay twisted and collapsed, rusted and weathered, casting grotesque shadows under the dim light. At the base of the shipyard, a vortex roughly 10 meters in diameter swirled slowly, its edges glowing faintly with an unstable, ghostly blue light. That was the entrance to the low-level alien realm. The entrance is stable, energy radiation matches primary level standards, no signs of alien beast energy nearby, Ning Yun reported swiftly as he emerged from the shadows. "Good. Looks like this alien realm appeared not long ago." If an alien realm wasn't cleared within 2 days of appearing, the beasts inside would start pouring out. "Sun Nyo, you go in first. Everyone else, follow closely." "Got it." Upon hearing the command, Sun Nyo immediately activated his ability. His body grew twice as large in an instant as he stepped directly into the vortex. The others followed, entering one by one. After the dizziness of passing through the spatial barrier, they were hit with a pungent, foul stench. Gu Luochang had entered several low-level alien realms before, most of which resembled jungles, but this one was more like a vast, damp network of metal pipes. The pipes were enormous, wide enough for several people to walk side by side. The inner walls were coated with thick, dark green moss and slime, emitting a faint phosphorescent glow. "Form battle formations. Zhang Tao, defend the left flank. Gao Tian and Zhao Rui, provide offense on the right. Wang Lu, handle field control and support." Su Mushua's clear voice rang out. "Group A, Sun Nyo, take the vanguard. Ning Yun and Dong Wei, support the flanks. Chen Wei, maintain communication in the center." Gu Luochang issued his orders simultaneously. The well-trained teams immediately spread out, forming a balanced offensive and defensive formation. "Watch out." A sharp warning signal came through Chen Wei's mental link. Before the words had fully landed, several dark shadows burst out from the slimy green substance around a bend in the pipe ahead. They were creatures resembling massive leeches, their smooth bodies covered in circular suction pads. At the front of each suction pad was a horrifying, flower-like mouth bristling with countless sharp teeth, exuding a pungent, acidic stench. Tier 1 corrosive pipe leeches. "Watch out for their acid spray," Gao Tian yelled, recognizing the creatures. "Leave it to me." Dong Wei reacted swiftly. With a fierce push of his hands, a fireball he'd been preparing shot forth, hitting the leading leeches dead on. Boom! The flames exploded, the orange-red light briefly illuminating the darkened pipe. The struck leeches let out piercing screeches, incinerated into charred remains by the fire. But more pipe corrosion leeches surged from all directions, like a tide of dark green wind blades. Zhao Rui swung both hands, and several pale cyan wind blades spiraled outward, shredding the pipe corrosion leeches attempting a flank attack. Roar! Sun Nyo let out a deep growl, his massive rhinoceros-like body charging forward, forcibly carving a bloody path through the swarm of pipe corrosion leeches. At this moment, Chen Wei continuously scanned the intricate network of pipes with her psychic powers, sharing the locations of the beasts with the group. "There's a large cluster of pipe corrosion leeches at the pipeline junction ahead on the left. Falling dust," Su Mushui said coldly. A radiant holy light burst around her, illuminating the surroundings as brightly as daylight. This was the unique ability of an S-rank light element dominator at the 3rd tier, Holy Light Suppression. It immobilized all low-tier corrupt creatures for 5 seconds, just as the swarm of pipe corrosion leeches was paralyzed by the holy light. Gu Luochang made his move. He flicked his wrist, and the Stardust Sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. Sword technique, flowing fire. This was a sword technique Gu Luochang had created by merging his fire element abilities. It not only harnessed fire elemental energy but also delivered the destructive power of swordsmanship. He murmured a chant under his breath,
the sword tip tracing a mysterious trajectory with his movements, the fire element.
Energy within him seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, instantly gathering at the sword's tip. Buzz!
The sword emitted a crisp hum. As Guluwacheng's wrist flicked, and countless fiery sword energies, like a crimson meteor shower, fanned out and shot forward, splat. Splat, 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 the dense sounds of penetration echoed. The swarm of pipe corrosion leeches, immobilized by Su Mushue's holy light, fell like harvested crops. The area covered by the fiery sword energy was instantly cleared, leaving behind only scorched remains in acrid smoke. A glimmer of astonishment crossed Su Mushue's eyes. She had seen Gu Luochang practice swordsmanship before but hadn't expected this seemingly non-elemental sword technique to manipulate fire so deftly. Its power was on par with pure fire element combat skills. Dongwei stared in shock. As a fire element ability user himself, he knew how much skill it took to control fire with such precision. This was far beyond what simple fire element mastery could achieve.
What are you standing around for? Keep moving. Gu Luochang
sheathed his sword and stood calmly, as if that incredible strike had been a mere flick of his hand. The team's morale surged instantly.
Following Gu Luochang and Su Mushue, they advanced quickly through the cleared path, with Chen Wei's psychic warnings and the powerful clearing abilities of the two S-rank leaders. They swiftly dealt with several more waves of pipe corrosion leeches. At last, they burst out of the narrow pipeline, emerging into an expansive space. It was a massive chamber composed of countless metallic racks and pulsating dark green biological tissue. The center of the chamber was a swelling and contracting fleshy tumor. Surrounding the tumor was the final cluster of pipe corrosion leeches, fewer in number but clearly larger and more robust than the ones before it. The tumor greedily absorbed energy delivered by the pipe corrosion leeches. We've found it.
Chen Wei's psychic link carried a mix of excitement and tension.
That tumor is the otherworldly overlord. It seems to be incubating something. As if responding to her words, the enormous tumor abruptly contracted, emitting a deep thump.
Moments later, the top of the tumor split open with a crack, oozing viscous liquid. A massive figure slowly emerged. It was far more grotesque than the pipe corrosion leeches. Its body was the size of a small truck, covered with thick, dark green armor that gleamed with a metallic sheen. It had no eyes, its head dominated by a giant maw. From the front of the maw extended two scythe-like bone blades, resembling the forelimbs of a mantis. A fierce aura, far more menacing than that of an ordinary pipe corrosion leech, spread outward.
A Tier 3 pipe corrosion leech king,
Gao Tian exclaimed, his voice heavy.
Its shell is incredibly tough, and the acid it sprays is highly toxic. Roar! The pipe corrosion leech king let out a roar, a wave of foul stench rushing toward
them. It raised its massive side-like forelimbs, targeting Sun Nyo at the forefront of the group, and slashed down ferociously.
Sun Nyo! Fall back!
Gu Luochang shouted sharply, sensing the terrifying power within the scythe. Sun Nyo retreated without hesitation. At the same time, he crossed his arms in front of his chest, activating his combat skill, Savage Rhino Shield.
Clang! An ear-piercing metallic
clash erupted. The massive bone scythe smashed against Sun Nyo's shield, sending sparks flying so brightly that they forced everyone to squint. Sun Nyo let out a muffled grunt, his feet plowing two deep grooves into the ground. His shield trembled violently, its color dimming significantly. The force transmitted through the scythe far exceeded that of an ordinary Tier 3 beast. Meanwhile, a ball of thick, pungent dark green acid was rapidly forming in the pipe corrosion leech king's massive maw.
Break its attack! Su Mushue commanded
sharply, drawing her bowstring taut. A light arrow materialized before her and shot straight at the acid-forming maw of the pipe
corrosion leech king.
Thunder Spear! Gao Tian joined in with full force, his hands coming together to summon a lightning-wrapped spear
of thunder, which followed Su Mushue's holy light arrow in striking the target. Boom! Sizzle! A violent explosion erupted on the pipe
corrosion leech king's head. Holy light and lightning intertwined, forming a devastating attack that left its massive maw a bloody mess. This
was the power of coordinated elemental combat skills. Roar! The pipe corrosion leech king howled in pain and fury, its massive body shaking violently. Now's the time.
Gu Luocheng's eyes gleamed with sharp determination, but instead of charging at the injured pipe corrosion leech king, he fixed his gaze on the massive, pulsating heart-like tumor behind it, which was continuously supplying it with
energy. Dongwei, Zhao Rue, full force attack on the tumor.
Gu Luochang issued orders while his figure transformed into a gust of wind, stepping on the shattered pipe debris and charging toward the massive tumor.
Understood. Dong Wei suddenly gathered a blazing fireball in his hands and hurled it fiercely at the tumor. Wind blade slash. Zhao Rui also unleashed his abilities with full force, sending several deep teal wind blades howling toward the tumor's connection points. Boom! Splat, the fireball exploded on the tumor's surface, and the wind blades cut deep into its core, bringing with them a gush of viscous, purple-black liquid. The tumor began to twitch violently, becoming utterly chaotic. At this moment, Gu Luochang was already in close proximity to the tumor. The long sword in his hand glowed once more, and this time, he concentrated all his fiery energy into the tip of the blade. Sword technique, Scorching Heart. The sword tip, engulfed in extreme crimson flames, silently pierced toward the pulsating core of the tumor. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. In the next second, boom! A surge of crimson flames erupted from the sword tip. In an instant, the flames engulfed the entire tumor. Every inch of the tumor's tissue was shredded apart by the violent fire. Then, the once massive tumor was reduced to charred fragments, disintegrating into ash. Roar! The king of pipe-eating leeches let out a blood-curdling wail. Its massive body stiffened abruptly, and its once lustrous exoskeleton quickly dulled and lost its sheen. With the tumor destroyed, its energy source was severed, and even its enormous side-like forelegs drooped weakly. Its strength was gone. It was now in its death throes. How could Su Muxue let such an opportunity slip by? Chains of light. She pressed her hands down into the air, and several chains of holy light materialized out of thin air, wrapping tightly around the king of pipe-eating leech's massive body, locking it in place. The sacred light on the chains simultaneously corroded its hardened shell, producing a sharp hissing sound. Thunder strike! Gao Tian seized the moment, raising his arms high as a pillar of lightning containing all his strength descended from the heavens, striking the restrained king of pipe-eating leeches directly on its head. Boom! Lightning exploded, and arcs of electricity danced wildly. The king of pipe-eating leech's massive body convulsed violently amidst the thunder, and the stench of scorched flesh filled the air. Wind blade assault. Ning Yun's wind blades appeared ghost-like at the vulnerable joint of the king of pipe-eating leech's neck. A splat! 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 Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Rhinos. Earthquake. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Yo gathered his strength, his massive figure charging with momentum and slamming into the already charred, ruptured side of the king of pipe-eating leeches. Boom! With a dull thud, the final vestiges of life in the king of pipe-eating leeches were utterly extinguished. Its colossal body collapsed to the ground, shaking the entire chamber. The foul stench in the air rapidly dissipated like receding tides. We did it! Panting heavily, Sun Yo reverted to his human form and sat heavily on the ground. Well done! Gao Tian cheered excitedly, punching the air in celebration. The team members' faces lit up with a mixture of victorious joy and a touch of exhaustion. Though the battle had been intense, they now handled such challenges with skill and ease. Gu Luochang slowly sheathed his sword, the dark red patterns on its blade gradually fading away. He approached the corpse of the king of pipe-eating leeches and discovered a pile of already collected crystals behind it. These crystals shimmered with a dark green glow, and as he drew closer, he felt a peculiar attraction to the energy within his body. What kind of crystals are these? Gu Luochang used his sword to nudge one aside, asking the group. Brother Chen, these should be Labu stones. Gao Tian's voice carried a note of excitement. Labu stones? I've never heard of them, Gu Luochang replied, puzzled as he looked at Gao Tian. Gao Tian explained eagerly, Brother Chen? You wouldn't know. Recently, the Labu necklace has been all the rage in the safe zones. It's made from these Labu stones, and it's said that wearing it can enhance abilities. With so many Labu stones, they'll definitely fetch a high price in crystal coins. The Labu necklace? That gorgeous one. I heard it sold out instantly as soon as it hit the market, and now the price has skyrocketed. Wang Lu's eyes sparkled. She clearly knew about the item. Gu Luochang shook his head, uninterested in such matters. However, he didn't believe that the Labu stones could genuinely enhance abilities, instead feeling an instinctive aversion to them. Perhaps the necklace underwent some special processing? Luochang, did you notice something? Su Mushua's inquisitive voice rang out. Gu Luochang snapped back to his thoughts and replied, nothing, just a bit curious about these Labu stones. Su Mushua nodded and then addressed the group. Since we've cleared this otherworld, let's clean up the battlefield and prepare to leave. I love cleaning up battlefields. Gao Tian was already hard at work, pulling out an engineer's shovel from his storage ring and beginning to dig for minerals. To be honest, this other world is far inferior to the companion otherworld we tackled before.
There were only 2 third-tier beasts here, whereas the companion otherworld had
20 third-tier beasts. He chatted as he worked. At that time, he had only been at the first tier and couldn't contribute much now. Returning to a low-level otherworld like this, he could handle it with ease. The others felt similarly. Gao Tian's words prompted them to reflect with a hint of nostalgia. The harvest this time was decent. Though there were only 2 third-tier beasts, both dropped cores. Gu Luochang and Su Muxue each took 1. The others had no objections. After all, they had been the main combatants. As for the crystals and ordinary first-tier cores from this place, everyone divided them equally. The 2 teams spent 2 hours clearing this otherworld with 0 casualties. Once they had packed up their spoils, they retraced their steps and left the otherworld. Gu Luochang and the others, carrying the fatigue of battle, had just exited the otherworld when they saw Wu Di and his 2 companions guarding the vortex entrance. It was clear they were concerned about the students' safety. After clearing a few low-level otherworlds at sea, they had rushed over immediately. Well done. Congratulations on successfully completing a low-level otherworld hunt on your own. Wudi's voice boomed, his gaze sweeping over the unharmed students, his face full of praise. Lin also stepped forward, his smile beaming. You finished nearly a third. Quicker than I expected. It seems the special training worked wonders. Your squad's coordination is even better than I imagined. He turned to Zhouing and said, the 2 S-tier cores played a pivotal role, transforming the team fundamentally. In the past, letting first-year students clear a low-level otherworld alone would have been unthinkable. Zhouing nodded in agreement. At this moment, Wu Di, unexpectedly, brought up the most practical concern. Are you all starving? He asked, waving his storage ring casually. 10 items wrapped in oil paper appeared in his hand. Have something to fill your stomachs first, then we'll head back to the base. Everyone must be starving, right? Wu Di asked with concern, pulling out 10 packages from his storage ring. Eat a little first, we're leaving soon. The director is so thoughtful. Sun Yo exclaimed excitedly. He was so hungry he could barely stand, and quickly grabbed one of the parcels. But when he impatiently tore off the oil paper and saw the hard, brick-like object inside, the joy on his face froze instantly, turning into disbelief. Director? Sun Yo held up the piece of rock-hard compressed biscuit, his voice trembling. Is this really edible? Won't it break my teeth? Wu Di didn't even lift his eyelid, speaking slowly. Too hard? Doesn't taste good? Fine. Whoever brought their own food, feel free to take it out now. I'm not forcing anyone to eat these biscuits. As soon as he said this, the students, who had initially harbored some hope, looked at each other in silence. The atmosphere turned instantly quiet. Gao Tian touched the storage ring on his hand and whispered to Wang Lu, I thought the academy would have prepared better, at least some energy drinks. Wang Lu whispered back, I only brought a few candies, but not enough to share. Nearby, Ning Yun, Dong Wei, and a few others also looked embarrassed. Although Su Muxue said nothing, her gaze revealed that she hadn't brought any food either. Wu De let out a cold laugh, his eyes sweeping across this group of spoiled children. His tone grew harsh. Look at yourselves. You've stayed too long in the comfort of the safe zone, haven't you? Do you think venturing beyond the perimeter is some sort of vacation? Living well, eating well, with everything perfectly arranged by the academy? He picked up one of the compressed biscuits and weighed it in his hand, raising his voice suddenly. Too naive. This is your survival lesson. The moment you leave the safe zone, no matter how small or short the mission is, your first priority is to ensure you have enough survival supplies. Don't underestimate these compressed biscuits. Wu De's voice grew heavy, like a seasoned soldier, weathered by countless battles. Let me tell you, out there, beyond the perimeter, in ruins corroded by otherworldly forces, or on battlefields where supplies are cut off, being able to eat just one piece of a biscuit like this could be the difference between life and death. Do you know how many people would fight to the death over a moldy piece of bread? The residents stationed at Tian Dabing Space, every one of them is used to relying on these biscuits to stave off hunger. If you keep being pampered like this and can't even endure a little hardship, how do you expect to hunt anything beyond the perimeter? Wu De's words landed heavily, like stones, on the hearts of the students. The complaints and disdain on Sun Nyo's face gradually faded, replaced by a mix of emotions, shame and a dawning realization of the harshness behind the words survival beyond the perimeter. Su Muxue stepped forward silently and took a package from Wu De's hand. She didn't look at Sun Nyo. Instead, she quietly tore open the oil paper, took a small bite of the rock-hard biscuit, and began chewing the crisp crunch. of the bite echoed clearly in the silence. Her expression was calm, as if she were eating something completely ordinary, with Sumushui leading the way. The others hesitated no longer. They each took a package and began gnawing on the tough but symbolically important survival lesson. For a while, only the sound of teeth biting into hard biscuits could be heard on the edge of the abandoned industrial zone. On the young faces of the students, sweat mixed with crumbs, making them look somewhat disheveled. Wu De watched this scene, genuine satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Lin whispered to Zhouing with a smile, "Old Wu's words are harsh, but his heart is soft." Zhouing nodded, her gaze sweeping over Gu Luochang, who was silently eating. Sometimes, survival instincts are more important than powerful abilities. These kids are starting to understand. By the time everyone returned to the base, it was nearing dusk. A transport ship was already docked at the pier. Wu De exchanged only a brief nod with Tian Dabing, then waved his hand and said firmly, "Board the ship." His tone was filled with unyielding decisiveness and a clear impatience with the delay. One by one, the group boarded the ship. The transport ship was large, capable of carrying nearly 50 people. Its hull was covered in alloy plates bristling with sharp spikes, with energy cannon barrels interspersed among them. The entire vessel looked like a mobile fortress of steel. In the perilous waters of the Black Dragon Sea, where even low-level ability users had to contend with bothersome low-grade sea beasts, such a fully armed vessel was essential. The helmsman was an old sailor from the Bingha base. His skin was dark and rough, his eyes steady as they fixed on the sea ahead, which was gradually swallowed by the encroaching night. He didn't speak much, but every movement he made revealed his years of experience battling the sea. "Kids," the old sailor said in a hoarse voice, "go inside the cabin and rest. Get your energy back. This journey isn't short. We won't reach the 5th zone until noon tomorrow." After enduring battles with other worldly creatures and a long trek, the students were physically and mentally exhausted. Just as everyone prepared to head to the cabin to rest, Wu De's voice rang out again, but this time it was completely different from his earlier tone of reprimand. "Did you hear me? Go. Rest." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the group of young people he had just educated with compressed biscuits. The corners of his lips lifted slightly. Then, in a near boisterous tone, he announced, "Once we disembark tomorrow, it's on me. I'll treat you all to the most authentic silverfin fish of the Azure Sea in the 5th safe zone. I guarantee it'll make you forget all about the hard biscuits you gnawed on today." The sudden promise ignited the atmosphere instantly. "Wow!" Sun Nyo was the first to leap up, his eyes wide with excitement. The shadow of the compressed biscuits completely dispelled. "Director, you're the best. Silverfin fish of the Azure Sea. That's top-tier delicacy from the 5th safe zone." Gao Tian couldn't help but exclaim, his face full of anticipation as he exaggeratedly rubbed his stomach. "Director, you're our savior. My stomach is already cheering." Wu De looked at the suddenly jubilant students and snorted, putting on a stern face. All right, don't just focus on being happy. Now, all of you, get into the cabin and sleep. If you don't rest well and end up choking on fish bones tomorrow, don't blame me." "Yes, sir. We're off to dream about silverfin fish," someone joked. The transport ship slowly departed the base, accompanied by the students' laughter. Gu Luochang didn't rush into the cabin. He stood on the deck, gazing at the endless expanse of ocean, lost in thought. Since there's now an opportunity to encounter the sea, he certainly had to seize the chance to seek the storm eye that could help the universal celestial technique break into its second level. Unknowingly, night had already deepened. In the distance, the fortress on the island nestled deep within the bay glimmered faintly with its lights. The weather over the sea was clear. The students, well rested after the night, stepped out of their cabins, their faces filled with awe as they saw the ocean for the first time. The vast, endless expanse of dark blue water shimmered with an enigmatic deep blue. Under the sunlight, their route to the 5th safe zone was secure, and they encountered no dangers along the way. Wu De explained that this was because the newcomer league was about to begin, and many guilds had taken on tasks to clear out the exotic beasts. Usually, this route had a 100% chance of being attacked. By late morning, the connecting ship slowly steered into the harbor of the 5th safe zone. As the distance shrank, the island located at the center of Black Dragon Bay finally appeared clearly before everyone's eyes. Its scale was astonishing. Though it was an island, its area was almost as large as the 3rd safe zone. The defensive structures surrounding the 5th safe zone were unlike the 3rd safe zone's steel walls. Here, tall embankments were built along the coastline. These embankments were reinforced with special alloys and enhanced by supernatural abilities, their surfaces bristling with intimidating cannon muzzles and platforms for ability users to guard from figures patrolling the tops of the embankments occasionally flickered into view. To the students' surprise,
The atmosphere here was far more lively than they had imagined, lacking the tension of being surrounded by formidable enemies, the mechanical roar of busy ships, the sharp cries heard among the bustling crowds. These blended together, making the harbor appear extraordinarily busy. Clearly, the newcomer league had brought an unusual vitality to this maritime fortress. Under Wuda's guidance, they passed through the heavy gates beneath the embankment. The moment they exited the gate, a vibrant energy greeted them. Inside the fifth safe zone lay a city designed specifically for ability users. In the distance, various uniquely styled buildings stood tall, adorned with the banners of major guilds. The streets were wide and clean, bustling with people, yet every passerby was an ability user of varying levels. Ordinary people, on the other hand, were a rare sight here. What captured the students' attention most were the various shops lining the streets: exotic beast materials store, energy crystals, wholesale weapon customization. There were also some exquisitely decorated stores, their windows showcasing rare treasures from across Huaxia. This sight made the eyes of Chen Wei, Wang Lu, and several other girls light up. Wude glanced around and couldn't help feeling like a country bumpkin entering a big city. Yet he paused and pointed at a grand restaurant ahead, its massive signboard displaying the name Kyushu Pavilion. See that? That's where we'll be having a feast tonight. But it's still early. You can explore the commercial street first and broaden your horizons. Then he put on a mock serious expression and added, I'll remember. Assemble at the entrance of Kyushu Pavilion in an hour. If you're late, no food for you. Long live the dean. The students' long-suppressed excitement burst out into cheers. They quickly grouped up and blended into the lively crowds. Gu Luochen, uninterested in the surrounding noise, wanted to find a quiet place to sit and rest. Just as he turned around, a cold, soft hand tightly grabbed his wrist. Don't even think about running. Sumushue, now wearing a low-key baseball cap and tying her radiant golden hair into a neat ponytail, revealed a youthful and vibrant profile beneath the brim of her hat. She pulled Gu Luochen along, refusing to take no for an answer, heading straight for the liveliest street. Her tone carried a hint of mischief. Since we're already here, come explore with me. Consider it getting familiar with the area. Gu Luochen glanced at her helplessly but ultimately didn't pull away. The subtle chemistry between the two had long become a favorite topic of gossip among their classmates. The boy, cool and handsome, and the girl, bright and stunning, walked shoulder to shoulder down the commercial street, naturally attracting many curious glances. The newly arrived lab heart necklace. Same style as Master Yazen's. Master-level craftsmanship. 50,000 crystal coins each. Only 10 available. Grab it while you can. At the entrance of the Mart Pavilion, a shopkeeper enthusiastically promoted the product. 50,000 crystal coins? A burly man passing by couldn't help but mutter, that's daylight robbery. I could book the entire Kyushu Pavilion for a month with that. Hearing the promotion, Gu Luochen's eyes shifted to the necklace in the display window. The gemstone embedded in it was identical to the lab stone they had previously obtained in another realm, but this one had been cut into a heart shape, polished to a crystal-clear brilliance, and adorned with tiny diamond fragments around it. The craftsmanship was indeed exquisite. However, the 50,000 crystal coin price was utterly shocking. Having personally acquired this type of stone, they knew that its market price was roughly 10,000 crystal coins per cubic unit. A piece this size could yield at least 1,000 stones. The price was clearly being inflated by riding on Master Yazen's reputation and the extravagant spending trend during the newcomer league. A blatant cash grab. Su Mushue also glanced at the necklace, a flicker of admiration in her eyes, but she quickly grew rational. She gently tugged at Gu Luochen's sleeve and whispered, it's definitely beautiful, but it's useless for ability cultivation, and the price is outrageous. Let's go. Gu Luochen turned his head to look at her, her cheeks slightly flushed beneath the brim of her cap. He shrugged and said in the tone of a wealthy young master, if you like it, just buy it. You don't have to pay me back. To him, money was just numbers. The Gu family heir's wallet was always full. No, really, there's no need. Sumushue quickly shook her head, her voice tinged with embarrassment and determination. At this moment, a girl with bold, short dark purple hair walked over. She cast a sidelong glance at Gu Luochen, but her eyes were drawn involuntarily to Sumushue. For some reason, she felt a natural hostility coming from Sumushue. Could she actually be jealous of another woman's beauty? The purple-haired girl shook her head, immediately dismissing such a ridiculous thought. If you can't afford it, stop pretending to be some big shot. You're blocking the way, you know? So annoying to watch. She slapped a crystal card onto the counter with a loud thud, lifting her chin arrogantly. Wrap one up for me. Make it quick. 4. The first time, whether in the celestial realm or the third safe zone, Gu Luochen was mocked to his face as poor.
But he did not get angry. He simply looked calmly at the purple-haired girl and said, "This necklace is overpriced. Flashy but impractical, with no supernatural attributes whatsoever. Only those with no insight would treat something so outwardly glamorous yet utterly useless as a show of status." As soon as he finished speaking, the purple-haired girl's face turned dark with fury. She placed her hands on her hips and glared at Gu Luocheng. "Do you even know who I am? How dare you call me ignorant?" The shop assistant seemed to sense the tension and his tone turned cold as well. "Sir, it's fine if you're not buying, but please don't disturb other customers or disrupt our business." Gu Luocheng had lost all interest in staying. Such petty provocations and mercantile attitudes weren't worth even another glance. He turned away indifferently and walked out. Seeing this, Su Muxue softly apologized to the shop assistant. "I'm sorry." Although Gu Luocheng's words were primarily directed at the purple-haired girl, they also indirectly criticized the store's merchandise. However, the purple-haired girl wasn't willing to let it go. She sneered sharply at Su Muxue. You're somewhat pretty, but what a shame your taste is so poor. You're with a worthless pauper who only knows how to run his mouth. What a waste." Hearing this, Su Muxue came to an abrupt halt. She slowly turned around, and from under the brim of her hat, her eyes no longer held their usual gentleness. Instead, they gleamed with an icy light, and a subtle radiance seemed to flash around her. She stared at the purple-haired girl, her voice cold and clear. "My affairs are none of your business. You'd better worry about yourself first." With that, she ignored the purple-haired girl's sour expression, quickly caught up with Gu Luocheng, and disappeared into the crowd. Once the two had left, the purple-haired girl was left alone, stewing in her anger in front of the shop. The shop assistant, noticing her foul mood, tried to console her with a smile while holding the packed necklace. "Miss, please don't lower yourself to the level of those uncultured people. Only someone as discerning as you could truly appreciate the prestige represented by this rab necklace." As he spoke, he reached for the crystal card on the counter, but to his surprise, his words only made the purple-haired girl angrier, especially the phrase, "someone as discerning as you. Who are you calling miss? This worthless thing isn't even worth the price. I don't want it anymore." She snatched her crystal card and stormed off in a huff. The shop assistant froze in place, but a hint of resentment quickly flickered through his eyes. "Damn it. No commission for me. If I can't get my commission, then don't think you'll get away easily either." With that thought, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Boss, there were 2 people here spreading rumors and slandering our rab necklace." In the private dining room, the rich aroma in the air was almost tangible. The round table was laden with exquisite and tempting dishes, but the most eye-catching of all was the centerpiece, the dish of Bihai silver-scaled fish. The fish was sliced as thin as cicada wings, melting in the mouth and delivering an indescribable sweetness and freshness. After a day of eating compressed biscuits, the students were almost moved to tears. "Oh my God! This is amazing!" Sun Yo nearly swallowed his tongue as he exclaimed between bites, "Totally worth it. Even if I have to eat 3 more days of biscuits, it's worth it." Gao Tian remarked with a face full of satisfaction. Even Su Muxue, who was always composed, was smiling faintly as she took small, delicate bites. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, the atmosphere grew lively. Wu De put down his chopsticks, glancing at the thoroughly satisfied students with a smile on his face, almost full. "Let's discuss some serious matters. The newcomer league is filled with formidable opponents, and aside from each other, there are a few competitors you need to pay special attention to." Everyone immediately set down their chopsticks and perked up their ears, afraid to miss a single detail. Wu De raised one finger first. Lin Qiyan from Academy No. 5. A 3rd-tier S-class with the ability Word Spirit Ban. His tone turned serious. "This guy is unique. Born mute, but during his awakening ceremony, he suddenly spoke. What's even stranger is that the ability detector couldn't pick up his powers at all. It wasn't until he made his move that people realized he had awakened a forbidden power from legend. Words become law. His words are like rules or curses, impossible to defend against. Be extremely cautious." The students collectively gasped. Words become law? That ability sounded overwhelmingly terrifying. Wu De then raised a second finger, his gaze lingering on Su Muxue for a moment. "Second, Yi Zixuan from Academy No. 9. Also a 3rd-tier S-class, with the ability Dark Dominion, Niagala." He paused for a moment, his tone carrying a deeper meaning. "Muxue, her ability is almost naturally opposed to your holy angel. Her powers are eerie and corrosive. Facing her, your light will be the key." Su Muxue's eyes narrowed slightly, and she nodded solemnly. A clash of light and darkness, it sounded like an inevitable
Confrontation between two forces destined to oppose each other. These two, Gu Luochang and Su Muxue, are your top priorities.
Now, as for other A-class opponents.
After sharing critical intelligence on several key threats, Wu De shifted the conversation. Alright, now for some good news.
Let's talk about the league's rewards. The top 10 in the individual competition.
He raised his voice.
Each will receive a 30-cubic space storage ring. Wow! Exclamations erupted immediately. Even Gu Luochang raised an eyebrow slightly. 30 cubic meters of storage. That was an incredibly generous reward. After all, the storage ring he currently used only had a capacity of 50 cubic meters. Sun Niu, Gao Tian, and the others had eyes shining with envy. For the top 3 individuals, Wu De continued, in addition to the storage ring, there will be a special, mysterious reward. The specifics haven't been announced yet, but it's said to be tailored to the winner's abilities and development. A central envoy will personally present the rewards.
If the top 10 all get 30 cubic rings, just imagine how amazing the additional prizes for the top 3 will be. These words ignited a fire in everyone's hearts, though it was clear only Gu Luochang and Su Muxue had a real shot at the top 3. The team competition's reward is a resource exploration quota for the 36th companion subdimension.
Wu De took a sip of tea and elaborated, the 36th special subdimension recently appeared near the first safe zone.
The main dimension has already been cleared by top-tier experts.
What's left are 5 low-level companion
subdimensions, and their vortex entrances have all been sealed. You all have experienced the events of Dimension 40 and are surely aware of the rules of such parasitic dimensions. Entities with energy levels
higher than the dimension's limit cannot enter.
That's why teams participating in the Freshman League perfectly meet the criteria. He scanned the crowd, excitement gleaming in his eyes. These parasitic dimensions
are incredibly resource-rich.
While the crystal mines and spiritual plant materials inside are of little use to high-level powerhouses, they serve as excellent growth resources for cultivating lower-tier elites in the academy. The parasitic dimension that only Su Muxue had entered back then was completely scavenged, but it had been allocated to the military, leaving the academy with only a small share. As4.
The dimension Gu Luochang had entered, it became unstable and disappeared entirely as soon as they exited.
The Central Authority's directive is very clear: you all will go in, eliminate the remaining exotic beasts, be efficient and thorough, and the resources inside are all yours to take. The rewards for the team competition were not just about honor but were also valuable resources that could rapidly enhance
one's strength.
I hope everyone can showcase their best in the competition. Cheers! Cheers! The rewards disclosed by Wu De ignited the students' enthusiasm, and the atmosphere at the banquet table became even more jubilant. After a thoroughly enjoyable feast, everyone left the private room with satisfaction and anticipation. Just as they stepped out of the hall, they bumped into a group of young individuals around the same age, accompanied by a few elders with deep, imposing auras. Judging by the formation, it was clearly a team from another academy also here for the league. Wu De's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Ha, I was wondering who it could be. Turns out it's old Ghost Hua.
What a coincidence."
Following Wu De's voice, they saw a tall, rugged elder leading the opposing team. I in the team.
Gao Tian whispered, "It's actually the Dean of Academy 9, Huo Linjiang."
Huo Linjiang responded with a loud laugh, "So it's old Wu. I just caught a whiff of some familiar extravagance. Turns out you're
showing off here at the Jojo Pavilion."
His gaze swept over Wu De's team, lingering particularly on Gu Luochang and Su Muxue for a moment, carrying a trace of envy.
"I've heard that Academy 3 got lucky, recruiting 2 S-class geniuses. Truly enviable."
He gestured toward Gu Luochang and Su Muxue.
"These 2 young friends, right?
Remarkable individuals, exuding an extraordinary aura."
Wu De beamed with pride, unabashedly nodding in agreement.
"Ah, just luck.
Luochang, Muxue, come, greet Dean Hua."
Then, as if recalling something, Wu De added, "But old Hua, don't be too modest yourself.
Academy 9 also has a treasure. Yizishuan, the Dark Sovereign Knight Yara.
Her name precedes her." As the 2 deans exchanged compliments, Gu Luocheng's gaze landed on a familiar figure within the opposing team. It was that purple-haired girl who had mocked him in front of the Crystal Pavilion. The purple-haired girl obviously noticed Gu Luochang and Su Muxue as well. Her eyes flickered with surprise before she quickly turned her face away, pretending not to recognize them. But deep inside, she was tense. Who would have thought the 2 people she casually ridiculed on the street were the legendary S-class talents from Academy 3? Still, her prideful nature wouldn't allow her to care. So what if she had offended them? She couldn't care less, while Lin Jiang, unaware of any backstory between them, enthusiastically suggested, since we've run into each other, let's have these young folks get acquainted. They're all the future pillars of Huaxia and will inevitably interact in the future. Exactly my thoughts. Wu De chuckled in agreement, the two deans then nudged Gu Luochang, Su Muxue, and the purple-haired girl forward. However, it was as if the three had grown roots in the ground. None of them moved, while Lin Jiang and Wu De exchanged knowing smiles, assuming the young ones were just shy upon meeting for the first time. At that moment, Gu Luochang took the initiative to step forward. His gaze was calm as he looked at the purple-haired girl, a playful smile tugging at his lips. So it's Miss Yi. What a coincidence. I wonder if that Heart of Labu necklace worth 50,000 crystal coins still pleases you? Wearing it must make you shine even brighter, doesn't it? Put. Su Muxue couldn't help but burst into laughter, covering her mouth with a mischievous glint in her eyes. She clearly understood the overt sarcasm in Gu Luocheng's words. Yi Zishuan's face instantly turned crimson, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She glared at Gu Luocheng fiercely, her voice sharp and shrill, like a popped balloon. Do you think I'm stupid? That fake, worthless piece of junk only an idiot would buy it. Just looking at it disgusts me. Listening to their odd exchange, Wu De and Huo Linjiang were both momentarily stunned. Wu De looked at Gu Luocheng in confusion. Luocheng, you know each other? Gu Luocheng nodded slightly, his tone neutral. Yes, Dean, we've met once. Huo Linjiang, quick to recover, chuckled to ease the awkwardness. Ha, it's good they know each other. Friendship first, competition second. Young people having the occasional misunderstanding is normal, just help each other out in the future. However, Yi Zishuan clearly had no intention of letting it go. Her heavily made-up eyes fixed on Su Muxue like a sworn enemy encountering a rival. The air seemed to crackle with invisible sparks. She lifted her chin, her tone unreservedly provocative. The moment I saw you, I found you annoying. So you're Su Muxue. Listen carefully. During the freshman league, I'll make your holy angel kneel at my feet and beg for mercy with Nagyara. Su Muxue's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a calm yet commanding aura. For a moment, a trace of sacred brilliance seemed to flicker around her. She met Yi Zishuan's gaze, her voice icy and laced with faint mockery. You're welcome to try. Just don't end up crying on the ground, looking for that Labu necklace yourself. Yi Zishuan was so furious she couldn't speak. Huo Linjiang sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation, and quickly stepped forward to separate them. He turned to the members of Academy 3 with an apologetic smile. Sorry for the spectacle. Zishuan has been spoiled from a young age. She's impulsive and blunt. Please forgive her if she's offended anyone. As he spoke, he signaled Yi Zishuan with a look, then turned to Wu De. It's getting late, and we need to settle in. We won't disturb you further. See you at the league. With that, Huo Linjiang half-dragged the still disgruntled Yi Zishuan, leading Academy 9's group as they hurriedly left the Jojo pavilion. I'll defeat her, Su Muxue quietly said to Gu Luochang. I believe in you, Gu Luochang replied. 10 days after leaving the 9th Continent Pavilion, the 5th safe zone was completely ignited by the atmosphere of the Freshman League. The streets were filled with young faces from various safe zones, and the air was thick with the excitement of youth and the tension before the competition. The students of Academy No. 3 were accommodated in exclusive quarters with luxurious conditions. Each academy having its own training ground. During these 10 days, Gu Luochang and the others, under the guidance of Li Yan and Zhou, engaged in daily tactical drills and team coordination exercises. Ji Luochang also maintained his routine of daily meditation, adjusting his condition. Occasionally, he sparred with Su Muxue in elemental duels, stopping short of full confrontation. The others stayed busy as well, either sparring with each other or heading to the marketplace to gather intelligence on their opponents. Time flew by amidst the intense preparations. The Freshman League hosted by the 5th Safe Zone finally opened amidst national anticipation. A month ago, tickets for the opening ceremony had already sold out. Those who couldn't get tickets could only watch through live broadcasts in the early morning. The salty sea breeze couldn't dampen the heat and excitement of the central arena. All the contestants lined up at the entrance of the massive Dawn Arena. On the arch above, the emblems of the 9 safe zones glowed with energy. The registration area had multiple windows, with uniformed staff working efficiently and solemnly. Name, Academy, Ability Rank, Ability Level. The mechanical voice repeated continuously. Ji Luocheng stepped forward, his voice calm. Gu Luocheng, Academy No. 3, S rank. Tier 3.
He placed his hand on a crystal globe-shaped detector. The device immediately emitted a fiery red light, with a clear S symbol appearing at its core. The scale rose swiftly to 3 before stabilizing. Sumushua followed closely, reporting, Sumushua, Academy Number 3, S rank, Tier 3. The crystal ball lit up with a pure white glow, also displaying S3. The staff recording the information couldn't help but tremble slightly. The simultaneous appearance of two S-rank individuals filled them with awe. Members of Groups A and B completed their registrations one by one. The information was synchronized and displayed on the enormous circular light screen inside the arena, available for everyone to see upon entering the Dawn Arena. Even the well-traveled students were stunned. At the core were 10 massive circular stages made of high-strength alloy and energy barriers, each with a diameter exceeding 100 meters, providing ample space for ability users to unleash their powers. Surrounding the stages were dozens of tiers of step seating, now packed to capacity and abuzz with excitement. In the central VIP box with the best view sat several imposing figures. The most eye-catching was the woman seated in the center. She wore a long robe adorned with delicate green vine patterns, her face gentle and serene. She was the only Tier 9 healer in Huaxia, possessing the Forest of Healing ability. Esteemed Yazan, even as she sat quietly, she drew the majority of the arena's attention. The female spectators looked at her with admiration and longing. Her presence made the entire arena feel exceptionally peaceful and harmonious. Seated to Yazan's left was Meng Jun, the commander of the 5th Safe Zone Military District. His robust physique and upright posture complemented his impeccably tailored general's uniform. As an 8th-tier powerhouse, his aura commanded respect. To her right sat the branch leaders of the top guilds in the 5th Safe Zone: Han Feng, Vice President of the Ice River Guild; Shiryu, Branch President of the Rock Guild; and Lingyu, Branch President of the Falcon Guild. Though they restrained their auras, their 8th-tier prowess still inspired reverence. The heads of various academies, including Wu Di and Hualin Zhang, were seated in their respective academy-exclusive boxes, offering a clear view of the arena while conveniently directing their students. At exactly 10 a.m., stirring background music echoed throughout the venue, and the enormous circular light screen shone brilliantly. A figure slowly rose from behind the VIP box, landing steadily on the largest central stage. He stood tall, dressed in a perfectly tailored deep blue suit, his face handsome and charming. Honored guests, mentors and students from the 9 safe zones, and all those who care about humanity's future, good morning. He bowed slightly, eliciting a burst of enthusiastic applause. I am your host for this year's Freshman League, Shangguan Hong, from the 1st Safe Zones League Committee. Shangguan Hong's voice was full of passion and infectious energy. Today, we gather in this steel fortress, rising above the waves, the 5th Safe Zone. We gather in the Dawn Arena, a symbol of strength and hope, all to witness the brightest new stars born of human civilization in this dark era. He spread his arms, gesturing towards the students standing solemnly on the stage. Shangguan Hong's voice rose dramatically. Filled with respect, these young men and women standing on the stage are the backbone of humanity's future. Let us give the warmest applause to welcome all the contestants. May they shine brightly and showcase their brilliance in the upcoming competition. As his words ended, thunderous applause instantly engulfed the entire arena. When the applause subsided, Shangguan Hong continued. Based on the pre-competition registration, we are honored to announce this year's 10 seeded contestants. These are the top talents among the freshmen. Let's welcome the future stars to take the stage one by one. Stirring music played again as 10 spotlights illuminated different contestant tunnels. The first contestant, from Academy Number 5, Tier 3, S rank, Lin Qian. A young man with deep eyes and a mask walked steadily onto the stage. A local contestant from the 5th Safe Zone, coupled with his mysterious and formidable strength, the crowd erupted in cheers. The second contestant, from Academy Number 3, Tier 3, S rank, Sumushue. The third contestant, from Academy Number 3, Tier 3, S rank, Guluocheng. The twin stars of Academy Number 3 stepped onto the stage, immediately drawing fervent applause. The combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman garnered immense popularity. So it's them. Someone in the audience fixed their gaze on Gu Luochang and Su Mushue, whispering sinisterly before making a phone call. Boss, I've identified those two. They're Gu Luochang and Su Mushue from Academy Number 3. The chatter in the audience was too loud for anyone to notice his call, and the cheering soon drowned out his voice. The fourth contestant, from Academy Number 9, Tier 3, S rank, Yi Zishuan. The appearance of 4 S-rank contestants in quick succession brought the atmosphere in the arena to a fever pitch. The remaining
6 individuals were top-tier A-grade seed candidates, selected from a vast pool of third-ranked trainees. The 10 seed candidates stood in a row at the center
of the arena.
Each exuded a distinct aura, yet all radiated powerful energy waves, symbolizing the strongest talents among the current freshmen. Under the live broadcast across the entirety of Huaxia, they became the ideal idols in the hearts of countless young boys and girls. Next comes the group draw phase.
Shang Wanhong gestured toward the colossal transparent energy box rising in the middle of the arena. Inside floated countless small glowing orbs, each inscribed with a trainee's name. The 10 seed candidates will each draw their group opponents in turn. In the preliminary phase, each group of 8 will compete in a round-robin format. The participant with the highest score advances to challenge the seed candidates for one of the top 10 spots. The drawing process was tense and full of drama. Most trainees, whose names were drawn, regardless of their strength, displayed remarkable composure. They all knew their chances of making it into the top 10 were slim. When it was Su Mushua's turn to draw, she picked a third-ranked trainee from Academy Number 7, Zhang Exayan. Zhang Exayan's face instantly turned pale, his eyes filled with despair. It was as if he had already foreseen the daunting challenge of being grouped with an S-grade candidate, leaving his hopes of advancing practically shattered. And next, Yi Zishuan stepped forward to draw. Wearing a playful smile, she swirled her hand lightly in the box before selecting a glowing orb. The host announced the name, Ma Shuai, from Academy Number 2, third rank. Another third-ranked trainee's face turned ashen, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Yi Zishuan seemed quite pleased with the outcome, even tilting her chin slightly toward Su Mushue in a subtle gesture. Ji Luochen and Lin Qiyan were calm as they drew their lots. None of the trainees they selected were third-rank experts. While the drawing ceremony unfolded, the main stage was far from silent. Arson, the revered sage, gently observed the seed candidates in the arena, particularly Su Mushue and Gu Luochen. Tilting her head slightly, she spoke softly to Commander Meng Jun seated beside her. Commander Meng, with your extensive experience, who do you think has the best chance of claiming the individual championship among these children? Meng Jun burst into hearty laughter, his military straightforwardness unmistakable. Sage Arson, do you even have to ask? He raised his hand, pointing toward the seed candidate from Academy Number 5. It's undoubtedly that boy from the Lin family, Lin Qiyan. After a brief pause, his tone carried a hint of admiration. You haven't seen him unleash the word spirit seal in action. It's far beyond ordinary abilities, almost touching the very fabric of rules. When he speaks, it's as if the entire world must yield to him. Once he steps into the arena, you'll understand why I say there's virtually no suspense about this year's champion. Meng Jun's words were filled with unequivocal confidence in Lin Qiyan's strength, almost declaring the championship as a foregone conclusion. Arson responded with only a faint smile, choosing not to directly reply to Meng Jun's assertion. Her gaze returned to the arena, lingering momentarily on Su Mushue and Yi Zishuan, as if marveling at the boundless potential radiating from these young talents. With the drawing completed, the group assignments were clearly displayed on the large screen. Shang Wanhong announced in a resonant voice, the groups are finalized. The preliminary matches will officially begin tomorrow. Over the next 3 days, intense internal battles will unfold within each group. Let us look forward to these shining stars of humanity's future creating their own brilliance in the Dawn Arena. Amid deafening cheers and stirring music, the opening ceremony concluded flawlessly. The Freshman League had officially begun. Day 1 of the individual competition. Host Shang Wanhong appeared once again, emphasizing the core rules of the Freshman League. All participants must select standard weapons provided by the organizing committee before their matches. The use of personal weapons is strictly prohibited, and violators will be disqualified. This is to ensure fairness in the competition. The weapon selection zone was filled with an array of weapons, from blades, spears, and swords to gauntlets, daggers, and bows, all crafted from high-strength alloys. These weapons were designed to withstand the energy infusion of low-rank ability users, though their power was limited, placing a greater emphasis on skill. Shang Wanhong's tone grew stern. Blades are merciless, and abilities are relentless. However, all participants must remember, once an opponent loses the ability to resist or concedes, under no circumstances may they be pursued with the intent to maim or kill. Violators will be severely punished. The league nurtures protectors, not killers. Now, the individual competition officially begins. All 10 arenas within the Dawn Arena activated simultaneously. Energy barriers isolated the internal clashes and roars, yet the tidal waves of cheers from the spectators outside were unstoppable. The preliminary matches began with intensity. The
Trainees from Academy No. 3, apart from Gu Luochen and Su Muxue, were generally weaker in overall strength. Wang Lu and Chen Wei, as support-type ability users, found themselves at a significant disadvantage in the one-on-one format of the individual competition. They tried their best to disrupt and control their opponents using their abilities, but against offensive-type ability users, they lacked effective finishing moves. Both were eliminated in the first round as Zhao Rui, Dong Wei, and Ning Yun successfully advanced through the first round into the top 8, only to encounter third-rank experts from Academy No. 5 in the second round. The gap in levels left them completely outmatched in both energy intensity and reaction speed. Zhao Rui's Windblades were ineffective against the third-rank reinforcement-type opponent. Dong Wei's fireballs were easily neutralized. Though both fought with all their might, they were ultimately defeated, and Ning Yun's opponent wasn't a third rank but still a peak second rank powerhouse. Despite an intense battle, Ning Yun's speed advantage failed to translate into victory, and he lost with regret. Sun Niu and Zheng Tao, being defense-type ability users, demonstrated remarkable resilience and successfully advanced to the third round. Unfortunately, their opponents were experienced and slightly superior in strength. In the end, only Gao Tian from Academy No. 3 managed to advance. Gao Tian, who wielded A-grade electric element control, possessed formidable offensive power and speed. With precise lightning manipulation and agile tactics, he blazed through his matches. In the 2-to-1 match that determined whether he could advance, he faced an A-grade third-rank ice element user. The battle was exceptionally fierce, but in the end, he narrowly secured victory with a more explosive burst of electricity, successfully breaking through and earning the right to challenge the seed candidates. Out of the 10 participants from Academy No. 3, only Gao Tian made it to the top 10 contention battles. This outcome left Wu De frowning inside the private box, though there was nothing he could do. After all, the other academies were equally brimming with talent, and the competition was fierce. After a day of rest, on the 5th day of the individual competition, the battle for the top 10 officially began. The 10 arenas were reduced to just one, the grandest central arena. Today, 10 seeded contestants will face challenges from the winners of their respective groups. The victors will become the top 10 in this year's Freshman League individual competition. The first match is between Lin Qiyan from Academy 5 and Guo Luo from Academy 7. Lin Qiyan walked slowly onto the stage, and the entire arena instantly fell silent. Countless eyes focused on him, filled with curiosity and anticipation. The boy, rumored to possess the forbidden power of words of command, was finally making his debut. With a solemn expression and meticulous movements, he slowly removed the mask he had been wearing, revealing a pale yet delicately featured face. Guo Luo had clearly heard of Lin Qiyan's abilities, and his face was full of tension. Amusingly, he had even stuffed his ears with thick soundproof earplugs. This detail was magnified and broadcast on the large screen without missing a beat. Ha ha ha. From the main platform, Commander Meng Jun of the 5th Safe Zone's military district couldn't help but laugh and said to the nearby Venerable Yazin, "Venerable, look at this kid. He's hilarious. Does he really think that just by blocking out Lin Qiyan's voice, he can avoid his ability? Isn't he just fooling himself?" Meng Jun then explained, Lin Qiyan's word spirit ban directly acts on the target, even altering the rules of the environment. It doesn't matter whether you can hear him or not. Ha ha ha. Venerable Yazin's eyes gleamed with interest as he fixed his gaze on the stage. The battle began. Lin Qiyan's lips moved slightly, uttering a single simple yet mysterious syllable, bind. A strange scene unfolded. Guo Luo, who was wearing earplugs, suddenly found his feet locked in place by an invisible force. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move an inch. His expression of terror was magnified, but then, the air within several meters of him suddenly turned thick, as if it had transformed into heavy mercury. Guo Luo's movements became sluggish. Every action seemed like he was struggling underwater. He tried to activate his ability to counterattack, but his energy flow was severely obstructed. Finally, Lin Qiyan raised his hand to his lips and made a gentle pushing gesture toward Guo Luo. Repel. A powerful, invisible force suddenly emerged, striking Guo Luo precisely as he stood immobilized. It was as if he had been hit by an invisible truck. His body flew straight toward the edge of the stage. He didn't even have time to cry out before landing with a thud on the cushioned mat outside the stage. Utterly bewildered, from start to finish, the entire sequence took just a few seconds. Lin Qiyan remained standing in place, not even his clothing moving an inch. No dazzling energy explosions, no fierce melee combat, just absolute control. The entire arena fell silent for a moment before erupting into deafening exclamations and discussions. So this is the word spirit ban? Terrifying. I can't understand it at all. How does he do that? This kind of ability leaves no room for resistance. Venerable. Yazin's eyes sparkled with admiration as he softly praised, to speak in impact reality, with the rules themselves as his weapon.
Truly enigmatic.
Meng Jun wore a satisfied smile, as if to say, I told you so. The second match featured Su Muxue against Du Yunian from Academy 1. Both were third-tier combatants, unlike the mysterious shock brought by Lin Qian. Su Muxue's appearance was purely stunning. Sunlight streamed through the energy dome above, as if it were focused solely on her. Her golden hair was tied into a clean, sleek ponytail that swayed lightly. With her steps, shimmering with a golden glow, her pure golden eyes, like the clearest amber, radiated a natural sense of holiness and aloofness. The stands erupted with even louder cheers than before, especially from the male spectators, whose eyes burned with admiration. Her opponent, Du Yunian, was a third-tier student from Academy 1. He wore a finely tailored, undoubtedly expensive silver combat suit. However, after stepping onto the stage, his gaze roved greedily over Su Muxue's beautiful face and figure, openly displaying his desire and disdain. Su Muxue frowned slightly, her golden eyes flashing with a hint of cold indifference and disgust. Such blatant looks filled her with revulsion. Start the match, the referee announced, without hesitation. Su Muxue clenched her right hand in midair and pulled back her left as if drawing a bowstring. A glowing arrow materialized instantly, formed entirely of pure light energy. Whoosh! The arrow flew at breakneck speed, cutting through the air in a brilliant golden arc straight toward Du Yunian. The lecherous grin on Du Yunian's face froze instantly. He had not expected Su Muxue to strike so swiftly. Panicking, he activated his ability, forming a faint blue water-based shield in front of him. Pop! The light arrow pierced through the shield effortlessly. Though the shield absorbed much of the arrow's power, the remaining force still struck Du Yunian's chest with a heavy blow. Arg! He cried out in pain, stumbling backward under the impact. Su Muxue's expression remained indifferent as she drew her bowstring again, this time summoning 3 light arrows that locked onto all of Du Yunian's escape routes. Du Yunian's face turned pale. He dared not take the attack head-on and could only roll desperately to the side to evade. Thud! Though he avoided the arrows, his frantic movement combined with the momentum of the earlier impact caused him to tumble right off the stage. The match was over. Another decisive victory. Du Yunian scrambled to his feet, his face alternating between red and green, but he quickly regained composure, flashing Su Muxue a repulsively smug smile and shouting, Su, you held back so much, was it because you didn't want to hurt me? Su Muxue didn't even glance in his direction. It was as if he were no more than roadside garbage. She dismissed her light bow, turned, and left the stage briskly. The third match saw Gu Luocheng facing a regular second-tier student. Reaching the point of challenging a seated contestant was already an impressive feat for him, yet facing Gu Luocheng, his eyes were full of apprehension. As the match began, Gu Luocheng merely raised his left hand, palm up, summoning a ball of blazing red fire that rapidly gathered and spiraled upward. Go! Gu Luocheng commanded, pushing his hand forward. The fireball shot out like a spinning cannonball, hurtling toward his opponent. The student's eyes widened in panic as he summoned all his strength to erect an earthen wall as a shield in front of him. But against Gu Luocheng's overwhelming power and tier advantage, this layer of defense was as fragile as paper. The flames erupted violently, instantly engulfing the earthen wall and sending the trainee flying over 10 meters, like a kite with its string cut. Although not severely injured, his combat ability was completely destroyed. The absolute dominance of an S-level third rank over a second rank was vividly displayed. Exclamations erupted across the arena as everyone was awestruck by the sheer brutality of the firepower. The fourth match was between Yi Zixuan from Academy No. 9 and Qi Run from Academy No. 6. Yi Zixuan strutted onto the stage with a feline grace. Her short, dark purple hair radiated individuality, and her eyes brimmed with arrogance. She glanced at the burly Qi Ren, a sneer curling at the corner of her lips. Hey, big guy. Yi Zixuan's voice was lazy, mocking. Are you going to admit defeat and roll off the stage yourself, or do I have to kick you off like trash? Qi Ren's face turned crimson in an instant. For someone his age to reach the third rank was already considered genius level. Though not as dazzling as the S-level prodigies, he still had his pride, humiliated in front of everyone. His fury boiled over, clouding his judgment. Cut the nonsense, fight! Qi Ren roared, his muscles swelling, his skin gleaming with a metallic sheen as his strength and speed surged. Like a raging gorilla, he charged with wild momentum, his fist aimed straight at Yi Zixuan. The wind from his punch howled, its force astonishing. Overestimating yourself. Yi Zixuan sneered disdainfully, not even bothering to move her feet. The moment Qi Ren's fist was about to land, several thick, dark shadows suddenly materialized around Yi Zixuan, churning and writhing. These shadows, seemingly alive, completely enveloped her slender figure and then vanished without a trace. Qi Ren's fist struck nothing but air. He froze, scanning his surroundings, but Yi Zixuan was nowhere to be seen. Idiot, over here! Yi Zixuan's voice came from a shadow near the edge of the stage. Teasing and playful. Chiron roared in anger, charging toward the shadow, but as he reached it, the shadow dissipated instantly, leaving nothing behind.
Left. Right. Behind. You, moron.
Yi Zixuan's voice floated around like a ghost, emanating from different shadows. Chiron, like an enraged bull provoked by a red flag, frantically chased the source of the voices, launching futile attacks at the shadows that kept appearing and disappearing. Each time he missed, the audience erupted into laughter.
This girl really knows how to play. Academy number 6 is in big trouble now.
In the VIP box, Academy number 9's principal, Huolin Zhang, watched the scene on stage, slapping his forehead in exasperation. On the stage, Chiron continued to be toyed with, but in his fury, he failed to notice that the shadows guiding his movements had subtly pushed him toward the edge of the stage when he was once again provoked into charging after an empty shadow. A long, slender leg shot out from the shadows like lightning.
Bang! A precise, skillfully executed kick landed squarely on Chiron's backside. Ah!
Caught off guard, Chiron felt an unstoppable force hit him from behind. He lost his balance entirely and tumbled off the stage in a clumsy heap. He hit the ground hard, face first, in a humiliating sprawl. Though not seriously injured, the disgrace was immense. For a moment, the arena fell into dead silence, followed by an eruption of laughter and whistles. Only then did Yi Zixuan leisurely emerge from another shadow. She clapped her hands, as if brushing off dust, and casually tossed out a remark. "I told you to roll off yourself, but you just wouldn't listen." With that, she turned and left the stage without a backward glance. Although Yi Zixuan's combat style irked the older generation, she gained a considerable fan base among the younger crowd. With this victory, all 4 S-level contestants had advanced to the top 10. The remaining 6 matches held no surprises, with all the seeded players emerging victorious. Academy number 3 had only Gao Tian advance, but being a second rank, he was no match for the third-ranked seed from Academy number 2 and was regretfully defeated. As the final top 10 match concluded, the names of the 10 winners were prominently displayed on the glowing screen. However, the discussions in the audience showed no signs of dying down, instead carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. Sigh, so the top 10 are still just the seeded players?
Exactly.
The challengers fought with everything they had to get here, only for the seeded players to win effortlessly.
It's so unfair. Well, that's just how the rules are.
They're seeded for a reason. Ordinary folks can fight all they want, but at most, it's just a chance to get crushed by a seeded player. These murmured complaints clearly expressed the majority of the audience's dissatisfaction with the preferential treatment for seeded players and their sympathy for the challengers. Amid this subtle tension, the voice of the host, Shangguan Han, rang out again. "Everyone,
quiet down. The most exciting moment has arrived.
The competition for the top
3 will feature a brand new format, King of the Hill."
At his words, the massive screen lit up, revealing 3 energy beam-outlined platforms, each marked with a dazzling
golden number 1, 2, 3. The rules are as follows. Shangguan Han continued to announce, these 3 platforms represent the ultimate championship, the runner-up, and the second runner-up.
Now, any of the top 10 contestants can step onto one of the platforms to claim the position of king. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the 10 elite contestants, his tone turning sharp and commanding. Each contestant only has one chance to challenge each platform.
Win, and you'll replace the current king. Lose, and you lose your right to challenge that platform.
The 3 contestants standing on the platforms at the end will, in order of platform numbers, become this league's champion,
runner-up, and second runner-up. Whoa! The announcement of the rules sent the entire arena into an uproar. Holy crap! King of the Hill? Only one chance each? And you have to pick the right platform? This is insane.
It's all about who dares to go first and who can hold their ground.
It's over. Lin Qian is in danger. No matter how strong he can't withstand consecutive attacks from several S-levels.
And there's still a bunch of A-level third ranks eyeing him hungrily.
Yeah. Gu Luochang, Sima Xue,
Yi Zixuan, they're no pushovers. If they drag this out, they'll definitely wear him down.
Whoever steps onto the arena first will become a live target.
The scene buzzed with discussions and exclamations, transforming dissatisfaction with the earlier rules into eager anticipation for the spectacle to unfold. Everyone knew this rule completely disrupted the scenario where seeded players could sit back and reap the benefits. It turned the final rankings into a true test of strength, endurance, and strategy. A single misstep in decision-making could mean missing out on the highest honor. At this moment, Lin Qian put on a mask, his gaze profound and calm. He lowered his head and absent-mindedly fiddled with his cuff.
When facing S-level opponents of the same rank, forbidden incantations consume an immense amount of energy.
If they're all targeting the first arena, at most, I can strike with full power 5 to 6 times. I have to wait for the perfect moment. With that thought, Lin Qian decided to stay put and observe the situation. Upon hearing the rules, Su Muxue also fell into deep thought. Her golden eyes swept across the 3 arenas before resolutely fixing on the one marked 2.
I can't match Luo Chen's strength, but no matter what, I must fight for second place.
Once the decision was made, a holy radiance shimmered around her. With a light leap, she elegantly landed on the G2 arena. The crowd watched her flowing golden hair and her valiant, heroic figure, as if a goddess of war were awaiting a challenge. Everyone was awestruck by
her commanding aura. Ye Zishuan's dark purple pupils contracted upon seeing Su Muxue claim the second arena.
Anger and fighting spirit surged within her.
Humph. Pretentious. Do you think second place is yours?
She intended to leap up and challenge immediately, but rationality held her back.
No, not now. If I clash with her now, whoever wins will give others the upper hand.
Besides, the first arena remains unclaimed. Over there, neither Gu Luochen nor Lin Qian has made a move yet. Suppressing her impulse, she crossed her arms, smirking coldly at Su Muxue with eyes like a panther stalking its prey, waiting for the optimal moment to strike. Ji Luochen, observing Su Muxue boldly take the second arena, already understood her intent. What a foolish girl. Since you've chosen for me, I'll follow suit. His gaze shifted to the Wu1 arena, representing the highest honor. Without hesitation, and without concern for energy expenditure or facing successive challenges, confidence and pride from his immortal emperor lineage coursed through his
body. The first arena belongs to me.
Under the astonished, confused, even incredulous gazes of the crowd, Gu Luochen calmly and steadily ascended the Wu1 arena. With his hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the opponents below with cold eyes. Come and fight. The instant he issued his challenge, the arena erupted into chaos. He went up. The first arena? My God! How does he dare to be so bold? Lin Qian hasn't even moved yet. This is bad, really bad. Those 2 S-level contenders from the 3rd Academy are going to exhaust themselves. If the 2 S-levels from the 3rd Academy coordinate properly and choose the right timing, they could both secure spots in the top 3. The audience was abuzz with chatter, camera flashes going off wildly, every lens fixed on the 2 figures on the arenas. On the main platform, Commander Meng Jun abruptly straightened, his gaze sharp as a blade. Good kid. Bold. Gutsy. Knowing the risks and still daring to forge ahead. That spirit. Lin Qian might not even have it. 4. The first time, a look of genuine surprise graced the gentle face of the honored sage Yazan. Her eyes, as if capable of peering into the essence of all life, focused intently on Gu Luochen atop the arena. She murmured softly, not taking shortcuts, not avoiding confrontation, directly challenging the heart of the storm. This child's temperament is truly extraordinary. The honored sage Yazan made no effort to hide her admiration, but in stark contrast to the relaxed commentary on the main platform, Wu De in the 3rd Academy's private box was practically pulling his hair out in frustration. Oh my precious little ones. Wu De anxiously slapped his thigh. Even if you're going for first and second, couldn't you at least let someone else go up first to wear them out a bit? Lin Qian hasn't even started yet. With this kind of successive battles, no one can hold out. He was both angry and helpless, holding a winning hand yet playing it disastrously. This was exactly how Wu De felt at the moment. Meanwhile, the 3 arena remained vacant. All eyes alternated between Gu Luochen and Su Muxue on the arenas and Lin Qian and Yi Zishuan below, brimming with anticipation for the sparks that would fly among these S-level contenders. Seeing no one else step forward, Lin Qian turned to a decisive-looking contender beside him, Xiali. Catching Lin Qian's gaze, Xiali nodded knowingly. Both hailing from the 5th Academy, Xiali's mission was to ensure Lin Qian's victory. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to step onto the arena. The audience, noticing someone about to make a move, collectively held their breath, their eyes fixed on the Wu1 arena, afraid to miss a single detail. Ji Luochen also noticed Xiali's approach. He remembered this individual. In the top 10 matches earlier, Xiali had demonstrated the ability to instantly create powerful air barriers, excelling in both offense and defense. Point 2. S-levels remained stationary, yet this A-level contender was making the first move. It seemed he was here to take the hits for someone else. Ji Luochen's gaze shifted to Lin Qian, a faint, meaningful smile curling at his lips. Xiali of the 5th Academy, A-level Tier 3, ability, wind pressure manipulation. Please guide me, Gu Luochen. Xia.
Li cupped his fists respectfully, his gaze resolute, while the air around him began to twist lightly. Faced with the S-level Gu Luochen, he dared not be careless, maintaining full vigilance in his mind. He had a plan: seize the initiative at the start of the match and force Gu Luochen to reveal more of his strength. Gu Luochen of the 3rd Academy. Gu Luochen calmly stated his name. The referee, seeing both sides ready, declared coldly a begin. At the sound of the command, Xiali acted instantly. He thrust his hands forward sharply, and an invisible force enveloped the space around Gu Luochen. The air was rapidly extracted, forming a high-pressure vacuum zone. The intent was to immediately deprive Gu Luochen of breath and use the pressure differential to restrict his movements. This was Xiali's ultimate move, the vacuum cage. At the same time, Xiali pushed off with his feet, his body retreating rapidly like an arrow leaving the string, bracing himself for the incoming gale impact. However, in the face of this control technique, which could easily fluster an average 3rd-tier opponent, Gu Luocheng didn't even bat an eye. Though Xiali's mastery of wind elements far surpassed Zhao Rui's, it still wasn't enough to compel him to draw his sword. Gu Luocheng casually stepped half a pace forward with his right foot. Step of flame. Boom, centered under his foot, a circle of violent, scorching, dark red flames erupted outward like an explosion. Wherever the flames swept, the invisible vacuum cage crumbled like a fragile soap bubble, instantly incinerated and dispersed. This fire-based combat technique was Li Yan's signature move. Gu Luocheng admired the move's combination of grandeur and practicality, so he had specifically sought out Li Yan to learn its intricacies. Although he hadn't mastered it for long, it was more than sufficient to deal with minor figures like Xiali. The wave of flames continued surging forward, its force catching up to the retreating Xiali in an instant. What? Xiali's pupils contracted sharply, terror written all over his face. He had never expected his prideful control technique to be so brutally and effortlessly countered. Before he could react, the searing heatwave made him feel as though he was standing inside a blazing furnace. Wind barrier. He hastily channeled all his energy, summoning a sturdy, pale green wind wall in front of him to shield himself. The dark red flames viciously collided with the wind barrier. In less than half a second, the wind barrier emitted a tearing sound, unable to hold any longer the residual flames. An impact slammed fiercely into Xiali's crossed arms as he shielded his chest. Xiali was struck as though hit by a heavy hammer, his entire body sent flying. By the sheer force, the entire arena fell silent. One move, just one seemingly casual step was enough to defeat Xiali, an A-ranked 3rd-tier fighter. This terrifying, overwhelming strength instantly quelled the ambitions of many A-ranked contestants who had hoped to take advantage of the situation. It also silenced the voices that had previously doubted Gu Luocheng's early appearance on the stage. Lin Qian frowned. Xiali hadn't even forced Gu Luocheng to use a proper combat technique before being defeated. On Arena 1, Gu Luocheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his robes fluttering lightly in the residual energy waves, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. His voice, though not loud, carried clearly across the stage's surroundings, even overpowering the murmurs of some of the spectators. The stage is here. If you want to fight, come up. He paused slightly, his tone carrying a hint of cold mockery. But if you really don't have any real skills, let me give you a piece of advice: don't embarrass yourself, don't be cannon fodder. The words cannon fodder were like icy needles, piercing deeply into the hearts of the overly confident contestants. Arrogant. A furious shout erupted. A towering youth, as sturdy as an iron tower, leaped onto the stage. His eyes were bloodshot as he fixated on Gu Luocheng, resembling an enraged beast. Yang Shan, from Academy Number 8. Announcing his name, he roared in a hoarse voice, "So what if you're S-ranked? Today, I'll see if I can take a bite out of this hard bone of yours." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Shan's skin took on a metallic sheen, his muscles bulging as his presence exuded savage and oppressive energy. Clearly, he was an enhancement-based ability user. Begin. At the referee's command, Yang Shan stomped the ground forcefully, his entire body transforming into a torrent of steel, his fist hurtling straight toward Gu Luocheng's face. Faced with this punch capable of shattering mountains, Gu Luocheng remained motionless, as if rooted to the spot. Seeing Gu Luocheng's apparent indifference, Yang Shan grew even angrier. "I'll see how your elemental abilities can possibly beat my enhancement abilities at close range." The punch's force intensified. Just as Yang Shan's iron fist was about to strike Gu Luocheng's face, Gu Luocheng calmly raised his right hand, his palm opened, and his 5 fingers and palm instantly ignited with crimson flames. Then, with his flame-covered hand, he met Yang Shan's iron fist head-on. Gu Luocheng had chosen to confront an enhancement-based ability user.
Directly, seeing his unwavering confidence, many spectators held their breaths in tension. In the next moment, Gu Luocheng's palm precisely met Yang Shan's metallic fist. At the instant of contact between fist and palm, time seemed to freeze for a second. The scream didn't come from Gu Luocheng, it was Yang Shan, his enhanced fist, now powerless. Drooped. It was broken. Gu Luocheng's body is stronger than Yang Shan's? How is that possible? The audience gasped in disbelief, some clutching their heads in shock. Gu Luocheng's body, tempered through the universal immortal technique, though only at its first stage, far surpassed the strength of ordinary mortals. At this moment, he found Yang Shan's pained, twisted expression rather unsightly. Without hesitation, he delivered a kick to Yang Shan's lower abdomen. The towering figure was sent flying back faster than he had come, landing heavily at the edge of the stage. Yang Shan was completely unconscious. Clearly, he was out of the running for the top 3. Witnessing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their gazes fixed on Gu Luocheng in astonishment. Gu Luocheng is like a monster. How can an elemental ability user face off directly against an enhancement ability user's punch and win? While everyone was still trying to make sense of it, enthusiastic cheers suddenly erupted, unusually loud and fervent. Brother Chang, amazing job. Brother Chang, you're incredible. It was Gao Tian, shouting at the top of his lungs near the number 3 Academy's booth. He had been defeated by Yang Shan earlier. Watching Gu Luocheng dispatch Yang Shan so decisively left Gao Tian feeling deeply gratified. Not long after, another figure leaped onto the stage. Gu Luocheng looked over carefully. It was Zhang Meng from Academy No. 1, an A-ranked Earth Element ability user. After stepping onto the stage, Zhang Meng first glanced respectfully toward Lin Qian below, then turned to Gu Luocheng, forcing himself to speak with a steady voice. Gu Luocheng, you're strong. But as long as you follow the rules, you can't defeat Brother Yen. Gu Luocheng frowned slightly. Why were even the people from Academy No. 1 supporters of Lin Qian? Since he had already defeated one, he might as well defeat another. This way, Sima Xue would face less pressure in her bid for the top 3. Stop wasting words. Are you ready? Gu Luocheng asked impatiently, staring at Zhang Meng. Nervously, Zhang Meng nodded toward the referee, signaling that he was ready. The match began, and he learned from Yang Shan's failure, choosing not to charge forward. He took 2 steps back, creating some distance, and slammed his fists hard onto the arena floor. Boom! 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 Several thick, sharp rocks, brimming with explosive energy, burst through the ground from different angles, shooting viciously toward Gu Luocheng. This time, Gu Luocheng finally moved. He wasn't afraid of being injured by the rock spikes but sought to take the initiative and end the battle quickly. Meanwhile, Zhang Meng gathered a massive, earth-yellow energy warhammer in front of him and swung it fiercely from the side toward Gu Luocheng, blocking his path forward. Faced with this pincer attack from above and below, Gu Luocheng dodged while extending a single finger with a gentle point of his right index finger into the air. A beam of pure flame energy shot out instantly. This was the ultimate form of flame destruction. Annihilation, sizzle, there was no loud collision, only a faint hiss, like hot iron branding ice. The fiery beam effortlessly pierced through the seemingly indestructible rock warhammer and then through Zhang Meng's shoulder. Zhang Meng spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, he was severely injured from the very first exchange. With a casual wave of his left hand, Gu Luocheng unleashed a scorching wave of air, like an invisible giant hand, sweeping the wounded and staggering Zhang Meng off the arena entirely. Another one-hit defeat. Below the stage, Lin Qian, wearing a mask, had an unusually grave expression. He could hardly believe it. Gu Luocheng absolutely wasn't as effortless as he appeared. Every move Gu Luocheng just made must have been a high-tier combat technique. Otherwise, it's impossible to defeat 3 powerful Tier 3 A-level fighters in such quick succession. He must have consumed a significant amount of energy by now. We absolutely can't let him recover. Lin Qian took a deep breath, and the sharp gleam in his eyes grew colder and more focused. An intangible, mysterious aura began to seep out around him. Without hesitation, he strode forward, steady and determined, heading toward Arena 1. On the main platform, Commander Meng Jun leaned forward slightly, his gaze intense. Lin Qian is finally making his move. No matter how powerful Gu Luocheng's fire abilities are, as long as we suppress his powers, he's nothing but a tiger without fangs. He won't stand a chance. Clearly, he had great faith in Lin Qian. A faint trace of an unreadable look flickered in Venerable Yazin's eyes. For some reason, she held even higher expectations for Gu Luocheng. At the same time, the host, Shangguan Hong, noticed Lin Qian's actions. Knowing the upcoming duel would ignite the entire crowd, he quickly grabbed his microphone and exclaimed excitedly, "Look! The S-tier seed from Academy 5, Lin Qian. He's finally making his move.
His target is Arena 1. The pinnacle S-tier showdown is about to begin. As soon as his words fell, all eyes locked onto the figure walking steadily toward Arena 1. His target was none other than the proud, flame-soaked figure of Gu Luochen atop the stage. The atmosphere in the arena grew heavy in an instant, tension and anticipation surging to their peak. By this point, Lin Qian had already stepped onto the edge of the arena. His gaze pierced through the air, colliding with Gu Luochen's calm stare, sparks flying invisibly between them. He slowly spoke, his voice low and powerful, resonating through his mask. Gu Luochen, don't get too arrogant. Next, I, Lin Qian, will personally teach you a lesson. Gu Luochen furrowed his brow slightly, not because Lin Qian's words irritated him, but because, at this close distance, he sensed that Lin Qian shared a unique connection with the surrounding world. This word spirit seal was indeed extraordinary. Both combatants were ready, and the referee announced the start of the match. Lin Qian removed his mask and stepped forward. His ability's nature demanded that he seize the initiative. In an instant, his eyes glowed faintly, his lips moving silently. An invisible will of the heavens and earth descended upon the arena. Word spirit, fire suppression. Lin Qian's first move aimed to seal off Gu Luochen's abilities. A low hum resonated through the arena as if the space itself was wrapped in invisible chains, binding Gu Luochen tightly. In that moment, Gu Luochen felt his connection to the elemental fire of the world being forcibly severed by an ultimate rule-like power. It was as if a cold, unyielding gate had slammed shut, completely sealing off his ability to control flames. Gu Luochen's fingers twitched slightly as he tried to ignite a spark, but it was futile. His fingertips no longer carried their usual warmth, leaving only a chilling void. Impressive. The power of the word spirit seal is truly worthy of being called the blessing of this world's chosen one. Gu Luochen was inwardly shaken. Realizing he needed to find a way to counter Lin Qian's ability, he dismissed the last trace of underestimation with a swift turn of his wrist. Gu Luochen's standard longsword was now firmly in hand, ringing with a crisp, clear sound. If his abilities couldn't be used, then he would fight with his sword. In the Academy 3 box, Wu De frowned deeply, staring at the battlefield as he muttered, "This is bad. That kid Lin Qian is too tricky. With Gu Luochen's fire sealed, using his sword will just end up being sealed too, won't it? Ah, such reckless arrogance." He sighed and slapped his thigh in frustration. On the arena, Lin Qian noticed Gu Luochen drawing his sword, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Just as Wu De had predicted, that the word spirit seal activated once more. Word spirit, movement suppression. Suddenly, Gu Luochen's movements became incredibly laborious, as though he were trapped in an invisible quagmire. Seeing Gu Luochen bound as if by unseen chains, the audience erupted in astonished cries. Wow! It's over! Gu Luochen's fire is sealed, and now even his movement is locked. How can he possibly fight? Does he even need to fight? As long as Lin Qian speaks, he's just invincible. Exactly. Look at that arrogant Gu Luochen from before. He's nothing but a pushover in front of Lin Qian. Both the state of the arena and the crowd's reactions highlighted Lin Qian's near unparalleled control, but despite being restrained, Gu Luochen's gaze remained as sharp as an eagle's. He keenly observed Lin Qian's current condition. Above the mask's absence, Lin Qian's forehead was already dotted with fine beads of sweat, his breathing growing increasingly labored. It appeared that continuously unleashing such potent word spirit seals was taking a significant toll on Lin Qian as well. As expected, the power of the word spirit is not something that can be used lightly. The stronger the restriction, the greater the cost. Gu Luochen began to gain a clearer understanding of Lin Qian's word spirit seal now, with both his abilities and physical strength tightly bound by these invisible chains of rules. If he wanted to defeat Lin Qian, he had only two paths to victory: either endure the restraints head-on, or use power beyond the rules. He and Lin Qian were both rank 3 S-class, with little difference in strength. Breaking through with brute force was almost impossible. It seemed the second path was the only option, but using celestial arts in a crowded area was absolutely out of the question. Lin Qian looked at Gu Luochen, who was already immobilized, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he slowly walked toward him. At that moment, Gu Luochen had a sudden spark of inspiration and thought of a way to break the stalemate. His deep, piercing eyes suddenly locked onto Lin Qian, who was approaching. Lin Qian noticed Gu Luochen's gaze and thought he was still unwilling to admit defeat. Smiling, he said, "You're indeed strong. Your control and stamina are 10 times that of others, but no matter what, you've lost." Seeing Gu Luochen remain silent, Lin Qian smiled again and said, "Admit defeat. It's better than me knocking you off the stage directly." Gu Luochen suddenly revealed a devilishly charming smile and said, "I don't think I've lost.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Qian's heart tightened in alarm. He quickly stepped back, trying to distance himself from Gu Luochang, but it was too late. An invisible shockwave suddenly erupted before Gu Luochang and fiercely struck Lin Qian. It was a soul attack. What? Lin Qian never expected that Gu Luochang could launch an attack targeting the soul. How could a rank 3 use soul combat techniques? Ugh. Before he could react, Lin Qian felt as if he were struck by a heavy hammer. He groaned, his brain racked with the pain of countless steel needles piercing it. The intense dizziness and the excruciating pain of his soul being torn caused his vision to go black, his steps faltering. Don't even think about it. Lin Qian bit the tip of his tongue, relying on his strong willpower to barely remain conscious. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he shouted hoarsely, even if you possess soul combat techniques, you must abide by my rules. Word Spirit, Soul Seal. He attempted to use the power of rules to lock down the invisible soul shockwave, but what happened next left him utterly stunned. The power of his word spirit swept over, only to disappear like a stone sinking into the ocean. His word spirit had no effect on the soul shockwave at all. Impossible. Lin Qian was so shocked that he almost cried out. His word spirit seal had failed. Gu Luocheng's face revealed a confident smile, and he rejoiced inwardly. Humph, if not for my unique soul, I really might have fallen into your hands today. This simple soul shockwave had become the secret weapon to break the stalemate here. Although his control over his soul was currently limited, it far surpassed others of the same rank. It's over. Gu Luocheng's gaze turned cold as he intensified the force of the soul shockwave. Arg. Lin Qian could no longer hold on. He let out a scream as darkness consumed his vision. He collapsed limply, as if his bones had been removed, landing heavily on the cold arena floor with a thud. Unconscious, the fire seal and movement seal word spirits that had been placed on Gu Luocheng vanished alone. With Lin Qian's fall, Gu Luocheng stretched his wrists, relishing in the return of his strength, a faint smile curling at his lips. The feeling of freedom is wonderful. His gaze fell upon Lin Qian's unconscious body on the ground. This man's abilities were peculiar. If he woke up, Sumushue would definitely be no match for him. At this thought, a glint of cold light flashed in Gu Luocheng's eyes. Without hesitation, he raised the longsword in his hand, aiming its tip at Lin Qian. Stop. Suddenly, a figure appeared ghost-like before Gu Luocheng. It was the referee of the arena. Energy erupted around him, forming a barrier as he sternly shouted, Lin Qian has lost his ability to fight and is automatically considered defeated. The match is over. Further intentional harm is strictly forbidden. Hearing the voice, the sword tip halted just before Lin Qian. Gu Luocheng frowned, sighing inwardly. What a pity, just a step too late. He had intended to help Su Mushue deal with this troublesome opponent, but now that the referee had intervened, the opportunity was gone. Gu Luocheng sheathed his sword and turned his gaze toward the direction of Arena 2. It happened to meet Su Mushue's eyes. For some reason, he could sense the care and a faint, almost imperceptible tenderness in those golden eyes. When Su Mushue saw Gu Luocheng looking over, she gently nodded. She, of course, understood the intent behind Gu Luocheng's final sword strike. What? Gu Luocheng actually won? How did he win? I didn't understand it at all. Doesn't matter. Gu Luocheng's final reversal was amazing. That was incredible. Gu Luocheng is invincible. No matter what, the cheers were always for the victor, even though no one had favored Gu Luocheng before, and many spectators had supported Lin Qian. Now they all cheered for Gu Luocheng's brilliant comeback. Commander Meng Jun stood up at this moment, his face full of shock and disbelief of this. How is this possible? He almost shouted, his voice filled with astonishment and incredulity. The word spirit seal. It was actually broken? This soul combat technique, just who is this kid? Compared to Meng Jun's agitation, Venerable Yazan appeared far calmer, as expected. She murmured softly, her voice just loud enough for Meng Jun beside her to hear. His soul is different from ordinary people. Lin Qian's rules are strong, but they are merely the rules of this place. Venerable Yazan stopped mid-sentence, her expression complex, as though lost in thought. With the assistance of medical personnel, Lin Qian slowly sat up, rubbing his still faintly aching temples, his gaze complicated as he stared at Gu Luocheng on ring number 1. Damn it, I was too careless. He actually mastered a rare soul combat technique. Lin Qian's heart was filled with shock and unwillingness. He recalled how his final move, the soul seal incantation, had failed, leaving him completely baffled. In the end, he could only blame his failure on acting too quickly, not giving himself enough time to react. Inside the number 3 Academy's private box, Dean Wuda's earlier ecstatic expression had already been replaced by a composed, all-seeing Confidence. He stroked his beard, addressing the excited crowd in the box with a tone of restrained admiration. Soul combat technique, truly remarkable. I told you, this child Luo Chang was hiding his strength well. As expected, under the personal guidance of the Xianbing sovereign, even his mastery of soul combat techniques is flawless. He paused deliberately, his gaze shifting toward Lin Qian on the ring below. That boy Lin Qian has unique abilities, but after all, he's young. Being caught off guard by this sudden soul combat technique and losing the match is understandable. The mentors and students in the box suddenly understood, full of admiration. So it was the secret technique of the Xianbing king. No wonder it was so powerful. The dean had seen through everything from the start. What sharp insight! The crowd's gazes toward Dean Wude became even more respectful. Wude, feeling the weight of their admiration, was secretly pleased, but his expression remained one of enigmatic calm. On ring number 2, Sumushue's gaze kept darting toward the direction where Lin Qian was resting, although she knew she couldn't currently counter the Soul Seal incantation. As an S-class, she had to face Lin Qian in battle. Just as Lin Qian was regaining his composure, a crisp voice from Sumushue reached his ears. Lin Qian, please grant me your guidance. Hearing this, Lin Qian looked up at Sumushue on the ring, her eyes brimming with fighting spirit. He nodded and said, very well. His expression grew serious. The lesson from Gu Luocheng had taught him not to underestimate any opponent, especially one who also hailed from number 3 academy. Meanwhile, around ring number 1, the remaining tier 3 contestants were staring intently at Gu Luocheng with burning eyes, their expressions flickering. Though they were shocked that Gu Luocheng had defeated Lin Qian, they all assumed he must be significantly drained, especially after utilizing that mysterious soul impact. It surely came at a steep cost. This was undoubtedly the perfect opportunity to seize victory. If they could strike successfully and claim victory, they'd have the chance to become the first to stand above an S-class contestant. Go for it. He definitely can't hold on anymore. Exactly. Attack now while he's injured. Who's going first? You go. Can't you see Yi Zishuan is still standing over there? Though each of them was eager to attack, they kept deferring to one another, with no one daring to make the first move. Clearly, they were all afraid of becoming the prey in the eyes of the others. Gu Luocheng saw through all of this, a cold and arrogant smile forming on his lips. He turned to the referee and said loudly, "Referee, I request to modify the challenge rules." The referee froze. Modify the rules? That's right. I propose that all the remaining contestants who want to challenge ring number 1 come up at the same time. Gu Luocheng's gaze swept over the hesitant tier 3 contestants. As he continued, whoever defeats me will become the number 1 ringmaster. No need for one-on-one matches, let's not waste time. What? Both the referee and the challengers below were stunned. Are you sure? The referee asked again, disbelief evident in his tone. Absolutely, Gu Luocheng replied firmly. Without hesitation, the referee nodded and immediately communicated urgently with the host, Shang Wanhong. Shang Wanhong was equally shocked upon hearing this, but his eyes soon lit up with excitement. Great! How bold! How confident! The audience will love this. He picked up the loudspeaker at once, his voice brimming with enthusiasm as it echoed throughout the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. Gu Luocheng, who just defeated Lin Qian, has made an unprecedented request to the organizing committee. He is asked to face all remaining challengers at once. A 1 versus many battle. The winner will directly earn the title of number 1 ringmaster. After careful consideration, the committee has decided to approve the request. Let's give a round of applause for Gu Luocheng's courage and audacity. The exciting battle will commence shortly. Wow! So bold. Now this is the confidence of a true champion. Gu Luocheng! Gu Luocheng! Gu Luocheng! The audience erupted into cheers, the entire arena filled with shouts and applause. However, the atmosphere in the number 3 Academy's private box was completely different. Lin and Zhou Ying's faces were full of frustration, as if they were about to stomp their feet in anger. That brat. Just because he beat Lin Qian, he's already getting carried away. Doesn't he see that Yi Zishuan is still lying in wait over there? Dean, say something. Gu Luocheng is about to. Before Li Yan could finish, he was interrupted by Wu De. Let it go, let it go. Let him do as he pleases. If even Lin Qian couldn't stand against him, what can these nobodies possibly do? Wu De, worn out by Gu Luocheng's antics, had completely given up resisting, now adopting an utterly indifferent attitude. Sigh. Forget it. Let's just watch and see what happens, Zhou Ying said with a resigned shake of his head. Everyone's attention shifted back to the ring. At this moment, while ring no 1 remained silent,
The tension on ring number 2 had reached its peak. Su Mushue was glowing all over, while Lin Qian stood calm and composed, with the referee's shout of begin. Su Mushue wasted no time and launched her attack with her longbow in hand. Her movements were as swift as lightning. She knew that to win, her best chance lay in the opening moments of the match. Holy! Light arrow! Beam of restraint! Radiant impact! A dazzling series of light element skills stormed across the ring like a torrential downpour, instantly illuminating the entire arena. Against Lin Qian, Su Mushue could only rely on skills with the fastest casting speeds. Once Lin Qian invoked the Soul Seal incantation, even her strongest abilities would be rendered useless. Lin Qian, cautious of Su Mushue's assault, had clearly learned from his earlier battle that he wasn't sure if Su Mushue also possessed soul combat techniques, so to be safe, he activated 3 incantations simultaneously. Incantation, Light Seal. Incantation, Movement Seal. Incantation, Soul Seal. Buzz, a powerful, invisible field instantly enveloped the entirety of ring number 2. Su Mushue felt a sudden darkness before her eyes. Her connection with the light element was forcibly severed, and all the energy of light dissipated in an instant. Her body was immobilized in place, and even her soul seemed to be bound, just as all the light vanished, and Su Mushue found herself frozen, just like Gu Luochang had been back then. A sharp whistling sound pierced the air. A solid arrow, hidden within the brilliance of the brightest holy light arrow, accurately followed the path where the light energy had dissipated, shooting straight at Lin Qian's face. What? Lin Qian's pupils contracted sharply. He had been entirely focused on maintaining the triple word spirit barrier, completely unaware of the hidden trick in this attack. Relying solely on years of combat experience, he instinctively sidestepped to evade. Shoo! The arrow grazed his shoulder, the sharp tip ripping through his combat uniform. With the cold touch of the metal sent chills across his entire body. Cold sweat quickly soaked his back. So close! Almost. Su Mushue quietly observed the scene when Gu Luochang and Lin Qian's battle had concluded. A sudden insight had sparked in her mind. As long as she could execute an attack Lin Qian didn't anticipate, she had a chance to win. At the start of the match, Lin Qian would surely use his word spirit seal to immediately restrict her abilities. Her strategy was to conceal a solid arrow within a light arrow, catching Lin Qian off guard. That was her opportunity. Unfortunately, Lin Qian's reaction was swift, and the arrow was dodged in the end. As expected, the gap between him and me is still too vast, Su Mushue remarked, her voice calm, tinged with a hint of regret but devoid of frustration. Referee, I concede. The referee gave her a strange look. This young woman seemed so composed and gentle, yet her tactics were unexpectedly ruthless. Since Su Mushue has conceded, the winner of this match is Lin Qian. A wave of sighs rippled through the audience. The match had ended too quickly, leaving everyone unsatisfied. Lin Qian released his word spirit and looked at the departing Su Mushue, muttering under his breath, "Damn it! Are all the people from Academy number 3 this devious?" He realized that he would need to be extra cautious when dealing with anyone from Academy number 3 in the future, lest he fall victim to their schemes. Below the stage, Yi Zixuan stood with her arms crossed, her gaze fixed intently on Su Mushue as she descended from the platform. A distinct challenge was visible on her face. "TCH, she scoffed softly. Though her voice was low, it reached Su Mushue's ears clearly. "So close. You almost managed to injure Lin Qian." Su Mushue continued walking, her steps steady, her eyelids slightly lowered as she focused on recovering her energy, as though she hadn't heard anything. However, Yi Zixuan clearly had no intention of letting it go. "Hey," she raised her voice, taking a few steps forward to block Su Mushue's path. "I won't take advantage of you. Let's have a fair fight on platform number 3 once you've recovered. Do you dare?" Su Mushue lifted her head, her clear golden eyes meeting Yi Zixuan's blazing gaze. A spark of intense battle spirit ignited in her eyes, her lips pressed tightly together. "All right." The word was firm and resounding. Seeing her agree, Yi Zixuan stopped pressing further. The reason Yi Zixuan had chosen to challenge Su Mushue on platform number 3, rather than the other two, was clear. She also knew she had no better countermeasure against Lin Qian's word spirit seal, and as for Gu Luochang, who had defeated Lin Qian, his power was even more enigmatic and unfathomable. She had no intention of teaming up with others to challenge Gu Luochang, her pride wouldn't allow it. Thus, the best course of action now was to face Su Mushue on platform number 3, for a duel of light and shadow. As the battle on platform number 2 concluded, a siege erupted on platform number 1.3. Tier 3 combatants, though not S-class, joined forces for a combined
Assault. Tang Meng, of the enhancement class, charged straight at Gu Luochang, aiming to draw his attention and create opportunities for the other two. Qian Huan, from the manipulation class, swiftly formed hand seals, muttering incantations under his breath. In an instant, 3 water spheres materialized and whistled through the air toward Gu Luochang. The other manipulation class combatant, Xing Tang, pressed his hands to the ground, causing several thorn-covered energy vines to burst from the earth, entangling Gu Luochang's legs in an attempt to restrict his movements. Faced with the multi-directional assault, Gu Luochang unexpectedly withdrew the flames enveloping his body. With a flick of his wrist, the standard longsword in his hand emitted a crisp sound. A lazy smile played at the corners of his mouth. Come on, let's see how I'll use this sword to send you all flying, one by one. Arrogant fool! Tang Meng roared in rage, his fist hurtling toward Gu Luochang's face with tremendous force. Just as the fist was about to connect, Gu Luochang moved. His movements appeared slow, yet carried an indescribable rhythm and precision. Flowing cloud sword technique, first form. Flowing cloud brushes the willow. Gu Luochang's steps were light as he shifted, his body gliding like a drifting cloud. Narrowly avoiding Tang Meng's frontal charge, his sword did not clash head-on but gently brushed against Tang Meng's thick arm with a light tug and deflection. A subtle force traveled along the blade. Ha! Tang Meng felt his forward momentum dragged by the sword, his massive body involuntarily thrown off balance, toppling sideways. At the instant Tang Meng was thrown off course, the 3 water spheres locked onto Gu Luochang, sealing all his escape routes. Flowing cloud sword technique, second form. Cold star breaks the sky. Gu Luochang's eyes sharpened, his wrist flicking as the sword's tip transformed into 3 cold star-like points, striking precisely at the cores of the water spheres. Hiss! 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 3 soft sounds rang out almost simultaneously. The 3 menacing water spheres disintegrated silently in midair at the light touch of the sword's tip. Not even a single droplet splashed onto Gu Luochang. By this time, the energy vines at his feet had already wrapped around his ankles. Flowing cloud sword technique, third form. A flash of the rainbow, Gu Luochang's figure flickered like a phantom. Swish! Only a faint afterimage remained in his original position. The vines snapped shut with a sudden jerk, but they only caught empty air. Gu Luochang's true form appeared beside Zhang Tang as if he had teleported. What? Zhang Tang panicked, hastily trying to retreat. Gu Luochang lightly raised his wrist, the sword tip drawing a swift and elegant arc upward. Snap! A crisp sound echoed. The flat of the sword struck Zhang Tang's cheek. Ah! Zhang Tang cried out in pain. Half his face went numb, his vision blurred with stars, and he was spun out of the arena by the clever force of the strike. The damage wasn't severe, but the humiliation was immense. Tang Meng, who had barely regained his footing and was seething with anger, roared again and charged forward. Flowing cloud sword technique, fourth form. Rain falls, clouds soar. Without even glancing back, Gu Luochang reversed his grip on the sword and swept it horizontally. The sword seemed casual, yet it contained astonishing power. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a deep, resonant hum. Clang! The long sword violently struck Tang Meng's crossed arms as he attempted to block. Tang Meng only felt an irresistible force surge toward him like a tsunami. Thud! His prideful, reinforced body was sent flying by a single strike. His feet left the ground, and he crashed heavily onto the edge of the arena. Struggling for a while, he found himself unable to get up. The remaining Qian Huan, looking at Gu Luochang standing there like a war god with his sword, and then at his 2 teammates who had been effortlessly defeated, was utterly terrified. The half-formed water sphere in his hand dissipated with a soft pop. Qian Huan completely lost the will to fight. Gu Luochang tilted his longsword toward the ground, his gaze calm as he looked at him. Do you want to continue? I surrender. Without hesitation, Qian Huan raised both hands and scrambled off the stage in a panic. From start to finish, less than 10 seconds had passed. 3 third-tier fighters attacking together, yet under Gu Luochang's effortless swordsmanship, they crumbled like paper tigers. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by Gu Luochang's extraordinary swordsmanship. My God! What did I just witness? The sword! He used pure swordsmanship. There wasn't a single trace of supernatural energy. So cool! His swordsmanship is so fluid and natural, it's like a work of art. Not only is his supernatural ability S-ranked, but even his swordsmanship has reached a pinnacle level? A monster! Truly a monster! The exclamations of the audience swelled like tidal waves, eventually transforming into fervent adoration for Gu Luochang's swordsmanship. On the podium, Commander Meng Jun and revered Master Yazan's expressions of shock were even more profound than when they saw Gu Luochang defeat Lin Qian. Meng Jun took a sharp breath, his voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Gu Luochang's single combat capabilities are simply flawless.
He's absolutely a natural-born demon slayer. Revered Master Yazan, did you see that? He's entirely worthy of being selected for the Demon Slayer trials.
Revered Master Yazan's gentle face also revealed an emotional expression as he nodded lightly. Indeed, I happen to have a nomination slot. Ha, revered
Master Yazan, perhaps you haven't heard, Gu Luochen is the son of Gu Jinting. Let's reserve that slot for Lin Qiyan instead. Oh, Gu Jinting's son. Revered Master Yazan murmured as
he sank into thoughts of the past. Gu Luochen stood at the center of Arena 1, seemingly unaware of the thunderous applause around him. He sheathed his sword, his gaze shifting to Arena 3. There, the duel between Su Muxue and Yi Zixuan was about to begin. This time, he had used the flowing cloud swordsmanship to defeat 3 opponents, specifically to show Su Muxue. It was the very first sword technique he had taught her. On Arena 3. Su Muxue was enveloped in a pure, holy radiance, as if she embodied light itself. Yi Zixuan, on the other hand, was shrouded in heavy shadows, emanating an unsettling sense of menace.
Su Muxue.
Yi Zixuan was the first to speak, her voice brimming with excitement. Let's see if your holy light can
illuminate my eternal night. Su Muxue's voice was crisp and clear. Enough talk, let's begin. The referee, seeing both participants ready, immediately declared a begin.
As the words fell, the two moved simultaneously. Su Muxue gripped her bow in her left hand and drew the string with her right, her speed so fast it was like a phantom. Holy light arrows, rapid fire, dozens of radiant golden arrows shot from her longbow, swiftly covering the area where Yi Zixuan stood. Yi Zixuan let out a bell-like laugh and melded into the shadows in an instant, causing most of the arrows to miss their mark. In the next moment, she suddenly appeared from the shadows behind Su Muxue's flank. Su Muxue seemed to anticipate this, instantly forming a shield of holy light behind her to guard against the ambush from within the shadows. Yi Zixuan quickly formed hand seals, and several shadow energy tendrils lashed out like lightning toward the shield. Boom! The collision of energy generated a shockwave, forcing the two apart by dozens of meters. Yi Zixuan called out in a playful tone, "Nightfall." A surge of darkness spread rapidly from her body, engulfing most of the arena in an instant. This darkness not only obscured vision but also brought intense mental pressure and energy corrosion. Su Muxue held her breath and focused, unleashing a burst of energy from within. A soft, glowing halo expanded outward, attempting to weaken the shadow energy. The darkness and Su Muxue's light clashed fiercely, with the holy radiance striving to purify the shadows, while the shadows relentlessly eroded the light. On the arena, light and dark intertwined. At times, the brilliance of the holy light dominated. At others, the shadows surged ominously. This intense confrontation between light and darkness held the audience spellbound, their breathing subdued as if the very air had thickened. This was a pinnacle duel between S-ranked masters. Su Muxue understood that continuing like this would only lead to a stalemate. She withdrew her technique, taking a steady step back. Her expression grew solemn. Closing her eyes slightly, she began to chant an ancient and sacred incantation. In an instant, an intense and pure holy light gathered behind her, forming a celestial angelic figure composed of light and the will of judgment.
Heavens! What is that? Cries of astonishment erupted from the audience. An angel! That's definitely a unique technique of the Light Sovereign bloodline. Look! The angel is holding a sword.
An observant spectator pointed to the giant sword in the angelic figure's hands, the sword of judgment, its tip lowered, exuding a divine pressure so immense that even through the energy barriers, countless onlookers felt their hearts tremble and their insignificance laid bare. As everyone held their breath in anticipation, the angelic figure of judgment suddenly took a step forward, perfectly merging with Su Muxue's form. In that moment, Su Muxue seemed to transform into a literal angel descended upon the mortal realm. She slowly drew back her bowstring, a holy arrow imbued with the will of judgment and purifying power vibrating with an ominous hum. As it formed, the arrowhead locked onto Yi Zixuan within the shadows, its destructive force so immense it caused the very fabric of space to distort.
This is the holy light judgment end of day's arrow.
The announcer, Shangwan Hong, exclaimed with awe and excitement. Sensing the threat, Yi Zixuan did not retreat. On the contrary, her eyes burned with even greater fervor
and madness. Ha! Holy light judgment? Then let's see if your light can pierce through my abyss of eternal night.
Yi Zixuan let out a crisp, resonant howl, her hands forming seals. At lightning speed behind her, the shadows churned and surged like thick ink, and a massive phantom slowly emerged, mysterious and eerie, as if woven from the deepest fabric of the night.
Gara! Another one!
The audience was nearly suffocating. The scene unfolding before them had utterly shattered their understanding of reality.
That's the legendary Knight Gara?
Holding a guzheng, someone identified the strange instrument in the phantom's hands. The phantom of night Gara lowered its gaze, its slender fingers lightly brushing the invisible strings of the guzheng. As Yizishwan unleashed the surging shadow power within her to the fullest, Night Gara's fingers began to move. Zhun. A single note, as if born from the abyss, suddenly rang out. The sound was not pleasant but carried a soul-tearing force and an aura of endless destruction. The sound transformed into visible, ink-black ripples, layer upon layer, stacking as they surged upward against the world-destroying holy arrow of light. This is the ultimate move of the Shadow Sovereign, the Requiem of the Abyss. The commentator nearly shouted. The name. On one side, the angel drew its bow, embedding the will of the Sword of Judgment into the arrow, forming a golden arc of light that tore through space. On the other side, Gara played the guzheng, the Requiem of the Abyss, condensing into a tangible dark tide of fury. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the golden arc of light and the dark waves collided. Violently, boom. In that instant, it was as if heaven and earth began anew, chaos reappearing, blinding white light and devouring black radiance intertwined wildly, followed by a deafening explosion. At the center of this violent storm of energy, the figures of Su Muxue and Yi Zixuan began to blur. Only the angel and Gara phantoms behind them remained faintly visible. Amidst the raging energy, still pouring out their final strength, but this stalemate lasted less than 2 seconds. Pooh! Ugh! Both Su Muxue and Yi Zixuan simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood, their faces instantly turning deathly pale. Su Muxue fell heavily to the edge of the arena. She struggled a few times but was unable to stand, barely managing to kneel. With the support of her sword, her breath weak, the holy radiance surrounding her had dimmed to the extreme. Her golden hair was disheveled, and her battle attire bore scorched marks from the shadow energy's burns. Yi Zixuan was equally miserable. Her left arm was twisted and deformed, clearly broken. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she leaned against the edge of the arena to keep from collapsing, her gaze still stubbornly fixed on Su Muxue in the distance. The entire arena fell deathly silent. Everyone was left in shock by the brutal double defeat. Referee and host Shangwan Hong quickly rushed to the arena to check on them. The healing ability users of the medical team followed closely behind, their gentle light enveloping the two, stabilizing their injuries from the VIP platform. Sovereign Arson raised his hand slightly, and 2 beams of life-filled emerald light crossed the space, precisely entering the bodies of Su Muxue and Yi Zixuan, accelerating their recovery. The injuries are extremely severe. Severe energy depletion, multiple physical damages, especially backlash from the source energy collision. The medical team leader urgently reported. Shangwan Hong exchanged quick glances with the other referees and the VIPs on the platform. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the microphone, his voice filled with emotion and awe, resonating throughout the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, in the duel on arena number 3, Su Muxue and Yi Zixuan have demonstrated S-class peak-tier strength and indomitable willpower. In the end, both were severely injured and unable to continue the match. The result of the battle is declared a draw. Furthermore, considering that other competitors are unable to recover from their injuries or regain their condition within a reasonable timeframe, making continued competition impossible, the organizing committee has unanimously decided the 3rd place in this year's freshman tournament individual competition will be jointly awarded to Su Muxue of Academy No. 3 and Yi Zixuan of Academy No. 9. As soon as the announcement was made, there was a brief silence in the stands, followed by an eruption of applause filled with understanding and support. A tie for 3rd place, fair and reasonable. They fought so fiercely, they absolutely deserve respect. Yeah, everyone else was taken down by Gu Luochang. There's no one left to challenge him now. On the arena stage, Su Muxue and Yi Zixuan struggled to lift their heads upon hearing the verdict. Their gazes pierced through the lingering dust and met once again. Su Muxue's golden eyes were filled with exhaustion, but even more so, they carried recognition of Yi Zixuan's strength. Although Yi Zixuan's face remained stubbornly defiant, when she saw the equally battered yet resolute Su Muxue, a flicker of respect for her opponent flashed deep within her provocative gaze. She pursed her lips, a gesture that seemed to accept the outcome. The medical team swiftly and carefully carried the two off the arena and transported them to a specialized treatment room. Thus, the freshman tournament individual competition came to an end. Champion Gu Luochang, Academy No. 3 runner-up, Lin Qian, Academy No. 5 3rd place, Su Muxue, Academy No. 3, Yi Zixuan, Academy No. 9. Although the top 3 spots were still dominated by S-class students, the results were far beyond everyone's expectations. With the individual competition concluded, the sunset's golden glow bathed the small square in front of Academy Number three's residence, where students brimmed with excitement. Inside the residence, a group of students gathered around Gu Luocheng and Su Muxue, animatedly discussing the just-finished competition. Li Yan and Zhouing sat to the side. Wu De pushed the door open and entered. Seeing everyone present, he spoke up. Ahem, quiet down, everyone. The team competition rules are out. Wu De's steady and low voice immediately interrupted the discussion, capturing everyone's attention. He waved his hand, and the central projection screen in the room lit up, displaying a three-dimensional image of an island surrounded by dark blue seawater. The team competition will begin in 3 days. The venue has been set at Solitary Wave Island, located roughly 200 nautical miles off the shore of Safe Zone Number 5. As Wu De spoke, he pointed at the projection. This island was recently invaded by a low-grade otherworldly dimension. Due to its remote location, it went unnoticed for some time, resulting in many alien beasts taking over the island. Fortunately, these low-tier beasts cannot swim and are confined to the island. Now, although the otherworldly dimension on the island has already been eradicated, Wu De's tone sharply shifted to a serious one. The alien beasts have been deliberately left there to truly test your combat capabilities. After a brief pause, Wu De waved his hand to switch the projection screen. The image now displayed a small stronghold built from reinforced alloy at the center of the island. Next, listen carefully to the competition's scoring rules. The first team to reach the stronghold at the center of Solitary Wave Island will be awarded 1,000 points directly. Wu De's voice was firm and powerful. The teams arriving later will have their points reduced sequentially by 100. That means the 10th place earns 100 points, but from the 11th place onward, even if they reach the stronghold, they won't get any points. Gao Tian, hearing this, couldn't help but take a sharp breath and interject, wow. Even the 10th place gets 100 points? Aren't rewards usually for the top 3? Kid, don't rush, I haven't finished speaking yet. Wu De gave Gao Tian a light smack on the head before continuing. The exotic beasts on the island are obstacles your team must face in this competition, but they are also the key to earning points. As long as you kill exotic beasts and obtain crystal cores, these cores will be your primary source of points. One Tier 3 crystal core is worth 500 points, a Tier 2 core, 200 points, and a Tier 1 core, 10 points. Gao Tian's eyes darted around. Are there no Tier 4 exotic beasts on the island? In lower-level dimensions, the highest tier exotic beasts are Tier 3. Didn't you pay attention in class? Zhou Ying walked over and also gave Gao Tian a light smack on the head. Ouch. But what if someone sneaks crystal cores in beforehand? Gao Tian rubbed his head and asked Wu De with a grievance. The others also turned their attention, clearly sharing the same concern. Don't worry. Once your team reaches the stronghold, the on-site referees will immediately inspect all the crystal cores in your possession. Freshly obtained cores and old ones are distinctly different, and they can tell at a glance. After the referees confirm the crystal core points, they will add them to the points from your arrival ranking. The total will be your team's final score for the competition. Finally, the ranking for the team competition in the Freshman League will be determined based on all team scores. The team with the highest score will be crowned the champion. The rules are simple and clear, testing the overall strength of the team, not individual abilities. After saying so much, Wu De's gaze fell on Gu Luochen, only to find him looking completely indifferent, nearly rendering Wu De speechless with anger. Even if there's an S-rank expert in the team, without unity, the team could still capsize. Gu Luochen maintained his nonchalant demeanor, prompting Wu De to shake his head helplessly. Suddenly, Wu De patted his shiny bald head, as if something had just come to mind. By the way, there's a banquet tonight hosted by Lin Qian's father, and we're invited. You all need to get ready. A banquet? Wow. Will there be good food? Sun Niu's voice suddenly rang out, eliciting a burst of laughter. A night fell, and the lights of countless homes illuminated the skies. At this moment, Gu Luochen followed the team from Academy Number 3 into the Lin family estate. Looking around, the estate was vast. Unlike the majestic grandeur of the Gu family estate, the Lin family estate exuded unparalleled luxury. Combining modern technology with classical architecture, the estate was adorned with precious materials, glowing resplendently and radiating opulence. The courtyard was filled with exotic flowers and plants from other dimensions, their fragrances filling the air and refreshing the spirit. This estate is too extravagant. What's Lin Qian's father's background? Sun Niu asked curiously. You don't even know Lin Jianye, a big figure in the 5th safe zone? Gao Tian replied with a slightly mocking smile. The Lin
Family's businesses span various industries in the fifth safe zone, from military manufacturing to the potions you use. Almost everything is under their control. You could say that. When Lin Jianye makes a move, the entire fifth safe zone trembles.
Wow, he's that powerful. Sun Yo gasped in surprise. Before long, the team from Academy Number 3 passed through the estate
and arrived at the banquet hall. As soon as Gu Luochen and Su Muxue entered, they instantly became the center of attention. Their performance in the individual competition had made their titles as S-rank prodigies well-deserved, drawing attention and hushed conversations wherever they went. High-ranking members from various guilds approached with wine glasses, enthusiastically greeting them, handing out business cards, and expressing their desire to establish connections. Gu Luochen was growing weary of this, but he noticed Su Muxue looking somewhat downcast. Following her gaze, he saw the group from Academy Number 9. To be precise, he saw Yi Zixuan, the undisputed star of the evening. She wore a custom-tailored deep purple gown, with a neckline adorned with delicate velvet that complemented her meticulously styled dark purple short hair. The most stunning feature was the gown itself, studded with countless tiny obsidian crystals and embroidered with a complex starry pattern using mithril threads. Under the lights of the banquet hall, the gown shimmered faintly, as though she were draped in a piece of the night sky. At this moment, Yi Zixuan resembled a queen of the night, noble and elegant. In contrast, Su Muxue's borrowed moon-white silk dress, though clean and simple, seemed far too plain next to Yi Zixuan's extravagant gown. Gu Luochen could sense Su Muxue's envy. Though she appeared calm on the surface, her fingers instinctively clutched the edge of her dress tightly. What girl wouldn't want to wear the most beautiful dress on the most important occasion? A wave of guilt surged through Gu Luochen's heart. Damn it, I should have thought of this earlier. Wu De, leading the team from Academy Number 3, cheerfully approached the group from Academy Number 9. Old Hua. Fantastic job. Congratulations on taking third place in the individual competition. Wu De's face was plastered with a fake smile, while Lin Jiang, knowing full well that Wu De was here to gloat, immediately began exchanging pleasantries. Oh, not at all. Academy Number 3 is full of talent, and its future is boundless. He paused, his tone probing. By the way, which master taught Gu? That soul combat technique of his is truly extraordinary. Wu De felt secretly pleased. Guess all you want, you'll never figure it out. Ah, you're too kind. Ye's Night Calamity has just as much potential as Su's Holy Angel. Wu De was unwilling to show weakness. Yi Zixuan merely raised her chin slightly, her gaze sweeping over Su Muxue with a hint of provocation. Su Muxue remained calm, as if she hadn't noticed. At this moment, Lin Qiyan approached, accompanied by his father, Lin Jianye. Lin Jianye was slightly heavy-set, with a kind smile on his face, though his eyes were exceptionally sharp. He shook hands enthusiastically with Wu De and Huo Linjiang. Seeing the outstanding talents from Academy Number 3 and Academy Number 9 makes me want to send Lin Qiyan to learn from you right away, haha. Then, he lavished praise on Gu Luochang, Su Muxue, and Yi Zixuan, his words full of a merchant's smoothness and a desperate yearning for talent. Lin Qiyan merely nodded at Gu Luochang, his gaze complex. At that moment, no one noticed a few individuals conversing in hushed tones in a corner of the banquet hall, obscured by large potted plants. They were dressed plainly and looked entirely unremarkable. One of them was the shop clerk who had previously sold the Heart of Labu necklace at the Mater Pavilion. His face no longer bore the servility and resentment of that day. Instead, it was marked by an almost fanatical devotion and icy coldness. He stood respectfully behind a man in a gray suit whose face was hidden in shadows. Messenger, the location for deploying the seed has been confirmed. It's in the densest area of beast nests on the eastern side of Solitary Wave Island, the clerk whispered, his tone ingratiating. The man in the gray suit, referred to as Messenger, nodded slightly, his voice hoarse. Good. The Genesis do can greatly enhance the potential of the beasts, pushing them beyond their limits. Those peak third-tier beasts will use the potion's power to ascend to the fourth tier. The clerk's eyes gleamed with venom as he cast a malicious glance toward Gu Luochang, who was chatting with Lin Jianye in the distance. He added, Messenger, you're brilliant. This will teach that guy who dared to tarnish the reputation of our holy church's products a lesson he'll never forget. Let him understand the consequences of crossing the Church of Genesis. His words dripped with seething hatred. The man in gray displayed a devout expression, saying, rest assured. The Grand Priest has already made all the arrangements. When the time comes, the high-level ability users in the fifth safe zone will be too overwhelmed to help. No one will be able to rescue these so-called geniuses. All we have to do now is wait for the chaos to erupt. Hearing this, the clerk revealed a sinister smile, his tone tinged with Twisted excitement. I really envy those kids who call themselves S-class geniuses. They'll get to experience the power of Genesis and the whales of despair. I can't wait for this competition to turn into a crematorium for the so-called talents. Ha ha ha. The banquet continued in full swing, with wine flowing and plates clinking, perfectly masking their whispered conversation. Suddenly, a neatly dressed officer in military uniform, his expression tense, strode swiftly through the crowd. He approached Commander Meng Jun, who was conversing with several business moguls, and whispered a few words. Meng Jun's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a grave and even fearful look. He abruptly turned to the officer, who nodded firmly. Meng Jun took a deep breath, walked over to the host of the banquet, Lin Jianye, and said in a low voice, "Master Lin, I deeply apologize, but we must interrupt the festivities." Lin Jianye, noticing the seriousness on Meng Jun's face, felt a jolt of unease. "Commander Meng? What's happened?" Meng Jun's voice, though not loud, carried enough weight for the surrounding dignitaries to hear clearly. Their expressions instantly turned grim. "We just received an urgent military report from the front line. Both the detection satellites and deep-sea sonar have identified a new interdimensional vortex has appeared in the deepest part of Black Dragon Bay, at latitude 25 degree 44.6 foot N and longitude 123 degree 28.4 E. The energy radiation level has been classified as a special grade dimension." Special grade? In the depths of Black Dragon Bay? Are you certain? The surrounding magnates, including Lin Jianye, gasped in shock, their faces paling. What did a special grade dimension mean? It meant that it could potentially house 9th tier or even more terrifyingly powerful beasts. It also meant that if the situation spiraled out of control, the entire 5th safe zone, and even the surrounding seas, could face catastrophic destruction. "There's no mistake," Meng Jun declared resolutely. "The situation is extremely dire. I need to immediately convene all combat forces at the 8th tier and above present here to discuss an emergency response plan." Lin Jianye quickly realized that the matter was far graver than any banquet and responded solemnly, "Commander Meng, please do as you must. This is far more important. If the Lin family can assist in any way, just say the word." Meng Jun nodded in gratitude, then turned and took a deep breath. His voice, loud as thunder, drowned out the din of the banquet. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the interruption. I am Commander Meng Jun of the military district, and I have an urgent military announcement. All ability users at the 8th tier and above, please assemble immediately at Master Lin's position. This concerns the survival of the 5th safe zone and allows no delay." Wu De, Hua Lin Zhang, and the other guild leaders, though unaware of the specifics, understood from Meng Jun's grave demeanor that this was no joking matter. They promptly set their wineglasses aside and swiftly gathered around Lin Jianye and Meng Jun. As Meng Jun detailed the situation, the gathered leaders furrowed their brows deeply. This year, special grade dimensions have appeared far too frequently. Including this one, there have already been 6. Hua Lin Jiang sighed softly. "Indeed. It's been over a century since the world changed, yet this marks only the 40th special grade dimension," Wu De said, his tone heavy as he recalled the perilous events surrounding dimension number 40 not long ago. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the various leaders began discussing countermeasures while swiftly organizing their forces for action. Time was of the essence. Once a dimension appeared, only 2 days were available for preparation. Beyond that, the beasts would emerge from the vortex, in the boundless waters of Black Dragon Bay. Once the beasts began roaming, they would be nearly impossible to locate. Low-tier beasts were not a concern, but high-tier beasts, if scattered, would become humanity's greatest threat. Just as the team event was about to commence, the emergence of a special grade dimension cast a massive shadow, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. A storm that would determine the fate of the 5th safe zone had arrived. 3 days of rest passed swiftly amidst tension and anticipation. The 5th safe zone's largest military port, the Seabreeze, carried a salty tang. Massive transport ships were neatly docked at the pier, their hulls prominently displaying the emblem of the freshman tournament and the crests of various academies. The 2 participating teams from Academy Number 3, led by instructors Li Yan and Zhou Eng, arrived punctually at the assembly point, ready to board. Though the shadow of the special grade dimension loomed over the 5th safe zone, the freshman tournament, as a critical event for cultivating future pillars of society, had undergone risk assessment and was decided to proceed as planned. The port was still bustling, though there were fewer spectators and more uniformed staff and soldiers maintaining order. Hai Tian glanced at the slightly tense atmosphere and quietly asked Li Yan mentorly, "The dean and the others have all gone to support that special grade otherworld. Why didn't you and mentor Zhou go? 7th tier is still pretty powerful, isn't it?"
Zhou adjusted his glasses, his voice calm. Special grade otherworlds are indeed terrifying. But this time, the situation is different from the 40th otherworld we encountered in the third safe zone. Li Yin took over the explanation, his tone both solemn and slightly relieved. The 40th otherworld was so dangerous that it forced all of us to mobilize.
Because it had an accompanying otherworld.
In that case, the special grade main world not only had 9th tier and even stronger apex beasts but also swarms of 7th and 8th tier
beasts, exponentially increasing the pressure.
As he explained, Li Yin pointed toward the distant horizon where the sea met the sky. This time, the special grade otherworld hasn't
revealed any accompanying otherworld.
This means that while the core area may still have 9th tier beasts, the number and density of 7th and 8th tier beasts are far lower than
in the 40th otherworld. Exactly, Zhou added.
Because it's during the league season, many 8th tier experts like Dean Wu Di have come, coupled with the local high tier power users, making it entirely manageable for this kind of regular special grade otherworld.
The two of us, as 7th tier, wouldn't be much help there. Staying here to protect your team. For the competition is actually more appropriate.
Zhou concluded, remember, special grade otherworlds with accompanying worlds and those without are completely different in terms of
danger level and the strength required. Always distinguish them clearly and prioritize safety.
Hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Nyo flexed his sturdy wrist, looking at the tightly strapped silver metal bracelet on it, and complained of this thing is so tight and uncomfortable.
What's it even for? Everyone turned to the sound, only to see the
bracelet digging deeply into Sun Nyo's flesh, as if it might burst his wrist, causing the surrounding teammates to burst into laughter. Li Yin shot him an annoyed glare and explained to this
is the competition's specialized monitoring bracelet. Every participant must wear it.
With it on, the command center can track your location on the island at all times, preventing you
from going missing.
He pointed to a small, inconspicuous red button on the bracelet and said, it also has an emergency distress function.
If you're in life-threatening danger, press
it, and the emergency team at the Lonely Wave Island base will come to your rescue immediately.
This is your lifeline. Keep it on and don't take it off. Sun Nyo, even if it's tight, you'll have to endure it.
Sun Nyo awkwardly shrank his neck and didn't dare complain further. The teams gathered at the port were now all present. These 18 teams would be ferried to the outskirts of Lonely Wave Island and randomly assigned to 18 different landing points. As the boarding command was issued, the teams boarded the boats in an orderly manner. The boats slowly departed the port, heading toward Lonely Wave Island deep within the Black Dragon Sea. The sea breeze brushed their faces as Gu Luochen walked over to stand beside Su Muxue, who was gazing into the distance from the ship's railing. Muxue, Gu Luochen's voice unusually carried a hint of shyness, his gaze flickering as he tried to appear casual. I wanted
to ask you something. Su Muxue turned her head in slight surprise, her clear golden eyes meeting his. What is it?
It was her first time seeing Gu Luochen show such a bashful expression, and she found it quite refreshing. Gu Luochen, however, felt a bit frustrated inside. As the son of the immortal emperor, he prided himself on his mastery of all techniques and abilities, believing there was nothing he couldn't do, yet he was utterly clueless when it came to mastering the special techniques of S-rank abilities. During the individual competition,
he had personally witnessed Su Mushue's Holy Angel and Yi Zishuan's Yagura.
The unique power and aura of S-rank abilities left him genuinely envious, without relying on immortal arts.
His current control over fire-based abilities was far from reaching their level. Cough.
Gu Luochen cleared his throat, trying his best to stay composed.
I wanted to ask, how did you master those special techniques of S-rank abilities? It seems like your control over your ability has reached a state of complete integration. Su Muxue couldn't help but laugh softly as she looked at Gu Luochen, trying hard to maintain his composure. So, young Master Gu is here to ask about this?
Her eyes sparkled mischievously.
I told you
to practice swordsmanship and hone your abilities properly, but you didn't listen.
Now you've finally realized the problem, haven't you? Gu Luochen blushed, scratching his head awkwardly as his gaze drifted toward the sea. The amusement in Su Mushue's eyes deepened, but she also grew serious. She spoke with a meaningful tone. Actually, the key to mastering the special techniques of S-rank abilities is that you must completely embrace your ability and achieve harmony between mind and body.
She paused, looking at Gu Luochen.
Generally speaking, this shouldn't be an issue. After all, who wouldn't embrace an S-rank ability, such a pinnacle of power, after awakening it?
Her tone shifted, and her smile grew more pronounced, with a hint of schadenfreude. But who would have thought that such a rare and peculiar case would happen to none other than young Master Gu?
Gu Luochen froze. Ha! Su Muxiue stifled her laughter and revealed the secret word by word. After all, someone, during their awakening ceremony, forcibly molded the S-rank fire phoenix manifestation they awakened into a bench. Boom! Su Mushue's words struck like a thunderclap, instantly dispelling the fog in Gu Luochen's mind. The problem lay in his subconscious disregard and lack of acceptance for that ordinary flame. It was precisely because of his detachment from his own ability that he couldn't exhibit the power and aura an S-rank ability deserved. He had always clung to his past methods, viewing the abilities of this world as inferior forces. Never truly acknowledging them, he naturally couldn't achieve that state of harmony and resonance with the elements. Realizing this, Gu Luocheng's eyes immediately lit up with a radiant glow. The previous shyness and awkwardness vanished in an instant, replaced by a sudden clarity. Ah, so this is the problem, he murmured to himself, then looked toward Su Muxiue with gratitude and a spark of determination. Thank you, Muxiue. That one sentence from you is worth its weight in gold. Seeing him regain his confidence, even stronger than before, Su Muxiue's lips curled into a gentle smile. The sea breeze played with her golden hair, making it shimmer under the sunlight. She looked like a goddess basking in the sun. No extravagant attire could rival her beauty. The shuttle boat stopped in the sea a few hundred meters from Gulang Island, its hull swaying gently with the waves. The broadcast system crackled to life. Attention, all teams. The shuttle boat is about to reach the designated area. Non-participants, please remain on board and wait. Participants, please board the competition speedboats in order. Staff will escort you to your respective landing points. Good luck, everyone. Following the announcement, Gu Luocheng and the rest of Team A, Sun Niu, Ning Yun, Dong Wei, and Chen Wei disembarked from the shuttle boat and boarded a lightweight competition speedboat. The speedboat sliced through the dark blue waters, carrying them toward a landing point on the outskirts of Gulang Island, concealed by dense mangrove trees. Stepping onto the soft sand, the scene before them cast a heavy shadow over their hearts. Of the island, described in the materials as being covered in lush tropical rainforests, was now shrouded in a hazy, gray miasma, drastically reducing visibility from deep within the island. Continuous, violent beastly roars echoed. The sound was wild and furious, completely different from the typical cries of ordinary exotic beasts. The atmosphere on this island feels strange, Chen Wei muttered as she shuddered slightly, sensing a faint unease through her spiritual perception. Who cares? The pre-match report said the island's main creatures are goblins, no big deal. Sun Niu pounded his chest, though his eyes remained wary as he scanned the depths of the jungle shrouded in miasma. Goblins, with their pointed noses and monkey-like faces, blue or green skin, and use of simple tools, were common low-level exotic beasts. Meanwhile, at the central base of Gulan Island, several competition staff rushed in, pushing open the alloy door of the base. Lao Lu? Xiao Wang? Where are you? The team leader of the event organizers shouted. The base was empty, save for the rhythmic ticking of the equipment. On the table sat a half-finished cup of coffee, still steaming. Strange, where did the on-duty personnel go? Did they step out for patrol? The team leader frowned but didn't dwell on it. Forget it. Start up the surveillance system. The competition is about to begin. All 18 teams had reached their respective landing points, ready and waiting. The voice of the host, Shang Wanhong, came through the team leader's headset, confirming all teams. Are you ready? Point 1, ready. Point 2, ready. Point 18, ready. The team leader responded. Good. I hereby announce, the freshman league team competition officially begins. Shang Wanhong's passionate voice echoed through the communication devices of every participant. Go! Gu Luocheng gave a low shout, and the 5 members of Team A shot forward like arrows leaving the bowstring, charging into the miasma-covered jungle. Their plan was not to rush recklessly but to advance steadily, hunting monsters along the way to accumulate crystal cores and win through sheer numbers. However, as they proceeded, they found almost no first-tier or second-tier goblins. Instead, they encountered a continuous stream of third-tier goblins. These goblins were far more robust than described in the materials. Their skin was a sickly dark red, covered in bulging veins. Their eyes no longer held cunning but instead glowed with a crazed red light, devoid of reason. Corrosive, foul-smelling saliva dripped from their mouths. In just 1 hour, after advancing only a few kilometers into the jungle, they had already killed 10 third-tier goblins. What the hell is going on? Sun Niu smashed a third-tier goblin's head with brute force, panting heavily. Shouldn't we be seeing more first and second-tier goblins? Why are they all third-tier? Did the organizers deliberately increase the difficulty of our path? Gu Luocheng furrowed
His brows, crouching down to inspect the charred corpse of a third-tier goblin, his fingers brushed over its dark red, coarse skin, sensing the residual energy.
Fluctuations. Something's off.
He spoke in a low voice, his words carrying clearly through the miasma. These third-tier goblins are powerful, but their combat
techniques are clumsy, and their energy manipulation is crude.
It feels like they were forcibly accelerated in their growth.
They seem to have only just
reached the third tier. The group pondered his words, recalling the earlier battles. Indeed, these goblins, while strong, lacked combat finesse.
Their attacks
were purely instinctual and brutish. If not for this, they wouldn't have been able to dispatch 10 so quickly.
Forcibly accelerated? By whom? And why?
Chen Wei's voice was filled with confusion. Gu Luocheng stood, his sharp gaze scanning the miasma-covered depths of the jungle. This is strange.
Stay alert. Something unknown has happened on this island.
Just as they prepared to cautiously move forward, a sudden commotion erupted from the dense forest ahead to their right.
Squawk! Squawk!
A flock of black crows took to the sky in panic, their shrill cries shattering the brief silence. At the same time, relying on his extraordinary senses, Gu Luocheng caught a familiar human voice mingled with the beastly roars. God damn it!
This competition is unplayable.
There are fourth tiers everywhere. How are we supposed to fight?
It was Gao Tian. Gu Luocheng's pupils contracted sharply.
Why was Gao Tian ahead of them? And, fourth tier
exotic beasts on Gulan Island?
Hold your positions and stay on guard.
I'll go check ahead.
Gu Luocheng decided without hesitation, speaking rapidly.
Be careful.
Captain, the team responded, quickly using the terrain to form a defensive formation. Gu Luocheng no longer suppressed his aura.
Boom!
A surge of scorching flames erupted from within him, enveloping his entire body. The ground beneath his feet exploded in a burst of fire.
Treading flames, using the immense thrust
of the explosion, his entire body turned into a crimson meteor, leaving a fiery trail as he rushed forward at an astonishing speed. Within just a few breaths, Gu Luocheng had advanced 50 to 60 meters. The scene before him caused his gaze to grow cold. Gao Tian was leaning against the moss-covered roots of an ancient tree, looking utterly disheveled. His combat suit was torn in multiple places, his breathing was erratic, and his right hand was pressing hard on the distress button of his wristband, clearly preparing to forfeit and call for help. What had driven him to such desperation were two massive goblins, their size
far exceeding that of ordinary third-tier beasts, Tier 4. Genuine Tier 4 beasts. One of them raised its massive fist, as large as a millstone, and smashed
it down toward Gao Tian, who had no room to evade.
Beast! Looking for death.
Gu Luocheng's roar echoed like thunder. Without hesitation, he drew his standard long sword, engulfed in blazing white flames. While still midair, merging his speed with the explosive power of the flames, he transformed into a streak of
crimson and white light. Thud!
The sword tip, burning with incandescent flames, pierced through the punching goblin's chest effortlessly.
Explode! Gu Luocheng
flicked his wrist, and the violent fire energy infused in the blade erupted instantly within the goblin's body.
Boom! The Tier 4 goblin didn't even have
time to scream before its sturdy upper body burst apart like a detonated powder keg. A Tier 4 beast was instantly annihilated by Gu Luocheng, who was only at
Tier 3. Brother Luo.
Gao Tian, having escaped death, shouted emotionally, his voice trembling with a sob-like tone. Gu Luocheng nodded toward Gao Tian. Saying nothing further, the other Tier 4 goblin, enraged by the brutal death of its companion, kicked its robust legs against the ground and charged directly at Gu Luocheng. Without sparing it a glance, Gu Luocheng spread the fingers of his left hand and thrust it forward sharply.
Blazing explosion orb. A dark red
fireball, compressed to the extreme and spinning rapidly, formed instantly, roaring as it flew out with destructive energy.
Boom!
The fireball collided fiercely with the goblin's crossed arms, exploding on impact. The shockwave blasted the goblin away, smashing it into two thick trees, which snapped under the force. It howled in agony. Gu Luocheng did not pursue it immediately. Instead, he darted to Gao Tian's side and pulled him up.
What are you doing here? Where's Su Muxue? Where are the others from Group B? Gao Tian's face showed a frightened expression, as if recalling something terrifying.
He hurriedly explained, Brother
Luo, the path we took was like a living hell. Not long after landing on the island, we encountered a group of Tier 4 goblins. At least a dozen of them. They charged at us like mad. Captain Su made a quick decision, saying someone had to divert their main force, or the entire team would be doomed. Then she
used her holy light to lure those Tier 4 goblins and ran deeper into the island. The rest of us had no choice but to take a
Different route toward the base. Gao Tian took a deep breath and continued. The four of us ran for our lives, but we didn't get far. Before we ran into 4 more Tier 4 goblins guarding the perimeter. Gu Luochen frowned and asked, why are there so many Tier 4 beasts? Who knows? It's like we're cursed. Out of the rest of us, I run the fastest, so I took the initiative to lure those 4 away. After running like mad and finally shaking them off, I ran into 2 more, and then I met you. After hearing everything, Gu Luochen's expression turned grim. Group B had been scattered. Su Muxue had lured away a dozen Tier 4 goblins on her own? And this was just the situation with Su Muxue's team. What about the other teams? This was no coincidence. Something had clearly gone wrong on the island, causing an abnormal outbreak of Tier 4 beasts. This situation was completely beyond what the team competition was designed to handle. Damn it! Gu Luochen cursed under his breath, his gaze locking onto the injured Tier 4 goblin that was struggling to rise. His eyes brimmed with killing intent. Gao Tian, stay put and don't move. I'll deal with this one first. Understood, Brother Luo. With Gu Luochen present, Gao Tian immediately felt at ease. Gu Luochen showed no mercy. His figure once again turned into a fiery afterimage, charging straight at the wounded Tier 4 goblin. He was deeply worried about Su Muxue's situation. He had to end this fight quickly. Gu Luochen's eyes were cold, his movements swift and precise. Facing the struggling and increasingly ferocious goblin, his entire body erupted in flames. Several searing fireballs shot out like meteors. Sealing off all the goblin's escape routes, the goblin instinctively swung its arms to block the fireballs, leaving its defenses wide open. Whoosh! Gu Luochen's figure appeared like a ghost behind the goblin's now defenseless back. Thud! The sword tip, blazing with incandescent flames and imbued with overwhelming power, pierced precisely through the goblin's thick spine. The violent flames within the blade rampaged through its body. Explode! Charred fragments and blood splattered everywhere, marking the end of the Tier 4 beast. Without sparing a glance at the pile of scorched remains, Gu Luochen immediately returned to Gao Tian's side. Let's go! He grabbed the still shaken Gao Tian, whose eyes were now full of admiration, and quickly headed toward the meeting point with Team A. Gao Tian? Chen Wei exclaimed. The others were equally shocked. Wasn't Gao Tian supposed to be with Group B? And in this state, the situation has changed. It's extremely serious. Gu Luochen spoke rapidly, officially summarizing Group B's perilous encounter with the Tier 4 beasts and the abnormal outbreak of such creatures on the island. Su Muxue is missing, her fate unknown. The rest of Group B is scattered. I want to rescue her immediately. He scanned his teammates, his tone carrying rare regret. I'm sorry, but this time, I might drag you all into forfeiting the competition. Sun Yo was the first to shout. Captain, what are you saying? Captain Su is in trouble. How can we just stand by and do nothing? What's a competition compared to saving lives? Exactly. Don't hold back. Captain. Ning Yan's sharp gaze gleamed, the wind element faintly swirling around her. Just give the order, Captain. Dong Wei and Chen Wei said in unison, without hesitation. Seeing everyone united, Gu Luochen felt warmth in his heart, while Gao Tian looked at them with gratitude. Gao Tian, lead the way. Full speed ahead. Target. The last known direction where Su Muxue lured the beast horde. The group abandoned any effort to stay concealed, following Gao Tian's guidance as they shot like arrows into the misty depths of the forest. At the same time, Su Muxue's combat suit was already in tatters, her body soaked in dark red blood. It was impossible to tell whether it was from the goblins or her own wounds. The once radiant golden hair now clung messily to her pale face. She had just used the terrain and her holy light judgment, exerting all her strength and paying the price of severe injuries, narrowly managing to fend off 3 Tier 4 goblins, but the cost was too great. Her energy within was nearly depleted, and her physical strength had reached its limit. Behind her, the remaining 10 berserk goblins roared as they chased relentlessly, like leeches that refused to let go. Su Muxue could only rely on her strong willpower and the remnants of her strength to struggle through the forest in an attempt to escape. She didn't know how long she had been running. Her legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and her vision began to blur. The beastly roars behind her gradually faded. Just as she exhaled slightly in relief and leaned against an ancient tree to catch her breath, she noticed several figures emerging faintly from the miasma-filled forest ahead. Su Muxue's heart tightened. She immediately stopped in her tracks, raising her full guard. The figures approached, and the one leading them was a young man with a harsh and sinister expression. It was none other than Du Yunian, whom she had crossed paths with before, a representative of Academy No.
Behind him were 4 teammates, each exuding a formidable presence. Clearly, they were a powerful team as well. The moment Du Yunian saw Su Muxue, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, followed by a thick layer of mockery and gloating. He strolled forward slowly, his gaze brazenly scanning Su Mushue's dust-covered and sweat-soaked face and figure, which, although disheveled, remained stunningly beautiful. Well, isn't this our radiant and immaculate goddess Su? Du Yunyan's tone was drawn out, dripping with disdain and frivolity. What happened to you? TSK, this pitiful look of yours is even more tempting than usual. He deliberately licked his lips, his gaze becoming increasingly bold. Su Muxue suppressed her nausea and dizziness, her golden eyes sweeping coldly over him. Without saying a word, she turned and walked in the opposite direction. The last thing she wanted right now was to waste time with someone like him. Hey, don't go, Goddess Su. Du Yunyan's figure flashed, and he blocked her path directly, a fake expression of concern plastered on his face. This island is full of dangers, with crazed goblins everywhere. It's too dangerous. If something were to happen to you, it would be a loss for all of humanity. He reached out, attempting to grab her arm. Let Brother Du protect you. I guarantee to safely escort you back to the base, or perhaps we could find a quiet place to rest a little? Behind him, his teammates let out a few sinister chuckles. In coordination, get lost. Su Muxue fiercely shook off his outstretched hand, her voice icy. She tried to summon her powers, but her energy was drained, and the attempt fizzled out as quickly as it came. Su Muxue's weakness only made Du Yunian more pleased with himself. Tisk, looks like you're really at your limit. I, for one, cherish beauty above all else. How about this? Just beg me once, and I might reluctantly agree to protect you until the end of the competition. What do you say? As he spoke, Du Yunian stepped closer, his gaze growing more blatant. Su Muxue pressed her lips together tightly, refusing to respond. She forced herself to summon what little strength she had left and staggered away in another direction. Oh, still so stubborn. Du Yunyan's eyes turned cold, and his grin twisted into something sinister. Stop her. I want to see just how long this lofty S-rank can hold out. His teammates quickly spread out, forming a blockade. Du Yunian leisurely followed behind Su Muxue, toying with her like a cat playing with a mouse. Su Muxue, already at the brink of collapse, was further harassed and blocked by the group. Her strength was utterly drained, her legs gave out, and she collapsed to one knee, gasping for air, sweat and blood dripping to the ground. Du Yunian walked up to her slowly, looking down at her from above, his eyes gleaming with a sickly satisfaction. He reached out, his fingers disdainfully picking up a strand of her bloodstained yet still radiant golden hair. Bringing it close to his nose, he took a deep breath, his face showing a look of intoxicated pleasure. Ah, the scent of our S-rank holy angel. Simply divine. Su Muxue wanted to pull away, but her body, completely exhausted, was too sluggish to respond. Just as Du Yunyan's fingers were about to touch that strand of golden hair, boom! A white fireball, as large as a wash basin and blazing with intense heat, descended from the sky like a meteor. Accompanied by the shrill sound of air being torn apart, it suddenly crashed into the spot where Du Yunian had been standing. Du Yunian, after all, was a Tier 3 powerhouse. The moment the fireball appeared, he sensed a mortal danger, his scalp tingling. With a startled shout, he unleashed his powers and dove sideways in a clumsy manner. Boom! The fireball exploded violently, sending a searing shockwave that scattered dirt and debris in all directions, leaving a charred crater on the ground. The intense heat singed Du Yunyan's face, and several strands of his hair were scorched. Who dares to ambush me? Du Yunian scrambled to his feet, his face covered in dirt, shouting in rage and shock, "You're the one who's blind." A cold voice came from the forest ahead. Ji Luocheng's figure emerged slowly from the trees, flames still lingering faintly around him. His gaze was frigid as he locked eyes on Du Yunian, as if staring at a corpse. Gao Tian, Ning Yun, and the others followed closely behind, positioning themselves around Su Muxue and shielding her. Their presence was imposing and their expressions grim, instantly forming a standoff with Du Yunyan's team. Gu Luocheng? Du Yunyan's pupils shrank sharply upon recognizing the newcomer. His fury surged in an instant. You bastard, you're looking to die. How dare you ambush me? Ambush? Gu Luocheng's voice was as cold as an icy wind. Dealing with trash like you doesn't require an ambush. Step by step, Gu Luocheng advanced, each step seeming to echo in Du Yunyan's chest. His voice was eerily calm, but the murderous intent it carried was overwhelming. If I weren't worried about involving Su Muxue, do you think you'd still be alive to talk to me? The oppressive aura emanating from Gu Luocheng made it hard for Du Yunian to breathe. Instinctively, he took half a step.
back but stubbornly shouted "Umph! Gu Luochang, who do you think you are? Just a bumpkin from Zone 3. You'd better know your place and get lost, or else. What? Gu Luochang was now less than 5 steps away from Du Yunian, his gaze fixed on the hand that had held Su Mushua's hair moments ago. Before Du Yunian could respond, Gu Luochang spoke coldly. When you make a mistake, you pay the price. That hand of yours, I'll be taking it. The words had barely left his mouth when, without anyone clearly seeing how Gu Luochang drew his sword, a blinding white sword light flashed, severing Du Yunian's right arm in an instant. Du Yunian was utterly terrified. He frantically activated his powers for defense, but the speed and killing intent of Gu Luochang's strike completely overwhelmed him. Splurt! Accompanied by the chilling sound of slicing flesh and Du Yunian's heart-wrenching scream, his tightly clenched hand was severed, and blood sprayed like a fountain. Ah! My hand! My hand! Du Yunian clutched his severed arm, collapsing to the ground and rolling around in agony. The intense pain and fear twisted his face as he let out harrowing cries. His team members were all petrified, their faces pale, frozen in place, forgetting even to assist him. Gu Luochang didn't spare a glance at Du Yunian, who writhed in pain on the ground. He sheathed his sword with ease, as if he had merely done something trivial. He cast a cold, sweeping glance at Du Yunian's team, who were too frightened to make a sound. Take this piece of trash and get lost. If I see you again, next time, it will be your heads. The group, as if granted a reprieve from death, hastily and clumsily hoisted the nearly unconscious Du Yunian and disappeared into the dense forest in a panic. It wasn't until they were out of Gu Luochang's sight that Du Yunian's hateful and maniacal screams echoed faintly, reverberating through the miasma of Gu Luochang. Just you wait. Before true power, you are nothing. You're not even fit to carry the Du family's shoes. The grudge of losing my hand today, my Du family will make you pay 100-fold. I'll make you wish you were dead. Listening to the venomous curses growing more distant, Su Mushua's tightly wound nerves finally relaxed. Her body swayed, almost collapsing. Gu Luochang stepped forward immediately, steadying her with a firm grip. The icy killing intent in his eyes vanished, replaced by concern. Mushue, are you all right? Leaning into his solid embrace, Su Mushue felt the warmth and security emanating from him. Her pale face revealed a complicated expression as she spoke in a low voice. Luochang, this wasn't it too much? The Du family holds significant power in Region 1. They won't let us go easily. Gu Luochang looked down into her worried eyes, his tone resolute and beyond argument. Too much? He dared to use that filthy hand to touch you. Sparing his life was already mercy on my part. Whether it's the Du family or the Li family, if they dare harm you, even if it's the king himself, I will strike him down. He gently but firmly gripped Su Mushue's arm. As for revenge, let them come. Gu Luochang, will be waiting. Su Mushue looked into his eyes, seeing the unyielding determination to protect her at all costs. Warmth and a hint of bitterness surged in her heart, and she finally murmured softly, "Idiot." But the contestants on the island weren't as fortunate as Su Mushue to have Gu Luochang come to their rescue. When they pressed the emergency buttons on their wristbands, clinging to hope, all they were met with was despair. At the central base of Gulong Island, the alloy gates were tightly shut. Damn it! Why did the communications suddenly fail? The team leader of the event slammed his fist on the console, which was filled with static and error messages. Suddenly, buzz! An invisible pressure descended, without warning, freezing the entire base in an instant. Who? The team leader was filled with terror, desperately trying to use his powers to resist, but he couldn't even move a finger. There was no response, only waves of malicious mental energy surged from all directions, trapping them entirely. The lights on the instruments flickered wildly before going out, leaving only the emergency lights casting a faint, cold green glow, illuminating faces twisted by suffocation and fear. Damn it, this has to be at least a 6th-tier mental control ability user, a nearby event staff member said through gritted teeth, struggling to speak her among them. Only the team leader was 6th tier, while the others were around 5th tier. Wait, the academy mentors are still on the transport ship. Fire the distress signal, they'll see it and come to help, the team leader shouted with all his might. Under the immense pressure, one staff member's forehead veins bulged as he arduously moved his finger toward the red button on the console. With a whoosh, a signal flare shot toward the direction of the transport ship, but they didn't know the transport ship had long since disappeared. As time passed second by second, the event team within the base received no aid. Fortunately, the mental pressure gradually receded, but whenever they tried to leave the base, the mental pressure would immediately suppress them again, immobilizing They were trapped inside. Strange, many Academy mentors are 7th tier. Logically, they should have flown here quickly. The team leader, drenched in cold sweat, forced himself to remain calm. The overwhelming sense of crisis spurred his final determination. He had to prioritize the safety of the contestants still on the island. Among them were 4 S-ranked participants. They were humanity's future. Quickly, he recalled some emergency protocols left behind when the event team had initially chosen Gulan Island as the competition site. He activated the base's loudspeaker system and spoke rapidly. Attention all contestants. This is the event team leader. Emergency notice. A major incident has occurred on Gulan Island. The competition is immediately terminated. Repeat, the competition is immediately terminated. The base has been attacked and we are trapped. Now ordering all contestants, stop moving toward the central base. Immediately head to the western pier of Gulan Island. Group together and defend yourselves while waiting for rescue. The broadcast signal, heavily interfered with, cut in and out before finally ceasing entirely, but the shocking message, like a bucket of cold water, extinguished the last flicker of hope in every contestant still struggling to survive on the island. Across Gulan Island, contestants, whether fighting monsters or hiding, all heard the team leader's urgent announcement. Competition terminated? The base is trapped? In a small team of only 2 hiding in a rock crevice, one of them broke down upon hearing the news, clutching their head and wailing, "We can't go back. We're not going back. Wang Chang and the others, they're all gone. Stop crying. Head to the pier. Hurry to the pier." The other person, suppressing their grief and fear, forcefully pulled their companion up and sprinted toward the west, within the dense forest. At this moment, Group B had fully assembled. The 2 teams, 10 members in total, sat together to rest. Gu Luochang, Su Mushue, and the others also heard the broadcast. The base. Something happened there too? Su Mushue's weak voice trembled with disbelief. Gu Luochang's gaze was icy cold. He connected the strange events on the island and felt that the competition participants seemed to be deliberately targeted. "Quick! To the dock!" he decisively ordered. "Gao Tian, Sun Niu, clear the way ahead. Ning Yun, Dong Wei, stay alert to the sides and rear. Chen Wei, take care of Mu Shui. Full speed ahead." Without hesitation, the group unleashed their maximum speed, rushing toward the western dock as directed by the broadcast. On the way, they saw numerous participants lying in pools of blood, torn to pieces by goblins. This was the true face of hell. At the western dock, the area was relatively open, but it was shrouded in an air of despair and bloodshed. When Gu Luochang and his team arrived, dozens of people had already gathered at the dock. The number was far fewer than expected. Originally, there were 18 teams with a total of 90 participants, but now fewer than 50 were gathered here. Some teams had only 1 or 2 members left, standing alone with hollow eyes, silent tears streaming down their faces. The air was filled with fear and a faint metallic scent of blood. Most of the participants were gathered together, seemingly discussing countermeasures. Soon, Gu Luochang saw 2 individuals standing at the center. Lin Qian and Yizishuan. Lin Qian, always known for his refined demeanor, now had tattered clothes, a pale complexion, and blood stains at the corner of his mouth. Yizishuan had also lost her usual composure and elegance. Her hair was disheveled, and there were deep claw marks on her arm and shoulder. Gu Luochang stepped forward and asked, "What's going on? Did you encounter 4th-tier goblins too?" "It's a long story," Lin Qian said gravely. "The situation is worse than imagined, with heavy casualties." Yizishuan's gaze swept over Gu Luochang before landing on Su Mushue. She let out a cold snort without saying anything, but her tense body relaxed slightly. In a situation like this, the presence of 2 S-rank participants meant a glimmer of hope for survival. "Where are the people from Academy 1? Gu Luochang remembered Du Yunyan's threats and wanted to settle the score with them. Hearing this question, a participant nearby, covered in dust, replied with a sobbing tone of anger. They were just taken away by a flying vehicle that appeared out of nowhere. They must have received insider information and were rescued early." "What? They just abandoned us and fled?" Gao Tian's questioning was like pouring oil on fire, further devastating the already low morale at the dock. "Those bastards!" Sun Niu exclaimed in rage, punching a nearby container, which echoed with a dull thud. Everyone was thrown into chaos and despair over the news of Academy 1's evacuation. Roar. Howl. Suddenly, ferocious and bloodthirsty roars erupted. From the dense forest in front of the dock, pairs of blood-red, murderous eyes gleamed through the miasma, like hellfire piercing the crowd. 4th-tier goblins, 4th-tier ironclad lizards, and even a few colossal beasts with overwhelming auras,
concealed behind the horde of mutated creatures looming faintly. Unbeknownst to them, they had been surrounded by monsters, the faces of the surviving participants on the dock turned ashen in an instant. True despair had arrived 2 hours earlier, in the command chamber of the transport ship.
Report. We've received a distress signal from Sector 5, the communications officer reported urgently. Distress signal? What's happening?
The commander, waiting in the command chamber, turned pale. Suddenly, the main communication screen lit up, and a communication window with the military district's highest authority insignia forcibly cut in. On the screen appeared Commander Meng Jun, his face weary and bloodshot. The
background was the smoke-filled, alarm-pierced command center of Sector 5's defensive headquarters. Commander of the transport ship. Fleet, listen to my orders. Meng Jun's voice was hoarse. Sector 5 is under attack by a massive wave of mutated beasts. The situation is critical. Immediately bring all Academy instructors to Sector 5 for support. But, Commander, the students on Gulang Island. The ship commander hadn't finished speaking when the communication was forcibly cut off. Sector 5 was in crisis. Quick! Set sail immediately. Destination, Sector 5.
Full speed ahead, the commander gritted his teeth and issued the order. The instructors from various academies
on the ship, noticing the vessel's movement, gathered around and asked Commander, why is the ship moving? What's happening? The commander knew this couldn't be concealed.
If Sector 5 fell, the casualties would be catastrophic, but with limited information, he could only say, we just received an urgent report.
Sector 5 is under attack by mutated beasts. We need to provide immediate support. I don't have the full details yet. The instructors hesitated due to the lack of information.
At this moment, Lu Lin, an instructor from
Academy 5, stepped forward and said, let's head to Sector 5 first. The students on Gulang Island still have the event's security team protecting them. They should be fine. That's all we can do for now. The other instructors said no more. Most of the top-tier espers
in Sector 5 had gone to explore a newly emerged special-grade dimension.
The instructors were now the sector's strongest defense. When
the commander saw no objections, he urged the helmsman to accelerate towards Sector 5. As the massive silhouette of the transport ship pierced through the sea mist and neared the imposing outline of Sector 5, the hearts of all the instructors aboard sank to the bottom. What lay before them was nothing like the prosperous, sturdy, and vibrant maritime stronghold they had left behind. Despair struck like a heavy hammer on everyone's eyes. The once orderly port now resembled a boiling anthill. A dense crowd surged toward the dock in frenzy, their cries and screams intertwining into a terrifying wave of despair. People desperately tried to climb onto any vessel still afloat, and some even threw themselves into the icy waters, futilely swimming toward the distant horizon. The source of this chaos loomed above Sector 5, a massive spider nest. The nest, woven from countless black silk threads, was unimaginably large, resembling an inverted black mountain weighing heavily over Sector 5. Countless spiders of varying sizes and grotesque forms poured from the nest like a torrential downpour. These spiders were jet black, with vivid, glaring crimson stripes or eerie eye-like patterns on their carapaces. These were the infamous, dreaded creatures known as the evil eye spiders.
The evil eye spiders?
A trembling voice broke the silence, belonging to an
instructor from Sector 8.
His voice quivered with fear.
This can't be. These are the minions of the Evil Eye Spider Queen from Dimension 32. How could they appear here?
The faces of all the instructors turned deathly pale in an instant. Dimension 32 was a special grade dimension, a forbidden zone that no one had ever been able to clear. The rank 9 beast, the evil-eyed Spider Emperor, was one of the most terrifying existences in the 32nd alien realm. The instructors hesitated for a moment. This had already exceeded the scope of what they could handle. At this critical juncture, Lu Lin rushed to the front of the group. The usually composed middle-aged man now had bloodshot eyes, his body trembling slightly as his voice choked with emotion. I know my request may be overly demanding, but the students from the 5th Academy are still trapped in there. I beg you, please help me, help those children. They're still in the academy. Seeing Lu Lin's earnest gaze, as teachers themselves, they could all feel his heartache as Zhou Ying glanced at Li Yin, knowing that this warm-hearted instructor
couldn't hold back any longer. He nodded. Li Yin, upon seeing this, did not hesitate. Zhou Ying, let's go. Li Yin roared, flames surging around him. Lu Lin, lead the way. Any instructors willing to help, follow us. Li Yin, are you trying to insult us with that tone?
We're all educators,
How could we stand by and watch as our students are devoured by a swarm of beasts? We can't let you hog all the glory, Li Yan. We're in this together. The other instructors all stepped forward at that moment. Lin swept his gaze over the crowd and laughed. Ha ha, I knew we educators weren't pushovers. Lu Lin cast a grateful glance at Li Yan. Knowing that time was of the essence, he wiped away the tears in his eyes and said, "Follow me." Several powerful auras burst forth from the docking ship in an instant. These rank 7 instructors from various academies transformed into streaks of light and shadow, charging unhesitatingly into the 5th district, which was shrouded in webs and death. As the instructors pushed deeper into the danger zone, the sounds of violent explosions and collapsing buildings filled their ears, but even more chilling was the incessant shhhshhh sound. It was the noise of countless spider legs crawling across the ground, walls, and webbing. The iconic structures that once symbolized the power and prosperity of the 5th district, the towering Awakened Guild skyscraper, the neon-lit commercial streets, were now all blanketed by a thick layer of black spider webs. As the instructors charged forward, they unleashed various powerful awakened combat techniques, shattering countless lower-ranked evil-eyed spiders into pieces, temporarily carving out a bloody path for the panicked fleeing crowd behind them. When they encountered evil-eyed spiders of rank 6 or higher, they opted to avoid them, steering clear of prolonged battles. When the group finally arrived at the 5th Academy, even though they had mentally prepared themselves, the scene before them still made everyone gasp. The once lush and scholarly campus was now littered with corpses, silent and desolate. Only the large integrated training hall, constructed from high-strength alloy, still emitted faint sounds of combat. The alloy doors of the training hall were tightly shut, and the ground and walls were piled high with the corpses of evil-eyed spiders. Clearly, a brutal battle had just taken place here. "They're still inside the training hall." Lu Lin's voice carried a faint tremor of hope and an unmistakable anguish. The instructors quickly worked together to clear out the scattered spiders around the training hall. Lin placed his palm on the alloy door, and searing flames instantly melted the lock. Boom! The door was forcibly pushed open. The training hall's interior was dimly lit. Hundreds of teachers and students huddled together, most of them injured, their eyes filled with terror and exhaustion. They gripped their weapons tightly, the faint glow of their abilities flickering weakly in the shadowy space. When they saw the instructors rush in, especially the figure of Lu Lin, the crowd, who had been steeped in despair, erupted in tearful cheers. "Instructor Lu! It's Instructor Lu bringing help to save us! We're saved! Someone's finally come to save us!" Sob. Instructor. Since entering the academy, all Lu Lin had seen were students and colleagues lying in pools of blood. Now, at last, he was faced with scarred but living faces. This normally strong man's eyes instantly reddened. He suppressed his grief, his voice hoarse as he shouted at children, "Pull yourselves together. Gather immediately. Your instructors will lead you out. We'll get you out of here." Who wouldn't want to stay in the place where they had created countless memories? But now, they had no choice. Under the instructor's protection, this group of hundreds of frightened teachers and students began their difficult breakout toward the port. The instructors led the charge at the front lines, unleashing their abilities to repel wave after wave of attacking spiders. But on the way to the port, the number of evil-eyed spiders was staggering, and increasingly powerful individuals kept appearing. The group's progress was excruciatingly slow, with casualties mounting. Lu Lin stayed at the very front, his Earth-based abilities renowned for their strong defense, continuously opening up safe passages for the group amid the battle. He anxiously observed the route. "We can't use the main port anymore," Lu Lin suddenly shouted to Li Yan and Zhou, his voice cutting clearly through the fierce combat. "There's too many people there, the target is too obvious. It'll definitely be blocked by the most powerful spiders and the chaotic crowd. I know another route. Head west. There's an abandoned shipyard there. It used to be military grade, so it's relatively hidden. There might even be a usable ship." Li Yan responded without hesitation, "All right. We'll follow your lead. Show the way." The students from the 5th Academy, protected by their instructors, struggled to shift their direction toward the secluded western shipyard. The shipyard was indeed much quieter than the main port, its abandoned steel framework appearing eerie under dim light. Fortunately, within one of the docks, they discovered a medium-sized transport ship, worn but structurally intact. Even better, its power system still worked. Hope ignited in everyone's eyes. "Hurry! Get on the ship!" The instructors urged the students, who mustered the last of their strength, stumbling and staggering toward the life-saving vessel. But just as the crowd was nearing the dock's entrance,
Two piercingly sharp, terror-laden screeches tore through everyone's eardrums, from the massive shadows on either side of the dock, two enormous, evil-eyed spiders emerged, their sheer size suffocating. The energy they radiated was at rank 8, behind them, a swarm of evil-eyed spiders ranging from rank 4 to 7 flooded in, instantly sealing off the final passage to the transport ship. Quick! Get on the ship! Hurry! Li Yan, looking at the hundreds of people, was frantic with anxiety. It's over. At the rear of the group, a student, sensing the spiders closing in, felt their legs give way and collapse to the ground. Get on the ship quickly. I'll hold them off. Lu Lin's voice was unusually calm. He moved to the back of the group, helping up a fallen student. As the earth-yellow energy around him surged wildly, the other instructors from Academy Number 5 seemed to share an unspoken understanding. They all stepped to the rear of the group and stood shoulder to shoulder with Lu Lin. They stood in front of the two 8th-grade giant spiders. Although their energy levels varied, the light in their eyes was equally resolute. Lu Lin's face bore a tranquil smile. He turned his head and roared at the other academy instructors on the ship. Go! Take the kids and leave! Hurry! Lu Lin! You all, one instructor from another academy shouted, attempting to rush forward. Cut the crap! Lu Lin's voice was unyielding, carrying a tragic determination. The 5th district is done for. Academy Number 5 is done for too. But these students cannot die here. They are our seeds, the hope for the future. Everyone, we entrust them to you. Hearing Lu Lin's heartfelt plea, a wave of sorrow swept over the crowd. They knew this was the only chance Lu Lin and the instructors of Academy Number 5 had fought to their death to create. Go! Quickly! Li Yan shouted hoarsely. There was no time for hesitation, no time for goodbyes. The transport ship's engines roared to life. At that moment, one of the 8th-grade spiders thrust its spear-like leg through the chest of the lead instructor from Academy Number 5. Blood spurted out in a jet, but he did not fall. Instead, he clung tightly to the leg that had pierced him, roaring as he used the last of his strength to try to immobilize the spider. Old Zhang! Lu Lin's eyes burned with fury as he roared and charged at the spider, forming a massive stone hammer to strike down with all his might. But before the hammer could land, spider silk ensnared it, rendering it immobile, and a spider leg pierced through Lu Lin's chest. Bloodied and mangled, the scene was both brutal and heroic. The transport ship finally left the dock, and the sinister-eyed spiders did not pursue. Lin walked to the stern of the boat, staring back at the 5th district, shrouded in webs and ablaze in fire. His figure seemed to freeze for an eternity. He scanned the faces of the young survivors, faces marked by deep despair, and furrowed his brow. His voice, however, roared like thunder. Children of Academy Number 5, listen up! The surviving students raised their heads, looking toward Li Yan. Today, I, Li Yan, on behalf of your instructors, will give you the most important lesson of your lives. Kids, remember, the safe zones built by the blood and fire of our predecessors were never meant to be places for you to enjoy in comfort. They exist to buy you time, to give you the chance to grow stronger. What your instructors did today was not to leave you in despair, but to make you bear the responsibility they left behind. They hope that one day, one of you will surpass the heights they could not reach and protect those they can no longer shield. Do you understand? The sea wind howled, the engines roared. Li Yan's words reverberated, shattering the silence. Seeing Lu Lin fall, the remaining two instructors from Academy Number 5 did not show fear. Instead, they burst into hearty laughter, their eyes gleaming with madness. Shouldn't have borrowed old Lu's lighter. Now I don't have the chance to return it. Ha ha ha. Well, buy him a drink when you see him over there. And call it even. True. I'm coming too. Old Wang. Wait for me. Without hesitation, the two charged into the swarm of spiders and detonated their powers. Erupting into a blinding blaze of firelight, the students could no longer hold back and broke into wailing sobs. Now! Li Yan's voice cut through the cries as he spoke again, suppressing them. Dry your tears. Let us bid farewell to our heroes together. With that, he straightened his posture and slammed his right fist hard against his left chest, producing a deep thud. For your instructors. For all the warriors who sacrificed themselves to defend the 5th district. Salute. Following Li Yan's lead, the surviving students of Academy Number 5 and the other academy instructors stood solemnly. They performed the highest gesture of respect and mourning among ability users, the right fist clenched, palm inward, pressed against the left chest, the left hand open, palm outward, pressed against the lower back, the body leaned forward, bowing deeply toward the 5th district. A moment of silent mourning, the salute Concluded, this ceremony bore the oath of humanity's ability users who protected with their lives, sacrifice without regret, spirit eternal, on the western dock of Lone Wave Island. The air was thick with the stench of blood. It was no longer possible to distinguish whether it was the blood of the beasts or that of the competing students. A frenzied goblins surged in from all directions. They roared, swinging their terrifying bone clubs, their red eyes filled with nothing but a desire for destruction. At this moment, Gu Luochen stood at the center of the battlefield, surrounded by blazing red flames. As an S-rank fire
elemental dominator, Gu Luochen possessed incredible destructive power.
But this also made him the focal point of the enemy's attack. Faced with the onslaught, he refrained from using celestial techniques and relied solely on ordinary ability battle techniques. With every wave of his hand, a fiery rain fell like meteors, reducing the goblins at the front lines to charred remains. He carved out burning paths amidst the horde of beasts with sheer force. Standing
not far from Gu Luochen, Gao Tian exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Chen, you're amazing. These goblins can't even stand a chance against you. If I couldn't handle small fry like this, what good would my S-rank ability be?" Ha ha. Gao Tian let out an awkward laugh before refocusing on the battle. Gu Luochen
smirked, somewhat exasperated by his overly enthusiastic partner. After the surrounding beasts were cleared out, he looked up with interest in the direction of Lin Qian. To be honest, this guy's ability was truly a bit abnormal. Lin Qian's mouth continuously issued brief commands: word spirit, block. Word spirit, shatter. Each activation precisely targeted a single tier 4 goblin. The goblins hit by word spirit would either freeze instantly and be killed by Sumu Xue and Yi Zixuan working together, or have parts of their bodies bizarrely twisted and shattered. Although Lin Qian's ability wasn't suited for large-scale combat, he could precisely control every tier 4 beast on the battlefield, significantly reducing the pressure on everyone. The other surviving students worked closely together back-to-back, desperately releasing their abilities. Wind blades, ice spikes, earth thorns, fireballs, all kinds of lights flashed in the despair, forming a chaotic yet resilient web of firepower. But human strength was limited, their stamina exhausted, and comrades kept falling. The tragic scene was like a heavy chain, slowly crushing their will and defensive line. Gu Luochen was also desperately releasing his fire ability, but the beasts were too many. Wave after wave, their numbers showed no sign of diminishing. The beasts were abnormally frenzied, showing no regard for life or death. As time passed, the screams of the students grew more frequent.
"Brother Chang, we can't hold on anymore. Everyone's about to collapse." Gao Tian's face was covered in blood, a deep claw mark running from his shoulder to his chest. While using arcs of electricity to repel attacking goblins, he anxiously shouted toward Gu Luochang. Gu Luochang also noticed that many students' eyes had begun to lose focus, and the frequency and power of their abilities had drastically decreased. With furrowed brows, he thought hard while using flames to incinerate 3 goblins in front of him. If he forcibly used celestial techniques, the cost would be enormous, and the effect on group combat would be limited. He needed to think of another solution. Suddenly, in his contemplation, Gu Luocheng noticed something odd. Why did the event organizers want them gathered at the dock? Was it to wait for reinforcements? Or was there another plan? Gu Luocheng began releasing his mental energy to probe the surroundings. Soon, he discovered the secret. Beneath their feet, there was a massive ability formation hidden. The event organizers weren't on site, and only those from District 5 would know this secret. Gu Luocheng's sharp gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield and finally locked onto Lin Qian, who was fighting bloodily. Lin Qian. Gu Luocheng's voice cut through the noisy battlefield, tinged with accusation. "Did the organizers gather us at the dock just to let the beasts kill us all? What do you know?" Lin Qian had just used word spirit to block a goblin lunging at an injured student. Hearing this, he abruptly turned to look at Gu Luocheng, a flash of surprise in his eyes. While maintaining the suppression of word spirit, he replied, "That's right. There's a defensive formation buried beneath the dock, but it's short on resources. Activating. It will only last 2 hours at most. I won't use it unless it's absolutely critical." Gu Luocheng's eyes narrowed as he instantly understood the event organizers' intent. The dock was an important hub for material transport and undoubtedly had protective mechanisms. The Lin family controlled the commercial lifeline of District 5, so the dock naturally fell under their jurisdiction. The event organizers must have anticipated that Lin Qian could activate this mechanism, so they directed the students here to leverage his power as a last hope. It seemed the organizers were in big trouble as well, but their current situation was dire too. Leaving no time to overthink, the battle grew increasingly brutal, and the defensive line continued to shrink. 2 more students
were surrounded and taken down by goblins, torn to pieces in moments, their blood staining the ground. Lin Qian knew there was no time to delay, many were
already on the verge of collapse. Hurry! Everyone retreat behind the containers. Quickly!
Lin Qian seized a brief moment and shouted loudly. Though the
surviving students didn't understand his intent, they followed his instructions. They supported one another, dragging the injured, stumbling, and staggering
toward the pile of rusted, abandoned containers. Seeing everyone retreat, Lin Qian swiftly retrieved a fist-sized, pale blue crystal stone with intricate, flowing patterns from his storage ring. Anyone knowledgeable would instantly recognize it as a formation core. Lin Qian pointed to the ground beside the containers, urgently shouting, "Gu Luochang,
blast this spot open! Quickly!" Without hesitation, Gu Luochang condensed a concentrated red glow at his fingertips and flicked it forward. Boom!
The ground exploded into a basin-sized hole. At the bottom of the hole, a metal plate covered in complex patterns was revealed. Embedded with a few dim crystals, this was the hidden core base of the ability formation.
Wow!
There's actually a formation hidden here, someone exclaimed. Everyone watched as Lin Qian leaped forward, swiftly placing the formation core into the central recess of the base with precision.
Buzz!
A pale blue light instantly lit up from the patterns on the base, rippling outward like water waves. In the blink of an eye, a semi-transparent, pale blue, spherical shield with flowing energy waves rose from the ground, enclosing the 40-plus surviving students near the containers.
Bang! 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 The
goblins outside crazily pounded against the shield, emitting dull, heavy thuds, but the shield merely rippled gently, remaining unshaken.
We're saved! Sob! The students' taut nerves finally relaxed.
After enduring life and death trials, they were dazed, struggling to believe they were still alive. However, an angry voice, tinged with tears, suddenly broke out. Lin Qian,
why didn't you activate it earlier? My brother just died right in front of me. The accuser pointed to the mangled corpse not far outside the shield, their eyes filled with fury and despair. Immediately, the gazes of some of the students, filled with pain, anger, and confusion, all converged on Lin Qian. Lin Qian's expression was grave as he pointed to the array core and the base, where several crystals were visibly depleted of energy and dimmed. His
voice, hoarse yet clear, explained, "Look closely.
This formation is for emergencies.
The energy in the array core, combined with the remaining crystals on the base, can support the shield for at most 2 hours. He swept his sharp gaze across the group and continued, "If reinforcements don't arrive within 2 hours, the moment the shield breaks, these frenzied beasts outside will tear us to pieces.
Activating the shield prematurely is equivalent to seeking death.
Instead of doubting me right now, you'd better focus on recovering your strength and think about who's holding back those goblins outside."
The student who had questioned him opened his mouth, staring at the dim crystals and the faint glow of the array core.
His fury gradually turned into helplessness and despair as he slumped to the ground, silent. The others also fell into silence, their fleeting sense of safety shattered by the harsh reality. The atmosphere inside the shield grew stifling, almost suffocating. At this moment, Yi Zixuan, who had been observing the shield, approached its edge with an inquisitive and curious expression. She studied the goblins outside, frantically ramming against the shield yet unable to break through. Then, her gaze shifted to the flowing energy
ripples on the shield. She asked Lin Qian, "Can this shield really withstand these fourth-tier beasts?"
As she spoke, she instinctively reached out, intending to touch the shield. A strand of potent, corrosive shadow energy condensed at her fingertip, coiling like a small black serpent.
"The strongest among them is only a fourth-tier beast. Holding for 2 hours shouldn't be a problem." Lin Qian had just begun to
respond when his pupils contracted sharply at her actions.
He shouted in alarm, "Yi Zixuan, don't touch it! Don't touch it!"
Usually calm and composed, Lin Qian was now consumed with panic, but it was already too late.
Yi Zixuan's fingertip lightly touched the pale blue shield. Crack!
A faint cracking sound, yet it reverberated like thunder in everyone's hearts. At the point of her touch, a clear black crack appeared on the shield, rapidly spreading like a spider's web. The shadow energy corroded the already unstable protective energy like venom.
Roar!
The goblins outside seemed to sense the weakness in the shield, their attacks growing more ferocious and frantic.
Ugh!
Lin Qian staggered as if struck, his face instantly turning as pale as paper, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his hands pressed firmly on the array core, veins bulging on his forehead as his energy surged wildly.
He chanted in a hurried voice, "Word spirit! Fortify! Strengthen! Stabilize!" The invisible power of his word spirit was infused into the shield, desperately
Mending the black crack and halting its spread, the crack's expansion slowed but did not cease. Lin Qian's body began to tremble, sweat dripping like beans, as he clearly pushed himself to the limit.
I didn't mean to. I really didn't know this would happen. Yi Zixuan, seeing Lin Qian's agonized struggle and the furious, shocked stares of the others, realized the gravity of her mistake. The usually proud
and aloof girl now showed rare panic and regret, her voice trembling. Fear spread once again within the shield. The fragile sense of security they had just regained was on the verge of collapse. At this
critical moment, Gu Luocheng's steady voice rang out, "Lin Qian, how much longer can you hold?"
Lin Qian gritted his teeth, forcing out 5 words through the pain. 10 minutes.
At most. That's enough. A sharp glint flashed in Gu Luocheng's eyes. He then removed his storage ring, sending his mental power into it.
In an instant, he poured out all the energy crystals, which clattered to the ground like spilling beans, red, blue, green, yellow, a dazzling array of colors intertwined as the pile of crystals formed a small mountain. Among them were several third-tier and even fourth-tier crystals radiating powerful energy fluctuations. Everyone, take out all the energy crystals you have, regardless of rank or attribute. Quickly. Gu Luocheng issued a command that brooked no argument. Crystals? What's the point of taking them out now? Someone couldn't help but question. Do you plan to repair the formation? Crystal's energy is chaotic and volatile. Without professional equipment, they're useless.
Gu Luocheng sighed lightly. At this, repair?
This shabby formation isn't even worthy of being fixed by him. Besides, he had manipulated energies far more complex than this 1,000-fold with ease, but directly channeling the crystals. Energy now would be hard to explain, so he concocted a reason, saying that's right.
I'm going to repair this energy array.
As for the equipment to extract crystal energy, I have it stored in my ring.
I can extract the energy through the storage ring. What? You can extract energy through a storage ring? Stop wasting time. If you want to survive, do as I say.
Sun Niu intervened to support Gu Luocheng, then emptied all the crystals from his pockets and bag. The other members of Academy No. 3, including Su Muxue, also unhesitatingly handed over their collected crystals. Yi Zixuan hesitated briefly but ultimately tossed over several large fourth-tier crystals she had recently acquired. Carrying the burden of her mistake, she welcomed any chance to lessen her guilt. Lin Qian, enduring immense pain, signaled his team with his eyes to temporarily trust Gu Luocheng. At this point, the others could only cling to hope and handed their crystals to Gu Luocheng. Soon, a mountain of crystals grew before him. There were over 60 third-tier crystals, 7 fourth-tier crystals, and countless first and second-tier crystals exceeding 100 in number. A field of complex and potent energy gradually spread within the shield. Gu Luocheng sat cross-legged, ignoring the bewildered stares of those around him. He extended his right index finger, and with a soft whoosh, a searing red flame ignited at its tip. The flame spun rapidly, transforming into a jagged, saw-like blade. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Gu Luocheng moved with ghostly speed. The fiery blade at his fingertip precisely traced the surface of each crystal.
What? What is he doing? What kind of technique is this? Carving runes directly onto the crystals? I've never seen anything like it. Truly worthy of an S-class. His control over flames is refined to this degree. The students watched in stunned silence, their mouths agape.
Even Lin Qian temporarily forgot his pain, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Time slipped by swiftly, accompanied by the
faint sizzling sound coming from the crystal cores. One by one, complex and mysterious flame inscriptions were etched onto the surfaces of the crystals. The process was astonishingly fast, as if Gu Luocheng had rehearsed it countless times in his mind. Once the inscriptions were completed, Gu Luocheng used his mental energy to precisely control the crystal cores, guiding them to the inner walls of the shield. Each core was firmly embedded into the ground or adhered securely to the walls of the containers. Finally, he picked up a fourth-tier fire elemental crystal core, brimming with energy. Flames danced at his fingertips as he engraved even more intricate patterns onto it. He then stood up and walked over to the pit where Lin Qian had initiated the array, pressing the core crystal firmly into the original array base. Activate the array. Gu Luocheng's voice boomed as he slammed his hands down forcefully. Buzz. In an instant, all the crystal cores he had inscribed and placed in specific locations began to vibrate intensely, emitting a dazzling brilliance. The inscriptions seemed to resonate with each other, and invisible energy threads connected them in an instant. Lin Qian suddenly felt the core of the array in his hand become much lighter, and the suffocating pressure from the shield vanished in an instant. The power of his word spirit ability, which he had been maintaining, was suddenly rendered useless. My control over the array has been taken? Lin Qian looked up in terror. The shield, once covered with black cracks, no longer glowed a faint blue. Instead, it turned a fiery red. The surface of the shield was no longer a smooth energy barrier but was now flowing with lava-like flame patterns, radiating scorching heat. The entire shield had become significantly thicker and more robust. Roar! Outside, a goblin smashed its fist against the new shield with all its might. With a sizzle, the goblin's tough fist began to smoke, its skin charred black as it let out a blood-curdling scream. Meanwhile, the surface of the shield shimmered with fiery golden light, remaining completely unscathed. It even reflected the searing energy back at the goblin. Although the new array caused the internal temperature of the shield to rise, it brought an unprecedented sense of security. What is this? Lin Qian was utterly dumbfounded. He stared at the fiery golden shield adorned with flowing flame runes, feeling the unparalleled stability of its energy circulation. His mind went blank. This wasn't a repair, this was a reconstruction, and not just any reconstruction, it was a sturdier, more advanced composite defensive array with a scorching counterattack effect, crafted effortlessly from on-site materials. This level of stability, it could last for at least another 10 hours. Lin Qian muttered to himself, his shock gradually transforming into admiration, his gaze almost reverent. As someone who had studied energy arrays, he knew all too well how difficult this was to achieve. He had never imagined anyone could use such simple materials to create such an exquisite and flawless array in such a short time. It completely overturned his understanding of energy arrays. He even felt that not even his self-proclaimed master of arrays could achieve something this extraordinary. Meanwhile, Gu Luochen casually dusted off his hands, as though completing a trivial task. He glanced at the newly transformed fiery golden shield and then at the goblins outside, who were frantically slamming into it only to be burned in return. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "Oh everyone, take this time to rest and recover your strength. The beasts shouldn't bother us again for a while." Afterward, Gu Luochen walked over to Lin Qian, who was still too tense to relax, and asked, "Do you know who's behind today's events?" "I suspect it's the Genesis sect." "The Genesis sect?" Gu Luochen frowned. The name sounded both arrogant and sinister. "What kind of organization is that?" "I don't know much," Lin Qian replied hoarsely. "The information came from my father," Lin Qian continued. "It's an extremely secretive and dangerous organization that has existed for a long time, possibly dating back to the Great World Shift. Although their true motives are unclear, recently, many incidents aimed at destabilizing safety zones and causing widespread chaos seem to have their fingerprints all over them." Gu Luochen's brows furrowed deeply as he asked, in a low voice, "So, the fact that the event organizers are trapped might be connected to the Genesis sect?" Lin Qian nodded, his tone heavy. "To completely trap the organizers at the base, cut off all effective communications, and do so without any of us noticing anything unusual, this would require at least a peak 6th tier, or even a 7th tier, ability user. Moreover, they're especially skilled in concealment and spatial lockdown." "What the? 7th tier?" Hearing this, Gao Tian immediately panicked, almost jumping out of his skin. "Are you joking, Lin? We've got enemies that strong watching us from outside?" Lin Qian gave a bitter smile. "They've always operated in shadows, like rats in the sewers. If they wanted to crush us outright, they would have done it already. Instead, they're using drugs to forcefully enhance 4th-tier goblins to wear us down, which means they have their own concerns. They might be waiting for the right opportunity." He paused, his tone growing more solemn. "But even so, we can't let our guard down. If these 4th-tier beasts fail to break through our defenses, they might resort to more direct and insidious methods." "Why?" Gu Luochen's eyes flashed with cold light. "Why would they go to such lengths for us low-tier ability users?" "Because we're valuable." Lin Qian's gaze swept over Su Mashue and Yi Zixuan nearby before finally landing on Gu Luochen and himself. "There are 4 S-class ability users gathered here. Gu Luochen, do you know? In the entirety of Huaxia, there are only 22 registered S-class ability users. Each one is a future top-tier powerhouse." "Right. Now, while we're still not fully developed, we're all gathered in one place. To the Genesis sect, this is an excellent opportunity to capture us all in one fell swoop." Lin Qian added gravely, "Of the core philosophy of the Genesis cult is rumored to be deeply twisted. They advocate for accepting the invasion of otherworldly forces, coexisting with them, and even regard it as some form of evolution or purification. Therefore, all elites who actively hunt otherworldly creatures and protect humanity, especially potential individuals like us, have become their greatest enemies. They must be eager to eliminate us as soon as possible. This is downright anti-human."
Gao Tian growled angrily, his fists clenched tightly. Lin Qian did not respond. He only looked up at the battered, sitting or lying students within. The protective barrier. A heavy and indescribable sense of doubt surged in his heart. Everyone was fighting for survival and to protect their homeland. Why would anyone choose to betray their own kind and stand on the side of destruction? Gu Luochen stood up and patted Lin Qian, who was lost in thought, on the shoulder. Don't overthink it. You've exhausted yourself too much, and your mind is starting to waver. Quickly recover, there's a good chance we'll face tougher battles ahead. Lin Qian froze for a moment, watching Gu Luochen's retreating figure. He took a deep breath, forcibly calmed his chaotic emotions, and closed his eyes to begin meditating. The sky gradually darkened. The crimson gold barrier glowed like a lighthouse in the darkness, radiating a warm and resolute light. After nearly 4 hours of rest, most of the students had recovered a significant amount of their stamina and abilities, though mental fatigue lingered. Beyond the barrier, the number of goblins had not decreased but instead multiplied, forming a dense, shadowy mass. Scarlet eyes glimmered in the darkness, accompanied by deep growls and the sound of bodies slamming against the barrier. It was like a blade suspended over their heads, preventing anyone from feeling at ease. Gu Luochen sat down beside Su Muxue. He noticed that ever since Su Muxue had suffered humiliation from Du Yunian, she had been unusually quiet. Her body was tense as she sat hugging her knees, her chin resting on them. Her golden hair had lost its luster, and her eyes were vacant and hollow. Muxue, Gu Luochen spoke softly, do you have something on your mind? Su Muxue trembled slightly and slowly turned her head. Gu Luochen saw that her usually bright and clear golden eyes seemed to be shrouded by an unshakable shadow. She didn't respond immediately. Instead, her gaze shifted toward the forest beyond the barrier, where the sound of the beasts' howls echoed endlessly. After a long moment, she finally spoke in a low, suppressed voice. I don't know why, but every time I close my eyes, all I see is that forest, that dark, dense forest, the maddened otherworldly beasts, and Du Yunyan's disgusting touch. Thinking of this, Su Muxue instinctively curled up further, as if trying to fend off a wave of icy nausea. Gu Luochen extended his hand, gently placing it over her cold one. He wanted to comfort her, to help her shift her focus and calm her emotions. Using a calm and profound tone, he said, don't be afraid. Let me tell you a story. It's a legend I read in a very old journal. Su Muxue felt the warmth from his hand, and her tightly wound nerves loosened slightly. She looked at him with curiosity. In a time and space so distant it's nearly unimaginable, there was a place called the Northern Celestial Realm. Gu Luochen's voice carried a nostalgic tone. There, the Celestial Emperor was the supreme ruler, commanding countless galaxies and worlds. The Celestial Emperor had a son, whose status was naturally unparalleled. This son of the Celestial Emperor had a free-spirited nature and despised being restrained. Then, one day, a message arrived from another Celestial Emperor of equal standing, the Dark Knight Celestial Emperor. He wished to marry off his most treasured daughter to the son of the Northern Celestial Emperor. Girls, as expected, loved a good bit of gossip. Su Muxue, drawn in by the story's beginning, temporarily forgot her fear and asked curiously, a political marriage? Did the Celestial Emperor's son agree? Of course not. Gu Luochen's lips curved slightly. He hated those arranged marriages where he hadn't even met the person. But what puzzled him even more was why the mighty Dark Knight Celestial Emperor would suddenly propose such a marriage. There had to be more to it. So, he made a bold decision to infiltrate the Dark Knight Celestial Realm himself and secretly meet this mysterious princess. He wanted to find out who she was and what the Dark Knight Celestial Emperor was really planning. Did he go? Su Muxue pressed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course he did. Gu Luochen nodded. He snuck out of the Northern Celestial Realm and, after overcoming countless obstacles, finally reached the enigmatic Dark Knight Celestial Realm. But what happened? Su Muxue asked anxiously. However, Gu Luochen deliberately paused. The Dark Knight Celestial Palace was heavily guarded, with countless rules. Despite his ingenuity, he couldn't even get past the palace gates. What? Su Muxue exclaimed, clearly dissatisfied with this turn of events. So it was all for nothing? Not entirely in vain. A sly glint appeared in Gu Luochen's eyes. Though he didn't meet the princess, he unexpectedly received a letter. It was handwritten by the Dark Knight Celestial Emperor's precious daughter, just for him. A letter? What did it say? The letter contained only a poem. Just as Gu Luochen was about to recite it, suddenly, his expression changed. Drastically, a cold and maliciously powerful mental force struck like an invisible venomous sting, slamming into the crimson gold barrier. Buzz! The barrier trembled violently, and the fiery patterns on its surface flickered erratically.
Enemy. Attack. Mental assault.
Gu Luochen shot to his feet, shouting sharply inside the barrier. The more perceptive students felt dizzy and their hearts raced. Their faces turned pale as they nervously looked out into the boundless darkness beyond.
The barrier. Everyone. Stay alert. Prepare for battle.
Lin Qian's voice rang out, carrying an unprecedented gravity. The warning had barely left his lips. Crack.
Boom.
The crimson gold barrier shattered like broken glass, disintegrating
into countless specks of light. Roar.
The frenzied roars of beasts pierced everyone's ears. Without the barrier's protection, countless scarlet eyes and razor-sharp claws surged like a flood bursting through a dam, charging at the panicked
crowd. Form up. Maintain the defensive formation.
Lin Qian shouted hoarsely at the trainees quickly responded, their powers flaring brilliantly as they clashed fiercely with the charging goblins. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. Far more brutal than before, even more terrifying was the icy mental force lingering in the darkness. It had not yet dissipated. Like a cunning viper, it slithered through the chaotic battlefield, seeking its prey.
Ah! A trainee wielding wind.
Blade suddenly froze, his eyes vacant, his movements halted. A goblin's bone club, carrying a sinister wind, smashed into his skull, shattering it. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere.
Be careful! A psychic abilities user is ambushing us.
Someone shouted in terror.
Help me!
A trainee clutched his head in agony and collapsed, as though an invisible force was corroding his brain. The next second, he was swarmed by goblins. The shadow of death loomed over everyone, a palpable
threat. Don't panic. Hold the formation.
Lin Qian, while using his speech-based abilities to eliminate the most dangerous goblins, shouted urgently, striving to stabilize the situation. Some were so terrified by the mysterious ambush that they lost their nerve. Watching the surging waves of darkness around them, they cried out in despair, "It's hopeless.
We can't hold them off. Let's jump into the sea and escape."
Before the words fully left his mouth, he bolted toward the shore.
Stop! Are you insane? A bloodied trainee beside him grabbed him tightly and roared, "With our meager strength, jumping into the Black Dragon Sea?
The sea monsters out there are far more numerous than the beasts on this island.
You wouldn't even make a ripple before becoming fish food. If you want to live, hold your ground. Fight them to the end."
At that moment, Gu Luochen also felt immense pressure. Swinging his flaming longsword, he severed a goblin lunging at Su Mashua while focusing his mental strength, trying to locate the hidden enemy. Suddenly, his expression changed. That chilling psychic force, like a parasitic maggot, had locked onto him. Wave after wave of mental invasion and interference swept over his sea of consciousness like icy tides, trying to disrupt his mind.
Humph! Gu Luochen snorted coldly.
He had encountered such psychic attacks countless times before. To him, this was nothing but a lowly trick, effortlessly identifying the flaws in those negative impulses. He focused his mental strength and obliterated them entirely. Meanwhile, his movements were ghost-like as he weaved through the beast horde, precisely avoiding the areas with the strongest psychic force. His flaming long sword cleaved through goblins' lives with each swing. Eye on the shadows, the hidden psychic attacker seemed infuriated by Gu Luochen's composure. Unwilling to settle for mere disruption, the psychic force quickly condensed into a sharp mental spike, prepared to launch a fatal strike against Gu Luochen, even at the risk of exposing its position. But just as the attacker was about to act, a powerful warning surged through his senses like icy water poured over him. He abruptly looked up at the ominous sky. In the distant horizon, several powerful energy waves tore through the night like blades, rapidly approaching Gulong Island. Those energy levels far surpassed Tier 6.
Damn it! Reinforcements? How is that possible so quickly? The attacker was stunned.
He dared not linger any longer. The mental spike he had condensed instantly dissipated. Like a startled rabbit, he swiftly concealed his presence and fled, vanishing into the dense forest. Almost the moment he disappeared, whoosh! A massive flaming meteor, blazing like a falling star with a long fiery tail and overwhelming pressure, tore through the darkness and struck the densest cluster of goblins outside the dock.
Boom!
The ground quaked violently, blinding flames illuminated half the sky. A ferocious shockwave, mixed with countless severed limbs of beasts, swept outward. With one strike, nearly a third of the goblins were annihilated in an instant. This was the power of a Tier 7 abilities user. At Tier 7, both abilities and physical constitution reached a qualitative leap. Immediately after, several figures descended onto the chaotic battlefield like divine warriors, exuding a commanding aura. Leading the group was Li Yan, his entire body engulfed in flames, radiating an imposing presence. Behind him were Zhouing and several other academy instructors, all emanating powerful energy with sharp, blade-like gazes.
The instructors are here. Mentor Li. Mentor Zhou. You've finally come. Saviors are here. We're finally safe.
The surviving trainees, seeing their instructors as saviors, felt their taut nerves instantly relax. The long-suppressed terror and grievances erupted like a flood.
Many collapsed to the ground, wailing uncontrollably, as if trying to purge all their fear through their cries. Gu Luochen, after slaying the last goblin charging at him, quickly approached Li Yan. There was no relief on his face, only grave concern mentorly. What happened? Why were you delayed so long? Li Yan looked at the devastated battlefield, at the wounded and crying students, and a fiery rage ignited in his eyes. Everything had happened too suddenly. Even Gulong Island had faced such a disaster. He took a deep breath, his voice low and raspy. The situation is complicated. Zone 5 is in serious trouble. Worse than what's happening here. What about the event organizers? What are they doing? How could they let you be surrounded by beasts? Gu Luochen glanced in the direction where the psychic attacker had vanished and said slowly, the organizers probably aren't having an easier time than we are. Gu Luochen was well aware that the attacker had refrained from acting earlier, and now that the attacker had the chance to target them, it likely meant the event organizers were already facing dire circumstances. The goblins and beasts at the dock were quickly cleared out by the instructors, leaving the air thick with the stench of blood. The surviving trainees were temporarily stationed in a safe zone under the instructor's protection. Lin, along with Zhou Ying and a reconnaissance specialist, hurried toward the central stronghold of Gulan Island. With grim expressions, not long after, the three returned. Lin's face was dark. Zhou Ying uncharacteristically removed her glasses, rubbing her temples with a look of shock. What's the situation at the stronghold? A trembling trainee asked. Li Yan's raspy voice, laced with suppressed fury, answered, all dead. The entire event team, every single one of them, died as if their brains were blown apart by psychic attacks. The methods were utterly ruthless. The news hit everyone like a heavy hammer to the heart. The event team, those meant to protect them, had silently perished in the stronghold. Li Yan's unease spread through him like tangled vines. Deep within Black Dragon Bay, a special grade otherworldly realm emerged. The fifth zone fell, coupled with the calamity at Lone Wave Island. These three major events happened almost simultaneously. This was no coincidence. Li Yan had a vague feeling, as if an invisible, terrifying hand was orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. At that moment, the transport ship docked at Lone Wave Island's pier. The students saw many young people on the ship, injured and with sorrowful expressions. Who are they? Sun Yo pointed at the people on the ship, his face full of confusion. They're students from Academy Number 5. Someone recognized the Academy insignia on their chests. Students from Academy Number 5? Why are they here? During the competition, isn't the island reserved only for participating teams? Gao Tian's eyes widened, and an ominous feeling crept into his heart. Seeing the worried and puzzled looks from everyone, Li Yan and Zhou Ying exchanged a glance, knowing they could no longer keep the truth hidden. Li Yan took a deep breath, his voice heavy. Children, the fifth safety zone no longer exists. What? This news was like a thunderclap on a clear day. All the participating students were too shocked to speak, doubting their own ears. Li Yan continued, each word striking like a cold, heavy stone into everyone's hearts. Shortly after you disembarked from the ship, we received a distress signal. The fifth zone was under siege by monstrous beasts. But by the time we arrived, it was already too late. He paused, his voice growing even more sorrowful. The evil-eyed Spider Emperor, along with its minions, turned the entire fifth zone into a living hell. We fought our way in and managed to rescue only a portion of the students trapped in Academy Number 5. And during the evacuation, a violent storm erupted over the Black Dragon Sea. Many of those who escaped were swept away, their fates unknown. As Li Yan finished speaking, the pier fell into a deathly silence. The faces of the participating students were filled with disbelief. After all, what Li Yan described was too shocking to process. The fifth safety zone, which had stood for a century, destroyed, and all of it happened during the few days they were competing. It felt like a nightmare. I can't believe this. Gao Tian broke the silence, clutching his hair, his eyes wide with disbelief. A ninth-tier Spider Emperor? The fifth zone is just gone? His voice turned sharp from the shock. Impossible, this is impossible, murmured a student from Academy Number 5, his expression blank as he collapsed to the ground. The other students from the fifth zone had vacant, hollow looks in their eyes. They couldn't believe it. Participating in a competition had turned their homeland into a hellscape. Their family and friends' fates unknown. Gu Luochen, too, felt a deep sense of sorrow. This trip beyond the perimeter had revealed to him the true cruelty of this world. But at this moment, his attention was more focused on what Li Yan said about the sea storm. He wondered if the eye of the storm had appeared. His breakthrough in the myriad phenomena immortal technique depended on it. No, I have to go back. A horse.
Roar suddenly erupted. Lin Qian shoved aside the teammates supporting him, his eyes bloodshot as he charged madly toward the sea. The fifth zone was where he had grown up. The Lin family's foundation was there. His father, Lin Jianye, his fate unknown. Captain, calm down. Brother Yen, don't act recklessly. His teammates were terrified, several of them desperately grabbing his waist and arms, using all their strength to hold him back. Let me go. I have to go back and see. My father is still there. Let me go. Lin Qian struggled with all his might, his voice hoarse and filled with despair. Completely losing his usual composure, Zhou Ying quickly stepped in front of him, placing her hands firmly on his trembling shoulders. She spoke sternly, Lin Qian, look at me. Calm down. If you go back now, you're throwing your life away. The fifth zone is now completely under the evil-eyed Spider Emperor's control. Its power envelopes the entire city. If you go back, there is no chance of survival, it would be meaningless. Zhou Ying's words were like cold water poured over Lin Qian's head. His struggles gradually ceased, and he stared fixedly in the direction of the fifth zone. His body seemed drained of all strength as he collapsed to his knees, his hands clawed at the sand and gravel on the ground, his knuckles white. A suppressed growl of anguish came from his throat, before he fell into a silence as deep as death. Reason finally overcame impulse. But the profound pain and helplessness he felt resonated deeply with everyone present, facing such a massive upheaval, the destruction of their home, the separation from their loved ones. Who could bear such a blow lightly? The competition wasn't paused because of the signal disruption. Perhaps that's actually a blessing. Zhou Ying looked at the silent Lin Qian and the grieving students from the fifth zone. Her voice carried a faint, bitter sense of relief. If we had ended the competition early and returned, we might have perished in that sea of spiders as well. Hearing this, everyone's emotions became even more conflicted. Of the 90 top students who had entered the competition, only 46 now remained. The two teams from Academy Number 3 had managed to stay mostly intact, thanks not only to the powerful S-rank skills of Gu Luochen and Su Muxue but also to some luck. They had regrouped early and avoided venturing deep into the island's strongholds. Meanwhile, many teams that had recklessly rushed towards central strongholds to compete for rankings had perished forever in the miasma-filled jungle. Lin also thought of the tragedy that had befallen the competition organizers, and he couldn't help but feel uneasy. This place is no longer safe. There may be more changes to come. Li Yan decisively ordered, everyone, board the ship immediately. We are returning to our respective safety zones. But, what about those homeless students from the fifth zone? A mentor looked at the group of students who had lost their homes, his expression conflicted. The heads of the various academies were still deep within Black Dragon Bay dealing with the special grade otherworldly invasion. The mentors had no authority to take in so many displaced students. At this moment, Lin Qian, who had remained silent, slowly raised his head. The tear stains on his face had dried, leaving only a cold, calm expression. Yet beneath that calmness surged a hidden torrent. He stood up, his voice hoarse but resolute. Mentors, you need not worry. We, the survivors of the fifth zone, have decided to head to Academy Number 1 in the first safety zone. They should be able to properly accommodate us. What? Go to Zone 1? A teammate beside Lin Qian couldn't hold back, shouting in confusion and anger, Brother Yen, have you forgotten? It was those bastards from Zone 1 who abandoned us and fled on their own. And now you want to rely on them? Lin Qian slowly turned his head, his sharp gaze like the edge of a blade, and retorted word by word. Then, you tell me, where is the nearest safe zone to Zone 5? Zone 1, it's the closest to Zone 5. The team member murmured, instantly understanding Lin Qian's choice. The other trainees from Zone 5 who heard this clenched their fists in silence. This was not a matter of preference, it was about the determination to reclaim their homeland, for survival, for the future. They had no other choice. The persistence of the older generation was for the world outside, but for these young people who grew up in the safety zones, this zone was their everything. The place that held their most cherished memories was the place they had to protect. Lin looked at Lin Qian, a complex emotion flashing through his eyes, and said, all right, since you've made your decision, we won't say anymore. Time is tight, everyone, get on the ship quickly. As everyone boarded the transport ship preparing to leave, Gu Luochen had initially wanted to investigate whether there was an eye in the storm near Zone 5, but he didn't get the chance. His current level was too low, it would be too dangerous to go alone. As the participating trainees gradually returned to their respective safety zones, the Freshman League's team competition, which had been interrupted by unforeseen events, officially came to an end when Gu Luochen and His companions returned to the familiar third academy. The principal, Wu De, had not yet returned. Clearly, the aftermath of the top-tier otherworldly incident deep in Black Dragon Bay was extremely tricky, involving this 8th-tier powerhouse. Gu Luochen could almost imagine Wu De's round face looking utterly dejected when he learned that Zone 5 had been destroyed, the league interrupted, and especially that the much-anticipated team competition rewards had gone up in smoke. The academy remained orderly, full of the usual vibrant energy. As they entered the gates, they heard several students from the same year excitedly discussing, "Hey, big news! The champion of the Freshman League's individual competition is Gu Luochen." "Really? That S-level fire ability. Gu Luochen? Absolutely true. Insider info. I heard he completely overwhelmed the geniuses from other academies. They didn't even stand a chance." "So, cool. Look over there. Isn't that Gu Luochen himself?" "Ha! It really is. And next to him are Instructor Li Yan and Instructor Zhouing. How are they? Back so soon?" "Yeah, the team competition ended this quickly? The officials haven't even announced it yet." Li Yan heard the chatter, his brows furrowing slightly. He whispered to Zhouing beside him, "It seems the news about Zone 5 has been tightly sealed. The reason for the team competition's suspension hasn't been disclosed yet." Zhouing adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold glint. "Consider it a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. If word got out that Zone 5 was destroyed overnight, the evil-eyed Spider Queen appeared, and the calamity on Solitary Wave Island, it might spark uncontrollable panic." As they spoke, the group reached a fork in the road. Lin stopped, turned to Gu Luochen and the other participants, his voice tinged with weariness. "All right, Zhouing and I need to report to the school committee immediately. You all, pack up your things and go home to rest. Oh, right. If your health is fine, make sure to attend class on time tomorrow. Don't slack off on developing your abilities." Li Yan added with a reminder, "Huh? Instructor Li, we just got back, survived life and death trials, and we don't even get a single day off?" Gao Tian clutched his chest, putting on an exaggeratedly pitiful look. "I think you're the one who's a holiday." Li Yan smacked the back of Gao Tian's head in mock annoyance. "There's less than half a month until the end of term break. Rest all you want then. For now, hurry up and get some rest." Though Li Yan's tone was stern, there was a barely perceptible trace of concern in his eyes. These kids had indeed been through too much. Lin and Zhouing hurriedly left. The trainees, who had been tense for days, finally let out a breath of relief. They bid each other farewell, their faces filled with exhaustion and a longing for the comfort of their beds. Gu Luochen also planned to head straight home. He could feel the energy churning within him. Breaking into Tier 4 was just around the corner, and he needed a quiet environment to complete the final push. At that moment, a voice laced with obvious sarcasm and provocation suddenly interrupted. Well, isn't this the star of the Freshman League, our number 1 Gu Luochen? Back in glory, how does it feel?" Gu Luochen paused mid-step and slowly turned around. He saw Qingyu standing in the middle of the path, hands in his pockets, a fake smile on his face, flanked by 2 lackeys. Qingyu looked Gu Luochen up and down, his gaze filled with jealousy and a faint hint of apprehension. "An entire semester, from awakening to the peak of Tier 3. Wow, an S-level talent, makes one's teeth itch with envy." Qingyu stepped closer, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "I heard you even casually grabbed first place in the individual competition? Trampled all the geniuses from other academies under your feet? Quite the achievement." Gu Luochen's expression remained calm, his gaze indifferent as he looked at Qingyu, as if he were observing an insignificant clown. "Do you need something?" Qingyu was infuriated by Gu Luochen's nonchalant attitude. What he hated most was this air of indifference from Gu Luochen, as if nothing mattered to him, especially when it came to Su Muxue, that casual attitude towards Su Muxue, as if she was already something in his grasp. What made Qingyu even more tense was that he could keenly sense Gu Luochen's strength had grown since his departure. His aura was more refined and full, as if he was on the verge of breaking into Tier 4, which posed a significant threat to him. He had to challenge Gu Luochen to a duel before he reached Tier 4, otherwise, once Gu Luochen broke through, his own strength wouldn't stand a chance. Not only would he lose, but he wouldn't even have a hope of victory. Qinyu's mind raced, and the fake smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a darkened expression. "Do I need something?" "Oh, I definitely do." Qinyu raised his voice, dripping with mockery. "I'm here to congratulate the great genius Gu, and to remind you, tomorrow, our little agreement will begin." Qinyu deliberately emphasized the words little agreement. "Agreement?" Gu Luochen raised an eyebrow, as though he had just remembered. "Ha! What a memory you have. Xinyu sneered, stepping forward until they were almost face to face. Lowering his voice, he said, "What's the matter? Got a little too full of yourself after a few small victories? Or are you afraid that I, Xinyu, will humiliate you in front of everyone? Strip away the facade of your S-level talent? And make you lose face in front of Su Muxue?" Though his voice wasn't loud, Gao Tian, who hadn't walked far, still overheard. Gao Tian immediately rushed over. "Xinyu, are you looking for trouble?" He had just broken through to the third stage, coupled with his A-grade lightning abilities, giving him plenty of confidence even when facing Xinyu, a fourth-stage practitioner, but Gu Luochen raised his hand to stop Gao Tian, signaling him to stay calm. But he looked into Xinyu's eyes, saw the jealousy and agitation within, and understood Xinyu feared in breaking through to the fourth stage and wanted to settle their grudge. "Now, afraid?" A faint sneer curled at the corner of Gu Luochen's lips. "With you?" These few words made Xinyu's face flush and his heart race, feeling utterly humiliated. It was that same nonchalant attitude again. "You?" Xinyu burned with rage, pointing at Gu Luochen. "Stop pretending. You're the one who proposed this duel." Gu Luochen watched Xinyu's flustered anger and found it all rather dull. He hadn't given this matter much thought initially, but since the other party insisted on pestering him, he decided to teach him a lesson. "If you're that eager, then tomorrow at noon, in the Academy's arena," Gu Luochen said with a calm and unwavering voice. Xinyu's heart leaped with joy. This was the opportunity he had been hoping for, while Gu Luochen had yet to break through. With his peak fourth stage strength against Gu Luochen's peak third stage, combined with his swift wind thunder leopard abilities, his chances of winning weren't small a deal. A smug grin spread across Xinyu's face. "Then it's settled. Tomorrow at noon, the arena. I hope the great genius Gu doesn't chicken out. Let's go." With that, he turned arrogantly, leading his two lackeys away, his expression brimming with confidence. Gao Tian spat in Xinyu's direction as he watched him leave. "Pa, that guy is disgusting. Dust bro, why'd you agree to his terms? It's obvious he's taking advantage of the situation." Gu Luochen withdrew his gaze, smiling faintly. "The sooner we deal with clowns like him, the less annoying they'll be. You've barely returned, and there's already no peace for you." Su Muxue walked over, her voice filled with helplessness and a hint of apology. She knew the reason behind Xinyu and Gu Luochen's duel. She was well aware of Gu Luochen's strength and was confident that defeating Xinyu wouldn't be a problem, but she didn't want to cause Gu Luochen any trouble because of her. Gu Luochen, however, didn't think much of it, considering it just a minor issue. Seeing Su Muxue approach, he smiled gently. "It's fine. Let's go home." Gu Luochen and Su Muxue had just stepped through the grand gates of the Gu family residence when the butler, Chen Ping, was already standing to the side, his expression unreadable. "Young master, Miss Su, welcome back. The master is in the study and requests that the young master go over immediately," Chen Ping said in his usual calm tone. Gu Luochen understood immediately. News from the 5th district must have already reached his stepfather. He nodded to Su Muxue, signaling her to rest first, and headed straight for the study. As he pushed open the door, a faint blend of cigar smoke and the scent of leather greeted him. For some reason, every time Gu Luochen came here, his stepfather would always be standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, his back to the door. That figure remained upright, yet carried an indescribable weight. Hearing the door open, Gu Jinting slowly turned around. He scrutinized Gu Luochen carefully, ensuring his son was unharmed. Only then did the tension in his shoulders slightly ease. "It's good to have you back." Gu Jinting's voice was deep and powerful, carrying the efficiency of a soldier but also the concern of a father regarding the 5th district. "Remember, do not disclose anything for now." "Understood. My mentor already emphasized this on the way back." Gu Jinting nodded, taking a step forward. The mental energy of an 8th stage practitioner instantly swept the surroundings. Your energy is condensed so well. Kid, you're nearing the threshold of the 4th stage, aren't you?" His tone carried a mix of surprise and an undeniable trace of pride. In just one semester, from awakening to the peak of the 3rd stage, this speed was practically defying the heavens. Gu Luochen, not wanting the atmosphere to grow too serious, joked, "It's all thanks to your genes, old man. With your blessings, the 4th stage is just around the corner." Catching the playful tone, Gu Jinting, after a long time, showed a rare affectionate smile. He put on a stern face and scolded, "You brat, stop buttering me up. The 4th stage isn't that easy to cross." In the past, when Gu Luochen was constantly messing around, Gu Jinting would scold and discipline him harshly, leading to some strain in their father-son relationship. But ever since Gu Luochen awakened his S-grade ability, Gu Jinting felt like he had become a different person now, with Gu Luochen taking the initiative. To joke with him, it filled Gu Jinting with joy. Not bad. A fine son of the Gu family knows when to bow his head and when to stand tall, looking at Gu Luochen's confident yet composed expression. Gu Jinting's pride was soon replaced by deeper concern. Luochen. His tone turned grave. The collapse of the 5th district is far more complicated than it seems. The situation we're facing now is more dangerous and intricate than ever before. The hidden enemies lurking in the dark are far more terrifying than the beasts on the surface. You possess extraordinary talent, and your future is destined to be remarkable. But that also means you'll face trials beyond what ordinary people endure. The path of the strong is not just about gaining power. It is about tempering your will and shouldering responsibility. Gu Jinting paused, locking eyes with Gu Luochen, as if trying to ascertain something. Luochen, do you know what it means to protect? This question sent a jolt through Gu Luochen, because he had heard this exact question somewhere else before, word for word. The person who had asked him then held a role much like Gu Jinting's. He remembered his response back then had failed to satisfy the questioner. Old man, isn't protecting just about making sure the people you care about don't get hurt? No. Would you harm others to protect those who protect you? Isn't there a way to have it both ways? There isn't. Luochen, if you don't understand this, your path to transcendence will end here. Now, faced with this question once again, Gu Luochen fell into deep thought. Isn't protecting just about safeguarding others? Could it mean something more? At this moment, he recalled what Li Yan had shared on the way back, the story of the mentors at Academy 5 sacrificing themselves to let the students escape. Li Yan had said those mentors were the ones who truly understood what it meant to protect, sacrificing oneself to save others. But if you're gone, how can you protect? No, that's not it. Li Yan's words must hold a deeper meaning. Could protecting mean? Suddenly, Gu Luochen understood. He lifted his head, meeting his stepfather's scrutinizing gaze, eyes now gleaming with clarity. He believed that this time, the answer, if presented to the person who once asked that question, would surely satisfy them. After a while, Gu Jinting heard Gu Luochen slowly say, my guardianship is to protect my own beliefs. No matter when, no matter where, my beliefs shall never waver. And my beliefs determine what I protect. Gu Luochen paused, then spoke each word firmly. If I were an immortal, I would bring peace to the world. If I were a demon, my path would lead to the summit. Gu Luochen couldn't help but speak with grandeur. Gu Jinting was stunned, staring at him for several seconds. Finally, the tense expression on his face slowly softened, revealing a relieved and gratified smile. That smile carried recognition. You brat, stop talking about immortals and demons. It sounds scary. But since you're ready to become strong, go pursue it bravely. Remember, your old man will always be your strongest support. Alright, go now and get some rest. Tomorrow, you've got your little matter to deal with. Gu Jinting spoke with a meaningful tone, clearly aware of the upcoming duel. Hearing this, Gu Luochen bowed and left the study. At this moment, he felt refreshed. The change in his mindset made everything seem clear and bright. The injury gate within his body had loosened. The next day, at the academy. As soon as Gu Luochen and Su Muxue stepped through the main gate, they felt an unusual atmosphere. The students they passed, regardless of grade, couldn't help but fix their eyes on Gu Luochen, whispering far more than usual. Look! Gu Luochen is here. That's him, the champion of the freshman tournament. And he's dueling Senior Qinyu today. Why do you think Vice President Zhao Ning of the Student Council is spreading this news everywhere? It feels so strange. Who knows? Qinyu is the core of Zhao Ning's little circle. Maybe they're trying to build momentum for Senior Qinyu? But a second-year senior fighting a freshman? There's no glory even if he wins. Shoo, keep it down. Who cares? Let's just focus on our own business. Gu Luochen furrowed his brow slightly, a trace of doubt surfacing in his mind. Zhao Ning? The student council vice president? He must be awfully idle to spread news like this. The information had spread so quickly, it definitely wasn't from him. It could only be Qinyu's doing. This kind of deliberate hype was almost forcing everyone to pay attention. There had to be something fishy going on. Gu Luochen's mind immediately flashed back to the dangerous assassination attempt during the beginner's otherworld trial. That second-year senior had mentioned the word Qin before his death, and Gu Luochen had suspected Qinyu then. At the time, he thought it was just a petty rivalry stirred up by Su Muxue. But now, connecting it to Qinyu's actions, the Genesis sect, hidden in the shadows, targeting elites specifically. Lin Qian's words echoed in his ears, and a faint suspicion crept into Gu Luochen's heart. Could it be that even the 3rd district had been infiltrated? Qinyu, could he be connected to that mysterious organization? His gaze darkened as plans began forming in his mind. This duel might not just be about settling personal grievances. It was the perfect opportunity to see if he could trace any leads to uncover moles within the academy, or even the 3rd district. When Gu Luochen and Su Mushuai stepped into the classroom, they were greeted by the passionate gazes of their classmates.
Boss Gu and Goddess Su are back. Boss Gu, you're amazing. The top freshman. You've brought glory to our 3rd academy. You're incredible. I heard you took down the S-tier students from other districts. Brother Chen, you're my idol. Tell us about the most exciting moments from the tournament. The enthusiasm of the students was almost enough to blow the roof off their faces full of excitement and admiration. But amidst the jubilation, Gu Luochen keenly noticed a quiet figure. Lin Xiaoyu sat alone in the corner by the window. Her face was much rosier than before, but her brows carried a faint trace of loss and regret. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on her, but it couldn't dispel the shadow in her eyes. She had missed the tournament, missed the chance to prove herself and fight alongside her companions. All of it was to protect the now dazzling Gu Luochen. Gu Luochen sighed softly in his heart, weaving through the exuberant crowd to stand directly in front of Lin Xiaoyu's desk. With a warm smile on his face, he spoke gently. Xiaoyu, seeing you healed makes me 100 times happier than winning the tournament. Lin Xiaoyu looked up, meeting Gu Luochen's sincere, smiling eyes. Brother Luochen, you're back. Her voice was soft, with a slight nasal tone. Congratulations on winning 1st place, you're amazing. Lin Xiaoyu tried hard to make her tone sound genuine and happy. What's so amazing about that? Gu Luochen waved dismissively, joking lightly. You weren't there. Without you, I nearly got beaten senseless. Next time, I'll have to tie you to my side. Without my charm, I can't even sleep properly. His exaggerated words made Lin Xiaoyu burst into laughter. Her sense of loss easing considerably. She knew Gu Luochen was comforting her, and this consideration warmed her heart. Feigning anger, she glared at him. Brother Luochen, you're just trying to flatter me. You're so strong. You don't need my protection. Who says I don't? Gu Luochen replied earnestly. Last time, if it weren't for you, I would have been done for. I'll remember that favor for a lifetime. Lin Xiaoyu felt his sincerity, her heart trembling slightly as a blush crept onto her cheeks. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes. Suddenly, the regret over the tournament didn't seem so significant anymore. Noon approached. Throughout the morning, news of the Gu Luochen vs Qin Yu duel had swept through the 3rd academy like a storm. The moment Gu Luochen appeared at the entrance of the arena, the entire venue erupted. Gu Luochen! Gu Luochen! Gu Luochen! S-tier! Unstoppable! Crush him! Waves of frenzied cheers nearly tore the roof off. Gu Luochen's popularity in the 3rd academy had reached its peak. He politely waved to the audience as he steadily walked onto the stage. His opponent, Qin Yu, was already there, ready and waiting. Listening to the crowd's chants for Gu Luochen and seeing his composed demeanor, Qin Yu's face darkened to the point where it seemed like water might drip from it. He was, after all, one of the top 3 powerhouses among the 2nd-year students, yet it seemed like everyone believed Gu Luochen would undoubtedly win. Come on, I'm a tier 4, and he's only tier 3. Is everyone blind? The flames of jealousy in Qin Yu's eyes burned brighter and brighter. Gu Luochen stood firmly, his gaze locking onto Qin Yu. His eyes were full of disdain, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Senior Qin, thank you for waiting. As a gesture of respect for you, my senior. He deliberately paused, his tone dripping with mockery. 3 moves. I'll finish you in just 3 moves. Let's not waste everyone's lunch break. Whoa! The moment these words came out, the crowd erupted into an even louder cheer. So arrogant. So cool. A tier 3 challenging a tier 4 and claiming to finish it in 3 moves? This is true S-class energy. God Gu. Incredible. On the stands, Gao Tian, Sun Yo, and the others shouted in excitement. Sitting in the front row, Sumashua's golden eyes carried a helpless smile, completely devoid of concern. As for Qin Yu, this blatant humiliation ignited his fury completely. He felt a surge of hot blood rush to his head, and all his rationality was consumed by the flames of his anger. Gu Luochen, you're courting death. Qin Yu's eyes turned bloodshot as he let out a beast-like roar. The moment his words fell, an intense energy fluctuation erupted from his body. Green whirlwinds and blinding lightning instantly encased him, crackling with explosive sounds. Under the enhancement of wind and thunder, his figure blurred, and his speed soared. This was his pride, his A-class ability, Wind Thunder Panther. A fusion of the speed of wind and the ferocity of thunder, far superior to ordinary Wind Wolf abilities. Wind Thunder Earth-Shattering Claw. Qin Yu roared sharply, his entire body shooting out like an arrow from a bow, accompanied by the sharp whistle of air being torn apart in the dazzling
Flashes of lightning, he charged straight at Gu Luochen, his hands transformed into claws, their fingertips surrounded by razor-sharp wind blades and crackling electric currents, carrying enough power to cleave through stone monuments as they aimed ferociously for Gu Luochen's head and chest. This was his ultimate move, one that had torn through the defenses of countless same-tier beasts. Faced with this ferocious assault, Gu Luochen remained completely motionless. He slightly lowered his gaze, as if he didn't even consider the attack before him worth his attention, right up until the moment those lightning-wreathed claws were about to strike him. Clang! A crisp sword hum rang out. With a light twist of his wrist, Gu Luochen unsheathed a standard longsword commonly seen in the freshman tournament. The blade glinted under the sunlight, tracing a mysterious trajectory through the air. Flowing cloud sword technique, first form, cloud grazing willow, The sword light moved like soft willow branches, like drifting clouds, gently meeting Qin Yu's ferocious wind thunder claws at an angle that defied belief. Then, with a subtle flick of his wrist, a clever force traveled through the sword. What? Qin Yu felt an overwhelming and irresistible force pulling at him. His violent strength seemed to strike only empty air, and his body was involuntarily yanked, spun, and thrown off balance. His entire figure was flung like a leaf caught in a whirlwind, completely out of control. With what seemed like a casual sword maneuver, Gu Luochen had sent him flying. First move. Gu Luochen spoke calmly, sheathing his sword as he stood. Hiss. The experts in the stands collectively sucked in a cold breath. This sword technique is incredible. It uses the opponent's strength so masterfully, it's like divine skill. Did you see that? That redirection technique, absolutely textbook. The swordsmanship students watching were utterly mesmerized, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Qin Yu steadied himself, his face turning from red to green, and then from green to purple, a mixture of shame and anger. He had made a confident, full-power strike, only to have it effortlessly neutralized and himself flung aside. In public? Gu Luochen. Qin Yu had completely lost his mind. He couldn't accept this outcome. Bind him for me. He slammed his palms onto the ground, the violent wind and thunder energy transformed into countless intricate electric nets and wind chains, howling as they wrapped around Gu Luochen's legs, aiming to immobilize him. At the same time, he kicked off the alloy floor, creating cracks as his body launched forward like a cannonball, muscles taut, bones crackling. The wind and thunder energy concentrated in his shoulders and elbows as he unleashed the close combat killing technique of a reinforcement-type ability user. Iron Mountain Crash. This move condensed all the power of his Tier 4 physique, augmented by the acceleration of wind and thunder energy, enough to shatter a Tier 3 beast into pieces. Against this dual-layered assault, Gu Luochen's eyes revealed a faint trace of disinterest. Boom! Without warning, searing white flames erupted from within him, blooming like a fiery lotus. The approaching wind chains and electric nets sizzled upon contact with the white flames, disintegrating like snow melting under the sun, unable to get near him. As for Qin Yu's Iron Mountain Crash, which could shatter steel, Gu Luochen didn't even consider dodging. He casually lifted his right arm, spreading his fingers open, his palm facing forward, calmly meeting Qin Yu's thunderous charge. Bang! A deafening explosion rocked the martial platform. A violent shockwave erupted from the center of the collision, causing the nearby audience's clothes to flutter wildly. Everyone stared in shock at the incredible scene on the stage. Gu Luochen stood unwaveringly still, completely immobile. His seemingly ordinary arm had effortlessly stopped Qin Yu's full-force charge. Qin Yu felt as though he had crashed into a mountain. The intense recoil caused his blood to churn, his internal organs feeling as if they had shifted, and his shoulders radiated unbearable pain. Holy crap! What did I just see? He blocked a Tier 4 reinforcement-type Iron Mountain Crash with one hand? A monster. He's definitely a monster. Is this what an S-class physique is capable of? Why am I even training? Abilities? I should start training my body instead. The stands erupted into chaos. Gu Luochen's display of incredible physical strength completely overturned their understanding of the abilities system. Su Mashua's eyes sparkled even brighter. Though she had known Gu Luochen's physique was strong, she hadn't expected it to withstand a full-power Iron Mountain Crash. Gao Tian, Sun Yo, and the others were so excited they pounded their chests and stomped their feet. Qin Yu's face was a mask of disbelief, frozen where he stood, unable to move. His strongest physical attack had been effortlessly blocked by his opponent's single hand. How was that possible? Gu Luochen looked at Qin Yu's desolate appearance, slowly retracting his palm. His voice was cold and indifferent. The second move. Senior Qin, if this is all you have, the next move will decide the outcome. Gu Luochen's casual words pierced Qin Yu's heart like a dagger. No. Impossible. I don't believe it.
Fear completely consumed Xinyu. He roared like a wounded beast, leaping back a great distance to put space between himself and Guluochang. You forced me to this. Xinyu's face twisted, his eyes flashing with madness, energy surged wildly through his body. Storms and lightning raged around him, roaring deafeningly. A massive, ferocious wolf phantom, formed from violent wind and thunder, rapidly took shape above his head. The wolf's claws were wrapped in destructive energy, terrifying to behold. Wind and thunder, heaven-cleaving claw. Xinyu roared. With all his might, unleashing his ultimate attack, the colossal claws of wind and thunder descended with overwhelming force, aiming fiercely at Gu Luochang. The momentum shook the heavens and the earth, gasps erupted from the spectators. Many students turned pale, completely intimidated by the full-force strike of a peak 4th-rank ability user, yet, faced with such an onslaught, one that would make an ordinary 4th-rank ability user retreat, Gu Luochang's eyes held not the slightest fear. Instead, a trace of contemptuous disappointment flickered through them. The name sounds impressive, but unfortunately. He shook his head slightly, his voice so low. It was almost inaudible, too many flaws, all show, and no substance. As his voice fell, just as the overwhelming claws of wind and thunder were about to strike, Gu Luochang moved. The standard longsword in his hand seemed to come alive, producing a crisp and resonant hum from the blade. Flowing cloud sword art 3rd form, fleeting shadow, There was no earth-shattering spectacle, only a flash of light, swift beyond measure. That flash of cold light struck precisely at the seemingly fierce but subtly flawed energy flow of the attack. This was the sole weakness of Xinyu's wind and thunder heaven-cleaving claw. A faint sound, like a balloon being popped. The enormous phantom claws of wind and thunder instantly disintegrated, scattering violently like foam. The rampaging energy exploded uncontrollably, stirring up a fierce gale, yet, the lethal cold light remained sharp and unstoppable. In Xinyu's wide-eyed astonishment, the light pierced the vulnerable right shoulder he had exposed while executing his ultimate move. Ah! Blood splattered, a ghastly wound appeared instantly on Xinyu's shoulder blade. The raging sword energy tore through flesh, ripping apart his right arm in an instant. He screamed as he was violently flung backward, crashing heavily onto the hard alloy ground, sliding over 10 meters. And leaving a trail of blood. He struggled to stand, but the excruciating pain rendered his right arm useless, leaving him clutching the bloody wound while groaning in agony. His terrified eyes fixed on Gu Luochang. Xinyu was utterly defeated and completely incapacitated. At that moment, the voice of the student council announcer reverberated across the arena. The victor, Gu Luochang. All eyes focused instantly on the figure standing calmly. With a long sword in hand, sunlight bathed him, cloaking him in the radiance of a champion. 3 moves. No more, no less. He said 3 moves, and it was 3 moves. A 3rd-rank expert had effortlessly crushed Xinyu, who was a 4th-rank ability user. The audience erupted into fervent cheers, like a tidal wave sweeping through the arena. 3 moves. It really was just 3 moves. God, Gu is invincible. Xinyu's defeat was absolute, leaving no room for doubt. His reputation lay in tatters. Lying on the cold ground, he listened to the deafening cheers for Gu Luochang, felt the searing pain in his shoulder and the raging sword energy within his body, and was filled with bitter resentment. This time, not only had his strength been completely overshadowed, but his dignity had also been trampled underfoot. How could he continue to hold his head up at Academy number 3 after this? In the safety zone, the golden hues of sunset spread across the land, tranquil and serene. After completing the day's lessons, Gu Luochang felt that a breakthrough was imminent. In a rush, he pulled Su Muxue into the carriage, heading back to the Gu family estate. By now, everyone had grown accustomed to seeing Gu Luochang and Su Muxue together. Some even speculated that they might announce their relationship officially soon upon returning to the estate. Su Muxue headed straight to the training room to refine the combat technique she had learned that day. Gu Luochang, however, summoned Chen Ping first. Uncle Chen, arrange for the shadow guards who specialize in stealth and tracking to keep a constant watch on Xinyu and everyone closely associated with him. Report any anomalies to me immediately. Gu Luochang's voice was calm, his gaze profound. Chen Ping nodded in acknowledgement. After hearing the instructions, understood, young master. With that, he turned and left. Watching Chen Ping's retreating figure, Gu Luochang sank into thought. Xinyu's actions against him felt like they were part of a larger conspiracy. This thread had to be unraveled to its very core. If the creation sect had truly been established for 100 years, then District 3 must have already been deeply infiltrated by them. At that thought, Gu Luochang couldn't help but admire their audacity. To make a move during such an important occasion as the freshman tournament, it was no easy feat. This was indeed worthy of a century-old sect. His laughter was
Filled with mockery, unrestrained, afterward, Gu Luocheng returned to his room, adjusting his state to its peak as he prepared to unlock the wound gate and ascend to the 4th rank. The energy flowing within him was far purer and more powerful than that of an average peak 3rd rank ability user. Having tempered his body multiple times with the myriad phenomena immortal technique, his physical form had long surpassed the standard required to open the wound gate, and was even a step beyond. Wound gate, open. Gu Luocheng murmured, channeling his internal energy to forcefully strike at the 3rd genetic lock. The wound gate, boom. A deep rumble echoed within his consciousness, yet the wound gate remained immovable, not even rippling. Gu Luocheng frowned. How could it fail? Was his state not perfect enough? He refused to give up, readjusting his condition before focusing his energy and launching a second strike against the wound gate. Boom. Once again, the gate stood firm as a rock. A 3rd attempt, a 4th, a 5th, each strike expended all of his ultimate strength, enough to easily crush an ordinary early-stage 4th tier ability user. But that gate of injury was like an eternal boulder. No matter how he charged at it, it remained solid to the point of despair. Sweat soaked his clothes as he slowly opened his eyes, a trace of solemnity flashing in them for the first time. Why is this happening? He examined himself internally. His energy was abundant, his physique strong. All the conditions needed to break through to the next level were met and far exceeded the standards. Moreover, his natural talent was that of an S-rank fire manipulator, one of the best in this world. Yet the door that should have opened effortlessly remained firmly shut, refusing him entry. Could it be? I, Gu Luocheng, am truly destined to stop here? An S-rank ability user, stuck at the 3rd tier for life? If this were true, it would not just be a cruel joke but an enormous mockery of his existence. In the celestial realm, he had once overlooked countless worlds, and now he was trapped by this trivial genetic lock. Gu Luocheng found the current situation unbelievable. There had to be some hidden secret behind it. When Xinyu returned home, his right shoulder was wrapped in thick bandages, and his face was as pale as paper. Although he had been severely injured in the duel, the pain of his wounds was nothing compared to the indescribable humiliation he felt. In front of the entire school, he had lost, and not just lost, he was defeated by Gu Luocheng in the most humiliating way. In just 3 moves, Xinyu, the eldest son of the prestigious Qin family and the only heir of Jiyu Guild's president, had become the laughingstock of the 3rd district. Thinking of this, a vicious hatred flickered across his face. He smashed every object in his room that could be broken, yelling and roaring furiously to vent the anger and despair he couldn't contain. Gu Luocheng. It's all because of him. He's taken everything from me. At this moment, Xinyu was on the brink of collapse. As night fell, Xinyu, overwhelmed by his misery, decided to ignore his injuries and leave the house, looking for a place to drown himself in alcohol. With a bottle of century-aged liquor, Erguotu wine, in hand, he stumbled into a secluded alley. Alcohol and pain blurred his vision. Suddenly, a shadow appeared at the alley's entrance like a ghost, blocking his path. The figure was dressed in an unremarkable gray robe, their face hidden in the shadow of a hood, exuding a mysterious and unfathomable aura. Get out of the way. Blocking my path, is that a death wish? Xinyu, full of anger with nowhere to release it, immediately barked harshly upon seeing someone standing in his way. The gray-robed figure didn't seem offended. Instead, they let out a low, raspy chuckle that echoed eerily in the silent alley. Ha ha ha. Young man, you've got quite the temper. But I must say, I admire your courage. Courage? Xinyu paused, then, as if his sore spot had been struck, he roared with a twisted expression. Are you here to mock me too? To laugh at me for being a loser who was beaten in 3 moves by a freshman? He nearly lunged toward the figure. No, 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 the gray-robed figure shook their head slowly. Quite the opposite. To challenge an S-rank genius head-on, knowing full well you're outmatched, that kind of bravery is rare in today's world, where most people follow the crowd and flatter the strong. What I admire is your indomitable spirit. These words seemed to carry a strange power, directly striking the innermost depths of Qinyu's heart. His unwillingness to give up, his fragile desire for recognition. He froze, the drunken haze dissipating slightly, his emotions calming as he looked warily at the gray-robed figure. Who are you? What do you want? Who I am is unimportant. The gray-robed figure stepped forward, their voice carrying a seductive tone. What's important is that I see potential in you. You're just lacking a little push. That Gu Luocheng only has an advantage because of his S-rank talent. But what if you were always one step ahead of him, always a tier stronger than him? What do you think would happen? Always a tier stronger than him? Xinyu's heart raced wildly. The thought instantly ignited a blazing fire of ambition in his eyes. If he could truly suppress Gu Luocheng by 1 tier, then today's humiliation would surely be repaid tenfold in the future. Can
Can you really make that happen?
Qin Yu's voice trembled with excitement, his eyes full of doubt but even more consumed by a nearly pathological longing.
Raising ability levels? That's child's play for our order. The gray-robed figures.
Tone was calm but brimming with absolute confidence. They extended a bony hand, and in the palm appeared a small vial emitting a ghostly purple glow. The liquid inside seemed alive, flowing slowly and eerily.
This is the Genesis Elixir. Just one drop can help you break through bottlenecks and ascend instantly. The 4th tier limit you're stuck at? It's nothing compared to this.
As they spoke, the gray-robed figure brought the vial closer
to Qin Yu. Under the eerie purple glow, Qin Yu's expression twisted slightly. In this world, few could resist the temptation of quickly gaining power. Qin Yu was no exception. Under the shadow of Gu Luochen's blow, his inner resolve began to waver. At this moment, Qin Yu's deep desire for power and his hatred toward Gu Luochen completely overwhelmed all reason and caution. With a hoarse voice, he shouted, "Give it to me. As long as I can break through, I'll pay any price."
"Not so fast," the gray-robed figure said with a smile.
"This isn't the best place to break through. Let me take you somewhere more private. Follow me."
The gray-robed figure turned and walked deeper into the alley's shadows. Without hesitation, Qin Yu, as if clinging to a final lifeline, stumbled after him. After twisting and turning through the narrow paths, they arrived at an underground chamber. The air was thick with a damp, musty stench, sharp and unpleasant. The gray-robed figure gestured for Qin Yu to sit down and wait momentarily. Then, they took out an empty vial, added a drop of the elixir, and diluted it with water. Stirring it thoroughly, soon, a bottle of purple liquid was prepared.
The gray-robed figure handed it to Qin Yu, staring at the ominous, glowing liquid in his hand.
Qin Yu's eyes flickered with hesitation, but it was quickly overtaken by madness. He uncorked the bottle and drank it all in one gulp. The moment the elixir entered his body, Qin Yu felt an indescribable surge of violent energy explode within him. It was as if countless red-hot needles were piercing and burning through him from the inside. The unbearable pain made him scream uncontrollably as his body convulsed violently.
Veins bulged under his skin, and his blood vessels seemed ready
to burst. Amid this inhuman agony, an unprecedented power surged within him, so immense it made him tremble.
Pop!
A faint sound, as if emanating from the depths of his soul, resonated. The barrier of the 4th tier within Qin Yu's body, the gate of restraint, shattered instantly under the violent force of the potion. As fragile as an eggshell, boom, a powerful aura erupted from his body. The energy fluctuations climbed rapidly, breaking through the 4th tier in an instant. He had successfully advanced to the 5th tier. So simple. Does that mean, with the help of potions, the 9th tier isn't far off? Qin Yu suddenly stood upright, feeling the immense power coursing through him, far surpassing anything he had ever known. A sense of superiority, as if overlooking everything, surged within him. He clenched his fists excitedly, and the very air seemed to distort under his
strength. Power. This is power. Ha ha ha.
5th tier.
I did it. Gu Luocheng, just you wait.
He laughed maniacally. However, immersed in his euphoria, Qin Yu failed to notice the eerie trace of dark red beginning to spread deep within his eyes, resembling congealed blood. His pupils slightly dilated, and a wave of bloodlust and chaotic impulses surged in his mind.
How does it feel? The raspy voice of the gray-robed man pulled him back from his ecstasy.
Too powerful, senior. This potion. Qin Yu's eyes were filled with fanatical reverence.
This is just the beginning.
The shadow beneath the gray-robed man's hood seemed to reveal a smile.
As long as you sincerely join our Genesis holy sect and serve with loyalty, potions like this Genesis elixir, capable of helping you reach the 7th tier, the 8th tier, or even the 9th tier, will be provided to you endlessly. You will truly stand at the pinnacle of ability wielders.
The 7th tier,
the 8th tier, even the 9th tier?
So, they really do possess such potions. This temptation was too immense for Qin Yu, so immense that he was willing to sacrifice everything. His father, Qin Wui, was a 9th tier ability wielder. He knew exactly what kind of power came with being a 9th tier ability wielder.
I'm willing. Senior, I'm willing to join the holy sect and fight for it.
Qin Yu, without hesitation, dropped to one knee, expressing his loyalty with excitement.
Very good.
Since you've chosen to join, from now on, you shall address me as Elder Zhang.
Understood, Elder Zhang.
The gray-robed man smiled, the corners of his mouth curling into a sinister smirk of triumph.
Now, accept the holy mark and become a true believer of our sect. Before Qin Yu could react, Elder Zhang's withered finger
darted out and tapped his forehead. A terrifying spiritual force instantly invaded his mind. Qin Yu felt as if his thoughts were frozen, his body completely out of his control. Elder Zhang swiftly rolled up Qin Yu's sleeve. Revealing his forearm then, out of nowhere, he produced a vicious-looking stamp, seemingly forged from blackened bone. The stamp bore the image of a horrifying spider with countless compound eyes coiled at the center of a vortex. No. Qin Yu's muddled consciousness suddenly became much clearer. He stared in terror at the design. It was clearly an image of an incomparably malevolent beast. The sight of the stamp filled him with an uncontrollable dread, but by this point, his body and mind were entirely restrained. He could do nothing but watch as the gray-robed man pressed the ominous, black energy-emitting stamp onto his exposed arm. ZZZT. The black energy on the stamp was corrosive, accompanied by Qin Yu's piercing screams. The sound of sizzling corrosion echoed in the chamber, and excruciating pain, sharp as 1,000 needles, swept across his body in an instant. On his arm, a clear brand formed, a spider resting against a vortex, emitting a faint, ghostly black light. The moment the brand was imprinted, a chilling, invasive connection seemed to embed itself deep within his soul. Elder Zhang withdrew the stamp and released his finger from Qin Yu's forehead. The force controlling his mind dissipated immediately. He coldly observed Qin Yu, whose body shuddered slightly from fear, and said, "Qin Yu, from this moment on, you are a member of the Genesis Holy Sect. Remember this mark, it represents your identity and is also the tether through which the sect controls you. Should you dare to betray or disclose the sect's secrets," Elder Zhang's tone shifted, and he made a clawing motion in the air with his withered fingers. Qin Yu instantly felt as though countless ants were gnawing at his body. The unbearable pain rendered him speechless. His throat constricted with terror and suffocation. "The sect will make you understand what it truly means to wish for death over life." Elder Zhang's voice resounded like a curse from the depths of hell. Qin Yu collapsed to the ground, clutching his arm. His body trembled violently from fear. He turned to look at the grotesque spider brand on his arm. The design seemed to constantly remind him of the agony he had just endured. At that moment, he finally understood the terrifying price he had paid for power, but now that he had started, there was no turning back. His hatred for Gu Luochang and his insatiable hunger for power ultimately overpowered all his fear and reason. Qin Yu struggled to stand, lowered his head, and rasped, "Elder Zhang, as long as the sect provides enough potions, I am willing to go through fire and water for it." "Good. You are indeed the young man I've chosen. Perfect timing. There's something I cannot personally handle. Now, I shall entrust it to you." In the chamber, the screams gradually subsided, replaced by the gray-robed man's eerie laughter. Half a month passed in a flash. During this time, the authorities announced the lockdown of the 5th district, though the reasons were deliberately kept undisclosed. Wu Di and the other powerhouses who had ventured into the 41st Special Realm gradually returned to their respective safe zones. The surviving powerhouses of the 5th district were transferred to the 1st district, reportedly to plan a counteroffensive against the 5th district. According to incomplete statistics, this disaster marked the most devastating loss humanity had suffered in a century, with the death toll exceeding hundreds of thousands. The weather was beginning to cool. In the 3rd safe zone, people were busy preparing for the impending cold wave. The semester at Academy No. 3 had come to an end. As was customary, the Academy arranged ability level tests for first and second year students at the end of the term. For first year students, breaking through to the second tier before advancing to the second year was crucial for determining whether they could remain at the Academy. For second year students, the promotion standard was reaching the 4th tier. As for the 3rd and 4th year students, they regularly undertake hunting missions assigned by the Academy and the Guild. They only need to report their ability levels to the Academy at their convenience. In fact, first and second year students were originally not scheduled to test together. However, this year's first-year batch included 2 S-level students. To inspire everyone, the Academy decided to let them participate together. The testing began with the second-year students. When it was Qin Yu's turn, the previously noisy testing grounds fell silent due to Gu Luochang's fame. Qin Yu had drawn even more attention. He slowly stepped onto the stage, his face pale to the point of looking sickly. When the testing device clearly displayed level 5, the entire crowd erupted into uncontrollable gasps and discussions. "Oh my god! Level 5? Did I see that right? Just 2 weeks ago, he was at early level 4, and now he's at level 5? What did he go through in these 2 weeks? His breakthrough speed is insane. Even for an S level, this is rare. Could it really be learning from humiliation and striving to improve? That's just too incredible." In the waiting area for the first years, Gao Tian was equally puzzled and muttered under his breath, "Level 5? How did he get there so fast? Did he take some kind of powerful stimulant?" Zhang Tao, also feeling perplexed, whispered to Gao Tian, "I remember him barely stabilizing at level 4 during his fight with Gu Luochang. This speed is outrageous." Chen Wei, sitting Next to Gao Tian, who had always been sensitive to energy fluctuations, furrowed her brows. The breakthrough speed is indeed abnormal. I can't shake the feeling that the energy fluctuations coming from him are off. Qin. You couldn't hear the discussions around him. At that moment, he was basking in the various gazes directed at him. So this was what it felt like to be a genius, to have everyone's attention. Was this how Gu Luocheng had always felt? As the thought crossed his mind, Qin Yu's gaze swept past the crowd and landed on the area where the first-year students were gathered. Yet, what he saw was Gu Luocheng chatting and laughing with Su Muxue, completely indifferent to his test results. In an instant, the joy Qin Yu felt vanished, replaced by a cold hatred. If I can't have Su Muxue, then you won't get her either, Gu Luocheng. Remember this. This power of level 5 is just the beginning. Qin Yu's heart roared with rage. The ability level testing concluded quickly, and the second-year students' evaluations were completed in no time. As the only second-year student at level 5, Qin Yu undoubtedly became the center of attention. Many people mentally labeled him as someone who had learned from humiliation and improved. Next, it was the first year's turn to test. The first to take the stage was Gu Luocheng. He had been stuck at the peak of level 3 for 2 months, unable to break through to level 4. During this time, he had tried every method he could think of, all to no avail. Unsurprisingly, his test result was still level 3. Although he had prepared himself mentally, others found it odd. Level 3? Gu Luocheng is still at level 3? On the instructor's bench, Li Yan looked surprised. Lin couldn't help but say, "Old Zhou, I'm not mistaken, right?" At the end of the training camp, Gu Luocheng was already at the peak of level 3. For someone with S-level talent, the wound gate shouldn't be a problem at all, right? Zhou Ying's expression also turned serious. His energy condensation and physical strength far exceed others at the same level. Theoretically, there shouldn't be any issues. Could he have encountered trouble while breaking through the wound gate? What kind of trouble could there be with the wound gate? It's not like it's one of those death barriers at level 7. As long as his mental strength and energy flow are aligned, he should be able to break through in one go. True, after Gu Luocheng completed his test, Su Muxue stepped onto the platform. She had just broken through to level 4 the day before, and now she was merely here to confirm the results. She lightly pressed her hand onto the testing crystal, and instantly, a soft, holy light glowed, clearly displaying the character 4. Wow, level 4. Goddess Su has reached level 4. The Light Dominion truly lives up to its name. Her cultivation speed is incredible. Wait, but Gu Xiao is still at level 3? Does that mean Goddess Su is now a level higher than Gu Xiao? Exclamations erupted from the students' area, while the instructors nodded approvingly. And next, Gao Tian, Zhang Tao, Sun Niao, Wang Lu, and several other A-level ability users took their turns to test, all breaking through to level 3. Most first-year students also successfully advanced to level 2, finally shedding their newbie status. Once the testing concluded, the crowd began to disperse. Only a small number of students who remained at level 1 were kept back by instructors for counseling. Su Muxue weaved through the crowd and quickly approached Gu Luocheng, who was standing alone with a furrowed brow. Seeing that he didn't react, she reached out a finger and gently poked his cheek, her voice teasing, "Hey, young Master Gu. What's going on? Where's that usual confidence of yours, the kind that looks down on everyone else? Don't tell me you're feeling down because I reached level 4 before you?" Hearing this, Gu Luocheng snapped out of his thoughts and saw Su Muxue tilting her head slightly, a playful smile on her lips. Even though they spent time together every day, he rarely saw her smile like this. Instead of teasing her back as he usually did, he replied with a hint of helplessness, "Muxue, you might not believe it, but my wound gate, it really won't budge." Won't budge? Su Muxue's smile disappeared, replaced by surprise. How is that possible? She couldn't comprehend. It's with S-level talent and Gu Luocheng's strength far surpassing his peers, how could the wound gate stop him? Gu Luocheng shook his head, his eyes deep and full of confusion. Honestly, I can't figure it out either. I've tried countless times, but that gate just won't move an inch. There was an unprecedented frustration in his tone, something rare for someone as confident as him. If I end up stuck at level 3 forever, Gu Luocheng suddenly shifted his tone, a familiar teasing smile forming on his lips. "Goddess Su, you'll have to protect this weak man when we go out in the future." Gu Luocheng. Su Muxue was so annoyed by his joke that she stomped her foot. Her fair cheeks puffed slightly, making her look like a little porcelain doll throwing a tantrum. "This is serious. Have you even tried seriously to find a solution? Stop joking around." After speaking, Su Muxue instinctively tugged at his sleeve, saying, "I was originally planning to join a hunting team for some training during the break, but now, I'll have to keep an eye on you and figure out how to solve your breakthrough problem. Feeling the domineering concern in her words, Gu Luocheng's heart warmed, and he smiled as he said, all right, I'll listen to you. I didn't expect Goddess Su to care about me more than my own mom, as soon as those words left his mouth, Gu Luocheng abruptly stopped himself, because he realized that in his past life memories, the part about his mother was completely blank. He furrowed his brows slightly, sensing that something was amiss. Su Mushue noticed his careless remark and was about to retort, but seeing him suddenly lost in thought, she refrained from interrupting and stood quietly by his side. Gu Luocheng didn't leave Su Mushue waiting long. He quickly suppressed the strange feeling in his heart. There were plenty of people in this world with complicated backgrounds, many of whom had lost their parents at a young age. Now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Just now, he had thought of the myriad phenomena immortal technique, which was still in its rudimentary stage. If he could cultivate it to perfection, even the body of a high-tier enhancement-type ability user would pale. In comparison to his it seemed the plan to locate the storm I needed to begin immediately. Mushue, don't worry. Even if the injury gate doesn't open, I have other ways to enhance my strength. What kind of method? Su Mushue asked. You've been wanting to venture outside the zone, haven't you? Gu Luocheng looked at her with a confident smile. I'll go with you. Su Mushue frowned and instinctively wanted to oppose. No way. You need to first, before she could finish. Gu Luocheng gently raised his hand and placed a finger against her lips. Trust me, Mushue. I have a way. Looking into his deep and determined eyes, Su Mushue swallowed the words she was about to say. She gently pushed his hand away, her lips slightly parted as she sighed helplessly. All right, you always have your reasons. But if I catch you overexerting yourself, don't blame me for being harsh. Do I look like someone who overexerts himself? I'm naturally strong. Shut up. Wait until you break through the injury gate before making bold claims like that. The next day, Gu Luocheng and Su Mushue appeared at the mission hall of the Ice River Guild in District 3. They chose this place because the Ice River Guild was the top guild native to District 3, and most ability users would join it. For Gu Luocheng, there was another reason. The Frost Queen, the woman, was the guild master of the Ice River Guild, and it would be much more convenient to deal with her if anything came up. The hall was bustling with activity, with various ability users coming and going. The two headed straight for the mission inquiry desk, where a young woman with a sweet smile was attending. Hello, I'm receptionist Xiaolei. How can I assist you? She greeted enthusiastically. She looked closely at the handsome man and beautiful woman before her, a glimmer of recognition flashing in her eyes. Tentatively, she asked, Are you Gu Luocheng and Su Mushue? Gu Luocheng was slightly surprised and nodded. That's us. How do you know? Wow, it really is you too. Xiaolei's smile grew even brighter as she exclaimed with excitement, Anyone who watched the freshman tournament would know you. No one in District 3 hasn't heard of you two. You two S-class competitors brought immense honor to our district. Her tone was warm, filled with genuine admiration. Meeting you two in person today is such an honor. What kind of mission are you looking to undertake? I'll do my best to help. Su Mushue, slightly embarrassed by her enthusiasm, nodded gently in acknowledgement. Gu Luocheng went straight to the point. Thank you. We'd like to know the specific process for accepting missions. Got it. Xiaolei immediately adopted a professional demeanor and explained, most of our guild's missions are taken on by hunting teams. You'll need to either join an existing team or form a new one. With your S-class strength, you can certainly form your own team. However, she paused for a moment, official mission commissions require at least 5 team members. I understand. Gu Luocheng seemed well prepared and said decisively, We'd like to form a low-level hunting team. Please help us register the team name and basic information. No problem. The receptionist quickly began processing their request. Meanwhile, Su Mushue, slightly puzzled, tugged at Gu Luocheng's sleeve and asked, in a low voice, form a team? It's just us two. Where are the other 3 members? She glanced around but didn't see any familiar faces. Gu Luocheng's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked toward the guild hall entrance. They've arrived. Following his gaze, Su Mushue saw 3 familiar figures walking through the entrance, Gao Tian, Zhang Tao, and Chen Wei. Boss Gu. Goddess Su. We're here. Their voices reached them before they did. Gao Tian was the first to rush over, his face brimming with excitement. I couldn't sleep all night when I heard you were forming a team. Following Boss Gu is bound to have its perks. He patted his chest confidently, looking as though he'd follow Gu Luocheng's every word without question. Zhang Tao, being more composed than Gao Tian,
was equally enthusiastic as he greeted them. "Brother Chen, Su, sorry to keep you waiting." Chen Wei smiled warmly and addressed Su Mushue. "Mushue, I'm so excited to finally go on a mission together." The temporary team before them consisted of 2 S-Class and 3 A-Class members. Su Mushue had to admit that, in terms of ability, synergy and overall strength, this was definitely a top-tier configuration for a low-level hunting team. According to guild regulations, low-level hunting teams were required to have at least one 4th tier or 5th tier ability user, while the other members could be 3rd tier or below. The reason for this was to ensure the team's safety during low-level dimensional hunts. The registration process was quickly completed. Their team's hunting code was D3108.D stood for low level, 3 indicated their registration zone as the 3rd safe district, and 108 signified they were the 108th team. In simple terms, they were the 108th low-level hunting team in District 3. After confirming the team information, Gu Luochen approached the mission screen, his eyes scanning the list of low-level tasks. However, the content on the screen caused his brows to furrow deeply, and even Su Mushue's expression turned grim. Almost all the missions revolved around the same target: frowny face, urgent, clear the eyeball spider swarm near the Black Dragon Bayport in District 3, scale, small, beast level, low tier, exterminate the eyeball spider swarm near the coastal outpost in District 3, scale, medium, beast level, low tier, eradicate the eyeball spider swarm along the coastal supply route in District 3, scale, medium, beast level, low tier. All missions involved the evil-eyed spiders. Gu Luocheng muttered under his breath, his heart heavy. Clearly, the disaster in the 5th district had already spread to surrounding areas, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many missions to clear out evil-eyed spiders. He quickly filtered through the tasks, clicking to view the details of those that caught his interest. Reclaim the Ice River Guild's Black Dragon Bayport outpost. This outpost lost contact 10 days ago, and reconnaissance revealed it has been occupied by low-tier evil-eyed spiders. Mission objective: clear all evil-eyed spiders within a 1-kilometer radius of the outpost and restore its basic functionality. The Ice River Guild's port outpost. Gu Luocheng murmured to himself. He remembered that outpost IT was the coastal base where Wu De had arranged for them to borrow a ship before they departed for the New Generation League. If the information was accurate, the area where they once gazed out at the Black Dragon Sea had now become a spider's nest. Without hesitation, Gu Luocheng quickly accepted several missions to clear evil-eyed spiders along the coast, including the port outpost. He then turned and addressed Gao Tian and the others behind him. Everyone, head back to prepare. Restock on supplies and gear. We'll set out in 2 days. 2 days later, the morning chill still lingered. An armored vehicle roared as it sped out of the towering alloy gates of the 3rd safe zone, heading toward the Black Dragon Sea. Outside the vehicle, the wilderness was covered in a thick layer of frost. The journey was uneventful, and with the heater blasting inside the vehicle, the driver, Zhang Tao, couldn't help but yawn. "Your driving skills are top-notch, Taozi." Gao Tian grinned, turning around to flash a bright smile at Gu Luocheng, who was seated in the back. He toyed with a streak of blue electric sparks in his hand. While Zhang Tao appeared slightly fatigued, Gao Tian was brimming with energy. Chen Wei sat quietly with her eyes closed, meditating, her mental threads spread subtly, constantly monitoring the surrounding environment. Her psychic abilities were crucial to the hunting team, often helping them avoid numerous dangers. Their route was the same as the one they had taken to the New Generation League. The difference was that now the land was blanketed in thick snow and ice. Occasionally, they could spot claw marks left by strange beasts. "Brother Chang, why didn't we take on missions closer to the 3rd district?" Gao Tian stared out the window at the icy plains racing past, counting on his fingers as he said, "All these missions to clear. Evil-eyed spiders only add up to 20,000 crystal coins, but this armored vehicle alone costs 500 coins a day. Not to mention everyone's supplies. At this rate, we might end up in the red." Seeing Gao Tian's pained expression over money, Gu Luocheng knew this guy was unhappy about the low rewards, but he himself didn't dwell on expenses to eye in the past or the present. Someone else always managed the costs for him. However, if the team kept losing money, it would eventually disband. "Don't worry about the crystal coins, I'll cover the expenses," Gu Luocheng said, gazing out the window. "Besides, this is our first time taking on a mission as a small team. Traveling further will broaden our horizons." "Brother Chang, you're so generous." Gao Tian exaggeratedly gave him a thumbs up, eliciting laughter from everyone in the vehicle. The armored vehicle navigated past frozen ruins. The decaying buildings looked especially desolate under the frost. Gao Tian couldn't help but think of the 5th district, now overrun by the evil-eyed Spider Queen, and sigh to sigh, the 5th district was so powerful. Yet when the evil-eyed Spider Queen from Dimension 32 showed up, it completely collapsed. It's unbelievable. Dimension 32.
Su Muxiue repeated softly, her hands clenched tightly on her lap, her golden eyes dimmed, and her long lashes trembled slightly. Dimension 32 was a nightmare she couldn't shake. Noticing her mood, Gu Luocheng gently patted her hand, offering her comfort. The cabin fell into silence, broken only by the crunching sound of the armored vehicle's wheels on the icy surface. Before long, a familiar coastline came into view in the distance. The Ice River Guild's Black Dragon Bay port outpost finally appeared before them. However, as they approached, everyone in the vehicle gasped in shock at the sight before them. The once bustling port was now covered in layer upon layer of massive spiderwebs. The webs were teeming with evil-eyed spiders of various sizes. The smallest were only as big as a fist, while the largest were nearly the size of a millstone. Their signature compound eyes glowed like countless ghostly flames in the dim light, sending chills down everyone's spine. My God, so many of them! Gao Tian exclaimed, his eyes wide, electric sparks flickering at his fingertips. There are about 15 Tier 2 and Tier 3 evil-eyed spiders, and at least 50 Tier 1 ones. Chen Wei reported as she frowned, her psychic detection working in full swing. Gu Luocheng listened, a sense of unease rising within him. The intel claimed these low-tier spiders couldn't swim, so how had they gotten here? There was no time to dwell on it. Completing the mission was the priority. He still needed to find a connection to a ship near the port. Finding a ship, venturing out to sea, and locating the storm sea's eye was his true goal. Prepare for battle, Gu Luocheng commanded, his voice steady as he was the first to push open the car door. A cold sea breeze, mixed with a nauseating stench, hit them like a slap in the face. The team quickly disembarked, forming a battle formation. Zhang Tao let out a low growl, and a yellowish-brown glow enveloped his body. In an instant, a suit of armor with rocky patterns materialized around him. His weapon was a shield axe, and his primary role was defense. Clearly, he was the team's vanguard. Chen Wei activated her psychic link, and invisible threads connected the 5 members, allowing them to share senses and coordinate their movements. Clear the perimeter. Stay coordinated. As soon as Gu Luocheng hit the ground, a blazing fireball formed in his palm and whizzed through the air. Boom. The fireball struck the spiderwebs near the port gate with precision, exploding on impact. The black spiderwebs disintegrated into ash when touched by fire. Over 10 Tier 1 evil-eyed spiders didn't even have time to screech before they were reduced to charred remains. Brother Chang is amazing, Gao Tian shouted excitedly, pushing his hands forward. Several thick arcs of lightning shot out, targeting the evil-eyed spiders surging in from the sides. Lightning coursed through the swarm of spiders, paralyzing them and causing them to twitch and collapse to the ground. Su Muxiue radiated a holy brilliance. With a wave of her hands, beams of light, like spears of judgment, pierced through the second-tier spiders attempting to spit venom or spin webs with pinpoint accuracy. Her attacks were not only powerful but also carried a purifying force against evil, exerting additional suppression on the eyed spiders. Gu Luocheng's flames resembled a moving incinerator, burning away webs and reducing spiders to ash wherever they reached, achieving remarkable efficiency. The 5 of them began clearing from the outer perimeter of the stronghold, advancing inward step by step through the passage carved by flames, heading directly toward the core structure. The interior of the stronghold was even more harrowing than the outside. Shattered furniture, dried bloodstains, scattered weapon fragments all bore testimony to the fierce battles that had occurred here. When they reached the vicinity of the command room, the scene before them made everyone's stomachs churn. Even Gu Luocheng furrowed his brows deeply. The doorway of the command room lay a corpse clad in the uniform of the Glacier Guild, lying in a pool of blood, covered in dust and spiderwebs. Several fist-sized juvenile spiders crawled and gnawed on the cold corpse without restraint, emitting a sharp, grating sound. The face, twisted in agony and terror, belonged unmistakably to the station leader Tian Dabing, the man who had once acted shrewd and evasive, trying to coerce them into helping before lending them a ship. Ugh. Chen Wei turned pale, unable to suppress a dry heave as she quickly averted her gaze. Although Tian Dabing had left a poor impression on them with his bureaucratic demeanor, seeing him meet such a gruesome end, devoured by lowly spiders, still evoked a sense of sorrow among them. A trace of compassion flickered in Su Muxiue's eyes as she silently conjured a purifying beam of light. The gentle radiance swept over the corpse, instantly reducing the nauseating juvenile spiders to ash and slightly cleansing the surroundings of their foul aura. To hold his ground in such a perilous place, he must have been a tough man, Zhang Tao murmured, voicing what everyone felt. No matter his past, the spirit of fulfilling one's duty at the edge of danger commanded respect. Gu Luocheng stared silently at Tian Dabing's corpse, his gaze profound. If he remembered correctly, Tian Dabing was a 5th tier awakened. How could someone of his level be killed by these low-tier-eyed spiders? Even if surrounded, could he not escape? More importantly, There was a bull-sized piercing wound in Tian Dabing's abdomen. This wasn't something inflicted by spider swarms, judging by his fallen position, it seemed more like a fatal blow from a powerful enemy. Realizing this, a heavy shadow crossed Gu Luochen's eyes. It appeared that an eyed spider of significant strength had already landed here. Inside the stronghold, the third-tier eyed spiders were utterly powerless against Gu Luochen, not to mention he had Su Mushua, a formidable fourth-tier awakened, watching his back. After clearing the stronghold, the others busied themselves collecting loot and gathering crystal cores, while Gu Luochen turned his attention to his primary mission, finding a shuttle boat. Securing a functioning boat meant he would have the critical transportation needed for his journey to locate the storm Ceye. As the others finished sweeping the stronghold, Gu Luochen finally discovered a shuttle boat partially covered in spider webs beneath the dock's pier. The hull was relatively intact, and the engine seemed undamaged, giving him a sense of relief. He quickly marked the surrounding area for future reference. The boat was far too large to fit into his storage ring. If only he could store it, things wouldn't be this troublesome. Looks like I'll need to find a storage ring with a larger capacity, Gu Luochen mused inwardly. Once the stronghold was cleared, Gao Tian casually snapped a few photos as proof of their completed mission. Their second task wasn't difficult, simply clearing the eyed spiders near an outpost. Upon reaching the mission site, Gu Luochen launched a fireball, instantly incinerating the webs and spiders. The team proceeded along the coastline, clearing any eyed spiders they encountered along the way. The final task was to clear a supply transfer warehouse. When they arrived near the warehouse, the sight before them was even more nerve-wracking than the port stronghold. The massive warehouse appeared like an enormous cocoon, wrapped in thick spiderwebs. The black webs glistened with an oily sheen under the dim light. Strange. Zhang Tao, holding his shielded axe, scanned the surroundings warily and whispered, "There are so many webs, but where are the spiders? Why haven't we seen a single one?" Based on past experiences, the outskirts should have been teeming with low-tier spiders. "Stay alert. Something's not right," Gu Luochen said gravely, his stardust sword silently appearing in his hand, its blade emitting a faint starlight. He led the way, slashing a fiery sword arc that burned a charred hole through the thick webs blocking the warehouse's entrance with a sizzle. A strong stench of decay wafted out from the gap, nauseatingly foul. The five of them formed a tight formation, cautiously stepping into the warehouse. The interior was dimly lit, with only a faint white glow filtering through the spider webs. The warehouse was segmented into a labyrinth-like structure by the crisscrossing webs. The ground was coated with a sticky, grayish-white secretion, squelching unsettlingly underfoot. Gu Luochen advanced with utmost caution, vaguely sensing a formidable presence ahead. He refrained from using fire to clear the path, wary of alarming the enemy. The deeper they ventured, the tenser they grew, their movements becoming increasingly light. They observed desiccated skeletons hanging from the webs, but scarcely a living spider in sight. The eerie silence was so oppressive that they could hear their own heartbeats. "Chen Wei, any findings?" Gao Tian whispered, his fingers sparking with arcs of electricity, his tense face illuminated by the flickering light. Chen Wei's face was pale, sweat beading on her forehead as she pressed her temples. Her voice trembled slightly. "Oh, my mental perception is severely disrupted. It's a blur ahead, but I can feel a malevolent energy lurking deep inside." Just as Gao Tian focused on Chen Wei's report, hiss. A swift shadow darted out from the shadow of a thick pillar. A third-tier-eyed spider lunged, its claws outstretched, aiming straight for Gao Tian's throat. "Watch out!" Gu Luochen reacted with lightning speed, grabbing Gao Tian by the collar with his left hand and yanking him behind. His right hand slashed the stardust sword, its fiery glow cutting through the air. The blade pierced through the spider's abdomen with precision, green ichor and viscera splattering around. The spider let out a shrill screech before collapsing in spasms. For the first time along this journey, Gu Luochen's expression turned unusually grim. His deep, piercing eyes cut through the layers of cobwebs, locking onto the dense darkness at the deepest part of the warehouse. In a low voice, he said, "Behind those webs up front lies a truly massive creature." Everyone's heart sank abruptly upon hearing this. Even the usually calm and composed Dust Brother looked so serious. "I'll light it up," Su Mushua suddenly shouted, interrupting their speculations. She raised her longbow, and an arrow made entirely of pure light energy shot off the string, tearing through the darkness like a meteor, heading straight in the direction Gu Luochen had pointed. The light arrow pierced through the thick cobwebs in an instant, hissing as it burned a large hole open. The light illuminated the scene behind the hole. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock as a wave of cold fear surged through them, sending chills down their spines and cold sweat dripping down their bodies. At the center of the opening crouched a gigantic, unimaginable evil-eyed spider, its massive body nearly the size of half a basketball court, was supported by 8 sturdy legs clad in red and black chitinous armor. What made it even more horrifying was the cluster of blood-red compound eyes on its head, beneath which lay countless spider egg sacs, each the size of a basketball. In hues of red and black, inside the sacs, countless spider embryos could faintly be seen writhing in viscous fluid. So that's why those low-tier spiders could cross the Black Dragon Sea. This mother spider is the culprit. As a Tier 7 creature, it could easily traverse the Black Dragon Sea, come here to nest and lay eggs, which then led to the swarming of low-tier spiders along the coastline. Gu Luocheng's eyes turned icy as he instantly grasped the key point. Dust brother. Gao Tian's voice trembled, his teeth chattering. This thing, it's not already Tier 7, is it? Yes, it is. Gu Luocheng's voice was calm, but a thought flashed through his mind. If he could get his hands on these spider eggs, could he possibly cultivate an army of spiders? Dust brother. Shouldn't we retreat immediately? Gao Tian noticed that the Tier 7 evil-eyed spider seemed disturbed by the holy light, its massive body starting to tremble slightly. His voice was almost sobbing. Yes, we need to retreat. And quickly. There are still a few Tier 5 or 6 ones behind us, and they're closing in fast. Su Muxue, upon hearing this, was so furious she almost jumped up and down. At such a critical moment, how could he still be standing there? Without wasting words, she grabbed Gu Luocheng by the collar of his combat suit and yanked him backward, shouting sharply, "What are you standing there for? Run!" Gu Luocheng stumbled from the pull, finally snapping out of it. He wasn't the son of an immortal emperor, free to control everything at will, anymore. When it's time to run, he must run. Retreat! Retreat the way we came. Move! Gu Luocheng barked an order, slashing a path toward the warehouse door with a fiery sword slash. No one dared hesitate, they scrambled to follow. Just as they burst through the warehouse doors, an ear-piercing, dense cacophony erupted behind them. Crack, crack, rustle, rustle, hiss, hiss. Looking back, they saw an overwhelming swarm of evil-eyed spiders surging toward them like a black flood. Among them, over a dozen larger evil-eyed spiders were clearly Tier 4 or higher. My God! So many! Gao Tian was scared out of his wits, adrenaline surging, his legs spinning like windmills. Cover each other. Take turns covering. Zhang Tao roared, coming to a sudden stop and turning to face the charging spider swarm. He slammed both fists heavily onto the ground. Heavy rock wall. Boom! A massive stone wall, several meters thick and 10 meters tall, rose abruptly, blocking the spider's path. Caught off guard, several Tier 4 spiders at the forefront crashed heavily into the wall, letting out muffled thuds, temporarily halting their advance. Go! Zhang Tao shouted, immediately turning to run again. However, the strength of these spiders was not to be underestimated. Within seconds, several Tier 5 spiders had torn through the sturdy rock wall with their sharp legs. The spider swarm surged closer. Su Mushua's body radiated holy light as she raised a hand, firing off a dozen light arrows that pierced through the approaching low-tier evil-eyed spiders, but there were simply too many. Her attacks weren't enough to hold them off. The 5 of them could only desperately use their abilities to slow the spiders down while running away from the warehouse. Human strength has its limits. Qinwei was the first to falter, her stamina quickly depleting, her breathing growing heavier and more labored. The evil-eyed spiders clung to them like an unshakable shadow, relentlessly pursuing. This isn't going to work. We'll be caught sooner or later. Gao Tian noticed Qinwei slowing down, panic surging in his heart. Gu Luocheng frowned deeply. Running aimlessly like this wouldn't work. Suddenly, he thought of the docked ferry at the port. As long as these non-swimming beasts weren't Tier 7 or above, the sea would be their safe zone. Head for the port. There's a ferry there, we can escape to the sea and hide. Gu Luocheng shouted, pointing toward the port. Dust brother, you're brilliant. Gao Tian flattered as he ran. Hearing the command, everyone felt as if they'd seen a glimmer of hope, picking up their pace. But just as they reached the port, the spider swarm closed in, surrounding the trailing Qinwei. You go ahead, I'll cover. Gu Luocheng barked, leaping behind Qinwei. He spread his arms wide, unleashing a surge of fire energy from within. A golden-red phoenix with a wingspan of several meters materialized before him, letting out a crisp cry. Phoenix blaze, sky scorch. The fiery phoenix, carrying an all-consuming heat, dove into the densest part of the spider swarm. Boom! Golden red flames erupted, instantly engulfing the low-tier spiders in front, while several Tier 4 spiders' chitinous armor shattered, sending them screaming as they rolled away. It was the first Time Gao Tian and the others had seen Gu Luocheng unleash an S-rank ability, their eyes filled with awe. Almost simultaneously, Su Mushue's cold voice rang out, "Holy light, arrow rain." Her longbow radiated dazzling light as arrows rained down, the arrows struck with precision, covering the parts of the spider swarm untouched by the flames, exploding upon impact and creating waves of small holy light shockwaves. Though this holy light technique didn't match Gu Luocheng's fire ability and raw destructive power, its potent purification effects plunged the spider swarm into chaos. Go! Without hesitation, Gu Luocheng and Su Mushue turned and sprinted toward the port after unleashing their powerful abilities. Zhang Tao seized the moment to conjure one rock wall after another, trying to block the spider's advance. Under Gu Luocheng's lead, the five finally made it to the edge of the pier. The shuttle boat was right before their eyes. "Get on the boat! Quick!" Zhang Tao was the first to leap onto the boat. He turned back and stretched out his hand to pull up Chen Wei and Gao Tian, who followed closely behind. Ji Luochen was the last to reach the end of the pier. With a single slap on the mooring bollard, flames burst forth, and the thick mooring rope snapped instantly. At the same time, he shouted at Zhang Tao on the boat, "Start the engine! Hurry!" Gu Luochen turned to face the swarm of spiders surging onto the pier like a black tide. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. The Starchaser sword was raised high, fiery energy intertwining and gathering along its blade. Cut! A massive arc of fiery sword energy, like a colossal axe splitting the heavens and earth, severed the connection between the pier and the dock with a fierce slash. With a thunderous boom, the pier collapsed. Several evil-eyed spiders at the forefront fell into the icy waters along with the broken pier, letting out piercing, agonized screeches. Before the pier could completely submerge, Gu Luochen leapt into the air and landed steadily on the deck of the now activated shuttle boat, which was slowly pulling away from the shore. The engine roared as the shuttle boat cut through the black waves, speeding away from the coastline. On the dock, the dense swarm of evil-eyed spiders hissed in frustration. The group, having narrowly escaped, gazed at the receding shoreline, their hearts still pounding with fear. A few, good thing that 7th-tier brood mother just finished laying eggs and was too weak to chase after us. Gao Tian collapsed onto the deck, panting heavily, his face filled with the relief of having survived. If that giant beast had come out itself, this little boat of ours would have been smashed to pieces with one swipe of its claw. Zhang Tao shuddered at the thought of the terrifying spider's cold, compound eyes. Seeing Chen Wei clutching her arm, which had been grazed by a spider leg earlier, Zhang Tao couldn't hold back his anger and snapped, "What the hell is the Ice River Guild's intelligence department doing? A bunch of 4th and 5th-tier spiders, and there's a hidden 7th-tier brood mother. How is this a low-level mission? This is a death trap. The person who issued this mission must have their brain tangled in spider silk." Gao Tian couldn't help but join in the rant after hearing this, but Gu Luochen, upon hearing Zhang Tao's complaints, suddenly lifted his head. A sharp glint flashed in his deep eyes as he noticed several details he had previously overlooked. Why didn't anyone in the Ice River Guild question how low-tier spiders managed to cross the perilous Black Dragon Sea, and who provided the information that claimed only low-tier spiders were present? A string of cold, unyielding questions coiled around Gu Luochen's mind like venomous snakes. This was no mere mistake. The person who issued this low-level mission was clearly intending to send low-tier hunting teams to their deaths, and for what purpose? Nourishment. To replenish the nutrients consumed by that 7th-tier brood mother. During egg-laying, he thought of the devastation of District 5 and felt an overwhelming sense of conspiracy envelop him. To uncover the mastermind, the first step would be to find out who issued the mission. Only by following the trail could he expose the person pulling the strings behind the scenes. Ji Luochen's gaze grew more profound as he stared at the undulating waters of the Black Dragon Sea, muttering under his breath, was it the Genesis cult? Or someone else? Brother Chen, what do we do next? Gao Tian noticed Gu Luochen's grave expression in silence, and cautiously asked. Ji Luochen didn't respond immediately. He stood by the boat's railing, extending his hand to feel the changes in the wind. He sensed an increasingly distinct turbulence and tearing sensation in the air, and an involuntary, excited smile curved his lips. "A storm is coming." Gu Luochen spoke softly, his voice nearly swallowed by the wind, but his tone brimmed with anticipation. "A storm?" Gao Tian followed his gaze. At the horizon where sky met sea, dark clouds were gathering, and the waves churned violently. Gao Tian's face turned pale. "A big storm is coming at sea? Shouldn't we find a safe place to dock and take shelter?" Gu Luochen withdrew his gaze, suppressing his excitement and regaining his composure. "Tell Zhang Tao to steer clear of the spider-infested coastline and find a safe spot to dock."
Su Muxiue had been observing Gu Luochen all along. Noticing the fleeting excitement on his face earlier, her curiosity deepened. This man had traveled all the way to such a perilous coastline. There was no way it was merely to clear out spiders, and now, it seemed, that clearing the spiders was merely incidental. His real objective appeared to lie somewhere within this storm-tossed Black Dragon Sea. What exactly was Gu Luochen planning? The sea wind howled, and icy waves crashed against the hull, emitting a dull roar under Zhang Tao's guidance. The shuttle boat struggled along the coastline, searching for a safe harbor. Finally, they found a relatively secure anchorage in a small cove backed by cliffs and far from the clusters of spiders. As soon as the boat steadied, Gu Luochen said, "Once you disembark, find a safe route back to the armored vehicle and wait for me there." "What about you?" Su Muxiue was the first to react. She stepped in front of Gu Luochen, who had yet to disembark, her sharp gaze piercing Gu Luochen. "The storm on the Black Dragon Sea is already this fierce. What exactly are you planning? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" She pointed at the sea outside, churning like ink, her tone carrying an undeniable challenge. Gu Luochen looked at Su Muxiue's eyes, filled with both reproach and concern. He grinned, his tone laced with teasing. "The stronger the wind, the more valuable the fish." "Fish?" Su Muxiue was momentarily stunned by the nonsensical reply. Realizing he was stalling, her brows furrowed in frustration. "At a time like this, you're still joking with me. What exactly are you? Be good." Gu Luochen, standing on the boat and towering over Su Muxiue by a head, reached out and gently patted her on the head. The motion was so swift she didn't have time to dodge. "Wait for me on the armored vehicle. I'll be back soon. Trust me." Before Su Muxiue could respond, Gu Luochen abruptly pushed the control lever. The engine of the shuttle roared, the hull trembled violently as it quickly turned, heading straight for the Black Dragon Sea, where dark clouds loomed and giant waves raged. "Gu Luochen!" Su Muxiue ran to the shore, yelling anxiously at the receding silhouette of the shuttle, but her voice was instantly shredded into fragments by the howling wind. The remaining four exchanged bewildered glances, all stunned by Gu Luochen's sudden action. Gao Tian stared at the shuttle, which appeared tiny and fragile amid the towering waves, and stammered, Su goddess, Brother Chen, where is he going? Isn't this too reckless?" "Yeah, Su, Gu going alone like that?" Chen Wei's face was filled with worry as Zhang Tao fixed his eyes on Su Muxiue. "What do we do now?" With Gu Luochen gone, Su Muxiue naturally became the pillar of their small team. She stared in the direction where Gu Luochen had disappeared, her chest heaving violently, forcing down the worry and anger in her heart. She took a deep breath and made a decision. "We'll do as he said. Go back to the armored vehicle and wait for him." "Oh, okay." Gao Tian glanced at the worsening weather and muttered under his breath, "But, Brother Chen, out there in this crazy weather, can he really find his way back?" His face was written with concern. Su Muxiue glared at him fiercely, as if channeling her anger at Gu Luochen onto him, and snapped, "If he's dumb enough to not even find his way back, then his brain must be filled with alien slime instead of a proper brain." With that, she stopped looking at the heart-wrenching sea and stepped decisively onto the slippery rocks, striding toward the direction of the armored vehicle. Seeing Su Muxiue's determination, Gao Tian and the others could only lower their heads and follow. At this moment, on the Black Dragon Sea, the shuttle piloted by Gu Luochen was like a withered leaf, mercilessly tossed by the increasingly terrifying wind and waves. He gripped the helm tightly, resolutely steering toward the most ferocious part of the storm. The hull groaned in agony under the assault of massive waves, and seawater poured onto the deck like a waterfall. Suddenly, red flames ignited around Gu Luochen's body, forming a stable shield that repelled the invasive seawater and ferocious winds. As the vessel ventured deeper, the true visage of the storm finally appeared before him. It was an unimaginably massive waterspout, crowned by a churning mass of black clouds, while the sea below roared and boiled. As dark as ink, thunder roared, lightning flashed blindingly, and the wind tore through the air with ghostly, ear-piercing howls. Against such devastating forces of nature, the tiny shuttle seemed at risk of being shredded into pieces at any moment. Focus your breathing, draw upon the tidal energy at the storm's core, transform your blood into Shenming heavy water, surging like thunder. Gu Luochen silently recited the critical incantation of the second tier of the myriad forms immortal technique. Listening to the sea shaping the veins, he had to reach the storm's center, the sea eye, that was the core of the violent energy and the repository of the unfathomable secrets of the ocean. However, with his current strength, charging into the waterspout with this small vessel was practically a death sentence. "It seems I'll have to use that after all." A trace of resignation flashed in Guluochen's eyes. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. The best vantage point to observe the CI was, of course, from high above. So before heading to the freshman tournament, he had specifically commissioned a flying apparatus bracing against the wind and waves. He quickly retrieved a specially designed hot air balloon from his storage ring. This was no ordinary hot air balloon but a storm observation sphere crafted by top-tier craftsmen in Zone 3 using exotic materials. It had cost him a fortune. In crystal coins, the gondola was constructed from high-strength alloy and equipped with a fire element-powered fuel tank for stable combustion. Without hesitation, Guluochen conjured a flame in his palm and ignited the fuel tank. Whoosh! The intense flames roared, rapidly heating the air inside the balloon. The resilient balloon began to inflate amidst the raging wind. Timing it perfectly, Guluochen swiftly unfastened the securing ropes, and the gondola jolted violently. Lift off! At the exact moment the shuttle was tossed to its highest point by a massive wave, the storm observation sphere finally broke free from the grip of the winds, wobbling defiantly as it ascended toward the churning black clouds. The ascent was equally perilous. The gondola swayed wildly, like a swing caught in a tempest. Guluochen exerted his fire elemental abilities to their fullest, maintaining a steady fuel flow while constantly adjusting his direction to counter the chaotic air currents. Several times, the colossal waterspout nearly grazed the balloon, the pressure from its proximity threatening to tear the entire apparatus apart. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of struggle, the storm observation sphere broke through the fiercest vortex of clouds. In an instant, the surroundings fell eerily silent. Below him was a hellish wall of storm clouds, roaring and spinning violently. Lightning streaked through, and water churned furiously, and directly above the eye of the storm, high in the sky, sunlight miraculously pierced through the gaps in the clouds, casting a golden beam downwards. Guluochen immediately focused his attention below. At the center of the storm, the massive CI was clearly visible. This CI wasn't static but a deep, dark, and slowly rotating enormous vortex. The seawater formed a gigantic funnel here, spiraling straight down to the seabed. At the vortex's center, an indescribably powerful energy emanated alongside ancient Taoist rhythms, as if the very heart of the ocean was pulsating. There it is! The storm CI. Guluochen was ecstatic. Without hesitation, he crossed his legs and sat in the gondola, clearing his mind and channeling the myriad forms immortal technique with all his might. Listen to the sea, shape the veins, and feel the Tao rhythm. His consciousness instantly entered a mystical state. His spiritual intent extended like invisible tendrils, piercing through space to cautiously probe the deep, turbulent vortex of the CI below. He no longer heard the storm's roars but instead listened to the primordial, immense energy vibrations emanating from the depths of the vortex, the ocean's most primitive and formidable force. A vast Tao rhythm, imbued with the boundless might of water, began to seep into him, as Guluochen immersed himself completely, both body and mind absorbed in this wondrous contemplation. A faint green light silently appeared high above the storm's eye. A woman dressed in an elegant green gown, exuding an ethereal aura, floated mid-air. Around her, a soft yet powerful life force radiated. She was none other than humanity's only 9th-tier support ability user, Yazan. Originally, she had come to investigate the situation in the 5th zone. However, as she passed over this turbulent sea, the intense energy fluctuations caught her attention, prompting her to observe from a high altitude. Yet, her eyes, capable of seeing through all things, were now filled with incredulous astonishment. What did she see at the very center of this terrifying storm? A hot air balloon? After a century of global upheaval, someone was still using such an ancient contraption in such a perilous place. Directly above the storm's eye, sunlight poured down, and the sky was clear. Guluochen sat cross-legged in the basket of the balloon, eyes closed, completely immersed in the second stage of the Wanxiang immortal method, listening to the sea and shaping the veins. His breathing grew slow and deep, each inhalation as though he were swallowing the formless tidal forces of the sea's eye. Astonishingly, the profound Tao resonance from the sea's eye below synchronized with the rhythm of his chest's rise and fall. As the sea eye's energy continuously surged into him, the blood coursing through his body began to emit a low, thunderous rumble. Each heartbeat felt like propelling tons of seawater through his body, heavy and solid. Unbeknownst to him, Guluochen's body was undergoing a complete transformation. Suspended high in the air, Yazan's green eyes brimmed with shock. She keenly sensed that the wild, immense energy of the sea below was being drawn by an extraordinarily resilient mental force, flowing slowly into the body of the youth in the basket. This kid actually brought a hot air balloon just to train above the storm's eye. What kind of strange and audacious cultivation technique was this? She had never seen anyone dare to absorb energy in such a manner, in such a place. Then
Yazan detected the astonishing transformation occurring within Guluwachan's body. For the first time, her ethereal face revealed an expression of undisguised astonishment. As a ninth-tier powerhouse with extensive experience, she had never seen a third-tier ability user elevate their physical strength to rival that of a fifth-tier enhancement type in such a short time. Meanwhile, as Guluwachan remained deeply immersed in his visualization, fully reshaping the bloodlines within his body, poof, his flame abruptly extinguished. Without its heat source, the resilient balloon visibly began to deflate rapidly. The storm observation balloon plummeted, dragged down by gravity towards the storm cloud's turbulent, grinding periphery below. The basket rolled violently, on the verge of being torn apart by the fierce currents. Not good. Yazan's gaze sharpened. With a slight lift of her jade-like hand, a vibrant green energy imbued with life force extended like supple vines, spanning space in an instant to precisely ensnare the rapidly descending basket. Where the green energy passed, countless crystalline, translucent leaves sprouted in the void. These layers of green leaves formed a cushion-like buffer, securely holding the falling basket and preventing it from plunging into the storm below. Guluwachan, unaware of all this, was in the final stage of his visualization and vein-shaping process. Finally, the blood within him, once roaring like an abyssal torrent, settled into a profound calm, replaced by an explosive strength capable of tearing steel apart with bare hands. Guluwachan had reached the second stage of the Wanxiang immortal method, listening to the sea and shaping the veins. Unbelievable. He opened his eyes abruptly, a deep blue oceanic light flashing within his pupils. Unable to restrain himself, he let out a long, exhilarating roar. As the roar subsided, he immediately sensed something amiss. Unbeknownst to him, a green energy had enveloped his surroundings, and floating around the basket were massive green leaves. Instantly, a sense of alarm surged up his spine. Someone was nearby, and they seemed to have silently lent him a hand. Damn it. He had been so focused on his visualization that he hadn't noticed someone else had discovered him. How much had they seen? He quickly raised his head, following the direction of the energy, and then he froze. A woman dressed in a simple green gown was floating in the air, radiating a gentle yet immense aura of life. That stunningly beautiful face, Guluwachan had only ever seen it on advertising billboards in the 5th Zone's commercial district. The global ambassador for Labrie necklaces, the 9th-tier ability user, Yazan. It was her? Why would she be here? Surely she wasn't part of the Genesis cult. At least, not that he could tell for now. Yazan, noticing that Guluwachan had fully awakened, looked at him with a playful and curious gaze. In a blink, she glided closer to the basket as if teleporting. Her emerald green eyes openly scanned Guluwachan up and down, nodding repeatedly, as though she had discovered a rare treasure. Guluwachan felt his scalp tingle under her scrutinizing gaze. Little one, Yazan parted her red lips slightly, her voice crystal clear. You're hiding quite a few secrets. No wonder you could stand toe-to-toe with enhancement types of the same tier in the Newborn League and even beat them. Wow, this physical strength. It's now on par with a 5th-tier enhancement type? Truly astonishing. Her tone was filled with amazement, tinged with deep curiosity. Guluwachan, exposed, felt a bit awkward. Instinctively scratching his head, he said, Well, Your Excellency Yazan, if I told you this was an ancient body tempering technique passed down in the Gu family, would you believe me? As soon as the words left his mouth, even he found them unconvincing. Yazan chuckled softly, her eyes brimming with charm. You little rascal, I know the Gu family's background, and I understand your father Gu Jinting's methods even better. Don't think for a second I'm unaware. She waved her hand dismissively, her smile fading into a serious yet gentle expression. All right. Everyone has their secrets and past. I've lived long enough to understand that much. I'm not interested in prying into your techniques. Her tone shifted to one of solemnity as she continued. However, little one, you must remember, a method like this must never be revealed to others lightly. Your ability level is still low, ordinary people might not notice anything. But if those with malicious intent discover the abnormal strength of your body and you can't explain it, you'll be in serious trouble. What kind of trouble? Guluwachan's heart tightened as he asked. Urgently sometimes, Yazan replied gravely, the most dangerous threats aren't the enemies outside, but the ones closest to you. Ison said no more. A clever person would naturally understand her meaning. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, frowning in slight confusion. Wait a moment, Guluwachan. Why are you still stuck at the 3rd tier? Lin Qiyan broke through to the 4th tier a month ago. That old man Wu De was boasting about you in front of me, saying you're the record holder for breakthroughs from the 2nd to the 3rd tier, the future pillar of Huaxia. So why are you stuck at the gate of injury and unable to move forward? Hearing Ison's words, Guluwachan's face showed a trace of helplessness. I'd like to know why. 2. I've tried countless times to break through the gate of injury, but that door simply won't budge.
Don't move. Let me take a look.
Ison reached out and, without hesitation, grabbed Guluwachan's left wrist. A gentle green energy flowed into Guluwachan's body. The energy circulated rapidly throughout his body, and the dot on Ison's face deepened. She could feel that Guluwachan's vitality was extraordinarily strong, far exceeding that of a typical peak third-tier individual. His muscles and bones were robust, and his body was flawless. Logically, breaking through the gate of injury should be as simple as piercing through a layer of paper. In truth,
breaking through the gate of injury is straightforward.
As long as an ability user's essence, energy, and spirit are in perfect harmony, meaning their mental strength and vitality are at their peak with no depletion, they can break through. Your vitality is definitely not the issue.
So could it be a problem with your mental strength?
Ison murmured, only to immediately dismiss the idea. No, your mental strength, although not exceptionally powerful, is still full and shows no signs of depletion. Just as she was puzzling over it, a scene suddenly flashed through her mind. The moment during the freshman tournament when Guluwachan used a soul combat technique against Lin Qian, a soul combat technique that was an application of soul power. Soul power is an advanced form of mental strength, extremely mysterious and difficult to master.
It's
something usually only high-tier ability users can even touch. Forcing the use of a soul combat technique, especially when one's mastery of soul power is insufficient, would undoubtedly result in backlash to the very essence of one's soul, causing damage. Mental strength can recover through meditation and rest, but damage to the essence of the soul isn't something that can be fixed by simply sleeping it off. Low-tier ability users have no contact with the soul level, so they naturally wouldn't be stuck at a basic bottleneck like the gate of injury due to soul damage. Ison instantly understood. She let go of Guluwachan's hand and spoke slowly. Guluwachan, I know why you can't break through the gate of injury.
What is it? Guluwachan's eyes lit
up with a strong glimmer of hope as he pressed her urgently. Ison gazed at him intently, a faintly meaningful smile on her lips. I don't even know whether to call you extraordinarily gifted or extraordinarily unlucky.
It seems every good and bad thing finds its way to you. Guluwachan looked utterly
puzzled, not understanding what Ison meant. Your mental strength is fine, and your vitality is astonishingly abundant, so the problem isn't there.
I already know that. Guluwachan
interrupted impatiently. Ison didn't mind his urgency and remained calm and unhurried, her tone steady. The real issue lies with your soul.
My soul? Guluwachan felt his heart
tighten. Could it be that Ison had discovered his biggest secret? His eyes involuntarily flickered, carrying a trace of guardedness, but Ison's next words immediately dispelled his doubts. The soul combat technique you used during the freshman tournament isn't something one can casually master. You must have practiced it many times, and with each practice, your already fragile soul suffered slight damage. Over time, the essence of your soul has been damaged and is no longer whole. So while you may appear full of energy on the surface, the true obstacle preventing you from breaking through the gate of injury is the damage to the essence of your soul. Guluwachan's heart trembled. Although Ison had only speculated that his soul was damaged due to the soul combat technique, this was very likely the real issue. He immediately followed up on Ison's words with a question. Then,
what should I do? How can I repair my soul?
Ison looked at his anxious expression, a deep and unreadable smile crossing her face. The person who can repair the essence of your soul
is both far away and right before your eyes. Hope flared in Guluwachan's gaze. Ison Sovereign, can you heal me?
Me? Ison shook her head with a smile and elegantly pointed toward the third zone.
I can't. But someone who can help you is my good friend in your third zone, Yu Shang. Yu Shang? The Frost King? Guluwachan couldn't
help but murmur the name. The first time he had heard this name was from the Ice Wind Dragon. Seeing his reaction, Ison's smile deepened. That's right.
Yu Shang, also
known as the illustrious Frost King of your third zone. Her second awakened ability can help repair the damage to your soul. Go find her, little one, and tell her I sent you. Her eyes glinted with a trace of mischief, as if she were secretly delighted about finding an excuse to visit this friend. Guluwachan nodded silently. It seemed he would have to pay the Frost King a visit. Just as that thought crossed his mind, he suddenly remembered an unfinished task. The 7th-tier evil-eyed spider matriarch deep within the coastline warehouse. He looked up at Ison and said, Ison Sovereign, I have another matter to ask for your help with.
Oh, what is it?
Ison asked with interest. While we were carrying out a low-level guild mission along the coastline, we discovered a supply warehouse hiding a 7th-tier matriarch spider in its ovulation-weakened state.
Guluwachan spoke quickly, clearly outlining the key points. If left unchecked, Once it recovers, its incredible reproductive ability will allow it to flood the entire coastline with low-tier spiders. Isons.
Emerald Green eyes instantly turned icy and bone-chilling, as if exuding a palpable cold. She understood all too well what it would mean for a 7th-tier matriarch spider to nest along the coastline. It could very well trigger a massive beast tide, especially considering the devastation in the 5th zone.
Lead the way.
Ison's words were brief yet decisive. As soon as she spoke, a gentle green energy enveloped Gu Luochen. In an instant, he felt weightless, his entire body suspended in the air. Ison transformed into a streak of emerald green light, carrying him at high speed toward the coastline. The wind howled in his ears as clouds and the black dragon sea below sped past in reverse. The speed of a 9th-tier powerhouse was truly astonishing. Gu Luochen steadied his mind and focused on sensing the direction, continuously fine-tuning their route for Ison. Before long, the mysterious warehouse shrouded in spider webs came into view.
Over there.
Gu Luochen pointed toward the depths of the warehouse.
Yeah, I see it. Yazan's voice was calm,
as if she were merely looking at a spot that needed to be cleaned. Suspended in the air above the warehouse, she carried Gu Luochen, her energy fluctuations completely unrestrained. Below, the disturbed evil eye spiders let out uneasy hisses. Yazan
didn't make any deliberate effort to target them.
Instead, like brushing off a speck of dust, she raised her pale hand and gently pressed downward toward the warehouse. There was no earth-shaking explosion, only a blanket of silence descended, centered on her palm. A vast wave of life energy spread out like a gentle tide, enveloping the entire warehouse. Life began to wither. Under this energy, brimming with vitality, came utter death. The evil eye spiders squirming on webs, in cracks, and in shadows, regardless of their rank, froze in place instantly. They didn't even have time to struggle before collapsing silently, disintegrating into piles of decayed dust deep within the warehouse. The massive 7th-rank matriarch that had just regained some strength suddenly stiffened, its armored shell dulled, its crimson compound eyes extinguished, and the surrounding spider egg sacs rapidly rotted away. The enormous body of the 7th-rank matriarch swiftly collapsed into a dark, foul-smelling stain on the ground, exuding a pungent stench of decayed it. All happened in an instant. What had just been a terrifying lair, saturated with a sinister aura, was now completely still. All the webs, evil eye spiders, the frightening 7th-rank matriarch, and the countless egg sacs, everything was gone without a trace. Only the empty, dilapidated framework of the warehouse remained, creaking mournfully in the wind. The entire process was so fast it was unbelievable, and the silence was so eerie it chilled the heart. This was the power of a 9th-rank transcendent. Though her abilities were primarily focused on healing, when she acted seriously, eradicating lower-rank lifeforms was as effortless as a deity brushing away dust from their palm. Hovering in midair, Gu Luochen stared at the now lifeless warehouse below. Even with his vast knowledge, he couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. Once again, he had witnessed a glimpse of the pinnacle of power in this world. Though most people's strength was limited by their ability rank, the power of these 9th-rank ability users had already neared the laws of nature. Their ranks no longer constrained their might. Gu Luochen descended to the warehouse area, gazing at the desolate, deathly emptiness before him, especially at the 7th-rank crystal core that exuded a deep purple glow and an oppressive aura that sent chills down his spine. He couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Sort out the spoils here. Yazan's calm voice came from above. She did not descend, her gaze fixed on Gu Luochen with a hint of significance. When you return, think carefully about how to handle this matter. Remember, this won't be as simple as it seems. Gu Luochen felt a jolt in his heart and respectfully replied, "Respected Yazan, I understand. All right, we'll part ways here. I have other important matters to attend to." Yazan's gaze landed on Gu Luochen once more, and a faint smile curved her lips. "Don't forget to send my regards to that gluttonous girl." As soon as her words fell, she transformed into a streak of emerald green light and disappeared beyond the horizon. A gluttonous girl? The Ice King? Gu Luochen chuckled bitterly, feeling like he had accidentally overheard some kind of secret. Once Yazan left, he quickly got to work, carefully collecting the scattered crystal cores. He now deeply understood that crystal cores were the most precious resources in this world. He could no longer treat them with disdain as he had in the past. After tidying up, Gu Luochen oriented himself and sprinted toward the armored vehicle where Su Muxue and the others were stationed. By the time he arrived, the sky had darkened slightly, and nearly 4 hours had passed since he had left. The armored vehicle stood quietly next to it. Su Muxue had her arms crossed, leaning against the door, her gaze anxiously scanning the sea and the road. Gao Tian and the others were pacing beside the vehicle, uneasily, occasionally craning their necks to look into the distance. "Look! Brother Luochen is back." Chen Wei, with her keen spiritual perception, was the first to notice Gu Luochen. Hearing her, Su Muxue turned her head, her previously tense posture visibly relaxing. Gao Tian
strode forward with a grin. Luo Chen, if you'd taken any longer, I'd have turned into a waiting for my husband's stone. Hearing Gao Tian's joke, Gu Luochen looked up at the brightly lit figure ahead. Su Mushua's face was stern, but her expression betrayed a mix of worry and a hint of reproach. He approached her and gently patted the golden-haired girl on the head. Classmate Su, I've returned unharmed. Humph. I wish that reckless Gu young master would lose a few hairs, maybe then you'd learn your lesson. With that, Su Mushue turned and stormed into the armored vehicle. Gu Luochen scratched his head with a wry smile. What a blunt girl. At that moment, Chen Wei approached and asked, Brother Luochen, what took you so long? Did you run into danger? Yeah, Luochen, you didn't even explain why you left. We were so worried during those 4 hours. Gao Tian chimed in, feeling the concern in their gazes. Warmth filled Gu Luochen's heart. He said, I'm sorry for worrying everyone. Thanks to your care, everything's fine. This isn't a good place to linger, let's talk inside the vehicle. Once inside the armored vehicle, he started the engine. Gu Luochen had already prepared his explanation. The reason for heading out to sea was that someone had told him Yazan was stationed at Black Dragon Sea, and he had gone to seek her help. As for why he didn't bring everyone along, it was because the sea storms were too treacherous. As he spoke, he retrieved the 7th rank crystal core from his storage ring to show everyone. When the dark purple crystal core appeared in his palm, a wave of violent energy, distinctive of the 7th tier, immediately filled the entire carriage. This a 7th tier crystal core? Gao Tian's eyes widened, his voice trembling as he hesitated to touch it. Ozheng Tao and Chen Wei, experiencing the oppressive force of a 7th tier crystal core up close for the first time, were equally stunned. Indeed, this is the crystal core of that evil-eyed spider matriarch, Gu Luochen said as he put away the core, and the suffocating pressure gradually dissipated. He spoke solemnly, this mission is highly unusual. The appearance of a 7th tier matriarch is no coincidence. Until we understand the true intent of the person who issued this mission, everyone must maintain absolute secrecy. Also, do not claim the mission rewards for now to avoid unnecessary trouble. The group nodded in agreement, recalling the terrifying scene in the warehouse and their near-total annihilation. A chill lingered in their hearts. The armored vehicle drove through the night, heading back to District 3. Upon arriving at the safety zone gates, Gu Luochen did not return directly to the Gu family estate. Instead, he instructed Gao Tian and the others to go back while he turned the vehicle around, driving toward the outskirts of District 3, where the towering alloy walls bordered the military base. The military base was brightly lit, and the air was thick with tension. After identifying himself, the soldiers guarding the entrance immediately showed genuine respect and excitement upon seeing him. Nearby, resting soldiers maintained a casual demeanor, but their gazes were filled with admiration as they watched Gu Luochen. That's the young master of Commander Gu's family. He looks even more handsome than Commander Gu. Well, he's S-class. After all, some genetic tweaks, maybe? Ha! Though Gu Luochen didn't recognize them, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and warmth. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement and walked briskly toward the largest command tent in the center, lifting the heavy curtain. A strong smell of tobacco wafted over him. The tent was illuminated brightly, and in the center stood a massive holographic tactical map. Its complex red and blue markers and defensive lines clearly displayed. His father, Gu Jinting, stood with his back to him, his posture upright, pointing at a spot on the map as he spoke gravely to several officers. Gu Luochen's arrival interrupted their discussion. The officers immediately turned their gazes toward him, their expressions a mix of scrutiny and curiosity. Gu Jinting turned around, his sharp eyes like a hawk's, and asked casually, "What brings you here? Is there something you need?" Gu Luochen hesitated for a moment before replying, "I have something related to a guild mission that I need to report privately." Gu Jinting raised an eyebrow, pulled out a chair to sit down, then waved toward the officers, saying, "Privately? These men are brothers who have fought their way through life and death with me. They're the backbone of District 3. Say what you need to say here, don't hold back. They won't laugh at you." The officers exchanged smiles, clearly accustomed to such scenes. Gu Luochen, no longer hesitant, organized his thoughts and explained the doubts and suspicions he had about the guild mission in a clear and structured manner. The command tent fell silent, with only the faint hum of the tactical map breaking the quiet. The officers' expressions grew serious, their eyes flickering with anger. A 7th tier evil-eyed spider matriarch nesting here, a low-level mission.
turning into a death trap. The truth behind this was chilling. Gu Jinting furrowed his brows, silently contemplating for a few seconds, before fixing his sharp gaze on Gu Luochen.
So, what do you plan to do? Since you came to me, are you asking for my help? Gu Luochen met
his father's piercing eyes and replied firmly, this mission was issued by the Glacier Guild. If we are to investigate internal issues within the guild, it's best to find someone within the Glacier Guild who is both influential and trustworthy to help.
Gu Jinting chuckled. Within the Glacier Guild, the only person I trust is the Ice Sovereign. Are you willing to go see her? For Gu Jinting, it was, of course, a welcome opportunity to connect his son with a 9th-tier powerhouse. Gu Luochen nodded immediately. He had been wanting to meet the Ice Sovereign. The Ice Sovereign just rotated back from the front line of a special-class dimensional battlefield a few days ago. She has a calm personality and dislikes noise. She likely isn't at the guild headquarters but is instead meditating in the watchtower, the tallest structure in the safety zone. If you go there, you might find her. Remember, when you meet the Ice Sovereign, pay extra attention to etiquette, show the utmost respect. Don't worry, I understand.
Gu Luochen replied with a slightly awkward smile, recalling that he had, indeed, been a bit casual with the Ice Sovereign in the past. Now that he had learned the Ice Sovereign's whereabouts, Gu Luochen was about to take his leave. Before he could say anything further, Gu Jinting added, oh, and your team is likely already being watched.
Stay vigilant. If you encounter anything you can't handle, come find me at any time.
Hearing his father's nagging advice, Gu Luochen paused, feeling slightly helpless. After
a brief acknowledgement, he left the tense atmosphere of the command tent. Stepping outside, Gu Luochen took a deep breath of the cool night air.
His gaze locked onto the towering watchtower at the center of the safety zone, his eyes filled with anticipation. At last, he was on the brink of overcoming this challenge. He hadn't expected that, in this world, a minor gate of wounds would become such a major obstacle. Just
then, Su Muxue approached from nearby. What's the next step? Su Muxue asked. Gu Luochen didn't answer directly. Instead, he turned back to
her with a mysterious smile.
Head back to the estate and wait for me. Once I'm done with this, I'll finally advance to the 4th tier. Then we can take on intermediate missions together.
Su Muxue was momentarily taken aback by his confident, slightly smug smile.
She nodded gently. All right, I'll wait for you to come back.
The watchtower served as the brain of District 3's entire defense system, receiving real-time data from countless detectors stationed beyond the safety zone. After receiving clearance, Gu Luochen was guided to a dedicated elevator that took him straight to the top of the tower. The door to the meditation chamber at the summit slid open silently. A wave of icy air rushed out, invigorating Gu Luochen's senses. Stepping into the chamber, his view instantly broadened. The entire meditation chamber was encircled by one-way glass. From here, there was a 360-degree panoramic view, offering a clear sight of the brilliantly lit city below. Even the wilderness beyond the steel walls in the distance was visible. At the center of the chamber stood a solitary, familiar figure. It was the Frost King. She did not wear any luxurious attire, only a plain snow-white robe, embroidered with faint, nearly invisible ice crystal patterns on the hem. Her dark blue hair was loosely tied with a simple ice crystal hairpin, a few strands falling beside her face, accentuating the cold and sharp beauty of her profile. Like icy jade under moonlight on a wintry night, she stood there silently, her back facing the door, exuding an aura of solitude and mystery that seemed to freeze even time itself. Gu Luochen felt his chest tighten. Though he hadn't been in this world for long, the supreme powerhouse before him had already intertwined with his fate multiple times. When he first arrived, at Qingbai Mountain, he had borrowed her power to summon the flame demon. With the emergence of the otherworld, he had battled the ice dragon, leaving behind a dragon scale. This web of karma was so heavy that it was nearly unbearable. You're here. Her cold and clear voice echoed distinctly within the vast tower top, carrying an odd sense of familiarity, as if greeting an old friend of many years. But Gu Luochen's heart remained tense, facing this Frost King with unfathomable spiritual power. His little secrets could be exposed at any moment. He slightly bowed and greeted, I've seen the Frost Sovereign. The Frost King slowly turned around. Without a veil covering her face, Gu Luochen saw, for the first time, a visage so stunning it could make heaven and earth lose their brilliance. She raised her jade-like hand, pointing to an ice-cold meditation cushion nearby, and said, sit. Speak your business here directly, no need for formalities.
Gu Luochen complied, sitting down.
The icy chill emanating from the cushion immediately sharpened his senses. Respected Frost Sovereign, I've taken on a task from your esteemed guild regarding the coastline.
He had only just begun speaking when the Frost King gently raised her hand, interrupting him. That's unimportant. Speak first of the problem within yourself. Guluwachan's heart jolted. To be this close to the woman he had once teased years ago, he could now feel the sheer intensity of her aura. If Arson's presence brought warmth and vitality, then the Frost King's aura was pure cold, absolute, and commanding. Taking a deep breath, Guluochan admitted honestly, to not hide from you, Sovereign, I've been stuck before the Gate of Wounds for 2 months. Now, no matter what I try, I cannot enter. He paused, locking eyes with the Frost King's icy blue gaze, and continued. Previously, Sovereign Arson had helped me investigate, concluding, the issue lies in damage to my soul. Oh? A ripple of emotion flickered through the Frost King's ice-blue eyes. That fool Arson. She could actually discern a soul issue? Her tone carried a rare trace of amusement. It seems her efforts over the years haven't been entirely in vain. As her words fell, she had already moved silently. Instantaneously appearing before Guluochan, she extended a slender, delicate finger and gently pressed it against the center of his brow. Guluochan's entire body tensed instantly, but knowing she meant no harm, he forced himself to accept the touch. Buzz. The icy sensation spread as a pure spiritual force seeped into the deepest recesses of Guluwachan's consciousness. Your soul indeed bears hidden wounds, its foundation unstable. The Frost King's cold voice resonated within his consciousness. I will grant you a strand of my soul's essence. Calm your mind, use this essence as a guide to carefully observe yourself and locate the damaged areas. Then, use your will to direct my soul essence, repair the fractures, and stabilize your foundation. This process must be under your own control. External force cannot intervene. Guluochan understood the importance and nodded. Understood. He began guiding the Frost King's infused soul essence, meticulously examining his own soul. While his soul's strength was only comparable to that of an ordinary third-tier ability user, the resilience forged through countless hardships was far beyond what most could achieve. In other words, his offensive capability was average, but his defense was extraordinarily strong. Guluochan silently lamented. If his soul's strength could recover to its previous state, would he even need to push himself so hard to train his body and abilities? A powerful soul could change everything. As he scrutinized his soul inch by inch, he finally discovered something unusual. To be precise, the issue wasn't within his soul itself, but rather in the sea of consciousness that housed it. In one corner of his sea of consciousness, a wisp of faint black mist coiled around the spatial barrier. This mist exuded a chilling, ominous aura, like a layer of sticky grime blocking the pathway between his soul and physical energy. So this is the cause. Guluwachan's heart lit up with sudden clarity, an epiphany. No wonder he couldn't locate the issue by examining his soul alone. The problem lay in the sea of consciousness that carried his soul, not the soul itself. If not for the guidance of the Frost King's soul essence, he would never have uncovered this near-flawless disguise. Shatter. With a low growl in his heart, Guluochan unhesitatingly mobilized his soul force, bolstered by the pure essence infused by the Frost King, and fiercely struck at the sinister black mist. The black mist itself was extraordinarily weak, lacking any subsequent energy support, like a rootless weed. Sheeing, at the moment of collision, the black mist shattered completely and dissipated. In that instant, an unfamiliar memory surged into the depths of his consciousness. This revelation made Guluochan realize that his possession of an S-class ability was not a coincidence but an inevitable destiny. Though fragmented, the memories allowed him to grasp a crucial truth. The sealed memory originated from his mother in a past life. Her name was Gu Runing, the eldest daughter of the Gu family, an ancient martial aristocracy, with a noble lineage. After the world's transformation, the core bloodline of the Gu family awakened their signature A-class ability, Flame Armor. However, Gu Runing awakened a Fire Elemental S-class Dominator ability even stronger and more domineering than Flame Armor. Phoenix Fire. Combined with her status as the eldest daughter, Gu Runing was undoubtedly the brightest jewel of the Gu family, the true pride of the clan. Yet, despite her astonishing talent, she had no opportunity to showcase it. This was because ancient martial families traditionally adhered to a creed of seclusion, guarding their legacies and rarely stepping into the public eye. But Gu Runing's personality, much like her powers, was fiery and unrestrained. She could not bear being confined within high walls, her heart burning with a fierce desire to reclaim humanity's homeland and conquer the alien realms. When her strength broke through to the 7th tier, the elders of the family could no longer hold back this phoenix yearning to soar freely. Gu Runing broke free from her constraints and stepped into the peril-laden outside world. In the wars of blood and fire, the devastating flames of her S-class Phoenix Fire, combined with the Gu family's inherited martial prowess, allowed her to rise like a comet. Wherever her flames scorched, alien beasts turned to ashes. Her stunning
Beauty, formidable power, and proud, unyielding combat stance earned her a resounding title on the front lines, the Flame King. It was in this war-ridden and opportunity-filled world that she met Gu Jinting. Her initial attention was drawn to him because he surprisingly possessed the Gu family's inherited flame armor ability, yet she had never seen him before. At that time, Gu Jinting hailed from humble beginnings, a young man struggling on the alien front lines fueled by sheer passion. As Gu Jinting demonstrated exceptional tactical acumen, command skills, and astonishing potential during crises, Gu Runing began considering recruiting him. Faced with an invitation from a goddess-like figure, Gu Jinting naturally agreed. Thus, the two began fighting side by side. During this time, Gu Runing discovered that while Gu Jinting was unfamiliar with the elaborate formalities of aristocratic families, he possessed the purest sense of justice. It was this justice and protective conviction that quietly touched the proud Flame King. Amidst the flames of war, two fiery hearts gradually drew closer. Eventually, they fell in love. On their wedding day, the Gu family confirmed Gu Jinting's identity. It turned out he was a distant descendant of the Gu family, with diluted bloodline, who had been lost to the outside world. The Gu family did not obstruct their relationship but, according to family rules, required Gu Jinting to acknowledge his ancestry and change his surname to Gu. Later, they settled in District 3 and welcomed the fruit of their love, Gu Luochen, immersed in these fragmented memories from a female perspective, felt a complex array of emotions. He couldn't help but wonder why Gu Runing's memories had appeared finally, in the last scene of the memories, the most complete one. He found the answer. That year, Gu Luochen was 7 years old. A special great alien realm suddenly appeared 100 miles outside District 3. As the backbone of District 3, Gu Runing and Gu Jinting stepped forward without hesitation. They settled the young Gu Luochen at home and entered the alien battlefield themselves. But when the pair returned triumphant, they found Gu Luochen collapsed on the ground, his face pale, his breathing faint, teetering on the edge of life, and in a deep coma. They hurriedly picked him up and examined his condition. The results plunged their hearts into despair. Gu Luochen had entered a state akin to that of the living dead. His life force, like sand in an hourglass, was slowly slipping away. Gu Runing, unable to focus on asking questions, wanted only to save her son and wake him up. They sought out countless renowned doctors and powerful individuals, but the answers they received were devastating. His soul's essence was damaged beyond repair. Just as they were about to lose all hope, Gu Jinting brought back news. Runing, I heard there's someone called Yuxing in District 3. During her second awakening, she gained a soul-related ability. Let's take the child to see her. Gu Runing nodded, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, picked up Gu Luochen, and set out immediately. In a quiet room, they met Yuxing, a woman with a serene demeanor. After explaining their reason for coming, Yuxing carefully examined Gu Luochen's soul injuries and gave her diagnosis. Flame Sovereign, this isn't an ordinary soul wound. It's a type of the soul erosion poison that specifically attacks the essence of the soul. This toxin has deeply corroded your child's soul. With my current abilities, I cannot remove it. Upon hearing Yuxing's words, Gu Runing swayed, nearly collapsing. Gu Jinting had to support her. Is there really no way? Gu Jinting's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping. Yuxing was silent for a moment, her gaze fixed on the unconscious boy. After some hesitation, she said, there is a way. But the price is too great to bear. Speak! Gu Runing snapped her head up, her eyes resolute and fierce. No matter the cost, as long as Chun'er can live. Yuxing sighed softly, took a deep breath, and clearly stated 3 words, soul source replacement. What is replacement? Gu Jinting felt a surge of intense worry. Simply put, it means finding someone whose soul closely matches your son's and swapping out your son's poisoned soul. But this process requires the donor's soul to act as a guide, transferring the toxin to the donor. Yuxing's tone grew heavier. In other words, unless a better solution is found, the donor would have to endure the torment of the soul erosion poison in place of the poisoned child, becoming a half-living living dead. Yuxing's gaze swept over Gu Runing and Gu Jinting, finally stopping on Gu Runing. Use me. Gu Jinting stepped forward urgently, his eyes filled with desperation. Miss you, check if my soul is compatible. Yuxing regretfully shook her head. Mr. Gu, your soul's characteristics are far too different from your child's. The replacement channel cannot form effectively. Given the child's current condition, he wouldn't survive the process. She then turned back to Gu Runing, saying, only you, Flame Sovereign, have a soul most compatible with your son's. The one who inflicted this poison is equally skilled with soul manipulation. He undoubtedly knew this. That's why I suspect this poison was specifically targeted at you. Yuxing's softly spoken conclusion unveiled an earth-shattering conspiracy. Gu Jinting was stunned, his heart aching as he closed his eyes tightly and clenched his fists. He had never understood why anyone would target a child who had not even awakened his abilities. Now, he finally realized the true aim of the poison was to cripple his S-class wife, abolish the strongest 9th-level warrior among the humans of Zone 3.
Running, why don't?
Gu Running slowly raised her hand, stopping Gu Jinting from finishing his sentence. The despair and sorrow that had accumulated on her face during this time seemed to be washed away like a tide, replaced by a faint smile. A smile carrying an almost sacred tranquility. She walked over to the boy, bent down, and gently stroked his pale little face with her fingers.
Look at these eyebrows and eyes.
When he grows up, he'll definitely look more like me. Gu Running's voice was as soft as a sigh, her eyes filled with tenderness so profound it seemed to overflow.
Jinting, stop arguing. She straightened up and turned to the man, who was like a trapped beast.
While I'm not here, take good care of our Chenner for me.
Runing. Gu Jinting stepped forward quickly, gripping her wrist tightly, his bloodshot eyes fixed on her face. You can't. There must be another way. If this world doesn't have one, I'll find it in another. I will find it.
Please, just wait a little longer, just a little
longer. Let's try again, okay? Jinting, this is the first time I've heard you beg me.
Gu Running said, her tone teasing and flirtatious, her smile enchanting. That smile held an undying love and the pain of a final farewell. She looked at the man before her, this towering figure who had once fought to the death in the other world, enduring broken bones and shattered armor without even a frown.
Now, his
voice was trembling with sobs. Gu Running raised her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly, and gently caressed Gu Jinting's rugged face, distorted by grief. You're a grown man, and you're crying.
How can I trust you to take care of Chenner like this?
Gu Jinting barely began to speak before his words were silenced by a pair of warm lips. No words, only a tight embrace. For a long time, their lips parted.
These last moments. Don't speak. Just listen to me. Gu Jinting's scalding tears fell on Gu Running's shoulder, countless words caught in his throat, ultimately turning
into a beast-like wail of sorrow. Gu Running looked up, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice laced with a trace of reminiscence. Do you remember? When we first conquered Realm 25, you held me like this, covered in blood, your voice trembling.
You even had the audacity to ask me if I'd be
your wife.
Idiot. Who proposes in the middle of a battlefield? If your brothers hadn't been watching, and I wasn't worried about you losing face, I wouldn't have agreed.
Jinting, her voice suddenly grew heavy, there's no more time.
Chenner's soul won't last through the night. Watch over him as he grows up for me. If he wakes up, don't tell him the truth. Anne, I love you.
Gu Running suddenly pushed Gu Jinting away with all her strength, her gaze resolute. Inside the quiet chamber, Yu Sheng's hands formed intricate seals at lightning speed. A gentle yet powerful spiritual force spread out, enveloping both Gu Running and Gu Luochen. Gu Running closed her eyes, her consciousness diving into the depths of her soul. She no longer restrained herself. The essence of her soul began to release under guidance, then was transformed by Yu Sheng into invisible threads, carefully extending into Gu Luochen's soul, which was entangled in cold, dark energy. The essence of a 9th-level psychic soul, under Yu Sheng's control, acted like the most precise scalpel, starting to peel away the soul-devouring poison embedded in Gu Luochen's soul. The process was silent, yet excruciatingly painful. With every strand of dark energy removed, Gu Running's soul felt as though it were being pierced and torn apart. As the dark energy spread and rooted itself wildly within her soul trembled violently. Gu Running's body convulsed, her cold sweat soaking through her clothes in an instant, her teeth clenched tightly. She clung to the last bit of clarity in her soul, gazing at the pale-faced boy with inexhaustible guilt and tenderness in her eyes. Of this poison, crafted specifically for 9th-level psychics, had all concentrated on her child. Chenner, hold on just a little longer.
Soon, you won't have to suffer like this anymore. Finally, the last wisp of shadowy dark energy was completely extracted from the boy's soul. Gu Running's pure soul essence was successfully transferred into the boy's body. Yu Sheng changed the hand seal, and the light suddenly dimmed. The boy's pale complexion began to regain its color, his breathing turned steady, as though he had simply fallen into a deep sleep. The life force within him began to awaken, but Gu Running, the once radiant and mighty 9th-level supreme, now lay quietly beside the boy. Those eyes, which had once seen through everything and reflected blazing flames, were now hollow and lifeless. Her body still retained warmth, her face still breathtakingly beautiful, as if she were merely asleep. Mr. Gu, you may come in now.
Fragments of memory, like broken shards of ice, completely shattered within Gu Luochen's sea of consciousness, leaving behind an indescribable weight. The quiet chamber was filled with deathly silence, broken only by the faint howling of wind outside the tower. Gu Luochen suddenly opened his eyes, instinctively wiping his cheek, his fingers brushing against something cold and wet. Tears, he froze, gently rubbing the tear, as if trying to confirm its foreign existence. Why, that woman. She was the mother of this body's previous life. What does she have to do with me, Gu Luochen, son of the immortal emperor? A torrent of forcibly injected sorrow surged in his chest. The arrangement here is identical to that quiet chamber from back then. A calm voice interrupted Gu Luochen's chaotic thoughts. The Ice King had somehow returned to the icy jade meditation platform, her gaze serene as she watched him. As the orchestrator of the soul transference back then, she naturally understood what had just transpired in Gu Luochen's sea of consciousness. She slowly stood up, her plain white robe brushing against the cold floor as she walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling glass window. Outside was endless darkness and the distant lights of the safe zone. Her silhouette, under the cold moonlight, appeared lofty and remote, her voice tinged with faint reminiscence. Your mother, Gu Running, is the one person I've truly admired in this lifetime. The King of Ice paused, his ice-blue eyes reflecting the boundless night sky. Without your mother, the third zone would have been destroyed by the beasts long ago. Gu Luochen's throat tightened as vivid images, not his own but undeniably real, flashed through his mind. He took a deep breath, suppressing the chaos within, and asked the most critical question, is she still alive? Yes. The King of Ice didn't turn around, but his voice carried a heavy weight. She's a ninth tier after all. Her physical life is sustained by immense abilities in a specially designed life support chamber, stuck between life and death. But the soul toxin has completely corroded the source of her soul. Even as I am now, I am powerless. Gu Luochen's heavy heart lightened slightly. As long as she was still alive, there was hope for saving her. After witnessing those memories, whether he liked it or not, a heavy responsibility wrapped around him like shackles. His subconscious kept reminding him he must save that woman, at all costs. In the quiet chamber, the King of Ice stepped closer, stopping right in front of Gu Luochen. The distance between them was close. Though Gu Luochen had weathered countless storms, he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. In the face of such a vast gap in power, he could even catch a faint, cold fragrance emanating from the King of Ice. The King of Ice, however, fixed her icy gaze on Gu Luochen, a subtle, meaningful smile playing at her lips. Why not give it a try? You should be able to break through to Tier 4 now. S-Class, perhaps? Gu Luochen? The words S-Class, spoken with a teasing tone, sent chills down his spine. He recalled what he had said upon first arriving in this world, atop Changbai Mountain, to this proud and aloof woman. Don't move. Trust me. I'm fire-type, S-Class. Beautiful lady, do you like fireworks? Thinking of how he had bragged back then, and comparing it to his current predicament, stuck at a bottleneck, he felt nothing but embarrassment. Gu Luochen's face turned red instantly. He couldn't help scratching the back of his head, forcing an awkward yet pleading smile. Yushin clearly enjoyed this side of him. A glint of mischief flashed through her ice-blue eyes. Instead of stepping back, she leaned in slightly, her voice carrying a mix of curiosity and teasing. Honestly, I didn't expect you to still be at Tier 3. Little brother, why don't you tell big sister, how did you learn such powerful combat techniques? She emphasized the word powerful, clearly referring to the flame demon god Gu Luochen had displayed atop Changbai Mountain. Gu Luochen felt his scalp tingle. How was he supposed to explain this? What could he say? That the technique was a celestial spell from the immortal realm, and he could teach her if she wanted. Even he thought that explanation sounded absurd. What was even more unbelievable, though, was that the usually cold and distant King of Ice, who kept everyone at arm's length, seemed like a completely different person in front of him. This stark contrast left Gu Luochen momentarily stunned, his mind unable to process it. Fortunately, the King of Ice seemed to stop just short of pressing further. She stepped back, putting some distance between them, and reverted to her usual aloof demeanor. It was as if the gentle big sister from moments ago had been nothing more than Gu Luochen's illusion. You should focus on breaking through here. Feeling as if a burden had been lifted, Gu Luochen immediately sat cross-legged on the icy jade cushion, calming his mind and casting aside all distractions of this time. The energy within him surged forth without any resistance. Open the gate of wounds. With a silent chant in his heart, the long-accumulated power drove his resilient body, slamming against the tightly shut gate. Boom! A deep, resounding crash echoed through the depths of his consciousness. The gate that had once seemed an insurmountable barrier now burst open. Energy flooded into Gu Luochen's body, washing over every inch of his skin and bones. The breakthrough to Tier 4 was a success. Everything fell into place naturally. Gu Luochen's eyes snapped open, a golden red flame flickering deep within his pupils. He exhaled a long breath of stale air, feeling an unprecedented clarity and ease. He could clearly sense that the energy surging within him was at least 5 times stronger than at the peak of Tier 3.
By this world's standards, an ordinary Tier 4 A-class ability user would have an energy reserve of approximately 90 Hera, but at this moment, the energy flowing within Gu Luochen had reached an astonishing 270 Hera. This was nearly 3 times that of a typical peak Tier 4 powerhouse. With his S-class talent, breaking through the bottleneck had revealed his terrifying potential, coupled with the second stage of the universal immortal technique, listening to the sea and forging the veins, which had completely transformed his body. He felt as though every movement contained explosive power. Filled with confidence, Gu Luochen believed that his current combat strength could even rival a Tier 6 expert. He savored the exhilarating sensation of breaking free from constraints and his surge in power, an uncontrollable smile of delight spreading across his face. "It seems your breakthrough went smoothly." The King of Ice's cool voice reached his ears. Snapping Gu Luochen back to his senses, looking up, he saw that she had somehow moved to the window. In her hand, she toyed with a small, exquisitely crafted object. "Your father told me about the trouble you encountered before you came here. I know. You suspect there's an issue within the Ice River Guild, that someone might be using low-level missions to set traps and plot against you." The King of Ice paused, her gaze still fixed on the distant horizon, her tone carrying the calm wisdom of someone who had seen it all. The guild has always been a loose and complex organization. Shadows will always exist under the sunlight. It's normal for a few bad people and schemes to slip through. If you expect it to function like a monolithic army, you're dreaming. As her words faded, she flicked her fingers. A streak of ice blue light pierced the air, landing precisely in Gu Luochen's outstretched palm. Instinctively, Gu Luochen closed his fingers around the light. As soon as he touched it, an icy coldness pierced his bones, as if he wasn't holding a badge but a block of ice freshly retrieved from a 1,000-year-old glacier. He lowered his head to take a closer look. In his palm rested a badge of the Glacial Guild. It resembled neither metal nor jade but radiated a profound and pure icy blue glow. The badge's centerpiece featured an ice-scaled dragon, intricately carved and lifelike, coiling within the design. The heart of the ice-scaled dragon, a single ice lotus, bloomed silently. The ice dragon and the ice lotus, two entirely different motifs, were seamlessly integrated, emanating an aura of majesty and mystery. Gu Luochen instinctively wanted to lift his head to look at the Ice King, full of questions. "Hold on to it." The Ice King's calm voice carried an undeniable resolve. "This is my badge. Within the Glacial Guild, presenting it is equivalent to my personal presence. It will make certain matters much easier." Her icy blue eyes locked directly onto Gu Luochen as she added, "This badge contains a fragment of my essence imprint. As long as you're within the 3rd safe zone, whenever you encounter danger or need my assistance, channel some energy into the badge. I will sense it immediately and come to your aid." Almost as if to prove her point, the Ice King instantaneously appeared in front of Gu Luochen from the window. Her tall, elegant figure exuded an intense pressure, towering over Gu Luochen, who was seated on an icy jade meditation cushion. "Go on, little brother. Once you get the answers you seek, remember to return it to me." Hearing her call him little brother, Gu Luochen couldn't help but feel his face flush and his heart race. Usually, he was the one teasing others, but now he was on the receiving end. Unwilling to endure her lofty gaze any longer, he tried to stand up, but as soon as he shifted his weight, the Ice King's mental force pressed him back down. He struggled a few times, but the difference in power was insurmountable. He had no choice but to endure. Seeing his frustrated yet helpless expression, the Ice King's smile deepened. Then, her figure melted into the icy mist, disappearing silently from the quiet chamber. The oppressive weight on Gu Luochen's shoulders vanished instantly, leaving him alone in the still room. Sitting on the icy jade meditation cushion, he focused on stabilizing the energy state after his breakthrough, while replaying the Ice King's unexpected behavior in his mind. To be honest, he couldn't quite figure out why the Ice King had acted that way. Could she have some peculiar preferences? The night wind bit through the air as Gu Luochen's figure, like a phantom dissolving into the darkness, headed straight for the Glacial Guild. He was in a hurry because too much time had already been wasted. If the mission issuer discovered that their team had returned safely, it might cause countless unforeseen complications. Even in the dead of night, the guild hall remained brightly lit, though it was less crowded than during the day. The atmosphere was weary yet busy. Gu Luochen swiftly concealed himself in a corner, donning a dark hooded coat. The wide brim of the hood shadowed his handsome face, now tinged with a cold intensity. Lowering his voice, he moved quickly toward the mission reception desk. The one on duty was still the sweet-smiling receptionist, Xiao Lei. She was busy organizing documents with her head down. "Xiao Lei." Gu Luochen's voice was low, carrying a trace of urgency that was almost imperceptible. "Help me look up something, the issuer of those 3 coastal cleanup missions I took a few days ago." "Who is it?" Xiao Lei looked up, puzzled by the hooded figure in front of her. her professional instincts kicking in, and who might you be? Gu Luochen swiftly lifted a corner of his hood, revealing his distinctly recognizable face for less than a second before covering it again. Ah! Gu! Xiao Lei's eyes widened in shock as she recognized her S-class idol, nearly exclaiming aloud. Shoo! Gu Luochen's reflexes were lightning fast. His left hand darted across the counter. Covering Xiao Lei's mouth, Xiao Lei froze in place, startled. Seeing his gesture, she blinked rapidly to signal her understanding, only then did Gu Luochen slowly release his hand. His voice dropping even lower, tinged with sincerity. Sorry, it's urgent. Can you help me check? Xiao Lei clutched her chest, taking several deep breaths to calm herself, her face filled with hesitation. Mr. Gu, the guild has strict regulations. The identities of mission issuers are absolutely confidential and cannot be disclosed to those who accept the missions. Her face scrunched up as she apologized with a mix of guilt and helplessness. I really can't help you, I'm sorry. She lowered her head, avoiding Gu Luochen's gaze, her hands nervously gripping the edges of her clothing. Understanding her predicament, Gu Luochen reached into his coat. When his hand re-emerged, a badge rested quietly in his palm. This? Xiao Lei's pupils contracted sharply as she gasped in shock. She recognized that badge. It was none other than the badge of the Glacial Guild's president. Now, can you help me? Xiao Lei's gaze darted between the badge and Gu Luochen's sharp eyes beneath the hood. Instantly realizing the gravity of the situation, she hesitated no longer, nodding firmly. I don't have the authority to check directly, but Minister Sun is on duty right now. Only he has access. I'll take you to him. Good, lead the way. Gu Luochen pocketed the badge and pulled his hood tighter. Xiao Lei guided him briskly through the guild hall to the quiet administrative corridor at the back. At the end of the hallway was an office marked with a plaque reading Resource Allocation Department, Sun Zhang. The door was slightly ajar. With light spilling out from inside, just as Xiao Lei was about to knock, a deliberately lowered yet ingratiating male voice drifted out from within. Minister Sun, the rating upgrade for our hunting squad and the priority rights for the new mining zone are all thanks to your assistance. Here's a small token of appreciation, don't think too much of it. This was followed by a slick, bureaucratic-sounding middle-aged man's reply. Captain Wine, you're too kind. The contributions of your hunting squad are well recognized. Don't worry, I, Minister Sun, will ensure that everything that needs to be fought for will be secured. Through the gap in the door, Gu Luochen caught sight of the scene inside. A slightly overweight, slick-haired middle-aged man sat behind a large desk, forcing a grin across from him. Another man wore a sycophantic smile, discreetly sliding a bulging black cloth bag clearly filled with crystal coins across the desk. A blatant bribe. Xiao Lei, having witnessed this as well, turned pale and froze, her hand suspended in midair, unsure whether to knock or not. At that moment, Sun Zheng seemed to notice movement outside. His smile vanished instantly, his face darkening as he barked, "Who's out there?" Before the words had fully settled, the door was abruptly pushed open, revealing the displeased and flustered face of Sun Zhang, caught in the midst of his interrupted dealings. He first saw Xiao Lei, who looked as frightened as a little bird, and frowned deeply. Xiao Lei? What are you doing here? Sneaking around like that? Then his gaze shifted to the man in the trench coat standing behind Xiao Lei, and his expression turned colder. Who is he? Who allowed you to bring an outsider into the office area? Xiao Lei trembled, terrified by his stern voice, and stammered as she tried to explain. Minister Sun. He is, Gu Luochen. Stepped forward, shielding Xiao Lei behind him, and spoke up proactively. Minister Sun, I have something to discuss with you. I need to look up the information of a few task issuers. He raised his hand to lift the brim of his hat. Gu Luochen? Sun. Zheng clearly recognized this face, which had become quite prominent in District 3. The anger on his face slightly subsided, but his tone remained firm, official, and unwavering. So, it's the famous young Master Gu. However, even if you're an S-class genius, the young master of the Gu family, the guild has its rules. The information of task issuers is considered core confidentiality and cannot be disclosed casually. If the rules are broken, how can the guild maintain its standing? Sorry, I can't help you. Gu Luochen had anticipated this reaction and said nothing more. Instead, he reached out again and took out the mysterious icy badge adorned with a coiled ice dragon. Minister Sun's formal demeanor and displeasure immediately froze. He stared intently at the badge, his eyes nearly bulging out as though he was trying to verify if it was genuine. The chilling aura emanating from the badge, imbued with the unique frost of the Ice Sovereign, made him feel as if he had been plunged into an icy abyss. This, Sun Zheng's voice trembled, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He abruptly raised his head to look at Gu Luochen, his eyes filled with reverence and a trace of panic. Gu Luochen narrowed his eyes. Slightly, his tone calm. I know the rules, but looking at this, can you do me a favor? Yes. Yes. Of course. Sun Zhang's attitude shifted dramatically. He even bent slightly at the waist, his face plastered with a fawning smile, and his voice turned respectful. Since it's a directive from the guild leader, no problem. Young Master Gu, I'll take you to the meeting room. He quickly led Gu Luochen and Xiao Lei into a nearby meeting room, shutting the door hastily, as though afraid that the earlier scene might be witnessed by others. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Sun Zhang forced himself to remain calm. Young Master Gu, which tasks do you need to investigate? Gu Luochen glanced at the nervous Xiao Lei beside him, signaling for her to speak. Xiao Lei promptly reported 3 task numbers. It's the task to clear outpost number 073, the task to clear the harbor spider swarm, and the task to clean up storage facility B17. Sun Zhang dared not delay and immediately retrieved a device from his storage ring, quickly operating it. A moment later, he looked up, his expression relieved from having completed the inquiry, and reported, Young Master Gu, I've found them. The tasks to clear outpost number 073 and the harbor spider swarm were regular cleanup tasks issued by our guild's logistics department. He paused, his gaze lingering on the last task number, his tone tinged with doubt. As for the task to clean up storage facility B17, the registered issuer is Qin Yu. Qin Yu? Gu Luochen's pupils contracted sharply upon hearing this familiar name, and his voice turned icy. Qin Yu from the second year of Academy number 3? Yes, that's him. Sun Zhang nodded, looking at the terminal's displayed information, and said, the Qin family oversees numerous storage warehouses and supply points on the outskirts of District 3. Storage facility B17 falls under their jurisdiction. The registry shows that he issued this emergency cleanup task in his personal capacity through Qin family channels. Why, young Master Gu? Is something wrong with this task? Gu Luochen did not answer. Under the bright office lights, his face seemed to be veiled with a layer of frost, dark and terrifying. A long dormant killing intent surged within him, but before taking action, he needed to clarify one thing. Since Qin Yu had been pushed to the forefront, who was the true mastermind behind the scenes? Regarding Qin Yu, Gu Luochen felt as though he was missing something, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. The bone-chilling wind blew across Gu Luochen's stern face in the night. After leaving the Frost River Guild, he strode toward the Qin family estate. The Qin family, a commercial giant in District 3, controlled a vast economic lifeline and held significant influence. Thus, finding the Qin family estate was no challenge for Gu Luochen. Qin Yu, Gu Luochen gritted his teeth, his gaze icy. Although his team had narrowly escaped, the experience of being treated as prey and nearly devoured by a swarm of spiders was something he would never forget. Before killing him, he needed to pry open Qin Yu's mouth and uncover the shadowy hand behind this. When Gu Luochen arrived at the luxurious estate surrounded by high walls and electric fences, he was still taken aback by its scale. Despite being mentally prepared, this wasn't just an estate, it was a city within a city, in the heart of the safe zone, where every inch of land was precious. The Qin family owned an expansive garden, its opulence far surpassed the Gu family's estate. Gu Luochen didn't approach the main gates rashly but instead silently concealed himself in the shadows of a dense landscaped grove on the estate's perimeter. He glanced at his watch. It was 2:15 a.m. This should have been the quietest hour, yet the Qin family estate was brightly lit. What made his pupils contract even more was the presence of 20 to 34th and 5th tier sentries, both hidden and visible, within the estate. At this hour, with such a heavy guard, is it to prevent something from being discovered, or do they have other secrets? A mix of suspicion and killing intent churned in Gu Luochen's heart, and his curiosity about the Qin family estate reached its peak. Since he was here, he had to uncover the truth tonight, no matter what. He held his breath, quickly forming a mysterious and ancient seal with his hands in front of his chest. The vanishing abyss concealment technique. This was a secret invisibility art from the immortal realm, originally capable of channeling celestial energy to completely erase one's presence, rendering them undetectable. However, the disparity between celestial energy and the energy of this world was immense. Gu Luochen, exerting all his strength, could only simulate a fraction of its effects. It won't work against high-tier enemies, but it's enough to evade these 4th and 5th tier sentries. Taking a deep breath, Gu Luochen pushed the vanishing abyss concealment technique to its limit, skillfully maneuvering through the shadows and trees, narrowly avoiding several patrol teams, and silently infiltrating the estate's core area. At the center of the estate stood a grand and luxurious villa. At the villa's entrance, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom, clearly modified for military use, was parked conspicuously. Could there be a visitor? Perfect opportunity to sneak in. Gu Luochen's gaze locked onto a second-floor window of the villa, where the light was on, but the curtains weren't fully drawn. He was preparing to scout for a climbing point. At that very moment, the heavy, ornate villa door clicked open from the inside, bright lights poured out, illuminating several silhouettes. When Gu Luocheng saw them, his expression froze instantly. The two people at the forefront, one was a burly man in a sharp, dark military uniform, his face resolute and commanding. It was none other than his father, the 3rd District's military commander, Gu Jinting. The other man was slightly stout, with the shrewd smile of a seasoned businessman. If the intel was accurate, this was Qin Yu's father, the head of the Qin family, Qin Shuzhan. Behind them followed several aides. Qin Shuzhan's face was full of a flattering smile as he eagerly shook Gu Jinting's hand, his voice deliberately warm and ingratiating. Commander Gu, your personal visit truly brings honor to this humble abode. Rest assured about the matter of the crystal core recovery. You can trust old Qin to handle it to your satisfaction. Gu Jinting maintained a polite smile, his voice steady and composed. You're too courteous, old Qin. It's all for the defense of the 3rd District. On behalf of the military, I thank the Qin family for their support. After speaking, he lightly patted the back of Qin Shuzhan's hand. It's getting late, and I still have matters to attend to at the military headquarters. I'll take my leave now. Of course. The commander is busy with military affairs. I wouldn't dare to hold you up. Let me invite you for tea another day. Qin Shuzhan's smile widened as he personally escorted Gu Jinting to a military-grade Rolls-Royce waiting nearby. Why was his father here, and why was he chatting and laughing with Qin Shuzhan? Could Gu Jinting also be one of the masterminds behind the scenes? The situation before him left Gu Luocheng momentarily stunned, his void restraint technique faltering slightly under the tension, allowing a faint trace of his presence to leak out. In the split second that his aura slipped, just as Gu Jinting was about to open the car door, his movements abruptly paused. Lifting his gaze, his eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scanned the shadowy area beneath the landscape trees where Gu Luocheng was hiding. As an 8th-tier ability wielder, Gu Jinting's senses were incredibly sharp, and he instantly locked onto the anomaly. At that moment, alarm bells rang frantically in Gu Luocheng's mind. Damn it, this flawed secret technique was something he had rarely used in the immortal realm. After all, the son of the immortal emperor had never needed to act sneaky or covert. Now, his lack of practice had caused him to slip up at a critical moment. Contrary to Gu Luocheng's rising panic, Gu Jinting's expression remained completely unperturbed. His smile stayed as composed and natural as ever. It seemed as if he had only casually glanced in that direction before speaking out loud, his tone carrying a hint of reproach and a familiar warmth. Luocheng? You brat! Didn't you say you'd come straight to see Uncle Qin after finishing your business? Why are you just arriving now? And sneaking around like a thief? Get over here and meet your uncle, Qin. His words were like a thunderclap, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Qin Shuzhan's smile stiffened slightly, his expression tinged with surprise as he followed Gu Jinting's gaze into the shadows. There was someone hiding there. The sentries stationed nearby turned pale, their expressions grim. Someone had managed to sneak all the way to the villa's doorstep without being noticed. What an absolute disgrace! Dozens of astonished and furious eyes turned to Gu Luocheng, who realized he had been completely exposed. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the fluster in his heart and, bracing himself, slowly stepped out of the shadows. He was still wearing his dark, hooded trench coat, the brim of the hood pulled low to obscure most of his face. In this get-up, appearing deep in someone else's property in the dead of night, he looked every bit like a suspicious intruder. Ahem. I didn't expect you'd still catch me, old man, Gu Luocheng muttered as he walked into the light, lifting the brim of his hood just slightly to reveal his face. Forcing a polite smile, he attempted a semblance of a greeting. At that moment, all he wanted was to find a hole to crawl into and disappear. Qin Shuzhan, ever the seasoned negotiator, quickly replaced his initial surprise with an affable grin. Oh my! It's Luocheng, my dear nephew. Coming here personally at such a late hour, why not come inside and sit for a while? His gaze flickered back and forth between Gu Luocheng and Gu Jinting, carrying a subtle air of scrutiny. No need. Gu Luocheng quickly waved his hand, suddenly recalling something. He turned to Qin Shuzhan, his face showing an apologetic expression. Uncle Qin, is Qin Yu around by any chance? I accidentally injured him not long ago and wanted to apologize. My dear nephew, if you're looking for Qin Yu, I'm afraid you're out of luck. He left for the 1st District about 3 hours ago. The 1st District? 3 hours ago, they had only returned to the 3rd District less than 6 hours ago. Could it be that Qin Yu had left right after their team returned? The timing was far too coincidental. Then, Uncle Qin Yu went to the 1st District for what purpose? Just as Gu Luocheng was about to probe further, Gu Jinting raised his hand and grabbed his shoulder,
cutting him off mid-sentence. Ji Yuzhenting's grip was firm as he steered Gu Luocheng toward the military vehicle, his tone carrying the authority of an elder, mixed with a hint of frustration. It's already late, and this boy is impatient as ever. Come with me back to the military headquarters. We've got matters to handle there. As for Qinyu, let him explain his business another day. We're leaving now. With that, he opened the car door and, with little ceremony, half-pushed, half-shoved Gu Luocheng into the vehicle. The engine roared to life, and the car vanished down the estate's driveway in an instant. Qin Shuzhan stood rooted in place, his face dark and brooding as he watched the car disappear from sight. Suddenly, he turned sharply, his suppressed fury erupting like a volcano. Useless fools. You let a mere kid sneak in here? What the hell do I even pay you for? His roar shattered the stillness of the estate, sending the surrounding bodyguards into a panicked silence. Qin Feng. As soon as the words left his mouth, a shadowy figure appeared beside Qin Shuzhan like a ghost. Master. Qin Feng's response was brief and respectful. Without looking back, Qin Shuzhan casually placed a hand on Qin Feng's shoulder, leaning in slightly. His lips almost touched Qin Feng's ear as he whispered in a low, disdainful tone, "Clean this up quickly. This place isn't a slaughterhouse." Understood. Qin Feng's voice was calm, as though confirming a routine order. A sly, sinister smile tugged at the corners of Qin Shuzhan's lips. Evidently pleased with the compliant response, retracting his hand, he turned and leisurely walked back toward the villa. Behind him, however, the air suddenly grew heavy and suffocating. There were no screams, no sounds of struggle, only the increasingly thick scent of blood spreading through the atmosphere. Oddly enough, though the metallic tang of blood was overwhelming, not a single drop could be seen staining the pristine grounds of the estate. Qin Shuzhan's silhouette vanished into the villa, and a faint whisper floated out, tinged with a trace of ease. Tisk, saved a lot on commissions. This way, it's much more hassle-free. Inside the car, even the luxurious leather seats of the Rolls-Royce could not dispel the chilling atmosphere. As soon as the car passed through the gates of the Qin family estate, the smile on Gu Zhenting's face vanished instantly, replaced by the sternness and lethal aura characteristic of a soldier. Without looking at Gu Luocheng, he spoke in a voice as deep and thunderous as rolling clouds. Gu Luocheng, your old man here has been through death and back. The killing intent on you, I can sense it from 2 miles away. He suddenly turned his head, his gaze as sharp as a blade, sweeping toward Gu Luocheng. The safe zone has ironclad rules. Killing someone means paying a price. Even if you're an S-class, if you dare to act here, and someone reports it to the higher-ups, forget about me, no one will be able to save you. Gu Luocheng remained silent, the brim of his cap concealing his eyes. His lips pressed tightly together, betraying his inner turmoil. Seeing his silence, Gu Zhenting's anger flared further, his voice rising. I know you and Qinyu had your issues at the academy. But no matter the grudge, you shouldn't have gone to his home in the dead of night to kill him. When did you become so reckless? Grudge? Gu Luocheng finally raised his head, his gaze cold and laced with sarcasm. I went to the Ice River Guild to investigate that near-deadly mission, the one that nearly annihilated our entire team and hit a Tier 7 broodmother. It was Qinyu who registered it. I didn't just go to kill Qinyu. I wanted to see what role the Qin family played behind the scenes in all this. But I didn't find Qinyu. Instead, I saw the ever-protected Commander Gu drinking and chatting with him late into the night. The car fell into a deathly silence. Ji Yuzhenting's expression grew complex, an amalgamation of shock, anger, doubt, and the awkwardness of being confronted by his own son. After a long pause, as if digesting explosive news or weighing his options, he exhaled deeply. His voice, though calm, carried the weight of fatigue and gravity. I went to the Qin family for official business. The military needs to liquidate the vast number of energy crystals obtained from hunting mutant beasts into crystal coins. These funds are used to purchase equipment and sustain operations. And the Qin family, their buyback price is exactly double that of the government's official exchange institutions. Gu Zhenting sighed, turning his head slightly as he continued, explaining that extra crystal coin surplus allows us to upgrade frontline soldiers' protective gear to a whole new level. This could save countless lives. Gu Luocheng listened, his brows furrowing deeply. His intuition told him that behind this doubled price lay hidden secrets. Double the price? The Qin family are businessmen, they'll always seek profit. If they're paying such a high price to buy so many energy crystals, what are they really after? Qin Shuzhan explained. The Qin family recently invested in a new project, developing something called energy storage blocks, which has drastically increased their demand for energy crystals. That's why they're willing to pay double the official price to stockpile them as raw materials. Energy storage blocks. Gu Luocheng mulled over the term, feeling it was somehow elusive and difficult to grasp. At this critical juncture, combined with Qin Yu's actions of posting a deadly mission, this seemingly reasonable explanation carried an inexplicable sense of unease, something indescribably off. Gu Luochen opened his eyes, the blinding sunlight streaming through the gap in the curtains, casting a long strip of light across the floor. He glanced at the vintage clock on the bedside table, the hour hand pointed to 12. Noon. He stared blankly for a moment. Since his transmigration, driven by his sense of crisis and training habits, he had almost never slept until midday. After a quick wash, he donned his training clothes and headed toward the training room in the Gu family estate. As soon as he pushed open the heavy alloy door, the sound of energy slicing through the air greeted him. In the center of the training room, Su Mushue's lithe figure moved gracefully, like a nimble spirit of light in a mesmerizing dance. Her forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, evidence that she had been training for quite some time. Hearing the door open, Su Mushue turned her head, seeing Gu Luochen enter. A trace of surprise flickered in her golden eyes, quickly replaced by a playful smile tugging at her lips. Well, decided to crawl out of the land of tender affection? This is the first time I've seen young Master Gu wake up so late. She deliberately stretched out the last syllable. Gu Luochen was amused by her teasing and didn't get angry. Instead, he played along, feigning a nostalgic expression as he let out a sigh. Can't be helped. Without a caring, exclusive maid to wake me up, my biological clock's all out of whack. He deliberately emphasized the words exclusive maid, his gaze drifting towards Su Mushue. That 7-day maid experience was a little secret between the two of them, one they both tacitly understood. A faint blush crept up Su Mushue's cheeks as she shot him a glare, her eyes seemingly saying, "Bring that up again, and I'll shoot you with an arrow." But soon, her attention shifted to the energy fluctuations emanating from Gu Luochen, distinctively different from yesterday. Her eyes lit up with anticipation as she asked, "You broke through?" Gu Luochen nodded, walking over to the strength training area. He casually picked up a heavy alloy dumbbell, effortlessly lifting it a few times, feeling the surging power within him. After running around half the night, my only tangible gain is probably this. Hearing this, Su Mushue realized he had broken through his bottleneck, and a genuine smile spread across her face. Gu Luochen set the dumbbell down and began a series of high-intensity explosive training. As the dull sound of strength colliding with equipment echoed, he adjusted his breathing and slowly recounted his discoveries and suspicions from the previous night. The appearance of the Genesis cult in District 5 shortly before the sudden emergence of the Eyed Spider Queen. This is no coincidence. I suspect that the large-scale appearance of the Eyed Spiders is closely related to this Genesis cult. Gu Luochen's movements didn't stop, but his voice grew sharper. Moreover, the mission involving the warehouse hiding the Tier 7 brood mother, the one packed with supplies, was registered under Qin Yu's name. Su Mushue, in the midst of forming a light arrow, froze abruptly, her expression revealing shock. Qin Yu? The Qin Yu you defeated? He issued that mission? Exactly. Gu Luochen's fist slammed heavily into the specially designed strength testing target, producing a resounding boom. When I went looking for him yesterday, he had already left District 3. He fled early, and that speaks volumes. Su Mushue, being sharp-witted, immediately grasped the unspoken implications in Gu Luochen's words. Her expression grew serious. Are you saying that Qin Yu knew in advance we were coming back? She paused, a more terrifying possibility dawning on her. But where did he get the information? Unless, Su Mushue's gaze turned icy, her voice dropping to a low, chilling tone, either we were spotted by the Genesis cult the moment we escaped back, and they informed Qin Yu, or someone among us is an infiltrator sent by the Genesis cult. The training room fell silent, leaving only the sound of their heavy breathing. Sunlight streamed in through the high windows, but it couldn't dispel the shadows weighing on their hearts. Gu Luochen slowly straightened, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He gazed out the window, his expression deep and contemplative. This world is becoming more and more intriguing. Beyond his daily training regimen, Gu Luochen had added a special focus to his practice, that was refining his skill in the void concealment technique. He had no desire to be discovered in his hiding spot during the next ambush. Training alongside him, Su Mushue naturally became his ideal practice target. The goal? To use the void concealment technique to silently approach the deeply focused Su Mushue during her training and then lightly flick the tip of her sensitive ear. After successfully pulling it off 3 times in a row, Gu Luochen dodged the light arrows Su Mushue shot at him and thought excitedly he had finally mastered the void concealment technique. After a day's training, Gu Luochen found himself standing in front of his adoptive father's study. He wanted to discuss the The Qin family situation with Gu Jinting that day, he had been mulling over Qin Yu's issue extensively. Chasing Qin Yu into District 1 didn't seem feasible, he was completely unfamiliar with that area. The other side had likely banked on this when choosing District 1 as a sanctuary. By now, Qin Yu was surely aware of his exposure and would never sit idly by waiting to be caught. If he didn't come up with a plan to continue the investigation quickly, the longer it dragged on, the more complicated things would become. After careful thought, the only viable step now was to probe into the Qin family's energy block factory, which his adoptive father had mentioned yesterday. As soon as he stepped into the study, Gu Luochen was hit by a thick wave of cigar smoke, making him cough violently. The smell was overwhelmingly pungent. He had to admit, this world indeed had its peculiarities, but he couldn't fathom why anyone would invent something so discomforting and yet find pleasure in it. Luochen, what do you need? Gu Jinting's voice was deep and resolute, impossible to ignore. He was seated at the desk, brow furrowed. Spread across the sturdy desk was a defense map of District 3, alongside a cooperative proposal from the Qin Energy Equipment Company. Gu Luochen took a seat on the sofa adjacent to the desk, looking at Gu Jinting as he spoke of father. I want to understand more about your collaboration with the Qin family. Can you explain the details? Oh, since you're asking, I'll clarify the current situation for you. Luochen, Gu Jinting's voice carried an unusual hesitation as he firmly tapped the cooperative proposal with his finger. This batch of energy crystals, if sold to a crystal acquisition agency, would fetch around 3.5 billion. But the Qin family's offer is a staggering 8 billion crystal coins. The additional funds would be more than enough to upgrade all the soldiers' armor on the 3rd defensive line from Yellow Scale 3 to Black Scale V. This armor not only boosts individual combat capabilities but also provides an extra layer of survival protection. After speaking, Gu Jinting sighed deeply. As the commander of the military, his hesitation stemmed from a desire to enhance military strength while harboring deeper concerns. But the information you brought back clearly shows Qin Yu's close ties with the Genesis cult. This money feels like a hot potato. Gu Luochen understood his adoptive father's concerns. In fact, he had come to propose a solution that could address both issues. Father, I think this deal can be done. Gu Jinting looked up at him, a bit surprised. What do you mean? Weren't you suspecting yesterday that the Qin family's proposal might be a trap? Now you want to step into it? It's not stepping into a trap, it's fishing while investigating. Gu Luochen stood up, took a step closer, and lowered his voice to reveal his plan. If they want the energy crystals, fine, sell it to them. I can infiltrate the transportation convoy and use the opportunity to investigate the Qin family's energy block factory. Gu Jinting immediately grasped his intent. His expression darkened as he flatly rejected the idea. No, absolutely not. You want to sneak into the transport team and follow them to the Qin family's energy factory? Don't be foolish. It's too dangerous. If that place is truly connected to the Genesis cult, it's no place for a 4th-tier kid like you. It's precisely because it's dangerous that someone needs to go. Gu Luochen stood his ground, his gaze unwavering, a confident smile forming on his lips. Father, I know you have subordinates skilled in infiltration, but their abilities mostly lean towards speed and stealth. Against possible soul detection, energy scanning, or high-level psychic barriers, they may not return unscathed. However, I have an advantage they don't. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Luochen's entire presence shifted. He didn't make any dramatic movements, merely adjusted his breathing rhythm slightly, while his hands formed an ancient hand-sealed void concealment technique. In an instant, to Gu Jinting, an 8th-tier powerhouse, it was as if Gu Luochen standing before him had suddenly disappeared. It wasn't that he couldn't see him with his eyes, it was that his very existence seemed to dissolve. Gu Luochen's breathing, heartbeat, internal energy fluctuations, even the faint warmth emanating from his body, all signs of life and energy were as if swallowed into boundless darkness, perfectly cloaked by an invisible, mysterious barrier. Gu Jinting's pupils contracted sharply as he leapt to his feet, his face filled with utter disbelief. Instinctively, he unleashed his powerful 8th-tier spiritual perception, scanning the space where Gu Luochen stood, yet it was like throwing a stone into the ocean. No response whatsoever. His eyes told him someone was there, but his senses insisted it was empty. You? Gu Jinting's voice was tinged with fear. Aren't you a fire-type ability user? How is this possible? This is no ordinary stealth skill. Gu Luochen, sensing his adoptive father's shock, allowed himself a smug grin as he slowly withdrew the technique. The mysterious aura of void receded like a tide, and his figure and Presence once again became clear before Gujinting back when he was exposed at the Qin family's estate. It was entirely due to his lack of proficiency. His grin carried a sly hint, as he had long prepared a convincing explanation. This is a secret technique taught by the Ice Sovereign. It combines soul power with a special energy manipulation skill. She explicitly instructed that it must never be passed on to others. He deliberately mentioned the name of the Ice Sovereign and emphasized must never be passed on to block any further probing questions from Gu Zihanting. It had to be said, Wuda's accidental misunderstanding had truly come to his aid in a significant way. Since the outside world already believed he was a personal disciple of the Ice Sovereign, he might as well make use of this identity. Previously, Yazan had questioned him about how to explain the existence of the mysterious immortal technique, something so beyond reason. Now, he could simply shift the responsibility to the Ice Sovereign, who would dare to question a 9th-rank sovereign head-on? Wouldn't that just be inviting trouble and risking getting frozen into an ice sculpture? Gu Jinting's expression of shock gradually turned into a complex one, a mix of surprise, relief, and a touch of helpless amusement at being kept in the dark by his own son. He sat back heavily in his chair, pointed at Gu Luochang, and laughed as he scolded, "You rascal! Even your old man didn't know. You're saying the Ice Sovereign taught you? What incredible luck!" Though the worry in Gu Jinting's eyes hadn't completely disappeared, his firm opposition had visibly softened. Seeing this, Gu Luochang seized the opportunity to press his case, continuing to lay out the feasibility of his plan. "Dad, now you see, sending me to investigate the Qin family's energy storage factory is the best choice. Not only do I have this secret technique, but I also have a life-saving trump card." As he spoke, he took out the badge left to him by the Ice Sovereign. "Let me go with the transport team. If all goes smoothly, we get the crystal coins, upgrade the troops' equipment, and everyone's happy. If there's any foul play, I can always ask the Ice Sovereign for help. I believe, as the guardian of Zone 3, she would never stand by and allow the Genesis sect to stir up trouble right under her nose." Gu Jinting listened in silence for a long moment. Tap. 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 He rhythmically tapped the table with his fingers before letting out a long sigh. "It seems my son has truly grown up." After steadying himself, he looked at Gu Luocheng's increasingly confident face. A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. "All right. But remember, your mission is reconnaissance. You're the eyes, not the fists. The moment you detect anything unusual, retreat immediately. You have S-rank abilities, and your journey is still long. Don't act recklessly. Understood?" "Understood." 3 days later, at dawn, Dai and the western outskirts of Zone 3 lay an abandoned industrial parked. A convoy of 5 heavy armored personnel carriers, escorted by 4 military jeeps, rumbled across the desolate land, kicking up thick clouds of dust. The cargo compartments of the 3 central vehicles had been specially reinforced, with extreme airtightness, yet even from a distance, one could sense the chaotic and powerful energy fluctuations emanating from within. Gu Luochang, dressed in a standard soldier's combat uniform with simple facial camouflage, sat in the back seat of the last escort jeep, his aura tightly restrained, blending in as an ordinary soldier. "Damn it, this mission is no joke." The captain driving the vehicle, a burly man with a knife scar across his face, grumbled to his deputy while steering. "Transporting this much explosive cargo for dozens of kilometers, my heart's about to leap out of my throat. I'd rather go hunt a few mutant beasts than deal with this." The deputy, a sharp and capable young man, chuckled bitterly and nodded in agreement. "True that, Captain Wang. Over 10,000 crystal cores ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 6, the energy fluctuations alone feel like a boiling cauldron." After speaking, the deputy seemed to recall something and turned to shout back at Oldley, who was seated behind them. "I've always been curious, why can't these crystal cores just be stored in spatial rings? Wouldn't that make everything so much easier? Oldley, you know this stuff, why doesn't it work?" Old Lee, sitting next to Gu Luochang, had a simple and honest demeanor, with a steady aura. He replied helplessly, "Deputy, don't make fun of me. Spatial rings can store items, sure, but they have a limit when it comes to energy. A few low-tier crystal cores are fine, but this many cores of varying levels and attributes, all piled together? Way too risky." As he spoke, Old Lee's face turned slightly pale. The energy fields of these crystal cores would interfere with each other and go haywire in a confined space, like a string of lit dynamite. At best, the space could rupture, destroying the ring and everything inside. At worst, boom! The person and the ring would both be blown sky high. What about dividing them among multiple spatial rings? That's possible, But where would the military get so many?
High-grade spatial rings?
At least 100 would be needed, and the cost would be astronomical. It's better to stick with the old-fashioned transport method.
Fair point,
the deputy said, switching topics with a gleam of excitement in his eyes.
But just think 800 million crystal coins from the Qin family. Captain Wang, I heard that. Once the funds are in, our battalion will be among the first to get the new Dragon Scale V-type armor?
That armor can withstand a direct hit from a Tier 5 mutant beast.
The
scar-faced Captain Wang, hearing this, dropped his complaints and grinned, revealing teeth stained yellow from smoking. Exactly.
And the new Gauss rifles too. With better gear. The next time we clear out Black Wind Valley, let's see if those beasts dare to act up. Our brothers will bleed less, too. This nerve-wracking escort duty? Worth it. The
other soldiers, overhearing this, all showed expressions of eager anticipation and excitement. Gu Luochang, however, remained silent. Compared to the light-hearted atmosphere in the vehicle, he seemed somewhat out of place. The others paid him no mind. After all, he was just an ordinary soldier assigned to the convoy. His gaze drifted out the window, fixed on the abandoned industrial park growing closer in the distance. That was the location of the Qin family's energy storage factory. Even before the convoy reached the factory, someone had already come out to meet them. The man who greeted them was named Qin Kuei, evidently a minor leader at the factory. Under Qin Kuei's guidance, the convoy slowly entered the facility. The factory grounds felt somewhat desolate, with massive equipment and towering pipelines stretching high into the sky, giving off an imposing aura. The air carried a faint metallic dust smell, mingled with a slight burnt odor. Gu Luochen noticed that the guards stationed around the factory were only third-tier ability users, or so. Perhaps because the factory was relatively close to the safe zone, the defensive strength seemed somewhat lax. After all, this was still outside the inner zone. Qin Kuei presented a pass to the guards, explaining that they were a team transporting crystal cores, which eased the guards' vigilance. The guards merely gave the convoy a cursory glance before waving them through without conducting a thorough inspection. Under Qin Kuei's guidance, the convoy quickly arrived at a loading dock inside the factory. Outside the warehouse, two warehouse supervisors dressed in dark blue uniforms had been waiting for some time. When they saw the transport soldiers open the rear door of the specially designed
container, revealing rows of neatly stacked boxes of crystal cores glimmering with a faint glow, they couldn't help but gasp. My goodness, one of the warehouse supervisors, an
older man, watched as the soldiers carefully carried the heavy boxes to the designated metal platform.
He muttered to his colleague in a low voice, so many. How much is this? 10,000? 12,000?
If this were last year, this many crystal cores could fuel our factory's full capacity production of energy blocks for an entire year.
His colleague,
a younger and sharper-looking warehouse supervisor, smacked his lips as he echoed, right, Brother Lu.
This is insane. Lately, the higher-ups have been pushing production
like crazy. The demand for crystal cores is off the charts.
I wonder if it's because of some groundbreaking modifications by Songbo? Otherwise, why would they need so many raw materials? Their conversation caught Gu Luochen's attention. A surge in production? Explosive demand?
Modifications by Songbo. These snippets of information immediately connected in his mind to the energy blocks he had heard about before, as well as the Qin family's unusually high-priced acquisition of crystal cores. While Gu Luochen was deep in thought, Qin Kuei seemed to overhear their hushed discussion. He abruptly turned his head, his sharp eyes glaring fiercely at the two supervisors as he barked, Lu Ming,
Zhang Shun, what nonsense are you spouting? Get to work. Start counting. If production gets delayed, can you afford the consequences?
His tone carried the oppressive aura of an ability user, along with a hint of nervousness. The two warehouse supervisors shrank back in fear, quickly shutting their mouths and fumbling to pick up their scanning devices, hurriedly verifying the codes and quantities on the boxes of crystal cores. Gu Luochen blended into the crowd, carrying a box of low-tier crystal cores. 1 box, 2 boxes. Finally, he sought his chance, taking advantage of the moment when Qin Kuei was preoccupied directing the soldiers to stack the cargo. Gu Luochen pretended to be tired, catching his breath as he approached the young supervisor named Zhang Shun. Hey, buddy, lend me a hand. This thing doesn't look big, but it's ridiculously heavy to lift.
Hearing the
voice, Zhang Shun saw that Gu Luochen seemed to be struggling a bit. Without much thought, he quickly stepped forward to help. The two of them, grunting and puffing, carried the box of crystal cores into the warehouse. Seizing the moment when Qin Kuei wasn't looking, Gu Luochen brushed against Zhang Shun's shoulder lightly, lowering his voice with the curiosity of a rookie. He asked, by the way, why does your factory need so many crystal cores recently? This pile looks like it could form a mountain.
Zhang Shun wiped the sweat off his face and gave a helpless smile. Pulling out a small device, he scanned the barcode on the box while muttering in a low voice, "Don't even bring it up, it's been exhausting. You wouldn't know, but last year, our factory only used a little over 10,000 crystal cores for the entire year, and most of them were low-grade, first or second-tier ones." He gestured at the mountain of boxes in front of them. "But now, they want everything, no matter the grade. Just this month's demand is almost catching up to the entire year's use from last year. We've been working overtime like crazy." Gu Luochen felt a tightness in his chest, though he feigned a look of surprise and sympathy on his face. "Wow, your factory's production capacity expanded that fast? Earlier, you mentioned Song Bo. Is he the one responsible for developing these new things?" At the mention of Song Bo, Zheng Shun's face revealed genuine admiration. "You mean Song Bo? His full name is Song Guanhua. He's the backbone of our factory. He might not have any fancy degrees or titles, but everyone here respects him. We all call him Song Bo." He snuck a glance at Qin Kuei's direction. Seeing that he wasn't paying attention, Zheng Shun continued in a hushed tone. "Our factory's core product, the energy block, was personally developed by Song Bo and his team. Every technical barrier was solved by him. No one works harder than he does. But I heard he's been having some disagreements with the factory leadership recently." Before he could finish, Qin Kuei seemed to sense the commotion, and his sharp gaze swept over them once again. Frightened, Zheng Shun immediately clammed up, lowering his head and diligently verifying data. Gu Luochen quickly stepped back, picking up another box of crystal cores, pretending they had just been casually chatting, but his mind was in turmoil. A sudden surge in production demand. "Dr. Song Guanhua, these scattered pieces of information might just be the key to unraveling the mystery." Inside the warehouse, the unloading process continued in an orderly manner. Gu Luochen glanced at the mountain of crystal core boxes, then at Captain Wang, who was cross-checking the inventory list with Qin Kuei. He recalled Captain Wang mentioning earlier that after unloading the crystal cores, they would also load a shipment of factory-produced energy blocks to deliver back to the military supply depot. Time was still on his side, giving him the perfect opportunity to investigate further. Feigning embarrassment, Gu Luochen found an excuse. "Captain Wang, I need to take a quick break." After receiving permission, he silently retreated to the shadows in the corner of the warehouse. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared around a bend in the corridor leading deeper into the factory. Activating his void concealment technique to fully mask his presence, he used the factory's cluttered equipment as cover, avoiding the occasional patrolling personnel. He needed to confirm whether there was anything unusual about the factory's production capabilities. Following the source of the loudest noises, he slipped into a massive production workshop. The deafening roar of the machinery was almost enough to tear his eardrums apart. On the assembly line, robotic arms were swiftly assembling small, palm-sized metallic blocks that gleamed with a metallic sheen, likely the energy blocks. Gu Luochen's sharp eyes scanned the raw material input area, searching carefully. All he saw were first and second tier low-grade crystal cores being continuously fed into the energy extraction devices. The high-tier 4th, 5th, and even 6th-tier crystal cores purchased at exorbitant prices were nowhere to be seen. The discovery made his heart sink. If these crystal cores weren't being used to produce energy blocks, then where were they going? The questions in Gu Luochen's mind grew heavier and more pressing. At that moment, he noticed Qin Kuei appearing at the workshop entrance, conversing with several foremen. It seemed the unloading process was nearing completion. Gu Luocheng made a swift decision to abandon the investigation of the workshop and instead shifted his attention to Qin Kuei. Since he was already here, he might as well dig deeper into the matter. Keeping a safe distance, he followed Qin Kuei all the way to a quiet and relatively well-decorated office area deep within the factory. Just as Qin Kuei was about to reach a door with a plaque reading "Factory Director's Office," an unexpected event occurred. Bang! The heavy solid wood door was suddenly slammed open from the inside. A small, hunched figure stumbled out and fell heavily onto the cold tiled floor. Immediately after, an angry voice roared from inside the room with Song Guanhua. "You ungrateful fool! If you won't cooperate, then get lost. If it weren't for the fact that you're still somewhat useful and an old hand in this factory, I would have thrown you into Heilong Sea to feed the fish a long time ago." Scram! Wait, Song Guanhua? Could this be the Song Bo that Zheng Shun had mentioned? Gu Luocheng steadied himself and realized that the person who had fallen was an elderly man. He wore an old, oil-stained work uniform, his hair was white and disheveled, and his face bore bruises and deep exhaustion. He looked nothing like the scientific genius Gu had imagined. Qin Kuei cast only a cold glance at the old man, as if he didn't even see him. Then, his face quickly broke into a sycophantic smile as he bypassed the old man and strode into the office. Second brother, the crystal cores have been unloaded, and the numbers match. The door slammed shut with a bang, cutting off the voices from inside. Gu Luocheng felt a pang of regret in his heart, thinking he might have missed some crucial information. At that moment, the old man struggled to his feet, his hunched back making his figure look particularly lonely and desolate. He shook his head bitterly and slowly shuffled away in the opposite direction of the office area. Gu Luocheng's gaze sharpened, and he immediately changed his tracking target, quietly following this expelled Dr. Song, after winding through narrow corridors piled high with discarded parts and miscellaneous items. Song Guanhua finally stopped in front of a nondescript, rust-covered iron door. He pulled out a key and unlocked the door. Gu Luocheng followed closely, slipping inside just as the door was closing. The scene inside was a stark contrast to the modernized factory outside. It was a cluttered and dilapidated yet deeply personal research base. The space wasn't large, but it was crammed with all sorts of oddly shaped instruments, mountains of blueprints, scattered parts, and semi-finished products. Several oil-stained robotic arms stood quietly in the corners. In some places, exposed wires were haphazardly bound with electrical tape. The only clean spot was a workbench, on which sat a half-assembled, intricately designed prototype of an energy storage block. Gu Luocheng was just about to step closer to examine it. Buzz! A sharp, piercing alarm suddenly erupted from an inconspicuous device in the corner. Red lights began flashing wildly throughout the base. The old man abruptly turned around, the earlier look of dejection wiped away as his cloudy eyes gleamed with a sharp light. He stared intensely at the shadow where Gu Luocheng was hiding. Who's there? Gu Luocheng's heart skipped a beat, and he felt incredibly awkward. Discovered again? He could understand being caught earlier at the Qin family estate. After all, his Gui Su concealment technique was still far from perfect, but now, in this shabby little room, to be discovered by an old man with almost no detectable energy fluctuations. Was this Gui Su concealment technique just for show? Gu Luocheng had no choice but to step out from the shadows. His military uniform looked completely out of place under the old man's scrutinizing gaze. Young man, are you here to kill me? The old man asked, his voice calm yet raspy. No, Gu Luocheng replied, clearly caught off guard by the question. Then who are you? The old man's tone remained wary rather than answering directly. Gu Luocheng looked up at the old man and asked, are you Song Bo? The old man froze for a moment, his vigilance gradually fading, replaced by a faint, self-deprecating sense of loss. I'm just an old man on the verge of being forgotten. I didn't expect anyone to still know that name. I heard some of the workers mention you, Gu Luocheng said, stepping closer with evident respect in his voice. Could we talk? The old man's cloudy eyes lingered on Gu Luocheng's face for a moment, as if trying to gauge his intentions. Finally, he let out a long sigh. I didn't think anyone would still want to chat with this old bag of bones. Fine, come in and sit. It's messy here, don't mind it. With that, he hunched over and walked to the only relatively clean old sofa by the workbench. Song Bo, how did you find me? Gu Luocheng couldn't help but ask, still incredulous that his Gui Su concealment technique had been so ineffective. The old man pointed to the still blinking red lights on the makeshift device and then gestured around the chaotic home. A trace of pride appeared on his face as he smiled. Young man, don't underestimate this shabby place. It may look run down, but every corner is filled with little gadgets I've tinkered with. He patted the armrest of the sofa casually. High-frequency energy fluctuation detector, anomalous heat source tracker, spatial disturbance sensor. All sorts of things. They can fool those high-end mighty ability users, but they can't lie to these children of mine. Looking at the instruments, the old man's eyes softened with a fatherly tenderness. Only then did Gu Luocheng understand it wasn't that his secret technique was powerless. It was that this old man had used technology to compensate for his lack of perception. He couldn't help but feel a newfound respect for this seemingly unremarkable old man. As Gu Luocheng sat down on the old sofa, a section of the floor silently slid open to reveal a hidden panel. Moments later, a delicate robotic arm emerged, carrying a small folding table. It stopped steadily in front of him. Another robotic arm retrieved a clean cup and teapot from a nearby cabinet, its movements smooth and gentle as it poured him a steaming cup of tea. Young friend, a guest is still a guest. The old man watched the busy robotic arms with a warm tone. Don't be fooled by their cold appearance, they're incredibly capable. Each one was fine-tuned by me, bit by bit. As he spoke, he poured himself a cup of tea, not using the robotic arms, but carefully lifting the kettle with trembling hands, as if he didn't want to burden his children. Looking at the freshly brewed tea now set before him, Gu Luocheng felt a stir in his heart. He picked up the cup and took a sip. The tea carried a faint bitterness. He set down the cup and pondered before speaking. Mr. Song, I noticed earlier in the office area that you seem to have some conflict with the factory management. Would you mind sharing? This factory seems to have a deep connection to you, doesn't it? The old man's hand, holding the teacup, paused slightly. His cloudy eyes turned toward the stacked blueprints and the semi-finished energy storage units, as if he were gazing at the passage of his own time. His voice was so soft it seemed like he was recounting an insignificant tale. Mr. Song? Ha! When I first got here, I really didn't like being called that. It felt awkward. But over time, after hearing it enough, I got used to it. This factory. When I arrived, it was just a small workshop on the verge of closing down. The first generation of energy storage units could only hold a faint amount of energy and were prone to explosions. He gestured with his chin toward the semi-finished products on the workbench. Now we're on the 5th generation, safe, efficient, and with a much higher energy density. All of it was improved bit by bit here. He glanced around, his gaze sweeping across the grease-stained machines and the corners piled with parts. His voice was filled with deep affection. I watched this factory grow from a small workshop into what it is now. To me, it's like my child, growing up little by little. Then, his tone shifted, and his eyes darkened, carrying a deep sense of helplessness. But now, this child's heart has rusted. It's no longer pure. He set down his teacup, his bony hand unconsciously stroking the rough fabric of the sofa. Last year, the factory was bought by the Chin family. Since then, everything's changed. On the surface, they're still producing energy storage units, but behind the scenes, they're involved in shady dealings. The things I've made with these old bones of mine are nothing more than a cover for their dirty deeds. Gu Luocheng felt a jolt in his heart and pressed on. Mr. Song, do you know exactly what they're doing? The old man raised his eyes and gave Gu Luocheng a deep look. He didn't answer immediately but instead asked slowly, young man, after all this talk, I still don't know who exactly are you? Why are you so concerned about these matters? Gu Luocheng was momentarily stunned but then offered an apologetic smile. My apologies. My name is Gu Luocheng. He paused, considering that the old man might have limited contact with the outside world, and then added solemnly, my father is the commander of the 3rd District. Military Region, Guzhenting. Gu. Commander? The old man's cloudy eyes widened abruptly, and he nearly dropped his teacup. The name clearly exceeded his expectations. He reassessed the young man in military uniform before him, his expression complex and unreadable. So, you wearing this uniform and sneaking in here, it's because of the Chin family? You're trying to investigate them? That's right. The Chin family purchased a large quantity of high-grade energy cores at a steep price from the military region, but I only saw low-grade cores in the production workshop earlier. Gu Luocheng didn't conceal his doubts, asking bluntly, Mr. Song, do you know why the Chin family is acquiring high-grade energy cores? I've always felt something wasn't right, but unfortunately. He shook his head helplessly. I don't know what they're doing with those treasures either. You don't know either? Gu Luocheng frowned deeply. This was clearly not the answer he wanted. But I do know one thing. What's that? The old man suddenly pointed with his bony finger. Those energy cores weren't transported out, they were all sent underground beneath the factory. Underground? Gu Luocheng's pupils contracted as he instinctively looked down at the cold cement floor beneath his feet. Yes, underground. The old man nodded firmly. Not long after the Chin family took over, they brought in large-scale construction equipment and even recruited Earth ability users to work underground. The commotion was significant, but they claimed it was to reinforce the foundation. Ha! Who would believe that? The old man sneered. Later, when I was checking the inventory in the raw materials warehouse, I noticed that the energy cores, which weren't used for production, were all taken by the Chin family's people and transported underground. At this point, the old man's voice carried a mix of helplessness and bitterness. This old bag of bones wanted to go down and take a look, but the place is guarded so tightly it's like an iron fortress. Aside from the Chin family's core members, no one else can get in. Mr. Song, from what you're saying, does that mean you know how to get underground? Gu Luocheng's heart raced with excitement. He felt he was getting closer to the truth. That's right. The old man glanced at him, his eyes showing a hint of excitement. What, young man, are you thinking of going down there? Absolutely. Following the old man's directions, Gu Luocheng stealthily made his way to a secluded corner deep within the factory. The area resembled the entrance to a basement. There was no door, just a cold concrete staircase leading downward, next to a heavy freight elevator. The elevator panel had 3 buttons marked 1, 2, and 3. I didn't expect there to be 3 levels down here. Ha! Are those 5th tier? How strange. Gu Luocheng noticed that the entrance was guarded by only 3 people. Though their numbers were few, their energy fluctuations were already at the 5th tier. It was worth noting that the guards stationed around the factory's exterior were only at the 3rd tier. While the specifics of what lay underground remained unknown, it was clear that the Qin family treated this area as an even greater secret than the external factory operations. As he pondered, Gu Luocheng activated the Guishu concealment technique to its fullest extent. Hidden in the shadows, he waited for the right moment to infiltrate. Finally, during a moment of laxity during the guard shift change, he pressed himself against the cold wall and slipped silently down the staircase next to the freight elevator. He avoided using the elevator, knowing that activating it would instantly expose his position. Holding his breath and moving with soundless steps, he descended cautiously. Before long, he reached the first underground level. Gently pushing open a door, a strong scent of formaldehyde hit him. In front of him was a brightly lit laboratory. Rows of massive glass containers filled with green liquid stood before him, each one containing dismembered parts of grotesque beasts, gigantic claws, heads covered in compound eyes, metallic, shimmering carapaces, slimy segmented limbs. Several researchers in white lab coats busied themselves among the containers, recording data. Their energy levels were mostly at the 1st or 2nd tier, and they were so focused on their work that they failed to notice the figure lurking in the shadows. Gu Luochen frowned slightly. Why was the Qin family hiding underground to research these things? Forget it, first investigate the whereabouts of the crystal cores and see what they are really trying to do with them. That's the key. He used his spiritual force to probe, but found no trace of the crystal cores. It seemed he'd have to go deeper to find them. The atmosphere on the 2nd underground floor was even more oppressive. Here, the containers were larger, and the liquid inside had turned into a strange pale purple, and what was soaking inside were humans, or rather, mutated humanoid monstrosities. Most of them were in a deep coma, their bodies subjected to cruel modifications. Some had their arms replaced with massive scorpion pincers, others had legs sprouting backward jointed insect limbs, and some had half their heads covered by carapaces of alien beasts, leaving only a single eye glowing with an eerie light exposed. Even the air was thick with their despair and agony. The researchers here were still busy, but their expressions had become far more numb, suppressing the nausea and fury rising within him. Gu Luochen spread out his spiritual force. But still, he couldn't find the crystal cores. He continued downward to the 3rd and final underground level. He pushed open the last door, and the space before him suddenly opened up wide. It was an extremely vast underground hall with a towering dome and no partitions whatsoever, but a chill ran down Gu Luochen's spine. In the center of the hall, a blue-purple interdimensional vortex more than 10 meters in diameter was suspended in mid-air. Its glow was dim, but it radiated a bone-chilling cold. The blue-purple hue indicated that this was a mid-level interdimensional vortex. In other words, the beasts within could reach as high as Tier 5. This vortex had clearly been stable for a long time, yet it remained undiscovered and even unpurged by the outside world. Suddenly, Gu Luochen understood why. Despite the continuous efforts to clear interdimensional zones, the beasts beyond the borders continued to run rampant. It was because they were hiding underground, completely beyond reach, and the Qin family had secretly controlled such a passage to another dimension beneath their factory all along. An icy chill surged from his spine straight to the crown of his head. The Qin family's plans were far more sinister than merely trading in crystal cores or experimenting on humans. I must go in and see for myself. A determined glint flashed in Gu Luochen's eyes. With his current strength as a Tier 4's rank, coupled with his second realm Wanxiang immortal technique enhanced physique, and his mastery of swordsmanship and immortal arts as his trump cards, a mid-level interdimensional zone was no longer a significant challenge for him. Without hesitation, Gu Luochen's figure turned into a streak of light, hurtling into the blue-purple vortex with all his might. After a brief moment of dizziness and the sensation of spatial tearing, Gu Luochen stepped into a mid-level interdimensional zone for the first time. Looking up, he saw massive alloy pipelines extending along the cave walls into the depths. This dimension didn't resemble a typical wilderness. Instead, it looked more like an underground experimental base that had been modified by human hands. The last time he'd seen a similar scene was near the docks of an entry-level interdimensional zone before the newborn tournament. Could the appearance of an interdimensional zone change according to the environment where it manifests? Gu Gu Luochen didn't dwell on it. Time was pressing, and the transport team was likely already searching for him. He concealed himself and followed the energy fluctuations, encountering no beasts along the way, as if someone had cleared them out. Before long, he sensed the energy fluctuations growing stronger ahead, accompanied by an increasingly cacophonous noise. Estimating that he had reached the core area of the dimension, Gu Luochen focused his mind and looked ahead. The sight before him ignited a burning rage within him. He saw a massive space enclosed by high-strength alloy nets, filled with countless living interdimensional beasts of all shapes and sizes, from low-level evil eye spiders to massive Tier 5 ironclad earth dragons. They were all imprisoned in cramped cages, letting out agitated howls and banging against the bars. In another section was a series of devices resembling incubation chambers, containing the very modified beings he had seen on the second floor, those grotesque human-beast hybrids. At the center of these two areas stood several massive, complex energy furnaces. Piled around the furnace entrances were the missing high-tier crystal cores. Tier 4, Tier 5, and even Tier 6 cores were being thrown into the furnaces one after another, their energy brutally extracted and injected into the modified beings. Nearby, a group of technicians in protective suits, their eyes burning with fanaticism, were monitoring data and adjusting energy outputs. Gu Luochen immediately understood the Qin family's diabolical scheme. The Qin family was splicing ordinary human bodies with interdimensional beasts, and to harness their power, they relied on the energy provided by these crystal cores. Seeing the containers filled with people writhing in agony, Gu Luochen's heart felt like it was being torn apart. This was nothing short of a monstrous biological experiment. Just as he was reeling from the hellish scene, a familiar voice, filled with rage and despair, roared from a control platform not far away. "You lunatics! Beasts! This is a crime! You will face retribution for this." It was the old man's voice. What was the old man doing here? Following the voice, Gu Luochen saw the old man being restrained on a control chair by two Tier 5 guards. His hair was disheveled, and fresh bruises marred his face. It seemed the old man had just been captured. The timing fit perfectly. Gu Luochen had just left, and then the old man was captured. Facing him stood a middle-aged man in a meticulously tailored suit with cold, piercing eyes, exuding the aura of a Tier 6 powerhouse. Gu Luochen hadn't seen this man before, but he recognized the voice. It was the same arrogant, domineering voice from the factory director's office, the one who had threatened to throw the old man into the Black Dragon Sea to feed the fish. This man had to be the second brother mentioned by Qin Kuei, and also the current director of this factory. Song Bo, using your technology on energy storage blocks is a waste. Look at this. The factory director's eyes glowed with fervor as he stared at the modified beings. This is the future. This is the foundation of the Qin family's rise. He spread his arms, gesturing to the furnaces and the modified beings. Song Bo, as long as you cooperate and help us optimize the stability of these energy cores, I promise you a carefree old age. Think carefully, don't end up losing everything. After all. The factory director paused, a chilling gleam flashing in his eyes. You already know far too many secrets you shouldn't. Pa! The old man spat bloodied saliva directly at the factory director, his cloudy eyes ablaze with fury. Optimize? Optimize by using the workers in the factory as test subjects? Dream on. Kill me if you want, cut me up if you want, but make me an accomplice? Never. You're as stubborn as ever. The factory director's patience finally snapped, his face twisting with anger. Then you can wait to die. After speaking, he suddenly raised his hand, and a sphere of energy gleaming with a metallic luster coalesced in his palm. He viciously hurled it toward the old man's head. At this critical moment, stop. A thunderous roar shattered the silence. Gu Luochen emerged like a specter from the shadows. The stardust sword in his hand transformed into a silver blade that seemed to tear through space itself, blazing with golden red flames capable of incinerating all. With unparalleled speed and precision, it slashed toward Director Qin's arm. Clang, A. Screeching metallic collision echoed through the air. Director Qin reacted with lightning speed, instantly manifesting a metallic arm shield to block the strike. Yet, the immense power of the Stardust sword forced him back, leaving his arm numb. The lethal blow aimed at the old man was successfully interrupted. Who the hell do you think you are? Director Qin glared at Gu Luochen, who was clad in a military uniform, both shocked and furious. A mere 4th-tier ability user, and you dare barge in here? Are you courting death? Guards! Seize him for me! Several 5th-tier guards immediately sprang into action, roaring as they charged at Gu Luochen, their abilities flashing brilliantly. Gu Luochen surveyed the various attacks aimed at him with a scornful smile on his face. Petty tricks, and you think you can harm me? I've been looking for an opportunity to practice my fire techniques.
Looks like he'll do just fine. The patterns of energy on his wrist lit up, and golden red flames erupted from his body like the cry of a phoenix blaze, scorched earth.
As soon
as he spoke, the golden red flames, imbued with destructive power, instantly consumed every incoming attack. The group attack advantage of his fire-based combat technique was displayed
to perfection by Gu Luochen. In the next moment, his figure moved as swiftly as lightning, using the cover of the flames and his stealth techniques. With every swing of the Stardust Sword, a shower of blood followed Die in less than a moment. The first wave of 5th-tier guards rushing at him were all reduced to ashes in the sea of fire. Song Bo, come with me. Gu Luochen drove back 2 guards with a single swing, then reached out to grab the old man by the arm, pulling him up from the chair and carrying him on his back. Young friend. The old man spoke weakly, his tone filled with concern. Let's go. Gu Luochen didn't linger any longer. Reinforcements would only increase in number. He fought while retreating, crimson flames surging from his body as he dashed toward the vortex entrance, but he was stopped. Kid, trying to run so fast? Blocking his path was Director Qin, whose face twisted into a sinister grin. At this moment, his body emitted metallic sounds as it underwent enhancement. Through his ability, his face gradually took on a wolf-like appearance, and his hands were equipped with metallic claw gauntlets, sparking as they rubbed against each other. This was the Qin family's inherited mutation ability, an A-rank enhancement type adamantium wolf. Gu Luochen, kneel and beg for mercy. And maybe, if I'm in a good mood, I'll spare your life. Clearly, Director Qin had recognized Gu Luochen's identity through the level of his flames. Gu Luochen stopped in his tracks, gently setting the old man down. His stardust sword pointed toward the ground. His expression was calm, but his eyes burned with battle intent. You, worthy of that? If you want to die faster, don't blame me for being ruthless. Director Qin suddenly stomped the ground, creating a deep crater as his figure blurred and lunged at Gu Luochen with a piercing screech that tore through the air. The metallic claws on his hands slashed forward, leaving 6 glaring black streaks aimed directly at Gu Luochen's vital points. Gu Luochen didn't meet the attack head-on. Energy surged within him as he pushed his movement skills to their limit, his entire figure transforming into an elusive afterimage. Wanderer's 9 celestial steps. The black streaks grazed the hem of Gu Luochen's clothes, the force of the attack stirring his hair. His movements were light and effortless, but in Director Qin's eyes, it appeared as though Gu Luochen was narrowly avoiding every strike, missing by just a fraction. Director Qin finally sensed something was off. You brat, are you toying with me? Oh, you figured it out? Arg! Damn you! With a furious roar, Director Qin's arm muscles bulged, and the metallic sheen of his ability energy flowed like mercury from his arms, instantly enveloping the metallic claw gauntlets. The gauntlets seemed to come alive, their surfaces rippling with liquid metal luster. Their edges sharpened, exuding a menacing aura that distorted the surrounding light. A sharper and more oppressive energy filled the air. This was the hallmark skill of a 6th-tier powerhouse weapon enchantment. By perfectly integrating one's ability into a weapon, the attack would undergo a qualitative transformation. Kid, do you know what weapon enchantment is? This is the vast gap between a 4th tier and a 6th tier. Gu Luochen listened, a more pronounced smirk of disdain forming at the corner of his lips. Displaying such techniques in front of him was as laughable as a mortal preaching to a god. Seeing Gu Luochen's utter disregard, Director Qin's fury reached a breaking point. The enchanted metallic claws, imbued with a power that could tear through space, slashed down ferociously. Fine. Let me see just how vast this so-called gap is. As soon as the words left his lips, golden red flames erupted from Gu Luochen's stardust sword, blazing as though they could consume the heavens and earth. The sword's blade was crystalline and translucent, as though molten lava flowed within. The sword's edge extended a foot-long golden red blade of light, radiating terrifying heat. It was also weapon enchantment. The stardust sword collided with the metallic claws. Boom, both sides staggered 2 steps back. What? The malevolent grin on Director Qin's face froze, replaced by shock and disbelief. Weapon enchantment? Impossible. You're only at the 4th tier. How could you possibly use enchantment? Director Qin's voice grew shrill, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. This completely shattered his understanding. A 4th tier ability user mastering weapon enchantment? It was utterly inconceivable. He would rather believe that Gu Luochen had simply acquired an enchanted weapon than accept that a 4th tier, non-enhancement type ability user could face him head-on. But Gu Luochen's lips curled into a faint smile. Your subordinates don't recognize quality, and neither do you? Didn't you notice from the beginning that my sword has been enveloped in flames? Clang. Another fierce clash. Director Chin felt an unfathomable force and searing heat transmitted through his gauntlets, causing his arms to tremble violently. His prized enchanted claws were forcibly pried apart, accompanied by a sharp burning sensation. The flames blazing on the sword were domineering, not only scorching his weapon but also penetrating his energy defenses, leaving his skin tingling with pain. These flames, they're too powerful. For the first time, Director Chin felt genuine fear, but he was, after all, a 6th-tier expert with extensive experience. He immediately suppressed his surprise and roared in fury, "So what if you can enchant weapons? The gap in levels is something you'll never overcome." He charged forward again, his claws slicing through the air like a storm. Each strike carried the overwhelming strength of a 6th-tier powerhouse, and the sharp, metallic precision of his claws. He was determined to tear Gu Luochang and that blazing sword to pieces. Gu Luochang no longer dodged, his wrist turned rapidly, and the stardust sword in his hand seemed to come alive. The sword techniques were simple yet ancient, carrying an indescribable profundity. At times, it resembled a phoenix spreading its wings, flames scorching the earth. At other times, it mirrored the flow of a starry river, its trajectory unpredictable. This was not a combat technique of this world's abilities, but the supreme sword art from the celestial realm. Though his current strength was limited and he could only unleash a fraction of its power, the intricacy and realm of the swordsmanship far surpassed the understanding of this world. Clang, 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 the dense sound of collisions merged into a continuous rhythm. Each clash between the enchanted stardust sword and the enchanted steel-tearing claws erupted with dazzling sparks. Gu Luochang's swordsmanship was extraordinary, always striking at the critical points of his opponent's energy flow with minimal effort, neutralizing most of the impact. Damn it! How can a broken sword pull off such tricks? Director Chin grew increasingly tense as the fight dragged on. The strength and speed he prided himself on seemed utterly ineffective against the opponent's agile and ethereal sword techniques, as if he were punching at empty air. Even more terrifying was that the flames on the sword were growing fiercer. Each contact eroded his metallic abilities, gradually weakening him, his offensive efforts failing to yield any results. Director Chin grew anxious, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He suddenly retreated a step to create distance. His muscles swelled, his bones emitted a grating sound, and his aura peaked in an instant, crossing his claws over his chest. The intense metallic energy swirled like a vortex, and his claw gauntlets shone with a piercing black light. "Kid, you forced me to use this move. You should feel honored to die now." Adamant star-shattering claws. He roared and slashed his claws forward in a crossing motion. Two massive beams of metallic claw energy tore through the air, carrying a terrifying power capable of obliterating stars, and enveloped Gu Luochang in an instant. This was his ultimate move, containing the full strength of a 6th-tier pinnacle expert. Even before the claw energy reached him, the immense pressure caused cracks to spiderweb across the ground beneath Gu Luochang's feet. Faced with an attack capable of severely wounding any 6th-tier expert, Gu Luochang's eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance. It was not fear, it was excitement. "Remember, to die by this sword is your honor." As his words fell, he stepped forward boldly. That single step seemed to break through the constraints of space, imbued with an unstoppable determination. Gu Luochang's voice suddenly became steady and majestic. "Sword immortal technique, Azure Dragon emerges." Buzz, the stardust sword moved. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no dazzling sword shadows. There was only a single, supremely condensed dark red blade of sword energy. This was the pinnacle swordsmanship he had trained in within the celestial realm. Though it had lost its celestial essence in this world, it had gained a grim, lethal aura fused with otherworldly abilities. The sword moved like a dragon surfacing from the abyss, silent and unassuming, yet carrying an annihilating force that could pierce through everything. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The two beams of claw energy capable of shattering stars collided with the dark red sword energy, and like ice under the blazing sun, they silently and instantly dissolved. Director Chin's ferocious expression froze in an instant, replaced by utter terror and disbelief. His most prized ultimate move had been effortlessly neutralized by a single strand of sword energy. However, the sword's momentum had not yet ceased. The dark red sword energy, under Director Chin's shocked gaze, pierced through the adamantine enchanted gauntlets, crossed over his chest. Then, it struck his heart with unerring precision. Time resumed its flow. Ugh. Director Chin lowered his head, staring in disbelief at the scorched hole in his chest. There was no blood splatter. The wound had been cauterized by the intense heat, but he could clearly feel the destructive fiery sword intent erupting within his heart, consuming his life force. Impossible. Director Chin struggled to utter a few words.
The ferocity in his eyes quickly dimmed, replaced by despair that spread like dead ashes, yet, in his final moments, he pulled out a crimson button from somewhere and pressed it forcefully, a twisted smirk curling his lips. S-class genius? Ha, let's go down together. Whoa whoa whoa, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed throughout the underground space and the otherworldly base. An icy mechanical voice rang in Guluwacheng's ears. Base number 2 will initiate self-destruction in 120 seconds. Countdown commencing. 120. This otherworldly base has a self-destruct system? Songbo, do you know where it is? I'll destroy it. Young friend, it's useless. If there's one here, wouldn't there be one outside as well? The old man's words sent a jolt through Guluwacheng's heart. He cast a cold glance at the fallen director Chin. This madman, he was dead, yet still wanted to blow everything to smithereens. 115. Let's go. Guluocheng swiftly hoisted the old man onto his back. His speed surged as he transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the vortex exit, bursting out of the otherworldly dimension and back onto the third underground level. He indeed saw the countdown ticking in sync. 100 carrying Song Wanhua. Gu Luocheng dashed up the staircase desperately. Every step felt like a race against death, as he reached the entrance to the first underground level. 6 fifth-tier guards, startled by the piercing alarms, turned to look at Gu Luocheng and the old man rushing out. Stop! What's going on? Out of my way! Guluwacheng's eyes flared with killing intent as the stardust sword swung mercilessly. Slash! 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 The sword light, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, gave the guards no time to react, slicing through their throats in an instant. 6 bodies collapsed with shocked expressions still etched on their faces. Instant kill. 80E burst out of the underground entrance and arrived at the surface level of the factory. The shrieking alarms reverberated throughout the facility. Workers were panicking in chaos, the scene descending into utter disorder. 6-0 carrying Song Wanhua, Gu Luocheng dashed toward the nearest factory gate. As long as they escaped the facility, there was hope for survival. Time was running out, and the old man silently calculated on Gu Luocheng's back. Even with Gu Luocheng's speed, it was clear that carrying him wouldn't allow them to make it out in time. The old man suddenly struggled with astonishing strength. Young friend, let me down. His voice was hoarse but carried an unyielding determination. Song Bo, stop messing around, let's go. Gu Luochen shouted anxiously. The old man broke free with all his might, stumbled to the ground, and forcefully pushed Gu Luochen aside. There's no time. Young friend, you must run. 40. Gu Luochen, hearing the countdown intensify, rushed back, trying to pull him along. Song Bo, come with me. I can protect you and get us out of the explosion. The old man turned his head, tears streaking his face, but there was a faintly bitter smile. Young friend, have you forgotten where we are? The energy storage facility. If it explodes and triggers a chain reaction, not even a 7th-tier ability user can survive. Ha ha ha. His laughter was both hearty and despairing. Gu Luochen felt the sense of relief behind his laughter, yet it carried an indescribable regret. Then you. The old man interrupted him, turning abruptly, his voice urgent. Young friend, while there's still time, get out of here quickly. Gu Luochen understood. The old man refused to leave because he didn't want to become a burden. Time was truly running out. Everything was too late. 30. Take care. Gu Luochen, his emotions surging, gritted his teeth and forced out those 2 words before turning and sprinting full speed toward the workshop doors. The roar of factory machinery quickly faded behind him, but the solitary figure of the old man was deeply engraved in his mind. A wave of helplessness surged within him. The son of the immortal emperor? Invincible methods? Omnipotent? Then why can't you even save an old man? 15. The countdown entered its final stage. The old man's expression was calm as he looked at the factory filled with mechanical roars, now on the brink of destruction. His gaze swept across the familiar furnaces and the busy robotic arms. Tears, cloudy with age, slid down his cheeks. He staggered toward the half-assembled 5th-generation energy storage module. With trembling, withered hands, he gently caressed the cold metal shell, as if comforting his own child. His voice choked, filled with reluctance and pain. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll always be with you. 5. Outside the factory, the transport team surrounded their vehicles, still not starting them. They didn't know what was happening inside the factory, only that they were waiting for someone who hadn't returned. Captain Wang looked around and thought, as soon as I see Gu Luochen, even if he's not under my command, I'll give him a proper scolding. Finally, he saw Gu Luochen rushing out of the factory. Unable to contain himself, he ran toward him, shouting, Gu Luochen, where did you go? How dare you leave the team? Run! Run now! Before Captain Wang could finish his sentence, Gu Luochen interrupted him with an ear-piercing shout. using every ounce of strength he had. Everyone was startled by his voice. What's
going on?
Run from what? As confusion arose, the ground beneath their feet began to shake violently. A wave of destructive energy erupted madly from beneath the factory. Run!
Someone else shouted, and the transport team and the guard soldiers outside the factory broke into chaos. Everyone ran desperately away from the factory. Boom, boom. One deafening explosion after another merged into an
earth-shaking roar emanating from the factory. Blinding white light swallowed the massive energy storage facility in an instant. A colossal mushroom cloud, mixed with flames, thick smoke, and raging energy, rose violently before the eyes of those who had escaped. A powerful shockwave swept up dust dozens of meters high, spreading outwards. The ability users who managed to escape hastily erected energy barriers in front of themselves but were still thrown backward by the ferocious blast, slamming heavily onto the ground. Gu Luochen struggled to lift his head.
The factory had turned into an inferno.
A scene straight out of hell. He understood now, there was no way the Qin family could drive away that old man and his child would remain there forever. At this moment, his gaze turned icy, filled with murderous intent and boundless fury. Qin family. The entire 3rd district heard the thunderous explosion. The towering alloy walls on the western edge of the safety zone trembled. Under the aftermath of the blast, in the city close to the explosion site, glass shattered so densely it sounded like a hailstorm. People stepped out of their homes, gazing westward in terror, silently praying. In the western outskirts, the industrial zone, Captain Wang, covered in dust, climbed to his feet, his ears ringing. He glanced at Gu Luochen, who was struggling to stand, and spoke with lingering
fear in his voice. You just came out from there. What did you see? How did the factory explode like that?
Gu Luochen was about to reply when he suddenly sensed a familiar energy wave approaching. A towering figure, like a mountain, descended with smoke and dust, landing heavily on the ground. It was his biological father, Guzhenting. When Captain Wang saw who it was, his pupils shrank dramatically,
and he instinctively stood at attention, saluting sharply. Commander, sir.
Guzhenting nodded briefly and strode over to Gu Luochen. With hands as strong as iron clamps, he gripped his son's shoulders
tightly, inspecting him up and down.
Only after confirming that he was unharmed did his taut nerves slightly relax. He knew Gu Luochen had come here to investigate, so he had stationed himself near the western outskirts of the safety zone ahead of time. He hadn't expected such a scene. Hearing the explosion, he had nearly panicked, but fortunately, this brat had survived. Brat,
are you hurt? Anywhere? It was only then that Captain Wang suddenly recognized Gu Luochen's identity. His mouth fell open, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he pointed at Gu Luochen, making a choking sound, but couldn't form a single coherent word. Gu Luochen winced from the pain in his shoulders and coughed twice from the smoke. Cough, cough. Dad, I'm fine.
Just as he finished speaking, his head suddenly snapped upward toward the sky. Someone was coming. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 streaks of light pierced through the smoke, descending onto the scene almost simultaneously. The air turned icy cold, and the space subtly fluctuated. Wu Di and the Frost King had arrived together. The Ice King still wore his plain white robe, as if untouched by the dust of the world. His icy blue eyes, upon seeing Gu Luochen unharmed, regained their usual sternness. Wu Di, who always carried a gentle smile, now wore a face full of concern. His gaze was fixed on the ruined industrial zone, his brows furrowed tightly. How could the Qin family's energy storage factory suddenly explode? This is bad. It was clear that Wu De was very familiar with this factory. Taking a deep breath, Gu Luochen did not hold anything back. He spoke solemnly, recounting to everyone the secrets he had witnessed beneath the Qin family's factory. When he mentioned the Qin family secretly controlling a mid-level alien realm underground and conducting human experiments, the
atmosphere instantly turned silent. Qin family!
Guzhenting roared in fury, his anger blazing like fire around him. For their own profit, they treat human lives as mere playthings. I'm taking my troops to annihilate them right now. Guzhenting's eyes bulged with rage, and he was eager to march out immediately and crush the Qin family underfoot.
Sigh. Wu De let out a sigh, showing neither Guzhenting's intensity nor indifference, his expression a mix of helplessness and regret. What a pity. Luochen, if only you had gathered key evidence
before telling us, the situation would have been much better. Now the entire factory is in ruins, and the chain of evidence is broken.
With the intricate web of power in the safety zone, we can't act against the Qin family without solid proof. Evidence? Isn't everything I saw enough proof? Gu Luochen was puzzled. With so many people in the factory dead, just like Song Bo, couldn't they demand justice from the Qin family? Wu De didn't answer directly.
Instead, he gave him a meaningful look. Luochen, remember, if the water is too clear,
There will be no fish. Gu Luochen was utterly confused, unable to understand what Wu De was truly worried about. If they were in the immortal realm, the entire Qin family in there, 9 generations would have been eradicated by now. Just then, a messenger soldier ran up to Gu Jinting, out of breath. After a salute, he hurriedly reported, "Commander, the lookout tower has sent word that a large number of mutant beasts are converging on the explosion site around the safety zone, and their numbers are rapidly increasing." Damn it, why is there a beast tide at a time like this? It's likely the factory explosion disturbed the nearby mutant beasts, attracting them with the energy aura, Wu De explained. A flash of sharpness appeared in Gu Jinting's eyes as he suppressed his anger. He turned sharply and barked at an officer behind him, "Bring me the tactical map and connect it to the real-time data from the lookout tower." The officer quickly unfolded a large holographic tactical map that shimmered with points of light. On the map, around the glowing shield representing the safety zone, dense clusters of red dots were converging toward District 3 from all directions. Among them, the red dots west of the safety zone were the densest and shone the brightest. "Humph. Just perfect." Gu Jinting pointed heavily at the western red cluster, then looked at the Ice King. "Respected Ice Sovereign, the west side bears the heaviest pressure, and there's likely a 9th-tier mutant beast there. I'll trouble you to lead the elite members of the Ice River Guild to hold the west zone." The Ice King gave a slight nod. His eyes swept over the glaringly red area on the map, and without saying another word, a chilling frost rose around him. In an instant, he transformed into an icy blue streak of light, speeding toward the western city wall. Gu Jinting quickly moved his finger to the north and south zones. Although the red dots there weren't as dense as in the west, they could not be overlooked. "Old Wu, there are 2 8th-tier mutant beasts each in the north and south zones. I'll take the north, can you handle the south?" Wu De smiled faintly. "No problem. Dealing with 2 might be tricky, but I can hold them off. Once the Ice King clears the west, the 8th-tier beasts won't be an issue. By the way, make sure to assign the Academy's 5th tier and above ability users to assist you in holding the south." "Understood." Wu De nodded. Finally, Gu Jinting pointed toward the east zone, where the red dots were numerous but dimmer. This indicated that the eastern incoming beasts were all lower tier. "Though the beasts in the east are many, their strength is weak," Gu Jinting said, turning to Wu De. "Dean Wu, if the Academy still has any spare forces, you can assemble students below 5th tier along with low-tier city defense soldiers to form a united line of defense. This will be a valuable combat experience for them and a chance to fulfill their duty in protecting their homeland." Wu De shook his head helplessly, but a smile lingered on his lips. "Commander Gu, your planning has accounted for every single usable person in our academy." He sighed, yet did not refuse. "All right then. For the safety zone's defense and for the students' training, the academy has no reason to decline." A faint, satisfied smile appeared on Gu Jinting's face. With a subtle gesture, he pointed at Wu De. "You old fox. Complaining with your mouth, while understanding full well in your heart. Now hurry and make the arrangements." Before long, everyone left the west outskirts of the safety zone, which was about to become a battlefield. While ordinary people were still panicked and disoriented by the explosion, District 3's orders were already being relayed in an orderly manner. Ability users emerged from the streets, rushing toward the city walls they were assigned to defend. It had been a long time since District 3 had experienced a beast tide, yet no one was flustered, whether it was the Guardian, the Ice King, or the military commander, Gu Jinting. They served as the steadfast anchors of the district. As long as they were present, District 3 was indestructible. The eastern zone of the 3rd Safety District. On the city wall, the piercing cold wind howled through the air, carrying dust as it swept past the 1st and 2nd year students summoned to this location gripped their weapons tightly, their gazes nervously fixed on the approaching shadows beyond the city. Amid the tense atmosphere, one area stood out conspicuously. Everyone's attention, whether openly or discreetly, was involuntarily drawn to a pair of figures standing side by side. It was none other than Gu Luochen and Su Moxue. Gu Luochen stood tall and resolute, like an unsheathed blade exuding a sharp aura. His absolute confidence served as the greatest reassurance for everyone present. Su Moxue stood quietly beside him, her features refined and her demeanor exceptional. Her golden eyes lacked the softness typical of women. Instead, they were clear and determined, as though capable of piercing through all falsehoods. "Are those the 2 first-year S-class students?" Some second-year students, who had never seen them before, were profoundly shaken upon their first encounter. "Gu Luochang and Su Moxue have both reached the 4th tier. Just 1 semester, that's incredible. I heard the highest level of beasts in the Eastern District is only Tier 5. With those two S-class here, defending this wall doesn't seem so difficult. Exactly, and we even have the overseeing instructor with us. If we really encounter something we can't handle, the instructor will definitely step in. The student speaking shot a glance at Zhou, who stood at the front, his tone filled with reverence and relief. Beneath the city wall, wave after wave of low-tier beasts surged forward in a black, oppressive mass, their roars deafening. Compared to the tense atmosphere in other directions, the pressure here was slightly less. Yet, for the low-tier ability users facing a beast horde for the first time, it was still a terrifying ordeal. Mushiue radiated a faint, holy light. Holding a longbow, her gaze was focused as she scanned the beast horde below. She turned her head to look at the slightly fatigued Gu Luochang and asked softly, "Are you alright? Can you handle this situation?" Gu Luochang flexed his wrist, and the stardust sword quietly appeared in his palm. The blade shimmered with starlight and faint flames. He turned to Su Mushiue, a playful smile curling at his lips. "Handle them? Piece of cake. But do you want your former master to teach you a thing or two again?" He deliberately brought up that incident from the past. Su Mushiue's face flushed slightly. She rolled her eyes at him in mock annoyance, raised her longbow, and said sternly, "Gu Luochang, you're still joking at a time like this. Mention that again, and my first arrow will shoot you down to feed the beasts." Alright. Gu Luochang raised his hands in surrender, though his gaze remained serious. "Don't worry. With me holding the front line, you can focus on dealing damage from the rear. Not a single beast will get close to you." The two chatted and laughed lightly. Atop the city wall, clearly not taking the beasts below seriously, their relaxed demeanor eased the tension among the surrounding students as well. Meanwhile, deep within the third safe zone, inside a shadow-shrouded building, a figure in a plain gray robe stood, hood pulled low to obscure his face. Before him floated a projection screen, vividly displaying the surging tide of beasts outside the 4 city walls of the 3rd district. The cold light from the screen reflected off the lower half of his face, sketching a sinister smile. He chuckled softly in the dim room, his tone dripping with mockery and exhilaration. "The heavens are truly helping us. Originally, we planned to use the inducement agent to direct the beast horde toward the 3rd district, which would have been much more effort." He extended a bony finger, tapping a smoking sight displayed on the screen, the location of the Qin family's factory explosion. "Those fools in the Qin family. They went ahead and handed us this gift. That factory was producing high-purity energy blocks." The man in gray grew increasingly animated. The explosion this time released all the stored raw materials' energy in an instant. TSK, the energy fluctuations it emitted are hundreds of times stronger than our most potent inducement agent. The light from the screen glinted off his grinning mouth, making him appear particularly eerie. Those beasts that were previously lurking, or even picky, are now completely berserk. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed through the room. Nearby, a subordinate cloaked entirely in black stood bowing. He stared at the dense clusters of beasts on the screen, his Adam's apple bobbing as he hesitantly spoke, his voice tinged with doubt. "Envoy, please forgive my ignorance. Although this beast horde is ferocious, the 3rd district has formidable defenders like the Ice King, Gujinting, and Wude. Their defensive system is also relatively intact. I fear it will be difficult to completely breach their defenses." He cautiously observed the gray-robed man's reaction. "Breaching? Complete destruction?" The gray-robed man abruptly halted his laughter. "Fool! Who told you that the Divine Order's goal is to have these beasts flatten the 3rd district? I still don't quite understand. If the objective isn't total success, why go to such lengths to summon such a powerful beast horde? What purpose does it serve?" "Purpose?" The gray-robed man turned, his voice dropping to a chilling tone. "As long as they are tied down. If these beasts can keep the enemy occupied, the mission is accomplished. That is the greatest purpose." "Envoy, are you implying the Divine Order has other plans? That the true target is elsewhere?" The gray-robed man smiled in satisfaction. "It seems raising you wasn't a waste. You catch on quickly." "That's right. Just wait patiently. Soon, you'll hear some very good news. Ha 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 ha." On the eastern city wall, a defensive line composed of lower-year students from Academy No. 3 and low-tier soldiers of the city defense force was fully prepared. Below the wall, the black tide of beasts violently crashed against the energy shield in front of the alloy gates. Roar! A Tier 4 Earth-split rhino, its body covered in rock-like armor, bellowed furiously as it rammed into the energy shield. Now! A glint flashed in Gu Luocheng's eyes as his figure suddenly vanished. In the next instant, he appeared above the Earth split Rhino's head like a shooting star. Break! Without unsheathing the stardust sword, Gu Luocheng struck with its scabbard, which was wrapped in golden-red flames, imbued with immense power from the universal celestial art. Crack! The sickening sound of bones breaking resounded. The earth-split Rhino's once impenetrable rock armor shattered instantly. Its massive head was forcibly driven into its chest, and it fell limply to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. One strike, instant kill, swift and domineering. The students on the city wall erupted into cheers. Holy crap! That was insane. At the same time, swish, swish, swish. 3 solid, radiant arrows of holy light shot past Gu Luocheng, precisely striking 3 agile Tier 2 Shadow Blade leopards in the beast horde. The arrows exploded upon contact, purifying the leopards along with the dark energy within them into nothing but ash. The one who fired was Su Muxue. She stood on a slightly elevated vantage point, her posture upright, the holy light surrounding her like a suit of armor. Gu Luocheng nodded in acknowledgement towards Su Muxue before igniting into a storm of flames, charging recklessly at the forefront of the beast horde. Wherever he passed, beasts were either slain or crippled. Su Muxue noticed something unusual about Gu Luocheng. It seemed as though he was venting some pent-up emotion, but at this rate, Gu Luocheng was attracting too much attention. The beasts would all converge on him. For now, all she could do was draw her bow and shoot, eliminating threats from a distance behind him. Though the two didn't exchange words, their coordination was flawless. They directly bore the brunt of the heaviest pressure on the Eastern District's defensive line, greatly boosting morale. Dust Bro has charged down. Let's go too. Gao Tian couldn't hold back any longer. A flash of lightning struck as he leapt off the city wall, wielding 2 short daggers and rushing into the beast tide. Damn it, even that coward Gao Tian has gone in. Strength enhancement, brothers, charge with me. With an angry roar, Zhang Tao's body was enveloped in an earthy yellow glow. His robust figure plunged straight into the depths of the beast tide. With Gao Tian and Zhang Tao leading the charge, the strength-type ability users on the wall leapt down one after another, engaging the incoming beasts. In close combat, although it was a beast siege, the Eastern District had already turned the tide into a counteroffensive. Zhouing stood silently atop the city wall, observing everything, yet the flickering glow of his abilities in his hands betrayed the fact that his heart was not as calm as his exterior suggested. These little brats, they're really risking their lives. They charge the moment they decide to. If they run into trouble, I won't even have time to save them. District 3, Western Outskirts. The sky was overcast, and the distant roars of beasts made hearts uneasy. The Ice King hovered in midair, the surrounding air freezing into crystal shards and falling, like a snow goddess from myth. Her icy blue eyes locked onto the massive shadow deep within the beast tide, exuding an oppressive aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Godzilla, she murmured, her tone heavy. They'll look out. Tower's intel was right, there really is a 9th-tier beast hidden outside District 3. That shadow was the 9th-tier beast humanity had labeled a moving catastrophe. Godzilla, its sheer size and imposing presence were awe-inspiring. Its short, thick legs supported an enormous body, and every step it took caused the ground to quake as if an earthquake had struck. The scales covering its entire body had been tested countless times by high-tier ability users sacrificing their lives. Only a 9th-tier beast could pierce them. However, despite its overwhelming power, Godzilla had a fatal flaw. Once human ability users reached the 7th tier, they could fly, while Godzilla's massive weight and structure meant it was bound to the ground. The Ice King's brow furrowed slightly. If it were an ordinary beast, she might finish it off quickly, but facing this thick-skinned Godzilla would undoubtedly take considerable effort. Fortunately, this time the Glacial Guild had prepared thoroughly. The moment the guild issued an emergency call, 10 elite hunting teams in standby mode rushed over. Although the Western District's beast tide was the fiercest and the number of defenders the lowest, the ability users here were the absolute best. Each of these 10 hunting teams was a seasoned elite squad. Every team had a mature battle strategy, and by utilizing the terrain of the city walls, they could maximize their combat effectiveness, holding off or even annihilating hundreds of low and mid-tier beasts. This was why Gu Jinting dared to entrust the most challenging Western District to the Glacial Guild. In comparison, the battle situations in the northern and southern districts were different. Here, the beast tides were equally fierce, although their intensity was slightly lower than that of the eastern district and lacked 9th-tier beasts. Each had 2 8th-tier beasts as anchors, making the defensive pressure just as significant. The main forces guarding these 2 districts obeyed the unified commands of their respective commanders through mental links. The commander issued orders on the battlefield. First ability phalanx, prepare Frost Nova. Fire. Strength. Division, hold the left wing assault. Earth ability users, reinforce the protective wall. Long-range firepower group, target 7 o'clock ahead, 3 rounds at the 6th tier. Earth-splitting rhino. The soldiers wore standard combat uniforms equipped with ability-amplifying weapons. They did not fight individually but were organized into ability formations. Under the unified command, hundreds or even thousands of ability users worked together in coordinated formation. Academy instructors served as the sharp blades within these formations, crucial to ensuring their effective operation, but it seemed the beasts had anticipated this. Their top-tier forces were spread across the north, west, and south, cleverly tying up humanity's main strength on the eastern side of District 3, likely opposite the explosion in the western outskirts. The gathering beasts were predominantly low-tier ones with low sensitivity to energy. This eased the burden somewhat for Gu Luochen, who was caught in the heart of the beast tide. The powerful physique granted by the myriad form celestial arts allowed him to move freely among the low-tier beasts, like a tiger amidst a flock of sheep. Gu Luochen swung his sword, cleaving through a charging third-tier giant wolf, its blood splattering across his face. This was the last beast around him. He had carved out a clear space amidst the beast tide. Closing his eyes, Gu Luochen released his spiritual power to sense the rest of District 3. To the west, cold air pervaded, and beast roars thundered, but the momentum remained strong. To the north and south, the roar of heavy firepower weapons was incessant, clearly indicating significant pressure. It seemed the battles elsewhere were intense. Wiping the blood off his face, Gu Luochen charged at another group of beasts. Phoenix Flame, Scorched Fields. With a low shout, flames around him suddenly surged, forming the image of a phoenix spreading its wings. In an instant, the fire incinerated a large swath of beasts ahead. The heat wave forced the long-range ability users on the city walls to retreat, sparking a chorus of exclamations. S rank. This is real S rank power. Unbelievable. Is this what it means to be an S rank fire-type dominator? Slaying beasts like cutting grass. Gao Tian, dodging a beast's attack, shouted excitedly as he witnessed the scene. Dust bro is incredible. Burn them all. The waves of astonishment reached Gu Luochen's ears, but his face remained emotionless, like a cold, unfeeling killing machine. He wasn't enjoying the battle, he was venting the anger within. The fury brought by the Qin family had transformed into a raging flame, unleashed upon the endless beast tide. Gu Luochen hadn't felt this exhilarated in battle for a long time. Although he was accustomed to life and death, he rarely killed with his own hands, and now, unleashing his full might, he found himself unusually elated. Su Mushu stood atop the city wall, her gaze focused, locking onto the beasts attempting to ambush Gu Luochen. The bowstring trembled lightly. A whoosh, whoosh. Arrows, imbued with the power of divine judgment, shot out, like golden meteors sweeping away threats from the flanks and the sky. Soon, the howls from the east subsided rapidly under the counterattack of the defenders. The beasts that fled for their lives had long since vanished into the distance, while those left behind lay lifeless on the ground. Gu Luochen stood on scorched earth, breathing slightly heavily. The killing intent in his eyes had faded, replaced by a trace of clarity. He extended his mental energy once more, scanning the situations. To the west, north, and south, explosions, beastly roars, and piercing shrieks of energy collisions still echoed deafeningly, showing no signs of abating. Instead, they were even more intense. No, something was wrong. Gu Luochen's heart tightened. Their side was the weakest in strength, yet they were the first to clear their area, while reinforcements from other directions had not arrived. Clearly, the battles in the other directions were still enduring fierce struggles. He couldn't help but recall a recent painful lesson: the fall of Zone 5. The strong fighters of Zone 5 had rushed to assist against a sudden emergence of a high-level alien force, leaving their defenses empty. This allowed the Spider Queen of the Evil Eye to invade, ultimately leading to their complete annihilation. And now, the strongest combat forces of Zone 3, his adoptive father Guzhenting, the Dean Wudi, and the most formidable Frost King, were all tightly entangled with the ferocious beast tide outside the city, unable to break free. Damn it. Zone 3 might have been lured away as well. Gu Luochen's pupils contracted sharply as he suddenly looked up toward the seemingly calm safe zone. A chill rose in his heart. All the top-tier ability users are on the outskirts now. Inside, something is bound to happen. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Gu Luochen quickly instructed Gao Tian and Su Mushue, who were gathering spoils of war, hold this spot. I'll head back to the safe zone to check things out. Before his voice had even faded, he had already transformed into a streak of fire, dashing into the inner circle. The streets of the inner circle were desolate, with only the distant roars of battle echoing from the battlefield. He swiftly patrolled, his mental power scanning every corner, yet found nothing unusual. Could it be I'm overthinking this? The less he discovered, the stronger Guluwachan's unease grew. Finally, he decided to head to the Western District for a look. If the Frost King were to act, with her presence, those intruders would surely not dare to act rashly. Just as Guluochan was about to turn and head for the western outskirts, boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the center of the safe zone. He abruptly turned his head. At the highest point of Zone 3, the steel watchtower, symbolizing the core of information and communication, collapsed with a thunderous crash. Thick black smoke billowed into the sky. Someone inside the safe zone is wreaking havoc. Guluwachan's brows furrowed tightly. But why is their target the watchtower? Before he could think further, Guluochan quickly rushed toward the debris. The once soaring tower was now a heap of steel ruins. He plunged into the smoke, his mental energy scanning frantically. Before lifting a heavy steel plate, beneath it lay a uniformed watchtower staff member, barely clinging to life. "Hey! Wake up! What happened here?" Guluochan asked urgently, attempting to inject a trace of energy to sustain the man's life. The man coughed up blood, his eyes gradually losing focus. A man, in black, carrying the energy signature of the Genesis cult. "Quick, inform the Frost Sovereign." Before he could finish his sentence, his life slipped away. "Ha! Don't bother, he won't be telling you anything." An icy, bone-chilling laugh came from above. Guluochan snapped his head upward. Hovering above the ruins was a figure cloaked entirely in black, exuding a chilling energy that sent shivers down the spine. Who would have thought destroying a mere tower could lure out a lone S-class prodigy? Ha! What a windfall! Truly heaven sent. The man in black was ecstatic, staring at Guluochan as though he were a prized trophy. Guluochan's pupils constricted, his entire body tensing. This aura far surpassed that of the 6th-tier factory director, Song, whom he had slain before. This man was a 7th-tier ability user who had crossed the gate of death. The 6th and 7th tiers were a dividing line for ability users. Upon breaking through, their internal energy surged dramatically, and some even awakened a secondary ability. Guluochan locked eyes with the figure floating mid-air, his gaze devoid of fear, because even if he couldn't win, he had means to protect himself. "Want to claim credit for taking me down? Let's see if you're up to it." Guluochan roared, flames erupting around him as his aura surged dramatically. "Such arrogance. Though you're S-class, you're nothing more than a 4th-tier shrimp. I could stand here motionless, and you still wouldn't touch me," the man in black mocked, laughing without restraint. Yet as he laughed, his grin gradually froze. Guluochan's hands moved as if gripping something, and behind him, searing flames rapidly condensed into 2 vividly tangible wings of fire. This was the unique ability bestowed upon him by the Fire Sovereign, Phoenix Flame. Flaming wings. Guluochan gripped his Stardust sword tightly, leaping into the sky with a burst of fiery wings propelling him upward. "So what if you can fly? It's just a parlor trick." The man in black sneered dismissively even after his taunt backfired. "Dark corrosion swamp." With a thrust of his palm, a wave of dark energy spread swiftly, enveloping Guluochan in an instant. Guluochan's heart clenched. This was bad. This guy was just like Yizishwan, a dark element ability user. Before he could react, he felt as though he had fallen into a bottomless swamp. The terrifying pull of the dark energy and the corrosive sensation tore at him, rapidly diminishing his flame shield as his speed plummeted. Ugh. Under the overwhelming energy pressure, the dark corrosion easily pierced through his flame shield, striking his chest with devastating force. Guluochan was sent flying backward like a hammer-struck nail, crashing heavily into the ruins of the watchtower. The gap in strength was too vast. No matter how many tricks he had up his sleeve, he was like a cook without ingredients, completely powerless. The man in black's abilities made it impossible for Guluochan to get close, rendering his swordsmanship useless. Guluochan could only rely on long-range ability techniques to counterattack, but beyond the suppression of energy levels, his current condition was dire. After all, he had just finished clearing the beast tide and rushed over immediately. This left him struggling as every ability he unleashed was effortlessly neutralized by the man in black. The man in black showed no haste in killing him. Instead, he seemed to relish this game of cat and mouse. After all, there weren't many opportunities to toy with an S-class powerhouse. At this moment, Guluochan was covered in blood, and the dark energy was gradually corroding his body. His breathing became irregular, heavier with each passing moment, clearly reaching his limit. The man in black watched him with a growing smile at the corner of his mouth, evidently satisfied with his masterpiece. "S-class? That's all? Well then, game over." As he spoke, a dark energy sphere formed in his hand, and he began to chant, "Dark corrosion rain." The energy sphere instantly split into countless dark raindrops, pouring down on Guluochan from above. Guluochan tried his best to dodge, but he was still slashed by the rain, leaving wounds all over his body. Faced with this desperate situation, his eyes showed no despair, only a trace of resignation. Never liked relying on reinforcements. Remember, you forced me to do this. Suddenly, he pulled out an ice crystal emblem given to him by the Frost King, something he had kept close to him at all times. The man in black paused, his movements momentarily halted as he stared at the seemingly insignificant emblem, letting out a grating laugh. Ha ha, kid, have you gone mad? About to die, and you're giving me a medal? Blood trickled from Guluwachan's lips, but his gaze was resolute. Just wait and see. At the battlefield in the western outskirts, the area was already in ruins, the ground cracking under the massive footsteps of Godzilla. This ninth-tier beast, known as the walking catastrophe, was at the center of this destructive storm, standing over 100 meters tall. Its pitch-black body resembled a moving mountain, with rows of glowing azure spines on its back absorbing the chaotic energy in the air. Suspended in front of Godzilla was the Frost King, her icy blue hair billowing in the wind. Roar. Godzilla let out an enraged roar at the human blocking its path, its thick neck arched upward, and the blue light along its spine surged wildly, opening its massive jaws. It unleashed its signature attack, Godzilla's breath, a massive azure beam, over 10 meters in diameter and brimming with destructive force, tore through the air, heading straight for the Frost King. Wherever the beam passed, the very fabric of space seemed to distort. The ground beneath was instantly ripped apart, leaving behind a deep, unmeasurable chasm. The Frost King sneered coldly. Facing this apocalyptic attack, she didn't retreat but instead advanced. Her hands moved swiftly through the air, leaving trails of icy blue light. Eternal ice wall, refracting prism. With a sharp command, a massive prismatic ice mirror formed in front of her in an instant. This was no ordinary mirror but the crystallization of her profound understanding of the laws of ice. Boom! Godzilla's breath struck the gigantic ice mirror with immense force. The resulting shockwave blasted outward, leveling the precarious industrial buildings within several kilometers. The ice mirror trembled violently, its surface rapidly covered in cracks, emitting groaning sounds, but the intricate lines etched into the mirror played their part. The destructive energy wasn't entirely blocked but was cleverly refracted. Most of the massive beam was redirected to the sides and upwards, detonating into countless destructive explosions in the distance. Now's my chance. A glint of cold determination flashed in the Frost King's eyes, seizing the moment of stiffness. After Godzilla's attack, she pressed her hands downward with force. Eternal Ice Seal, 9 infernal shackles. The ground beneath and the surrounding kilometers were instantly coated in a layer of azure ice crystals. Countless giant ice spikes, etched with mysterious runes, erupted from the earth, growing wildly upward to ensnare their target. Their aim was precise. Godzilla's thick, stubby leg joints, crack, crack, crack. The sound of piercing through tough skin and scales echoed continuously. Godzilla roared in agony, thrashing violently. It stomped with all its might, shattering large swaths of ice spikes. Frost on its body began to crack under the rising internal heat, releasing dense white mist. Yet every time an ice spike was broken, its fragments seemed to possess a life of their own, growing into new spikes that once again wrapped around Godzilla. The extreme cold assaulted relentlessly, and Godzilla's movements visibly slowed. At this moment, the Frost King's eyes gleamed with sharp determination. She knew these restraints wouldn't last long. Godzilla was exerting all its strength to break free. She had to strike with everything she had, ending the battle decisively. Her hands formed a complex seal in front of her chest, and the surrounding icy aura tightened instantly. A chilling presence, carrying the ancient might of dragons from the depths of her soul, erupted forth. In my name, I summon the soul of the Ice River Dragon. Ice Burial, apocalyptic dragon breath. The Frost King's chant caused her entire aura to surge dramatically. At the same time, a colossal projection of an ice-scaled dragon gradually coalesced behind her, merging seamlessly with her figure. A crystalline spear, seemingly piercing through the heavens, materialized abruptly. This spear wasn't just an ordinary energy attack but a torrent of extreme frost infused with the annihilating breath of the ice-scaled dragon. Its target, Godzilla's throat. In the next instant, the crystalline spear, carrying the terrifying power to freeze time itself, pierced into Godzilla's body. Roar! Godzilla's roars turned into agonized howls in an instant. Azure frost patterns spread rapidly from the point of impact, engulfing its massive body. Before long, Godzilla's struggles ceased entirely, its colossal form encased in ice. In the end, the apocalyptic beast froze in a defiant, skyward roar, becoming a magnificent, crystalline ice sculpture. The Frost King slowly descended, landing steadily on a massive ice boulder. One knee slightly bent, her icy blue hair was slightly disheveled, and her face looked pale. Recalling the projection of the ice-scaled dragon moments ago, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow in her heart. Little raindrop, don't worry. I'll bring you back soon. To her, the ice-scaled dragon wasn't just a contract beast but her most cherished companion. However, before the Frost King could fully immerse herself in her
Grief, she felt a sudden fluctuation in her core energy. What was happening? From the emblem, she received an urgent distress signal. Could it be that something happened to Gu Luochen? The icy gaze of the Frost King gleamed with an even stronger chill. Upon confirming the location of the emblem, she released a rapidly expanding cloud of frost, and her figure vanished in an instant. What happened? Did the Frost Sovereign leave? An A-rank hunter asked in surprise. Looks like it. But the beasts in the Western District haven't been cleared yet. Doesn't matter. Godzilla is already dead, and the other beasts pose no threat to us. If we get a chance later, we can even grab Godzilla's core. Ha, smart thinking. Above the ruins of the watchtower, the black-clad figure's claw was less than half a foot away from Guluwachen's head. Die now. As soon as he spoke, a cold chill swept over him from behind. Before he could react, the surrounding space froze. The black-clad man stared in horror at a figure descending in front of Guluwachen. He wanted to kneel and beg for mercy but couldn't utter a single word, because he had already turned into a humanoid ice sculpture. The Frost King didn't spare him a glance and waved her hand. Crack. Snap. The claw, shrouded in dark energy, along with the black-clad man's terrified expression, shattered instantly into countless shards of ice. They dissolved into a flurry of icy dust. The Frost King glanced at Guluwachin, who was battered but holding his ground. Suppressing a smile, she turned toward the ruins behind him and asked, "Weren't you supposed to guard the Eastern District? Why are you here? And what happened to the watchtower?" Guluwachin quickly recounted everything, how he, like the 5th District, had been distracted, his fruitless patrol, the sudden collapse of the tower, and the encounter with the 7th-tier black-clad intruder. "I never imagined that the Genesis cult had already infiltrated the 3rd District." A murderous glint flickered in the Frost King's eyes, her brow furrowed deeply, confusion clouding her mind. Why would the Genesis cult destroy the watchtower? It's merely a communications hub and doesn't significantly hinder our fight against the beast tide. Even if they destroy one watchtower, we can always build another, but losing a 7th-tier ability user is a far greater price than constructing a tower. Their goal clearly isn't just to destroy the watchtower. The Frost King couldn't fathom the true intentions of the Genesis cult. Just then a faint hum filled the air. A weak, cold pulse suddenly emanated from Guluwachin's storage ring. Startled, Guluwachin immediately searched his ring for the source of the pulse. A glimmer of icy blue light emerged. What appeared before the Frost King was none other than the dragon scale gifted to Guluwachin by the ice-scaled dragon. Guluwachin found it strange. The dragon scale had lain dormant in his storage ring for ages without any reaction. Could it be because of the Frost King? But he had already met her several times before without any such anomaly. The Frost King's reaction was entirely different. Feeling that familiar and powerful essence, a trace of ecstatic joy flickered deep within her ice-blue eyes. It was little Raindrop's aura. It's still alive, this resonance. Could it have been triggered when I fully unleashed my powers earlier? The Frost King took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turbulent emotions within her. Earlier, when I went all out to take down Godzilla outside the western suburbs, I may have inadvertently connected with the ice-scaled dragon while activating my abilities, thereby awakening this dragon scale. Her gaze locked onto the dragon scale in Guluwachin's hand, her tone resolute. This is the key to finding it. Now that the scale has reacted, does the Frost Sovereign have a plan to rescue the ice-scaled dragon from the other dimension? Hearing this, the Frost King shifted her gaze from the dragon scale to Guluwachin's delicate yet resolute face. The scars left by battle only made him appear more determined for reasons she couldn't explain. Her cold heart rippled slightly when facing this young man whose fate had intertwined with hers. Multiple times steadying herself, she diverted her gaze and said, "I've studied a void locating array. This array requires the dragon scale as a guide and works in conjunction with spatial stones to lock onto the ice-scaled dragon's dimensional coordinates. Once it's pinpointed, I'll personally enter the other dimension to bring it back." Hearing this, Guluwachin furrowed his brow slightly. His understanding of arrays came from the inheritance of the immortal Emperor, far surpassing this world's knowledge. Forcefully locking onto dimensional coordinates and then personally traversing the unknown dimension, the Frost King's plan sounded extremely risky and inefficient. After pondering for a moment, he cautiously said, "Sovereign, while this method is feasible, entering another dimension yourself carries uncontrollable risks, and the time required is unpredictable. But I don't have any other options right now. Unless you have a better plan?" The Frost King stared at Guluwachin as if trying to uncover some secret hidden in his deep eyes. Luwachin smiled faintly and said, "I once came across an array in ancient texts called the Temporal Spatial Summoning Array. Its core is to use an essential item of the summoned entity as a guide, creating a spatial anchor point. By using a large quantity of spatial stones as fuel, you can tear open the dimensional barrier and forcibly summon the entity back, without needing
exact coordinates or risking personal entry. As Guluwachan elaborated on the method to rescue the ice-scaled dragon, the Frost King's expression could no longer remain calm. Her icy eyes were fixed on Guluwachan, filled with shock, the young man before her. His face pale, the corner of his mouth stained with blood, and his scars clearly visible, exuded an air of uncommon maturity and composure despite his youth. "Are you certain?" the Frost King couldn't help but ask, her tone probing. "Can that array truly breach the dimensional barrier and bring the ice-scaled dragon back here?" Guluwachan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he opened his palm, revealing the dragon scale. He watched as the previously dim ice blue patterns on the scale flickered faintly, a confident smile forming at the corner of his lips. "I wasn't so sure before, but now, seeing the dragon scale's activity, I'm 100% certain." The Frost King stared intently at the pulsating dragon scale, and the icy coldness on her face seemed to soften ever so slightly. She took a deep breath, as if burying this sliver of hope deep within her heart. "All right. One word, heavy as a mountain." She gave Guluwachan a deep, meaningful look. "In that case, once the beast tide incident is resolved, I'll come find you to discuss this matter in detail." As soon as she finished speaking, the Frost King's figure vanished without a trace. Guluwachan looked up, only to see a faint mist of frost lingering in the air. That woman moves fast. She was probably heading off to support the northern and southern districts. The battles in the northern and southern districts had been incredibly dire. Both Wudi and Guzhenting had been fighting desperately, each taking on two opponents simultaneously, but things were different now. With the Frost King, a Tier 9 powerhouse, joining the fray, the situation shifted dramatically in an instant. Wherever she passed, the land froze for miles. Tier 8 beasts stood no chance against her icy aura and were instantly slain. Even lower tier beasts couldn't escape their grim fate of being obliterated. The dark, dense hordes of beasts froze into fragments in an instant, akin to a deadly tide of ice. At this moment, the battle in the 3rd district was swiftly brought to an end under the overwhelming force. The smoke of battle lingered faintly. The people of the 3rd district began clearing the battlefield, extracting crystal cores from the mountains of beast corpses. These colorful, energy-laden crystals were soon piled into small mounds. They were treasures bought with blood, and they were key resources for increasing power. In the past, people would directly absorb crystal cores. Later, research revealed that the energy within the cores was chaotic, and directly absorbing it could introduce impurities. These impurities, accumulating in the body over time, would cause irreversible harm. Thus, humanity established specialized institutions to extract the energy from crystal cores, refining it into serums more suitable for human absorption. With crystal core extraction facilities came agencies dedicated to purchasing crystal cores. As a result, ability users now exchanged their crystal cores at these agencies for crystal currency, which they then used to acquire power-enhancing serums and equipment. At this moment, Guluwachan and Sumushua walked side by side down the slightly chaotic streets in the aftermath of the battle, heading straight for the 3rd district's largest crystal core purchasing agency, Crystal Source Pavilion. From a distance, they could see the bustling crowd in front of Crystal Source Pavilion, with a long line snaking out from its entrance. Most ability users were carrying bulging sacks or backpacks filled with crystal cores. The rarity and expense of storage rings became glaringly evident at this moment. The cheapest storage rings on the market started at 50 million crystal coins, and even then, they offered very limited storage capacity. Such exorbitant prices forced most people to make frequent trips to exchange their crystal cores, as storing too many items was both cumbersome and inconvenient. Guluwachan's haul from this battle was bountiful: 1 Tier 5 crystal core, 5 Tier 4 crystal cores, and more than 20 Tier 3 crystal cores. As for lower tier cores, he hadn't bothered to store them in his ring. Firstly, he found them beneath his notice and wasn't inclined to pick them up. Secondly, the storage ring's space was limited. Filling it with crystal cores would risk overloading it. He had no desire to be blown up in his sleep. It had to be said, the craftsmanship in this world was truly subpar. Storage rings were far too fragile. As the line slowly moved forward, it was finally Guluwachan and Sumushua's turn to exchange their crystal cores. Pushing open the doors to the Crystal Source Pavilion, a cacophony of noise greeted them. On the wall opposite the main entrance, a large crystal board displayed the current exchange rates. Frowny face: real-time crystal core purchase prices. Tier 1, 1,000 crystal coins per core. Tier 2, 5,000 crystal coins per core. Tier 3, 10,000 crystal coins per core. Tier 4, 20,000 crystal coins per core. Tier 5, 50,000 crystal coins per core. Tier 6, 100,000 crystal coins per core. Tier 7 and above, negotiable. Please contact the owner directly. Behind the counter, a young woman in a uniform was efficiently sorting through a pile of Tier 1 and Tier 2 crystal
Cores brought in by an ability user. Gu Luochen glanced at her delicate profile, and his steps faltered for a moment. Her face was almost identical to that of the enthusiastic receptionist Xiao Lei from the Ice River Guild's mission hall, only she seemed less lively and more composed. Next customer, please step forward. The young woman finished her task, looked up with a professional smile, and called Gu Luochen and Su Muxue to the counter. Hello, I'm receptionist Xiao Yu. How may I assist you? Exchange crystal cores, Gu Luochen replied curtly, as he and Su Muxue began taking out their spoils from their storage rings. As the table filled with crystal cores, Xiao Yu's professionalism shone through. Her movements were practiced and precise as she quickly categorized, counted, and inspected the cores. Her fingers flew across the calculation device with remarkable speed. Mr. Gu Luochen. 1 Tier 5 crystal core is worth 50,000 crystal coins, 5 Tier 4 cores come to 100,000, 20 Tier 3 cores add another 200,000, plus some miscellaneous lower tier cores, your total is 120,000 crystal coins. After reporting the total, Xiao Yu accepted the identity card Gu Luochen handed over and lightly swiped it. Across a specially designed crystal device, the device emitted a soft glow, followed by a crisp ding. All set. The crystal coins have been deposited into your account. Please keep your card safe. This was the first fortune Gu Luochen had earned with his own hands since arriving in this world. War, while brutal, was undoubtedly the fastest way to amass wealth. When it was Su Mushue's turn to exchange her cores, her total wasn't insignificant either. Her account instantly grew by 80,000 crystal coins, making her a small fortune. In high spirits, she looked at Xiao Yu's familiar yet unfamiliar face and couldn't resist asking. Curiously, Xiao Yu, do you know Xiao Lei from the Ice River Guild? You two look so alike. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's fingers suddenly froze. She slowly raised her head, and the professional smile on her face vanished, replaced by a profound sadness. Miss Su, do you know my sister? Xiao Lei is your sister? Su Mushue's expression cleared as she tugged on Gu Luochen's arm, her tone lighthearted. No wonder you look so alike. The first time we went to the Ice River Guild for a mission, it was your sister who assisted us. You two are like copies of each other, both so adorable. And before she could finish, she noticed Xiao Yu's eyes rapidly reddening, tears welling up and threatening to spill over. Xiao Yu bit her lip hard, desperately holding back her tears. She looked fragile and sorrowful all at once. Su Mushue's heart sank, sensing something was wrong. Lowering her voice, she asked, Xiao Yu? What's wrong? Did you recall something painful? Xiao Yu's eyes brimmed with tears, and a single drop slid down, landing on the cold countertop. She took a deep breath, trying to keep her voice from breaking. You might not know yet. My sister, Xiao Lei, she's already passed away. What? How could this happen so suddenly? Su Muxue instinctively covered her mouth, stepping back half a step in disbelief. In contrast to Su Mushue's shock, Gu Luocheng's pupils shrank sharply, and a chill spread through his entire body. Xiao Lei, what exactly happened to her? Can you tell us? Gu Luocheng's voice unintentionally deepened, carrying a hint of anger. Xiao Yu clenched the hem of her shirt tightly, her knuckles turning white, as she began to speak slowly. Thank you for still remembering Xiao Lei. Yesterday, during the outbreak of the Beast Tide, my sister was just getting off work. On her way home from the Ice River Guild, she was murdered. Recalling the scene, an overwhelming grief made her whole body tremble. The Ice River Guild sent someone to inform me. When I got there, I saw my sister lying on the ground, blood everywhere. After listening to Xiao Yu, Gu Luocheng felt both enraged and guilty. Suddenly, he remembered something. 2 days ago, when he visited the Ice River Guild, Xiao Lei had taken him to meet the person in charge of mission assignments. To his surprise, he had caught Sun Zhang of the Ice River Guild accepting a bribe. At the time, he was in a rush to get to the Qin family, so he hadn't thought much of it. But now that he reflected on it, Xiao Lei might have been targeted because of that incident. Muxue, Gu Luocheng's voice turned cold and heavy. I need to go to the Ice River Guild. You should head home first. Su Muxue noticed something off about him and asked, why the rush? Be good. Go home. I'm not going home. I'm going with you. Seeing her stubbornness, Gu Luocheng said no more and turned to leave. The cold wind howled, and Su Muxue recognized the path leading to the Ice River Guild. She quickly caught up to him, asking, why are you going to the Ice River Guild now? To take on a mission? No. Then why? To kill someone. Gu Luocheng turned his head to look at her, his gaze so piercing that it made Su Mushue's heart tighten. She had been with him for so long, but she had never seen
Him looks so cold and merciless. Suppressing her fear, Su Muxue grabbed his arm. Gu Luochang, snap out of it. Are you seriously planning to kill someone? At the Ice River Guild? This is a sanctioned place. Killing someone here comes with consequences. Gu Luochang abruptly stopped, shaking off her hand. His eyes burned red with fury. Wasn't Xiaolei killed in this very circle too? Gu Luochang. That's different. You're not just an S-class ability user. You're also the son of Commander Gu. Every move you make is under scrutiny. If you kill someone, do you know what kind of chaos it would cause in the circle? Su Mushue's voice was urgent. So should I just let Xiaolei die unjustly and without peace? And you're seeking revenge now? Do you even know who the killer is? Of course, I don't know who carried it out. But I know who's behind it. With that, Gu Luochang quickened his pace, leaving Su Muxue behind and heading straight for the Ice River Guild. Gu Luochang. Wait up! Su Muxue stomped her foot in frustration and could only grit her teeth and follow. Once inside the Ice River Guild, Gu Luochang ignored the astonished stares and stormed toward the office area like a whirlwind. Was that just Gu Luochang rushing past? I saw him in the newcomer league, it must be him. I wonder what happened, he's in such a hurry. Following the familiar path, Gu Luochang soon saw the sign that read Resource Allocation Department Director Sun Zhang. Boom! He kicked open the heavy wooden door, sending it crashing into the office. Sun Zhang was half reclined in his chair, legs crossed, sipping tea. The sudden loud noise startled him, causing him to spill hot tea all over himself. He cried out in pain, flailing awkwardly. When he saw who had entered, Sun Zhang's expression shifted between shock and anger as he tried to maintain composure. Young Master Gu, what is the meaning of this? Even if you're Commander Gu's son, you can't just Xing. Before he could finish, Gu Luochang's Stardust sword was unsheathed. The blade gleamed coldly, its tip aimed directly at Sun Zhang's throat. Sun Zhang was scared out of his wits. He hastily activated an ability he hadn't used in ages to fight back. He stomped the ground hard and slammed his palms onto the floor. Boom! The floor shattered, and a thick earthen wall rose from the ground, stones flying everywhere. The office was instantly in chaos. The wall was sturdy. Though Sun Zhan was only a 5th-tier ability user and not particularly strong, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. But Gu Luochang's eyes burned with even greater killing intent, and a cold smirk played on his lips. With a wave of his hand, crimson flames coiled around his sword, turning the blade red-hot. Enhanced by the fire, the Stardust sword pierced through the earthen wall with ease. The blade tip drove straight into Sun Zhang's shoulder. Ah! Sun Zhang screamed in agony, his body collapsing from the intense pain. Young Master Gu, please spare me. I haven't done anything to you. Nothing to me? Gu Luochang's tone was icy. What about Xiaolei? Who spared her? Xiaolei? Sun Zhang's eyes widened in terror as he stammered through the pain. I know she's dead, but it had nothing to do with me. I swear it's unrelated. Still lying on the verge of death? Go to hell and explain it to Xiaolei. Gu Luochang twisted his wrist, and the sword tip, radiating heat, slashed across Sun Zhang's throat. Ugh! Sun Zhang clutched his bleeding neck, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at Gu Luochang. You dare kill someone in the circle! Before he could finish, he collapsed to the ground. Dead. At that moment, Su Muxue rushed in, gasping for breath. She arrived just in time to see Sun Zhang fall, blood gushing from his throat and staining the carpet red. She looked at Gu Luochang, who stood there holding his sword, radiating an aura of death, and her heart pounded wildly. Taking a deep breath, Su Muxue suppressed the turmoil in her heart and quickly stepped forward, grabbing Gu Luochang's sword-wielding hand tightly. Luochang, calm down. Tell me, what happened? Why are you so certain it was him? Sun Zhang was already dead, and the killing intent in Gu Luochang's eyes slightly subsided. His gaze met Su Muxue's, filled with her anxious concern. He closed his eyes and, in a slightly hoarse voice, recounted how he and Xiaolei had caught Sun Zhang accepting a bribe 2 days ago. After listening, Su Muxue furrowed her brows tightly, her expression turning extremely grave. So you're saying, you suspect Sun Zhang killed her himself? Isn't that so? I don't think so. Hearing Su Muxue's words, Gu Luochang's eyes, filled with anger, also revealed a hint of confusion. Why? Su Muxue stepped forward, a gentle aura shimmering around her, trying to calm the murderous intent in Gu Luochang's heart. Luochang, think carefully. Sun Zhang knows that you and Xiaolei witnessed his bribery. If he truly wanted to silence witnesses, why did he only kill Xiaolei and not touch you? I was busy fighting the beast tied back then. How could he possibly? Gu Luochen instinctively refuted. That's the key. Sima Shuai interrupted him. Sun Zhang is only a 5th-tier minor officer in the Ice River Guild. Does he have the guts to kill you? If he really wanted to kill you too, he would have fled the 3rd district before you even heard of Xiaolei's death. He wouldn't be sitting here waiting for you to find him. Sima Shuai's words were like cold water splashing onto Gu Luochen's face, instantly sobering him up. You mean? Exactly, the true mastermind is someone else. Sima Shuai said firmly. Gu Luochen froze, and suddenly, he understood. He had fallen into a trap. Overwhelmed by guilt, he had overlooked this fatal flaw. He recalled a detail. Qin Yu had left the Qin family before he arrived. This meant his movements had been closely monitored all along. Even the secret of him and Xiaolei witnessing Sun Zhang's bribery had been known to the mastermind. It was highly likely that the opponent exploited this vulnerability, framing him with perfect precision, plunging him into this intricate trap of betrayal and division. By now, the commotion had already alarmed the entire Ice River Guild. Footsteps, exclamations, and murmurs surged like a flood, instantly surrounding Gu Luochen completely. When the crowd saw Sun Zhang's lifeless body in a pool of blood inside the office, the scene erupted. Oh my god! Minister Sun is dead? It's Gu Luochen. He actually committed murder in the guild? Young Master Gu, you're an S-class prodigy, the son of Commander Gu, but killing someone within the guild is absolutely forbidden. Outrageous. No matter whose son you are, daring to act violently in the Ice River Guild headquarters is a crime punishable by death. A middle-aged man in an Ice River Guild uniform with a stern expression stepped forward. He was Zhao Qian, the minister in charge of administrative affairs. He glanced at Sun Zhang's corpse, then fixed his cold gaze on Gu Luochen, who was holding a sharp sword, and commanded harshly, "Seize the murderer." As soon as the words fell, several ability users in Ice River Guild uniforms rushed forward. "Young Master Gu, forgive us for being impolite." With that, several sturdy hands reached out fiercely for Gu Luochen's shoulders and arms. A cold glint flashed in Gu Luochen's eyes. The myriad celestial techniques within him quietly activated, his muscles and bones crackled, and a surge of immense strength erupted instantly. Boom! With a light struggle, the guards who tried to grab him were flung back as if struck by a heavy hammer. Their arms went numb, and their faces were full of shock. They knew Gu Luochen was an S-class fire-type sovereign, but they hadn't expected his physical strength to be this overwhelming. This was far beyond what ordinary ability users could achieve. Gu Luochen, you dare resist arrest? Do you think you can escape responsibility after committing murder? Zhao Qian's face turned grim as he roared righteously, his voice echoing through the corridor, aiming to morally overpower Gu Luochen. Gu Luochen ignored him, coldly scanning the surroundings. With a flick of his wrist, an emblem appeared in his palm. As soon as the emblem appeared, it seemed as though a massive pressure emanated from the depths of space. The noisy corridor instantly fell silent. That's the Guildmaster's emblem? How does the personal emblem of the Ice Sovereign end up in Gu Luochen's hands? Could it be that the Guildmaster? The murmurs around were filled with shock and suspicion. Zhao Qian's pupils constricted sharply, his expression flickering between uncertainty. However, he quickly suppressed his doubts and shouted harshly, "Gu Luochen, so what if you have the Guildmaster's emblem? Murdering someone within the guild and breaking the rules, no one can save you, not even the King of Heaven. You must face punishment today." Gu Luochen took a deep breath, suppressing his anger and murderous intent. His gaze bypassed Zhao Qian, and his voice was steady yet powerful. "I, Gu Luochen, have never intended to evade responsibility. I am here, waiting for the Ice Sovereign to personally resolve this matter. As for," he paused before continuing, "the truth of the matter, once the Sovereign delivers her verdict, regardless of the outcome, I, Gu Luochen, will bear all the consequences." "Humph. The Guildmaster is far too busy. Why would she bother with you?" Zhao Qian's words abruptly stopped. He felt a chill from behind, as if even the air had frozen. At that moment, the temperature in the corridor plummeted, and thick frost instantly coated the walls. Everyone, including Zhao Qian, felt their blood almost solidify, their souls trembling. A beautiful figure, cloaked in icy blue, appeared silently at the back of the crowd. She walked forward,
Slowly, and the crowd parted like waves, each person silent as if faced with the depths of winter, bowing deeply in respect. Greetings, Guild Master.
Salutations to the Ice Sovereign. The newcomer was none other than the guardian deity of the 3rd District, the Guild Master of the Ice River Guild Ice Sovereign. Her icy blue eyes swept over Sun Zhang's corpse before landing on Gu Luochen.
Gu Luochen, her voice was as cool and crystalline as ice striking.
Jade, yet carried an undeniable authority.
I told you to stay home and wait for news.
Why are you here causing such a commotion?
Though her words carried reproach, to the others, they sounded more like the concern of an elder for a younger family member.
Gu Luochen looked at this stunning woman.
Before him, his emotions indescribably complex. The ice scale dragon had ventured into another realm to save him. That deed of grace left him with a profound, inexpressible sentiment toward her. At this moment, she was the only one who could deliver justice amidst this chaos.
Ice Sovereign, Gu Luochen began to explain.
But Elder Zhao Qian stepped forward with a stiff expression and respectfully said, Guild Master.
Gu Luochen barged into the guild without permission and openly murdered Sun Zhang. The evidence is irrefutable, witnessed by all.
This is a grave matter, and if not dealt with
severely, where will the guild's laws and discipline stand? I ask the guild master to pass judgment.
Ice Sovereign Yuxing slowly turned her head, her icy
blue eyes fixed on Zhao Qian.
There was no anger, no reprimand, just the cold indifference of someone gazing at an ant. Minister Zhao, her voice remained as icy as ever, but it made Zhao Qian feel as though he had fallen into an ice cave.
Are you teaching me how to do my job?
It was just a soft question. But Zhao Qian felt as if his very soul had been shattered by the cold. Sweat instantly drenched his back as he quickly lowered his head, his voice
trembling. I wouldn't dare.
Humph. The Frost King no longer looked at him. Her gaze swept over the crowd, her voice carrying an undeniable authority.
Today's matter ends here.
Members of the guild, clean up the scene immediately. If even a sliver of this leaks out, before she could finish, the icy pressure of her words already made everyone's hearts skip a beat. Understood, Guild Master. The crowd responded in unison, not a single dissenting voice. The Frost King said no more, signaling Gu Luochang and Su Muxue to follow her. She turned and walked deeper into the guild. The three entered a secluded chamber. Frost filled the air, yet it carried no chill. The Frost King sat casually on a meditation cushion, her posture elegant yet commanding.
Speak, she said, looking at Gu Luochang. Why did you come to my territory to kill someone? Gu Luochang recounted the events in detail.
So you did it for a girl named Xiaolei, the Frost King asked, her tone calm and unreadable. Gu Luochang nodded.
That's right. Oh? The Frost King's slender, jade-like fingers tapped
lightly on the floor, producing a crisp sound. She leaned slightly forward, her ice blue hair cascading over her shoulder, her gaze inquisitive.
What is your relationship with Xiaolei? The question caught Gu Luochang off guard. He clearly hadn't anticipated it. He shook his head.
No special relationship. Xiaolei works at the guild's front desk and has helped me a few times.
Oh?
No special relationship, the Frost King repeated, a faint smile gracing her
lips. She didn't press further on the topic, instead shifting her focus.
You said Xiaolei died, and that it was Sun Zhang's doing.
Did you personally see her corpse? Gu Luochang shook his head. No, I didn't.
Her sister, Xiao Yu, said the guild members handled the body.
Then this will be easy to resolve.
The Frost King stood gracefully, her ice blue gown rippling like waves. If it was Sun Zhang, I will personally uncover the truth. The Frost King began her inquiries, and it was soon revealed that Zhao Qian had been the one to arrange the handling of Xiaolei's body. After receiving the order, Zhao
Qian's face turned ashen.
Steeling himself, he led his team to the guild's underground mortuary. The mortuary was cold and somber, its beds occupied by those who had perished in the outer zone. Beast tides, fallen ability users. White sheets covered the faces of the deceased, a desolate sight. Zhao Qian approached a bed in the corner, his voice stiff. A guild master, this is Xiaolei's body. Fortunately, you asked about it early, otherwise, she would have been
cremated tonight.
The Frost King nodded and waved her hand lightly. A gentle icy current swept over, causing the sheet covering the body to silently slide down, revealing the pale face of a young girl. She stepped forward slowly, her slender jade finger hovering an inch above Xiaolei's forehead. In an instant, a needle of ice formed at her fingertip and gently pierced the spot. Moments later, the Frost King's brows furrowed, a sharp glint flashing in her ice blue
eyes. Zhao Qian, when exactly did you find Xiaolei's body?
Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Zhao Qian quickly replied, 2 nights ago, around 11 p.m. A resident returning late discovered her lying in a pool of blood at a corner of Ice Whisper Street behind the guild and immediately notified the patrol team. As if afraid the Frost King would have further doubts, Zhao Qian added, but when we arrived at the scene, all we found was Xiao Lei lying there. There wasn't a single clue left behind, not even a hint of the killer's ability type. You wouldn't have been able to determine it. The Frost King withdrew. The Ice Needle, her voice calm. Because Xiao Lei didn't die 2 days ago. The moment those words left her lips, an icy chill filled the mortuary. Gu Luocheng quickly walked to Xiao Lei's side, examining her closely. His face changed drastically. He had just used a thread of invisible soul energy to follow the path of the Frost King's Ice Needle into Xiao Lei's sea of consciousness. It was impossible for this to belong to someone who had died just 2 days ago. By logic, when a person dies, their soul dissipates, and the traces within the sea of consciousness fade over time. There was no way it should be this empty now. What shocked Gu Luocheng even more was the black corruption that had crept along the edges of Xiao Lei's sea of consciousness. This aura. He would never forget it. It was the same as the black energy that had sealed his wound, the very thing that had trapped him at the peak of the 3rd tier, unable to break through. It came from the same source. The truth became glaringly clear. And a surge of killing intent ignited within Gu Luocheng's heart. At that moment, he raised his head and met the Frost King's icy gaze, which carried a hint of scrutiny. To directly probe a dead person's sea of consciousness with soul energy. Gu Luocheng, your mastery over souls far surpasses what I know of 4th-tier ability users. The Frost King's voice was calm, betraying no emotion, but her ice blue eyes locked onto Gu Luocheng with a meaningful intensity. Mental energy couldn't penetrate a human sea of consciousness, but soul energy could. The son of Gu running. Just how many secrets was this boy hiding? If not for the unmistakable authenticity of his bloodline aura, she might have started doubting whether this young man was ordinary at all. You should know the truth by now, she said. Gu Luocheng ignored her probing and suppressed the killing intent in his heart. Judging by the rate of dissipation in her sea of consciousness, Xiao Lei has been dead for at least over a year. A year? Su Muxue exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. Zhao Qian, however, wore an expression of disbelief, remaining silent. He stared intently at Gu Luocheng, then turned to the Frost King. His voice trembled with anger and anguish, laced with the pain of betrayal. A guild master. Xiao Lei was alive just 2 days ago. I saw her with my own eyes, completing a task right in front of me. Forgive me for being bold, but if you wish to shield young Master Gu, there's no need to fabricate such an absurd and insulting story to defile the dead. Xiao Lei was just an ordinary girl. Sun Jiang may be a guild department head, but he's merely a 5th-tier ability user. How can they compare to someone like young Master Gu, whose ability is S-tier and who is the son of Commander Gu? I understand you have your considerations, Guild Master, but doing this, what does it make of the guild's rules? What does it make of those who've worked so hard for the guild? Zhao Qian's words were clearly a desperate gamble. Though his tone carried a hint of sarcasm, it was driven more by a sense of justice on behalf of ordinary people. Enough! The frosty voice descended like a hammer, and the Frost King's overwhelming 9th-tier pressure crashed down on Zhao Qian like a mountain. The air in the mortuary instantly froze. Solid as Zhao Qian had spent many years in the Ice River Guild, and the Frost King was well aware of his temperament, but his stubborn defiance towards her would not go unpunished. Thud. Zhao Qian couldn't hold on any longer and fell heavily to his knees on the cold metallic floor, the sound of his bones creaking audibly. Yet, he still raised his head, his eyes filled with indignation and sorrow. President, even if you kill me today, you can't silence everyone. Right and wrong, people know the truth in their hearts. Do you know why I chose you to be the minister of the guild's administration department? Zhao Qian froze. It was precisely because of your unwavering integrity, but now you're being stubborn to the point of incomprehension. After speaking, the Ice King raised her hand slightly, and the oppressive force that felt as heavy as a mountain suddenly vanished. Zhao Qian could finally breathe deeply. If I truly wanted to shield Gu Luocheng, the Ice King said, gazing down at Zhao Qian with eyes devoid of any warmth, do you think those who claim to have witnessed his killing would still be standing here? What the Ice River Guild lacks is not a minister, but rather a group of witnesses who don't know the truth. As her cold words fell, Zhao Qian collapsed to the ground, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Yet his gaze still carried a stubborn trace of doubt. He seemed to suspect that Gu Luocheng and the Ice King had already colluded to deceive everyone. Gu Luocheng was about to step forward to explain, but was stopped by a single glance from the Ice King. The Ice King then walked to Xiao Lei's corpse and spoke slowly. Disrespecting the dead is a last resort. Zhao Qian, remember this every Year during the Festival of Remembrance, offer an extra incense stick for Xiao Lei on behalf of the guild. As soon as she finished speaking, the Ice King pressed 2 fingers together like a sword and pointed them at Xiao Lei's head from a distance. Crack, an intense cold emanated from her fingertips, precisely enveloping Xiao Lei's head and neck, forming a block of ice. The next moment, the Ice King's fingers trembled slightly. Puff. There was no horrifying sound of flesh or blood scattering, only a dull thud. The ice block, along with the frozen head inside, shattered into sharp shards of ice that scattered across the ground. Among the shattered ice, there were no traces of brain matter or bone fragments. Instead, dozens of bizarre maggots, frozen instantly, writhed within the ice shards. These maggots were pitch black, and even in their frozen state, an unsettling dark purple glow oozed from their carapaces, making them grotesquely horrifying. What on earth are those things? Zhao Qian's eyes were fixed on the frozen black maggots on the ground, his voice dry and hoarse. The corpse hadn't even decomposed. How could such bizarre insects infest her brain? What he was seeing was beyond explanation, and a chill rose in his heart. It was as if he had stumbled upon a secret that should never have been uncovered. Sometimes, lies sound more reasonable than the truth. Zhao Qian, think more critically. Truth is often far more complex than it appears. After saying this, the Ice King didn't spare a glance at the dazed Zhao Qian and turned to leave the morgue. Ji Luocheng and Su Mushua exchanged a look and silently followed her out. The morgue was still crowded, yet Zhao Qian was the only living soul left inside. He didn't get up but sat there, staring blankly at the shattered ice and frozen black maggots on the ground. His gaze then fell upon Xiao Lei's lifeless, headless body beneath the white sheet. After a long moment, he reached out a trembling hand, carefully collecting the black maggot-ridden ice shards piece by piece into a specially crafted metal container. Sealing it tightly, then, he solemnly recovered Xiao Lei's body with the white sheet. He hunched over, seemingly aged a decade in an instant. For a long time, only a faint, hoarse whisper echoed in the empty morgue. Xiao Lei, you worked under me for so long. Tell me, was I wrong? Meanwhile, Gu Luochang and Su Mushua followed the Ice King back into the quiet chamber, but the Ice King didn't sit on the meditation mat as she usually did. Instead, with a casual wave of her hand, an ice crystal throne appeared before her. She gracefully took her seat. Ji Luochang couldn't help but sneer. This woman was putting on airs right in front of him. When he looked up, he found the Ice King's icy blue eyes sweeping over him, a playful smile tugging at the corner of her lips. Gu Luochang, we can now confirm that Sun Zhang was killed by your mistake. Ha? How can you be sure? Su Mushua asked, puzzled. She didn't understand the significance of those black maggots. Those black maggots are a type of soul-based ability. Xiao Lei had been killed long ago and was being controlled by this ability until now, Gu Luochang explained to Su Mushua. Gu Luochang, you still haven't answered my question, the Ice King interrupted, her gaze sharpening and cutting off their conversation. Then what punishment does your excellency have in mind? Gu Luochang raised his head to meet her gaze, his expression calm. He knew that the more critical the moment, the less he could show weakness, otherwise, he would undoubtedly fall under this woman's control. Moreover, the Ice King still needed him to save the Ice Scale Dragon, so she wouldn't go too far in punishing him. The Ice King chuckled coldly, her tone carrying a hint of warning. You're the first to remain so composed after killing one of my people. Ice King. Su Mushua couldn't help but step forward, her tone earnest. Gu Luochang didn't kill recklessly, he only mistook Sun Zhang for student Su. The Ice King's gaze shifted instantly to Su Mushua, her icy blue eyes exuding the chilling aura of a 9th-tier powerhouse. I'm asking him, not you. Su Mushua's breath hitched slightly. Biting her lip, she glanced worriedly at Gu Luochang. Ji Luochang gave her a reassuring nod, signaling that it was fine. Only then did she swallow her words. Enough. Let's set aside Sun Zhang's matter for now. He'll face his own troubles later. The Ice King withdrew her oppressive aura and turned her gaze back to Gu Luochang. Now then, Gu Luochang, as someone who experienced the events firsthand, share your perspective. As the Ice King spoke, Gu Luochang began organizing the chaotic tangle of clues in his mind. Since I returned to Zone 3 after completing the mission, I've always felt as though someone has been watching me, tracking my every move. Although I had some suspicions, I never thought that Xiao Lei would turn out to be the mole. But when I think about it more carefully, something still feels off. What feels off? The Ice King tapped the crystalline armrest lightly with her fingers. Because Xiao Lei didn't always know my whereabouts. After I learned from her that the message came from Qinyu, I immediately went to the Qin family, only to find out that Qinyu had fled even before I received the information. In other words, it wasn't Xiao Lei who leaked the information. There's someone else watching me. The Ice King nodded slightly, a hint of admiration flashing in her icy blue eyes. Xiao Lei's position was indeed advantageous,
perfect for gathering intelligence. The person who chose her as an informant definitely had more extensive goals than just monitoring you. So that means you're not the only one being watched. If that's the case, then there must be more than just Xiao Lei being targeted in Zone 3. Su Mu Shui exclaimed, her face filled with shock. But now that Xiao Lei is dead, it seems like the trail has gone cold. Gu Luocheng pondered for a moment, then suddenly remembered something. Wait. Xiao Lei's younger sister, Xiao Yu. They were inseparable. Xiao Yu must know if Xiao Lei had been associating with anyone suspicious recently. If we find her and ask, we might uncover some clues. It's too late. The Ice King shook her head gently, her voice tinged with regret. I've already sent people to look for Xiao Yu. The report says, she has already left Zone 3. And her whereabouts are unknown. What? Missing? How could this happen? Su Muxue cried out, her eyes wide with shock. Ji Luocheng's pupils narrowed sharply. He stood up and began pacing back and forth in the chilly, silent chamber. Could it be that Xiao Yu had been manipulated as well? Back when he went to kill Sun Zhang, it was Xiao Yu who guided him there. Following this thread, if he went to exchange crystal cores, Xiao Lei would undoubtedly end up dead before he even made the exchange, and he just so happened to have killed too many mutant beasts, filling his crystal cores, leaving him no choice but to exchange them. This meant that Genesis Cult not only took advantage of the mutant beast tide to destroy the watchtower but had also set a trap specifically for him. If this wasn't premeditated, there was no way he would believe such a coincidence. Moreover, after killing Sun Zhang, the Genesis Cult would certainly have another move planned, otherwise, there would be no point in setting up this elaborate scheme. Gu Luocheng took a deep breath. Though he usually disliked trouble, he now felt like he had gotten himself into a massive entanglement. Although he didn't think much of the Genesis Cult, he couldn't understand why he was being targeted. He hadn't provoked them, after all, yet he had somehow become a thorn in their side, an enemy they were determined to eliminate. But what was the Genesis Cult's ultimate goal in targeting him? One thing was undeniable. The cult strategist was incredibly skilled, always laying out plans that no one could decipher. Take, for example, the destruction of the watchtower. He still hadn't figured out the reason behind it. By the way, Ice Sovereign, do you now understand why the watchtower was destroyed? Gu Luocheng asked, looking up at the Ice King. Yes. Gu Luocheng stared at her, waiting for her response. Gu Luocheng, do you know the purpose of the watchtower? The Ice King asked. The purpose of the watchtower? Isn't it just to transmit information about mutant beast movements outside the perimeter to the tactical map? Gu Luocheng had seen the tactical map numerous times at his adoptive father's place, so he naturally knew the data came from the watchtower. That's correct, but you've overlooked one detail. Something we all overlooked. What detail? Gu Luocheng asked instinctively. The watchtower's ability to transmit external information to the tactical map lies in its powerful information receiving and feedback capabilities. The Genesis Cult targeted precisely this function. You mean they want to trap us in Zone 3, cutting off any chance of calling for help? Not entirely. Cutting off communication is just the surface. Their true goal is to prevent us from supporting Zone 9. Prevent us from supporting Zone 9? Su Muxue covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. Jiu Luocheng felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck him, his whole body trembling. No wonder he hadn't seen his adoptive father these past few days. He had assumed he was busy dealing with the aftermath of the beast tide. Now it seemed that something far worse had happened. The Ice King took a deep breath and, with a heavy voice, gazed out the window as she spoke slowly. On the same day the beast tide erupted here in Zone 3, Zone 9 had already fallen. Our Zone 3 is the closest to Zone 9, but because the watchtower was destroyed, we didn't receive their distress signal in time. The Ice King sighed softly and turned to look at Gu Luocheng and Su Muxue. Now Zone 9, like Zone 5, has become a living hell. In just half a year, 2 safe zones have fallen in succession. Gu Luocheng could sense the turbulent undercurrents beneath the seemingly calm surface. Zone 5's counterattack hadn't even begun, and now Zone 9 had already fallen. This was no coincidence. Sovereign, Gu Luocheng asked gravely, what exactly happened in Zone 9? The Ice King met the gaze of the two young S-class elites before her and decided not to conceal the truth. Zone 9 experienced a beast tide simultaneously with us, but the 9th-tier beast they faced was a humanoid mutant beast. A humanoid mutant beast? Gu Luocheng and Su Mushue's pupils contracted. They couldn't help but recall the terrifying figure that had descended alongside the parallel world that had been the closest Gu Luocheng had ever come to death. Rather than calling it a humanoid mutant beast, in my circle, we refer to them as demonic beings. Ordinary people can't access this term, but you're both S-class, Yule. come to understand it eventually.
The Ice King patiently explained as she returned to her crystalline throne.
The term demonic being isn't something the Academy will teach you. Only the top human elites are privy to this knowledge.
She gestured to the icy meditation cushions beside her, inviting them to sit. According to historical records, even the lowest level of demonic being starts at Tier 6. Under normal circumstances, an A-class ability user can defeat a mutant beast of the same tier, but demonic beings are different.
Let me put it another way, and you'll
understand. The Ice King paused, her sharp gaze locking onto Gu Luocheng and Su Muxue. You are among the top tier S-class ability users in humanity, and demonic beings are the equivalent
of S-class among mutant beasts.
S-class, mutant beasts. Su Muxue's voice trembled. She had already anticipated the grim outcome, but she couldn't stop herself from asking, so does that
mean Zone 9 is?
The 9th district had 2 9th-tier ability users. The Ice King spoke with a calm yet tragic tone. They fought until the very last moment, but no reinforcements
arrived.
In the end, they both perished at the hands of that 9th-tier demonic creature, sacrificing themselves to protect their homeland. Su Muxue clenched her fists tightly. She understood all too well how difficult it was to become a 9th-tier ability user. She was also acutely aware that without 9th-tier ability users to counter a 9th-tier demonic creature, even the sturdiest defenses in the 9th district would be meaningless. The beast tide that erupted in the 3rd district was the best example. After the Ice King slew Godzilla, the beast tide quickly subsided. The role of top-tier combat power on the battlefield was absolutely critical. Speaking of which, in the history of humanity, there has been only one instance where someone truly defeated a
9th-tier demonic creature in a one-on-one battle. Someone actually managed to kill a demonic creature alone?
Su Muxue couldn't help but ask. Her desire to grow stronger far surpassed that of her peers. The Ice King chuckled, her lips curving into a faint, enigmatic smile.
You all experienced that event yourselves.
Although the Central Chronicle attributed the victory of that battle to me, calling it a milestone in humanity's fight against the demonic creatures to boost morale. As she spoke, her gaze fixed intently on Gu Luochen. But as for the real truth, only the ones involved know best. Gu Luochen felt a bit awkward under the Ice King's sharp gaze. Though he had used the power of the Ice Scale Dragon to kill that demonic creature, the outcome was far from perfect. Moreover, what weighed on his mind most was whether the Ice King had the means to uncover the secrets of otherworldly symbiosis through the Ice Scale Dragon. If the Ice King were to ask him about the beast taming technique he had used back then, he would truly struggle to explain. Fortunately, the Ice King did not press further. She merely retracted her gaze. Slowly, her eyes carrying a cold glint. Perhaps it's precisely because of that first kill title that the Genesis cult went to such lengths, unleashing the beast tide and destroying the watchtower. Their goal was to prevent me from receiving the 9th district's distress call and rushing over to provide support. With the Ice King's speed, it would only take half an hour to travel from the 3rd district to the 9th. By the way, the Ice King said, once again looking at Gu Luochen, her killing intent slightly diminished.
Regarding your situation, it was likely something
the Genesis cult did in passing. As for the connection between the Qin family and the Genesis cult, it's still unclear, but Qin Yu is definitely involved.
Gu Luochen nodded. The fact that Qin Yu had issued the mission involving the hidden 7th-tier spider broodmother clearly indicated some murky relationship between him and the Genesis cult. It was no longer a secret that the evil-eyed spider emperor had relied on the Genesis cult to invade the 5th district. As for Sun Jiang, you don't need to worry about him anymore.
The Ice King's tone returned to its cold and composed demeanor. The position of Resource Allocation Minister was appointed by me. I was well aware of his greed. While he wasn't a murderer, years of embezzlement made him guilty enough to deserve death. Any rotten apple in the guild must be removed. After speaking, she waved her icy sleeve with the decisive authority of a superior.
All right, you may leave now.
After hearing this, Gu Luochen and Su Muxue bid farewell and departed. Walking out of the Ice River Guild, they found the streets bustling with hurried footsteps. The echoes of the beast tide's impact had not yet fully dissipated. After a moment of silence, Su Muxue couldn't help but ask softly, Luochen, if the Ice Sovereign knew Sun Jiang was untrustworthy, why would she still place him in such an important position? Isn't that akin to nurturing a tiger to bring disaster? Gu Luochen stopped in his tracks, turning his head to look at the gentle and pure-hearted girl beside him. Her eyes were filled with innocent curiosity, stirring a mix of emotions within him, sentiment, and a tinge of envy. Once, he too had seen the world in the same clear-cut shades of black.
and white, but his immortal emperor father's teachings had long made him acutely aware of the complexities and compromises hidden behind the veil of power. Gu Luochen sighed softly, his voice tinged with the weariness of one who had weathered many storms. Mushue, the rules of this world are not always black and white. The greater the power, the stronger the desires. When desires swell, people begin to crave more. As he spoke, he couldn't help but think of Zhao Qian, the man who had once tried to bring him to justice. If Sun Zhang were as rigid and meticulous as Zhao Qian, the enormous flow of resources within the guild might have been stifled by strict regulations, reducing efficiency and preventing their optimal use in critical moments. Su Mushue's eyes grew even more puzzled. I still don't understand. Does that mean corruption should be tolerated for the sake of efficiency? Gu Luochen gazed into her untainted eyes, but in the end, he merely shook his head, his voice filled with helplessness. Just remember this, the Ice King's tolerance of Sun Zheng ultimately stems from a desire to ensure the Ice River Guild can survive better in the harsh lands of the 3rd District, to protect more people. Gu Luochen turned his gaze towards the towering crystalline spire of the Ice River Guild in the distance, his expression pensive as some truths, once understood, might be better left unknown. Gu Luochen's first break from the 3rd Academy was anything but peaceful, and nonetheless, he had gained something. He had broken through to become a 4th-tier ability user, and his wandering immortal techniques had advanced to the 2nd stage. During this time, he had also consulted the Ice King about the materials needed to construct the temporal convergence array. Most of the array's components were substituted with alternatives from this world. The one exception was spatial stone. Gu Luochen calculated carefully. Based on the energy levels of the Ice Scale Dragon, he would need 200 units of spatial stone. Spatial stone was incredibly rare, and even the Ice King had only a small amount. She had 40 units, which she had gathered for constructing an ability array. Gu Luochen also returned the dragon scale to the Ice King. Firstly, he had no use for it. Secondly, he had discovered that using the dragon scale as a medium for the array carried a risk of failure in summoning. The reason was that the energy within the dragon scale, derived from the Ice Scale Dragon, was somewhat weak and couldn't sustain the array's energy demands. The solution was for the Ice King to take the dragon scale back to its original location. By visiting places where traces of the Ice Scale Dragon lingered, the dragon scale could absorb sufficient energy, eliminating the danger. However, if the Ice King were absent, the security of the 3rd District would become a major concern. Unfortunately, to prevent the safe zones from being destroyed again, the central authorities assigned a 9th-tier demon slayer to each existing safe zone. Gu Luochen heard this news from his so-called cheap father, Gu Zihanting. It was also the first time he had heard the term demon slayer. It sounded like an elite organization specifically established in Huaxia to deal with the alien demons. His father also mentioned that after the new semester began, he should focus on improving his ability level, and once he reached the 6th tier, arrangements would be made for him to participate in the Demon Slayer selection. What a hassle. The more outstanding you are, the more responsibilities you have. There was only 1 day left until the start of school. At the Ability Academy, the training room in the Gu family's estate remained the same as before, with traces of energy lingering in the air from the clash of sword light and holy light. Gu Luochen sheathed his sword, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he exhaled a breath of hot air laced with sparks. He looked towards Su Mushue, who was leaning on her longbow across from him. Her smooth forehead also bore a sheen of sweat, with a few strands of pale golden hair sticking to her cheeks. After the training, she looked both pure and adorable. Phew. Finally, in the last week of the break, I've mastered this combat skill. Su Mushue wiped her sweat with the back of her hand, smiling brightly at Gu Luochen, her eyes sparkling. Luochen, thank you for your hard work. Mushue, you're improving quickly. Gu Luochen crossed his arms, quietly watching her. He had seen countless beautiful women, but Su Mushue possessed a unique vitality. Well then. Su Mushue clasped her hands behind her back, bouncing lightly over to stand in front of him. She tilted her head with a look of both anticipation and slight mischief. If you're not busy, will you go shopping with me? We've been on break for so long, and we haven't relaxed at all. She shook her ID card, which held the 800,000 crystal coins she had earned by clearing a wave of alien beasts. I haven't had a proper chance to explore the commercial district in Zone 3 yet. Having lost her parents at a young age, she was used to living frugally and rarely bought things for herself. At this time, using her own earnings to shop carried significant meaning for her. Gu Luochen was momentarily taken aback. Shopping, to him, this was an unfamiliar and uninteresting activity. In his very nature, as the son of an immortal emperor, he held a certain indifference toward mundane things, but looking at the childlike gleam in Su Mushue's eyes, like a kid holding a new toy,
how could he refuse? Alright. Gu Luochen nodded simply, picking up the jacket beside him. Great. Su Muxue cheered, happily clutching the sleeve of his coat like an animated little bird. The central commercial street in the third safe zone wasn't as bustling as the one in Zone 5, but it was still crowded. Su Muxue had clearly done her homework, immediately pulling Gu Luochen into a fresh and stylish store specializing in clothing for ability users. The store was bright and clean, with clothes that were both beautiful and practical, made from materials capable of withstanding certain levels of ability energy fluctuations. Welcome, the shop assistant greeted warmly. I'd like to try this dress, and that one. Let's start with this one. Su Muxue pointed at a pale yellow dress worn by a mannequin in the window display. The dress had a simple, flowing hemline dotted with tiny crystals that shimmered softly under the light. The shop assistant quickly brought over the dress. Su Muxue held the dress in her arms, glancing at Gu Luochen with a hint of shyness. Wait for me? Gu Luochen casually leaned against the wall outside the fitting room, his gaze sweeping over the other clothes, though his mind seemed elsewhere. A moment later, the door of the fitting room opened gently. Gu Luochen instinctively looked up. The pale yellow dress resembled the purest light, perfectly complementing her slender figure. Her golden hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, enhancing her already fair and translucent skin. The hem of the dress revealed her slender, straight calves, while her feet were adorned with simple white soft-soled shoes. The crystals on the dress twinkled with her every movement, resembling a flowing galaxy, highlighting her sacred and ethereal aura. Su Muxue bit her lip softly, her expression tinged with nervousness and anticipation as she gazed at Gu Luochen. Her long eyelashes trembled lightly. Even though he had seen countless stunning beauties, Gu Luochen couldn't help but hold his breath at this moment. The girl before him had shed the heroic aura she carried in battle, now as pure as a newly blossomed daffodil, radiating a fresh and gentle glow amidst the noise. This kind of beauty wasn't just about her appearance but also the warm and pure energy she exuded. Does it look nice? Su Muxue blushed under his gaze, whispering shyly with her fingers nervously twisting the dress hem, embodying the bashfulness of a young girl. Gu Luochen came back to his senses, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. It suits you. Those simple 5 words made Su Muxue's eyes instantly curve into crescent moons of joy. Then I'll take this one. She twirled happily, the hem of her dress spinning into a beautiful arc. Afterward, Su Muxue excitedly tried on several other outfits of different styles, including a refined combat suit and some comfortable casual wear. Gu Luochen patiently stood by throughout. He noticed that while Su Muxue was clearly enjoying herself, she still paid close attention to the price tags when choosing items. At checkout, Su Muxue insisted on paying herself. If not for the odd looks the shop assistant gave him, Gu Luochen honestly wouldn't have cared. After leaving the store, Su Muxue dragged Gu Luochen to several more shops, one after another, until the setting sun stretched their shadows long on the ground. Su Muxue carried her shopping bags lightly, her steps brisk, her face glowing with happiness. Thank you for accompanying me today, Luochen. Su Muxue turned her head to look at him, the golden light of the sunset reflecting in her eyes, warm and bright. Gu Luochen, holding a pile of bags, glanced down at the items in his hands. Though all of them could fit into a storage ring, Su Muxue insisted on carrying them herself. She was the first person to treat the son of an immortal emperor like a servant. Still, it was the first time he had seen her this delighted. When we get home, if you're willing to let me massage your shoulders, I might even carry a few more bags for you. Ugh, don't even dream about it. Su Muxue's heart skipped a beat, her cheeks flushing slightly as if recalling something embarrassing. She quickly turned her head, pretending to examine the weapon models displayed in a nearby shop window. Gu Luochen's lips curved into a faint smile. The sight of the shy girl was a rare and beautiful scene. As the ice and snow on the ground began to melt, Academy No. 3, which had been dormant for an entire break, welcomed the start of a new semester. Teenagers in deep blue uniforms were walking toward the Academy Square. The square was crowded, filled with the unique excitement and anticipation of a new school term. Most of the people here were freshmen and sophomores. There were also some juniors and seniors, though not many. Most of them hadn't received their assignments yet and were temporarily staying in Zone 3. Look, it's Su Muxue. A boy in the crowd lowered his voice, excitedly pointing toward the entrance. All eyes immediately turned in that direction. A tall young girl walked in slowly, her pale golden hair shimmering with a holy glow under the cool early spring sunlight. No wonder she's S-rank. That smile of hers is so captivating. Even from this distance, it's heart-stirring. One boy couldn't help but sigh. Stop dreaming. Someone poured cold water on the sentiment, pointing at the conspicuous figure beside Su Muxue. Didn't you notice who's next to her? Gu Luochen?
Su Mushue is really with him? The boy who had been sighing earlier now wore a face of disbelief. Isn't it obvious? You know Chinyu. From the second year, the one they call the Thunder Leopard, right? I heard he couldn't beat the great young Master Gu and quit the academy in frustration. No one even knows where he is now. Wow, young Master Gu is incredible. Even the second-year prodigies have to yield to him. No matter how talented a prodigy is, they can't compare to young Master Gu, can they? The second semester hasn't even started, and he's already at the 4th tier. By the end of the first year, reaching the 5th tier is practically a given. You're absolutely right. Lin Xiaoyu stood quietly in the line, listening to these discussions. Her gaze secretly drifting toward Gu Luocheng and Su Mushue, who were walking side by side. A hint of sadness flickered in her eyes. Su Mushue was like a radiant moonbeam, gifted and perfectly matched to the boy beside her. Once, it had been Lin Xiaoyu standing by Gu Luocheng's side. She couldn't remember when it started, but Gu Luocheng had grown increasingly indulgent, even though he seemed to be deliberately distancing himself from her now. She didn't mind. She had always cherished the memory of the sunny, cheerful boy from her past. The scene beneath the sunset when she was 5 years old was forever etched in her mind, tinged with the bitterness of sweat and the ache in her legs. It was the moment she first met Gu Luocheng. Back then, she had been locked in the backyard of her home, practicing the family's inherited star step technique. The footwork was intricate and heavy. Every step felt like invisible chains binding her underdeveloped calves. Her ankles ached, her knees trembled, and her body swayed. A failed star shift resulted in Lin Xiaoyu falling hard to the ground. Her father's scolding followed immediately. Useless. You can't even perform a single star shift? Do you think a beast's claws will wait for you to master it? Get up and keep going. A 5-year-old girl, faced with such harsh reprimands from her elder, could only stand up helplessly. At that moment, a hair clip fell out of her pocket. It was something Lin Xiaoyu had secretly bought after saving up her allowance for a long time. She had picked her favorite sunflower design, a bright yellow hair clip that seemed like the only light in her fragile world. But her father grew even angrier when he saw it. You still have the energy to play with useless things like this? In his fury, he snatched the clip from her hand and flung it forcefully. Will vanity save your life? Useless. Clatter! The crisp sound cut through the air sharply. The bright yellow clip hit the cold stone slab with a harsh thud, and Lin Xiaoyu hadn't even had a chance to wear it. Her breathing grew rapid, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. The timid, frightened little girl felt her heart completely shatter, but this time, she didn't hear the usual reprimand of stop crying. Instead, she heard laughter coming from the front yard. Through her tear-blurred vision, Lin Xiaoyu saw a little boy in a fine training outfit walk in. The boy's gaze swept over her tear-streaked face and landed on the glaringly bright yellow clip on the ground. Without a word, he walked over, crouched down, and gently picked up the broken clip, brushing off the dust with his sleeve. He walked up to her and spoke clearly. Hey, is this yours? He held up the clip, his eyes reflecting the golden sunset. The design is really nice. It looks like a little sun. How did it end up on the ground? Before she could respond, the boy had already stood on tiptoe and clumsily fastened the cracked sunflower clip to her sweat-soaked, disheveled hair. The boy stepped back a little and examined her carefully. See? With this clip, your hair looks even prettier. Brighter than the sun. Gu Luocheng, what are you doing here? Go greet Uncle Lin already. Hearing the gruff adult voice, the boy scratched his head and smiled sheepishly before turning to leave with the man. Brighter than the sun, the girl softly repeated the boy's words, her trembling fingers cautiously touching the clip. In the glow of the setting sun, the cracks on the clip remained visible, but the sunflower that the boy had fastened in her hair had already imprinted itself deeply in her heart. People change, but the memories buried deep within never fade. The crowd gradually quieted, and over 1,000 students stood in rows across the square. A bald old man stepped onto the stage. Gu Luocheng stared, surprised that Wu De, the elder, now had not a single hair left. Just a few days ago, he still had a few strands. Wu De reached the front of the stage, cleared his throat, and his voice echoed across the square through the microphone. Students, welcome back. I know that for many of you, the recent vacation was not a happy one. It was even filled with pain and partings. Now, I must tell you something. Serious. Wu De's voice turned heavy. There are 12 students whose names will forever remain on last semester's roster. They will never return to this academy. Many hadn't expected such a somber opening and were stunned. Wu De scanned the crowd, carefully observing the students' reactions. Originally, this harsh news could have waited. But now, the situation is worse than we imagined. Sectors 5 and 9 have fallen within the last 6 months. Do you know what this means? Our defenses are facing unprecedented challenges.
His voice suddenly rose, direct and merciless, and these empowered individuals trained by the academy will be sent to the
front lines and become sacrifices.
His words hit like a heavy hammer, causing many students' faces to pale. Some had flickering eyes, appearing hesitant, others clenched their jaws and stood straighter. Wu De caught these subtle reactions. He remained silent for a few seconds, giving the students time to think. And now, if anyone is scared, believes the responsibility is too great, and wants to leave the academy to live an ordinary life, Wu De, the headmaster of Academy Number 3, promise that as long as Sector 3 stands, you will be kept far from the battlefield and can live peacefully.
This is your final chance to choose. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, no one moved, and no one shouted to retreat. Thousands of students stood silently, like a still forest, on the slightly chilly square of early spring. Those wavering gazes turned resolute, replaced by a sense of determination.
Good!
Wu De shouted loudly, a smile spreading across his face. Since you've stayed to take responsibility, it means you're already prepared. He waved his hand. The academy will not betray your resolve.
Starting this semester, all resources for enhancing abilities will be available for exchange at half the market price.
Principal Wu, mighty and valiant. The young blood was
ignited, and the atmosphere in the square instantly reached a fever pitch. Wu De nodded in satisfaction, pressing his hands down to quiet the crowd. All right, there's one more matter to address before the semester begins.
He gestured to the side of the stage. Let's welcome a special new student joining the first-year class. She's from District 9.
As his voice fell, a girl with short lavender hair slowly walked onto the stage. She was still wearing smoky eye makeup, obscuring her delicate features. Beneath the shortened academy skirt were legs wrapped in black fishnet stockings, clashing starkly with the solemn academy atmosphere. She stood on the stage without saying a word, but someone in the crowd recognized her and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's
Yi Xian? That S-class from District 9. My God! The Dark Knight Witch from District 9 actually escaped?" Standing
on the stage, Yi Xian kept her legs together, the black fishnet stockings taut. Her posture appeared casual, yet stiff, as if she was making an effort to maintain the last shred of dignity. Her eyes were slightly lowered, thick lavender lashes casting shadows that concealed most of her emotions. There was still an air of arrogance on her face, but her expression was hollow, like a rootless waterweed. The early spring sunlight seemed glaring and scorching to her. Yi Xian didn't speak. She merely scanned the curious faces in the front row, her gaze eventually landing on the two most conspicuous figures among the first-year students. Ji Luocheng and Su Muxue.su Mushue's eyes flickered slightly as they met Yi Xian's gaze. This girl, whose abilities were completely opposite to her own, had left a deep impression on her. After all, their battle of light versus darkness during the freshman tournament was still a widely discussed topic. This fated rival now seemed to be facing a similar predicament as her. Yi Xian noticed the sympathy and curiosity in Su Mushue's eyes, and the pupils behind her smoky makeup suddenly contracted slightly. She immediately turned her face away, her jaw tightening, clearly unable to accept such a gaze. At that moment, the noise among the students below continued, but the first-year teachers standing at the front of the group wore serious expressions. These teachers were all eager to see which class this new S-class student would be assigned to. A Class 3's teacher Li had hit the jackpot, landing two S-class students, making the other teachers green with envy. But since the class assignments were made before awakening, envy was all they could feel. They had no choice but to accept it, especially when they thought about Teacher Li's smug attitude, always acting like when Gu Luocheng speaks, Su Mushue listens. It made them both envious and frustrated. And now, with the chance to teach an S-class student themselves, how could they not be excited? If they were to become the next Teacher Li, their pride would surely surpass even his. Let others see what it truly means to be a master teacher producing top students, compared to the inner dramas of the teachers below. Wu De had no such thoughts. Seeing Yi Xian remain silent, he felt a bit helpless. After all, he'd heard about this young lady's temper. So, he stepped forward and spoke up again. Everyone must be familiar with this student. That's right, she is Yi Xian from District 9, possessing the S-class ability Ajialuo. The noise from the crowd immediately grew louder. Now even those who didn't know Yi Xian realized that their third academy had gained yet another S-class. In previous years, there hadn't been a single one, yet this year, the first-year class had 3 S-classes. Wu De was very pleased with the crowd's reaction. His gaze shifted to the middle-aged woman standing in front of Gu Luocheng and the others. Teacher Li, I'll leave Yi Xian to Class 3. After all, you're the only one in the school with experience teaching S-class students. As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted, especially the homeroom teachers. Principal, are you sure you're not mistaken?
Isn't it the other teacher Lee from class 7? Principal. I want to file a complaint. I suspect you have a personal connection with Lee Sandy. Forget it, forget it.
Assigning her to Lee Sandy's class is still better than giving her to someone else. It's pretty much the same as before, no real difference. At that moment, Teacher Lee was a bit stunned, clearly not expecting this golden opportunity to fall into her lap. Everyone was speculating about what Wu De was really planning. Amidst the chatter, Yi Xian walked down from the stage, expressionlessly, following Teacher Lee's guidance straight to the first-year section. Stopping beside the Class 3 lineup, arms crossed, she seemed to inhabit her own isolated world, completely out of sync with the lively surroundings. Ji Luocheng merely cast her a faint glance before shifting his gaze away. From this brief interaction, Yi Xian left only 2 words in his mind: strong-willed. He had always disliked such personalities. In the past, anyone who dared to show him a bad attitude had long been disciplined into obedience. Ahem! Ahem! Wu De cleared his throat on stage, his forehead gleaming under the sunlight. Alright, everyone quiet down. The introduction of the new student is complete. Now, let's address a matter that has been delayed for 2 months. His voice was loud, tinged with excitement. Although the freshman tournament was postponed due to the incident in District 5, the glory and rewards belonging to our 3rd Academy were not forgotten by the central authority. They arrived in my hands just yesterday. Now, I will present the individual competition awards. Wu De announced with a smile. First, let's invite our champion, Gu Luocheng, onto the stage. All eyes immediately focused on Gu Luocheng. With a calm expression, Gu Luocheng walked steadily onto the stage, under the envious and admiring gazes of the crowd. The reward was something he had chosen himself, so there was no surprise for him, but everyone else was still eager to see. Wu De took a refined metal box from his assistant and revealed 2 items. The first was a ring with an ancient design, glowing faintly. This was a reward given to the top 10 individual competitors. A 30-cubic space storage ring. A great item, no more lugging around a bunch of stuff. During missions, Wu De said with a smile as he handed it over. Ji Luocheng extended his left hand to receive it, nodding slightly in gratitude. Wu De's smile disappeared instantly as he noticed the ring on Gu Luocheng's left hand, because he noticed that Gu Luocheng was already wearing another identical ring on his hand, engraved with a small 5. This meant that Gu Luocheng already possessed a spatial ring with a capacity of 50 cubic meters. Wu De shook his head and then took out the second item. When this item was displayed under the sunlight, the entire plaza erupted in gasps of astonishment. It was a weapon, but not the sword Gu Luocheng usually used. It was a bow. A long bow that shimmered with deep, starlit brilliance. The bow's body seemed to be forged from countless stars, as if the Milky Way was slowly rotating within it. The bowstring gleamed with a sharp, silvery white light. A starstone longbow, one sharp-eyed student exclaimed. My God! Is it really made from starstone? That's a gemstone only found in the 32nd dimension, and a piece the size of a fist is worth a billion crystal coins. How many starstones would it take to forge a bow like this? This time the central authority is incredibly generous, giving away a customized weapon made of starstone as the champion's reward. But doesn't Gu Luocheng use a sword? Why would he choose a bow? Has he switched to training in archery? The students buzzed with speculation, and soon Wu De spoke up. Gu Luocheng, according to the rules, the champion is allowed to request a customized weapon. But I'm curious, why did you choose a bow? Wu De knew that Gu Luocheng already had a stardust sword, one that he himself had gifted him, so he understood the deeper meaning behind Gu Luocheng's choice of a bow. Yet, he couldn't help but ask. This question echoed the curiosity of everyone in the audience, including Su Muxue. She stared blankly at the dazzling, dreamlike bow in Gu Luocheng's hands, her eyes filled with disbelief. Gu Luocheng did not answer Wu De. He simply reached out and steadily took the starstone longbow. Then, under the gaze of thousands of curious eyes, he made a move that caused the entire plaza to erupt in chaos. Gu Luocheng, holding the bow, turned around, his steps firm as he walked off the stage. He didn't return to his own spot but instead headed directly toward the golden-haired girl in class 3, whose hair swayed gently in the breeze. Sunlight poured down, casting complex emotions across the plaza, as Gu Luocheng walked step by step to stand before Su Muxue. The long bow in his hand glimmered with starlight. Yet his face bore an expression of indifference. Gu Luocheng had never cared about material possessions. But the uproar from the audience broke out at this moment. Holy sh*t. Is he really giving it to Su Muxue? Oh my God! A bow made of starstone, custom made for Su Muxue? Gu Dasha spoils her way too much, doesn't he? Is this a public declaration of their relationship? I'm not sure,
But I'm so jealous. Why am I not an S-class light user? Why am I not Su Mushue?
As for Su Mushue, who was the center of this uproar, her mind went completely blank. She could only stare dumbfounded at the breathtakingly exquisite bow in Gu Luochen's hands. Her eyes began to glisten, and her nose tingled with emotion. She had never imagined that the seemingly indifferent Gu Dashao, who didn't even bother to care about his own affairs most of the time, would actually have a weapon custom-made for her. Moreover, this bow, in terms of size and the grooves for gripping it, matched the specifications of her usual bow exactly.
If Gu Luochen didn't care about her, it would have been
impossible for him to notice such details. Thinking of this, Su Mushue's pale golden eyes continuously scanned Gu Luochen's face, trying to read something from his cold expression. But she found nothing.
To Gu Luochen,
this bow was just an ordinary item, not worth attaching emotions to. He seemed slightly exasperated by the surrounding noise and casually handed the longbow to Su Mushue.
Take it. You'll find it useful. Luochen. I can't accept it.
This is too valuable. Gu Luochen had no interest in letting their back and forth become a public spectacle.
His tone carried an unyielding firmness. I'm telling you to take it, so take it. Don't make this complicated.
With that, he pushed the longbow into Su Mushue's hands and returned to his place in the lineup.
Su Mushue took a deep breath, forcing herself to
suppress her overwhelming emotions. The bow felt heavier in her hands than she had expected. Her fingertips lightly brushed against the cold surface of the bow, and a gentle,
starry energy surged through her fingertips, resonating with the light energy within her.
The pure power of the starstone gave her an unparalleled sense of reassurance. Holding this bow felt like holding the entire starry sky in her hands. Standing on the edge of the lineup, Yi Zixuan witnessed the scene and let out a low, disdainful snort.
Oomph, how boring. Wu De wasn't surprised by everyone's reaction.
After all, this longbow, forged from the rare and precious starstone, had materials alone worth 1.5 billion
crystal coins. That was enough to train a superhuman from Tier 1 to Tier 7.
He cleared his throat, suppressing the noise from the crowd.
Ahem. Quiet down. The awards are not finished yet.
Next, we will present the reward for the third place in the freshman competition.
Su Mushue and Yi Zixuan, please come to the stage. Wu De produced 2
identical 30 cubic meter spatial rings and handed them to Su Mushue, who had joyfully stepped forward, and to Yi Zixuan, who came up with an indifferent expression. The spatial rings were rewards for the top 10 in the individual competition, and they were entitled to them.
Yi Zixuan curled her lips in disinterest since, like Gu Luochen, she already had a 50 cubic meter spatial ring. Su Mushue, however, was delighted.
She had been looking forward to this spatial ring for a long time, as her previous one only had a capacity
of 5 cubic meters.
After handing over the spatial rings, Wu De took out 2 lightweight, softly glowing yellow armors that shimmered with a gentle, earthy hue.
This is the true third-place reward, Xianhuang's soft armor. Wu De exclaimed in admiration.
This is protective gear created using top-tier technology combined with traditional craftsmanship. Attacks below Tier 7 are almost incapable of damaging it.
Xianhuang's soft armor was very well known in Huaxia.
The students in the audience stared at the softly glowing yellow armor with eyes full of envy, as if they wanted to tear Su Mushue and Yi Zixuan apart.
Xianhuang's soft armor?
The central authority really went all out this
time. On the first day of school, and they're already throwing around such high-value equipment. Are they treating us like guinea pigs? This academy is impossible to handle. Xianhuang's soft armor?
How is it different from the standard scale armor used by the military? A curious, wide-eyed freshman boy asked. A tall student standing nearby sneered. You don't even know what Xianhuang's soft armor is?
Go read the news, will you?
Seeing the young boy looking somewhat awkward, the taller student kindly explained. The Xianhuang soft armor is the top-tier armor for ability users below the 7th level.
It's custom-made
to fit the wearer's body perfectly, offering a much higher flexibility than the standard military scale armor.
The young boy asked softly, then why haven't I seen it in the equipment store? You're overthinking. This thing is incredibly rare. Xianhuang stones aren't something you can just buy anywhere.
Even if you manage to get one, Master Sima Yong might not even agree to make it for you.
The crafting process is extraordinarily difficult.
I see. I must say, the rewards for this freshman tournament are truly extravagant. The instructor from Class 8 sighed to the instructor from Class 7, probably because the central authorities are worried that those S-rank ability users might face danger before they mature, so they offered such top-tier equipment.
Sima Yong was the most renowned armor
craftsman in all of China, but even he could only forge one piece of Xianwang soft armor in half a month. After Su Muxue and Yi Zixuan stored the Xianwang soft armor in their storage rings, the commotion below the stage gradually subsided. Afterward, Wu De delivered
a few more rousing remarks, officially concluding the opening ceremony. As the noise of the opening ceremony died down, Academy 3
returned to its rigorous daily routine. In the early morning, the fitness training ground echoed with synchronized shouts, colorful
flashes lit up the ability training range, and inside the lecture halls, the instructors' voices were steady and powerful. Yet, behind
the calmness of the campus, a chilling aura quietly spread, winding its way along the academy's perimeter like creeping vines. The first to sense something unusual was Yi Zixuan. Her harrowing survival experience in the 9th District's purgatory had sharpened her instincts to an almost animalistic level when it came to the feeling of being watched. This sensation wasn't from the curious gazes of her peers but from something lurking beyond the academy's walls. The observer's ability level wasn't high, otherwise, she wouldn't have detected them so easily. Whenever she ventured alone to the dark element training field near the edge of the academy, or strolled toward a quiet corner for fresh air in the evenings, this feeling of being watched followed her like a shadow. The heavy layers of smoky makeup couldn't mask her deep violet eyes, which gleamed with a cold light inside her. The power of the Yejialuo stirred restlessly, a dark force capable of devouring light, and her blade for survival. That afternoon, after her professional class ended, the students dispersed
in small groups. Yi Zixuan didn't return to her dormitory as usual.
Instead, she crossed her arms and strolled leisurely, appearing aimless but actually heading straight toward the abandoned old training grounds in the academy's northwest corner, overgrown with weeds and filled with crumbling ruins. It was a desolate area rarely visited, a perfect hunting ground. As for who the prey was, that remained uncertain. Sure enough, after a while, that feeling of being watched returned. She could clearly sense that there was more than one gaze lurking in the shadows. The fish had taken the bait. Meanwhile, Gu Luocheng had just left the swordsmanship training field. Instead of heading back, he sought out a few of Yi Zixuan's classmates to inquire about her whereabouts. The students exchanged strange looks
as they answered. Did Gu Dashou have a thing for Yi Zixuan? Why was he asking about her whereabouts? Wasn't this a bit too much of a
sudden change? Gu Luocheng ignored their speculations. After getting the information, he chose a small path leading to the abandoned training grounds and quietly followed. Of course, he wasn't harboring any improper thoughts. The truth was, he had received an encrypted communication from his adoptive father earlier that day. If Gu Jinting went as far as to use encrypted communication, it was definitely no trivial matter. The message was concise and to the point. Frowny face. The intelligence post embedded in the 3rd District by the military has
recently detected suspected low-level members of the Genesis sect in operation. Their movements suggest they are monitoring Academy 3,
seemingly fixated on a specific target within the school.
Stay safe. Stay safe? Play the coward? Not a chance, since he had the intel.
He wasn't going to let this opportunity slip by. He had been struggling to find clues about Qinyu, and now, as long as he could capture someone from the Genesis sect, he might be able to follow the trail. Given that this activity had only begun recently, and there hadn't been any significant events in Academy 3, the target of surveillance could only be the newly enrolled Yi Zixuan. Was the Genesis
sect targeting Yi Zixuan specifically, or did they have another agenda? To be honest, Gu Luocheng didn't really care. Genesis sect.
He unconsciously flicked his fingers, producing small bursts of flame as his eyes turned icy. What role had these rats hiding in the shadows played in the devastating annihilation in the 5th and 9th districts? The old training grounds in the academy's northwest corner. The light of the setting sun streamed through the shattered dome, casting mottled shadows across the dusty, rubble-strewn field. Yi Zixuan stood alone at the center of the field. Her back to the entrance, her head was slightly lowered, her violet hair swaying gently in the breeze. She seemed to blend into the desolate surroundings. Yet, the almost tangible chill surrounding her served as a stark reminder of her sharp vigilance. Come out, she said, her voice calm but echoing across the empty grounds.
You sneaky cowards have been following me all this way, aren't you tired?
Her words were met with two dark figures suddenly leaping out from behind opposite crumbled walls. The two men were clad in tight, dark gray attire, their faces obscured by masks, leaving only their eyes exposed, eyes filled with malice and greed. One man's eyes bore three distinct scars, as if clawed by a mutant beast. The energy radiating from them wasn't weak, both seemed to be 5th-level ability users. Yi Zixuan, hand over the Genesis stone, and our Genesis sect will stop troubling you, the scarred man demanded. So that's why you've been watching me lately, for that thing? You should have said so earlier. I've been losing sleep over this, Yi Zixuan replied with a look of feigned helplessness. She reached into her storage ring and pulled out a crystal, flicking it toward the scarred man. Caught off guard by her cooperation, the scarred man quickly caught it. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was just an ordinary green crystal. This isn't the Genesis stone. Oh, how about this one? Yi Zixuan flicked out another crystal. The scarred man caught it again, only to find it was a regular red crystal this time. This isn't the Genesis stone either. None of these are the Genesis stone? These are my favorite crystals. I've been keeping them in my storage ring for ages, too sentimental to take them out, Yi Zixuan remarked, crossing her arms. Her lips curled into a playful smile, her gaze filled with mockery. Yi Zixuan, are you playing with me? The scarred man finally sensed something was wrong, seeing her indifferent attitude. Third brother, stop wasting time with her. Just take her down and snatch this little chick. Another man said coldly, his eyes lecherously lingering on Yi Zixuan's long and slender legs wrapped in black fishnet stockings. Alright, since she won't take the easy way out, we'll just have to get rough. The moment the words left his mouth, the two men attacked simultaneously. The scarred man let out a low growl, a flash of cold light gleaming in his hand as he revealed a short, venom-coated dagger, aiming straight for Yi Zixuan's back. The other man quickly formed a seal with his hands, releasing a strange wave imbued with mental shock, intending to disrupt her movements. How crude! Instead of panicking, Yi Zixuan's smile widened, her lips curling upward. With a slight sidestep, she effortlessly dodged the deadly dagger. At the same time, her violet eyes suddenly deepened, becoming as profound and consuming as black holes, as if they could devour all surrounding light. Yagala! Shadow feast! Darkness erupted from her, surging outward with overwhelming intensity. This was no ordinary darkness, it carried a potent, devouring, and corrosive force. The two men who had lunged at her froze mid-motion. As if they had been plunged into a viscous swamp, their mental shockwaves were like pebbles tossed into the ocean, vanishing silently, swallowed by the void. Even more terrifying, they felt their powers and life force being rapidly drained away by the darkness. Arg! The scarred man groaned painfully, his movements becoming sluggish and stiff. The other man, horrified, noticed his condensed energy dissipating into nothingness. Humph, and you think you can take what's mine? Yi Zixuan's voice echoed through the darkness like a deathly whisper, laced with contempt. Her fingers spread slightly, the surrounding darkness coalescing into an impossibly sharp shadow blade, emitting a piercing screech as it shot toward the scarred man's throat, the nearest target. Her methods were ruthless, showing no mercy. Just as the shadow blade was about to strike its mark, a crimson streak, like a meteor cutting through the air, zipped across with a sharp whooshing noise, its speed blurring the eye. Shoo! The fiery streak struck the side of the shadow blade with pinpoint accuracy. There was no explosion, only a muffled sound and the faint hiss of dissipating energy. Yi Zixuan's shadow blade was knocked off course by the unexpected attack, narrowly grazing the black-clad man's shoulder and only tearing a corner of his clothing. Who? Yi Zixuan snapped her head around, her violet eyes blazing with murderous intent as she glared in the direction the fiery streak had come from. There, atop a half-collapsed wall, stood Gu Luochen, who had appeared at some point. He maintained a throwing posture, his fingertips still flickering with remnants of crimson sparks, his expression calm as he surveyed the tense standoff below. In the safe zone, fighting and killing are prohibited. Gu Luochen's voice was steady and emotionless, as if reciting an unremarkable rule. Gu Luochen, what do you mean by this? Can't you see they're scum from the Genesis sect? Yi Zixuan demanded with fury. Gu Luochen landed lightly on the ground. He ignored Yi Zixuan's protest, knowing full well his excuse was flimsy. Yet if Yi Zixuan killed them, how would he extract information about Qinyu from their mouths? Seeing him disregard her, Yi Zixuan's gaze turned icy cold, her killing intent almost tangible. The atmosphere in the abandoned training ground plummeted to freezing levels, unaffected by her hostility. Gu Luochen walked past her indifferently, his gaze fixed on the two black-clad men still bound by Yi Zixuan's dark powers. A surge of immense mental pressure bore down on the two men. I ask, you answer. I'll give you a chance to live. The two, tormented by Yi Zixuan's dark abilities and now cowed by Gu Luochen's imposing aura, hurriedly nodded their agreement. Do you know Qinyu? Young Master Gu, are you referring to Qinyu from the Qin family? The scarred man, recognizing Gu Luochen, knew escape was futile and resigned himself to his fate. Yes. We don't know much, only that he joined the sacred church not long ago. You said Qinyu just joined? Gu Luochen toyed with a flickering flame in his hand, a silent warning of the consequences of deceit. Young Master Gu, Qinyu joined the sacred church about 2 or 3 months ago. I personally handled his identity registration, this I clearly remember. 2 to 3 months ago?
That would have been right after the freshman tournament ended. If that's the case, the Qin family might not necessarily be connected to the Genesis sect. Gu Luochen frowned, continuing his interrogation. Where is Qin now? That, we don't know. Then why have you been following Yi Zhexian? Before the scarred man could respond, Yi Zhexian suddenly interjected, glaring furiously at Gu Luochen with her violet eyes. Gu Luochen, have you been tailing me this whole time? Yi Zhexian, frustrated by his interference, felt as though he had been watching her all along. At this moment, her dislike for Gu Luochen reached its peak. A flicker of helplessness crossed Gu Luochen's eyes. This woman truly had a knack for spinning tales. Tailing you? Don't flatter yourself. Gu Luochen, you. For the first time, Yi Zhexian, who had always been pampered like a princess, was at a loss for words, her carefully applied makeup starting to crack with indignation. Fine. Gu Luochen. Is that how it is? Yi Zhexian spat as she raised her hand, tightening her grip on the two men bound by her shadows under her control. The dark restraints erupted with devouring power, and the two immediately felt their energy and life force draining rapidly. The other man let out a panicked cry. Young Master Gu. Spare us. It was the sect leader's order to keep an eye on the creation stone she's carrying. The creation stone. Gu Luochen's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, everything made sense. Yi Zhexian's tension, her willingness to kill within the academy, this item might be the key to the 9th district's downfall. Now that Yi Zhexian had it in her possession, it was both a secret and a liability. The mention of the creation stone almost caused Yi Zhexian's killing intent to erupt fully. Dark energy churned around her as she shouted sharply, "Shut up! Gu Luochen, this has nothing to do with you. Get out of here!" She couldn't allow more people to learn that she carried the creation stone, especially someone with Gu Luochen's sensitive background. Yi Zhexian's fingers once again gathered shadow energy, her aim fixated on the two men's throats. She intended to silence them for good. Gu Luochen's eyes narrowed sharply. He couldn't let Yi Zhexian kill them. This was his first opportunity to capture members of the Genesis sect. Qin Yu's news of just joining the Genesis sect was of great importance. This suggested that the Qin family might not have fully pledged allegiance to the Genesis sect. It could merely be Qin Yu's personal action. The details must be thoroughly investigated. 2 people dead, and the trail was cut off. Stop! Gu Luochen sternly called out, his left hand forming a sword shape. A stream of crimson golden flame sword energy swiftly shot out, precisely intercepting the shadow attack that Yi Zhexian was about to unleash. The clash of the two forces created a sizzling sound of energy annihilation, scattering chaotic ripples into the air. Gu Luochen stepped in front of the two individuals and said in a deep voice, "I don't care about your matters. I only want the information they have about the Genesis sect." Yi Zhexian stared at Gu Luochen, who was now shielding the targets, her heart surging with both anger and caution. She was well aware of Gu Luochen's strength, having experienced it during the freshman tournament. Now, with him clearly intending to protect these two people, forcing a confrontation would undoubtedly lead to a fierce battle, and she might have to reveal more of her hidden cards. Gu Luochen, if you interfere one more time, don't blame me for being ruthless. Her voice was icy, and the surrounding darkness grew thicker, as if it could transform into a devouring beast at any moment. I'd like to see exactly how ruthless you can be. Gu Luochen's gaze was firm, refusing to yield even an inch. Of the situation reached a brief stalemate. Amid the tense confrontation, the two black-clad individuals shielded by Gu Luochen suddenly began convulsing violently. Their eyes bulged, blood vessels filled their whites, and their throats emitted raspy, wheezing sounds like broken bellows. Gu Luochen noticed something amiss and turned back to look. He saw their bodies rapidly withering, their skin losing its luster instantaneously, drying up like the bark of dead trees. Yi Zhexian, what are you doing? Gu Luochen was somewhat furious, assuming it was Yi Zhexian's doing. He raised his hand and hurled a ball of fire. Why Yi Zhexian didn't take it head on. She dodged gracefully, retreating to the side, her face full of disdain and loathing. I really don't understand how a blind fool like you keeps following me around. This isn't right. Gu Luochen also sensed that something was wrong, but it was too late. Ugh! With a short, agonized cry, the two individuals collapsed to the ground in an instant. Completely lifeless, black blood, reeking of stench, oozed from their 7 orifices. Their deaths were gruesome and eerily bizarre. The entire process happened so quickly, it didn't even take 2 seconds. Yi Zhexian's pupils shrank sharply as she instinctively took half a step back. Even the surrounding darkness seemed to freeze for a moment. This sudden, strange death of the two individuals sent a chilling shiver down her spine. Gu Luochen, however, stepped forward, cautiously using his soul power to probe the corpses. After a moment,
his expression turned extremely grim.
Damn it! That old ghost. Again! Guluwachan's voice grew heavier. He had specifically chosen to use soul power because he was suspicious, and indeed, through soul probing, he discovered a sinister soul toxin hidden deep within the two individuals' sea of consciousness. It appeared that the old ghost had detected something amiss with these two and had directly triggered the soul toxin remotely, causing their instant, poisonous deaths. Such ruthless and unfeeling methods, even against peripheral followers, there was no hesitation in eliminating them. It seemed the secrets of the Genesis sect were far more complex than anyone imagined. Yi Zishuan also stepped closer, glancing at the two terrifyingly grotesque corpses on the ground, then turning her gaze to Guluwachan's somber face. Guluochan, they're dead, and they died in the academy. What are you planning to do now? Guluochan didn't look at her. His eyes were fixed on the distance. Later, you should go find Dean Wu Di and explain everything clearly. Me?
Yi Zishuan's voice rose sharply, her eyes widening in disbelief.
And what about you? Are you planning to just wash your hands of this? Hearing the anger in her tone, Guluochan finally turned around slowly, a faint, enigmatic smile on his lips. Me?
I was never here in the first place.
Guluochan.
Yi Zishuan was so furious at his words that she nearly exploded, almost
jumping in rage. What do you mean? Weren't you just acting all righteous, meddling in everything? Now that they've died so mysteriously, you want to dump all the trouble on me? Dream on. Think whatever you want. Guluochan
was indifferent to her fury.
I need to go find Su Mushue now. Keeping her waiting wouldn't be good.
As he finished speaking, he decisively turned and walked away from the ruins.
Stop right there. Yi Zishuan, watching his
unwavering back, trembled with rage, stomping her feet on the ground just as she was about to burst into a tirade. Guluwachan's voice floated faintly from the distance. Since I was never here, naturally, I know nothing about
the Genesis stone.
Though his voice quickly faded into the wind, it pierced Yi Zishuan's heart like a dagger. She instantly realized Guluochan had done it on purpose. Yes, he was deliberately provoking the woman who had repeatedly defied him. After leaving the ruins, the playful expression on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by a cold, contemplative demeanor. His fingers unconsciously played with a few sparks as his eyes gleamed with a frosty intensity. Next time he had the chance, he would make sure to teach that old ghost, who always flaunted his soul techniques in front of him, a harsh lesson. He would ensure that the man understood there's always someone stronger beyond the horizon. Unknowingly, half a month of the second term had already passed. The academy cafeteria was bustling with noise in the afternoon.
A table by the window stood out with its lively atmosphere, drawing the eyes of several passing students. Wherever Guluochan and Su Mushue went, they were always the center of attention. But at this table, besides the two of them, there were also Gao Tian, Zhang Tao, and Chen Wei. They were from different classes and rarely had the chance to eat together. Boss.
Gao Tian was aggressively stabbing his fork into the steak on his plate, his mouth stuffed full, making his words somewhat garbled. Did you pick
up the reward for our last mission clearing spiders by the seaside? It's been a month already.
I'm counting on that money to buy a new model of the Thunderstorm pulse handgun.
He gestured wildly, almost knocking over Zhang
Tao's water cup. Zhang Tao calmly moved his cup aside and spoke in a steady tone. Gao Tian, stop making a fuss.
The mission rewards will definitely be distributed. The Ice River Guild won't delay payments.
But that warehouse.
Just thinking about it still makes me uneasy. Chen Wei couldn't help but recall the moment when her psychic abilities detected the 7th-tier Evil Eye Spider Queen.
Her face turned pale. The downside of being a psychic was the vivid and unforgettable impressions of whatever they detected. His Earthrock armor played a crucial role in the battle, but it was nearly corroded through. That was a Tier 7 Evil-Eyed Spider. I almost lost my life. Gao Tian recalled the scene with a shiver, but quickly shifted the topic with a hint of gossip in his tone. Have you heard? The new Dark Knight which has been causing quite a stir in Class 1. Su Mushue, who had been gracefully eating her meal, looked up with curiosity upon hearing this.
Yi Zishuan? What about her? What about her?
Gao Tian lowered his voice, his eyes gleaming with excitement.
She practically commanded the room the moment she showed up.
Those unruly kids in Class 1 wanted to test her strength, and the result? Well, let me tell you, they were completely subdued by her Knight Garuda.
They couldn't even fight back. If the teacher hadn't stepped in, it could have been a disaster.
Now, everyone in Class 1 secretly calls her Sister Shen, and they're as obedient as lambs.
Chen Wei's eyes widened in surprise as she chuckled, and looked at Su Mushue, an S-class in the Dark Element.
She's ranked 3rd alongside our Su goddess. Such a reputation is truly well earned.
Su Mushue smiled.
Faintly, saying nothing, but her grip on the utensils tightened slightly. Of the tie in the freshman league had always been a target in her heart. Gu Luochen sat quietly, listening as he occasionally took a sip of water. Yi Zishuan's exploits didn't surprise him, that woman truly had a ruthless streak deep in her bones. At that moment, a shiny bald head suddenly appeared beside their table. Dean Wu De had approached without anyone noticing, wearing his usual slightly irritating smile. "Well, things seem lively here," Wu De said as he scanned the group, his gaze finally settling on Gu Luochen. "Gu Luochen, I've got some good news for you." "What is it?" Gu Luochen asked, his expression indifferent as he glanced at the dean. The others paused, their curiosity piqued. They wanted to know what good news warranted the dean personally delivering it. Wu De rubbed his smooth head as if organizing his thoughts. "Ahem, after evaluation by the Academy's higher-ups, it has been decided that since you've successfully advanced to Tier 4, you now meet the basic strength requirements to serve as a captain for the Academy's hunting squad." "Is that for real? Dean, are you saying that even us first years can form an Academy hunting squad now?" Gao Tian was stunned. Typically, Academy hunting squads were only formed in the second year. By then, the top students would have reached Tier 5 and were fully capable of leading a team. "Does the Academy hunting squad conflict with the guild hunting squads?" Gu Luochen asked. He hadn't paid much attention to this matter before. Academy hunting squads and guild hunting squads function similarly, but the Academy's missions are more consistent, and the rewards are higher. Wu De explained patiently. "Moreover, the Academy has specially approved you to select your own team members from among the first years, allowing you to form an exclusive hunting squad." "Form a hunting squad? Boss, pick me. Pick me." Gao Tian was the first to jump up, his face flushed with excitement. After all, being selected for the Academy hunting squad meant a certain level of freedom, no more dull theoretical classes, plus more opportunities for practical combat and resources. Zheng Tao couldn't hide his excitement either. "Brother Chen, if your team needs a tank, you can count on me." Chen Wei blinked and chimed in, "My mental detection abilities can serve as support. I'll be useful too." Gu Luochen nodded at each of them. After spending so much time together, they were all quite familiar with one another. Finally, everyone's gaze turned to Su Muxue, who had yet to speak. Her strength was beyond question. With her light element mastery of healing and purification, she was often more versatile than Gu Luochen's fire element. In a team setting, logically speaking, she was fully capable of leading her own team. After all, she was also S-class. Putting two S-class students on one team might be seen as a waste of resources. Wu De glanced at Su Muxue and added, "Of course, if you choose Su Muxue, the Academy will lose an excellent captain, but considering how well you've worked together, the Academy won't oppose it." His words were subtle, acknowledging Su Muxue's capability while implying that she could lead her own team. This was, after all, part of the compensation requested by Gu Jinting. But the decision was ultimately in Gu Luochen's hands. If he didn't choose her, it wouldn't be the dean's responsibility. Besides, even if he did choose her, there was still Yi Zishuan, another new S-class, to balance things out. Su Muxue felt the weight of everyone's gaze, especially Gu Luochen's questioning eyes, which stirred a struggle within her. Joining Gu Luochen's hunting squad, anyone else would have agreed without hesitation, but for her, it wasn't so simple. Relying too early on Gu Luochen's protection would only dim her own light. Her mind involuntarily flashed back to the freshman league, where she had fought Yi Zishuan to a draw. If she merely stood behind Gu Luochen, accepting his protection and assistance, she dreaded to think what she might become. Forget conquering the 32nd otherworld, she might not even be able to hold her own against Yi Zishuan. She didn't want to be just a follower. She wanted to push her limits, to break through under pressure, and to become a truly independent warrior. Only by becoming stronger could she have a chance at conquering the 32nd otherworld. Taking a deep breath, Su Muxue looked up and met Gu Luochen's eyes directly. "Luochen, thank you. But I want to try on my own." Gu Luochen saw the familiar determination in her eyes and was silent for a few seconds. He didn't try to persuade her or question her decision. Instead, he slowly nodded. "All right." The tension in Su Muxue's heart eased, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. She knew Gu Luochen understood her. Wu De observed the scene, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes as he smiled and said, "Good. It's great to see young people with ambition. Since Gu Luochen isn't choosing you, Su Muxue, you're free to start forming your own team. The Academy will fully support you." He patted Gu Luochen on the shoulder. "Gu Luochen, take your time picking your last member. Let me know once you've decided. Don't let the Academy down." With that, he deliberately winked, clasped his hands behind his back, and hummed a tune as he walked off, his shiny bald head glinting.
In the light. Gu Luochen smiled wryly, thinking to himself that the old man's schemes were a bit too obvious. Soon, news of 3 first-year academy hunting squads being formed spread like wildfire throughout academy. No.
3. The younger students were both curious and envious, their chatter buzzing everywhere.
Wow! Leading missions as first years, that's incredible! Young Master Gu and Goddess Su are both captains now. So impressive! I
heard Yi Zixuan is also a captain, but she only named her team and hasn't started assembling it yet.
Who knows? Sister Xian has always liked going solo.
No one in Class 1 dares to approach her. In a corner of the 3rd Academy's training ground, Gu Luochen, who had just been officially appointed captain of the Starfire hunting team, stood facing his team members Gao Tian, Zheng Tao, Chen Wei, and a girl named Lin Xiaoyu, whom everyone was looking at with curiosity. Lin Xiaoyu stood quietly to the side, her figure petite and her demeanor gentle. Her ability was plant manipulation, allowing her to sense information and exert minor control over the environment. It was a plant-based power, currently at the peak of Tier 2. Given that the team already had Chen Wei, a powerful psychic capable of mental detection, adding another support member with overlapping but significantly weaker capabilities puzzled everyone. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Gu Luochen asked, "What is it? Any objections?"
"Boss, no objections here. Little Xiaoyu is a nice girl."
Gao Tian was the first to respond, always trusting Gu Luochen's decisions. Zheng Tao, however, was more pragmatic, focusing on team efficiency.
"Brother Chen Wei's mental detection and interference abilities are already comprehensive.
Lin's plant-based sensing might not have sufficient range or accuracy for complex battlefields." Gu Luochen smiled, fully aware that plant sensing was much weaker compared to psychic abilities. As4. Why he chose Lin Xiaoyu, he knew that even if he explained, they might not understand. Lin Xiaoyu's ability has its own value, Gu Luochen stated firmly.
Battlefields are unpredictable. Having an additional sensing method is an added layer of security. This matter is not up for debate.
Since Gu Luochen had spoken, no one could argue further.
2 support members it was. With Gu Luochen leading, their gap compared to other hunting
teams could still be minimized. Lin Xiaoyu raised her head, meeting Gu Luochen's gaze. Nervously, she asked, "Brother Luochen, there's already Sister Chen Wei in the team.
Are you sure it's okay? Xiaoyu, your role is important. Don't overthink it. Welcome to Starfire."
Gu Luochen instinctively reached out and patted Lin Xiaoyu's head. He himself wasn't sure why he did it, it was just a natural reaction upon seeing her standing there. Lin
Xiaoyu's cheeks reddened slightly, but she didn't find it strange. She nodded, "Brother Luochen."
"Captain, I'll do my best." Looking at her touched expression, Gu Luochen thought to himself, this girl must have misunderstood something beside them. Gao Tian, knowing that Lin Xiaoyu was Gu Luochen's childhood friend, they had grown up together, grinned and started teasing. All right.
With little Xiaoyu, our team's beauty quota is finally complete.
I suggest the captain treats us to roasted lamb leg after school to celebrate."
"Sounds great. How about that Su Fuji place?
I've been craving their roasted lamb leg for ages."
Chen Wei chimed
in happily, linking arms with Lin Xiaoyu. Zheng Tao stood silently, his eyes gleaming. Clearly, he was looking forward to it as well. In the safety zone, enjoying a delicious roasted lamb leg was a rare luxury. Gu Luochen shrugged, a little helpless. It wasn't that he didn't want to treat them, but he had already promised Su Mushiwei he'd give her special training at home tonight. It seemed he'd have to break that promise. After all, today was the first day of the Starfire team's formation. It did call for a celebration. All right, Su Fuji it is tonight. Su Fuji was a well-known restaurant in Zone 3. Due to limited resources and a small number of
sheep raised, their roasted lamb leg had become a rare delicacy in the area. Of course, you had to reserve in advance. Even then, there was no guarantee you'd get to eat it, but tonight was a lucky one. Su Fuji had just received a fresh supply, so all the customers who had reserved roasted lamb legs would get to enjoy them. On the second floor of Su Fuji, in private room number 5 called Little Lamb's Delight. Did you hear?
Those freshmen managed to form 3 hunting teams. A burly third-year student in uniform crushed an energy drink can in his hand, his tone dripping with disdain. Across from him, a sharp and composed fourth-year senior, wearing tactical goggles, snorted coldly, her fingers swiftly navigating an electronic screen. Look at this, several basic but lucrative low-level missions, originally scheduled for release next week. Clear out D17, Wasteland Town and gather Moonlight Moss from D9 Shadow Forest have all been marked priority for freshman hunting teams.
God damn it. A second-year student nearby couldn't help but curse. D-ranked missions. The beasts there are weak as hell. It's like free money for us. And now, the academy is handing them all to those little brats who can't even control their abilities properly. A well-informed third-year student lowered his voice and said, "Isn't it because this year is packed with S ranks? Guluochen, Sumushue, and that devil Yizishwan from Zone 9. Principal Wu is under a lot of pressure. He has to train them quickly. Resources are limited, so they're squeezing them out of us veterans."
The composed fourth-year senior adjusted her glasses, her eyes sharp.
"I don't mind them nurturing S ranks, but giving all the low-level missions to them? It's inefficient, and if something goes wrong, we'll be the ones cleaning up their mess."
More importantly, she looked around, her voice filled with discontent. If the academy gives them low-level missions for practice,
what about us? We're stuck at bottlenecks, needing basic resources to level up. Are we supposed to tackle those dangerous, high-stakes missions? Exactly. We can't risk our lives just for a few resources. Sigh, what can we do?
They're the academy's hope for the future.
Hope? Ha! I just hope they're not greenhouse flowers that wilt on the real battlefield. Shoo, keep it down. This is Su Fuji, don't let the next room hear us. The
fourth-year senior with glasses scoffed, unconcerned, as if it would be that coincidental, *creak**. The wooden door swung open, cutting her off mid-sentence. A waiter pushed in a cart, bringing in their long-awaited
roasted lamb leg. "Sorry to keep you waiting.
This is our signature roasted lamb leg, tender, flavorful, and an absolute feast for the senses." As the waiter introduced the dish and began serving the lamb leg, the
enticing aroma filled the room, but the tantalizing scent did little to quell their anger. Sister Zhao,
if the priority for D17 and D9 is given to those first-year brats, won't we be left with nothing but air to
drink? The speaker was a burly young man, a fifth-rank strengthener named Li Kuei. His enraged roar, infused with strengthening energy, even caused the waiter slicing meat to pause momentarily. Sister Zhao was the
bespectacled senior sitting in the private room, a fourth-year student. She appeared much more composed, likely because her sixth-rank ability endowed her with confidence.
"If the academy is determined to strip us of our resources to nurture the S-rankers, I, Zhao Hong, have nothing to say. But why should they be allowed to form an academy hunting team? A bunch of low-grade rookies calling themselves a hunting team? What a joke!" Zhao Hong's fury was laced with jealousy. The team she led was far from an academy hunting team.
Academy hunting teams had to be composed of students from the same grade to avoid disbanding after senior members
graduated.
Her team was merely a patched-together group that took on tasks the academy hunting teams didn't want.
These tasks weren't particularly challenging but offered lucrative rewards. This was precisely why ragtag hunting teams like hers could exist.
At that moment, a sullen voice joined the conversation. It was Wang Rui, the sharp-tongued member of their team. "Exactly. I heard that in Guluocheng's Starlight team.
They even included a second-ranked plant user, Lin Xiaoyu? Hilarious. Isn't one psychic user, Chen Wei, enough? Adding a vase for decoration? Is this what they call S-rank?" "Exactly." Li Kuei echoed, chewing on his meat. "S-rank? Ha, what's so great about S-rank?
Those baby teams are just a bunch of hairless kids with zero real combat experience."
"Enough, stop, shut your damn mouth."
Zhao Hong had just tried to cover Li Kuei's
mouth when a furious shout burst into the room. Her heart sank.
Of all times, this was when Gu Luocheng and his team happened to pass by. Drawn by the aroma of roasted lamb, they were heading to the first private
room of Wang Zai Little Lamb. Unexpectedly, they overheard these insulting remarks.
Gao Tian was the first to storm in, pointing at the messy table loaded with lamb and debris, roaring, "Who are you calling a baby
team? Who are you saying hasn't grown hair yet?"
Li Kuei put down his meat and stood up, his burly stature exuding intimidation.
Gao Tian scanned their uniforms, which clearly marked their different grades, and immediately understood. "Ha! Who are you trying to scare? Don't think I don't know you're just a bunch of ragtag recruits who couldn't make it into the academy hunting teams. If you were really capable, why don't you take on the same missions as the academy teams?"
"Oh, right, because you're afraid of dying."
Gao Tian grew angrier as he spoke, adding, "People like you have no right to badmouth our captain or our Starlight team." The room instantly fell silent, leaving only the sizzling sound of lamb fat dripping onto the grill.
Zhao Hong's eyes turned cold as she set her wineglass down.
Wang Rui, noticing this, immediately realized that Sister Zhao was angry.
He quickly stood up and positioned himself behind Li Kuei. Standing near Li Kuei seemed to give him more confidence to speak.
"Oh, and who might this be?" Wang Rui mocked, feigning curiosity as he scrutinized Gao Tian. Isn't this the electric rodent Gao Tian from the Starlight team? Didn't your S-rank captain teach you that eavesdropping on others is impolite? I don't need to eavesdrop.
You were shouting
So loudly the entire street could hear you. Gao Tian puffed out his chest in defiance.
When you're out in public, watch your mouths.
S-rank isn't something you can just slander. Even if Captain Chen wasn't S-rank.
With his status, you're not even qualified to carry his shoes.
Gao Tian's words were sharp and unyielding, clearly provoked. Status?
Zhao Hong finally spoke, her tone icy.
The oppressive aura of a 6th rank
ability user immediately made it hard for Gao Tian to breathe. Seizing the loophole in Gao Tian's words, she aimed to gain the moral high ground.
Kid, didn't your mentor ever tell you?
In the world of ability users,
status is meaningless, strength is the only truth.
You've never faced truly dangerous missions, so it's no wonder you don't understand.
Zhao Hong paused, adopting a lecturing stance. Some exotic beasts may not be
strong individually, but their numbers and the complexity of the environment make them a nightmare.
How would your S-rank captain handle that on his own? Exactly. Wang Rui chimed in. You can't possibly rely on that. 2nd rank vase in your Starlight team, can you?
Forget Starlight, at this rate, even a spark might be trampled into ash under an exotic beast's foot. His words were dripping with mockery, directly targeting Lin Xiaoyu and the Starlight team's capabilities.
Zhang Tao and Chen Wei, who had also entered behind Gao Tian, couldn't hide their displeasure at these remarks.
Lin Xiaoyu, however, remained outside the room, biting her lip as if trying to suppress something. Gu Luochang was the first in his team to notice the tense atmosphere in the private room. At first, he didn't care, these verbal spats were as insignificant as ants fighting in his eyes. Testing strength was fair, but he couldn't tolerate insults against Lin Xiaoyu. If he didn't step in now, his team's dignity would be utterly trampled.
He gently pushed aside Gao Tian, who was blocking the doorway, and entered the room.
The moment Gu Luochang appeared, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Zhao Hong's gaze sharpened, while Wang Rui and Li Kuei toned down their arrogance. After all, Gu Luochang's
S-rank status and strength were undeniable. Gu Luochang's calm gaze swept over everyone in the room before finally landing on Zhao Hong. You think we're not strong enough? Then file a complaint with the academy, or...
He paused, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Prove with your strength that you're more qualified.
Prove it? How?
Li Kuei sneered.
By fighting a bunch of kids like you? Winning wouldn't even be worth bragging about.
Exactly.
If we won, people would just say we upperclassmen are bullying freshmen.
Wang Rui added, though a hint of worry flickered in his eyes.
Gu Luochang seemed
unfazed by their mockery, continuing with an air of calm arrogance. You just said that status doesn't matter, only strength does.
You're absolutely right. Zhao Hong frowned, unsure of what Gu Luochang was getting at.
Gu Luochang smiled faintly, lifting his chin slightly, his gaze brimming with disdain. At this moment, the confidence of someone born as the son of an immortal emperor and
the pride of an S-class powerhouse were completely unmasked.
Regrettably, in my opinion, the strength you were so proud of, he swept his gaze across the people in the private room once again, and coldly uttered a few words, is merely mediocre.
Gu Luochang.
You. Zhao Hong's face instantly darkened upon hearing this. As a 6th-tier ability user, she had led her team through countless trials on the outskirts of Zone 3 for years, only to be so blatantly disrespected by a mere first-year student. Even if Gu Luochang was S-class, this was unacceptable. This team was her pride
and joy. Too arrogant, utterly ignorant of the immensity of the heavens and the earth.
Zhao Hong burned with rage.
Gu Luochang,
don't think that just because you're S-class, you can act so high
and mighty.
What tier are you?
4th. In real combat, your little talent, stop wasting breath. Let's fight.
Gu Luochang interrupted her directly, his tone calm.
If you're unconvinced, if you think we've stolen your livelihood, if you believe we lack the strength, then we'll settle it with a match. Let the results speak. That's the fairest way.
Ha ha ha.
A match?
Li Kuei laughed like he'd heard the most ridiculous joke in the world.
With your rookie Spark team? Fine by me.
A perfect chance to teach you what real combat is. Show you the vast gap between an S-class pampered by the academy and those of us who survive by licking blood off the blade. Wang Rui sneered maliciously, his grin twisted. Young Master Gu, better be careful not to snuff out your precious little spark entirely. Faced with their merciless taunts, Gu Luochang simply shook his head slowly, as if correcting a ludicrous misunderstanding. He took a step forward.
An ordinary step, yet it felt
Like it landed on everyone's hearts, as an oppressive pressure silently spread.
You misunderstand me. Gu Luocheng's voice was clear and composed. I'm not talking about the Spark team. He raised his hand and casually pointed to himself. I mean me, alone.
One sentence sent the entire room into an uproar. This was no longer arrogance, it was an almost maniacal declaration of dominance. At that moment, every expression in the room froze to gasp. Everyone, whether Zhao Hong's team, the bystanders Gao Tian and Zhang Tao at the door, or even the waiter who had just set down the dishes, collectively drew a sharp breath. Gao Tian and his group were utterly stunned. They never expected their captain to propose taking on an entire team single-handedly. As for Zhao Hong's team, they were not only shocked and incredulous but also seething with the indignation that comes from being belittled. For Gu Luocheng to say such a thing, with such nonchalance, was an enormous insult to them, him alone, a fourth-tier challenging a team made up of a sixth-tier leader, 3 fifth-tiers, and 1 third-tier support specialist with extensive combat experience. Utter madness. Even if he was S-class, he had to be out of his mind.
Gu Luocheng, are you asking to die?
Li Kuei was the first to roar, his fists clenched as earthy yellow energy surged across his body. Wang Rui's eyes gleamed with malice, his grin sinister.
Ha ha ha, how audacious. This joke's gone too far. Zhao Jia, we're not bullying him, it's his own funeral he's digging. As the team leader, Zhao Hong was noticeably more composed than her teammates. Though she couldn't fathom where Gu Luocheng's confidence came from, she knew that a head-to-head contest like this would only bring trouble. Winning, people would say they bullied him, losing would be a permanent disgrace. This was a no-win situation, and she wanted no part of it. Hesitating, she spoke, her tone laced with sarcasm. Gu Luocheng, do you even understand what you're saying? Don't come crying to us later if your family pulls strings behind the scenes. We're not interested in such thankless trouble. Gu Luocheng clasped his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent, clearly grasping the implication of her words. If I lose, I'll pay you 10 million crystal coins as a wager. What? 10 million? Young Master Gu, you said it, we all heard it, don't go back on your word.
Wang Rui's eyes widened, his speech quickening as though afraid the golden opportunity might slip away. Standing behind Gu Luocheng, Gao Tian grew anxious. Even he thought this decision was far too reckless, but the words were already out, and there was no taking them back.
He, don't celebrate too soon. Gu Luocheng noticed their barely concealed delight and knew they'd taken the bait. If you lose, you'll have to follow my orders for a month. Follow your orders for a month? Zhao Rui's grin faded as he mulled over the terms given there.
Team's erratic work habits, taking on D-class missions sporadically, they wouldn't earn even 1 million crystal coins in a month, let alone 10 million. Losing would cost them 1 million, but winning would
net 10 million. The odds were in their favor, it was practically a windfall. He glanced at Zhao Hong, eagerly signaling her to agree. Zhao Hong, lost in thought, didn't notice Zhao Rui's hint. She already found the situation suspicious, and hearing the stakes only deepened her doubts. Having operated in Zone 3 for so long, she'd never pegged Gu Luocheng as someone who acted recklessly. She couldn't believe someone like him had managed to top the National Freshman League. Being ordered around by him for a month? Could it be that young Master Gu had ulterior motives? Could it be? He had his eye on her. The thought made Zhao Hong subtly adjust her hair by her temples. When she looked at Gu Luocheng, her gaze carried a hint of shyness. Captain, this is a sure-win deal. Wang Rui urged. Zhao Hong's daydream was interrupted by Wang Rui's prompting, and she cleared her throat lightly. Fine. Li Kuei gritted his teeth and agreed. Gu Luocheng, you've brought this on yourself. Just hope your bones are tougher than your mouth. His gaze turned vicious, his resolve firm. No matter what, tomorrow he was determined to humiliate Gu Luocheng and crush his arrogance publicly. Young Master Gu, there's really no need to go this far. Zhao Hong, seemingly oblivious to her teammates' excitement, murmured to herself. Gu Luocheng was momentarily baffled, unsure what she meant, but he was already too weary of their chatter. Took care. Tomorrow at noon, training field number 3 at the academy. Don't keep me waiting. With that, he turned and left with Gao Tian and the others, heading back to their private room. In the Little Lamb number 5 private room, the occupants were brimming with excitement. Luck is finally on our side, and now we've got a chance to earn big. Li Kuei laughed so hard that he could barely close his mouth. After this job, Sister Hong, do you think we can finally take a good rest and never have to live in fear out there again? Wang Rui poured a glass of craft beer for Zhao Hong as Zhao Hong stared at the glass, which was nearly overflowing, lost in thought. I wonder what time exactly young Master Gu meant by noon. Probably 12 noon.
He talks like some old man who crawled out of an ancient tomb, Wang Rui replied with a touch of mockery. Don't talk nonsense.
Young Master Gu is clearly full of sunshine. How? Is he anything like the creepy figure you're describing? Wang Rui froze for a moment.
Looking at Zhao Hong resting her chin on her hand, he finally understood, their big sister.
Could it be that she's falling in love?